The first time I set up a fortune-telling stall on the street, I surprisingly charged 180,000. Others thought I was crazy. Not only that, but I also claimed that if I was wrong, I would refund 10 times the amount. However, just when I was full of confidence, a trembling voice suddenly came from behind me. Master, if you can't tell my fortune correctly, do I really not have to pay? I turned to look at the person asking, a woman who was disheveled and covered in dirt, with calloused hands. I nodded firmly and said, you can't do it for free, what do you want to calculate? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyen suddenly knelt on the ground, clutching my pant leg and sobbing as she said, I want to find out where my 2 unfortunate daughters are. My mother-in-law said they were taken by human traffickers. Can you help me find them? I quickly helped her up and then carefully observed the woman's features. A wide and pointed forehead indicates that she is kind-hearted, but her mother-in-law's strong-willed nature has led to family discord. The 2 moles on her temples suggest that she will have 2 children in her lifetime. But at this moment, her brows are furrowed and a mole is present. I sighed softly. Your 2 children have already died. Lu Ruyen immediately softened her body and collapsed to the ground, shaking her head in disbelief. No, you are clearly a liar. My mother-in-law saw them being taken away by human traffickers with her own eyes. What basis do you have to say they are dead? Lu Ruyen's sharp voice attracted the people around her, and those who gathered curiously asked, what happened? Lu Ruyen angrily pointed at me and shouted, he's a liar. My 2 children were clearly taken away by human traffickers, and he actually says my daughter is dead. He's just a liar. This young man really lacks virtue. How can he casually say that someone has died? That is, as my mother-in-law said, the 2 granddaughters were taken away by human traffickers, and she chased after them for a long time but couldn't catch up. The accusations from those around me did not shake me. I said flatly, since my debut, this master has never made a wrong divination. Lu Ruyen held back her tears and asked, then where are they? I raised my hand and pointed to the river ahead, saying, they are in the river not far from here. By the riverside there is a washing stone. They are right below it. Lu Ruyen bit her lip hard and wanted to run outside. I quickly stopped her and said, I suggest we call the police. Lu Ruyen could no longer hold back and tearfully asked, why? Were they killed by someone? I nodded affirmatively, and everything would be clear once the police arrived. Lu Ruyen collapsed on the ground, trembling all over. The onlookers, eager for excitement, quickly called the police. The officers arrived quickly, and the leading officer pushed through the crowd, looking at me in the middle and asking, how did you know there were dead people there? I calculated it, I replied. The police officer frowned at me impatiently and said, young man, don't engage in feudal superstitions. It's all fun and games, but don't joke about the police. I said seriously, I really calculated it. Officer, would you like to calculate a divination too? The police were instantly amused and sighed as they looked at someone about the same age as their son, then turned and walked towards the riverbank. Lu Ruyen tightly grabbed my arm, insisting that I go with her to see and to expose my true identity. Before long, people began to fish by the river. I calmly walked to the side, raised my hand and pointed at the water's surface. Here, 2 little girls had stones tied to their bodies at the bottom of the water, which is why their bodies hadn't surfaced after so many days. The salvage workers stared at me in a daze, and I looked at him impatiently. What are you looking at? Hurry up and fish them out. Okay, master. I'll go salvage right away. The salvager instinctively obeyed my command and dove down, really finding the 2 girls tied with stones. The rescuers shouted in surprise, come and lend a hand. Soon, 2 girls were placed on the shore. Even though they were swollen from being in the water, Lu Ruyen recognized them at a glance. They were the children she had longed for and carried for 10 months. She could no longer hold back and collapsed to the ground, her heart-wrenching cries causing those around her with shallow eye sockets to wipe their tears as well. Her husband hurried over upon hearing the news. The honest man looked at the pale child on the ground, and his knees suddenly buckled as he fell to the ground. The police officer looked at me with a serious expression and coldly asked, you might as well confess, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I squinted slightly, waved my hand dismissively, and walked up to Lu Ruyen, saying, I haven't finished reading your fortune yet. The murderer is your mother-in-law. She doesn't want a girl and believes that having 2 girls has taken up the space for a boy. So in a moment of cruelty, she deliberately had the girl bring her sister to the river to wash clothes, and then took the opportunity to bind them and sink them to the bottom of the river. As soon as the words fell, Lu Ruyen's heart sank to the bottom of the river, and the man beside her loudly refuted in disbelief. Impossible. My mom wouldn't be so cruel. Isn't your mom's clothes torn in a piece? And is her neck injured too? Sun Fei was questioning. Of course, the Han Yu did not know. He is not a careful person, usually busy, which have time to pay attention to these things. Lu Ruyen's heart snapped, as if a pair of hands had clenched her heart hard, making her whole body hunched over as she murmured in a tone of voice, "It's a torn piece, or I sewed it up for her, it's a black and blue dress." Sun Feihua gazed at the police and said in a deep voice, "There's a torn piece of cloth in the child's hand, and there's blood and flesh in the nail crevices. Gov, there really is." The policeman looked at Sun Feihua with a heavy face, turned to Han and said in a deep voice, "Where is your mother now?" The Hanyu was a little hexed, and his mouth opened and closed several times without saying anything. Lu Ruyan, whose eyes were scarlet, stood up violently and flew away. The police rushed after them. Lu Ruyan copied the kitchen knife and pounced on the old lady with scarlet eyes. The old lady was so scared that she fell off the bed, rolling and crawling to run out. The sharp knife cut on her back. The old lady wailed. Fortunately, the police came in time to stop Lu Ruyan, who had lost her mind. The old woman covered her back, which was in more than just pain, and cursed loudly, "Crazy, I'm your mother-in-law." Lu Ruyan struggled hard. Veins exploded on her neck. "You are killing your own granddaughter. You are not human." The old lady averted her eyes sheepishly and whispered, "Nonsense. It was obviously snatched by the traffickers. I saw it with my own eyes." Seeing that she was still talking tough at this time, Lu Ruyan hated to strangle her to death here to pay for the lives of her two daughters. For the mother is just. This instant outbreak of anger is no one can stop, even if the strong police tugging did not yank away, until the old lady's face is full of blood, only by the side of the police barely pulled away. Lu Ruyan violently shook off the policeman's hand, and with red eyes and a mute voice, she looked at the Hanyu and asked, "Did you know about this?" The Hanyu quickly shook his head. "Ruyan Lu, I really don't know. No matter how ruthless I am, I wouldn't harm my own child." Ruyan Lu stared at him fiercely. "You'd better not know, or I'll fight you." But at this moment, she didn't believe anyone. Her eyes burned as she looked at Sun Feihua, her lips trembling. "Master, do you think he knows?" The Hanyu's eyes looked mournfully at Sun Feihua. Sun Feihua gently shook her head and said, "It's true that he doesn't know, but he saw it when the old lady called the two girls out." Lu Ruyan violently turned her head to look at the Hanyu and asked through clenched teeth, "Didn't you say you haven't been home all day?" The Hanyu stammered and didn't know what to say, not daring to look at Lu Ruyan's eyes that contained anger and hatred. The old lady on the ground ouched and screamed, and Lu Ruyan lifted her foot and kicked her hard a few times. "You wait for the gun, old man, and pay for my child's life. I didn't kill anyone. What payback? I don't know. Look at your neck. These are the bruises my poor lady scratched. It wasn't me. I didn't kill them. They were alive when they went into the water." The old lady was so scared that she covered her neck and defended herself with a miserable earthy face. Such unspoken words caused the crowd to jerk back a breath of cold air. This old thing is so cruel. Lady is 7 years old and she's got it in for her. That's right. Lady is a good girl. She smiles a lot. She does laundry and cooks every day. She's hardworking. I told you that I usually either beat or scolded the two children. And when they were abducted by human traffickers, she cried sincerely, but I didn't realize that it was this old thing that did it. The policeman asked sternly, "Did you throw them in the water?" "How can you say throw? I've tied a male-changing knot, and I've specifically asked a Taoist priest to calculate that it's the two of them stinking girls who have taken up my grandson's destiny, or else I'd already have a grandson by now. They are not called dead. It is to go to Hades to change. Give me a boy next year." Since things have been exposed, the old lady simply did not pretend anymore, stalking her neck to speak with a straight face. The policeman looked at her sharply. "Then do you know that murder is against the law?" "I've told you. They're not dead. They're going to Hades. Besides, if I didn't give them food and drink, they'd have starved to death long ago. And it's enough to let them live this much longer." Such ignorant and fearless old ladies are the toughest to deal with a whole lot of crooked reasoning, and the policeman waved his hand irritably at the people behind him. "Cuff them and take them away." Hey, what do you want?" The old lady twisted her body vigorously, fighting back. "Ka-ching, you can't torture me. I'm a good citizen or a poor peasant. I'm a good person," the old lady shouted at the top of her voice. The policeman snorted coldly. "There's no such thing now. Breaking the law is breaking the law. Wait for the gun. I'm not afraid of eating guns, as long as our family can have a queen. Good grandson. You watch from heaven. Those two dead girls' life can't be exchanged for you. Plus grandma's. You will definitely come to our house next year." The old woman was unrepentant, even shouting up to the sky as if she had done so much for the family. "Don't shout." Sun Fei's thin lips slightly opened. Her eyes faintly said, "You have no grandchildren in your life. Your family is extinct." Chapter 3, Come near him and you will die. Mother *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** that our family will have 3 boys in the future. Sun Feiha's words could be considered to have poked the old lady's lungs, and immediately scolded with a red face and thick neck. When Sun Feiha heard this, the arc of her mouth looked slightly wider, and said sarcastically, "The so-called master in your mouth is a liar. Did you give him all of your family's savings? And even made an IOU for $300. The old lady was shocked and said, "How do you know?" She was certain that she and the master were the only two people who knew about this matter. That guru is a street-walking crook who walks one place and shoots another, and is now gone. No way. No way. He said there would be a boy in our family. Sun Feiha stared into her eyes and said in a light tone, "Your family won't have any more children. Your son is destined to have only 2 daughters. The old lady spat vigorously on the ground and scolded, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's Lu Ruyan can't have a baby. My son is strong, as long as he repudiates Lu Ruyan. This stinking, the following are sure to be male children." Sun Feiha looked at her obstinate expression and let out a low laugh. If your son repudiated Lu Ruyan, he would be destined to end up alone in the future. Do you know that if you didn't have Lu Ruyan's good human destiny in the way, you should have died last year when you had a high fever and your son would have accidentally fallen because of repairing the roof, and would have been paralyzed in his bed ever since. With Sun Feiha's words su-su, those who knew the inside story immediately changed their complexion. God! Last year the old lady did have a high fever. The village doctors all said it was incurable, and then for some reason she got well again. Yes. And Ruyan Lu's man. Last year when it snowed heavily, he did fall off the roof, and if it wasn't for Ruyan Lu reaching out to stop him, he would have surely fallen straight onto the hard bricks. This damned old woman, taking advantage of Lu Ruyan and getting someone's daughter killed. How vicious. Death by 1,000 cuts is not too much. Bah! Sun Feiha looked at the old lady's slightly changed color, continued, "Lady, if not dead, later we'll meet a good man, willing to join the family." The first one gave birth to a boy. The man developed, took your whole family into the city. You became the old lady everyone envied. There is endless money, and heavy grandchildren. But unfortunately all this was destroyed by your own hands. The more beautiful the picture Sun Feiha described, the more the old lady's heart was like a knife twisting, and in the dark, she felt that what Sun Feiha said was true. Ah! The old lady suddenly cried painfully on her back, and was forcefully racked and stuffed into the car. She twisted her head to look at Sun Feiha, her eyes pleading, "Master, can you change my son's fate, and leave a descendant for our family?" The corner of Sun Feiha's mouth hooked up a mocking smile, slightly shook his head. "Can't. Your family is more than just extinct. After you die, you have to go to the 7th floor of hell to suffer the punishment of flogging for 10 years, and be reduced to a fish and meat in life and in the rest of the world." The light voice, however, made the old woman's scalp tingle and her body tremble. Sun Feiha's words are even more painful to Lu Ruyan. She vigorously pounded herself, lost her voice and cried, "Blame me. If it is not me, this old died last year. How can my daughter have this disaster today? All blame me." Lu Ruyan was lying on the ground crying in pain. Sun Feiha went up and patted her shoulder, comforting her, "Don't worry. Blessings and misfortunes come hand in hand. Your mother-daughter destiny is not a bad one. There will always be a life where she'll still be thrown into your belly." Ruyan Lu looked up, her gaze hopeful as she asked, "Really?" Sun Feiha nodded faintly. Lu Ruyan only had a trace of essence, looked at the man squatting on the ground, gritted his teeth and said, "2 bolts. From now on we two no longer have any relationship. I'll go back to my mother's home today." When the marriage was also not pulled the certificate, and now separate naturally do not need any formalities. Airbolt panicked and knelt on the ground, slapped his face vigorously and begged, "Don't go. The master has said that if you go, I will have to die alone in the future." The policeman looked at Sun Feiha and asked hesitantly, "Are you telling the truth?" Sun Feiha nodded her head affirmatively, put away her serious expression and smiled lightly. "I never tell lies. Officer, do you want to tell your fortune? I think you need to." The policeman coughed lightly, looked around, and murmured in a whisper, "How much?" Seeing the business coming to her door, Sun Feiha smiled, "I don't want your money, just help me buy a sleeper to the capital a day later." "Why a day later?" Sun Feiha but smiled and didn't say anything until the police officer nodded. Then she lightly opened her thin lips. "I observe that your face has a bright frontal bone and a long physiognomy line, which means that you have a long life expectancy, but the dark circles under your eyes are very heavy. Your eyebrows are black, and your eyebrows are standing up and scattered, which is a sign that death is coming. Officer, when you go grocery shopping tonight, make sure you stay away from the man in yellow, and remember, go as far away as you can. Why? Come near him and you shall die." Sun Feiha said solemnly. The police did not know whether to believe it or not, just looked at her heavily, and led the team away. "Chief, you don't really believe that girl, do you? That's all a lie. Believe in science." The policeman did not speak, but closed his eyes slightly, and got off at the door. the rest did not need him to worry about, and while it was not dark, he bought some vegetables and went home to cook for his daughter. The food market was crowded and he turned around after buying his groceries and collided with a middle-aged man. The policeman hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry." The moment he looked up, his pupils snapped shut. "Be sure to stay away from the man in the yellow." The policeman subconsciously took a step back, and it was this small step that saved his life, only to see the man violently waving the knife in his hand, slashing through his neck, and the policeman threw the dish in his hand at the man and, with all his strength, pulled his legs out and ran, with the man in yellow chasing after him, and was finally held down by the security guards at the food market. Unable to move, the policeman rubbed his neck and gasped heartily. Chapter 4, Red Pants. The people around them dispersed, and Sun Feihua walked slowly towards home, pushing open the courtyard door and looking at the family sitting in the courtyard eating sweetly. Sun Feihua casually closed the door and said faintly, "Eating quite fragrantly." Niu Daihua lifted her eyelids and impatiently scolded, death-defying, "Where did you go to fool around at night? You didn't come back for a night. I'm telling you, if you have a sinful seed in your belly, get the hell out of here." Niu Daihua, extraordinarily large, would not have been soundproof walled yard, just finished. The head of the neighbors had been exposed, vowing to eat a handful of melons. "Am I as Thai as you? The big pants are red. You had fun yesterday." Sun Fei's faint words made Niu Dahua subconsciously clench her legs, sheepishly glanced at Sun Tang, and cursed with her face reddening, "I'll wear whatever I want to wear. It's up to you." Sun Fei's eyes slowly searched the yard as if she saw something satisfying. Striding over to her, her mouth lightly retorted, "I don't care what you're wearing, but uncle, do you want to know what she did yesterday?" Sun Tang drank a mouthful of rice and said vaguely without lifting his head, "What else can I do? I went to watch the wheat at night, when the country wheat had to be dried, and there wasn't enough room in the house. Everyone spread out on the highway and took turns at night." Sun Feihua shook her head fervently. "More than just looking at my last night wearing red pants with the old king next door." Ahem! The neighbor's eyes snapped wide open. Niu Dahua couldn't hold back any longer and directly picked up the bowl in his hand and smashed it against Sun Feihua. Sun Feihua took a step back and looked at the grim-faced Sun Tang and said, "Do you want to tell your fortune, uncle? I'm actually quite accurate at fortune-telling." Sun Tang gritted his teeth and looked at Niu Dahua and asked, "Is it true?" Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. She lied. "It's all a lie, uncle. I promise I'm telling the truth. You give me 200 and I can tell you the whole story." Sun Tang looked at Niu Dahua with an uncertain gaze, took out $200 from his pocket and put it on the table, and said grimly, "Tell me everything you know." Sun Feihua picked up the money and put it in his pocket, casually placing the stick he had just picked up on the table. Niu Dahua has played with Master Wang many times, giving 50 at a time. She can save up a large sum of private money. It is in the wall in the lower left corner of the kitchen. Not only Master Wang, Uncle Li, old man's son, even the old bachelors in the back of the village have a share. By the way, yesterday the first half of the night is with the old Wang. The second half of the night after you went to replace. She did not go home, directly sleep in the old bachelor's house. Yesterday red pants at least 3 people smelled. The following words Sun Tang had already heard nothing. He only felt his mind was filled with blood. Copied the stick at hand. The stick fell on the back of Niu Dahua with force. Niu Dahua was beaten to hold his head. From the beginning of the refusal to admit, to the final loud begging for mercy, Sun Tang stopped panting, and Niu Dahua was already lying on the ground holding her legs and wailing. "How did you know about that?" "Ho," the neighbor asked, watching the fun. "I'm counting, uncle. Do you want to count? As long as it's 200, I'll count anything," Sun Feihua enthusiastically marketed. The neighbor shrunk back when he heard he wanted money. Sun Tang threw away the stick in his hand, looked at her and said, "Other than that, is there more? Did she give those wild men to spend my money?" Sun Feihua didn't answer but touched her stomach and said, "I haven't eaten yet." Sun Tang kicked Niu Dahua and chided, "Get up and go cook." Niu Dahua didn't dare to retort, and could only hatefully glare at Sun Feihua. Sun Feihua didn't care and said, "I see that your seal is black. Do you want to tell a fortune?" Niu Dahua covered his aching body and said viciously, "What did you say?" Said turned around and copied the broom next to him. "A look of you do not recognize the wrong. I'm going to beat you to death." The afterglow of the heart to look at Sun Tang, to see that he did not mean to block. His face immediately showed a malicious smile. The corner of Sun Feihua's mouth hooked up into a mocking smile, and her fingers flicked the hem of her coat. "Good words are hard to persuade, damn ghosts. Damn girl, you dare to curse me." Niu Dahua held the broom straight towards Sun Feihua. Suddenly her left foot tripped over her right foot and she fell straight to the ground. Her chin violently knocked on the bucket of water, and suddenly blood flowed straight out. Niu Dahua tried to help the bucket to climb up. The bucket suddenly rolled, and unchecked, under the hands of the force. We heard the wrist click, the next second powerless droop. Nyo Daihua wailed violently, covered his arm, and rolled all over the ground. Look, if you gave me $200, wouldn't you be spared this disaster? Sun Fei Huatsket and shook her head fervently. How to say that Nyo Dahua was also his own daughter-in-law? And Sun Fei's action like this was challenging his authority in Sun Tang's eyes. Xiao He, what are you talking about? Also too cruel. How to say she is also your aunt? Serving you to eat, serving you to drink. No credit but also have hard work. Sun Fei's eyes turned and her tone was light. Hijacking my house and kicking me out is also called a labor of love? You are also really shameless. Such a big person with hands and feet, but still come to occupy my house, is also disgusting enough. Sun Tang did not expect that his niece, who was usually weak and allowed to be beaten and scolded, did not tremble like before and actually dared to retort, and his eyes suddenly became ferocious. Xiao He, what are you talking about? We are family. How could I take over your house? When you grow up, I'll give it back to you. Not hijacking my house, kicking me out of the room I was supposed to be in and making me sleep in the utility room? Give me shabu shabu water? Your daughters and son sleep comfortably in one room, and you are not bad, sleeping in my parents' bed. Are you not afraid they will come to you at night to claim your life? Sun Tang inexplicably felt a chill all over his body, but he still held on strongly. Xiao He, even if you don't like me, there's no need for you to accuse me so falsely, right? Sun Feiha bared her smile. Knowing that I don't like you, you still moved to my house. You really are a, since you don't want to dominate my house, do you dare to swear? Swear that you haven't moved this thought, or else you will be struck by the heavens and not be allowed to die. Every time you step into my house it's like a million poisonous insects tearing at you. Sun Feiha said. The black pupils slowly spread until they filled this eye socket. With his dark eyes staring at Sun Tang in such a way, Sun Tang only felt his breath catch, as if he was about to break. Don't dare? Sun Tang dryly swallowed without saying anything, but it was the people around him who skimmed their mouths and made noises. I say, Sun Tang, are you a man or not? Since you didn't want to take over someone's house, you should have sworn. How dare he? He's just trying to hog the house. Or else his brother and sister-in-law could have dragged the family all the way over here when their bodies were still cold. That's it. This whole family has lost their cheek. Bah! Cowards! Chapter 5, Your vow is coming true. The surrounding murmurs were endless. Sun Tang only felt that his face was lost cleanly. Instantly his face turned red, shouting loudly at the crowd. Shut up! You dare to do not dare to let us say. I tell you, Sun Tang, don't want to borrow my family's foreign car in the future. I feel dirty even if you enter my house. The old lady standing in front pointed at Sun Tang and cursed away. That's right, our family is also. Let's go to my house to borrow foreign fire. No fire, go to buy. You are so wolfish, don't teach my children bad. We usually have a long-standing grudge, but it's Nyo Daihua who is in the forefront, and we don't have a positive conflict with Sun Tang. So every time Sun Tang goes to the house to borrow something, everyone is too embarrassed not to borrow it. And now, after tearing their faces apart, they want to come and borrow something? No way. Sun Tang narrowed his eyes and said in a slow voice, as long as I swear, you will believe me? Sun Feihan nodded affirmatively. Sun Tang's face flashed with mockery once. He didn't believe in any heavenly strikes at all. He only thought about how to teach his disobedient niece a lesson tonight. Sun Tang opened his mouth without any hesitation. I, Sun Tang, hereby swear that if I try to hijack the house here, I will not be allowed to die, and I will be struck down by lightning from heaven. There's also the fact that every time I step into my house it's as if millions of poisonous insects are tearing at it. The pain is excruciating. Sun Feiha added, slowly looking at the sky. Sun Tang sneered. Every time I step into this home it's like millions of poisonous insects are tearing at me. The pain is unbearable. Is this okay? Sun Feiha's fingers moved slightly and she cocked her head with a faint smile. Yes. Saying that, he slowly took a step back. His hands wrapped around his chest and looked at Sun Tang with a light smile, but his mouth said, everyone make way. Don't get involved again when the lightning strikes him later. The crowd froze for a moment, and although they knew there would be no thunder, they cooperated and took a step back to show their dislike for Sun Tang. Sun Tang gave a sharp gasp, clenched his back teeth vigorously, glared fiercely at Sun Feiha, and prepared to get up and go back to the house. Wait, uncle, I'll give you a free gift. Your vow is coming true. Sun Tang gave her a stern look. Just then, suddenly the clear sky suddenly became dark. The wind rose. The gentle and warm wind instantly became wild, rolled up the gravel on the ground. The trees were blown to the west. The villagers watching are whispering, is this going to rain? The words just fell. A thick thunder straight on the ground. A flash of thunder shadow in front of their eyes. The crowd was so scared that they sat on the ground. Those who were far away ran out. and those who were in front of them immediately had a sense of celebration after the robbery. The most scared one was still Suntang. He felt that the thunder just now was only a millimeter away from him, but if he had just given it all a go, this thunder would have struck him straight on. He was so scared that he directly paralyzed on the ground with weak legs and crawled around with a messy stick trying to find a place to hide. Then one after another, the thunder continued to strike. No matter where Suntang ducked, the thunder could accurately strike at his side. Suntang directly touched his head to the ground, and loudly begged for forgiveness. I was wrong. Don't strike me. I'll leave right away. And I don't dare to think about hijacking the house anymore. Please God, please let me go. The thunder and lightning seemed unmoved, one after the other, and Suntang shivered as he slumped to the ground between his legs already wet and muddy. Suntang was lying on the ground trembling, and Sun Feihe counted silently in her heart, waiting until the 10 thunder strikes were finished before slowly going forward. Those who saw it with their own eyes were shocked by the scene. Hey, Xiaohua, do you really know how to tell fortunes? Why haven't I heard of it before? Stone asked smilingly with his hands in his pockets. Sun Feihe looked around in a mysterious manner and whispered, I just fell asleep and an old grandpa nudged me on the head, so I'm especially accurate in fortune telling. Really? Then can you do the math for me? Fine. $200. Given that you're the first to take the initiative to eat crabs, 100 will do. Stone quickly took out 100 and handed it to Sun Feihe. Calculate when I can have a son? Ha ha ha. Aren't you making it difficult for Xiaohe? Your wife is a famously boring chicken. She hasn't laid a single egg in 10 years. Stone raised his foot and kicked the man, looking at Sun Feihe with expectant eyes. Sun Feihe counted with her fingers and said with a slight frown, if you hurry home now, I'm afraid the baby won't be able to keep it. Stone asked eagerly, how so? Your wife is getting ready to go out to do the laundry, and on the way she'll step on a small stone, fall, and lose the baby. Before Sun Feihe's words fell, the stone had already run out of sight. Ha, small lotus talk kinda bluff. Sun Feihe but smiled, kicked Suntang, who was lying on the ground, his voice mocking, the thunder has finished. You should roll, right? Suntang shivered and carefully raised his head. Looking at the sky, the black clouds had dissipated. At this time there were no clouds in the sky, as if everything just now was an illusion, but he knew it was true. Suntang stood up trembling and ran towards the door with Niu Dahua in his arms. Sun Feihe turned to him. There's still your precious daughter in the house. You're not taking her away? Suntang clenched his teeth, put Niu Dahua on the ground, turned around and went to the house. But I don't know why. Usually come and go freely home. Now the foot just of the foot. It seems like there are countless bugs climbing all over his body. He lifted the clothes. There is nothing in it, but he can obviously feel the poisonous bugs biting him, making him pain unbearable. He suddenly thought of the oath that Sun Feihe had just asked him to make, and immediately looked at Sun Feihe with red eyes. It's you. Is it you who messed up? I'll get you killed. Saying that, he directly pounced on Sun Feihe. Sun Feihe's body slightly retreated, dodging this lunge of Suntang, lifting his foot and kicking at Suntang's chest. Suntang only felt as if he had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. He felt that the ribs in his chest must have been broken, and the pain caused him to cover his chest and lie down on the ground and wail. Sun Feihe sked, impatiently walked into the house, lifted Sun Mengyao's collar and threw it out. To Suntang, wanna howl home slowly howl. Don't worry, in the future you have more time to cry. Uncle, I'll send you another fortune. You are bound to have no harvest this year, and contracted a serious illness. Save your tears and cry well in the future. Suntang exasperatedly reached out his hand shivering and pointed at Sun Feihe. Sun Feihe slightly narrowed her eyes and smiled faintly. It seems that you have not grown a lesson. Your finger, I see, not to let it go. You can watch it. One day it's gone. Don't blame others. The light words made Suntang immediately feel a chill on his back and shivered violently. He felt that the current Sun Feihe was a bit evil and could only leave for the time being and wait for a later date. After Suntang thought about it, he clamped one hand on Sun Mengyao on the ground and dragged her towards the door. The people watching outside dodged their bodies. Chapter 6, You'll choke to death. He's gone, and the people watching are huddled together, just waiting for Stone to come back. Sun Feihe calmly turned to the crowd and said, Who wants this house? I want to sell the house. Ha? You're really selling? Xiaohua. This is no joke. Where will you live without a house? Although we all covet such a good red tile house, but none of them is a person with a bad conscience. And what should be said must still be said. Sun Feihe faintly shook her head and said, I'm going to travel in all directions to fulfill the fated. The people around her wanted to laugh, but they could only hold back for fear of embarrassing her. Seeing this, Sun Feihe didn't explain much, but looked at the crowd and said, 3,000. Whoever takes the money, this house is whose. You're really selling? Then I'll really buy it. An older man spoke up. Sun Feihe said with a faint smile, Of course. The uncle pulled $3,000 out of his pocket without saying a word. Here's my money for the piglets. Here you go. Sun Feiha took over and carefully counted once. Confirming that there is no mistake to the uncle said, we have a destiny. I'll give you a free fortune telling. The uncle said cheerfully. Yes. Don't raise hogs this year. There's swine fever in a month and you'll be out of blood and therefore in debt. And you won't be able to turn around for 10 years. The older man's face went cold. Are you serious? Xiao He. You're a god. Stone ran back from the distance. My daughter-in-law is really pregnant. The village doctor felt her pulse. Ha ha ha. I, Stone, finally have my own child. Stone's excitement was overflowing, so that proved that Sun Feiha is some ability in the body. The uncle very solemnly thanked Sun Feiha, and promised to come 3 days to take possession of the house. Nothing works in the village, but gossip travels fastest. Have you heard? Xiao was asleep by the gods, opened the eyes of heaven. Now fortune-telling, a fortune-telling accurate. True or false? How come I don't know? This can still be false. I saw it with my own eyes. Xiao Hua pinched the finger to count. Stone daughter-in-law that boring chicken are pregnant. My god. Then I'm going to do the math. Go, 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 I'm going too. By the time the village had assembled, Sun Feiha had already sat in the courtyard. Ho, it's my turn. Here's $200. What are you going to count? I want to ask if my son's girlfriend is any good. This is the birth date I inquired about. Not bad. This girl is kind and beautiful. She's a match made in heaven with your son. The two people's destinies help each other out, and they're sure to be rich and famous in the future. Is it really that good? This girl's family is also good. Brother and sister get along well with each other. A peaceful family. The older woman left joyfully. 2 more counts. The people in the queue behind them just wanted to go forward. Sun Feiha smiled faintly and said, today's trigrams are over. If you want to count, please be early tomorrow. As soon as she said this, the people behind her were anxious. Don't, Xiao Hua, give auntie a place in line. I'll add money. Add 20. Sun Feiho was unmoved. I'll add 50. I'll add 80. As the numbers got higher and higher, Sun Feiho calmly waved her hand and said, there's only so much you can do in a day. Slow down. Her attitude was so determined that the people in line behind her could only reluctantly exit the courtyard. The crowd dispersed, and Sun Feiha couldn't maintain her image any longer, so she went back to the house and lay down on the bed. Pounding his aching leg, he mentally cursed his master a few times. Speaking of the devil, a black hole suddenly appeared on the ground, and Sun Feiha pouted, saying in an annoyed tone, what for? Hey, I haven't seen my precious disciple for a day, haven't I? The heart wants to panic. Sun Feiha's lips pursed slightly and she muttered in a small voice, for old age. The judge was unconcerned. His tone even carried an inviting tone. Little Lotus, this body that master has found for you is a big deal. Her own parents are prominent figures in the imperial capital. If you go to them, you'll be able to eat fragrant food and drink hot water, and you won't have to worry about anything in this life. Sun Feiho looked at him in disbelief. The judge, in order to strive to preserve the truth, then said, you now go to this place on the mountain. There is 100 years of ginseng here. The grandmother of the original body needs this to hang on to her life. You take this, even if they do not recognize you, and give you a sum of money, it will be enough for you to eat and drink. Sun Feiha gazed at him with a sly look. Can't you dig it up and give it to me? The judge hurriedly shook his head and said, that's no good. I can't touch the mortal world. There's another good thing on the mountain that you wouldn't expect. As soon as Sun Feiha thought that she still had to climb the mountain, she was so angry that she picked up the wooden stick next to her and smashed it directly into the ground. The judge closed the passage with a quick hand. Exasperated, Sun Feiha laid down on the bed and rolled, sighing deeply. Sighs are sighs, and what needs to be done is not missing at all. The fog lingered in the deep mountains, and the half-man-high grass was covered with crystal-clear dew, easily wetting Sun Feiha's clothes. Arriving at her destination, she crouched down and began to dig. Suddenly behind her she felt a sharp and icy gaze cast on her. The air around her instantly became serious and grave. The insect chirps all quieted down quite a bit, only the rustling leaves clattered. Turning around with a jerk, she saw 2 pythons clambering up the 2-man thick tree, their bodies intertwined, with one man's thick body raised high, their grim eyes staring at her. Sun Feiho immediately realized that this was the good stuff that Master said. The snake gall of the spirit snake can be used as medicine. Ordinary people can cure all diseases, and cultivators can enhance the purity of the spirit vein, and she is in need of this now that her magic power is weak. But looking at the 2 pythons in front of her, the heart cursed. She is now not through the body of mana. To deal with it can be 2 estimates hanging. Look, here comes our food. One of the tan-colored pythons, the python spitting next to him, salivated. It just so happens I'm hungry. Give me this to eat. The tan-colored python looked up and down. Fine. But you're not taking it from me next. The green glowing python didn't reply, but spat out its letters and looked at Sun Feiha with an icy gaze. Its body sliding down sharply. Its head raised high, a posture of obvious offense. Sun Feiha watched its movements and narrowed her eyes slightly. You're going to eat me? The python didn't expect Sun Feiha to speak to it and froze for a moment. Yeah, I'm hungry. The next second there was a reaction and let out a laugh. I'm so stupid. How could this tiny human understand me? Sun Feiha's tone was light. I advise you to eat something else. Eat me, I'm afraid you'll choke to death. The python stopped its attack and wondered. Can you really understand me? Sun Feiha nodded faintly. The brownish-colored python was impatient. What are you wasting your time with her for? Just eat her. Chapter 7, Your father wants to be a ghostbuster. The python was a bit intolerant. It's the first time I've met a human who can talk to me, and I don't want to eat it. The brownish-yellow python glanced at it and slowly stretched its body, climbing on other trees and blocking Sun Feiha's way out. Its body snaking around in an attempt to get closer to Sun Feiha as it spoke impatiently. In that case, I'm not going to be polite. Saying that, he raised his huge head and instantly opened his bloody mouth and leapt towards her. Sun Feiha sighed helplessly. Originally, I thought that cultivation is not easy. Since you seek death, then don't blame me. Saying this, his eyes turned steeply cold, and his aura changed violently, killing aura overflowing in all directions. Looking closer and closer to the mouth of the snake, Sun Feiha unhurried hands pinch knots, fingers change, the thin aura between the mountains and forests instantly to her body. But unfortunately, the aura is too little, cannot satisfy the Sun Feiha to cast spells, only to see Sun Feiha cold snort, lightly biting fingertips, bright red beads of blood instantly emerged, one hand in the air to draw the decision, to be a bright red font without a book to show themselves, lightly heave a go. The red Dharma decree was like an arrow that left Hyun's head running towards the direction of the snake's mouth. The python didn't care. His eyes were ice cold as he looked at Sun Feiha. He only wanted to have a full meal right now. The red spell rushed into the snake's mouth and instantly exploded. The giant head that was still majestic just now instantly became split into pieces. Blood splattered, and the huge snake's body fell helplessly to the ground, and the mountains trembled. The python that was watching the battle from the side instantly shrunk its neck, and Sun Feiha, who was drenched in blood, slowly went up and dug out the snake's bile, drew a talisman to seal it, and put it in his pocket. Are you going to eat me again? Don't want to. Don't kill me. Sun Feiha snorted coldly. It's best if you don't have this idea. The python nodded its huge head repeatedly, its body cautiously shrinking back, and Sun Feiha's eyes looked at it faintly. You want to run? The body that was cautiously shrinking backward stopped at once, and the whole snake body stiffened for a moment before the python dryly said, No, I didn't want to run. Sun Feiha slightly raised her chin. Go, that ginseng, dig it out for me. But I don't have any hands. Is your tail for show? But if you lose a bit of skin, I'll make you look good. Late at night in the mountain forest, only to see a giant python, condescendingly holding its tail and digging out the ginseng little by little, carefully holding it in front of Sun Feiha's eyes. Sun Feiha nodded in satisfaction and took it in stride down the mountain. What are you two doing with me? Sun Feiha turned to the two ghosts floating behind her. The two ghosts looked like they were already past their prime, and you were pushing and shoving, as if they had something to hide. Sun Feiha frowned impatiently. If you have something to say, if you don't, I'll have to send you all to your deaths. Saying that, he violently raised his hand, and the old lady hurriedly opened her mouth. Master, be merciful, we would like to ask you for a favor. Sun Feiha looked at the two and said, only 5 trigrams are counted in a day, and only 5 things are done. More waiting for tomorrow, but it's after midnight now. It's kind of the next day. Sun Feiha looked at her watch. It was indeed past 12 o'clock. Do you have any money? Is plutonium okay? Sun Feiha rolled her eyes silently, and without saying a word, she turned around and left. The old man hurriedly retained. Master, the two of us are willing to take a lifetime's worth of merit as payment. When she heard merit, Sun Feiha's eyes lit up. Ring in equal to. Coughing lightly, he turned around and said, Okay then, what's going on you guys? The old lady sighed. We were notified by the Ghostbusters below to come and get them? Picking up your children and grandchildren? Regarding the netherworld, no one was more familiar with it than Sun Feiha, because she had the judge as a mountain at her back, and she had played all over the hell. The old lady immediately nodded and gave a full account of what had happened. It turns out that tomorrow their son will die horizontally. The ghost messenger notified them to come out early. Once the time comes to pick up the person back, the two people, although reluctant to give up, can only follow the orders of the ghost messenger. You guys think I can keep him? Sun Feiha looked at the two men. The two of them glanced at each other. We have been underground for so long, We still have this bit of eyesight. You are emanating an aura that is not far behind the judges. You are this. Looking at the thumbs up, Sun Feihua raised her fist against her mouth and waved her hand modestly. I promise to pay first. Hearing Sun Feihua's promise, the two immediately reached out and dug into their chests, yanking out a white thread and carefully placing it into her hands. The white thread instantly merging into star points the moment it touched her body. Satisfied, Sun Feihua waved his hand at the two men and asked for the child's address and the exact time before descending the mountain. Master Koho, are you awake? The courtyard door was slammed. The raucous voices outside the door made Sun Feihua get up in annoyance. Her eyes were now fierce. If the little ghosts of hell saw them, they would definitely have to retreat. But the knocking at the door continued in a death-defying manner. When she angrily opened the door, she only saw a panda-eyed Hanyu flopping down on his knees, crying with a snotty nose and a tearful face. Master, please save me. If I don't get some sleep, I'll die. Then guess if I'll die if I don't get enough sleep? Sun Feihua said through gritted teeth. The Hanyu pointed to his face and said in aggravation, look at my dark circles under my eyes. I really can't wait a moment. Master, I'm willing to pay more. This is 500. You keep it. For the sake of money. Sun Feihua turned around and sat on the stool, cold-faced. What do you want to count? Hanzi seems like a little daughter-in-law. Whispered, I have been continuously for a month cannot sleep at night. Every time I fall asleep, my deadbeat dad came to find me. Either scolded me waste or scolded me useless. He wants money. I have already burned, but he is still not let go of me. Yesterday my mother also came, said that giving birth to me is not as good as giving birth to a steamed bun. Master, you say what is going on here? What's going on? Humph. It was the annual public job fair in hell recently. Your dad wanted to be a ghost messenger. He didn't have enough seniority and tried to bribe his way in, but you ended up burning too little money. He's still on the waiting list until now. Oh, and he's still in last place. So I'll burn some more now? Can. At night to ask how much you really want. Once burn enough book. Only more. When he became a ghost messenger will not pester you. By the way, the hell of the public office is also to check the bottom of the case. Not only him, there are also your immediate family members such as you. If there is a black record, and then bride cannot be when? The man asked anxiously. What is called a black record? Does it count if I secretly cursed someone? And fought with people? Sun Feihua waved her hand. It doesn't count. It only counts if you've been in jail. The Hanyu let out a long sigh of relief. I'm glad I didn't drag my feet. Master, do you think my dad can get it? If he gets it, I'll give him a little more effort. Burn some Mautai, big cars and so on, and I'll be able to become a second-generation government official. Sun Feihua glanced at him with a cold brow, and the Hanyu instantly pursed his mouth tightly and carefully backed out. Chapter 8, Where's the yokel? When the gate opened, the people outside poured in consciously, and those who were in the first 4 rows could not mention how beautiful their hearts were. Hustle to get out what you want to count. Looking at the sun almost, Sun Feihua walked out of the courtyard door and stood at the fork in the road, when he was greeted by a stout man, who greeted him warmly and respectfully. Master he. Sun Feihua's eyes looked at him lightly and answered, are you going to help? The man paused for a moment, thinking of Sun Feihua's ability, not surprised at all, and nodded with a smile. Ningxi's family's kitchen is going to be rebuilt, so I'm going to go and get my hands dirty. Well, go back. Ha? The man scratched his head and curiously followed up with, why? Sun Feihua's eyes faintly swept over, her thin lips lightly opened. You seem to be flat between your eyebrows, and the arch of your eyebrows is rising, which means that you are honest and good-natured. But at this time, your bone joints are sagging, which proves that there is a transgression to happen to you, which is life-threatening. The man's heart thumped, and he quickly asked, where is the crossroads? How do I avoid it? Master Lotus, you must save me. Sun Feihua nodded calmly and said in a light tone, if you go to help now, the house will collapse and crush your entire body underneath, and the bricks will smash your skull, killing you instantly. The man's legs were too weak to stand when he heard Sun Feihua's words, and his lips squirmed a few times, not being able to make any sound at all, so he could only look at her with an eager gaze. Sun Feihua slightly waved her hand and said, go home. Stay closed for a day from this point. After this, you can live until the end of your life. The man was busy nodding his head, turned around and was about to leave, when he suddenly thought of something, fumbled in his pocket for a while, and hastily took out $20, and shamefully said, Xiao He, Uncle went out today and brought this much money. Don't mind if it's too little for you. Sun Feihua didn't even look at him. Her eyes looked straight at him and her tone was light. No need. Your honorarium has already been paid by someone. The man cautiously followed up with, who? Who could have known beforehand and paid his reward in advance? Sun Feihua's gaze became dark and deep with a hint of meaning. You have a good pair of parents. The man was slightly stunned for a moment, As if he had thought of something, his lips quirked, his eyes reddened a little, and he nodded heavily before turning away. The day went by in a flash, and early in the morning the policeman in plainclothes drove himself to pick up Sun Feiha, handing her the train ticket before he got on the train. Sun Feiha smiled as she got in the car and waved her hand at him. "Officer, tell your daughter to stay away from yellow hair in the future. That's not a good thing." The policeman nodded with great approval and watched her leave. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The noise of the train made her very uncomfortable, and the hard bed was a far cry from her nest. "Hey!" Sun Feiha decided not to sleep and sat down with her knees crossed and her palms up. "Hey, what are you doing?" the clinical girl asked curiously. "You look like a Taoist priest like that." Sun Feiha opened and scanned her for a second, and immediately put a light smile on her face and said, "Taoist priests can't be counted, but I'm especially good at fortune-telling. Do you want to count it?" The girl's eyes widened. "You really would?" Sun Feiha nodded her head affirmatively. "As good as fake, as fair and square. It's just that this price is a bit expensive. This number." Sun Feiha held out 2 fingers. The girl shook her head in disbelief. "But how do I know if your math is true or not?" "That's fine. I'll say something that only you know. If I'm right you pay me, if not I don't get a cent." Seeing her speak with such certainty, the girl nodded. "You're from the capital." "But, you know that even from my accent." "Don't worry. Your name is Nan Xiaoyu. You have a sister and a brother. Your parents are in love and your family is rich." As soon as Sun Feiha's words fell, Nan Xiaoyu's eyes turned extraordinarily meaningful. There were quite a few people who wanted to get close to her, but such a novel way was the first. Sun Feiha instantly understood what she was thinking and didn't care in the slightest. When you were 10 years old, you liked a boy, but the boy didn't like you. You didn't die to secretly cook for him, burned your hand, and put, well, Nan Xiaoyu awkwardly reached out and covered her mouth, her face reddening. "Don't say it, I believe you." This matter Nan Xiaoyu did not tell anyone, because it was too embarrassing. Pei Jia threw her handmade rice in front of the whole school, causing her to lose face. "Now that you believe that, what do you want to count?" Nan Xiaoyu's face suddenly turned a little red, and she whispered, "I want to calculate my marriage. You're supposed to have a boy you're dating right now. You like him a lot? The boy's family is not well off and at one point he tried to break up with you. You're sneaking out this time to find him. You want to tell him you'd like to run away with him." Nan Xiaoyu covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes glazed over. "I advise you not to go." "Why?" "Because the boy doesn't love you at all. He has a childhood friend but is weak and needs to hang on to high medical bills. His family doesn't approve. He sees you as a family man and you're easy to pin down." "What? This time you'll be left behind when you go. And he'll tell you that he can't bear the thought of your parents losing their daughter and wants you to carry a child. And that your parents will agree to it even if they don't." His method worked because you weren't an only daughter. After the marriage he managed to create an accident that caused your brother and sister to die suddenly. Your parents couldn't withstand the shock and followed. He took the opportunity to take over the company and brought his childhood friend to live with him. Your son would recognize that woman as his own mother. And you ended up being kicked out of your home and dying of depression. The words fell and there was only silence in the room for a long time. You're lying to me, aren't you?" "I never lie." "What if I don't go? What happens?" "If you call it a day, you'll meet a quality man arranged by your parents and marry him and have a family and be happy for the rest of your life." "What about him?" Finally his parents could not carry his request, agreed to the marriage of the two. After the marriage he found Qingmei body although weak, but extraordinarily sensitive and thoughtful, from tenderness to fists and feet, and finally Qingmei gave him rat poison. Nan Xiaoyu looked at her with tearful eyes. Sun Feiha sighed, patted her back, and faintly said, "Cry if you want to. Life is just a lot of forks in the road. It's up to you to choose." "Wow, why is he doing this to me? I really like him." Nan Xiaoyu cried uncontrollably on her shoulder. "Thank you, I'm much better. Here's your money." Chapter 9, Your Death. Nan Xiaoyu huffed and pulled a broken bag from under the bed, pulling out a stack of money as thick as a moving brick from inside. "Here's 20,000. Take it." Sun Feiha's eyes lit up. "I did not expect 200 to turn into 20,000, and immediately took it with a smile. She really did not see wrong. This girl is a big fish. Nan Xiaoyu took the broken bag back, and Sun Feiha glanced at it and said in a ghostly tone, "It's full of money." "Yes, it looks like the bag is very heavy." Nan Xiaoyu upside down some effort. "In order to prevent my father to steal my card, I took out all the money ready to bring him. Afraid of people robbing, I specifically find the broken baguette. Haven't you ever thought that you're more appealing when you're so scantily clad and carrying a broken bag in your hand?" "Ha?" Nan Xiaoyu scratched her head. "Do people rob even broken bags?" Sun Feiha helplessly said, "If a beggar carries it, this bag naturally no one will grab it. But in your place, Others will see at a glance that the bag is definitely loaded with something very valuable. Nan Xiaoyu scrunched her neck in fear and carefully said, "What then?" Sun Feiha sighed and said, "Send Buddha to the west. I'm going to the capital. If it's convenient, I can send you home." "That's great. I'll go back to the capital too. We'll be together." "What's your name?" "Sun Fei Ho." "I'll call you Xiaohua then." "Don't you say, Xiaohua. You really look a bit familiar to me. Like I've seen you somewhere before." Sun Feiha's eyes turned slightly and said meaningfully, "Is that so? I went to the capital to search for my family. My adoptive parents brought me up, but they passed away 2 years ago. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to expose your scars. I know the capital well. I'm sure I can help you find your family. Don't bother. I've already figured out where my family is. I just need you to do me a favor. You're so good. You can figure this out. You name it, as long as I can help." "Don't worry. You sure can. If you can't find your parents, stay at my house and be my sister. I've wanted a sister since I was a kid." The more Nan Xiaoyu talked, the more eager she became, and began to rummage through her suitcase, laying out the things inside and asking Sun Feihe what she liked. Sun Feihe looked at the simple silly girl, slightly shook his head. This is if in the world of cultivation. Surely it is the hand of no. The enemy used to coerce the good props. After the train arrived at the station and stopped, Nan Xiaoyu crossed Sun Feihe's arm and got off the train. The broken bag on the suitcase was particularly eye-catching. Nan Xiaoyu knew nothing about it and Sun Feihe was enthusiastically introduced to her. The two girls walked forward side by side, and behind them, people with an interest in the matter glanced at each other and quietly trailed behind. Sun Fei was advancing steps lurched, then continued on with her face as normal. "Xiaoyu, do you know where to sell yellow paper and vermilion type?" Nan Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "I do know where there is a place that sells incense. My grandmother often goes there to buy it. A very old store, called Niche Fragrance Shy. Come on, let's go check it out." Since Sun Feiha wanted to go, she naturally had no problem with it, leading her to turn the direction towards the Niche Fragrance Zai, passing by an unoccupied alleyway. Sun Feiha led her to turn in. Looking at the empty alley, Nan Xiaoyu whispered, "Xiao He, you can't walk down an alley like this. My brother said that it's dangerous." Sun Feiha's mouth was tinged with a meaningful smile. "It's fine. Just wait here for a moment." Just as Nan Xiaoyu was confused, the alley immediately turned in two men. They didn't seem to expect that the two girls would be waiting here, and were surprised for a second, then said with a sardonic smile on their faces, "Since you're so sensible, hand over the stuff." Nan Xiaoyu scrunched her neck and hugged the broken bag, not saying a word. "Humph, if you don't do it until you've toasted, then don't blame me for not being polite." "Wait." Sun Feiha blocked Nan Xiaoyu behind her, smiled faintly and said, "Two big brothers, I see that you guys have bad luck today. Why don't you tell your fortune?" "I'm very accurate at telling fortunes. 200 at a time." 200? Isn't it 20,000? Before the man could speak, Nan Xiaoyu stretched her neck and asked curiously, "The difference in this statement? Look at these two big brothers, look like people who can afford $20,000? You have to learn to adapt to the situation and the material." Nan Xiaoyu nodded her head as if she understood, then shrunk back and stopped talking. "Bitch, you don't have to care if I go well or not, but I know that you guys are about to go badly." As soon as the words left his mouth, two men surrounded him. The light smile on Sun Feiha's face withdrew. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she couldn't help but cross a dark light in her eyes. "You guys are rejecting me?" The man's hand propped up his chin. The two of them glanced at each other with a lecherous gaze. "It's not impossible to tell a fortune, but we'd like to take off our clothes and do some math." Sun Feiha shook her head fervently. "I'm so good that I don't need to take off my clothes." "Stinking. I think you're pretending to be confused when you're trying to understand. Damn it, hand over everything of value on your body. Otherwise, don't blame me for having rough hands and touching something I shouldn't have." "Humph." The two of them gathered around, and Sun Feiha turned to Nan Xiaoyu, smiling faintly, "Good boy. Xiaoyu, close your eyes." Nan Xiaoyu closed her eyes with great conviction. "Oh, I'm closed." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh rang out, and Nan Xiaoyu's teeth were sore from listening to it, hearing only the clicking sound of bones breaking and the man's occasional wailing. "Okay, open your eyes." Hearing Sun Feiha's voice, Nan Xiaoyu carefully opened her eyes, only to see two men lying on the ground with bruises and swollen noses, covering their arms and wailing. Her eyes instantly turned starry-eyed at this point, with an incomparable light of adoration shining within them. Sun Feiha squatted down. "Tell your fortune? I'm pretty accurate. 200 at a time." At this moment, the man looked at Sun Feiha's expressionless face, as if he saw something horrible, and honestly took out $200 from his pocket. Sun Feiha's face instantly put on a light smile. "Good, customer. I advise you not to do this kind of unethical thing from now on. or else a week from now will be the time of your death. The body will be hung up in a tree for exhibition. The head will be cut off because of the torrential rains that have been falling and washing away the evidence, and the murderer will never be found." After saying that, Sun Feiha didn't care about his reaction. She stood up and led Nan Xiaoyu outside. "Ko-ho, was what you just said true? I never lie." Nan Xiaoyu swallowed her saliva, but in the end, curiosity took over and she asked in a low voice, "Why did people kill him?" Sun Feiha said in a light tone, "Because he will rob a pregnant woman next week." The pregnant woman did not keep the baby because of the shock. The man could not bear the blow. Ambushed him on the road that he must go through. A life for a life. Nan Xiaoyu's mind couldn't help but think of a rainy night, full of menacing people holding knives, slashing each other's necks one after another. Rain. Blood. Oops. Can't think. Nan Xiaoyu clutched her arm tightly with palpitations, and Sun Feiha stroked her head. Chapter 10, She's Going to Die. Niche Fragrance Shy is a small facade. There is only one young man inside. Saw the two girls come in, warmly greeted, "Two. What to buy?" "I want the best yellow paper and vermilion sand you have here." The young man looked Sun Feiha up and down for a second before bending down and taking out a few stacks of paper and vermilion boxes from under the counter. "See, this is the best we have in the store." Sun Feiha faced disgusted at a glance. Eyed him. "This is not. There are better. This cinnabar color are uneven. The age of not long also tragically mixed with a lot of debris. There is this yellow paper. The surface particles undulating. The color is not correct. Are some ordinary goods. The connoisseur a shot. No, there is no." Sun Feiha just simply swept a glance to see the pros and cons of it. The young man knows that this is encountered connoisseur. Suddenly face serious some. Respectfully said, "So it is an insider." "Inside please." Nan Xiaoyu's eyes widened steeply. She had been here so many times and had never been inside. The young man guided the two to the inner room. Opening one of the rooms, Sun Feiha's nose twitched slightly. "Not bad. Good vermilion." The young man smilingly took out what Sun Feiha needed and explained. "These things are all specially sought by our boss from the field. Not insiders do not show." "Why?" Nan Xiaoyu asked curiously. "There is a spirit in the heavens. The real thing is not to be drawn at will. When the time comes which rash man offends the real God, we are also afraid of suffering." Sun Feiha picked up one of the boxes of vermilion and yellow paper and said, "These two." Then she placed all the money she had on her body on the table, and the lad collected it before the two left. The two had just stepped out of the store when they were surrounded by several layers of sedans. The car door opened, and a secretary Zhao, dressed in a black suit with eyes, walked up to Nan Xiaoyu and respectfully said, "Miss, Mr. Nan is looking for you." Nan Xiaoyu bit her lip vigorously, shrinking behind Sun Feiha with some fear, leaning in and whispering in Sun Feiha's ear, "Xiaohua, my father can be fierce. I'm afraid he'll beat me. You stay with me." Secretary Zhao kept a smile on his face as if he hadn't heard it, and nodded slightly at Sun Feiha, his manners in place. Sun Feiha lifted her foot forward and said in a light tone, "Let's go." Nan Xiaoyu was instantly filled with smiles, casually throwing the broken bag to Secretary Zhao and smilingly saying, "Xiao He, you're still the best to me." The Nan family, located in the center of the capital, inches of gold in the mansion district, fame, family property, but where there is one thing that is not the top, cannot have the right to live here. The area is heavily guarded and no vehicles that are not registered can drive in. Sedan along the wide road, both sides in addition to carefully sculpted green. There are huge sums of money to build the rockery landscape. A step in a landscape said so. Nan Xiaoyu was used to it, her fingers nervously clutching the corner of Sun Feiha's coat, her face full of dependence, and Secretary Zhao looked into the rearview mirror, her eyes flickering slightly. Although Nan Xiaoyu was simple in nature, the vigilance that should come with such a family background was still not weak, and in just one day for her to be so trusting, it could be seen that Sun Feiha was not a simple person either. For Secretary Zhao's sizing up, Sun Feiha didn't care. Looking outside, her fingers moved slightly, her face changed violently, and she suddenly uttered, "Turn right." Secretary Zhao subconsciously followed her orders. The sedan finally stopped in front of a gorgeous villa. Sun Feiha pushed open the door. Nan Xiaoyu followed closely behind. Secretary Zhao sighed slightly and followed behind as well. Sun Feiha looked at the closed villa door and turned her head to ask, "Xiao Yu, remember when I said I needed you to do me a favor?" Nan Xiaoyu froze and nodded. "Remember? Well then, call the door and let me in." Although she didn't know why Sun Feiha wanted to go in, seeing her serious expression, she immediately raised her hand and rang the doorbell, and a few moments later, a housekeeper opened the door and looked at Nan Xiaoyu and respectfully said, "Miss Nan." Sun Feiha directly lifted her foot and walked inside, not paying any attention to the butler's obstruction. Striding upwards, "Who are you looking for, girl?" "Ms. Nan, what's going on?" Quick! Stop her for me. Can't let her get to the second floor. The butler followed Sun Feihei's lead, shouting at the people in the house to try and stop Sun Feihei in her tracks. Nan Xiaoyu looked at Sun Feihei's hurried footsteps, knowing that she wouldn't do anything pointless. She gently bit her lower lip and made a wink with Secretary Zhao. Secretary Zhao helplessly stepped forward, stopped the butler and said with a smile, "Butler's son, don't be in a hurry. Have a good conversation." Butler's son tried to push Secretary Zhao away, but he was too young and strong to move. Butler's son was furious. "Secretary Zhao, what do you want? Who was that person who just went up to the second floor? Let me tell you, my old lady is resting. If something happens, the Nan family won't be able to protect you." Butler's son threatened in annoyance, and Secretary Zhao watched the two of them, Sun Feihai and Nan Xiaoyu, go up the stairs, before slightly flashing a path, and Butler's son hurried up the stairs in a huff. Sun Feihai stood in front of the door of one of the rooms without stopping her footsteps and pushed the door to go in. Nan Xiaoyu hurriedly pulled her back. "Don't! I remember that this is old lady Sun's room. Xiao He, you can't go in," Sun Feihai said with a serious face. "I know, if I don't go in now she's going to die." With a firm hand, the door swung open in response. Old lady Sun, who was supposed to be lying on the bed, fell from the bed to the ground at this time, face down, arms outstretched, looking like she had desperately begged for help. Nan Xiaoyu took a step back in fear and shouted, "Elder lady Sun, what's wrong with you?" The butler, who heard the shouts, the sweat on the top of his head came out, rushed in a hurry, and when he saw the old lady's appearance, his feet went limp, and he shivered and cried out, "Quickly, call for a doctor." Sun Feihai went forward to pick up the old lady and put her on the bed, and the housekeeper sternly scolded, "Don't move." Sun Feihai's gaze swept over the housekeeper slyly, and the housekeeper only felt the hairs on his body stand up and sweat, and he couldn't say any of the unspoken reproaches in his throat. Sun Feihai pulled out the ginseng from her pocket, directly broke off the head, pinched the old lady's jawbone, and directly stuffed it into her mouth. Nan Xiaoyu stared in astonishment, and was just about to say something when she saw Sun Feihai's finger drawing a talisman, and the fingertip pointing on the ginseng. The ginseng that had been gagging her mouth just a moment ago seemed to have been compressed by something invisible and turned into a pool of water, which was subconsciously swallowed by the old lady. This, the butler's jaw dropped. Secretary Zhao also narrowed his eyes slightly. This divine scene, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have been able to believe it. Old lady Sun on the bed seemed to react, her eyelids fluttering slightly. Chapter 11, 10 years for life. The butler was overjoyed. If something happened to the old lady in his place, a poor caretaker would be enough for him to drink a pot of water. Sun Feihai looked up at the bed and uttered, "What are you two doing here?" The people in the room looked at each other in disbelief. There was no one at all in the direction Sun Feihai was looking, so who was she talking to? The butler felt that the whole house was much colder, and he clasped his arms tightly. It's their perspective. In Sun Feihai's line of sight, two ghostly messengers held white streamers and raised their hands, ready to wave them at old lady Sun. Sun Feihai recognized it as a soul collector that took souls to the netherworld. When the ghost messenger saw Sun Feihai, he smiled and arched his hand. "I've met Ms. He. We've been ordered to collect souls." "What soul to collect?" "This is my person. She won't die today. Come back next time," Sun Feihai said as a matter of course. "Miss He, please also give an exact time," the ghost messenger pursued with some fear, now only wanting Sun Feihai to be able to say a specific date when they would come back. "Depends on my mood next time. Don't come here for at least this decade." 10 years? Does this Judge Master know? Our brother and sister haven't finished our performance this month yet. Don't worry, won't make it hard for you. You tell the master to take my 10 years against. Go! The Ghostbusters don't dare to offend her or pursue the cause, so they can only go back and let the judge decide. The chilly room warmed up quite a bit. Nan Xiaoyu looked at Sun Feihai with two bright eyes and asked curiously, "Xiao Hua, who were you talking to just now?" "Ghostbusters who came to collect souls. But they're gone now." Sun Feihai's tone was light and used to it. Nan Xiaoyu only felt that at this moment she was shining brightly. Even the Ghostbusters were afraid of her, so it was obvious how powerful she was. "You said that you will come back after 10 years, not to mention Nan Xiaoyu." The other people all perked up their ears. Sun Feihai afterglow swept over the eyelids, slightly moving. "Sun old lady," tone aggravated, some said, "is to increase life expectancy of 10 years, only with my life expectancy against just." Sun Feihai's words carried a bit of firmness, and Nan Xiaoyu exclaimed out in shock, "Then won't you live 10 years less?" Sun Feihai waved her hand indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm still young." She surely couldn't say that her destiny was not in the 5 elements at all, and it could be said that her lifespan was endless, and she didn't care about a mere 10 years. But such words in other people's ears suddenly stood in awe. At least Secretary Zhao had a high opinion of her, for strangers can actually use their life expectancy in exchange, regardless of the truth. Such a moral height, he could not reach. Old Lady Sun, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes and looked at Sun Feihua with uncertain eyes. Who are you? Sun Feihua was not the least bit afraid to meet her eyes, and answered softly, Old lady, do you want to tell a fortune? I'm very accurate in telling fortunes. Elder Lady Sun stared deeply at her, trying to see through her purpose, and Sun Feihua's gaze was clear and bright, softly converging light. Okay, tell a fortune. The old voice was tinged with weakness. The corners of Sun Feihua's mouth slightly raised, pinching fingers, lightly smiled. You have a son. Son filial piety, daughter-in-law virtuous. The two gave birth to 2 grandchildren for you, a boy and a girl. The girl was 2 years old when you took her out to visit a friend, during which she was lost, and so far has not been found. To make up for the regret, a girl was adopted from the collateral line. Old Lady Sun felt a slight pain in her heart. Her fingers clenched tightly, but her face did not show it, nodding slightly. Indeed, but it's not a secret anymore. The older generation knows about this. The implication is that it's not unusual for you to count these. Sun Feihua continued. I know where your granddaughter is? Elder Lady Sun's face changed slightly, and she strongly braced herself, and the housekeeper rushed forward to support her, letting her half lean against the bed. Old Lady Sun said in an urgent tone, Where is she? Sun Feihua stood up and spun around in place, her slender fingers pointing at herself. That's me. Don't you think I look like my mom? Old Lady Sun's gaze was sharp as she looked at her. Her eyebrows were indeed very similar to her daughter-in-law's, but that didn't prove anything. The old lady's tone was grave. There are too many people who look similar. Do you know how many people come to recognize their relatives every year? Sun Feihua shook her head slightly and said, I never lie. Nan Xiaoyu hurriedly raised her hand and said, I can testify. Xiao He never lies. Xiao He? Mrs. Sun pursued. What's your name? Sun Feihua's thin lips lightly opened. I've been lost since I was little, and I only remember that my name is Sun Feihua. It's really you. Old Lady Sun sat up straight with a jerk. Sun Feihua was the name she gave herself. Old Lady Sun grabbed her arm and rolled up her sleeve, revealing a slender scar at her elbow. Old Lady Sun's eyes were slightly hot. Everything can be faked. This cannot be done. This is Sun Feihua's brother. Sun Mingjue naughty as a child. Take a fruit knife accidentally cut her elbow. Sun Mingjue scared at a loss for words. The small Sun Feihua afraid of his brother to be punished. Hard to cover the wound didn't tell the others until the wound is infected. The fever does not go down. The family only know that this scar is also at that time fell. This is something that no one knows about except the family. Ko-ho, Grandma's good boy. Elder Lady Sun's eyes were red and she held her whole body in her arms, trembling with tears. Nan Xiaoyu had strong empathy since she was a child, and at this point, she was already crying in anger, looking even more upset than Elder Lady Sun. And Secretary Zhao lightly held her glasses in sight slightly, lifting her hand to gently pat her shoulder in an attempt to soothe her. No one knows the old Lady Sun how guilty she is, even if others do not say. But her own granddaughter was lost by her. She felt that she is the whole family's sinner. She swore that the rest of her life is only to find her granddaughter to live. And now her granddaughter is alive and well in front of her. The old Lady Sun feels that she is dying in peace. Suddenly thinking of something, Old Lady Sun hurriedly said, Xiao He, quickly, you call the ghost messenger back. Grandma doesn't want your 10 years. You take it back. Sun Feihua looked at the agitated Elder Lady Sun, gently stroked her back and comforted her. It's fine. I'm still young. It doesn't matter if I have 10 years less. Nonsense? How could it not matter? This is a heavenly matter. Good grandson. Grandma is already satisfied to see you again. Grandma has lived long enough. Old Lady Sun's fingers fondly stroked Sun Feihua's cheeks. The doting love in her eyes was about to overflow. Sun Feihua leaned on her shoulder and said with a smile, a promise is a promise. This can't be changed anymore. Grandma will just be nicer to me in the future. I haven't been loved by Grandma yet. These words made Elder Lady Sun instantly soften her heart, hugging her tightly and repeatedly assuring her, good, Grandma will definitely be good to you. And whoever gives you a hard time, Grandma will spell out her life and make them peel off a layer of skin. The solemn assurance carried a majesty that made the butler tense his back at once. Old Lady Sun is a very authoritative person in the family. Usually she doesn't express her opinion, but once she interjects, no one in the family dares to refute. It seems that in the future, Miss Lotus should be treated more respectfully. Thinking of this, the housekeeper said to Nan Xiaoyu and Secretary Zhao, the two of you can wait in the living room. My old lady and Miss Lotus must have a lot to say. Nan Xiaoyu nodded wisely and followed Secretary Zhao downstairs. Chapter 12, almost had to collect the body. Mrs. Sun felt that the weakness in her body was slowly fading, replaced by a long-lost vigorous strength. Mrs. Sun sat up and looked at Sun Feiha with surprise. Sun Feiha gently nodded. Your body will get better and better. This ginseng said of heaven and earth aura for 100 years. And now the essence supplemented with mana can make you sick all over. Old Lady Sun knew that what she said was not false. Excitedly clenched her wrist, pulled open the drawer, drew out a card and put it in her hands. This card is the money that grandma leaves you every year. There is the New Year's money. There is the money for school to buy clothes. As long as your brother has, you naturally have a share of it. There is not much in it. It should be about $10 million. Sun Feiha didn't excuse herself and accepted it directly. Now she only saw Mrs. Sun. Who knows what the others are like? If she stayed uncomfortable, she took this money to live a lot of comfort. This action of hers, in Old Lady Sun's view, was that Sun Feiha had recognized her as a grandmother and treated her as a relative. Old Lady Sun hurriedly changed into decent clothes, led Sun Feiha, and opened the door to the room next to her. White and pink intertwined everywhere through the elegant, at first glance, as the girl's room. The Old Lady Sun smiled and introduced, this second floor only our grandparents and grandchildren. This is the room that grandma prepared for you. Through the wide room was a checkroom and washroom with 3 rooms open to each other. The spacious checkroom opened. Sun Feiha was still a little shocked. Layers and layers of clothes, no matter how tall or short, fat or thin she was, she could find a good fit. Old Lady Sun looked at the room full of clothes and lamented. Grandma has always fantasized about what you would look like, so she prepared any style of clothes, but now grandma knows. The room full of clothes was enough to see that Old Lady Sun really hadn't forgotten her granddaughter. Mrs. Sun sighed. The only pity is that your parents are traveling. Sun Feiha smiled faintly and said with confidence, no pity, I'll be back in a while. Old Lady Sun was now convinced of her skill and smiled. Good then, let's go down and wait for them. Elder Lady Sun looked a little impatient, and Sun Feiha followed her force down the road. Just then, he heard Nan Xiaoyu's greeting from downstairs. Uncle Sun, Aunt Sun, hello, you guys, hello Mr. Sun, Mrs. Sun. A soft voice with a smile rang out. Hello guys, Xiaoyu, are you here to see Qingyue? Sun Qingyue crossed Wu Rongrong's arm and looked at Nan Xiaoyu with a smiling face. Nan Xiaoyu shook her head repeatedly and said, no, I'm here to send little Lotus off. Curious, Wu Rongrong exchanged a glance with Sun Qingyue and asked, who is Xiaohe? Nan Xiaoyu looked toward the stairway and pointed at Sun Feiha and smiled. It's your own daughter. Wu Rongrong followed her finger to look at Sun Feiha, who was walking side by side with her mother-in-law, and her body shook violently for a moment, clutching Sun Qingyue's arm in a death grip, and Sun Qingyue's face blanched as she whispered, Mom, you're pinching me. Wu Rongrong at this time can no longer hear the other, just voice trembling asked, Old Sun, look, this is not my daughter? This, Sun Hao's eyes went straight. Sun Feiha and Wu Rongrong looked very similar. All belong to the standard goose egg face, soft facial lines, but also highlights the delicacy of the features. Forehead full, giving people a noble and calm feeling, black pupil deep, but the eyes are clear and godly, very bright, thin and thick lips, even with a hint of a slight upward, looking extraordinarily and gas. It was just that Sun Feiha's temperament was a bit cold, and it made people feel unattainable. Sun Hao stabilized his emotions and took her shoulders and said, don't be in a hurry. You forgot that last time there was someone who looked more like her than her. I do not know why. Wu Rongrong feel that the person in front of her is her daughter. Her footsteps are soft to walk forward. Before the words of the tears first flow, voice choked. Are you my daughter? Sun Feiha nodded her head and said softly, if there are no accidents, I should be. What nonsense. Old Lady Sun slapped her arm and snapped, you are my granddaughter. With Elder Lady Sun's affirmation, Wu Rongrong couldn't hold back any longer and hugged her tightly, losing her voice in crying. Sun Feiha raised her hand and gently patted her back, soothingly saying, don't cry. It won't look good if you cry again. Just this one simple action, the pull of the bloodline, made Wu Rongrong all but certain that this was her lost daughter. Sun Hao's eyes reddened slightly, quietly turned his back, and wiped his tears. Staying where she was, Sun Qingyue wore a stiff smile on her face. Her fingers pinched her palms hard until blood flowed out, the pain able to keep her calm instead of rushing up and throwing Sun Feiha out of the house. In order to keep her identity as the daughter of the Sun family, she not only excelled in her grades, but also in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. As long as Wu Rongrong liked it, she did her best to learn it, and she wasn't willing to let her good life be ruined by Sun Feiha just like that. Thinking of this, she went forward, held Wu Rongrong, and said in a soft tone, Mom, don't cry. You're breaking my heart with your crying. Wu Rongrong didn't care what she said. She just hugged Sun Feiha tightly, afraid that she would disappear again. Sun Qingyue stood in place awkwardly. Just as she was rambling, a gaze fell on her. She raised her head to meet Sun Feiha's eyes. Then, as if she was scalded, she sheepishly averted her gaze. Old Mrs. Sun held one in one hand and sat on the sofa. Only then did Sun Hao notice his old mother's condition and asked curiously, "Mom, why did you get out of bed?" Old Lady Sun smilingly looked at Sun Feiha, having the honor to say, "Speaking of this, I still have to thank my good granddaughter." Sun Xingyue thought she was talking about herself and said with a smile, "Grandma, what are you thanking me for? I didn't do anything. I just cooked you a bowl of porridge in the morning." Old Lady Sun was very dissatisfied with her interrupting her speech. Her brows furrowed and she said in annoyance, "Since you know that nothing has been done, what are you interjecting? The whole family is just you with a long mouth?" Sun Xingyue awkwardly looked towards Nan Xiaoyu who was watching the show. At this time, Nan Xiaoyu was forcibly holding back her laughter. Her shoulders were slightly trembling. Ignoring Secretary Zhao's hints, she didn't even want to take her leave, and her buttocks were as steady as Mount Taishan's as she sat next to her. She has long been looking at Sun Xingyue in a bad light, pulling people in everywhere and opening her mouth to our Sun family. Shay, talking like she's in charge of the Sun family. After scolding Sun Xingyue, Elder Lady Sun looked at Sun Feiha with a smile on her face and bragged, "Thanks to Xiaohe, if she hadn't come back in time, you guys would be waiting to collect my corpse right now." "What?" Sun Hao stood up instantly in shock. Old Lady Sun looked at him with dissatisfaction. "What's all the fuss for? Scaring my granddaughter? I'm not done with you." Sun Hao hurriedly sat down and asked the cause of the matter in a low voice. Chapter 13, You Don't Count? At this time, Nan Xiaoyu had the most right to speak, immediately raised her hand, and colorfully told the matter in its entirety. And Sun Hao and Wu Rongrong stared in amazement, especially when they heard about the ginseng being turned into water and Sun Feiha taking a lifespan in exchange for 10 years. The two didn't believe Nan Xiaoyu's words, but seeing the butler and Secretary Zhao nodding their heads in unison, it was impossible for the two to disbelieve them. Not to mention the others. Secretary Zhao, the great, is young to head the entire secretary department of the South. Work rigorously. People upright and not pedantic. Old Lady Sun slapped the table vigorously and said seriously, "In the future, be nicer to Xiaohe. Anyone who treats her badly is against me." Sun Hao and Wu Rongrong nodded their heads repeatedly, promising to compensate Sun Feiha in the future 100 times 1,000 times. At this time, Secretary Zhao directly tugged Nan Xiaoyu to take her leave. It would be impolite to listen further. Nan Xiaoyu reluctantly looked at Sun Feiha and said, "Xiaohua, you must go to me when you have time, okay?" Sun Feiha nodded slightly and laughed lightly. "Don't worry, we'll see you again in a while." She had already calculated that the person with the wrong destiny was in the neighborhood, and that she would definitely see him today. The thought that he would be able to go to the 9 heavens as soon as he broke the other party's destiny correctly was also a rare excitement. Only after hearing Sun Feiha's affirmative answer did Nan Xiaoyu follow Secretary Zhao away. Sun Xingyue watched Sun Feiha easily gain the likes of Old Lady Sun. Hating her teeth, she had worked so hard for so many years, but only in the occasional can change to her a smiling face. "Do you want to tell your fortune?" Sun Feiha suddenly spoke out, looking towards Sun Xingyue and said. Sun Xingyue's expression froze for a moment, and after a few moments, she resumed her usual soft smile. "I wouldn't count. I don't really believe in this. I'm more of a believer in science." Sun Feiha nodded faintly. Wu Rongrong hurriedly introduced, "This is Sun Xingyue, a year older than you. You call her sister. In the future you guys get along well." Old Lady Sun frowned slightly and said with dissatisfaction, "Xiaohe has returned, so Xingyue should be sent back." Sun Xingyue's face whitened at the words and lowered her head sadly. Wu Rongrong hurriedly patted her hand and turned her head to Elder Lady Sun and said, "Mom, how to say that Xingyue has been living in our family for more than 10 years, and for so many years when Xiaohuo was not around. It was she who stayed with me, and in my heart, she's also my daughter, and besides it's not as if our family can't afford to support her." Seeing her insistence, Old Lady Sun acquiesced and digressed from the topic. Looking at Sun Hao, "Hao Zi, please ask the lawyer to come to the house in the afternoon. I want to transfer all the shares in my name, the industry, to Xiaohe." Sun Feiha slightly shook her head and said, "No need, Grandma, you've already given me a lot. She is going to go back when she breaks the right destiny, and it is useless to give her these external things." Old Lady Sun looked at her disapprovingly. "What is this? A mere $10 million. What? $10 million? Sun Xingyue couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Her current pocket money was only 100,000 a month. Old Lady Sun was really dissatisfied with her shouting. Her eyes looked at her reproachfully. "What are you shouting for? You are thinking that you have a good voice today, aren't you? Then go stand in the courtyard and shout for an hour." Sun Xingyue cowered behind Wu Rongrong in fear and no longer dared to speak. Sun Hao was only slightly stunned and did not speak out against it. He never misses the old lady's things. Wu Rongrong naturally didn't object. She also wanted to transfer everything to Sun Feiha now, but after looking at Sun Xingyue next to her with her head down, the words didn't come out. Sun Xingyue didn't dare to raise her head at all. As long as she raised her head, the indignation in her eyes could no longer be concealed. By what right did she pretend to be a filial son and a virtuous grandson for so long? Not even a hair. Sun Feiha just came back to be able to get so much. Mrs. Sun's name of the shares of the industry. She just know a rough, but the wealth of which she did not dare to imagine. As well as Mrs. Sun's collection. Even the National Antiquity Department are 3 times 4 times the door, only to ask Mrs. Sun to be able to casually cut one of the same. The offer is unheard of. But unfortunately, they were all refused by Mrs. Sun. Sun Xingyue suddenly thought of Sun Mingjue, who hadn't returned, and said softly, "Brother hasn't come back yet." Old Lady Sun waved her hand carelessly and said, "I know my grandson. He will definitely not object." Her words were also echoed by Sun Hao and Wu Rongrong, who were still very confident in their own children. Sun Xingyue felt that she couldn't stay any longer. If she stayed, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist tearing Sun Feiha. She whispered, "Mom, Dad, Grandma, I'll go up first." Wu Rongrong nodded. This situation was really not suitable for her to stay here either. "You really don't count a fortune?" Sun Feiha looked at her back and asked, "I see that you have dark clouds over your head. You're going to have bad luck lately." Sun Xingyue pinched her palms in death for a moment before whispering back, "No need. I don't believe in this." Sun Feiha shook her head sadly. Seeing this, Wu Rongrong immediately said, "Mom counts. You give Mom a fortune. Whether it's true or not, think of it as coaxing your kids to play." Cough. "I've heard that fortune telling requires money for the trigrams. How much do you charge?" Sun Hao immediately picked up. 200. Not expensive. Seeing Sun Feiha said 200 with a smile, Wu Rongrong felt as if her heart was cut by a knife-like pain. Her son casually a meal are tens of thousands of dollars. Her poor daughter opened her mouth as long as 200. No, 200 is too little. Mom has a card here. There should be 3 million inside. Wu Rongrong did not allow her to refuse, and directly stuffed it into her hand. Sun Feiha didn't refuse and looked at Wu Rongrong. "Our family business is not good lately. Or rather, we have encountered a trouble. Your business trip this time is only to relieve a moment does not solve. And this matter will cause the company to lose a large sum of money, in the hundreds of millions of dollars." The two of them immediately glanced at each other. Sun Hao's face was a little sullen, although he also wanted his daughter. But if it was a daughter who came back only after probing the bottom and feeling profitable, he would rather not. Wu Rongrong also meant the same thing. Now that the family was in harmony, she didn't want to have any accidents across the board. The two men's minds, of course, Sun Feiha knew, and unconcernedly continued, "Dad, did you recently meet an old friend and had a meal with him? This old friend talked about your past, and gave you back the clothes you wore as a young man, saying he'd been saving them for you." Sun Hao immediately sat down. This matter he only told Wu Rongrong. At first he also lamented that the business world is half true and half false. "I did not expect that he was also fortunate to meet a sincere friendship." "How do you know?" "I told you I'm a good fortune teller." "Dad, can you take your shirt off now and show me?" Sun Hao glanced at the butler standing next to him. The butler immediately went upstairs and returned again with a gray coat that looked dated. Chapter 14, Stepbrothers and Sisters. Two people having an affair. Sun Feiha took it, picked up the fruit knife on the table, and directly cut it open to reveal the inner lining inside. She reached inside and fumbled around for a while, pulling out a thin cloth bag. The eyes of the people around them whitened steeply. Sun Feiha carefully opened the package. Inside was the already dried blood cloth and a yellow amulet wrapped around it. "What is this?" Wu Rongrong asked with a shaky voice. "Oh, this is a wealth-sucking formation. Look carefully. This blood cloth is vaguely visible as a formation drawn on by a person. The hair is that person's. And on this yellow talisman is my father's birth date." Sun Hao unfolded the yellow talisman, and his pupils suddenly shrunk. "That's his birth date." Old Lady Sun couldn't sit still at once and hurriedly asked, "Xiao He, what's going on?" "Grandma, this friend of Dad's got fairy jumped and owed a ton of money that he couldn't afford to pay back. And a guy told him he could suck other people's money into giving it to himself. And the only rich guy he could think of was Dad. If you still don't believe me, you can have someone check it out. He must have had a windfall recently. Maybe he won the lottery or maybe he picked up money. Break even. How much you lose on your side, how much he gets on his side. Humph. That's really hard for him to go through so much trouble." Sun Hao now only hated himself for being blind. Originally thought it was a young and sincere friendship, but now it was nothing more than favorable. Sun Hao looked at Sun Feiha and said in a deep voice, "Xiao He, what now?" Wu Rongrong also looked at her nervously. Sun Feiha waved her hand carelessly and said, "Don't worry, I'll make him spit out as much as he eats. Taking out the vermilion sand and talisman paper in his pocket, he drew them quickly, wrapped one of them around the original bloody cloth, and handed another one to Sun Hao, saying with a smile, "This is the good luck enhancement talisman. You wear this on your body, and this one, put it back. This yellow talisman will suck the fortune back, and it's only a lot more than a little more. So what's going to happen to him? Naturally, they are self-eating and poor, and will be found starving to death under a bridge in 15 years. It's really cheap. He can still live for 15 years. Such a social scum should die earlier." Wu Rongrong cursed angrily. Sun Feiha patted her shoulder and said, "Don't be angry. These 15 years are not for him to enjoy his happiness. They are for him to suffer." Hearing this, Wu Rongrong's heart was just barely a bit more comfortable. Holding Sun Feiha's hand, with a heartbroken face, she said, "Xiao Hua, you must have suffered a lot in the past, right? Otherwise you wouldn't know so much." Sun Feiha smiled faintly. Her cheeks had shallow pear swirls. "It's not hard. I didn't learn it. It's just that when I was sleeping, an old grandpa nudged me on the top of my head, and I woke up and knew it." Sun Feihua planned to continue with this rhetoric because she knew that even if she was sure that she was a child of the Sun family, Sun Hao would still have people inquire about her past. "Mom and Dad, I'm going to ask Ka for help." "You?" A young man pushed his way in hurriedly. "Quick, Mingju, look who it is." Sun Mingjue looked at the very similar mother and daughter and froze directly in place, turning his head to look at Sun Hao. Sun Hao nodded affirmatively. Sun Mingjue raised his hand and rubbed his face hard, excitedly stood in front of Sun Feiha and reached out. "Hello, I'm your brother, Sun Mingjue." "Hello, my name is Sun Fei Ho." Sun Mingjue's eyes stared straight at Sun Feiha. When Wu Rongrong gave birth to her, the tiny Sun Mingjue was waiting at the door. He was the first person to see his sister. Also because he was naughty, Mrs. Sun only focused on looking for him, only to let the bad guys take advantage of the situation and carry away his sister. For this reason he was particularly guilty. Sun Mingjue's lips quirked a few times, his eyes were slightly moist, and he was in the middle of trying to find a topic of conversation. "Brother, fortune-telling? I'm very accurate at fortune-telling." Sun Feiha stared at his face and whispered. Although she was not short of money now, she was still willing to do a good deed by observing that the entire Sun family were all good people. Telling fortunes? He didn't realize that his sister was still a little magician, but as a good brother, he was willing to fulfill his sister's little request. Sun Feiha carefully surveyed the circle, said in a deep voice, "Brother, I observe your face. You are very generous and bright. Your career luck is also good, and now you are Dad's right-hand man. But you have a girlfriend that you want to bring to show Mom and Dad, but she's not willing to do so." Sun Mingjue froze for a second. "You did all this math?" Old Lady Sun immediately picked up the conversation, bragging, "Xiao he is very good at fortune-telling." Good. Sun Mingjue looked at her favorably, like looking at a capricious little child. He didn't believe that it was all calculated. It was probably because Mom and Dad had just accidentally let it slip. Sun Feiha shook her head helplessly and said, "You have to be careful with this girlfriend. The person she really likes is not you, another beloved person. She recently had someone sick in her family. Did she ask you for a lot of money?" "Yes, it's her brother." "No, not her own brother." "Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua, this you can count wrong. Account I have seen. 2 people in an account book. Must be a brother and sister." Sun Mingjue smiled good-naturedly like a child who had finally caught his sister's loophole. Sun Feihua faintly shook her head and said, "It's not a real brother and sister. It's a step-brother and sister, and the 2 of them have a personal relationship." Hearing this, he was visibly stunned and his brows furrowed. "Are you serious?" "Naturally, if you don't believe me, you can check with the police department, and don't ask about the neighbors. They only eloped and moved here in the last few years. No one knows." Sun Mingjue couldn't sit still at once and got up to leave. "Wait." Sun Feihua opened her mouth to stop him. "Even if you know, don't scare the snakes. She didn't voluntarily come to seduce you. It was your opposite family who used your stepbrother as blackmail. What does she want from me? The right family will set you up, and she's the assistant in charge of pushing the envelope." Sun Mingjue frowned slightly and slowly shook his head. "I ask myself that I am not a person who was blinded by lust." The corner of Sun Feiha's mouth hooked up a subtle arc. "Don't underestimate the ability of a pillow person. There is no one in the world who is 100% fit. If there is, then it is prepared." Sun Mingju looked at her certainty. His heart still did not believe. After all, this girlfriend he really like. Sun Feiha didn't force it. There is her and can't be a big deal. Sooner or later, he can let him see the other side's true colors. He didn't believe it, but the other few people were very convinced. Just from the hand that Sun Feiha revealed just now, they knew that what she said must be true. "Mingju, what did you just enter and say?" Sun Hao directly broke the silence. Chapter 15, At last we're going to see. Sun Mingjue took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and said in a deep voice, Dad, if Deslin's business fails, I'm going to ask Jia for help. Seeing as we're hairy kids, I'm sure he won't stand by and do nothing. Sun Hao hesitated. Are you sure? Mr. Pei is known for his iron face. Sun Mingjue said with certainty, Don't worry, although he looks very cold, he's very good to me. I'm sure. The General Pei they were talking about was none other than Pei Jia, the leader of Pei's, the leading enterprise in the capital. At a young age, he is determined to act and turn stones into gold, and now he is the leader of the industry that everyone wants to be close to. Sun Hao was still hesitant. He was not afraid of anything else, but was afraid that Pei Jia would be evil to Sun Mingju because of this. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that the two of them had a good personal relationship had brought a lot of benefits to the Sun family, and he didn't want to jeopardize it because of this. Jingle bells. Hey, Secretary Han What? Sun Hao stood up violently, hung up the phone, and looked at Sun Feiha with an eager face. His voice was dry. It's done. Deslin has agreed to work with us. Wu Rongrong shouted out in excitement and hugged Sun Feiha tightly. This is now more than a turnaround, it's a step up. Sun Mingjue was also shocked and looked surprised. How is that possible? Didn't you say there wasn't much hope? You guys didn't even see him this time. Wu Rongrong had the honor and pleasure of hugging Sun Feiha. It's all thanks to Koho, don't you know? Just now, the more Wu Rongrong said, the cooler Sun Mingjue's heart became. The company's affairs were calculated correctly. What about his? The girlfriend he decided was his soulmate was really. Without waiting for him to think more, Wu Rongrong suddenly said, Oops, I remembered that today is the day of the party with Mrs. Pei. Quick, pack up. As soon as Wu Rongrong spoke, the entire silent living room burst into life. An elder lady Sun hurriedly said, What a sick and confused person. Quickly clean up. It's almost time. Sun Hao smiled and said, I'm not going to go today since I have something to do. You guys go. As a pillow, Wu Rongrong naturally knew what Sun Hao was going to do next. She implicitly glanced at Sun Feiha. Sun Hao nodded imperceptibly, and Sun Feiha lowered her eyelids, pretending to know nothing about it. The nanny hurriedly ran upstairs. Wu Rongrong smiled and held Sun Feiha. Shao He, in a moment, go somewhere with Mom. Mom will take you to meet people. Don't be afraid. If you're not happy, say so and we'll be right back. Sun Feiha nodded, finally meeting that person. *// Since she was attending a party, she definitely couldn't do without Sun Xingyue, and when Wu Rongrong knocked on the door, Sun Xingyue was already dressed, and it looked like she was well groomed. Slowly descending the stairs to Sun Mingju standing at the stairway, with a soft smile on his face and a warm voice. Big brother. Sun Mingju smiled faintly and said faintly, Not bad, good looking. Sun Xingyue somewhat shyly lowered her head, and in her heart, she had already begun to calculate how to naturally tell Sun Mingjue that old lady Sun intended to hand over all the properties in her name to Sun Feiha. Sun Mingjue didn't know what she was thinking. Having grown accustomed to her soft nature, his gaze eagerly cast upstairs, while Sun Xingyue was still thinking hard. Sun Feiha had already dressed and slowly descended the stairs. A white printed dress, her already cool and dusty temperament inspired to the extreme. As if an unattainable fairy. No extra hair accessories on her head. Seaweed-like dark hair was fixed by a simple hairpin, such as the clear and pure eyes of the lake water, coupled with a slight smile. Even Sun Mingjue, who had seen many beauties, had to admit, Shuriken is unmatched. Wu Rongrong was even more proud, and she couldn't wait to introduce her daughter to the crowd now. The car drove steadily into a big mountain. The mountain here can be different from the countryside. A glance is carefully planned. The terrain here is winding and undulating. The environment is beautiful. The air is filled with fresh air. The old Pei family mansion stood on this hill, and the villa was uniquely designed in a modern minimalist style with a blend of traditional Chinese architectural elements. The villa is built on the mountain, as if it is one with nature. From a distance, the villa looks like a pearl inlaid between the green hills and the green water, which is breathtakingly beautiful. The villa is surrounded by a lush forest. The seasons change, the scenery every season. It is a beautiful picture. Sun Fei has stood in place and observed the surrounding area, nodding appreciatively. Not bad. The dragon chick flying in the sky, standing right on the dragon head. This family men and women are not mediocre. The old man has a long and blessed life. Old lady Sun nodded approvingly. Not to mention Pei Jia, but also his sister Pei Yuan, who was also a strong woman on her own. When several people arrived at the Pei family, the butler was standing at the front door, and when he saw elder lady Sun, he had a look on his face. As far as he knew, old lady Sun already had her days numbered. Why did she look in better spirits than him now? with a kind smile. Hello elder lady Sun, Mrs. Sun, young master Sun, Miss Sun. Sun Mingjue took Sun Feiha's shoulder in a self-acquainted manner, his tone proud. This is my sister, my own sister, Sun Feiha. The butler's eyes narrowed slightly. As far as he knew, Miss Sun had been missing for more than 10 years, right? In the end, it was the butler who had entered the layers of selection. His face didn't have the slightest difference, and he smiled lightly and said, Miss Sun is good. Sun Feiha nodded her head with a light smile. Her posture did not have the slightest bit of pride, vulgarity, but instead carried some lethargy and idleness. Wu Rongrong naturally also noticed Sun Feiha's response. She had made up her mind that if Sun Feiha had any rudeness, she would make up for it, but she didn't expect Sun Feiha to do so much better than she had imagined. Wu Rongrong waist straightened more. Standing next to the old lady Sun is not worried. In her heart there is no better than her granddaughter. The female guests went into the living room, while Sun Mingjue was led into the backyard. By now the living room was full of people, all of whom were smiling beautifully at the two people in the very center of the room in no uncertain terms. Sun Qingyue's eyes turned close to her and whispered, Sister. The older one in the middle is old lady Pei, and next to her is Mrs. Pei. The two of them you can't afford to offend, okay? Sun Feiha nodded faintly. Sun Qingyue saw her unconcerned expression, brows knit up and then said, Pei family is the capital's leading. Not we can offend. Your set of fortune-telling and so on. Don't show off here. Bad. Our family's business will be lost in your hands. Sun Qingyue's words could not be described as heavy, and Wu Rongrong, who was standing next to her, furrowed her brows slightly, dissatisfied with Sun Qingyue's voice that was tinged with intimidation. Seeing this, Sun Qingyue sat on Wu Rongrong's arm and shook it slightly to pamper her. Mom, I'm also doing this for my sister's good. Elder Lady Pei is a well-known believer in Buddhism, and I'm also afraid that in case my sister made a mistake with that statement. Seeing her pouting, Wu Rongrong immediately loosened her frown and patted her hand to pacify her. All right, Mom didn't say anything. Sun Qingyue leaned on her shoulder and said in a soft tone, but when you frown, I feel sad. Mom, I want you to be happy every day. Who doesn't like a girl's sweet words? Wu Rongrong immediately felt incomparably ironic inside. It's still you who's sweet. Chapter 16, Yama feeds her. Sun Qingyue covered her mouth, her eyes looking towards Sun Feiha, smilingly saying, Mom, if you say that, your sister will be jealous. Although he said so, the smugness in his eyes could not be concealed. Wu Rongrong also remembered Sun Feiha at this time. Her heart thumped and she hurriedly consoled. Xiao He, Mom doesn't mean that. Mom, don't be nervous. I'm just kidding. How could my sister really blame you? Sister, what do you think? Sun Qingyue said with a smile. Sun Feiha nodded knowably, her eyes looking around. That person is in this house. I just don't know where. Sun Feiha's rambling, in Sun Qingyue's view is jealous, play a little sex. In Wu Rongrong's view is aggrieved. She hurriedly depicted, we have a good relationship with Pei's family. Don't you be nervous. In order to give her daughter strength, Wu Rongrong continued. Besides, although our family is not as good as Pei's, it is one of the best in the capital. If others speak to you unkindly, don't put up with it. Mom will stand up for you. Really? Sun Feiha blinked. Of course. Wu Rongrong was close to patting her chest in assurance. Xiao He, you're here too. Nan Xiaoyu, who was honestly sitting beside Mrs. Nan with a fake smile, saw Sun Feiha and immediately stood up like an unsealed monkey. Her voice instantly drew all eyes in the living room to the doorway. The crowd sucked in their breath in unison at the sudden sight of such an impactful face. A bright and attractive smiling face, always with watery almond eyes, brilliant as spring flowers, skin as warm jade, soft, light and delicate, coupled with her light smile, not only do not let people feel frivolous, but also feel extraordinarily ethereal. Looking at the crowd's reaction, Elder Lady Sun and Wu Rongrong were so happy that they held her hand and walked forward. Old Lady Sun led the two of them to Old Lady Pei and said, Gu, I'm late. Sorry everyone. Old Mrs. Pei immediately stood up and looked at her in amazement. Mei Lin, how are you? Speaking eyes a little red. Their old generation, really gone one less one. Now not many old friends. Had heard that the Old Lady Sun's days are numbered. She also intends to go to see it in the next few days. Old Lady Sun smiled and sat beside her, softly saying, Old sister, thanks to your blessing, it's good now. Old Mrs. Pei nodded repeatedly. Nothing can be worth more than good health. Old Lady Sun, who had walked through the ghost gate for a while, was incomparably agreeable as she waved at Sun Feiha and introduced herself to Old Lady Pei with a face full of pride. This is my own granddaughter, Sun Feiha. A real granddaughter? Yes, my own granddaughter. Maybe God heard my prayers and sent her back. Old Lady Pei looked at her contented expression and also had the intention to make a face, taking down the jade bracelet at her wrist and putting it on Sun Feiha's wrist. Good girl. You are a blessed one. This sentence Sun Feiha very much agree. That's not true. Who has this ability to let the judge to raise? Yan Wang defeat her. Buzz, degree asterisk. Old Lady Pei paused for a moment and covered her mouth and laughed softly. This child is quite real. Old Lady Sun smiled and nodded. Nan Xiaoyu went forward and wrapped her arms around Sun Feiha, pulling her to sit beside her. Mother Nan immediately stood up and approached with a smile. You are Xiao He. Right. Auntie, thank you. This daughter of mine can really make her heart die. Sun Feiha said in a light tone. It's fine. It's still small. It'll be fine when it grows up. Wu Rongrong listened in confusion. What is it? Mother Nan's eyes flickered, hesitantly wondering what to say. She couldn't say that her daughter had attempted to elope. Mom, it's fine. It's just that Xiaoyu encountered something and I helped out in passing. Sun Feiha said with a smile. Mother Nan gratefully glanced at Sun Feiha. Wu Rongrong didn't pursue the root of the matter and leaned against Mother Nan and sat down. And Sun Qingyue found her familiar little sister and sat down. Qingyue, that really is the lost Sun family's own granddaughter. And Fin leaned close to her and asked in a low voice. Sun Qingyue was a bit embarrassed and nodded hesitantly. I don't know if it is. My grandmother says it is. What? Surprised, Anfin trailed off. You're not even going to do a paternity test? Sun Qingyue said in a seemingly helpless manner. Grandma is old. She says yes. Just take it as coaxing her. This sentence became in the ears of Anfin's few ears. Sun Feiha is a fake. It's just that old lady Sun is old and confused and has to recognize her as her own granddaughter. A few people around them immediately fought for Sun Qingyue. Haru you, you're just too good-natured. If it were me, I'd have kicked her out with a big stick. That's right, Qingyue, even though you're not your own either. You've lived here for more than 10 years, and you're willing to let a straw chicken replace you. When she said this, Sun Qingyue's face stiffened slightly. She hated it when people said that she wasn't the biological matter. If she could, she hated to change her whole body for blood, just to be a Sun family member. The people around her didn't even see her discomfort, and there was a lively discussion between you and me. It wasn't that they were on good terms with Sun Qingyue, it was more about resentment and fear. The jade bracelet on Elder Lady Pei's wrist was not only valuable, it also meant that Elder Lady Pei liked her. So how could this work? They are all dressed up for that person, and no one can get Mrs. Pei's favorite except them. Sun Fei's gaze faintly swept over the crowd, among which sat many young and beautiful women, looking more like a talent show. The eyes were disdainful, measuring, and scornful. Xiao He, Nan Xiaoyu whispered closer. Don't look at them. These are all craning their necks ready to pair up with Pei Jia. Pairing? Yes, Pei Jia. This weirdo. No woman can get within 3 steps of him, at a young age and still single. Mrs. Pei is anxious, so she organizes this party every year just to see who can get close to Pei Jia. What happens when you get close? Close is Pei Jia's daughter-in-law. Sun Feiha nodded unconcernedly. She had no intention of competing with these women for favor. She was here to find someone. Miss Sun, I've never seen you before. It seems that Mrs. Sun has hidden you very tightly. The eerie words inevitably made people think more. Wu Rongrong's face, which was smilingly talking to Mrs. Pei, instantly sank. I would like to hide it. I don't know which murderer has actually stolen my daughter. Fortunately God has mercy on me and let me retrieve her. At the mention of this, Wu Rongrong's eyes reddened a little. No one had any way to understand how hard it had been for her these 18 years of days and nights. And next to her, Mother Nan comfortingly patted her gently. Oh, so it's like this, then it's really my misunderstanding. I don't know where Miss Sun used to be senior. What university did you attend? Chapter 17, $200,000 for a talisman. It's worth every penny. Mrs. Shen looked at her with disdain in her eyes. To say that throughout the entire banquet, Mrs. Shen and Wu Rongrong were the most at odds with each other. When Sun Hao first met with Mrs. Shen, who knew that he met Wu Rongrong on the road? Sun Hao's heart was directly hooked away. Mrs. Shen was laughed at for a long time in the circle, so she also got on the wrong side of Wu Rongrong. When Mrs. Shen said this, Elder Lady Sun and Wu Rongrong's hearts thumped, and the whole person instantly sobered up a lot. She only thought of showing off that her daughter had been retrieved, and the details really hadn't been asked. Mrs. Shen, what do you mean by that? Wu Rongrong said with an angry face. Gu, what's going on here? Can't you even ask? I say, Wu Rongrong, your heart is too small. Wu Rongrong was furious and wanted to stand up, but suddenly a hand covered her hand and her eyes looked at her with a faint smile. Wu Rongrong instantly felt calmer. Sun Feiha smiled faintly. I grew up in the countryside. I didn't go to college. I just learned a skill so I wouldn't starve to death. Put. Not only Mrs. Shen, everyone else quietly laughed out loud, their hearts pleased and relaxed, and their gazes no longer scorned her. A woman who hadn't gone to college. The Pei family would never want. Sun Xingyue said with an eager face. My sister was joking. Sun Feiha looked at her with a faint gaze and raised her eyebrows lightly. I'm not kidding. I really didn't go to college. Sun Xingyue looked at her with a helpless expression, as if to say, I'll cover for you, so don't say anything, and turned her head to look at the crowd and said, although my sister didn't go to college, she's very smart, and if she wasn't too poor, and the heavy farm work got in the way, she would have definitely been able to get into college. The urgency in his tone was undisguised, like a good sister trying to plead her sister's case. Only old Lady Pei frowned unnoticeably and exchanged glances with Mrs. Pei, and Fin laughed out loud. So it's a country bumpkin coming into the city. Xingyu, where do you see that she's smart? It's not like wearing 1 or 2 pieces of high-grade clothes can be faked out. Zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. Which one does she know? Sun Xingyue bit her lower lip vigorously and muttered, shaking her head. She won't even. But, alright, don't butt it. And Fin waved her hand to stop Sun Xingyue's argument. Sun Xingyue sighed slightly, burying her head in thought as if she was trying to find words to retort for her. The crowd's ridicule Sun Feiha didn't care at all. Her face always kept a light smile. Laugh. There will always be a time when you beg me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ms. Sun, I wonder what your one skill is. Can you perform it in public? The girl next to Mrs. Shin said with a smile, her gaze flashing with a hint of malice. Good. She was worried about not having a chance to show it off. Since the opportunity came, she naturally wouldn't let it go. However, this skill of mine is a bit special, so I hope you won't mind if it offends you. Xinyu waved her hand carelessly, even grinning maliciously. Sun Feihua looked at her, pinching her fingers, her tone light. You're pregnant. Xinyu's face suddenly changed drastically, looking at Mrs. Pei with a panicked face. Seeing that the two did not react, she immediately stood up, pointing at Sun Feiha and chided. What are you babbling about? I'm a clean and innocent big girl. Sun Feiha gave a low laugh. Her lips pursed lightly and said calmly, Impossible. You've already had 2 abortions. This is your 3rd pregnancy, but this time I advise you to give birth. This is the last time you'll ever be a mother, and you've already pissed off the fetus ghosts. You're going to have bad luck. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I never lie. Sun Feihua said firmly. You went to a party last month, got drunk at night and slept with someone upside down, and now you have a baby in your stomach. If you need it, I can help you figure out who is the father of the baby. Every time Sun Feiha said a sentence, Xinyu's face went white by an inch, and finally her legs became too weak to stand and she directly fell to the ground. She did the math right. The people were all human beings. Where could they not see Xinyu's dissimilarity? And Mrs. Pei's face immediately sank. The reason she threw the party was known to all. The Shin family actually brought in a raggedy guy and wanted to marry her son. Was this looking down on her? Or looking down on the Pei family? Mrs. Pei was naturally the yin and yang of the crowd, and seeing her unhappy, Mrs. Shin shivered and didn't dare to speak, and could only secretly glare at Sun Feiha. If she hadn't broken the news, it would have been fine for the child to be quietly aborted. What are you glaring at me for? Sun Feiha tilted her head with a puzzled look at Mrs. Shin. Mrs. Shin awkwardly lowered her head and didn't know what to say. This kind of thing everyone generally understand the heart on the line. No one will ask so bluntly. Sun Feiha's shallow or rhetorical question, directly to her will not be able to, can only be in the heart. Cursed, really is the countryside. Cannot get on the stage. You scolded me? Sun Feiha said with a certainty in her tone. Degree. I didn't. Mrs. Shin immediately retorted. You cursed me for being from the country and not being able to get on. I didn't say it out loud. I just cursed in my heart. Mrs. Shin excitedly stood up and loudly retorted. The living room fell suddenly silent. See? I told you she scolded me. Sun Feiho nodded in satisfaction. Looking at Xinyu said, do you want to buy a talisman to go back? I observe that you have a bad luck cover. Offended the fetal ghost. You are going to have bad luck. A talisman is not expensive. $200,000. $200,000? Why don't you go grab it? You're a strange one. Can you just rob it? Have you ever seen someone with $200,000 in cash on the road waiting for someone to rob them? Then this is too expensive for you. It's worth every penny. You've seen what I'm capable of. This talisman can definitely solve your problem. Sun Fei has sold it with all her heart. Xinyu bit her lip forcefully and looked at Mrs. Shin without saying anything. Don't look at her glamorous appearance. But she really doesn't have much money on hand. She buys luxury goods with all her money. Mrs. Shin stood up in exasperation, raised her hand and poked her forehead vigorously, insinuating, "You're such a fool. You believe when others casually say a few words. What a cheap hoof. Go home." Shin Yu unwillingly stood up and followed. "Hey, Ms. Shin, are you sure you don't want to buy? If I miss today, I'll have to raise the price." Shin Yu just wanted to turn back. Mrs. Shin pinched her forcefully and led her out with big strides. Sun Feihe shook her head regretfully. "Xiaohua, why did you charge her $200,000? You charged me only $20,000. The situation is different." Nan Xiaoyu nodded her head plausibly. "Where's your young master?" Separating from Sun Feihe and walking to the backyard, Sun Mingjue called out to a maid and asked, "Young master is still taking a nap." "Oh, go yell for him and tell him I'm waiting for him downstairs." The maid also knew that the two were close and answered, Young master's son is here." When he finished speaking, he respectfully stood by the door with his hands down. A moment later a deep male voice could be heard inside replying, "Got it." Only then did the servant slowly turn back around. Chapter 18 tells you to stay put. The room was dimly lit at the moment, and all that could be seen was a simple bulge in the wide bed. Moving closer for a closer look, a pair of bony hands rested loosely on the quilt, folded over his stomach. The man on the bed has picturesque eyebrows, a high nose, slightly pursed corners of the mouth, revealing a hint of coldness and ruthlessness. His sword brows slightly knit, as if he is dissatisfied with the disturbance, slowly opening his eyes flashing with sharp and cold light, so that people do not dare to get close to him easily. He lifted the covers and got out of bed, his lazy movements at the moment giving the impression of a lion faking sleep to lure in his enemies, as if you'd be instantly torn to shreds as soon as you got close. Stepping into the bathroom on long, slender legs, the raging water poured down, dampening his hard, dark hair as the gurgling water slowly made its way down the shapely forehead, the high bridge of the nose, the crimson lips, the exquisite chin, the hill-like throat. When he simply cleaned up and opened the door to go downstairs, this backyard was extremely quiet, as if there was not even the sound of breathing. Pei Jia took it for granted and went down the stairs. Sitting in the living room, Sun Mingju looked at Pei Jia and greeted her with a smile. "Ka," Pei Jia coldly answered, sitting on the soft sofa, hands slightly back, slender fingers on the soft armrests, a lazy and dangerous posture, voice clear and cold out. "Deslin's contract. I can help." Sun Mingjue immediately felt incomparably touched in his heart. He grew up with Pei Jia. Other people say Pei Jia is lonely, cold, but he knows that once recognized by Pei Jia, no matter what you encounter, he will help. Sun Mingjue shook his head and said with a joyful smile, "Thank you Jia. Deslin's matter has been resolved. I really have something happy to tell you. My sister has been found." "Oh," Pei Jia responded in a disinterested whisper. "What's with the reaction? Your sister, not my sister. You say that. My sister is not your sister. Help me take care of her more in the future." "Oh, brother Jia, come on. I'll take you to see my sister. She's very good looking, especially her temperament. There's something about her that I can't tell you." "No go. The women in the front yard are noisy." Hey, that's not because of you. Go. Don't look at them. Just look at my sister. If you don't look at her, how are you going to help me take care of her?" Pei Jia couldn't resist Sun Mingjue's tugging, which caused him to faintly get up, straightening the slightly creased corners of his clothes as his sturdy, powerful legs stepped out. At the aisle leading to the front yard, there is a shadow wall, which allows you to see the scene in front of you without being noticed, and when the two of them arrived, they were just in time to hear Sun Feihe's clear voice say that Xinyu was pregnant. Pei Jia raised an eyebrow, her eyes faintly looking towards Sun Mingjue. "Brother Ka, my sister is a miracle teller. Her math is spot on." Pei Jia didn't believe this at all, and just turned his head without caring, looking at the slender back and the bulbous back of his head. But after listening to the entire program, Pei Jia frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "This sister of yours is not simple. That's for sure." Sun Mingjue tilted his neck a little proudly. There weren't many people that Pei Jia would call uncomplicated. Pei Jia looked at the silly hairy little one and sighed slightly. She can know the situation of the Shin family when she first came here, and even know what happened a month ago. This shows that she must have been secretly observing for a very long time. Her estimated purpose for coming back this time isn't simple. You have to pay more attention to it. Sun Mingjue naturally also understand the meaning of the words. Shaking his head will be the morning things that happened at home. One by one, the more he said, Pei Jia's brow frowned more and more tightly. She did all this math? Of course, if she even knows what's going on in Deslin, there's no need for her to come and recognize her family. Pei Jia naturally knew that. Could there really be such an amazing person? Sitting on the sofa, Sun Feihua turned her head to look at the shadow wall if she felt something, and met with a pair of cold and sharp eyes. Sun Feihua immediately stood up and looked at him with a burning gaze. Finally, it was as if Sun Feihua had already seen how she was going to live in the 9 heavens in a dashing and reckless manner. Sun Feihua's action was so sudden that the crowd's eyes followed her line of sight, and suddenly seeing Pei Jia behind the shadow wall, the crowd excitedly straightened their clothes, some quietly turned their backs, took out their cosmetics, and carefully made up their makeup. Sun Feihua lifted her foot to go over. Nan Xiaoyu hurriedly pulled her back and said nervously, "Don't go. He's not a good person. From childhood to adulthood, there are 80 women who have been humiliated by him without 100, and his cursing can be hard to hear." Sun Feihua pulled out her own hand and said with a slightly agitated tone, "It's fine. I like being scolded." Nan Xiaoyu was stunned. Subconsciously releasing his hand, he saw Sun Feihua approaching with light footsteps. 5 steps, 4 steps, 3 steps. She was still approaching, not to mention Nan Xiaoyu's jaw dropping in shock. Mrs. Pei had already stood up in excitement. "Stop at a step away." Sun Feihua couldn't help but lament his handsome features, but more than that, he was still excited about the impending completion of his mission. Sun Mingjue was just about to open his mouth to introduce himself when he heard Sun Feihua excitedly say to Pei Jia, "Don't you move." Pei Jia's eyes looked at her lightly, his sharp gaze seeming to see through her. Sun Feihua pulled out yellow paper and vermilion sand, dipped her index finger in a bit, and directly used Pei Jia's chest as a pad, drawing it on the fly, and the nanny behind her drew a sharp breath of cold air. Pei Jia's body stiffened slightly. This was the first time in 20 years that a woman was able to get close to him. His nostrils were filled with a faint fragrance. He wanted to take a step back and pull away, only to hear Sun Feihua chortle, "I told you not to move." The people in the living room immediately drew cold air in succession, and Wu Rongrong's forehead was also sweating slightly. "Daughter, when I said I'd help you take the heat, I didn't say I'd let you directly offend Pei Jia. It's over. It's over." Wu Rongrong had begun to ponder how much private money she had. Enough to keep the family alive for how long? Chapter 19, The Fate Cannot Be Exchanged. Sun Feihua finished drawing the talisman paper, clasped it with both fingers, and held it with Pei Jia's 10 fingers with one hand. Such a bold action. Sun Mingjue was nervous and stuttered a little. "Others don't know, but he is very clear. Pei Jia has a cleanliness fetish. Pei Jia that the eyes of the cold and sharp. The edge of the light shadow falls exactly at the straight nose, lining the nose more and more high. Thin lips pursed, through a trace of the indifference of the stranger." At this time he looked at Sun Feihua. "I do not know what to think." As if she didn't notice the crowd's strangeness, Sun Feihua kept the pose enchanted. She wanted to suck Pei Jia's fate into herself and then break the messed up fate right before putting it back. The yellow talisman in his hand suddenly emitted a burst of white light and flew without wind, circling around the 2 men twice before finally slamming straight into Pei Jia. A bright light flashed in Sun Feihua's eyes, and suddenly Pei Jia's body seemed to appear as if a purple light shield had directly blocked the yellow talisman from the outside. Sun Feihua's eyes widened in surprise. Her eyebrows furrowed violently. The incantation in her mouth became more and more urgent, and the yellow talisman was anxious to get in, and in the end, it directly collapsed and turned into shredded confetti. Sun Feihua looked at Pei Jia with a crooked head and murmured, "Why not? What no?" The jade-like magnetic voice rang out. Sun Feihua frowned and said, "Your destiny is messed up. I want to break it right for you, but I can't." Sun Feihua bit her lower lip vigorously, took Pei Jia's hand, and walked towards the backyard with big strides. Surprised, Sun Mingjue quickly followed, and the people sitting in the living room also stood up to follow. Pei Jia followed her on her feet, letting her pull her along. Sun Feihua found a random empty room and pushed him in, directly shutting Sun Mingjue out. Sun Mingjue knocked hard on the door and shouted, "Sister, don't be impulsive. You men are unmarried and women are unmarried. This won't work. You're going to lose the sister you just got. Who's bullying who?" Without waiting for Sun Mingjue to figure it out, he heard Sun Feihua's voice from inside the room. "Shut up." There was no sound outside the house. Sun Feihua let go of Pei Jia and crouched down, kicking the ground lightly with her feet, shouting in an annoyed tone, "Old man, come out. What's going on?" The ground was not the slightest bit different, and Pei Jia leaned against the cabinet with an idle posture, looking at Sun Feihua with a deep gaze. He hadn't told anyone else that he didn't seem to have any abnormalities, but he had frequent headaches since he was a child, and as he grew older, he had more and more headaches for a longer period of time. But just now when Sun Feihua approached him, he suddenly felt clear and refreshed within his vaguely painful cranium. Sun Feihua looked at the ground with annoyance. She suspected that the judge that old man lied to her. Seeing that the ground was unresponsive, Sun Feihua furrowed her brows. Her eyebrows were cold as she drew the talisman with one hand. A talisman paper would be about to be drawn. and Pei Jia's pupils shrunk violently. A dark shadow appeared right on the ground. And then he heard it. Good disciple. What's wrong? A leisurely voice rang out. Good girl. Old man. Are you lying to me? I can't change his destiny at all. Impossible. I've been doing the math for 28 whole days, and you're the only one who can break his destiny. Sun Feiha asked skeptically. Really? But the rune just now directly shattered. The judge didn't expect this to be the case either and muttered in a tone of voice. It shouldn't be. Tell us carefully what the situation was. Sun Fei was said one by one. A purple light shield? The judge slapped his thigh. Chagrined. It's over. What's wrong? This is the son of the heavenly Tao. How did I mess up his destiny? Good disciple. You must break him over. In case that old brat of the heavenly Tao finds out, he will definitely come to me for a fight. What son of the heavenly Tao? He's just a mortal now. The judge sighed and said, My foolish disciple. You don't understand. Do you think it's easy to become a heavenly Tao? He has to go through 3,000 worlds before he can become a true heavenly Tao. This is just one of his small worlds. Sun Feiha asked in annoyance. Then what should I do now? The judge pondered for a moment and said, If you do more merit and enhance your mana, you will naturally be able to undo it then. But Xiao He, the purple light shield is activated by you. In the future, the evil demons in crooked paths will smell and find him, so you must protect him. Sun Feiha's lips pursed lightly as she said impatiently, With this little bit of mana I still have to protect him? Don't say that master doesn't love you. Take this extreme talisman. It will save your life in critical times. A yellow paper floated out slowly from the black hole and landed in Sun Feiha's hand. Sun Feiha looked at the yellow talisman and gritted her teeth. You want to get rid of me with this crap? Is this supposed to protect me? This is obviously to protect him. And this thing can't be driven without mana. Do you think I'm not going to die fast enough? Hey, protect you or him? It's pretty much the same. When can I go back? The judge sheepishly closed the channel straight away. Sun Feiha was exasperated and vigorously stomped the ground a few times, cursing in a low voice, well, so play it right? Dead old man. When it comes to the key time, he will play dead. Indeed there is no free lunch in the world. Humph. Sun Feihua chanted and cursed a few times before she looked up at Pei Jia and sighed quietly. Pei Jia's sword brows slightly raised, and a hint of darkness swept across his eyes. Son of heaven? Sun Feiha walked up to him and said in a light tone, Follow me from now on. When Pei Jia heard this, the curve of his mouth looked slightly wider, looking at her with a breezy look and saying, How do you follow? Sun Feiha said rightfully, Naturally, wherever I go, you go. Pei Jia looked at her with a deep gaze, his narrow eyebrows narrowing slightly. You want to marry me? Sun Feiha didn't even think about it and replied decisively, It's not impossible. The narrow eyes steeply narrowed, a dark aura flashed under his eyes, and a moment later, his tone carried an unknown depth of meaning. Good. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the closed door was opened by the butler. The conversation between the two was overheard by someone outside. Old Mrs. Pei joyfully patted her old sister's shoulder and said smilingly, Mei Lin, the two of us are going to be close to each other. Look how destined these two children are. They're talking about marriage themselves. At this time, Mrs. Sun could not smile. This is a little cotton jacket that has just been recognized. She has not been rare enough. How can she marry? Mrs. Pei is even more joyful. She is now not to talk about what between the family. And besides, who can be compared to her family? The Sun family's family lineage is not bad. Much better than she imagined. Sun Xingyue stood behind a few people, her eyes scarlet. She couldn't believe that such a good thing would fall on Sun Feiha. Pei Jia was the moon in the sky for her. Unattainable. The thought that Sun Feiha would defile the bright moon in her heart made her want to go up and beat her to death. She'd rather Pei Jia never get close to a woman for the rest of her life. Chapter 20, You really don't count a fortune? Perhaps her resentment was too deep. Sun Feihe's gaze steeped to her, blinking as if to ask, You really don't count a fortune? Sun Xingyue forced herself to calm down. Things were not irreversible yet. She still had a chance. This matter passed through Pei Jia's mouth. Naturally it should be settled. Pei old lady happily watched the Sun family leave, and joyfully beckoned to her daughter-in-law, Zhou Miayan. Zhou Miayan heart understood, quickly took out a thick book from the house, joyfully said, Mom, the bride price I'm ready. You see. Old lady Pei gave her an appreciative glance and asked smilingly, Still satisfied? The natural question to ask was whether or not he was satisfied with Sun Feiha. Zhou Miayan nodded her head repeatedly. Satisfied. Satisfied. Although grown up in the countryside. But that body temperament I think is much better than these self-proclaimed noble women in the capital. And that girl's eyes are clear and bright. And people are upright at first glance. I think it's not difficult to get along. Old lady Pei also smiled and nodded. She was also satisfied with Sun Feiha. Not to mention the other things. Just the things Mei Lin whispered to her. She couldn't wait to offer Sun Feiha up. Someone with such ability must have a great creation. Thinking about it this way, his own family had really gotten lucky, having been taken into their home first when Sun Feiha hadn't made a name for herself in the capital. This side of the Sun family car was silent. Sun Feihe leaned on the seat in a bad mood. Wu Rongrong thought she regretted it and comforted. Xiao He, don't be anxious. If you regret it, just say that when Pei's family comes to the door tomorrow, Mom will reject him for you. Sun Mingjue naturally also saw Sun Feiha's unhappiness, and repeatedly assured, Sister, don't worry, leave this matter to me. With my relationship with Brother Jia, he definitely won't do anything to you. Sun Qingyue sat at the back, and when she heard Sun Feiha's reluctance, her heart was relieved, but she couldn't be angry with her for being so reckless, and opened her mouth to say, Sister, it's not that I'm the older sister that's talking about you. Since you're not willing, don't feel free to agree to it at that time. Do you know how much trouble this will bring to the family? It doesn't matter if you're like this in the countryside, but now our family's business might suffer greatly. Sun Qingyue spoke bitterly, her gaze turned slyly on the other three, and then said, I'm not coveting a good life. I'm heartbroken for my brother and father. They've really worked too hard for this family. As soon as Sun Hao and Sun Mingjue were mentioned, the other two's faces changed slightly. Although they were filled with guilt towards Sun Feiha, Sun Mingjue was truly the grandson/son that they had raised with a handful of hands. Sun Mingjue waved his hand carelessly and said, It's okay, we'll talk again when the business is gone. The more Sun Mingjue was like this, the more the two of them were heartbroken, and in their hearts they inevitably had some slight words for Sun Feiha. Sun Qingyue saw the fire arching and wanted to add more fire to it. When she heard Sun Feiha propping up her chin with one hand and looking at her in a light tone, Can you shut up? Who said I'm not willing? This marriage must be concluded. Sun Qingyue's face changed steeply, and Sun Feiha tilted her head to look at her. Her tone meaningless. You really don't count a fortune? You're about to have bad luck. Sun Qingyue bit her lower lip vigorously and said with slightly reddened eyes, Sister, even if you don't like me, you don't have to curse me. If I said something wrong, I'll apologize to you. Sun Feiha shook her head slightly and said, I never lie. After all, she was raised from a young age. Wu Rongrong asked with concern, Xiao He, what will happen to her? Sun Feiha shook her head. I can't say that. She must be personally willing to say that she wants to have her fortune told. Otherwise, I can't force it. Wu Rongrong looked at Sun Qingyue and said in a soft tone, Qingyue, you can tell a fortune. Such a simple sentence. To Sun Qingyue that was submission. She would never allow herself to be pressed down by Sun Feiha on her first day. A gentle smile appeared on Sun Qingyue's face, and she said calmly, No need, Mom. I really don't believe in this. Don't people say that if you believe it, it's nothing? If I don't believe in it, it's naturally fine. Sun Feihe shrugged his shoulders indifferently and turned his head back, leaning back in his seat to stop talking. Several people arrived home quietly, and before Sun Hao could recover from his subordinate's report, he heard Wu Rongrong tell him that Sun Feiha and Pei Jiao were getting married. Sun Hao immediately felt a bolt from the blue. Wu Rongrong curiously looked at the documents on the table, which detailed Sun Feiha's events from childhood to adulthood, especially after the death of his adoptive parents. Sun Tang and his wife, 3 days a small fight, 5 days a big fight, which described Sun Feiha's tragic situation as extraordinarily real. Wu Rongrong immediately felt her heart broken. She did not expect her own daughter in the place she could not see, living such a life, not only have to wash and cook, feeding the fields, but also often beaten. Wu Rongrong felt her heart like a knife, lying on Sun Hao's body and sobbing uncontrollably. The hint of mustiness that had risen just now suddenly disappeared, and even the guilt was even greater. This document, Sun Mingjue naturally also saw, has been a unique man also inevitably red eyes. Sun Hao patted his arm and solemnly instructed, Be nice to Xiao He in the future. Sun Mingjue nodded repeatedly in assurance. The crowd gathered around Sun Feiha and watched with verbal concern as she ate her dinner before dispersing in all directions. The Sun family couple leaned in and discussed the dowry. In the silence of the villa, a sudden miserable female voice rang out, followed by the sound of gibbering heavy objects rolling down the stairs. The loud noise woke up the room full of people. The housekeeper rushed over to see Sun Qingyue's limbs twisted on the ground, her face white, and immediately exclaimed out in astonishment, Miss Qing, are you alright? Saying that, he was about to help her up. Wu Rongrong also arrived and reached out to give her a hand. When she heard Sun Feiha leaning on the armrest and said in a light tone, Mom, don't touch her. Call the doctor. Sun Qingyue's limbs were twisted uncomfortably at this moment. Her eyes were red. She felt that this moment was the most embarrassing time in her life. She boasted of being a gentle lady, but at this moment, her buttocks were facing the sky and her dog ting action was seen by so many people. She really hated to disappear immediately. Hearing Sun Feiha's words, she could not wait to jump up and tear the other party's mouth at this moment. She felt that Sun Feiha must be remembering her previous words, so she wanted to embarrass her. Sun Qingyue looked at Wu Rongrong with difficulty and pleaded, "Mom, I don't know where I offended my sister. She had to embarrass me. But Mom, help me. I want to stand up. It's too hard right now." Wu Rongrong paused for a moment and reached out, ready to help Sun Qingyue up. Chapter 21, The Steps Grow 2 Incisors. Just listen to the click sound. Sun Qingyue Wu Qingyue screamed miserably. Arm powerless droop. At this time the forehead beads of sweat rolled down from the corners of the eyes. Wu Rongrong scared of a step back. Stuttering, "I did not use force," not daring to touch her again. Sun Qingyue could only continue to lie on the floor, waiting for the doctor to arrive. She had never felt that the time was so long. It seemed like a year had passed before the doctor arrived. She wanted to break into a rage, but she couldn't destroy the image she used to have in the hearts of the people, so she could only glare at Sun Feiha in annoyance, a glance that seemed like it was going to kill her by 1,000 cuts. But she had overlooked one thing. "What are you glaring at me for? It's not like I pushed you down." Sun Feiha's outspoken words made Sun Qingyue's eyes that contained anger and hatred not even have time to retract, and she was looked at by Wu Rongrong. Wu Rongrong cringed slightly. Sun Qingyue's face changed slightly. Her eyes flickered slightly. Her hateful eyes suddenly turned red. She sobbed and said, "Sister, how can you say that about me? I'm not glaring at you, but at the stairs. If it wasn't for it, I wouldn't have fallen so badly. Sister, you should also be careful falling downstairs. Don't fall down." Wu Rongrong nodded her head repeatedly, looked at Sun Feiha with a heartfelt concern, and instructed, "Your sister is right. Xiaohua, be careful when you go down the stairs." Sun Feiha nodded indifferently and said, "Don't worry, I definitely won't fall." The doctor over here carefully moved her to the stretcher and was just about to lift her up and head out. Sun Feiha shouted in a light tone, "Wait, you guys. Sister, what exactly do you want?" Sun Qingyue looked at her aggressively and said, "I'm already in such a miserable state now. I desperately need to go to the hospital for treatment. You're hindering me like this 3 times. I'll become paralyzed. Will it do you any good?" Old Lady Sun stood next to her. Her brows furrowed as she said in a cold voice, "You mean if you become paralyzed, it's because of Xiaohe?" Sun Qingyue didn't dare to confront Elder Lady Sun and shook her head repeatedly, saying that she had only said the wrong thing in a moment of impatience. Sun Feiha shrugged her shoulders and said helplessly, "All right, have a safe trip." The doctor nodded slightly at the crowd and carried Sun Qingyue outside. Just as he was going down the steps, the good stretcher suddenly tipped over, and Sun Qingyue was face down, her whole body covered on the ground. "Ah, my teeth!" Faint blood seeped out on the steps. Wu Rongrong hurriedly went forward. Sun Mingjue directly picked her up, only to see the 2 large white incisors in the crystal chandelier illumination, appearing extraordinarily white and glistening. It can be seen that Sun Qingyue usually really serious about brushing her teeth. The incisors stood firm on the steps. "I don't know who said, those are some white teeth." The nurse behind her wanted to laugh, but held her tongue when she thought of her job. Sun Feiha shrugged her shoulders and said, "I was going to remind you guys to be careful when going down the stairs." "Then why don't you just say something? Then why didn't you say so?" Sun Qingyue looked over to Sun Feiha with a difficult articulation. Sun Feiha leaned on Wu Rongrong's shoulder, her body shaking. "Don't say anything first, let me laugh for a while. Ha ha ha." Mocking so unabashedly, Wu Rongrong didn't have the good sense to lightly pat her shoulder, not knowing why. She wanted to laugh herself, but once she thought of herself as an adult, she could only forcefully hold back her patience. Asterisk. Sun Qingyue had never felt so humiliated before. Sun Mingjue made a cough and said to the housekeeper, "Go get a box of pure milk and put this." Poof. He didn't want to laugh either, but unfortunately he couldn't help it. Sun Qingyue looked at him accusingly, and only then did Sun Mingjue barely stop laughing, and continued, "Soak these 2 teeth. Don't let them become inactive, and now go to the hospital and still be able to pick them up." He put Sun Qingyue back on the stretcher, turned his head to look at Sun Feiha's smiling red cheeks, and asked softly, "Is everything okay down there?" Sun Feiha waved her hand and said, "It's fine. Go." Going to the hospital definitely can't be her alone. Wu Rongrong put on her clothes and followed along, and before she left, she instructed her siblings to hurry back and rest. Old Lady Sun looked away and asked curiously, "Xiaohe, how did she get so unlucky?" Sun Feihua laughed softly and explained, "It's just a matter of thick and thin. She often curses people behind their backs and commits verbal karma." The Sun family naturally had no doubt about Sun Feiha's ability, but when they thought that Sun Qingyue, who had labeled herself as a kind person since childhood, was a bad person who moved things behind the scenes, there was always a sense of cutthroatness that they could not accept for a moment. Sun Feihua yawned carelessly and turned around to go back to her room. Old Lady Sun looked at the closed door and instructed Sun Hao with a heavy tone. If it's really as Xiao he said, you should treat Qingyue with caution in the future. Don't raise her heart. If she's good and doesn't act like a demon, give her a generous dowry, and if she... The old lady looked at the two with warning eyes, and Sun Hao was a bit hesitant. It's not that serious, right? Qingyue didn't say anything today, and she's still injured. Although the original intention of adopting Sun Qingyue was for Wu Rongrong, but after so many years of living together, Sun Hao's father-daughter love for Sun Qingyue is not fake. Hearing elderly Mrs. Sun say this, inwardly disapproved, he preferred Sun Qingyue to get along well with Xiaohou. Old Mrs. Sun snorted coldly. You know nothing. The small mind of a girl's family. You don't understand even if I tell you. Anyway, you and Mingju, put my words at ease. Looking at elder lady Sun's serious expression, the two of them lost their domineering spirit that reigned supreme in the company and instead nodded their heads in assurance. Several people's words into the ears of Sun Feihua. She actually does not care. Here does not stay master own stay master place. Say she has now found people, with her craft, earn a pot full of problems. Closing his eyes, he tugged at the covers on his body. The human bed is just soft and gentle. Suddenly, her gaze turned to a spot and she said, no good. Chapter 22, the fetal ghost must be appeased. At this time Pei Jia is really not good. His body seems to be pressed by something, never dreaming of him. At this time trapped in the dream world, his ears constantly come from the Yin Lord's laughed, as if saying what again? He tried to hear, but there is only a section of hazy sound. He tried to open his eyes, eyelids as if they were glued on, cannot be opened at all. Sun Feihua hurriedly took out the extremely good rune that her master had given her, and between biting through it, she quickly slid on it, reciting the words in her mouth, and finally drew eyes and a mouth on it, and the rune suddenly flashed with a hint of golden light. Drink softly, go! The runes seemed to have life, and flew outward with their feet, disappearing in an instant. Sun Featherhole closed her eyes tightly, sharing them with rune vision. Late at night stood Pei's house, the room filled with black air. Rune pushed the window in. In a split second, the two parties were in sync. All evil shun retreat. The god of the underworld is quiet. A golden light appeared, only to hear a mournful scream appear in the night sky. Far away in the dark house, a man suddenly spat out blood. In an instant, Pei Jia's tightly closed eyes abruptly opened. His aura suddenly changed. His gaze became incomparably sharp, and he looked around with a murderous aura. Alright, it's alright. A familiar female voice rang in his ears. Pei Jia turned her head to look at Rune, who was standing by the pillow, and said hesitantly, Sun Fei Ho? Rune nodded and said, it's me. Go to sleep. From today on this talisman will stay with you. Remember to come find me tomorrow. Why? What was that just now? I don't have enough mana right now, so at most I'll keep watch for you at night, and during the day you must follow me around. It might have been a little ghost raised by someone just now. I don't know exactly. Pei Jia's sword brows furrowed. He hated this kind of out-of-control situation. Sun Feihua looked at his bowed head and thought he was frightened, and whispered, come closer. Pei Jia approached uncertainly, only to see Sun Feihua whispering softly, and in the next second he fell into a coma. Sun Feihua laboriously tugged on the quilt to cover him, and only then did he lie down and sleep with peace of mind. A dreamless night. The sunlight through the window, pouring on Sun Feihua's face. She slightly opened her eyes, looking at the big bright sky, looking at the unfamiliar room, for a moment actually did not react to where she was. Bang bang, Xiao Hua, are you awake from your nap? Old Lady Sun's voice came from outside the door. Sun Feihua opened the door, sleepy, her voice a little soft and sticky. Just woke up. What's wrong, Grandma? Old Lady Sun looked at her soft granddaughter. Her heart melted, and said with a smiling face, it's time for breakfast. There are a lot of things to do today. What are you going to be busy with? Naturally it's your business. All the clothes in the check room have to be changed. You'll have to pick out the cosmetics, and you'll have a customized car made for you, and you'll have everything that everyone else has. Sun Feihua shook her head disinterestedly. Whatever. Something loose will do. I don't want a car. I can't drive. Old Lady Sun shook her head disapprovingly and said, no, not now, but definitely in the future. Buy it first. If you don't like it we'll buy it again. But the brand must be there, said not waiting for Sun Feihua to retort, holding her hand to go downstairs. Sun Feihua turned around and went back to her room, casually washed her face, veiled herself and followed Old Lady Sun downstairs. Old Mrs. Sun chanted as she walked away that if she didn't take care of herself when she was young, she would definitely regret it when she was old. Sun Feihua lazily followed behind. Although impatient, she felt the kindness of Old Lady Sun and just lazily kept nodding her head. Old Lady Sun looked at her like this and sighed softly, thinking that in the future she would think more for her. Sun Feiha went downstairs and found that at this time the living room had been filled with hangers. Next to it stood the salesman. Seeing her come down, they nodded respectfully. A table full of breakfast. A combination of Chinese and Western. Whatever you want to eat, the chef is always on standby. Sun Feiha is not picky about food. Just sit down and eat. The gestures are not stereotypical dogma, they are languid with reserve. And the gestures are bold but not at all vulgar. Old Lady Sun looked on cheerfully. Later you go to pick and choose. See which clothes you like. And later let them send the new ones for each quarter according to your style. And jewelry. Must be good to pick. I see a lot of little girls like to bring flash jewelry. By the way, here's your cell phone with the family's number already in it. Sun Feiha nodded disinterestedly. Then asked, no one called for me today? Old Lady Sun paused for a moment and looked at the butler next to her, who immediately stepped forward and said, Miss Lotus, no one is looking for you. Sun Feiha nodded slightly without speaking. Old Lady Sun asked curiously, you have acquaintances here? Why don't you invite them to our home? Sun Feiha shook her head and explained, no, I only know Xiao Yu alone. I was curious about Xingyu. I can't believe she didn't call me. There is no woman who does not gossip, although Mrs. Sun is old, but the heart of gossip is still there. And immediately pursued the question. What happened to her? Sun Feiha picked up a wet towel and wiped her mouth, and said softly, she's already angered the fetal ghost by having 2 pregnancies in a row. She should have had nightmares last night, and if she still chooses not to have this baby, she has to appease the fetal ghost, or else she's afraid she's in for a big trouble. No way? Old Lady Sun said softly, then what should be done? Sun Feiha's lips pursed lightly, just about to say something when her gaze lifted to look at the door. Broad shoulders, strong, sturdy legs, cloaked in the dazzling sunlight outside, walked in. Pei Jia brought his own aura wherever he went, and the people standing in the living room immediately scattered to let him pass. Although Old Lady Sun's seniority was large, she never dared to take Zhou in front of the Pei family, and immediately stood up with a smile on her face. Pei Jia is here. Quick, serve tea. Pei Jia slightly owed her body, her gaze fixed on Sun Feiha, her tone indifferent, no need to be busy. Old madam, I'm here to find Sun Feiha. Elder Lady Sun's gaze swept around the two only, and immediately stood up with a sense of humor, and went towards the kitchen without stopping her footsteps, saying as she walked, since I don't like tea, I'll see what else is available. Sun Feiha's chin was slightly raised and her tone was light. Sit. Have some? Pei Jia's eyes coldly scanned the circle, shook his head slightly, raised his hand to look at his wristwatch and said, you still have 3 minutes. I have a meeting in the morning. Sun Feiha stuffed the bun in her hand in one bite, clapped her hands and stood up. Go! Pei Jia, who had always been a cleanliness freak, frowned, and Sun Feiha pretended not to see it, striding ahead and shouting at the kitchen, Grandma, let's go out. Old Lady Sun rushed out in a hurry, and the two had gone out side by side. Chapter 23, Raising a Child. Pei Jia opened the car door straight away and watched as Sun Feiha raised her hand about to touch the car door and couldn't help but voice out, wait. Sun Feiha looked at him curiously. Pei Jia sighed slightly and took her hand, taking out a wet tissue to gently wipe it. The bodyguard following behind stared in amazement. He had followed Pei Jia for some years, and today not only was there a woman standing beside him, he also saw Pei Jia condescending to serve someone. For a moment, he suspected that he had misread the sun, looked up at the sun coming out from the east, blinked vigorously a few more times to confirm that he hadn't misread it, and his eyes immediately burned into Sun Feiha. Sun Feiha's posture was lazy as she waited for him to wipe it off before getting into the passenger side. The car started, and Rune, who was quietly shrinking in Pei Jia's pocket, carefully stuck out his head, like a puppy seeing its master, and happily pounced into Sun Feiha's arms. Sun Feiha reached out to catch it, her slender fingertips condensed points of golden light, gently pointing at its body. The Rune seemed to have eaten a 10% pill, stretching its limbs comfortably, looking cozy. Well, little yellow, I'll have to trouble you to keep watch tonight. Xiao Huang immediately nodded and patted his chest. Pei Jia's afterglow faded as he watched the exchange of one person and one talisman, and voiced, what is the meaning of raising a brat? Sun Feiha knew he was asking about last night's incident. Some people have so many desires that he can't achieve them on his own, so he raises little ghosts and uses them to achieve his goals. But don't worry, after spooking him yesterday, he'll definitely come to your place today to find out what's going on. Pei Jia's eyes were light as she looked ahead, not knowing what she was thinking, and digressing. She said, what are your thoughts on getting married? The cool and magnetic voice made Sun Feiha's ears twitch slightly. She couldn't stand this kind of voice the most. It would make her body tingle and her heart itch. Trying to control the blush on her ears, she said faintly, it's best to keep everything simple. The corner of Pei Jia's mouth hooked up into a smile and said, our wedding is not destined to be simple. Sun Feiha coughed lightly and whispered, then do what you want, but no license. Pei Jia's eyes looked at her deeply, his tone questioning, why? Sun Feiha honestly said, one day if I leave, you'll be in a second marriage. Pei Jia's gaze was dark and deep as he stopped the car, his voice low, where are you going? Sun Feiha wasn't talking, she couldn't say that she wanted to go to the 9 heavens, right? Pei Jia could guess without her saying it, but apparently Sun Feiha didn't know that she had heard the conversation she had with the mysterious man yesterday. Pei Jia's trailing voice rose slightly, his timbre thin like an ice line. I must do things with a beginning and an end, and since I'm getting married, the license must be taken. Sun Feiha tilted her head to look at him, her eyes full of astonishment. Pei Jia's eyes shallow with her. A moment later, she smiled slightly, her cheeks pair swirls shallow, whispered, then as you like. Become a second marriage head cannot find the next family. Do not blame me. I never worry about that. Come on. It's here. The two of you stay. The man standing on the opposite side of the road holding a white streamer shouted at the two men. The bodyguard immediately stepped in front of him before he got close. The man dressed as a Taoist priest stroked his flowery white beard carelessly and said mysteriously, two of you. The poor Taoist has been looking at the heavens. And you haven't had much luck lately. I wonder if you've been having nightmares lately then. Sun Feiha and Pei Jia exchanged a glance. Eyebrows frivolous, palm-sized small face, curved eyebrows under a pair of dark and clear deer eyes, a slight smile soft voice, how do you know? He really had a nightmare last night. With an unsurprising expression, the Taoist priest nodded his head and said, the poor Taoist watched the dangerous star leaning to the right and sagging yesterday, and felt bad all of a sudden. So he purposely waited here just so that he could give relief and refuge to those who are destined to be here. Pei Jia did not move, and the Taoist priest's eyes flickered, his sight uncontrollably looking not far behind him. On the contrary, it was Sun Feiha who was beside him and said with a shallow smile, then you're really good. If you give him another fortune-telling, money is not a problem. After saying that he was familiar with himself, he reached out his hand towards Pei Jia, who was only slightly stunned for a moment, and pulled out his wallet from his pocket and placed it in her palm. Sun Feiha showed the bulging money in front of the Taoist priest. A hint of greed flashed in the Taoist priest's eyes, having long since left someone's instructions behind. Taking out a bamboo tube from his sleeve, he put 3 copper coins inside and finally sprinkled them on the turtle shell. The Taoist priest observed the coins, closed his eyes slightly, and spoke after a long time. Mr. should have been born in the late afternoon, born in the fall, am I right? No, he was born in the morning, born in the winter. Sun Feiha spouted nonsense in a serious manner. Pei Jia's eyebrows twitched and he didn't say anything. That's not right. I'm counting carefully. After saying that, the Taoist priest pinched his fingers and started counting, then his eyebrows frowned and his face was grave. Not good. Mr. Fortune's life has been replaced by someone, but looking at Mr. S costume is already a dragon among people. The person who robbed your destiny can't be suppressed right now. That's why you've been having nightmares for a long time. Sun Feiha tilted her head to look at him. How so? The Taoist priest looked serious. By all rights, sir, you should have been born on an autumn afternoon. That's the rich life you should have had, only to be replaced by whoever maliciously. Are you often lamenting that you don't have enough money to spend? You're not bad at making money, only that every time you don't realize that you've spent it all. What does that mean? It means that you can't keep your wealth in your hands. Oops, it's a pity. The bodyguard let out a light laugh. That was a universal sentence. There weren't many people who dared to say they had enough money to spend these days. The Taoist priest looked at the two men with an eager face, and when he saw that they always looked pale, his heart thumped. Normally, when it comes to this, the person on the other side will be anxious, begging for his rich life to be exchanged back, and he can take the opportunity to make conditions. Sun Feiha was so calm that he couldn't figure out the other party's mindset for a moment. Girl, you're not in a hurry? Sun Feiha was too quiet, and the Taoist priest first pressed the careful question. Sun Feiha waved her hand and said indifferently, there's no rush. The Taoist monk was momentarily speechless, and suddenly his face sank. Since you guys don't believe me, count the poor Taoist as meddling in my business. The poor Taoist will leave now. Sun Feiha raised her hand to block his body to leave, said with a smile, I definitely can't go. I also have a small research on this. Why don't I give you a fortune-telling? My fortune-telling is not expensive. Once 200. Chapter 24, Greedy. He'll die. The Taoist snorted coldly. Our psychic spells something you can do. Sun Feiha waved her hand carelessly. Don't be in a hurry. I see that your face is broad and your nose is round. You should have a son and a daughter. The corners of your mouth are flat and there is a diamond-shaped mole in the lower 2 inches. You died of one wife and now it's your second one. The light words made the Taoist immediately changed his face. No one knew about his second marriage at all. He clenched his fists a little nervously. Sun Feiha soothed. Don't be nervous, I am just casually counting. The corners of your eyes are with profit. It proves that you are a very greedy person, and you can do whatever it takes for the sake of money. This life palace was originally very long, but unfortunately, it is now cut in half by a grey mole. In less than 3 days, you will have the plague of blood, and this murderer is the very person who sent you. Taoist priest face slightly white. You turn around and want to go. Sun Feiha lifted his foot to block. Tone light, do not go. I have not finished counting? This person stopped you in the street in the morning, promised you some benefits, let you come to explore the truth. Am I right? The Taoist turned his head sheepishly and whispered, I don't know what you're talking about. He was completely taut and pushed Sun Feiha to leave. Sun Feiha looked at his back and said in a cold voice, if you walk away, you won't have a life. The Taoist priest paused in his footsteps and turned around a moment later, narrowing his eyes slightly and saying in a cold voice, are you serious? Or are you actually in cahoots? Sun Feiha snorted and said coldly, you would go to such lengths for $200? The Taoist priest looked hesitant. Sun Feiha reached out to him, smilingly saying, bring it. The Taoist gritted his teeth and carefully took out $200 from his pocket and placed it in Sun Feiha's hand. Sun Feiha flung the money in his hand and casually stuffed it into his wallet, saying with a smile, it's also very simple to crack. You ask him to tell the same fortune for you. That'll do? Sun Feiha nodded lightly and continued with a faint smile. For the sake of poor good nature, he will never kill you. However, I advise you to stop flirting, or else even if you manage to escape this time, next time you are going to be beaten to death alive on the street. The Taoist priest's face turned pale. Why? Sun Feiha snorted coldly. Why? Because you for the sake of money nonsense that the child in someone else's womb is born bad seed. The girl was too angry to hire someone to come and beat you to death. The Taoist held back his trembling eyes as Sun Feiha shook his head slightly. Curious, Pega asked. Why are you shaking your head? Sun Feiha said in a light tone, greed is not enough. He will die. You're not interfering? Sun Feiha's eyes widened in curiosity. Fate has its own heavenly determination. I can't intervene as I please. I just sensed that fetus would do good deeds in the future and averted a disaster for him. A hint of laughter flashed under Pei Jia's eyes. You're quite principled. That's right. When the two entered the company, the receptionist was snorting with a sleepy look, and the moment she saw Pei Jia, she had a jolt and immediately stood up, shouting in a serious manner, good day, Mr. Pei. Pei Jia nodded his head with a cold expression, his feet not stopping as he led Sun Feiha inside. The receptionist's eyes went straight, and for a moment she suspected something was wrong with her eyes. This distance? How do you think it's close? It was important to realize that within 3 steps around Pei Jia, there had always been a vacuum. Sun Feiha's eyelids lifted lightly, slowly meeting his eyes. The receptionist froze for a moment and immediately smiled and nodded with her. Pei Jia asked Sun Feiha to wait for him in the office, telling her to call out if she needed someone, while he himself went into the conference room. Through the doorway, which was already filled with people, Sun Feiha just stood slightly and walked out. Sitting around the house can be of no merit. Go out and walk around. You can always earn some, and less flies are meat. As Pei's #1 gossip, Gu Ning's eyes lit up when she saw Sun Feiha's figure. Hello, my name is Gu Ning. Sun Feiha. Gu Ning pushed down the stool next to her to signal her to sit down, and asked with a smile, hey, your name is really nice. Right, which university did you graduate from? Maybe we two are still alumni. Sun Feiha honestly said, I didn't go to college. I just came back from the countryside. What? Gu Ning let out a small gasp of surprise. Not to mention Pei Jia, even if you want to join Pei's, without a beautiful resume as a throwing brick, the door won't even be able to enter. Gu Ning suspiciously scanned Sun Feiha up and down and whispered, are you really from the countryside? Then your family must have some kind of impressive industry, right? Sun Feiha nodded faintly. I think there is. I haven't asked yet, but I can tell fortunes. Do you want a fortune? It's not expensive. $200. But Gu Ning suddenly burst out laughing, whispering, I didn't see that you're still a little godly man. Sun Feiha looked at her faintly, the color of her pupils slightly deeper, and said with a smile, you're being urged to get married today. Your mother said if you can't find a date this year, don't come home. Gu Ning's eyes widened steeply as he stumbled. How did you know? Sun Feiha said with a superior posture. Of course it counts. I think you need one thing the most right now. What? Sun Feiha pulled out talisman paper and vermilion sand from her pocket, quickly drew a talisman, and handed it to Gu Ning. Gu Ning watched her smooth movements and asked curiously, what is this? Sun Feiha shook the talisman paper in her hand and smiled faintly. This is a marriage talisman. Take it with you and your rightful destiny will come soon. Gu Ning looked at the yellow talisman in his hand and asked hesitantly, really? Sun Feiha lowered her head and counted with her fingers, nodding affirmatively. It will come within 2 days. If you miss it, you will have to wait for another 3 years before you meet. Gu Ning pursued somewhat anxiously. Then how can I recognize him? Sun Feiha looked at her and said in a light tone, carry this talisman on your body every day, and your positive karma will naturally stay. Gu Ning looked at the yellow talisman in her hand and bit her lip. Alright then, sis will believe you for once. If it's true, I'll treat you to a big meal. After saying that, she pulled out $200 from the bag next to her and handed it to her. Sun Feiha laughed softly. Definitely make it worth your while. Gu Ning carefully placed the rune in his pocket, and with this relationship, Gu Ning served Sun Feiha very well. Jingle bells. Hey, Xiao Hua, it's Xiao Yu. The voice on the microphone seemed a bit sneaky. What is it? Nan Xiaoyu looked around and lowered her voice. Xiao He, have you heard that Xin Yu has hit an evil spirit? Chapter 25, The Evil One. Sun Feiha's eyebrows flickered with interest. Nan Xiaoyu heard that she came to the interest. Suddenly excited said, listen to my mom said yesterday. Xin mother directly with Xin Yu to the hospital to do a checkup. Did not expect to be you said. She really pregnant. On the spot on the abortion. It is said that Xin Yu shouted cold last night. A night in the whole ward are frozen. You say it's not rare? Such a hot day. Wards froze in a layer of frost. If it wasn't for the Shin family taking money to suppress it, I guess it must have spread all over today. But what should be known is known. I heard that Infan went to see Xin Yu today, and she didn't even go in the hospital room before she was blocked back. With a smile under her eyes, Sun Feiha said softly, how pathetic. Nan Xiaoyu directly laughed out loud. That's called deserved. Usually no less flaunt. Bullying classmates in school. Many female students because of the beautiful look have been her whole. By the way, Xiao Hua, the Shin family is highly paid to hire the people of the Metaphysical Society. The Metaphysical Society? Oh, you're new to the capital and don't know it. There are legitimate metaphysical societies here, but the people in them are so condescending that they won't even pay attention to you unless the money's there. How much is the Shin family prepared to pay? $500,000. But that seems to be a peripheral price. Xiao He, $500,000 you go? No go. As I said before, I want to double it. Last time it was $200,000, now it has to be $2 million, Sun Feiha said in a cloudy manner. Nan Xiaoyu laughed loudly and echoed. Right, $2 million, not even a hair less will help. If you're going to go, give me a shout ha, I'm going to watch the fun. Sun Feiha simply agreed. Pei Jia, who had just come out, looked at her with light eyes. His voice couldn't help but slow down. You're not worried about being robbed? Sun Feiha, confident and flamboyant, rushed at him a sweet smile. Brilliant as the spring hua, bright as the autumn moon, but so. No one can do this. It has to be me. Pei Jia turned his head abruptly, avoiding her smiling face, and his bony fingers couldn't help but caress the location of his heart. Ward. Sun Qinyue and Xin Yu's ward is not far away. Xin Yu's things, of course. Sun Qinyue heard the nurse talk about it. In fact, she did not have a big deal. Dislocation of the arm. Abrasions. The heaviest counterpart was her incisors, which were barely put back in, but the doctor had instructed her not to bite hard objects or punch vigorously. Sun Qinyue agreed with a smile on her face, but in fact, her heart had long hated Sun Feiha, something that could have been avoided with a clear reminder from her. Sun Feiha must have wanted to see her laugh, so she made a pretense, or she was so unlucky. It was also Sun Feiha's ghost. Hearing about Xin Yu, she had an idea with a turn of her eyes, and whispered to Wu Rongrong, who was sitting next to her. Mom, I heard that Xin Yu was hospitalized. I want to go see her. Wu Rongrong frowned and refused without thinking. It wasn't like Xin Yu was really sick. That kind of private thing, no one wanted to be seen. Of course Sun Qinyue knew what Wu Rongrong was thinking. She smiled and said, Mom, don't think too much. I'm a good friend with Ayu who has nothing to talk about. I don't have that many scruples. Wu Rongrong still wanted to refuse. Sun Qinyue pulled her arm and pouted. Mom, I heard the nurse say that she's not as simple as being sick. If it were usual, I would definitely not go and be obnoxious, but when she needs me the most, as a friend, I can't just stand by. Mom, since I was young, I was taught to be kind to people and treat my friends with sincerity, and now is the time when she needs me. Moreover, what my sister said at that time was a bit hard to hear, and I was afraid that she would hold a grudge, so I wanted to go and persuade her. Wu Rongrong's 1,000 words were all blocked in her throat. She could only sigh helplessly. Her finger gently tapped on her forehead, and said with relief and helplessness, I really can't do anything about you. You are too kind. I will accompany you. Sun Qinyue hurriedly stopped it. Mom, don't go. Our little girl is talking together. If you go, I'm afraid she won't feel comfortable. Wu Rongrong could only nod her head in agreement when she thought about it. and Sun Qingyue hurriedly called out to the nurse and pushed in a wheelchair, stating that she wanted to go see Xingyu. The nurse immediately looked at her with admiring eyes. At this time Xingyu's ward everyone avoided it. Who knew what kind of dirty things were inside? What if they got on their own? The nurse pushed Sun Qingyue, and when she was about to approach the ward, the nurse was a bit hesitant. Sun Qingyue said thoughtfully, "Alright, just send it here. Go back if you're scared." The nurse was like an amnesty, and before she left, she whispered, "Ms. Sun, I think you should come with me too." Sun Qingyue softly yet firmly shook her head. "No, I don't feel comfortable with her until I see for myself." The people around her who were watching with their heads sticking out of their mouths were suddenly impressed with her. Sun Qingyue smiled faintly at the crowd and gently pushed open the door to the room. The cold wind inside the door rushed suddenly to her, and she couldn't help but shiver. The large hospital room, as if empty, Sun Qingyue forced the cold, pushing the wheelchair up. The bed is layers of bedding. Vaguely visible under the covers of the person is constantly shivering. Hyatt, the quilt shaking paused for a moment, revealing a crack, and Xinyu inside seemed a bit surprised to see her, her words carrying resentment. "What are you doing here? Did you come to show off for your sister?" Sun Qingyue didn't care about her anger. Her eyes slightly red. "Could it be that in your heart our friendship is fake? I'm just worried about you." Xinyu looked at her with suspicion. Sun Qingyue sobbed slightly and said, "We are also considered to be hairdressers, and I can't just stand by when something happens to you." "Humph, talk a good game. What can you do?" "Hey, it's my fault. If I had disciplined Sun Feiha at home, she definitely wouldn't have said something like that, and you wouldn't be like this today." At the mention of this, Xinyu was so angry that she forgot the cold and gritted her teeth. "It's all Sun Feiha's fault. It's all her fault." "Yeah, seeing you like that, I doubt she put any kind of spell on you." At this point it seemed as if she just reacted to saying the wrong thing and covered her mouth in surprise. As soon as these words were spoken, Xinyu seemed to have thought of something and sat up violently, saying with hatred in her eyes, "Yes, this must be it. This is the curse she put on me. I'm going to find her." Xinyu just got out of bed. Her legs were soft and directly knelt on the ground. Sun Qingyue wanted to help her up, and the moment she touched her arm, Sun Qingyue only felt that the whole person seemed to have been thrown into the ice cellar, and her hand was quickly withdrawn in the next second. Xinyu fell to the ground again. The body had not yet recovered. Xinyu no longer had the strength to stand up, and could only ask Sun Qingyue to give her a hand. Sun Qingyue was riding a tiger at this time, and could only help her to the bed with a stiff upper hand. Xinyu gasped and lay on the bed, pounding the pillow with hatred, her voice grim. "I won't let her go." Seeing that her purpose was achieved, Sun Qingyue comforted a few words and hurriedly pushed her wheelchair out. Wu Rongrong stood in the doorway waiting for her, and when she saw the frosty look on her brow, she hurriedly unfolded the blanket in her hand and wrapped her whole. Chapter 26, Who Put the Curse on You? Sun Qingyue started a fever that night, reaching 40 degrees at one point. Even so, she still held on strongly, comforting Wu Rongrong. "Mom, I'm fine. I've made a deal with Xingyu. She doesn't blame her sister anymore." Wu Rongrong was immediately heartbroken. Her eyes reddened and her voice choked. "Don't worry if you're sick. Mom knows that you're a good kid and a good sister." Sun Qingyue shed tears of emotion, and cried with some aggression. "Mom, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that you don't want me. I'm afraid that if my sister comes back you won't love me anymore. Mom, don't send me back, okay? In my heart the Sun family is my home. I will definitely not snatch it from my sister. As long as you look at me when you think about it, I will be satisfied." The fragile voice was pitiful to listen to with its endless fear and uncertainty. Wu Rongrong, who was already soft-hearted, took her in her arms with heartache and assured her in a row, "No, Mom won't send you back. You're my daughter too." "Really? Of course. Mom, I believe you, but why did Grandma give all the properties in her name to my sister? I'm not trying to steal them from my sister. I'm just scared that she doesn't like me. Will she send me back? Grandma is just too excited to have just met her sister." "Don't worry. Mom will distribute it fairly." Only after receiving the desired answer did Sun Qingyue feel relieved and drift off to sleep. Grandma can't get a share of her property, and she's determined to get the rest. "Xinyu over there," after Sun Qingyue's reminder, immediately shouted when Xin Mother came in with the people from the Metaphysical Society. "Mom, I suspect that Sun Feiha has put some kind of curse on me, and it's all because of her that I'm like this." Xin's mother's face sank as she snapped, "How did you know?" Xinyu immediately blurted out, "It was Sun Qingyue who told me." At this time, Sun Qingyue did not know that the stone she had just lifted was about to hit her own feet. Gao Jia, who was following behind, asked curiously, "Who is Sun Feiha?" Xin Mother of the origin of the Metaphysical Society of Gao Jia. The attitude is still relatively respectful. The district of 500,000 she is not at all in the eyes. the most rare is the favor. She has entrusted a number of layers of relations, only reluctantly invited Gao Jia, but when he replied, he inevitably gritted his teeth between his words. A villain who pretends to be a god. Master, I have to trouble you here. When this matter was over, she would definitely let the Sun family have a taste of her power. Gao Jia immediately spoke out. No problem. I'll set up an altar and perform the spell. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Gao Jia eyed the two people behind him, removed the backpack on his body, took out a yellow cloth painted with runes and covered the table, took out a censer for burning incense and placed it in the center, set white candles on the left and right, and took out a ceramic jar and poured a few drops of blood onto the candles, taking out a sign of the Bagua formation and placing it in the very center, and also placing some peach wood swords, peach cards, and ancient copper coins. The arrangement was complete, and the three of them took off their outer garments, revealing the clothes inside that were exclusively belonging to the metaphysical society. Gao Jia took the mahogany sword while waving, while reciting the words heaven and earth Xuanzong. Only the road is the only one. The body has a golden light, covering my body, serves the thunder. The ghosts and demons lose their nerve, the essence of the monster to forget. Golden light quickly appear. Love and protect the real person. Urgent as a lawful order. As the golden light incantation was slowly spat out, the cold air in the room seemed to have met some natural enemy and slowly receded. The lights flickered on and off, as if something was wailing and screaming in the room. Shen Yu panicked, covered his eyes, body trembling. The remaining two people see the situation, rushed to hold in the arms of the glutinous rice to the outside of the splash. A person picked up the table of copper coins waving around. I do not know how long. The lights in the house once again to restore calm. Gao Jia wiped the sweat on his head, to the mother of the Shin, arched his hand and said, fortunately, not to dishonor the mission. By now the house had returned to room temperature. The frost on the walls had disappeared, and there wasn't even a single drop of water, as if it had never been there. Shin Yu hurriedly pursued, is it really gone? Gao Jia nodded affirmatively and pointed at the blackened glutinous rice on the ground. Look, these blackened glutinous rice are all evidence left behind from scorching the evil ghosts. Once struck, no ghost can be left unharmed. Shen's mother and daughter looked at the blackened glutinous rice on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. Their faces were full of post-robbery smiles and complimented. On catching ghosts, it's still your metaphysical society that has the right to speak. This time it's really troublesome to you three. Don't worry, I'll transfer the money in 1 cent no less. Gao Jia smiled modestly. The peachwood sword in his hand snapped in response, and before he could react, the frost in the room intensified. Shin Yu instantly curled up into a ball, shivering unrecognizably. Shen mother was surprised and pounced on her, only to hear Shin Yu say with difficulty, Mom, go find Sun Feiha. She can definitely save me. Shen mother at this time also six godless, their own pampered daughter, cannot have an accident. Shen mother turned around and left. Gao Jia stood in place with a heavy face. The two disciples behind him were freezing and shivering. Gao Jia sighed and brought them out and stood in the doorway. He didn't believe that what he couldn't solve could be solved by a layman. Shen mother urged the driver, sped all the way to Sun's house. The car had not yet stopped. Shen mother directly pushed the door out, stumbling on the heels of her feet. Sun Feiha! Sun Feiha! Shouted Shen's mother as she rushed into Sun's house. The housekeeper hurriedly went forward to stop. Shen mother at this time also do not care what the image of a high family, directly peeled away from him, rushed into the living room. At this time the old lady Sun sat on the sofa, looked at her with a cold look. Looking for our family Xiaohe? What is the matter? Shen mother snapped. Sun Feiha has harmed Aiyue miserably. I don't care what kind of curse she put on Aiyue. It must be lifted for me right now, or else our Shen family is not a vegetarian. Elder Mrs. Sun's face sank, rose up with an open heart, and said in a cold voice, Shen family? You should be careful with your words. Our Xiaohe is a clean and innocent girl's family, so she won't put any curses on her. Wu Rongrong, who had come back to change her clothes and was ready to rest for a while, was awakened by the noise downstairs. Just as she was going downstairs, Shen mother's voice carried disdain and mockery. Dare to do not dare to recognize, right? Let me tell you, it was your family's son Xingyue who personally told Ayu that it was Sun Feiha who put the curse on her. Impossible. Wu Rongrong incredulously retorted loudly. Xingyue wouldn't say that. Humph. We're not afraid if you have son Xingyue confronting Ayu. She said so herself. I put a curse on it? Chapter 27, Clowns, invited to enjoy. I put the curse? Outside the door, Sun Feiha walked over with shallow steps and looked at Mother Shen and asked in a cold voice. The moment Shen mother saw her, the anger in her eyes was about to spurt out. She went forward and was about to point at her and start cursing. But when she saw the tall and reserved figure appearing behind her, countless words clogged up in her throat, and her entire face became blue and purple. looking extraordinarily hideous. Pei Jia's brows coldly and faintly swept over. Shen Mother seemed like a quail, no longer had the flair of her earlier. Whispered, I don't care if you can put a curse on it. You're coming with me to the hospital right now. Since you're calculating it, you can cure Ayu's disease. Sun Feiha wrapped her hands around her chest, tilted her head to look at her, blew up her eyes, and faintly shook her head. I'm not going. Shen's mother was instantly anxious. Why don't you go? Sun Feiha laughed out softly and said in a light tone, if I go and cure her, won't it be confirmed that I was the one who placed the curse? I won't do this kind of thing that tarnishes my reputation. Shen's mother approached with an anxious face. If you don't go, what about Ayu? Sun Feiha shrugged indifferently and said with a smile, what does it have to do with me? I've long said that she offended the fetal ghost, and this is all her own doing. No, you're the one who poked and prodded the thing. You have to make good. I poked and prodded fine, but I'm the one who got her pregnant? I'm the one who's been having sex with her night after night? I'm the one who made her handicapped as a first hand? Voice questioning, let Shen Mother dumbfounded, and feel very humiliated. Extreme anger makes her mind congested. Cold voice, you do not speak so hard. Really countryside. What night and night? What handicap? This is what you should say? The corner of Sun Feiha's mouth hooked up a cold smile. Did not want to continue to entangle with her? Turned to look at Pei Jia, tone with a smile. I heard that the ones who went to the party are interested in linking up with you. Shen Yu naturally, is it possible that you? The words landed. Pei Jia's face steeply cold, eyes slightly narrowed, deeply looked at Sun Feiha, and then looked at Shen Mother. Shen Mother has been scared out of her wits. If Pei family wants to rectify, just a word. There are countless people who are willing to go forward and backward to serve him. Wu Rongrong's face was also white with fear at this time. Only Sun Feiha looked natural and patted his arm, saying, all right, it's just a casual remark. Pei Jia looked at her with a deep gaze and turned around. Sun Fei he laughed softly and pulled his arm. Wu Rongrong at this time already didn't know what to do for good. How did she feel that her own daughters were running further and further down the road of death? It was expected that Pei Jia would shake off her hand and stride away, but to everyone's surprise, Pei Jia really stopped in her tracks. Just kidding. How petty. I was wrong. You sit. You sit. Pei Jia's face was undying, but at least he sat down. At this time, Mother Shen also saw that Pei Jia and Sun Feiha's relationship was not bad. She has nothing to threaten Sun Feiha. A clenched teeth. Immediately to kneel down. Sun Feiha seems to anticipate her movements. Lifting her foot to kick on the stool, Shen Mother was directly stopped. Sun Feiha looked at her and said in a light tone, kneeling is not necessary. Just apologize to me. The price for collecting the ghosts is another price. Shen's mother immediately made amends and apologized, and Sun Feiha turned her head to look at Wu Rongrong and asked with a smile, Mom, Sun Qingyue is there too, right? How about a three-way confrontation? Wu Rongrong was a bit hesitant. She didn't want to make things so embarrassing, but it was old lady Shen who said in a cold voice, let's go. I also want to know who actually placed this curse? Old lady Shen walked out the door first, and Wu Rongrong walked behind with a worried face. Sun Feiha smiled and reached out to Pei Jia, her tone carrying a joke. Mr. Pei, walk. A hint of a smile flashed under Pei Jia's deep eyes, and he didn't pay any attention to Sun Feiha's hand, but stood up and straightened his cuffs, walking his long and slender legs outside. Nan Xiaoyu was already waiting at the door of the ward, wearing a down jacket in the middle of summer with an excited face. Standing at the door of the hospital room, Gao Jia saw a young girl, saying something to the imposing man next to her, and handing him a yellow talisman, before she pushed her way in. When the crowd entered the hospital room, even though Wu Rongrong was mentally prepared, she still violently winced. Sun Feiha glanced at her and smiled at Sun Qingyue, who was sitting in a wheelchair with a pale face, and said, you told others that I placed this curse? Sun Qingyue looked around sheepishly and subconsciously retorted, it wasn't me. Mom, it really wasn't me. Saying that her eyes were red and the tears under her eyes rolled over. Wu Rongrong was a little heartbroken and gathered her in her arms, patting her shoulder comfortingly and said, don't be nervous, just casually asking. Sun Qingyue leaned petulantly into her arms and sobbed, Mom, what should I do? My sister. It seems like she hates me even more. You know me. I'd rather talk about myself that way than talk about my sister that way. Shen's mother, who was standing next to her, frowned and pointed at Shen Yu on the bed. You said that you told Ayu. Shen Yu on the bed nodded her head with difficulty, and Sun Qingyue cursed Shen Yu's stupidity in her heart, but she definitely couldn't admit it at this time. For a moment, the tears in her eyes, big drops slipped down. Her voice choked. Ah, you. I kindly came to comfort you. Why are you talking about me like that? Do you have any proof? Shen Yu was stunned and shook her head slightly. There is no evidence. What gives you the right to talk about me like that? Xiao He is my sister. How could I possibly talk about her like that? You are destroying the relationship between our sisters like this. Do you think you can cause trouble for our Sun family? Let me tell you, our Sun family is one heart. Sun Qingyue spoke in an aggrieved manner, speaking in a loud voice. Wu Rongrong even nodded her head repeatedly with honor. Sun Feihe tilted her head to look at Sun Qingyue, leaned close to Pei Jia and whispered, "Nice performance. Do you have an entertainment company? This is a good seedling." Pei Jia's eyes glanced at her lightly. His thin lips lightly opened with an imperceptible softness. "You're not angry? It's just a clown." At this moment, the most anxious mother Shen said softly, "Sun Feihe, can you cast a spell now?" Sun Feihe nodded her head gently and said, "First things first, $2 million without bargaining." Although Shen's mother's heart was dripping blood, she still nodded honestly. Sun Feihe's smile became a lot more sincere. "Okay, guest, I'm sure you'll get your money's worth." Took out the yellow talisman from his pocket, dipped his fingers into the vermilion sand and drew it quickly, reciting words in his mouth, and as he read out the spell, the yellow talisman in his hand ignited without fire, and a faint smoke lingered around the crowd. The corner of Sun Feihe's mouth raised a bad smile, and the smoke immediately gathered around Sun Qingyue. "In order to make it more intuitive for you, I invite you to enjoy it together." As he spoke, he looked at Sun Qingyue with a smile in his eyes. Chapter 28, it's called the Fetal Ghost. The crowd slowly opened their eyes, their pupils contracted violently, and they immediately subconsciously took a step back. Sun Qingyue was even shaking like a sieve. She wanted to scream and jump into Wu Rongrong's arms, but her body was uncontrollable. She couldn't move a muscle. Even trying to close her eyes was a luxury. No one could see it better than her at this point. It was as if entering a 3D space and being there was nothing more than that. At this time, the ward was covered with frost all around. A white blanket. Looking in along the frost, only to see a meatball sitting next to Shen Yu's body, bouncing up and down. Shen Mother's frightened legs were soft, sitting on the ground. Nan Xiaoyu wanted to hold Sun Feihe's arm. Pei Jia did not know if it was intentional, raised his foot and blocked between the two. Nan Xiaoyu could only hold tightly to the arm of elderly Mrs. Sun, seeking comfort. Gao Jia's brows furrowed as he looked at Sun Feihe and shook his voice. "What is going on here?" Sun Feihe greatly introduced. "This is called a fetal ghost. Fetal ghost is a coincidence. 3 times are cast in a person's stomach. Such a soul is stripped 3 times, resulting in his reincarnation again hopeless. Originally he should immediately look for the judge to be registered in the register, or fall into animals or trees, but he could not let go of Xinyu, so he has always stayed by her side." Gao Jia asked suspiciously, "Then why is he emitting cold ice?" Sun Feihe glanced at him with faint eyes and explained, "Naturally, after being stripped, he was not properly disposed of, but rather, he was casually thrown in a certain frigid place." The crowd immediately thought of it, and many quietly bought the hospital's purple river chestnuts to take home as a tonic. Gao Jia questioned, "I clearly hit it just now, and there were screams in the house." Sun Feihe explained with a cold look, "Maybe teasing you. Those black glutinous rice and wailing sounds are all faked by him. After all, he's been bored for a long time and it's rare to come across a toy." "A toy? Me?" Gao Jia felt like he'd been dealt a career blow. He'd pulled out his life's work, and it was all just fancy toys in the eyes of the tired ghost. Seeing that the two had questions and answers, Pei Jia coldly interrupted, "What now? Of course I'm taking him in." Sun Feihe also had no more sci-fi thoughts. Her fingers waved. The runes in her hand were like sharp swords rushing straight at the fetal ghost, which seemed to sense the danger and showed its fangs, rushing at Sun Feihe. Sun Feihe laughed softly and dodged. The wide-eyed Sun Qingyue behind her was thus nakedly exposed. A baby with limbs glued together, its features unrecognizable, wrapped in a skin of greenish, bloodied flesh. Such a visual impact made Sun Qingyue not even come to cry out before she fainted. Sun Feihe scared in dissatisfaction. "This guts is too small." Pei Jia's eyes flashed, and his cold eyes were rarely colored with a smile. Sun Feihe also teased enough at this time. His body aura steeply changed, his voice cold, as if 1,000 years of cold ice. "Qian Ming is on the right path, and he is at war with evil. Kuan Yu comes at night, and Tu Guan is revealed. Expand for me." The yellow talisman seemed to have vitality, directly expanding several times, wrapping the fetal ghost in its entirety. The sharp and ear-piercing wailing sound made people's hair dizzy. The yellow talisman continued to shrink, and finally turned into the size of a ping-pong ball. Sun Feihe reached out to take it and turned it upside down, and coldly said, "Since you chose to do evil, I can only follow the fate of heaven." The 5 fingers contracted, and the ball in his hand was instantly crushed and burst, turning into dust and dissipating into the sky and earth. Sun Feihe clapped her hands carelessly to make sure Pei Jia's soul wasn't affected before she reached out to Mother Shen and said, "Money." Shen Mother was extraordinarily respectful to her at this time. opening her cell phone and transferring money in a sharp manner. Nan Xiaoyu patted her chest and said with a palpitating heart, "This is too scary. I don't want to see it anymore." "Really? Must see." Sun Feiha turned towards Xinyu on the bed and raised her hand to point at her forehead. Xinyu only felt a jolt in her spirit. Her eyes looked at Sun Feiha with complexity, and after a moment she apologized very sincerely. "I'm sorry, it was all my fault before. Please forgive me." Sun Feiha waved her hand carelessly and said, "You pay me to do my job. Let's go." Xinyu admired Sun Feiha at this moment and hurriedly shouted, "Then are we considered friends? Can you give me your cell phone number?" Sun Feiho turned her head to look at her. Xinyu had a flash of inspiration and continued, "I can help you take over business, and I'll be your signboard from now on." Sun Feiho thought for a moment and reported her cell phone number before she left the ward. With Gao Jia behind him, Pei Jia's eyebrows narrowed slightly as he threw the small yellow in his pocket onto the ground, and his originally warm body shivered as he was attacked by the lingering cold. Sun Feiha turned back as if she was aware of something, and seeing his condition, she hurriedly approached and said with a face full of worry, "What's wrong with you?" "I don't know. It just feels cold." "Where's yellow?" Pei Jia's face was composed. "I don't know." The two held 10 fingers. The body's coldness suddenly disappeared, at this time lying on the ground of the small yellow, upside down, running over, pointing and gesticulating, a face of innocence. Sun Feihua looked at it unhappily, and little yellow became even more aggravated, pointing her finger hard at Pei Jia. Pei Jia's sword brows lifted slightly as he moved closer to Sun Feiha and whispered, "Is it low on spiritual energy? Do you want to give it some more?" Sun Feiha cupped it in her hand and half-heartedly renewed some spiritual energy to it, and little yellow immediately comfortably hugged her fingers and rubbed them happily. She was treated to the little spirit's pampering, and the matter was revealed. Little yellow gave Pei Jia a doggy thumbs up as he regained his hand. Pei Jia carelessly stuffed it into his pocket, his gaze faintly sweeping over Gao Jia, a glance that was permeated with a hint of coolness that seemed to emanate from his bones innately, causing Gao Jia to stare blankly at the spot, watching the two walk away. Wu Rongrong's face was full of worry as she hugged Sun Xingyue, her mouth constantly shouting for the doctor. Old Lady Sun stood in the doorway and said in a light tone, "Rong, Xiao He made such a big effort. Aren't you going to ask her how she's doing?" Wu Rongrong hesitantly said, "I see that she should be fine with a rosy complexion." Old Lady Shen shook her head and said, "I've heard of all the backlash from this kind of thing, and I don't understand it." Wu Rongrong instantly stood up anxiously. The unconscious Sun Xingyue's tightly closed eyelids fluttered slightly. Her fingers unconsciously clenched the corner of her coat, and her tone mumbled, Mom. Wu Rongrong's footsteps, which were just about to leave, paused again with a hesitant face. Old Lady Shen looked at Sun Xingyue, who slightly opened her eyes, coldly snorted and turned to leave. Quickly out of the hospital Sun Feiha, face happy, looking immediately are going to jump up. "So happy? That's certainly a great merit. Then I'll give you another one. Do you want it?" Chapter 29, Why Did You Abandon You? Sun Feiha turned her head to Pei Jia and came closer. Really? Close to the white face, eyes as clear and pure as a lake. Pei Jia's breathing stalled, and after a moment, his expression was indifferent as he nodded his head. Feet swiveled and walked to an old elevator. Sun Feiha asked curiously, "Such an upscale hospital and such an old elevator?" Pei Jia explained in a light tone, "This used to be a special elevator for noble guests. Then after a few incidents, it was deserted and could not be dismantled." "Can't tear it down?" "Well, whenever people come to work, there are always all kinds of accidents." Sun Feiha's eyes suddenly lit up. This was really customized for her. The elevator suddenly opened as if it sensed someone. The elevator was rusty with only one dim light, and Sun Feihua went in ahead of the others. Before it closed, Gao Jia squeezed in with his two senior brothers. The elevator shut off and went up automatically. The elevator shuddered violently when it reached the 7th floor, and Sun Feihua raised her eyebrows slightly at Pei Jia with interest. The other three hurriedly held onto the wall to stabilize themselves. The elevator's buttons suddenly jumped about, and the slightly younger man hurriedly grabbed Gao Jia's arm, his voice trembling. "Senior brother Gao, is there a ghost?" The slightly chubby man next to him tapped him on the shoulder. "Don't talk nonsense. This looks like an elevator malfunction." The younger one swallowed dryly. "I'm not talking nonsense. I just watched a horror movie in Hong Kong City. The elevator buttons are jumping all over the place. That means there are ghosts in." "Pop." Gao Jiao looked at Sun Feiha with some embarrassment, raised her hand and slapped it directly on his head, chiding, "Don't be ridiculous. If there really is a ghost, this bell of mine will definitely ring." After saying that, Gao Jia pulled out a gray and copper-colored bell from his pocket. Clink, clink, clink. In the windlass elevator, the bell suddenly let out a ringing sound, and Gao Jia's face suddenly changed. looking around warily, his afterglow staring at Sun Feiha. He wanted to see where Sun Feiha's limits were. Sun Feiha wrapped her hands around her chest, narrowed her eyes and sneered, turning to the female ghost who kept pressing the button. Come over here honestly. I'll send you to hell to be punished. Stinky girl, what can you do if I don't go? The moment the female ghost turned her head, her bloodied face was only a finger away from Sun Feiha, and the red tongue that hung down to the ground was still oozing blood. The female ghost was on all fours, climbing up to the top of the elevator with her bare hands, her entire head hanging low to the ground, her eye bones protruding, a hint of her black pupils invisible. The female ghost disdainfully glanced at Sun Feiha, moved her body again, and looked at Pei Jia with some gluttony. What a handsome man. Baird. I haven't tried such a handsome man yet. With that she was about to stretch her long tongue and lick across Pei Jia's face. Sun Feiha looked at her death-defying appearance and stretched out her slender 5 fingers, gently holding them. The female ghost felt that her tongue was about to be ripped out. Sun Feiha's eyes narrowed slightly, a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth. This is my person, not something a filthy thing like you can touch. Sun Feiha made a seal with both hands, emitting a faint white light, and pressed her palms back and forth as if she was cooking and pressing pancakes. The female ghost felt as if she was being covered by something and the space was getting smaller and smaller. Knowing that she had met someone with real skills this time, she immediately voiced her apology. I'm sorry, I had eyes but didn't recognize Tai. I was wrong. Master, please let me go. Humph. It's too late to admit you're wrong. Since you don't want to go to hell, I'll let you know my power now. Sun Feiha hands to make a pinch. Suddenly blank hands out of thin air more dust. She did not care to clap her hands. Pei Jia curiously asked, not to go to hell line? Sun Feiha waved her hand carelessly. It doesn't matter. I observe that her soul is already tainted. No one will lead the way for such a ghost, and Yama won't accept it. Put. The younger one burst out laughing. Just now when Sun Feiha was making a big show in the hospital room, he couldn't stand the cold and waited outside. So now when he heard her say that, he burst out laughing. You're even more of a blowhard than I am. Saying it as if you're very familiar with the king of Hades. How do you know that he won't accept it? Sun Feiha's eyes looked at him lightly. His dark and deep eyes made him feel as if he was in the middle of a cold ice. He winced violently and hurriedly averted his eyes, no longer daring to say more. Next to him, Gao Jia immediately performed a respectful Taoist etiquette and hurriedly apologized. Master, sorry. This senior brother of mine is young and unintelligent. Please don't bother with him. Sun Feiha didn't pay any attention to him, but instead looked at little master and said, do you want to tell a fortune? I'm very accurate at fortune telling. 200 at a time. Junior brother was just about to refuse when Gao Jia coughed lightly and he immediately changed his words. Count. Sun Feiha pulled out her cell phone for him to transfer money and asked with a smile, what do you want to count? With a twinkle in his eye, the youngest master said with a smile, count on my parents. When will they give me a little brother? Sun Feiha walked a little closer and looked straight into his eyes. Her tone was light. You don't have parents. You are an orphan. You grew up weak and sickly, and you were adopted by the Metaphysical Society. The young master's heart thumped, and he braced himself and said, what kind of skill is it to talk about this? Just ask around a little and you'll know. Well then, I'm counting people who don't know. Do you want to find your parents? Junior brother's face suddenly changed, and he said in a cold voice, don't kid yourself. My parents have been dead since I was a child. Sun Feiha faintly shook her head and said, not dead, alive and well. Not only do you have a younger brother, you also have a younger sister. Now the family of 4 is living very well. Didn't you just want a little brother? Your wish is realized. Sun Feiha's tone with a smile. The young master always felt full of malice. He forced his heart to hold back the discomfort and said in a cold voice, who knows if what you say is true or not? If it's true, do you dare to report out the address? Sun Feiha said the exact address in a slow tone. By the way, you go and ask, why did they abandon you? The young master's face turned white, not knowing if he believed it or not, and he lowered his head and stopped talking. Gao Jia saw this and picked up. I wonder which Taoist temple the master is in. How come I've never heard of it? No Taoist temple. Just learning. Gao Jia touched a soft nail, and had the intention to say a few words to find out the bottom of Sun Feiha. At this time the elevator door opened. Pei Jia looked calm and held her hand, and walked away without looking back. The fat senior brother, who had been silent, said indignantly, what gives the two of them the right to treat us with this attitude? We are the people of the Metaphysical Society, so don't even think about coming to their family's list in the future. Gao Jia looked at his unknowing senior brother and said in a cold voice, do you think that with their abilities, they need to ask us? Why wouldn't it? Can she be as powerful as master? It's just that we haven't left the master yet, or else it wouldn't be her turn to be in the limelight. Junior brother, what do you think? The fat senior brother spoke with vigor. pushing and shoving the junior brother next to him, and Gao Jia sighed, faintly shaking his head. Metaphysical societies are held in too high regard. Chapter 30, Don't like playing in the mud. Did his parents abandon him of their own accord? Yes and no. When the family was really difficult, and he was weak, the family could not get the money to give him medical treatment. His parents kneeled in front of the hospital, but because of the lack of money was driven away by the doctors, the two could only leave him in front of the orphanage, hoping that the good people to save his life. Sun Fei has said in a low tone, he is just a microcosm of the many toiling masses. There are countless people who simply cannot afford to see a doctor. Pei Jia looked at her thoughtfully and took out his cell phone. Secretary Lin, regarding the Public Welfare Foundation, compile a report out of it and hand it over to me tomorrow, as well as a statement on the poverty alleviation policy. Sun Fei Hua twisted her head to look at him. Although he looked cold and unsympathetic, he had a kind heart. Pekka put the phone away, his eyelids lifting lightly to meet her gaze. See what? Nothing. Think you're still a great guy. Go. Where to? Pekka, buy a wedding ring. Sun Fei Hua was brought into a jewelry store in such a haphazard manner. The service staff led the two to the third floor. The huge private room was already filled with all kinds of jewelry. Sun Fei Hua was looking at it with a lack of interest. The various types of jewelry that she pays tribute to his master every year are so much better than these in character that her room can't even pile them up, and she's really not interested in them. But that look on her face meant something else in the eyes of others. High-end customization store. For the most concerned about the things between the mansion suddenly appeared in the countryside girl. Naturally cannot be hidden. The two waiters in the box looked at each other with what they thought was a hidden smile on their lips. What a country bumpkin. Even the best jewelry is useless stone to such illiterate people. At once a sense of superiority arose. The waiter smiled and went up, picked up the center of the set, introduced, Miss Sun. Look at this. This is our store's treasure. You see it, this clear water light. Exquisite lines. You don't understand even if I tell you. Go back to the countryside and play in the mud. Sun Fei had turned her head to stare at her and said in a light tone, I don't like playing with mud. The waiter's face changed slightly, and he said cautiously, Ms. Sun, what are you talking about? Didn't you tell me to go back to the country and play in the mud? I'm just telling you I don't like to play. The waiter's face turned white, cold sweat at his temples sliding down his jaw. Pei Jia, who was sitting next to him, his eyes closed in a false sleep, snapped his eyes open, his sharp eyebrows silencing the waiter. At this moment, a man with an enchanting figure came in, followed by a serious-faced bodyguard carrying a password box in his hand. The man smiled and said to Pei Jia, Mr. Pei, this is something extraordinary. The purity of the top not to mention. The carat number is also priced. This ring in addition to you. I really cannot think of anyone else. The atmosphere in the room froze, and Charles realized it immediately and asked hesitantly, what's wrong? The waitress's eyes reddened as she sobbed. Supervisor, Ms. Sun framed me. I didn't say anything. You can look at the surveillance if you don't believe me. The waiter spoke with justifiable aggression. Charles's eyes darted between the two as the waiter standing in the corner nodded slightly. Charles immediately felt his scalp numb. In his heart he had already decided that it was Sun Fei Hua who took the initiative to find trouble, but he couldn't say it directly. Who let Pei Jia the great god here? He didn't dare to offend. Sun Fei Hua raised her eyes to look at him and asked with a smile, telling fortunes? I'm super accurate. $200. Charles coughed lightly, a look of surprise suddenly appearing on his face. Yes, I believe in that the most. The corners of Sun Fei Hua's mouth hooked up slightly, not breaking down his performance, listening to the sound of the cell phone arriving at the account. Sun Fei Hua looked straight at his face and said in a light tone, as I look at your face, you should have a small mole here, which should have been removed by you. Charles raised his hand and touched it. It was smooth and flat with no trace visible at all, but he knew there had indeed been a small mole before. The bright gate is raised. You grew up with smooth sailing, but now you don't have a good relationship with your family. Charles nodded his head back and forth. As a child he had belonged to someone else's family, but ever since he had told his parents about his sexuality, his parents had always tried to get him married, so they fought a lot now. Flat forehead. You already have a favorite, but it's classified as a crush. As soon as Sun Fei Hua's words fell, Charles immediately gave a thumbs up. He did have a crush, something he never said anything about. The corner of Sun Fei Hua's mouth slightly raised, faintly smiled and said, you didn't believe me at first. You were afraid that Pei Jia would blame you, thinking of spending a small amount of money to avoid a big disaster. Am I right? Charles nodded his head a little embarrassed and explained again in a huff, but I believe you now. You're so divine. Sun Fei Hua nodded slightly. I sit here. She and she, the two of them mock me in their hearts. She told me to go back to the countryside to play in the mud, while she taunts me in her heart. Even better jewelry is downgraded by a glance from me. It would be bad luck to have it touched by me. The waiter in the corner shook his head in horror and explained, but I didn't say it. Supervisor, I was just thinking it in my mind. Think? What makes you think that? You have to remember that the service industry is all about putting the guest first. Charles frowned and rebuked in a cold voice. Pei Jia leaned back on the sofa, her slender legs folded, her bony fingers tapping. Apologize. The two steeply winced and bowed 90 degrees, apologizing sincerely to Sun Feiha. I'm sorry, we were wrong. Please forgive us, Miss Sun. Sun Feiha, apology I accept. Forgiveness is out of the question. Even if I'm from the countryside, that's no reason for you to mock me. The two men's eyes looked at her pleadingly, and Sun Feihua was unmoved. The two hearts were ruthless, flopping down on their knees. Pei Jia's brows furrowed, his voice line steeply cold. What? Soft doesn't work. Start threatening? The waiter shook his head back and forth. Pica didn't even look at them, turning her head to Charles with a pale brow. Charles immediately understood and said to the two, let's go. The company will compensate according to the rules. You guys go down and do the handover procedures. The two are really crying now. Because of offending, Pei Jia was dismissed. This line of work they no longer have the ability to step into, but also know that this matter has been irretrievable. As the two left, Pei Jia stood up and approached Sun Feihe, his eyes glancing around the wide array of jewelry boxes, picking up the simplest vein ring and slipping it onto her finger. Tight fit. That's it. Saying so, he picked up the same model next to him and gestured for Sun Feiha to put it on him. Chapter 31, Go Pick. Looking at the wide palm in front of him, Sun Feiha suddenly became a little shy, and in order to hide her discomfort, she coughed lightly, which she put on him. Pega's lowered lids looked at her slightly reddened earlobes, and the corners of her mouth slowly lifted as she looked up at Charles and said, these are all wrapped up. Charles was overjoyed and got up in a hurry, took the card, and cheerfully went to check out. Sun Feiha looked at what was in front of her and said hesitantly, I wouldn't be able to wear it all even if I turned into Neza. The description is somewhat novel. The corners of Pei Jia's mouth pursed slightly as he naturally held her hand and walked outside. His knuckles touched, and the texture of the metal felt very new to him. The Pei family puts out the word that they are going to marry Sun Feiha, a village girl that the Sun family just got back. So many people in the luxury circle privately want to meet this village girl, but Pei Jia is not anyone who wants to shout, so flinging Sun Mingju to form a bureau. Sun Mingjue also had this meaning. No matter what environment Sun Feiha used to live in the future, it was inevitable to deal with these people. With him watching over the scene, there shouldn't be any problems. When the two Pei Jias arrived, the box was already buzzing with girls' dainty voices and men yelling and persuading them to drink. The moment the door to the box opened, the crowd stopped their movements and stood up in unison, nodding their heads at Pei Jia. Sun Mingjue stepped forward and took Sun Feiha's shoulders, laughing aloud. This is my sister, Sun Feiha, Xiaoha. These are all my brother's friends. I'll show you around. Saying that, he didn't wait for Sun Feiha to refuse and swept her forward. Pei Jia looked at the suddenly empty palms, his thin lips pursed dead tight, and after a few moments, sat down in his exclusive seat. Hello sister, my name is Lin Miao. I'm Thai porcelain with your brother. If you need me for anything in the future, don't treat me as an outsider. Hello Xiaohua, I'm Xiaoyu's brother. My name is Nansheng, and this is Xiaoyu's second sister, Nanju. The woman next to her kindly nodded slightly at Sun Feihuo and smoothly talked about the reason why Xiaoyu didn't come. Hey, why are you guys chatting and not introducing me to your sister? Xiao Youngjun held a wine glass and wobbled over. Yo, it's still a beauty nah. Why didn't anyone tell me? Sun Mingjue coldly said in an icy tone. If you can't talk, shut up. Suingjun snorted. He has long been looking at Sun Mingju as not good. Last time with him to steal business, not to mention his sister, but since childhood like Pei Jia. Now actually by a village girl first. How he cannot swallow this breath. Talking about it is not even possible. Your sister is a village girl, everyone knows. I'm just surprised. Village girls are all waxy, rough skin. I did not expect the sister of yours to look really good. Visible in the countryside did not serve the crops. Brother Su, if a village girl doesn't serve the crops, wouldn't she have to starve to death? Su Yingjun said meaningfully. Tell me when a woman is the most beautiful? That's natural. He. Su Yingjuan's little brother. You said one thing and I said another, and the topic was suddenly skewed. Sun Mingjue droned in a cold voice. Su Yingjun, show me some respect, or don't blame me for not giving you face. Me. Ah. The sudden force behind him caused Xiao Youngjun's entire body to fly up and hit the table, blood flowing down his temples from the corner of his forehead. Who the? Pei brother? I'm just taking the heat for you, ah. A village girl, how to deserve you. The corner of Pei Jia's mouth hooked into a cold smile. What are you? You take the heat for me? Even though I'm not a thing, I'm just pissed off that a village girl has the audacity to marry you. So who do you think should marry me? Seo Youngjun's lips quirked for a moment. Pega looked at him disdainfully. Your sister? Suing-jun nodded repeatedly. In his heart his sister was 1,000 times better than anyone else. I don't want promiscuous second-handers. Seo Youngjun angrily tried to retort. But when he saw Pei Jia's expressionless face he instantly deflated and covered his forehead. Not daring to speak, the noisy box had quieted down, and Pei Jia looked around the crowd, his cold eyes making people not dare to look at him. He reached out and yanked Sun Feiha and said in a deep voice, she will definitely be my future wife. Disrespecting her is disrespecting me. I'm only going to say this once, no matter what everyone in the box thought in their hearts, but on their faces they all agreed with trepidation. Sun Mingjue was even more touched. In his opinion, Pei Jia was remembering before, promising him to take more care of Sun Feiha. As the center of the incident, Sun Feiha always looked pale as she raised her feet and walked towards Seo Youngjun. Telling fortunes? I'm a good fortune teller. $20,000 a time. Suing-jun just wanted to open his mouth to satirize her, wanting money like crazy, but when he saw Pei Jia behind her, he still held it back and said in a muffled voice, QR code. Sun Feiha glanced at him, her thin lips lightly opened. You're not pro-life. Seo Youngjun immediately jumped up and loudly retorted. What are you talking nonsense about? I never lie. And it doesn't surprise you that you don't resemble everyone in the family? Suing-jun wrapped his hands around his chest and said disdainfully, make it up. Keep making it up. Then I'll tell you something different. You like your sister? Not in a kindred spirit, but in a lover's infatuation. You drove her last boyfriend away. You seduced him with money. You like her, so you don't like her having a boyfriend while you're still a virgin to this day. And don't be so quick to refute the fact that every time you've had a girlfriend, you've done nothing substantial but cover your tracks. Suing-jun's face was obviously a little uncomfortable, and his throat trembled. You gave birth at the same time as the child in Mother Su's womb, and it was so rushed that the two families held the wrong child under haste. Your parents are from the countryside. Oh, they're going to pick up manure to fertilize the fields tomorrow. If you go now, you'll still be a filial son and a virtuous grandson tomorrow. Change people's real young Master Su back. An unhurried voice with a certainty so powerful that you can't help but believe it. Suing-jun retorted in a bit of a panic. No way. The places my mom goes to are all high-class places. How could a country bumpkin possibly go in there? Sun Feiha shook her head and said, there are also 3 dings in a broken boat. What's wrong with 2 people enjoying a hand while the child is not born? If you don't believe me, you can go for a paternity test and you'll know the truth then. Suing-jun couldn't stay any longer and squeezed through the crowd, striding out. Follow-up, Suing-jun is really not the child of the Su family. The paternity report came out. Su's father sent him back to his own home overnight, and picked up the yellow-faced young Master Su, the Su family with a heavy gift to the door to thank. Seo Youngjun is knocked back and tries to woo his sister, but unfortunately the class gap is too wide to even meet her. Tried the rich life. There is no way to feel at ease in the countryside farming, learning from others to work, but cannot eat the bitter, and then because of the theft of electric batteries, was arrested in. How good it is that it's not biological. You can pursue your sister openly and honestly, and you can still experience life in the countryside. Picking a turd must be hot, you know? Chapter 32, is it really good to be a turd? Sun Mingjue raised his hand and covered her mouth. Xiao He, you should speak less. Open and shut your mouth is. Can we be a lady? Sun Feiha nodded obediently, blinking her watery almond eyes, before Sun Mingjue let go. After the annoying Seo Youngjun left, the rest were all on good terms with Sun Mingjue, and were very kind to Sun Feiha. On the contrary, it was Namju, who quietly moved from the single seating chair, to the side of Sun Feiho, her face still cold. Xiao Hua, I heard from Xiaoyu that you're quite knowledgeable about fortune-telling and catching ghosts. Can you do me a favor? Nanju came closer and whispered. Yes, what do you want to count? No, it's not me, it's my friend. She has something special. Nanju moved a little closer and whispered. She always feels like someone is licking her feet in the middle of the night, but when she turns on the light there's no one there. She went to the doctor, and the doctor just said that she's too emotionally sensitive, and that everything is a hallucination, and that she's quite disturbed lately. Yeah, whenever she's available, I'm always available. Nanju didn't expect Sun Feiho to be so nice and immediately said in surprise, how about tomorrow? I can't do it tomorrow morning. Let's do it in the afternoon. Pei Jia suddenly spoke up, and Sun Feiho looked at him curiously. Tomorrow my sister comes back from out of town and she wants to see you. Nanju immediately picked up. Yes, this afternoon then. Sun Feiha nodded indifferently. This simple party. Let everyone know. This marriage Pei Jia is willing. Some small-minded people naturally have to weigh. When the party ended, Pei Jia said he would send her back, so Sun Mingjue didn't insist. Just as well as he had some personal matters to take care of. When he was about to get into the car, Sun Feihe suddenly spoke up. Brother, don't touch any more alcohol tonight, okay? Sun Mingjue smiled and asked. What's wrong? Are you going to your girlfriend now? Sun Mingjue hesitated for a moment and nodded. She ran into something. I'll go over and take a look. Sun Feihe said seriously. Don't touch the wine. No matter what she says. You don't drink. If you drink it, stay sober, or the consequences will be severe. Sun Mingjue asked curiously, what happens if you drink it? You can find the answer yourself. Sun Feihe turned around and followed Pei Jia, staying where he was. Sun Mingjue scratched his head and had his driver drive to Yang Ke's residence. Yang Ke was already standing at the window at this point, crossing her fingers, looking downstairs at Sun Mingjue's car quite steadily. She was ruthless and flung a drop of chili water in her eyes. When Sun Mingjue came in, he saw Yang Ke with red eyes and tears streaming down her face. Yang Ke didn't wait for him to ask and jumped straight into his arms. Sun Mingjue, even though he knew she was an undercover agent, the heartbeat he once felt wasn't fake. After a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and patted Yang Ke's shoulder, asking softly, what's wrong? Yang Ke huffed and shook his head. Sun Mingjue pulled her to sit on the sofa and said with a gentle expression, no matter what, you tell me and I'll try to solve it for you. Yang Ke looked at the man in front of her. A trace of intolerance crossed her eyes, slightly averting her eyes. Wrapping her arms around his waist, choking back sobs, my parents told me to go back. They've already found me a blind date. They don't approve of me being with you. Mingju, I don't want to be separated from you. I really like you. Silly girl, don't cry. Tell me your parents' number. I've got everything. Yang Ke shook his head. No, my parents are very stubborn. It's useless for you to say. Sun Mingjue raised his hand to help her wipe away her tears. Coco, trust me. I can definitely fix it. Yang Ke shook her head. Forget it, my father's health is not good. I don't want to anger him anymore. Mingju, we are destined to be destined for each other. But I don't want to leave just like that. Mingju, can you get drunk with me? With Sun Feihe's earlier reminder, he now had a rough idea that Yang Ke would lay his hands on him today. But he still wanted to take a gamble that Yang Ke had a trace of sincerity towards him. Yes. Yang Ke's tear-filled face instantly put on a smile and turned around to take out a few bottles of white wine from the cabinet. Sun Mingjue looked at the glasses in front of him. Although both liquids were transparent, he could tell that Yang Ke's glass was just water. Sun Mingjue gave her a deep look, and his wine glass clinked lightly. The spicy wine entered the stomach, giving Sun Mingjue, who had already had quite a bit to drink, a drunken feeling. Yang Ke supported him and asked tentatively, Mingju, are you drunk? I know how much you can drink. Do you not want to drink with me? Sun Mingjue had already lolled over on the sofa by now, his handsome face already phenol red. Yang Ke put down the cup in his hand and double-checked that Sun Mingjue was already drunk. Apologetically, he murmured, I'm sorry, Mingju. I owe you in this life. I'll definitely make it up in the next. You're a good person. It's a shame I already have someone else in mind. I'm sorry. Yang Ke finished, opened the bedroom door, and the woman who had long been waiting inside, dressed in cool clothes, walked out. That's him? Why don't you help him inside? First of all, it's just some pictures. You can't really talk to him. Ha! Don't worry, I still have that work ethic, but are you sure you don't want such a nice guy? Yang Ke looked at Sun Mingjue lingeringly and shook her head. Help yourself inside. The woman waved her hand carelessly and said, no, if you don't want to visit, go to the bedroom. I think it's more exciting here, said the man as he moved closer to Sun Mingjue. Just moments after touching, a strong palm grabbed her wrist. Both men were startled. Chapter 33, Your mouth is too dirty. Sun Mingjue shook off the woman's hand and slowly stood up. Yang Ke was already scared out of his wits at this point. Stuttering, Mingju, what's wrong with me? Upset that you didn't get your hands on me like you wanted? Mingju, shut up and don't yell at me. I feel dirty. Looking at Sun Mingjue's gloomy face, Yang Ke's heart suddenly hurt. The sharp stabbing pain made her tears flow out uncontrollably. Crying again? It seems your tears are worthless. Now shouldn't you explain yourself to me? Yang Ke shook her head with tearful spots, looking as if she had something difficult to say. Sun Mingjue sneered disdainfully and looked at the woman, his sharp gaze making the woman unable to resist. The woman hurriedly explained, I don't know anything. A man found me from the internet and gave me $500,000 to just take a few racy pictures. He gave me an address and here I am. No tears until you see the coffin? Do you know who I am? The woman shook her head back and forth. My name is Sun Mingjue, Mingfei Enterprises knows, right? The woman's face turned white. Annoyed, she looked back at Yang Ke. She was also just a beginner in society. Mingfei Enterprise was not something she could afford to mess with. Sharply, he took out his cell phone and said, I have a recording. I recorded when the man called me. And I can give you the account for the transfer. So please don't bother with me. Get out. The woman was busy opening the door, and the two big men standing in the doorway were particularly conspicuous. Yang Ke choked pitifully. Mingju, I also have no choice. Sun Mingju suddenly felt a little tired. In the past, as long as she showed such a pitiful look, he couldn't wait to rip his heart out. But at the moment he only felt disgusted and nauseous. No need for all this nonsense. Let's get to the point. Who told you to do this? At this time, Sun Mingju was no longer the gentle and considerate person he used to be to her, but more like a qualified superior, with his aura on display. Yang Ke lightly bit her lips with a stubborn expression that refused to say anything. Sun Mingju impatiently stood up and turned towards the door. I'll find out even if you don't tell me. Yang Ke, please move out by tomorrow. I'll sell this house. I don't need to pay back the money I gave you before. Consider it as compensation for your body. You. Yang Ke looked at him with an embarrassed expression. How can you say such vicious words? I'm not for sale. Could it be that all those lovey-dovey times we used to have were all fake? Don't make it sound so disgusting. I used to be the only one who was serious about it, and it was only sex to say the least, not love. Yang Ke looked at his determined figure, his whole body paralyzed on the ground, covering his chest, hysterically shouting, Mingju, I'm in pain. It was at this point that she seemed to realize how important Sun Mingju was to her. Unfortunately, apart from the silence of the room, there would never be another man who would take her joys and sorrows as seriously as Sun Mingju did. Sitting in the car, Sun Mingju was not as calm inside. He could only close his eyes and fake sleep to keep the tears from flowing out. Sun Feiha was sitting in the family's living room when she heard the ringing sound. Turning her head to look at the disoriented Sun Mingju, her tone light, back? Sun Mingju was a bit surprised. Xiao He, why are you still up? Oh, I'm waiting for you. At this moment, his icy heart instantly warmed back up quite a bit. He reached out and touched Sun Feiha's head and smiled. Don't worry, brother is fine. Sun Feiha shook her head slightly. This is a sleeping charm. Here, I'm going to sleep. Sun Mingju held the yellow talisman in his hand with a smile at the corner of his mouth. His heavy body was instantly much more relaxed. Because Pei Jia's sister Pei Yuan will come back from a business trip today, Pei Jia came to pick up Sun Feiha early in the morning. Old Lady Sun looked at her granddaughter in front of her with satisfaction. Her clothes were expensive but not tacky. Especially her floating temperament that no one could imitate. The only flaw was that she didn't like to wear jewelry. The jewelry that Pei Jiao ordered to be sent yesterday, each one of them was not a mundane item. And Sun Fei he actually didn't even look at it. Sun Feiha looked at the time on her wrist and said softly, Grandma, I'm leaving. This is what interrupted Elder Lady Sun's thoughts and responded in a loud voice. Watching the pair leave, Mrs. Sun was happy and heartbroken. At this time, the Pei family was ready, but it looked like it wasn't for Pei Yuan. It was more like it was for Sun Feiha. When Sun Feiha went in, Zhou Miayan and Old Lady Pei smiled kindly and hurriedly waved at Sun Feiha, signaling for her to sit between the two. Ko-ho, this is the fruit that was flown in early this morning. Try it. Sun Feiha just sat down. Zhou Miayan looked at her with a smile in her eyes. That's so nice. A little girl should be as soft as you are. It warms your heart to look at her. Sun Feiha asked curiously, Isn't sister a girl? Zhou Miayan waved her hand and said, She doesn't count. Since she was a child, her nature has to be strong. Since she was a child, just like a boy, which is like you so soft. Old Lady Pei gently scolded. How can you talk about your own daughter like that? Be careful of Yuan looking for you to settle the score. She's much more ladylike now, Zhou Miaoyan retorted. She's also just a little bit more ladylike in front of Fei Yu. The rest of the time, that's even more of a headache for me than Pei Jia. The fine lines at the corners of my eyes are all from her anger. Upon hearing this, Sun Feiha pulled out a yellow talisman and vermilion sand, quickly drew a talisman and handed it to Zhou Miaoyan. Auntie, this is a beauty talisman. If you put it on your bedside, you are guaranteed to be as good as new tomorrow. Really? Zhou Miaoyan took it in surprise. No woman didn't care about her looks. Sun Feiha nodded affirmatively. Zhou Miaoyan pulled out a card and handed it to Sun Feiha, saying with a smile, pocket money, take it and spend it. Sun Feiha waved her hand and said, no need. I have enough money. Zhou Miaoyan said disapprovingly, how can a girl say she has enough money? She must be able to spend it. Zhou Miaoyan said sincerely. Sun Feiha could only accept it. Turning her head to look at Old Lady Pei, Grandma, have you been waking up a lot at night lately? Feeling thirsty and chesty? Yeah, that's it. Sun Feiha drew one sharply and handed it to her. Grandma, you can put this in your room overnight and burn it yourself the next morning. Just sprinkle the ashes in the garden. Elder Mrs. Pei had great trust in Sun Feiha and assured her that she would do as she said. Pulling out a red box, she said as if offering a treasure. Xiao He, this is a gift from Grandma. See if you like it? Sun Feiha's eyes lit up the moment she opened it. Extreme Cinnabar. It was easy to tell from her expression that she was very pleased with the gift. Zhou Miaoyan's tone was a bit tasteless. Look, the old lady compared me to her as soon as she made her move. Old Lady Pei said proudly. That's true. I wasted a lot of effort to get this. Pei Jia looked at Sun Feiha's left and right appearance. His thin lips pursed lightly, and he opened his mouth to say, what about mine? Chapter 34, The Luck-Eating Worm. Sun Feihua tilted her head to look at him, her round almond eyes blinking as she thought for a moment. Fingers pressed on the yellow talisman, and in the sight that others could not see, the fingertip spiritual energy quickly surged out, uninterruptedly falling onto the paper as Sun Feihua moved, emitting a glittering light. A talisman paper materialized and was stuffed into Pei Jia's arms. Make do for now. Pei Jia picked up the talisman paper curiously. What's the use of this? Sun Feihua casually, eliminate disasters and take refuge. If someone has bad thoughts about you, this talisman paper will spontaneously combust without fire. Pei Jia raised his sword brows lightly and put it into his pocket as if he didn't mean to. While several people were talking, a thunderous woman walked in through the door. A woman wearing high heels, a serious and sharp black suit, dark brown hair with big waves, sexy red lips, a red briefcase in her hand, and came in on the arm of a man with gold eyeglass frames. Looking at the two men in close proximity, the woman froze for a moment, turned her head to look at the sky outside, then at the people in the room, and, as she held on to the wall, muttered, am I hallucinating? The man with the eyeglass frames gently slapped her hand in favor. Stop it. The woman pinched her wrist hard. The pain came quickly, and then fixing her eyes on the two men still leaning together, the woman's face immediately put on a surprised smile, letting go of the man and walking quickly over, habitually stopping 3 steps closer to Pei Jia. Her eyes curiously looked up and down at Sun Feihe. This was the first time in her 30 years of living that she had seen her own brother leaning so close to a woman. The woman's gaze was too hot, and Sun Feihua tilted her head to look at her. What are you looking at? The woman paused for a moment and said smilingly, hello, my name is Pei Yuan. I'm Pei Jia's sister, Sun Feiho. The man approached and stood next to Pei Yuan. His tone was kind. Hello Sun Feiha, my name is He Feiyue. I'm Yuan's husband. He Feiyue looked at Bui Yuan with a happy smile on his face. Pei Yuan changed her image of a strong woman, and somewhat shyly raised her hand and gently bumped into He Feiyue's chest, who squeezed her hand with a smile on his face. The two of them looked very affectionate as well, and Sun Feihua tilted her head to look at the two of them, winking at Pei Jia. Pei Jia's eyes changed slightly. Zhou Miaoyan smiled and asked the two to sit down. Pei Yuan looked at Zhou Miaoyan, who was full of smiles, and hurriedly asked, Mom, what kind of good things have you encountered? Zhou Miaoyan boastfully took out the yellow talisman and proudly shook it in front of her eyes a few times and said, see what this is? Talisman paper? Where did Grandma beg for it? You're wrong. It's not Grandma who begged for me. It's Xiaohe who drew it for me just now. Look at my eye wrinkles. It's all because I'm angry with you. It's still Xiaohe who's sweet. She drew me a talisman. Tomorrow I'll be able to regain my appearance. Pei Yuan has never believed in this. It didn't stop her from saying it this time with a cupped voice. So powerful? It looks like Xiaohe's got some serious skills. Zhou Miaoyan hurriedly told Xinyu's matter, and Pei Yuan nodded with seeming faith. Zhou Miaoyan said to Sun Feiha, Xiaohe, you give her one. Is there a lady charm? No. What about the birth charm? There is, but the destiny is not there yet. There's no hurry. Well, then, give her a diligence charm, so she'll be refreshed to work well. Pei Yuan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. He Feiyue's eyes flickered slightly as he asked with a smile, I didn't see that Xiaohe was still a cultivator. Why don't Xiaohe give me one as well? And draw me a Gu family charm, and hopefully Yuan will have more time for me in the future. Pei Yuan glared at him without any good humor, and He Feiyue smiled. Xiaohe, I wonder which temple you cultivate the Tao in. I'll definitely donate more incense money. Sun Feiha said faintly, just practice. Such a cold attitude caused Pei Jia to look at He Feiyue with some uncertainty. He Feiyue pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and smiled. It's okay, you're still young. I do know a few famous cultivators. Why don't I introduce you guys one day to get to know each other? No need. He Feiyue thought that she was suffering from low self-esteem, so he didn't continue, but thoughtfully changed the topic and patted Pei Jia's shoulder. I didn't realize that you're going to get married as well, so you have to be good to Xiaohua in the future. The other girl is still young. The very next second he touched Pei Jia. Pei Jia's eyes changed abruptly. He felt a sudden burst of warmth coming from his pocket, and he looked down ghostly, half looking up at a smiling He Feiyue. He Feiyue was a bit stunned by his look and waved his hand in front of Pei Jia's eyes. Pei Jia, what's wrong? The corner of Pei Jia's mouth hooked up into a smile, his eyes looking deeply at He Feiyue, smiling lightly. Nothing, just suddenly thought of something. He Feiyue approached with a big smile and an intimate look. Did you think of any more money-making ideas? If it's convenient, be sure to bring me along. Sister, want to tell your fortune? I'm super accurate at telling fortunes. Sun Feihe looked at Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan laughed out softly and nodded. Count on it. You've been unlucky lately. Your business trip didn't go well. You had an accident when you were almost done talking, and you almost crashed with someone on the way back. With Sun Feihe's words, Pei Yuan's face was a bit heavy. The matter of the crash. No one knew about it except her and the driver. Zhou Miaoyan's face changed slightly as she nervously asked, "What's going on?" Pei Yuan waved her hand indifferently. "Mom, it's fine. I'm not fine now. Koho, go on. Did you run into something shady last month?" Pei Yuan shook his head decisively and stopped a moment later. Zhou Miaoyan nervously asked, "What did you remember?" "I don't know if that's the one. Last month, the company's receptionist sent her a courier, and the person who delivered it said it was something important that she had to accept in person. Security check over. Inside is just a small wooden sign." Pei Yuan looked through the circle. Always feel the wooden sign eerie. She felt that it may be the mischief of which person again. Directly let the security brought to throw away. But since reading it, Pei Yuan felt that she had become very strange, and unlucky things always happened one after another. 2 days ago the wind blew the billboard, and if she hadn't been quick to duck, it would have smashed her underneath. Hearing this, Zhou Miaoyan's eyes reddened slightly and vigorously punched her. "You child, why can't you let me save my mind? Such a big thing. You actually didn't say anything." Pei Yuan laughed as Dao swept her arm and pampered her. "Alright, Mom, it's all in the past." Old Mrs. Pei hurriedly asked, "Xiao He, you say, what should we do now?" Yeah, should we prepare black dog blood or something? I'll have someone go now." "No, it's just a little worm. Come closer sister." In her line of sight, there was a luck-eating bug lying on Pei Yuan. Its stomach had rolled round. Sun Fei He directly pinched it up, twisting her fingers, and the Dao spiritual light made it instantly turn into nothingness. In a room not far from the same city, a man was speeding on a woman when he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out, and the woman, who was still smiling, immediately screamed out at the sight. Chapter 35, The closer you get, the faster you die. Everyone saw Sun Feihe's movements. Zhou Miaoyan nervously asked, "How is it?" Sun Feihe smiled faintly and explained, "I don't know who got a luck-eating worm. It's eating Pei Yuan's luck." Old Lady Pei immediately looked at Sun Feihe seriously and asked after her, "What does it mean to be a luck-eating insect?" Pei Jia's eyes also instantly became sharp. The Pei family was large and there were many people who wanted a piece of the pie. "The reason you've been so unlucky lately is that the luck-eating insects are eating your luck, and the more they eat the more unlucky you are. The bug can be considered a savings jar, and when it finishes eating your luck and its owner takes it away, your luck can be converted to someone else's at will." Pei Yuan frowned and said in a grave tone, "Then how can I find out about it?" Sun Feihe shook her head slightly. "No need to look for it. I got it dead." Saying this, he dipped his finger into the vermilion sand and quickly drew a talisman. Handing it to Pei Yuan, "Put it close to your body. Come back to me when it burns out." Pei Yuan took it with both hands and asked curiously, "How am I going to burn it?" "You don't have to burn it. If someone tries to harm you through a jutsu or something like that, this talisman will spontaneously combust and burn once to block it." Pei Yuan's eyes widened in surprise, and with an extraordinarily pious attitude, he put it in his pocket and patted it uneasily. He Feiyue reached out and wrapped his hand around her shoulders, exasperatedly saying, "If I know who it is, I'll definitely take revenge for you." Pei Yuan leaned dependently close to his arms. Sun Feihe tilted her head to look at him and winked, and Pei Jia looked at her with a puzzled gaze. Sun Feihe whispered, "Isn't he tired of pretending so much?" Pei Jia looked thoughtfully at He Feiyue and then turned his head to her. "How do you know he's faking?" Sun Feihe took it for granted. There's no marriage line or relationship line between the two of them, which means that one side is false. And this luck-eating insect has his scent on it. Pei Jia's narrow eyes narrowed steeply. He believed that Sun Feihe wouldn't lie, but this was something he didn't intend to dismantle now. "Little Lotus, this is a meet and greet gift from sister to you." Pei Yuan rushed her bag and pulled out a brocade box with sparkling pink diamonds that looked dazzling in the light. "Pink diamonds? Isn't this the one you got back from the auction abroad earlier?" He Feiyue was surprised out loud. "Yeah, but it doesn't fit me. This one is just right for Xiaohua." "Xiaohua, thank you for helping me." "Sun Feihe, I haven't finished counting yet. Did you need to go out of town recently?" "Yeah, a lot of mountain children don't have a place to go to school. I'm planning to build some schools in some backward mountain areas. and I'm going to make a trip to the mountains recently. Sun Feiha patted her clothes and stood up. Let's go. Take me to the place where you often stay, or else I'm afraid you'll have no return this time. Zhou Miaoyan was scared out of her wits. Pei Yuan immediately stood up. Go! Pei Jia turned to the two. You guys go first, I'll follow behind with Xiao He. Without the slightest hesitation, Pei Yuan took the lead with He Feiyue. He Feiyue stood up and greeted everyone with a kind smile and said goodbye before following behind Pei Yuan. Zhou Miaoyan anxiously urged. Why don't you go? Pei Jia reached into his pocket and pulled out an object. His gaze dark as he stood still. Zhou Miaoyan fixed her eyes on it and almost exclaimed in shock. In Pei Jia's hand, the half-burned talisman paper. Sun Feiha said with a pale face. It seems that he has a great deal of ill will towards you. Zhou Miaoyan and old lady Pei had heavy faces. I really didn't realize he had such deep malice towards our family. Xiao Hua, does he have something to do with my sister being so unlucky? Sun Feiha nodded affirmatively. If my calculations are correct, the last person the luck-eating insects are going to move is him, and I'm certain that what they found out this time is also related to him. Zhou Miaoyan hated her teeth. What a man! In the beginning, it was him who begged 1,000 times to marry, and only then did I marry Yuan to him. Old lady Pei's face was gloomy, and she said in a cold voice, It's too late to talk about this now. Judge Ya, you go with Xiao He. I'll wait for news at home with your mom. I don't. I'm going too. What are you going for? You can't even hide your expression. If he dares to be like this, he must be asking for something. Let's see what kind of tricks he's playing. When old lady Pei made her decision, Zhou Miaoyan could only listen. Zhou Miaoyan held Sun Feiha's hand, her eyes pleading, and only after Sun Feiha repeatedly assured her did she let go. When the two arrived, only Pei Yuan stood alone. Seeing the two smiled and explained. Just now Fei Yu answered a phone call, as if his company had something to deal with and left first. Sun Feiha and Pei Jia exchanged a glance and the two of them entered the company. The Pei family was involved in a lot of industries, and since they were the only siblings, it now amounted to an even split between the two. And when the two went in, the receptionist nodded respectfully at them. Sun Feiha looked up at the pentagonal crystal chandelier and asked, Has it been redecorated recently? Pei Yuan followed Sun Feiha's line of sight and smiled. This is the lamp Fei Yu sent me, imported from abroad, saying that it wards off evil spirits and attracts fortune. Sun Feiha said faintly, Take it off. Pei Yuan froze for a moment, but let the receptionist take it down. Sun Feiha lifted her foot and continued to walk inside, and just as she entered the door, she saw Fugue bamboo. When you look up, many of the seats have greenery on them. Without needing anyone's guidance, he directly found Pei Yuan's office, and when he pushed the door in, he saw one of the largest potted plants placed behind Pei Yuan's seat. Sun Feihua looked around, picked up a pen on the table, and crouched down next to the potted plant. Pei Yuan looked curiously at Pei Jia, who calmly closed the door. It didn't take long for Sun Feiha to take something out of it and put it on the table. Pei Yuan curiously came closer. Sun Feiha slightly stopped her. Don't look. The closer you get the faster you'll die. Pei Yuan's face sank as he looked seriously at Sun Feiha. Sun Feiha wiped her hands clean and pulled out talisman paper and vermilion sand from her pocket, drawing a talisman on the spot with her finger as a brush and sticking it on the thing's body. The next second the yellow talisman suddenly ignited without fire, emitting gusts of black smoke. Pei Yuan was so shocked that she took a step back until it was all burned out before Sun Feiha faintly said, It's okay to touch it. Pei Yuan was a bit hesitant to come forward. Sun Feiha picked up the item and dutifully explained, Look, this is your hair. Have you bled recently? There are still traces of your blood on it, and wrapped in the innermost part is your birth date. Pei Yuan frowned with a heavy face. These things were not so easy to get, unless it's someone very close to her. Pei Yuan's heart sank at the thought. Pei Yuan replied, What's wrong with the chandelier at the entrance? Chapter 36 Imitation Ghost Town. Sun Feiha looked as usual and said, Oh, pentagonal chandelier, imitating the ghost city and built, although it was covered by the glaze, but the essence has not changed. People without Taoist skills cannot see it at all. This kind of shape is extraordinarily inviting to the ghosts. Your hears must have happened some strange things. Pei Yuan's fingers clenched up violently. Muffled. Indeed. During this period of time, some of the staff would always be inexplicably injured. Sun Feiha, not inexplicably. These ghosts have nowhere to go. The king of hell does not accept them, and no one to offer incense. When they are hungry, they always need to eat something to make up for it. Originally they were wandering around the earth, but because of the call of the ghost city, they stayed here, and human blood is the best tonic. Pei Yuan's face went completely cold and his voice was grim. Is there something wrong with the greenery outside as well? Sun Feiha hooked her hand at Pei Yuan, who looked at her curiously. Sun Feiha raised her hand and waved it in front of her eyes, pointing to the door. See for yourself. Pei Yuan subconsciously turned to look. The outside was no longer a fresh and bright place. It was full of eerie aura. And the place of origin of these auras was emanating from the ghosts lying on the greenery and employees. Looking at the ghost, whose blood was all but gone and who had a gluttonous look on his face. He lay on top of one of the employees and inhaled vigorously, a white gas being swallowed up. The employee winced violently and muttered, "The office is also too cold. Hong Hong, turn off the air conditioner in the office. The temperature is hitting too low." "Ha? I didn't turn on the air conditioning today." Pei Yuan saw a real ghost for the first time and was so scared that she took a step backwards, holding onto the tabletop to stand still. Sun Feihe shrugged her shoulders. "You can't mess around with green plants. Some of them are very popular with ghosts. And you must not have seriously thought about those plants when they were placed. They form a word." Pei Yuan looks at Sun Feihe in panic. Sun Feihe picks up a pen and writes the word death on a piece of paper. Pei Yuan's pupils shrunk, as if her heart was at this moment. Sun Feihe explained, "You are a cut on this dagger. Probably the person who cast the spell didn't want you to die too fast, or more importantly, wanted to make you seriously ill. That's why outside your birth date, wrapped a layer of cloth soaked in dog's blood, but was afraid that the effect would not be good, tying on your hair and blood to add to it." "Ha, I'm really making them fuss." Pei Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dark light could not help but cross his eyes. Pei Jia's eyes suddenly glazed over, her cold, sharp gaze looking straight at Pei Yuan. "The Yi family really doesn't die. It's just a piece of land. Sis, do you need me?" "No need." Pei Yuan cut Pei Jia off firmly. At this point she no longer had the softness she had just had. Recovering the strong woman's aura, her gaze was sharp. "I'll take care of it. No one has ever been able to get an advantage in my Pei Yuan's hands. Pega, if you need help, remember to call me." Pei Yuan forced a smile and turned to Sun Feihe again. "Xiao He, what now? Didn't you say that it invites ghosts? How do I send them away?" "Send them away?" Sun Feihe looked at her curiously. "Don't you want them to go up in smoke? These ghosts have violated taboos and are greedy for anger, so it's only right to let them go up in smoke." Pei Yuan, "No need. They are also poor people with nowhere to go. Besides they didn't harm anyone's life." Sun Feihe, "Alright then, you're going to buy some yellow paper and honor them, and they'll have a place to belong when they eat your smoldering breath." Pei Yuan asked his secretary to quickly buy some yellow paper. With the fire pot burning in front of her eyes, she saw Sun Feihe's solemn expression, one hand pinching, and the quiet office was windless. The sunlight that was shining outside seemed to be blocked by clouds and the sky darkened instantly. A spiraling black hole suddenly appeared on the ground, and a ghostly messenger emerged and said respectfully, "Miss Lotus, I wonder what I can do for you." "Sun Feihe, there are some nameless ghosts here. You bring them down, punish them when it's time to punish them, reincarnate them when it's time to reincarnate, and don't let them hang around in the world." The ghost messenger said yes repeatedly and took out the white streamer he carried with him to wave it. The ghosts huddled at the front desk flocked to the office as if they had sensed something and floated around, chasing each other. Pei Yuan felt that the room was suddenly chilly, as if gusts of cold wind were blowing on her, making her shiver uncontrollably, especially when she saw the ghosts with missing arms and legs, blood and flesh all floating around the office. The gathered ghosts saw the white streamers and, without saying a word, jumped in with surprise. They can finally go to hell and reincarnate. The air in the room warmed back up as the sun slowly appeared and poured into the room through the glass and the black hole in the floor faded away. Pei Yuan looked around. "They've all gone. Right. Sun Feihe, let's go. You can throw away all the greenery outside. Now you can travel without worrying." Sun Feihe gave a few more instructions before following Pei Jia out. Only after the two left did Pei Yuan reveal the slightest hint of vulnerability. Sitting on the sofa and slowly hugging herself tightly, He Feiyue's figure filled the first half of her life. The two had been playing with each other since they were small, and their childhood sweethearts were talking about them. Although the business of the He family is not as good as the Pei family, the He family is interested in climbing. Plus Pei Yuan also really liked He Feiyue, so the two got married as soon as they graduated from college. The He family naturally rises. Although it cannot be said that with the Pei family level, but also similar, but she counted 1,000 times did not think that He Feiyue would want her to die. As the memories unfolded, Pei Yuan's strong shoulders slowly slumped, and only a slight tremor could peek out a hint of her emotions. Chapter 37, Did you really get rid of the evil spirits? He Feiyue looked at the man lying on the bed vomiting blood, fiercely smoke a mouthful of cigarettes, no longer just a few moments ago and good-natured. Remove the gold glasses, face ruthless, in the end what is going on? A woman draped in a quilt shivered. He Shao, really? Ah, He Feiyue shook his palm, and the woman's face was suddenly red and swollen. Call Mr. He. This is the most unspeakable hidden secret in the heart of He Feiyue. Even though he has been married to Pei Yuan for many years, the company is also well taken care of by him. But unfortunately, the head of the Yi family just refuses to delegate his authority, resulting in him still being known as He Xiao for so many years. The woman covered her face and cried, "Mr. He, I really don't know what's going on. He suddenly vomited blood when he was fine." He Feiyu asked irritably, "Did he say anything?" The woman assured him repeatedly, "No, nothing." He Feiyu looked at the man with uncertain eyes as he suddenly remembered Sun Feiha's words. Could it be because of the luck-eating insect? Originally, he thought that Sun Feiha was a blind cat running into a dead rat. Looks like she has some real skills after all. He Feiyu thought for a moment and commanded, "Go to Minda Mountain and invite that old thing down. This disciple of his is not up to the task, but that old man is asking for a lot of money." He Feiyue's eyes were grim as he gritted his teeth and said, "Give it to him, but make a deal with him to give it all only when he succeeds." After the command, He Feiyue changed his sinister look from earlier, straightened his collar, didn't even look at the man on the bed, and walked out with big strides. Since Sun Feihua had the ability to go to Pei Yuan's company, it would be bad if she saw anything. He Feiyue drove all the way to Pei Yuan's company, looked at the front desk of the pentagonal ceiling has been taken down. The heart cannot help but thump. He quickly walked towards Pei Yuan's office, in the doorway to take a deep breath, which knocked on the door. It wasn't until Pei Yuan said enter that he pushed the door in. At this time, Pei Yuan had calmed down, and when she saw He Feiyue, she asked with a smile on her face, "How did you come back so quickly?" He Feiyue looked at her with a searching gaze. "I wasn't worried about you and came to take a look." Pei Yuan stood up and sat down holding his hand, leaning her head in his arms, pouting. "You're still talking about it. What kind of crappy lamp did you buy?" Xiaohua said that the lamp didn't attract wealth at all and it was ugly, so I unloaded it. He Feiyue stroked her head, slightly probing. "Is that what she said?" Both eyes staring tightly at Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan innocently locked eyes with him and smiled. "What else can it be? She's just a little girl. What big skills can she have? How can I say that she's also Jia Jia's sweetheart? I have to more or less give some face to it." He Feiyue touched her face and jokingly asked, "She didn't draw a talisman or do a spell or anything in your place?" Pei Yuan pouted and slapped his shoulder. "Don't talk nonsense." He Feiyue looked at Bui Yuan's usual smile and instantly put his heart down and digressed. Pei Jia brought Sun Feihe out and said sincerely, "Thank you." Pei Jia can be said to have been watched by Pei Yuan as he grew up, and this thank you was said with all sincerity. Sun Feihe faintly shook her head, her gaze steeply looking towards a spot. Her hand grabbed towards the void, her feet reversed and she ran towards the back. Pega followed closely behind. Following the scent, she walked to an upscale neighborhood. Sun Feihe looked at the security guard at the door and said, "Do you have a way to let me in?" Pei Jia didn't even ask, lifted his foot and went forward. The security guard just wanted to open his mouth to stop him. When he saw Pei Jia's face, he immediately respectfully said, "Mr. Pei." Pei Jia nodded with a faint expression and led Sun Feihe inside. Sun Feihe asked curiously, "You have an industry here as well?" "No, this is developed by Pei's, a high-class neighborhood second only to Emperor Jin Villa. Villa Tijin is where the Sun family is." Sun Feihe nodded her head understandingly and walked backwards with her feet. "Hey, Shu Ho, why are you here?" Nanju looked at her in surprise. "That's great. My friend just got back. Let's go up together." Sun Feihe nodded his head in a dispensable manner, and arrived at the door of the house, which was already full of people, with a platform set up in the center, and the person in the middle waving a peachwood sword in his hand and scattering a handful of yellow talismans with his hand. Namju looked at Sun Feihe with some embarrassment. Even if she didn't know the rules in there, she knew she couldn't invite two families for something like this. Sun Feihe walked in with a pale expression, and Nanju apologized in a small voice. "I'm sorry Xiao Hua. Let's go." Sun Feihe shook her head slightly. "It's fine. It's good to get together, not to mention acquaintances." Cao Jiao was also stunned when he saw her, but he had to be serious when it came to practice, so he could only nod slightly, even if it was a greeting. When Nanju saw that she really wasn't angry, she walked over to Yin Zhaozhao and muttered in a low voice, "Why did you call out for someone else? Didn't I say I would bring a master?" Yin Zhaozhao was also aggrieved. "I don't know. I just entered the house. My mom brought someone in, and has been comparing and contrasting here for half a day. Where is the master you speak of?" "Nanju, here. That's the little girl. Her name is Sun Feihe. She's awesome. You're not going to get into that whole judging people by their appearance thing, are you?" "Yin Zhaozhao, I'm sure I won't, but she doesn't have a single gray hair, okay? TSK, look at what you said. Can I harm you? Those who are really good are good since childhood. Those who can't, even if they wear a pair of glasses, they're still not schoolmasters." Yin Zhaozhao felt that she had a point and smiled kindly at Sun Feihe. The waving master in the center stopped. "Girl, please sprinkle water on the mahogany sword." Yin Zhaozhao followed his instructions, and the clear water suddenly turned black when it touched the mahogany sword, emitting gusts of white smoke, which drifted toward the right. The middle-aged man's complexion lingered as he waved his mahogany sword to the right. Put! The mahogany sword seemed to have stabbed into someone's body, and when it was pulled out, it dripped with blood. Sun Feiha nodded slightly. It seemed that the metaphysical society still had some real stuff. Her movements were naturally caught in the eyes of Gao Jia, who was always paying attention. He straightened his back immediately. The face he lost last time. This time he finally got it back by relying on his big brother. Eldest brother wiped off the blood on his sword and looked at Yin Mother. Fortunately, the evil spirits are removed. Yin Mother clapped her hands happily. The $1 million hadn't been spent in vain. Gao Jia walked toward Sun Feiha and said with a smile, "How was it? Sun Feiho, not good? Do you think the evil spirits are really gotten rid of?" Chapter 38, The Ghost of the Locust Tree. That's for sure. Didn't you see the blood on the sword? So you guys are going to collect the money and leave? Gao Jia, the evil spirits have been removed. Why don't you leave and stay here? Sun Feiha looked at him with a serious face. Your metaphysical society had better hurry up and disband. Obviously doing things that harm people, but still under the guise of saving people. Gao Jia's face was unpleasant. And next to her, Yin's mother scolded sternly. Little girl, what are you babbling about? This is a master of the metaphysical society. Quick, apologize to the others. Sun Feiha looked at Gao Jia. Do you think I'm wrong? Eldest brother stepped forward at this time, and after surveying the situation for a moment, he said with a smile, "You think the evil ghost isn't dead?" Sun Feiha nodded her head affirmatively. Not only did you not die, you angered him, and anyone who lives in this house won't live through tonight. Impossible. I've already stabbed him to death just now, and my peachwood sword has a rune enchantment, so as long as the ghost touches it, it will go up in smoke. Sun Feiho, he did get hurt, but you just hurt his leg. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Little girl, you don't even have a bit of common sense. That kind of height, it can only be stabbed in the chest position. Eldest brother said in a chesty manner, a hint of smugness flashing in the bottom of his eyes. Sun Feiha shook her head slightly. You don't know. He is not an ordinary lustful ghost, but a lustful ghost that was killed. The murderer killed him and hung him upside down on the acacia tree. His soul was imprisoned by the acacia tree for 100 years, and he broke free only a year ago, but he has taken to using the palms of his hands as feet, even now that he has regained his freedom. Nonsense! Don't you dare make up your mind here. Eldest brother shouted. In that case, tell me where he's hiding? Why should I tell you that? Since you are a cultivator, you should fulfill other people's mandates to the best of your ability, not be arrogant with your so-called name on your head. Eldest brother's face reddened. Sun Feiha, don't worry. I also have to tell you that at this time, he is already burning with rage and is only waiting for the moonlit night to be cloudy when he goes on a killing spree. Mother Yin instantly became anxious and reached out to scratch Sun Feiha. To her, it sounded like a naked curse. Pei Jia expressionlessly raised his foot to block Sun Feiha's body. Mother Yin's figure lurched and hesitantly called out, Mr. Pei? Pei Jia nodded indifferently. Mother Yin's gaze flickered between the two, flashing a hint of realization. The Sun family came to a village girl and became Pei Jia's fiancé. This matter was known to many people. Even if they weren't a top-tier mansion, the news that should have been there was still a lot. The girl in front of me must be the village girl. The thought of a village girl daring to curse her daughter like this, the fire in her heart, could no longer be suppressed. Mr. Pei, regardless of whether you will be angry or not, but there is something I must say. She's the Sun family's young lady who came back from the village, isn't she? I don't care what means she used to climb up to you, but it's about my daughter, so I'm asking you to leave. Eldest senior brother also said in a cold voice. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. This is not for you, a little girl. To say, leaving was definitely out of the question. She still needed to eliminate ghosts to save up her merit. By breaking Pei Jia's destiny correctly, she would be able to go to the 9 heavens in style. Sun Feiha shook her head lightly and looked at her eldest senior brother. Do you want to have a match? Okay, what do you say then? Just then, if that horny bastard is dead or not. Eldest brother looked at her with confidence and disdain. Sun Feiha pulled out a yellow talisman, quickly drew one, and lightly laughed. Go! The yellow talisman immediately flew up and finally stopped in the void, as if it was stuck to an invisible person. The colorful ghost was so scared that he covered his stomach and hid, and the yellow talisman followed him around. The others couldn't speak at once. This, great, master, Yin mother stammered. Eldest senior brother's face was gloomy and disbelieving as he pulled out a hairy old rune from his pocket and said in a cold voice, This is a ghost-seeking rune that my master drew for me. Don't say that I'm bullying you. Wherever the ghosts are, this rune will automatically point to them. He bites his finger and the rune turns in his hand, finally pointing to where the colorful ghost is. Seeing this scene, the eldest brother couldn't believe it and tried several times with the same result. Gao Jia pulled his eldest brother, who still wanted to try, and whispered, "Eldest brother, she's the one I talked about last time." Eldest brother's movements stopped, and instead of thanking Gao Jia, he chided in a low voice, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You were deliberately watching me laugh, weren't you?" Gao Jia, "No. What makes you think that, eldest brother? And what can I think? That I would be reduced to such disgrace if only you had whispered it to me? What is to be done now? Do I have to take it upon myself to tell people that I'm not as skilled as I should be?" A low chortle that seemed so deafening in the quiet space. Feeling humiliated after venting, eldest brother could no longer hold back and directly flung his sleeves away. Mother shouted after him, and the more she shouted, the faster he ran. Gao Jia took a deep breath, walked to Sun Feiha and sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, we admit defeat," and asked the girl for help. At this time, Mother also reacted, bending her legs and about to kneel on the ground. Or Nanju gave a hold. "I'm sorry, it's me who has eyes to see. Master, please save my daughter." There is no wonder Mother is not anxious. Before Zhao is also a beautiful girl, now just 1 month. The description is withered. Went to the hospital to check countless times. Nothing can be found out. Otherwise she would not have spent money to find the people of the metaphysical society. Sun Feiha looked at Zhao and said, "It's fine for me to make a move, but I hope you can answer my question honestly." Zhao nodded decisively. "Did you stay out at night one day last month?" Zhao looked at Nanju hesitantly. Nanju smiled and said, "What are you looking at me for? If you don't say it, I'll say it for you. There's nothing to hide. It was her birthday last month and we were together." Zhao bit her lips tightly and slowly nodded her head. Sun Feiha shook her head. "Not you. I'm asking her in the middle of the night?" Nanju looked at her curiously. "Zhao, didn't you leave after 8 o'clock? And you said Auntie was sick." Mother immediately shook her head. "I'm not sick." It was only at this point that the two realized that Zhao had lied. Mother said seriously, "Zhao, tell me instead, where did you go in the middle of the night? Didn't you tell me that you were going to stay at Nanju's house?" "Nope, she's not staying at my house." At this moment, Zhao couldn't stand the sight of the two of them. Her face turned red and she pinched her palms to death. The heart's eyes kept darting around. Knowing her daughter is like a mother. Mother knows that Zhao must have done something that cannot be seen, although her heart is angry to death, but still want to cover up for her. Turning to Sun Feiha, he said, "Master, what's wrong with this?" "Of course there is. This kind of horny guy can't get into the gateway. He has to be copulating in the wild before he can bring it home." Sun Feiha spoke honestly and openly, but Mother felt incredibly humiliated. "Pop, you've disgraced me all my life." Mother hated her and gave her a strong slap. "Say, who is that man?" Zhao covered her face and didn't dare to speak. Seeing this, Nanju hurriedly pulled Mother and persuaded, "Auntie, don't be angry. Turn around and I'll ask Zhao. With the relationship between the two of us, she'll definitely tell me." "Right, Zhao." Zhao's eyes tumbled with the color of emptiness, not daring to meet her eyes, and could only nod his head sullenly. Mother's heart thumped. She wasn't as innocent as Nanju. She had wasted a lot of effort to marry father. Sun Feiha held out 2 fingers. Yin's mother immediately understood. "Well said. Take out your cell phone and transfer money." Sun Feiha had a sincere smile on her face. "Do you want to see it with your own eyes?" The remaining light faintly swept over Zhao. Yin's mother was confused. "How? Chapter 39 Can a boyfriend be shared?" After Sun Feiha quickly finished drawing a talisman that burned itself without fire, the crowd's sight changed. The room was the same as it had been, just filled with wisps of black mist everywhere. Looking along the fog, an upside-down person was cowering in the corner, and there was clearly a bloody hole in his leg, just as Sun Feiha had said just now. Yin's mother shivered into a ball of fear. Sun Feiha pointed at Zhao and said, "Did you follow her back? Do you know that if you keep sucking, she will die?" The colorful demon lord smiled. "Dead is dead. She's just rolling around with someone in the wild. The noise keeps me awake. That voice screams my body soft. Who am I going to suck if not her?" The horny guy's words are brown, but the images are unsettlingly evocative. Zhao snapped. "Shut up. Who told you to listen?" The colorful ghost justified. "You dare to shout. Why can't I listen? I not only listened, I also watched the whole thing." "You shout him. Shut up. Stop talking." Zhao anxiously interrupted the lecture. The colorful ghost snorted coldly. "What? You also think you are shouting waves? While saying that you are sorry for whoever, you also say that you love men to death. Bah! Disgusting. I've seen many women like you. Sucking one to death is one. You're bull ******** ting me. I'm not. So you have. and you're clamoring for the other guy to give you a baby, shouting that the force isn't enough, and shouting that you'd rather die with him just like that. Since you want to die, before you die, it's not too much to ask me to suck on it. Isn't that what's being advocated nowadays? The use of waste? Yin Zhaozhao rolled her eyes in anger and was powerless to retort. She was afraid that the colorful ghost would say more, so she could only hold back her heart in bashfulness and kneel straight down at Sun Feihe. Master, please do it. Sun Feihe wordlessly turned to her, rolled her eyes and said, "All right, all guests watch." As if realizing what was going on, the colorful ghost bared his teeth violently and looked at the crowd, his withered, bony hands bouncing as he did so. Sun Feihe's expression remained unchanged. Her fingers quickly slid, her thin lips lightly opened, and a spell came out of her mouth. As if he couldn't take it, the colorful ghost bounced back and forth, trying to shake off the demonic sound. "Ah, stop reading. Do you think you're the Dawn? I told you to stop reading. I'll go. Can't I go?" Sun Feihe did not move. The colorful ghost's face was gloomy, and the black fog around her rose greatly, seemingly heading straight for her, and halfway there, it suddenly turned around and ran towards Page Ya. "This soul smells good." Sun Feihe's brows steeped in coldness. "You're looking for death." The words fell. "Yellow runes rise. Yuo Pluto Mountain. Press me." The yellow talisman flew to the colorful ghost's feet, only to see the colorful ghost slowly curl up into a ball as if it was being pressed by a jackhammer. "I was wrong. Let me go." "Spare you? Dream on. I was only going to give you a small lesson, but daring to touch him? You will die today." Shatter. With a cold snort, the colorful ghost died out into the world along with his wail. Yin Zhaozhao shivered and said, "This will do?" Sun Feihe nodded slightly and pushed open one of the rooms. "Is this your room?" Yin Zhaozhao nodded repeatedly. Sun Feihe drew a talisman and stuck it on the door. "Do not enter for 3 days." "Okay, I got it." Once the matter was settled, Sun Feihe was ready to leave when Yin Mother shouted in a low voice, "Master, my daughter's body?" Sun Feihe waved her hand. "It's fine. Eat and drink well and serve you. You'll naturally recover." Now that it was over, she didn't want to waste her runes on her. Mother Yin eagerly sent the two away. Nanju looked at Sun Feihe gratefully. "Xiao He, thank you. If it wasn't for you, Zhaozhao still doesn't know what would have happened." Sun Feihe tilted her head to look at her. "Are you too close?" "Namju, that's for sure. We're good friends. We've both been basically inseparable since high school. How good is it? Let's put it this way. No matter which of us is in trouble, the other side will definitely go all out." Sun Feihe stood still and looked at her. "Can boyfriends be shared too?" "A boyfriend naturally." "Boyfriend?" Namju exclaimed in shock. Sun Feihe looked at her with a sincere gaze. "Your boyfriends are the same. To be precise, she digs your corner. This business trip is all fake. She went to your boyfriend's house to live for a week. There is also the man that the colorful ghost said just now. Is your boyfriend. Think back. Yin Zhaozhao left early. Did he also excuse himself to leave for something?" Nanju's face went slightly white. That day, after Yin Zhaozhao left, her boyfriend also said that he had something to do, so he left first, and she even thoughtfully sent him home. "Sun Feihe, you thought well. As soon as you left, he ran to the nearby park." Yin Zhaozhao had long been waiting there. The two of them simply couldn't wait to go to the hotel and enjoy the pleasure of cheating. They directly tumbled, thus inviting the colorful ghost. "They still feel unsatisfied. Yin Zhaozhao told you that she wants to go abroad for a break and asked you to take her to the airport." "Namju, I watched her go in there." "Went in, yes, but came back out. Watched your car go away. And she took a cab straight to your boyfriend's house, where the two of them hung out." Nanju still couldn't believe it. "It can't be. She said she went abroad for a break. If you don't believe me, you can check the flight records." With that said, Sun Feihe didn't care what her expression was and turned around with Page Ya to leave. In fact, both of them know that Namju already believes it. They just subconsciously don't want to admit it. A best friend, a boyfriend, betrayed her at the same time. Nanju stood in a daze for a few moments, before shaking her hands and dialing the phone. Gao Jia followed behind and asked curiously, "What's going to happen to Yin Zhaozhao and that guy?" Sun Feihe pulled out her cell phone and Gao Jia decisively scanned the payment. "What won't happen? Nanju will break up with the other party and Yin Zhaozhao will get married." "Ha? Isn't that a bargain for the pair of dogs?" After the marriage, the man found out that Nanju was the real magnate, and entangled himself in this way a few times, and when Yin Zhaozhao found out about it, the man blundered and pushed her down in the middle of their argument, causing a habitual miscarriage, and was unable to have children in the future. The man was sent to prison by Yin's mother. That man doesn't know Namju's family history now? Nanju hit it well. Gao Jia felt relief in his heart. He was furious at the thought of a scum getting a perfect life, and this result was just what he wanted. Pei Jia's eyes deepened and he raised his hand to encircle her waist. Interrupting the two. With an indifferent tone, he looked at Gao Jia and said, "We have things to do. Bye." The strong, sturdy arms around his waist signaled his presence. Sun Fei was entire body froze. She had never been this close to anyone before. The heart beating one at a time in the chest next to her ear was too much for her to ignore even if she wanted to, until she was pressed into the car. Sun Feiha was still in a daze. Pei Jia bullied his way up, his bony fingers lifting her chin. "I don't like you talking to him. Next time don't say it." The male scent close at hand made Sun Feiha's face blush and she immediately nodded her head. The almond eyes that contained watery light at all times could not help but destroy. Pei Jia came to do as he pleased, lowered his head, and pressed his lips together. Sun Feihua tried to shrink back, the firm palms of her hands imprisoning her head. The man was unlearned about such things, and the lingering, deep kisses made her arms and legs weak. Pei Jia felt that it was not enough and pressed her entire body against the door, domineering with a posture that did not allow for resistance. The atmosphere in the car grew hot. Sun Feiha covered her heart that was about to jump out, and her fingertips spiritual energy gathered, pointing at Pei Jia's body. Pei Jia was as if he was thrown into the freezing cold, and his spirit was shaken, which left his scarlet lips. Raising his hand and rubbing it for a moment, he suddenly laughed lowly. "I'm looking forward to it now." "Looking forward to what?" Pei Jia's narrow eyes looked extraordinarily deep, looking at her with uncertainty. "You'll see later." The silence in the car didn't feel awkward. Instead there was a kind of ambiguity slowly pervading. Neither spoke when they reached the house. Sun Feiha took the initiative to break the silence and pushed open the car door. "Then I'll leave first." "Wait." Reaching out, Pega pulled her into the car and replicated the kiss from earlier, not letting go until they were both out of breath. "Come on. If you don't, I'm afraid I can't resist taking you back and hiding you." The raspy, low voice sounded extra sexy at night. Sun Feihua busily pushed open the car door and went back home. Pei Jia looked at her anxious back and let out a light laugh before leaving. Chapter 40, Catching the Kid. Sun Feiha's good mood was discounted by 9 when she saw Sun Qingyue. Sun Qingyue was surprised to see her. "Sister, you're back?" The people sitting in the living room saw Sun Feiha and immediately smiled and waved. Old Lady Sun smiled and said, "Xiao He, come on, sit next to Grandma." Sun Qingyue pretended to be jealous and said, "Grandma still loves her sister the most, never said to let me sit next to her." Old Lady Sun frowned, looking a little impatient. Seeing this, Wu Rongrong immediately said, "It all hurts. You're so old and you're still bothering with your sister. Are you ashamed?" Sun Qingyue smiled and hugged Wu Rongrong's arm. "I'm still small, but sister, why did you just come back? Where did you go so late?" Sun Feiho took a random walk, caught some brats. "Sister, I think you still don't want to do this. Our family doesn't lack this money of yours, besides one day bring some unclean things back." Then Sun Qingyue shrunk into Wu Rongrong's embrace with some fear. Then he said, "I was so unlucky last time. I'm afraid that I'm just blocking the disaster for you. But, sister, don't feel guilty. I'm willing." Sun Feiha looked at her curiously. "You keep calling out sister sister. Aren't you awkward? It really sounds like an old mother hen in the countryside." "Don't glare. Blaring is more like it. Besides, why am I guilty? It's obvious you committed the verbal offense yourself. Need I say? Which people have you cursed behind your back?" "I don't care. I'm just afraid of you." "I don't really care. I'm just afraid." Sun Feihua's eyes darted between the crowd, and Sun Hao's face sank. Could it be that Sun Qingyue has a grudge against them as well? Sun Qingyue's heart immediately rose to her throat, interrupting Sun Feiha's next words in a loud voice. "Sister, why do you need to scare me? I'm just concerned about you. After all, you've just come up from down here, and if you're momentarily mesmerized by the prosperity, and do something wrong, that's not good." Sun Qingyue said with an innocent look on her face. Wu Rongrong waved her hand and said, "It won't be. Little Lotus is very well behaved." "Sun Qingyue, that's good. I'm also concerned about her." Sister, did you eat chili on these lips? Why are they so red?" Sun Feiha looked at her. The corner of her mouth suddenly hooked up a smile, seemingly unintentionally said, "You say this it's nothing." Pei Jia kissed too hard. "Next time I'll let him pay attention." "Ahem." But Sun Hao and Sun Mingjue, who were quietly drinking tea and chatting, choked without surprise, and Wu Rongrong's hands were busy patting the two on the back. Sun Qingyue's face instantly grimaced and her fingers pinched her legs vigorously, which restrained the urge to jump up and hit Sun Feiha. She couldn't imagine a high-flying flower like Pei Jia kissing a country bumpkin who hadn't been to college. A moment later, she took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "Sister, even though you're about to be betrothed to Pei Jia, you need to pay more attention to your speech and demeanor. You represent the facade of our Sun family. Looking at Sun Mingju beside her, she changed the topic. Goo, I'm really talkative. Sister, don't mind me. Grandma but gave you a $10 million card, and also give you all the industries under her name. You now have wealth in your hands. You don't need me to dictate anymore. Sun Qingyue's afterglow was fixed on Sun Mingjue. She just couldn't believe that. With the words spoken to this point, Sun Mingjue could not have a little reaction? Sun Mingjue did as she wished, looking at Sun Feiha with a serious face. A $10 million card? How can that work? Sun Qingyue's heart secretly happy. Face sadly picked up. I also think so. Sister after all is still young. With so much money on her body, it is inevitable that the line is wrong, and then stabbed out the basket will not be good. Right, brother? Sun Mingjue nodded. That's right, but it's not that there's too much money. It's that there's too little money. I heard from the housekeeper that Pei Jia sent a batch of jewelry today, and just about any one of them is worth more than $10 million. So this won't work. Xiaohua, brother, here is a card. You take it. There is no limit. Although Jia is my brother, but you can't be belittled by him. Sun Qingyue's face with a smile just now completely sank. After seeing the limitless black gold card in Sun Mingjue's hand, she now hated to kick Sun Feiha away. She was careful and humble in this house. Humble to please everyone. Only a few tens of thousands of pocket money a month. By what Sun Fei he came back and had everything. As if she had read her thoughts, Sun Feiha said in a seemingly dazed manner. I already have a card in this color. Pulling out the card Zhou Miaoyan gave her from her bag, she smiled coyly and said, Sister, can you see if it's the same? I just came up from the countryside. I don't recognize your city people's cards. Can you help me take a look? Sun Qingyue gritted her teeth and smiled dryly just before she was about to take it. When she heard Sun Hao speak out, it's useless to show her. She doesn't have a black gold card at all. Come on, Dad will help you look. Sun Feiha smiled sweetly and said, well then, sister, since you haven't seen it at all, I won't bother you. In case you get it wrong as well, people will say that you're not even as good as a country girl like me. The ferocity on Sun Qingyue's face could not be concealed, looking as if she wanted to eat her. Sun Feiha raised her eyebrows and smiled lightly without any fear. Sister, what are you glaring at me for? Could it be that you also look down on a country girl like me? Wu Rongrong was beside her with a heartbroken face, holding Sun Feiha's hand and said, who dares to say that you're from the countryside? Tell me and I'll go tear their mouths apart. Old Sun, you keep an eye on me outside. Xiao He is my proper daughter-in-law. Sun Hao nodded his head repeatedly in assurance. Sun Feiha smiled to calm her down and took out the pink diamond Pei Yuan gave her from her bag. The more Sun Mingjue looked at it, the more familiar it looked. Dad, isn't this the one that was the grand finale of the last German auction? Sun Hao, yes, that's the one. Xiao He, where did you come from? Oh, this is a meet and greet gift from Sister Yuan. Sun Hao, it's really the Pei family. It's just generous. This pink diamond seemed to be sold for about $300 million at that time. I was going to shoot it and give it to your mom as an anniversary gift. Wu Rongrong said with some embarrassment. I'm so old. What pink to use? Sun Hao looked at her with affection. Nonsense. In my heart, you are still as simple and kind as before. Wu Rongrong's small face suddenly reddened. Sun Feiha, who was forced to eat a mouthful of dog food, painfully placed the pink diamond in Sun Hao's hand. Dad, I'm giving it to you. Sun Hao waved his hand repeatedly. No, I can't have it. Sun Feihui, why don't you want it? Do you also dislike me? Thinking that you don't like me after I've been touched by a country bumpkin? Sun Hao's face changed abruptly, and he said with a serious face, I definitely didn't think so. Since you didn't think so, take it. Besides, I don't like it. It's just a rock in my opinion. Sun Feiha said it lightly, but the crowd's minds were unsettled. Such an atmospheric, treat money like dirt gesture. And more than anything else, it's heartwarming and proud. As expected, he was a child of their Sun family, and even though he grew up in the countryside, his demeanor was not inferior to others, except for Sun Qingyue, of course, who now couldn't wait to take Sun Hao's place and painfully receive the pink diamonds. First find the ladies to show them off, and then treasure them. After seeing enough of Sun Qingyue's exasperated and having to pretend face, Sun Feiha excused herself from being a bit tired and went back to her room to rest. Sun Qingyue pampered Wu Rongrong for a while and followed her back to her room. Chapter 41, You jumped off a building? Sun Qingyue threw herself onto the soft bed and shouted with her head covered in frustration. Sun Fei Ho, I will not let you get away with this. Just as she was contemplating how to make a fool out of Sun Feiha, she saw the pink traced gold invitation in her hand. Hey Anfen, isn't your birthday coming up? Can I bring my sister along to the birthday party? What right does a bumpkin have to come to my banquet? It's flat out degraded. Come on, she's just come up from the country and has no friends. I want to take her with me. And besides, I'm afraid Grandma will think something if I go by myself. What? Your grandmother is really an old fool, bullying you for a fake granddaughter from the countryside. Fine, bring her here. I'll make sure to show her that we are different here from the countryside. And Finn's words were tinged with malice. Sun Qingyue eyes flashed. Slightly pause, never do too much. She is still a little girl. In case her reputation is blemished, the Pei family will certainly not want her. The first time to be returned to the marriage. This reputation. Ha ha ha, why didn't I think of that? You have to bring her, okay? After Xinyu. That idiot. Sun Qingyue was now much more cautious. She hesitated for a moment and said, forget it, I won't take her. She's definitely not comfortable in that kind of occasion. No way. And Fin eagerly retorted. You must bring her. Sun Qingyue, are we still friends? If you don't bring her here, we'll both end our friendship. Sun Qingyue said in a seemingly helpless manner. Alright, I'll take her there, but don't you go too far. Anfin casually and perfunctorily agreed, before hanging up the phone contentedly. Sun Qingyue stared at her phone for a moment and laughed out softly. Sun Feihao was still unaware that someone had set her up, and at this time she was talking to Pei Jia, not on the phone, but through Xiao Huang. Pei Jia looked at Xiao Huang, who was lying on his pillow with his mouth constantly opening and closing, but his voice was Sun Feihao's, wanting to laugh and feeling cute. Sun Feihao, what are you laughing at? Pei Jia coughed lightly. Nothing, I think you have a nice speaking voice. And, Sun Feihao was surprised out loud. Are you possessed by something? You usually don't talk like this, so what do I usually look like? Sun Feihao cleared her throat, her voice low and cold. Shut up and keep quiet. Ha 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 ha, probably just like that, talking hard. Pei Jia could imagine her smiling face, and with favor in his eyes, his voice was low and soft. I'll try to be more gentle in the future. Sun Feihao's harumph stuttered in his throat. Luckily Pei Jia couldn't see it, otherwise this big red face wouldn't be able to hide it. Sleep. Sun Feihao was a little bit ashamed. Pega cooperated by closing her eyes. Sun Feihao unquietly rolled back and forth, reciting, no, I cannot move my heart. I am going to go to the 9 heavens, and if I move my mortal heart, how can I go? Cannot take him together to the 9 heavens? Calm down, calm down. Listen to the master said, the little brother in the sky to look more good looking. When the time, bah, I am such a shallow person? Sigma, degree winky face. Color is empty. Emptiness is color. And all that is so is false. Mindy. Sun Feihao recited a whole mantra for clearing the mind, which made her slightly sleepy. A few days later, when Pei Jia had just come downstairs with Sun Feihe, she met up with a man wearing a black suit with a serious face. The man took the initiative to reach out and shake Pei Jia's hand. Mr. Pei, I'm Zhao Long from QNY. Pei Jia looked pale as he shook his hand. Sun Feihao smiled slightly at Zhao Long's side, looking as if she was greeting someone. Pei Jia's afterglow faintly swept by without speaking. You can see me? A girl with a bloodstained mostly white dress asked to Sun Feihe. If you looked closely, the girl's features were no longer recognizable. There was a huge bloody hole in her head. Sticky drops of blood fell onto her clothes, and the girl's feet floated in the air. Even her legs became seemingly invisible. Sun Feihao nodded faintly. The girl's tone was tinged with delight as she said, you're still the first one to be able to see me. Hello, my name is Qianyan. Sun Feihao swept over the man who was exchanging pleasantries with Pei Jia and spoke faintly. Sun Feihao. The girl pointed at Pei Jia. You found a good man. I've heard Zhao Long say more than once that Pei Jia is extraordinarily clean. You're lucky. Sun Feihao nodded approvingly and looked at the girl. You're about to disappear. The girl didn't care. Yeah, there's still a year left before I leave. I don't know what will become of Aaron after I'm gone. It's a shame I won't get to see him in his old age. Sun Feihao asked. You guys are a couple? Qianyan smiled and nodded. Only her smile was a little eerie, the rotten flesh on her face snapping to the floor as her muscles moved. The eyeballs that had been shaking in their sockets also rolled to the ground, and even as they fell to the ground, the eyeballs continued to look in the direction of Sun Feihao. Qianyan habitually squatted down, picked it up, and slowly glued it back to her face. Embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I fell too hard in the first place, and my face was rotten. Sun Feihao looked at her. You jumped? Chapter 42, The Cuckold's Infatuation. Qianyan was surprised. How did you know? Hey, if I had known, I wouldn't have jumped. Hanging would have been better than this. It had probably been too long since she'd met someone she could talk to, and Qianyan rambled on and on. She and Zhao Long came from the mountains, and both went to college at the same time and agreed to go to school together. When the time came, Zhao Long never waited for Qianyan at the station, and finally got too worried and rushed to Qianyan's house, where he saw that Qianyan's parents had sold her place at the university and forced her to marry someone else. Zhao Long was so angry that he fought with her family and finally ran away with Qianyan. This incident also annoyed Zhao Long's family, threatened that as long as Zhao Long promised to send Qianyan back, then they will continue to pay for his college, or else they do not care. Zhao Long didn't give in. In order to keep Qianyan in school, Zhao Long sells his college place outright, trying to use the money to pay for her education. Qianyan does not agree. She said she can work to pay Zhao Long. Finally the two of them draw lots. Who knows, Zhao Long caught the blank one. Qianyan can only agree. The two are so mutually supportive. Zhao Long, what dirty work are dry. Qianyan also did not idle. The rest of the time will take some of the children tutorials, and so on the work of the two people live although straitened, but also very happy. See the third year of college. Qianyan and Zhao Long agree to get married after graduation. Things came to a fork in the road in my senior year. Qianyan looked small and timid. Her timid appearance was particularly endearing. Even if she was strong in her bones, her soft appearance made people subconsciously want to pamper her. Such looks on a rich girl would be a blessing in disguise, but on a peasant girl, it would be a calamity. There is a family in a rich neighborhood that wants a tutor, and Qianyan rightfully and smoothly applies for the job. And Qianyan gets along well with the hostess of the family. One day when the tutoring was over and she was about to leave, the man called out to her, poured her a glass of water, and said that the tutoring had been so good lately that he was going to give her her first paycheck. Qianyan did not think much, so she sat on the sofa and waited. After a day of lecturing, it is true that there is some thirst. She lit up a sip, and soon fell asleep. When she woke up again, the messy sheets, the aching body, the person sleeping beside her, made her scream in alarm, and the man took it in his stride to get dressed, throw her a pile of money, and tell her to shut up. Qianyan returned home in a muddle, looking at a good meal waiting for her Zhao Long. She did not say anything. The gap between the poor and rich. She did not want to give Zhao Long trouble, just silently ate the meal, and at night left a letter of breakup to Zhao Long and left. Sun Feiha looked at her unsteady soul body and said, "Don't get excited. Your soul body will dissipate faster this way." Qianyan immediately collected her anger and murmured, Right. I can't get excited. I can't. I still have to spend more time with Zhao Long." Sun Feihua then asked, "He believed the letter you left?" Qianyan sighed and nodded slightly. In order to make Zhao Long believe, Qianyan asks a male classmate the next day, and the two of them intentionally show their love in front of Zhao Long, and pretend to be discovered by Zhao Long. For the sake of authenticity, Qianyan even humiliated Zhao Long. Looking at his bloodshot eyes, Qianyan's heart was dripping blood, but there was nothing she could do. Zhou Ryu is a good person and deserves better than to keep wasting time on her. Zhao Long leaves disheartened, and Qianyan finds Fu Hao, claiming she's pregnant and taking the opportunity to try to die with him. Unfortunately, tycoons are not that easy to fool, and only Qianyan, knowing that she has no hope of revenge, climbs to the top floor of the tycoon's company and leaps down, a dozen floors high enough to make her face disappear. Sun Feiha counted with her fingers. "So you're exchanging 10 lifetimes of good luck for 1 year of Zhao Long's good fortune? You know this too? The judge is a good man. He got tired of me crying and granted me permission to stay on Earth for a while." Sun Feiha silently rolled her eyes. This is the only thing that her master can do. If caught by Yan Wang, surely another wage deduction. Shen Yan, in my short life, I owe no one but him. Sun Feiho, but you will encounter evil things on Earth in your next 10 lives, and you will suffer and even die. Qian Yan nodded her head in understanding. I know, the judge master has told me all about it, but I don't regret it. Sun Feiho didn't understand, but respected her idea and gave her a thumbs up. Zhao Long had long since noticed Sun Feiha's movements, and he had always maintained the principle of not being rude, but when he saw Sun Feiha give a thumbs up, he still asked with some curiosity, Miss Sun, what are you doing? Sun Feihua gazed at Qian Yan, who waved her hand to signal her not to say anything. Sun Feiha's afterglow faintly looked at Zhao Long. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Zhao Long froze for a moment and smiled. Of course it's true. Sun Feiha decisively raised her finger to Qian Yan. I'm talking to Qian Yan. For her point of view. I don't understand but respect it. So thumbs up. Zhao Longjing stopped. A moment later his face was ugly. Miss Sun is not burnt out? How could you know Qian Yan? Besides, the other Miss Qian. Oh no, it should be Mrs. Qian. Has long climbed up the ladder. I heard that it went abroad. Zhao Long spoke through gritted teeth, his face so dark that it could drip ink. Sun Feihua recounted calmly. It seems you looked for her after you became famous. The veins at the corners of Zhao Long's forehead rose slightly, and he kept his mouth tightly shut. Qian Yan looked at Zhao Long with tearful eyes and sobbed in a low voice. Except that she had no tears, only blood. The blood haloed bigger and bigger, and the eyeballs that fell on the ground were about to roll to Sun Feihi's feet. Sun Feiha frowned. No more crying. Your eyeballs will soon be on my feet. Qian Yan huffed. What are you afraid of? It's not like you're really stained. That won't do. If you keep crying, I'm going to hit someone. Xianyan immediately withdrew her voice and picked up the eyeballs on the ground, and the constantly haloed blood suddenly disappeared into thin air. Zhao Long looked at Sun Feihe with red eyes and said in a cold voice, Miss Sun, I'm not crying. Mr. Pei, I'll leave first. As for the cooperation, I'll make another appointment with Secretary Li later. Saying that, he didn't even look at Sun Feihe, turned around and left. Xianyan hurriedly followed suit behind her, and Sun Feihe spoke faintly. If you want to find the answer, you can come to me, but do it quickly, or I'm afraid you'll regret it. Zhao Long's body stiffened slightly, and he turned his head to look deeply at Sun Feihe before taking a step away. Pei Jia stood beside her and asked curiously, Who is Qianyan? Sun Feihe's tone was flat. Oh, the ex-girlfriend who dumped him. Pei Jia raised an eyebrow and looked at Sun Feihe. Sun Feihe told the story. Pei Jia said in a deep voice, No wonder he's already 35 and still refuses to get married. In the past, my mom even wanted to set him up with my sister. But unfortunately, he refused to do so. I always thought he didn't marry because he had a problem of his own that he was afraid people would find out. But I didn't realize he was still an infatuated man. To be cuckolded and still wait for so many years without getting married is a kind of infatuation. Chapter 43, Hongmen Banquet? The Art of the Royal Husband? Pei Jia sent Sun Feihe to the mall. Today she made an appointment with Nan Xiaoyu to go shopping together. When the two of them arrived, Nan Xiaoyu was already there, followed by a bodyguard. When Pei Jia's exclusive ride arrived, Nan Xiaoyu jumped up and down and waved, and Pei Jia twisted his head and said, You guys go shopping first. I'll come back to pick you up later. No, I'll just go with Xiaoyu. Didn't you say you'd let me follow you at all times? Words don't count? Pei Jia's sword brows slightly raised, and Sun Feihe nodded helplessly. Secretary Li, who was in charge of driving the car, looked through the rearview mirror and exchanged glances with the bodyguard on the passenger side, and it was all in the air. Looking at Sun Feihe getting off the car, Pei Jia changed his gentle earlier and looked at the two with a cold gaze. Drive! Secretary Li immediately nodded his head in a serious manner. Yes, Mr. Pei, you have 2 more trips coming up. Mr. Yi from Ming Run has already made 3 appointments with you, and... Nan Xiaoyu stepped forward to cross her arm. Gossipily, she asked, Why are you so close to Pei Jia now? He actually sent you here. Is that weird? Strange. You don't know how difficult Pei Jia is. Xiao He, do you really want to marry him? Grace. Really? Thinking of her ability, Nan Xiaoyu stopped worrying again and changed the subject. Tonight, Anfan's birthday banquet. Did you receive an invitation? Sun Qingyue gave it to me early this morning. She gave it to you? I think they are all snakes and rats. That and Fun is not a good person. She has liked Pei Jia since she was a child. In order to go to the same school as Pei Jia, study hard. Pei Jia to study abroad she also go. You think she will be so kind to send you an invitation? Tonight I think it's a Hongmen banquet. Or we don't go. I always feel hairy in my heart. Sun Feihe brought a smile to the corner of her mouth and said, It's fine. I also want to go and see what's going on. Seeing her insistence, Nan Xiaoyu secretly resolved in her heart to take good care of her at night. Since she was going to attend a banquet, the dress would naturally not be missing, and Nan Xiaoyu familiarly led her to a high-fashion dress store. There was a wide array of gowns inside, and the two of them had just taken their seats when the waiter was already pushing the gowns over. Xiaohua, these clothes are limited. Each one is unique. Don't worry about clashing. Sun Feihe is not interested in these. The waiter respectfully and enthusiastically recommended to her. This time the heart cannot dare to think nonsense, for fear of offending her. Now the whole capital high-definition store knew that the 2 waitresses had been dismissed because they had been messing around in their minds and had touched the inferiority complexes of the country people. So as soon as Sun Feihe showed up, everyone admonished themselves to control their minds and never mess around with their thoughts. Nan Xiaoyu looked at the several people who were so formal that they were about to turn into stone and asked curiously, What's wrong with you guys? Sun Feihe's eyelids lifted lightly and smiled faintly without speaking. She did not mean to make things difficult for them. Probably tried 2 pieces. She liked the one that was tightly wrapped, but Nan Xiaoyu felt that she looked better in a one shoulder, and couldn't resist her begging, and chose the one shoulder. The graceful clavicle, the mermaid's champagne-colored pendulum tail, sets off her figure to perfection, and with the queen's gemstone given by Pei Jia, she looks extraordinarily atmospheric and ladylike. Nan Xiaoyu was the opposite. Choosing a large silhouette dress in red and pink intertwined with lace bubble sleeves and a diamond-adorned starry sky around her neck, making her look cute and spirited. Nightfall. The Sun family was already fully dressed and ready to go out. Sun Qingyue was wearing a customized dress, deliberately turning a few times in front of Sun Feihe, smiling. Sister, do you see how good this dress looks on me? Mom customized it for me. It's sparkling with diamonds all over it. Sun Feiha didn't spoil her and looked at Wu Rongrong with a simple face. Mom, I heard people in our village say that broken diamonds aren't worth much. Is that true or false? Wu Rongrong smiled and nodded. Indeed, it doesn't hold its value. Sun Qingyue's heart to show off was immediately poured with cold water. Wu Rongrong didn't notice her unhappiness at all. Xiao He, didn't you say you customized one with Xiaoyu? Wear it and show it to Mom. Sun Feiha slightly shook her head and said, I saw it at the banquet in the evening. That dress looks good. It's just that it's uncomfortable to tie it on the body. Pei Jia won't come until a while later. I'll wear it later. Wu Rongrong knew that she liked to wear loose clothes, so she didn't force it. Sun Qingyue laughed dryly. You're going with Pei Jia? Sun Feiha nodded rightfully. Sun Qingyue, sister, you may be in the countryside all the time, do not know. Pei Jia is the most hate to participate in banquets. In addition to Pei's own banquets, he rarely attends the other time. Is not being pestered by you have no other way? He had to agree? When these words came out, Sun Hao frowned slightly and answered and asked, Xiao He, you can't be like this. You've just begun to understand each other. You shouldn't be so forceful. You have to take your time. You know? Wu Rongrong slapped him without any good humor. What nonsense! Turned his head to Sun Feiha said, your father is right. Mom told you. At the beginning we have to be gentle and small-minded. Looking at the bottom line slowly. Men, you cannot completely obedient to him, and cannot not obedient to him. Cough. Sun Hao coughed lightly, interrupting Wu Rongrong's teaching. Wu Rongrong instantly reacted to the occasion and made a big red face. Sun Qingyue hated her teeth. She said this to reflect Sun Feiha's irrationality, not to let these two families teach her the art of royal husband. Sun Qingyue pulled the topic back. Sister, come with us. Don't make things difficult for Pei Jia. Sun Feiha tilted her head to look at her. Her tone simple. It's not difficult. I don't want to bring him. He's still not happy about it. He's too clingy. That's superlative. The Sun family all looked at each other. Not that they don't believe in Sun Feiha's words, but they are not dealing with Pei Jia for 1 or 2 years. Pei Jia's temperament of this person, they still know very well. Pei Jia is sticky? Sigma, degree. It's scary to think about. Chapter 44, The Countryside. Who's clingy? The butler led Pei Jia in. Nodding slightly at the crowd, Pei Jia naturally stepped forward, the corners of his often tightly pursed lips carrying the slightest hint of a smile. What are you talking about? Sun Mingjue stepped forward and stretched his head closer, his eyes widening in surprise. Are you my Jia? Quickly, who the hell are you? Pei Jia scared and reached out to push him farther away, saying in a cold voice, stay away. Sun Mingjue thankfully patted his chest. With such a cold voice, it's my Jia brother all right. Sun Qingyue said with a smiling face. Xiao He just said that you had to pester her to attend the banquet together. Brother Jia, do you think it's funny? He covered his mouth and laughed softly when he finished. Pei Jia looked at her with an unchanged face and said in a cold voice, is it funny? Xiao He is just telling the truth. Sun Qingyue's laughter suddenly dried up in her face. Not on and off. Pei Jia, there's no need for you to cover up for her. This is all family here. The implication is that we all know she's bluffing, so don't you dare mention that she's rounding up. Pekka, just the truth. Sun Qingyue clenched her lips. Sun Feiha smiled. Sun Qingyue, what's wrong with you? It seems like you're not happy. The gazes of the crowd looked at her. Sun Qingyue was shocked in her heart. Her face skillfully put on a smile. I'm happy. I'm just worried that you haven't been to a banquet like this before and are not comfortable. Or how about this? Mom and Dad, you guys go first. I'll accompany my sister. Wu Rongrong felt that it made sense and turned her head to look at Old Lady Sun. Old Lady Sun watched Pei Jia and the two of them get along. A hint of relief flashed in her eyes, and her gaze turned to Sun Qingyue, whose veins were rippling on the back of her hands. Coldly scolding, he uttered, let's go. Let Pei Jia take Xiao He with him in a moment. As soon as Old Lady Sun hammered out her decision, Sun Qingyue, even if she was no longer willing, could only follow along, her gaze vaguely sweeping over Pei Jia's face. Sun Feiha looked at the departing man, her eyes glanced at his face and muttered, handsome is a bit more handsome. AI, what a handsome face. Pei Jia favored her with a glance, and his gaze ghostly looked at the housekeeper, who immediately turned around and left with a sense of humor. You, raging, hot kisses drowned her. Come on, well, let go. I'm going to change. Close to his lips, he murmured, there's no rush. It's okay to go a little late. That's rude too. Polite? I'm afraid if I show my face slightly, quite a few people will flock to his party to make it worthwhile. That good? What do you think the party is for? Is it really to celebrate a birthday? It's more to seek business partners and show off your wide social network as a way to show off your status in the capital. Sun Feiha shook her head slightly and said, This is meaningless. It would have been pointless, so I never attended. But it's good that you went, not only for you, but for the Sun family as well. Well, go up and change. I'll wait here. When Sun Feiha came down again, a glint flashed in Pei Jia's eyes, and he reached out gentlemanly, making a kissing gesture. You're so beautiful. The most attractive thing about Sun Feiha is to take the floating temperament, so that people cannot help but want to worship. Sun Feiha laughed softly and sat in the car by his toe. Secretary Li stood respectfully by the side of the car and complimented. Miss Sun, you're so pretty. Pei Jia's sharp gaze shot at him, and Secretary Li immediately shut up and drove quietly. At this time, Anne's house was already crowded with people. The roadside carboys were methodically busy, and the greeters respectfully led the way. Secretary Li opened the car door, and when Sun Feiha was about to get out, Pei Jia reached out and pulled her back. From the hidden compartment, he took out a richly decorated brocade box. Inside lay quietly a necklace of superb blood jade, the red color translucent and bright. Pei Jia gently put on her, like silk smooth snow-white skin, translucent and glistening red jade, charming and enchanting, but also with a trace of coldness. This moment is no longer a mortal, more like the heavenly fairy. Pei Jia looked at her with burning eyes and sighed. I wish I could hide you at home. Sun Feiha blinked and said honestly, then your destiny is broken incorrectly. What happens when the destiny is messed up? What kind? One of the most obvious characteristics is a short life. Pei Jia's voice was a bit muffled, low and deep like it was covered in fog. Then it's better to break the right. I haven't lived enough. Sun Feiha nodded repeatedly. I think so. Secretary Li didn't know what they were saying again, but Minghui was already standing in the doorway waiting expectantly, looking like he had gotten the news that Pei Jia had come, but he just didn't dare to interrupt, and could only stand in the doorway and watch from afar. Mr. Pei, Mr. N is already waiting at the door. Go! When Sun Feiha walked into the venue with Pei Jia's arm, the eyes of the crowd looked over. Those who came were very glad, and those who didn't came were less likely to regret it. And Minghui had never been so facetious as he was at this moment, and it was hard to avoid thinking about it more. Why is it that other people's daughters have birthday banquets and Pei Jia didn't attend? But his own daughter, Pei Jia, came in person, and Findo was madly pursuing Pei Jia, but he knew about it. Could it be that sincerity is the key to success? Pei Jia, the iceberg, was warmed by Infun, and the Sun Feiha by his side was directly ignored. A village girl who didn't go to university. He didn't think Pei Jia would really marry her. Pei Jia is naturally Pei's successor on the board. His woman should be both virtuous and talented after all. And Minghui smiled and went forward to greet. Mr. Pei, you came really fluffy. My daughter can be really grateful. And Fin blushed scarlet and went up to the front, softly whispering, Pei Jia, thank you for coming. Pei Jia nodded slightly and gave Secretary Li a wink. Secretary Li immediately stepped forward and handed the prepared gift to Infun. Miss N, this is a gift from Mr. Pei for you. Anfun's eyes reddened with excitement, and she took it very dearly. Secretary Li sighed inwardly. Anfun completely unnecessary to be excited. Pei Jia did not want to give a gift, or Sun Feiha reminded. He ordered Secretary Li to buy a random. What was inside? Pei Jia didn't even know. Sun Feiha handed over the prepared gift, and Fin received it with a cold face, looked at the humble package in her hand, and secretly belly, really a wild girl from the countryside, which sends people roadside. A decent smile remained on his face. Thank you, I love it, but I'm curious, what did you send? May I open it? Opening a gift in front of him is very impolite behavior. A trace of disapproval flashed in Minghui's eyes, but thinking that Sun Feiha, a girl from the countryside, shouldn't know about this, he just turned a blind eye and didn't say anything. Sun Qingyue, who was standing behind Infun, stepped forward. Infun, my sister is from the countryside. Why are you making things difficult for her? The crisp sound managed to attract everyone's attention. Chapter 45, You're going to die. Quite a few people had already begun to mumble, and Sun Mingjue approached with a frown. What's going on? Sun Qingyue, brother, shout. He gave Infun a birthday present and Infun wants to open it on the spot. I'm stopping her. Infun was not happy that Sun Qingyue had spoiled her good deed and pouted. Qingyue, since she gave it to me, it's mine. Can't I even take a look at it? I'm just curious as to how she's adapting to our circle when she first steps into it. Sun Qingyue bit her lips tightly, wanting to retort but unable to find a topic. She could only look at Infun pleadingly. Infun, for my sake, don't make things difficult for my sister, okay? If there's anything wrong, I'll apologize for you. Sun Qingyue's appearance made the people who already favored her secretly nod in their hearts. Look at you. Your sister is my sister, and if this is a bad gift, I'll be sure to give her a good talking to in case this mistake happens next time. Mistake? Pei Jia said coldly. What kind of counts as a mistake? Your circle? Are you guys some kind of unbeatable circle? Peijia's triad of questions silenced the people around him. As long as they weren't cuties, or deaf, could hear his displeasure. A little nervously, Anfen argued. I was being nice, too. Good intentions? I think it's because you've had enough of being a big lady and want to try the theater route. In that case, why don't you let the Yin family go bankrupt early and you pay your debts with your body to satisfy your desire to perform? Peijia's words were grim, displeased, and his aura was all over the place, so even in Huiming didn't dare to say a word more. Pega has the power to bankrupt them. A white, slender hand interrupted the condensed atmosphere, and Sun Feiha reached for the gift and opened it sharply. Seeing what was inside, Sun Qingyue covered her mouth, and Infun had a look that said it all. Sister, why are you giving people this? You this also? Sun Qingyue's words made the unseen people scratch their heads. Everyone wanted to see what kind of stupid thing this 1,000-year-old from the village had done. Sun Feiha said in a light tone, this is a good luck talisman. Those who bring it on will be enveloped by luck and avoid calamities. Bear with me after talking for half a day. It's not just something you drew with your hands. It's okay for you to cheat children with this stuff, but to give it as a gift, isn't it a bit too much? Anfen muttered in a small voice. Sun Feiha gave her a crooked look, took it over sharply, and smiled. You don't want it, that's just right. No one stipulates that if you don't give a gift, you can't attend the banquet. Anfen choked and shook her head stiffly. Shen Yu, who was behind the crowd, immediately squeezed up and said with a smile, Xiao He, this good luck charm, she doesn't want it, so give it to me, I'll buy it too. After saying that, he pulled out his cell phone and was ready to transfer the money. Sun Feiha shook her head slightly and said, here you go. No charge. Shen Yu was like a treasure and rolled her eyes at Infun. You really don't know what you're talking about. The things in Xiaohua's hands aren't something you can have if you want them. Saying that, he hummed and followed behind Sun Feihe with a smile on his face. Sun Qingyue sighed and whispered, Anfen, don't be angry. My sister is still young. She's still small? If she's small, then go home and eat milk. What's the point of coming here? Qingyue, stop it. This is her initiative to provoke me. Don't mind whatever I do in a while. Sun Qingyue tried to pull her, and Infin shrugged off her hand, striding towards the banquet. Sun Qingyue looked at Sun Mingjue pitifully, full of apologies. I'm sorry, brother. I tried my best. Sun Mingjue touched her head and comforted. It's okay. There's brother here. Sun Qingyue nodded her head obediently. I'll help too. I'll keep following Infun. If anything goes wrong with her, I'll call out to you. Sun Mingjue smiled and nodded. Wu Rongrong, who was standing in the circle of noble women chatting, saw Sun Feiha and smiled and waved, because they had been sitting and chatting all this time, so they didn't know what had just happened. Mother Shen was even happier to see Sun Feiha than Wu Rongrong, Nan Xiaoyu, and immediately stood up. Master, you're here too. Sun Feiha laughed softly. No need to call out to Master. Just call out to me, Xiaoha. Shen Mother smilingly made way for her to sit next to herself. Wu Rongrong unhappily dragged her over. This is my daughter. Why are you shouting so much? If you want to sit, you should also sit next to me, he said without a second thought, pressing her into the seat next to him. If it was in the past, Mother Shen would have had to fight it out. But now, she couldn't even wait to flatter Sun Feiha, so she naturally wouldn't get into a fight with Wu Rongrong. Shen's mother took the initiative to back down, and Wu Rongrong also felt that it was meaningless. The others watched in wonder as the pair, for the first time, harmonized so well. Wu Rongrong smiled and introduced herself to the crowd. Hey, why does this blood jade of yours look so familiar to me? I look at it too. It seems like Zhou Miaoyan brought it once. I heard it was old lady Pei's dowry. When you say it like that, it looks familiar to me too. The surrounding noble women murmured, and Wu Rongrong asked. Sun Feiha replied with a smile. This is what Pei Jia just put on me. Gu, that's right then. I'm fortunate enough to see it once more. I'm content. Mrs. Wu on the opposite side had a warm temperament. You're just jade obsessed. You can't walk away when you see good jade. Mrs. Wu said cheerfully. Jade nourishes people, and superb jade is even more rare. Sun Feiha tilted her head to look at her and said with a smile, Mrs. Wu, I have a skill. Do you want to see it? Mrs. Wu covered her mouth and laughed lightly. She had heard what Sun Feiha's one skill was. What? Still want to earn my money? You're really a resourceful person. Mrs. Wu teased good-naturedly. Wu Rongrong has not yet spoken. Shen Mother immediately said, do not believe. She can count accurate. She let you count. You count. If not allowed, I will pay for you. Mother Shen couldn't wait now. She wanted everyone to see what Sun Feiha was capable of. Even if Sun Feiha didn't say anything, she still had to find an excuse to let Sun Feiha show her skills. Hearing her push so hard, Mrs. Wu didn't spoil the fun. She didn't care about this amount of money at all. Mrs. Wu smiled and nodded. Sun Feihua told her to spread her palms and Mrs. Wu did so one by one. Sun Feihua said, "You are happily married with 2 sons and a daughter. Your fortune is very good. And you grew up with no worries about food and clothing." Mrs. Wu smiled and nodded. "But there's an extra bump in your lifeline. And you're going to die soon." Chapter 46, Playing the Big Game. Sun Feihua's words caused Mrs. Wu's face to change drastically as she frowned. "You're not bull ting?" Nan Xiaoyu finally found a chance to interject. "And Wu, Xiao he never lies. And she's very accurate in her calculations." Namju nodded alongside. Mrs. Wu asked hesitantly, "Then when will I die?" "In a month's time. You'll die in a deliberate accident." Anyone who heard this news would not be happy. Mrs. Wu's congeniality was still good. She held back her anger, since it was an accident. "How can you say it was intentional? According to what you said. Then who wanted to kill me?" Sun Feihua asked without answering. "Although you have 2 sons, but the eldest son is not yours. He recently asked you for a large sum of money, but you didn't give it, right?" The more Sun Feihua said, the higher Mrs. Wu's heart lifted. Sun Feihua was right. The oldest son was indeed not hers, but her husband's deceased brother and sister-in-law's. Since the child was still young at the time, at her husband's persuasion, she claimed it as her own, an event that no one knew about except the 2 of them, husband and wife. The man next to her whispered, "You've miscalculated, haven't you? How can it not be hers?" "She didn't miscalculate," Mrs. Wu said solemnly. "What does my death have to do with my eldest son?" "Of course it matters. Your presence stands in his way. He is your husband's son, but not yours. And, didn't your husband insure both of you, with high accident insurance?" Everyone jerked back a breath of cold air. The meaning between the words was clear to everyone. Mrs. Wu even clutched the wine glass in her hand, and it wasn't long before she signed up for the high-cost accident insurance. Because there have been so many accidents in the news lately and she feels that things are unpredictable, her husband has offered to buy insurance. She suddenly thought more about those unexpected messages, and feared that her husband had let her see them on purpose as well. At this point she was not skeptical, but treated her as a true guru and respectfully asked, "Master, you mean my husband and his sister-in-law?" Sun Feihua said, "It can be understood like this. If you don't believe me, you can find a chance to do a paternity test." Mrs. Wu shook her head stoically, forcing back the indignation in her heart and asked, "Then how should I avoid this death sentence?" Sun Feihua looked at her face and said, "Do you often eat nourishing medicines? Don't eat them. Go to the hospital tomorrow for a detailed examination." Mrs. Wu's heart sank. Those nourishing medicines were all bought by her husband, saying that they were to strengthen and nourish the body. She had been touched by her husband's thoughtfulness, and the pontifications were not lost. Even if she forgot once in a while, her oldest son was a thoughtful reminder. She also often lamented to her husband about her eldest son's filial piety, while her youngest son was like a stick in the mud and only knew how to play. At this moment, she nodded solemnly and said, "Many thanks. What a wolf's heart, old Wu. I'm not going to tell you anything false. If there's anything you need help with, just say it." Shen's mother was the first to speak up, and the people around her responded in kind. "We are all decent wives, and we despise such bad things. Even if we can't break up the 2 of them, then we should divorce them painfully. This man is good, taking advantage of the situation while harming people." Mrs. Wu looked at the crowd gratefully, already having an idea in her mind. "And I have to trouble you all to help me keep it a secret. We'll see you in a month." Mrs. Wu's following the touch and go for so many years was no sham. She accompanied her husband to the upper class from a small company and was able to be among this group of rich wives, like a fish out of water, which shows her means. Follow-up, the results of the hospital examination. Is the body has traces of poisoning? Timely stopping the drug. The body to promote drainage. The problem is not big. At the same time she ascertained that her husband had been hooking up with her sister-in-law for a long time. And even that accident, if she hadn't suddenly gotten sick, she would have been the one driving out of the house in the car that went wrong. She couldn't even begin to think about how the rest of them would be cheering and celebrating if something happened to her. The thought of it made her want to dig up the woman and flog her. But reason told her that the woman was dead, and she doubled her vengeance on her husband. She started an airdrop company and falsely solicited business from her husband, who had so much faith in her financial skills that he invested heavily without defense. A few times later, the company liquidity broke and lack. A quake cannot afford. Her husband everywhere looking for someone to turn over, but unfortunately no one to help. After all, their own wife are staring at it. With the company gone, Mrs. Wu's airdrop company has flesh and blood when it's funded, and instead it's flourishing. Her husband couldn't withstand the blow for a moment and suffered a stroke straight away, and as he lay in bed lamenting the injustice of fate, Mrs. Wu leisurely put things into perspective. In a moment of rage, Her husband was completely paralyzed and she left him in a nursing home. The eldest son was also kicked out of her home. From then on the company changed its face and became her one word. The former dangling son, also under her discipline, gradually work hard. At the same time, it strengthens the ties with the Sun family, which is a win-win situation. And to thank Sun Fei for the reminder, Enfan stood not far away and hated Sun Fei as she watched her right and left in the circle of noble women. The follower next to her said indignantly, "A pheasant from the countryside. What gives her the right to be so rampant at your banquet? Enfan, we can't let her off like this." That's right, the whole capital. Except for the soft-eating He family, Yuan family is the real second. Why Sun Fei can become Pei Jia's fiancé? Enfan, do you have any backstabbing or not? Today is the Yin family's home turf, so it's most convenient to make a move now. Enfan, don't miss this opportunity. Enfan gritted her teeth. Sure, watch me. After saying that, he gave a wink to the waiter next to him, who nodded slightly and approached Sun Fei, whispering, "Miss Sun, General Manager Pei asked me to come and look for you." When Wu Rongrong heard this, she immediately said defenselessly, "Go ahead." Sun Fei looked at the waiter with a light brow, stood up, and followed him. The waiter led her up to the empty room on the second floor and said with a smile, "Miss Sun, wait here for a while, Mr. Pei will be over soon." Sun Fei waved her hand disinterestedly as the waiter walked out. A few moments later, she left as well, and instead of going downstairs, she went up another floor and stood by the banister, her fingers moving slightly. At this point, Manhwae had begun to speak, talking about Enfan's exploits from childhood to adulthood. Enfan on the stage seemed to have realized that she looked up and met Sun Fei, and she was surprised that Sun Fei, why she was not in the room, honestly waiting, but went to the third floor. But it didn't stop her from getting excited. The third floor was her dad's turf, and it was full of confidential company information. Seeing that Sun Fei was upstairs, she had already thought of a more fun way to do it, and after making up her mind, she excitedly lifted her skirt and ran upstairs. Sun Fei looked at her with interest, and Finn was panting at this point and questioned, "Why did you come to the third floor? You want to steal something, don't you?" Sun Fei took a step closer and said softly, "What you had people bring me up to the second floor for? You and I both know in our hearts, and since you're doing the first one, don't blame me," said finger pointing at Enfan's body. Enfan only felt that inside her body, it was as if there were countless bugs burrowing around, making her itch uncomfortably. "What have you done to me? You untie me. Of course it's good. Don't you want to play? Then play big." Sun Fei finished her sentence and left quickly, with Enfan following close behind, trying to get her to untie. Just running to the first floor, Enfan felt something was wrong. She was uncontrollable limbs. Her mouth let out a burst of pouting, like a porn star. Chapter 47, What the hell are you doing? At this time, Manhwae has already prepared, grandly introduced Enfan on stage, to speak a few words. The lighting engineer is struggling to find Enfan's. Now she showed up. The light decisively hit on her. At this moment, Enfan did not have a bit of the appearance of a lady of the world. Her movements were mumbly, fiddling with her limbs, and her tight, open skirt was slowly lifted up by her. The people on stage were in an uproar. The younger ones couldn't help whistling. The older ones, frowning. Enfan wanted to stop, but her body wouldn't listen. She turned her gaze to Pei Jia, who at that moment didn't even look at her, but instead lowered her head to say something to Sun Fei again. Enfan now wanted to die. She felt that everything she owned belonged to Pei Jia, whether it's her petulant shouts or her delicate dance moves. And Minghui's face was furious at this time and he gritted his teeth. "Enfan, what are you up to?" Enfan wanted to tell him that everything was Sun Fei's doing, but what came out of my mouth was, "Do I not dance well enough? My waist isn't white enough, or my ass isn't perky enough for you?" The expression of the people under the stage. This statement is so informative that it's hard to not think about it more. And Minghui was furious. "What are you babbling about? Get down here." Enfan made a boob-shaking motion. "Look at my boobs, how perfect they are. Shaking like jelly. Missy's crazy. Go get her and drag her back to her room." Dumbfounded, the housekeeper, the nannies came forward. Enfan dodged left and right, and rushed straight into the crowd, looking for a person close to the hot dance. The scene is too hot to watch. The man's pants plummeted a lot tighter. Enfan by now was already in tears. She closed her eyes, not daring to look at this scene. She didn't even dare to think. From now on her reputation will be rotten. To what extent? She and Pei Jia completely have no relationship. Still the bodyguards held her down and carried her up the stairs. The last thing anyone remembered was her hugging the bodyguard and rubbing against him while panting in a high-pitched voice. So much for social death. The party ended in such a hurry that even the crowd didn't react. But everyone understood. Anyone who has such a disgraced daughter has no shame in throwing any parties. Sun Qingyue found Sun Feiha and yanked her hand, saying in a cold voice, "Was it you? Sun Feiho, what did you say? I know it's you. You're the one who harmed Anfen, right? Why did you do this? Sister, you are too cruel. How will you let her see people in the future?" Sun Qingyue looked eager and indignant for Anfen. Wu Rongrong hurriedly pulled her back and whispered, "What are you talking about? How could Xiaohe do such a thing?" Sun Qingyue eagerly explained, "Mom, that's her. I saw Anfen go up to her with my own eyes. And when she came down she was like that. Look at how Anfen danced while shedding tears. How it doesn't look like it was voluntary. Tell me, who else has that kind of skill but Koho?" Wu Rongrong looked at Sun Feiha with some hesitation. "Is it really you?" Sun Feiha nodded honestly. "It's me." Wu Rongrong exclaimed in shock. "Why? How could you do that?" Sun Feiha looked straight at her. "Because Anfen excused herself and brought me up to the second floor, preparing to find a few rich kids to bully me. Are you bull ting me? And Finn is not such a person." Sun Qingyue immediately retorted. "Sun Feiha, whether it's nonsense or not, you know it by heart." Sun Qingyue reddened her eyes and looked at Wu Rongrong with a look of disbelief. "Mom, listen to what your sister said? She falsely accused me. I swear, this matter has nothing to do with me." Wu Rongrong didn't know who to believe for a moment, but still subconsciously, she took the tearful Sun Qingyue in her arms and comforted. "Good girl, don't cry. Mom believes in you." Sun Qingyue cried even more as if she had found her backbone. Sun Mingjue frowned and spoke out. "Mom, do you know what you're saying? In this matter, I trust Xiaohe." Sun Feiha's heart, which was originally a little cold, warmed up slightly. Sun Qingyue jerked her head up to look at him. "Brother, we grew up together. In your heart, am I a bad person?" Sun Mingjue shook his head. "I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm just saying that I believe in the matter of Anfen trying to frame Xiaohe." Sun Qingyue cried. "Even if it's true, there's nothing wrong with Xiaohe now. But it's in fun. She's a girl. How can she meet people in the future? It's a shame for her whole life." Sun Mingjue also knew that Anfen had no hope in this life, marrying into a family of equal stature. She only had two paths. One as a tool to get married. The second was to recruit a son-in-law to join the family. But she also had two younger brothers. And the second path was definitely broken. That's also her own fault. What does it have to do with Xiaohe? It's her who has an evil mind. And she should bear the consequences of such a situation. Sun Mingjue's words made Sun Qingyue a little surprised. In her heart, Sun Mingjue had always been Mr. Nice Guy. At this time, she also realized that Sun Feiha had unconsciously occupied a very high position. Sun Qingyue bit her lips tightly and looked at Wu Rongrong with hazy tears in her eyes. "Mom, is it really wrong for me to speak for my good friend? I don't want my sister to be hurt, but when I see Anfen like this, I feel sad again." Wu Rongrong hugged her heartily. "Don't cry, good boy. Mom knows that you're a child with a good heart." "Mom, can you get your sister to help Anfen? She's been punished enough." "Fine. Mom will let Koho go now." "Xiao Hua, just let Anfen go. You haven't been hurt much. She's lost so much face. It's almost over." Sun Feiha's almond eyes, as clear and pure as a lake, looked so straight at Wu Rongrong. Only then did Wu Rongrong react to what she had said. Sun Feiha is her daughter. Someone bullied her and she pleaded for the bad guy instead. Sun Feiha gave her a deep look and said to Sun Qingyue, "Sun Qingyue, you weren't involved in this matter, but you stood by coldly." Not looking at the others, he turned to Pei Jia and said, "Let's go." Pei Jia nodded slightly and said in a cold voice to Sun Qingyue, "You tell Anfen that this matter isn't over yet, and I hope that the An family can catch it." Chapter 48, Whoever cries has the right to cry. Wu Rongrong's lips quirked, wanting to call out to Sun Feiha, but her shame prevented her from opening her mouth. She snapped her hand up and slapped herself hard. "Mom, wrong." Both Sun Hao and Sun Mingjue were stunned and made a sound. Only old lady Sun, in a light tone, said, "I hope this slap will wake you up. It's not whoever cries who has the right." Old lady Sun's sharp gaze looked at Sun Qingyue. Sun Qingyue trembled and shrank her neck, not daring to speak. This farce, which seems to be over, is not. Pei decisively cut off all business dealings with the An family, seized some defects, expanding, the An family forced to take the initiative to end the contract, and even paid out high compensation, and Minghuai but cut a big piece of meat out. Not only that, Pei's is everyone's weather vane. His actions, obviously completely disliked the An family, which made many people mutter in their hearts, if they continue to deal with the An family, will they offend Pei Jia? Business people, especially those who have grown to a certain point, seek stability in their work. The An family has completely lost some more business, and the only ones left are still watching, barely supporting the faltering An family. Pei Jia's movements were quick, and the people who attended the banquet although they didn't know the inside story. But the scene where Infan embarrassed Sun Fei He at the door, everyone saw it. Now everyone knows that Sun Fei Ho can't be messed with. Of course this is an afterthought. Sun Hao looked at the depressed Wu Rongrong, sighed, and said softly, "Alright, don't worry. You're a mother and daughter. There's no such thing as an overnight enemy. Why don't you go to her right now and apologize? I don't think Xiaoho will take it personally with you." Wu Rongrong's eyes were full of hope. "Really? I just said something so excessive. Will she never forgive me again? It won't. Trust me." Sun Hao held Wu Rongrong without saying a word and went downstairs. Sun Xingyue hurriedly opened the door to her room and voiced out, "Mom and Dad, what are you going to do?" Wu Rongrong was full of apprehension and was really not in the mood to talk right now. Sun Hao calmly said, "Your mom is going to go find Xiao He to apologize." Sun Xingyue was indignant in her heart, but her face was covered with an unconcerned smile. "Dad, you're making too big a deal out of it. Mom is at least an elder. How can she apologize to Xiao He? Besides, Xiao He is so sensible. She definitely won't be angry." Sun Hao looked serious. "No, wrong is wrong. Just apologize." Sun Xingyue immediately adjusted her attitude. "Mom and Dad, then I'll go too. And I'll apologize to my sister as well. I thought about it for a while. I really shouldn't have been like that just now." Sun Hao nodded his head in relief. "This is my Sun Hao's daughter. Let's recognize any mistakes." Sun Xingyue smiled sweetly and sat on Sun Hao's shoulder as the three of them walked side by side to the door of Sun Feiha's room. Sun Xingyue knocked on the door of the room, and a moment later, the door opened. Sun Xingyue sincerely apologized. "Sister, it was my fault just now. I shouldn't have questioned you, even though I was worried about Infan. My attitude just now was wrong. I apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me." Wu Rongrong continued. "Mom also apologized to you too. I'm sorry, Xiao He. No matter what happened, I should have defended you." Sun Feihua looked at her with a clear gaze, devoid of sadness or joy. When she had first entered this home, she had looked forward to a mother's love, which, according to her grandfather in Hades, was the most selfless feeling on earth, and she had seen souls who had tortured their children with their bodies. She believed that the moment she recognized Wu Rongrong, she had gotten it, and now it was merely being divided up. Sun Feihua had a smile on her face. "Mom, I forgive you." Wu Rongrong looked at her with delight, and Sun Hao looked at the scene with relief, feeling that this life was complete. Sun Xingyue had a smile on her face, but in her heart, she already hated it. At this time, Pei Jia came to the phone, and Sun Hao took the two to leave. Pei Jia said in a softer tone, "Tomorrow Zhao Long has something for you." "Okay, I got it. What's the matter?" "Not in the mood." "Not so much. It suddenly seems that some things are meant to be, and no means no." "Oh, not very old. A lot of feelings, but I had a lot of fun." "Happy?" It's happy. Better that I'm the only one left on your side." Bullying words were spoken by him as a matter of course. Sun Fei has suddenly burst out laughing. "You're so bossy. I know it's impossible to fulfill, but it's my wish." Sun Feiha's mood suddenly relaxed a lot, and he made some small talk with him before hanging up the phone. Pei Yuan stood on the balcony, holding his glass of wine. "It seems that my brother, who doesn't know fireworks, has also fallen into the mortal world." The phone is hung up, and he's still watching. Pei Jia lightly glanced at her. "It's you. You've been coming back a bit too often lately. This is my home. If I don't go back here, where's Hefei Yu? He's so burnt out right now that he can't care about me. But soon, the He family will be moving out of the Dijin garden. That's something to look forward to." His father and son did get burnt out, as Pei Yuan said. People keep coming in to rescind contracts, and others come in to claim damages. Most of the company's cash was Pei Yuan to foreign project turnover as a reason to take away. Pei Yuan assured that the project will be placed in the name of He Feiyue. The project must be successful. Will make the entire He family further. It was hard to talk the crowd out of it, and the two fathers sat irritably in their offices. Bang! He Tian with an annoyed face smashed the cup in his hand on the ground, cursing under his breath. A group of things that see the wind and make the rudder. When the old man was in the limelight, they all licked their faces and begged for me one by one. Now it's good. I don't know what kind of disease they have committed. They actually want to revoke the contract even at the expense of the discounts. He Feiyue took off his glasses, pinched his brow tiredly, and thought for a moment. "Dad, I think there's something odd about this. It's as if these people have discussed this. There must be a greater interest behind it that drove them to do this." He Tian's annoyed cold voice. "How could I not have thought of such a thing? Just who in the world is up to no good? Could it be the Pei family?" He Tian pondered in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more he thought that it should be Pei family. Pei Yuan took the money in the front foot, and then someone came to ask for the account to return the contract. He did not believe that the world would have also so coincidental things. Chapter 49, Do you still want this? No way. He Fei denied with a chesty voice. He Tian looked at him slyly. Are you so sure? For Pei Yuan's feelings towards him, He Fei was very sure. He seriously said, I do think this matter, more like a certain, can't see us? More and more powerful people engaged in yuan want money is just happenstance. Dad, think about it, that the project transferred to our He family news. Revealed, other people can sit still? He Tian's thoughts were immediately brought astray by He Fei. He pondered for a moment. But this matter is only known to the two of us and Pei Yuan, and Pei Yuan wouldn't take the initiative to divulge it. I really can't think of anyone else who would know about it. He Fei raised his hand and pushed his glasses. His tone light. Dad, there's something I didn't want to be nosy about, but I have to say it now. He Tian looked at him with a straight face. Who is it? He Fei looked a little embarrassed, but still spoke. When I left that day, I found my stepmother lying on the door. I don't know how much she heard, but I think she. When He Fei didn't finish his words, He Tian's eyes narrowed steeply and his tone was grim. If it's her, then don't blame me for being merciless. He Fei did not speak again, but chose to remain silent. He Tian was a bit unable to sit still and immediately stood up with a face full of anger and walked outside. He Fei stood up and respectfully escorted him out the door, and he didn't slowly straighten up until the elevator door closed. He also knew in his heart that it was impossible to completely kick his stepmother out of the house this time. After all, she had borne a son for He Tian's favorite son. To say that this younger brother, in the view of He Fei is really stupid enough, graduated from university, did not choose to accept the arrangement of He Tian into the company, actually want to learn Pei Jia to engage in what to study abroad, but also Pei Jia as their own role model. He Tian is also really love him, persuade a few times to see him insist, spend a lot of money to send him out, but also hired a bodyguard abroad to protect his safety. It wasn't that He Fei didn't envy him, even if he had died of illness at home. As long as he didn't say anything, He Tian wouldn't have found out. He Tian had said more than once that he would let him assist his brother properly in the future and manage the company well, and He Fei had already arranged for an accident for his brother once he really accepted He Tian's arrangement and entered the company. In He Fei's opinion, he was a lucky man who chose not to enter the company to avoid a bullet. Jingle bells. He Fei pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. Hey, Mr. He, Daoist Ming has arrived. Okay, I'll be right there. He Fei hung up the phone and left in stride. When he got to the villa and walked to the door, he heard a woman's voice inside, and He Fei frowned slightly. This was the villa that he and Pei Yuan came to on their first date. There were happy memories of them here, and he didn't want another woman in it. And if it wasn't for the fact that He Tian was keeping a very close eye on him, he wouldn't have put Ming Daorun here. When he pushed open the door and entered, Ming Daorun was already holding the woman's hand and pretending to read poems. He Fei's face was cold. Get out. The woman who had been laughing just a moment ago, immediately stood up in panic, lowered her head and quickly walked out. He Fei said to the housekeeper, other than Yuan, no other women are allowed in here from now on. Ming Daorun scared in a bored manner and lazily leaned back on the sofa. You're a really strange person. You harmed people in the front, and now you're here pretending to be deep in love. When He Fei heard this, his face turned cold and he waved his hand at the surroundings, and everyone retreated in a fishbowl. He Fei sat across from him and said in a cold voice, I don't need you to mind my business. Your disciples' luck-eating insects don't work now. Didn't you say that luck-eating insects were enough in the first place? Daoist Ming stroked his beard. The luck-eating insects are indeed enough. It was you who said that it was the safest way to not take her life but also divert her good fortune. The luck-eating insects are the safest way to do it. He Fei impatiently listened to him finish and said indifferently, do you have any other way to transfer Pei family's good fortune into me? The Ming Taoist crossed his legs carelessly, which still has a trace of the immortal style of the cultivator. It is not too much to say that it is a shrewish scoundrel. Daoist Ming thought for a moment. There is, but it depends on whether you're willing to give it up. He Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Tell me. Daoist Ming immediately sat closer and said with a smile, I have a magic treasure here that specializes in eating luck. No matter what kind of person, as long as they carry it on their body for 3 months, they will never have any luck again. Not only that, those who come into contact with her will also have their luck sucked away. Really? Then wouldn't the entire Pei family's good fortune be mine? That's for sure. But you have to make sure she has to wear it day and night for 3 months without removing it. For this request, He Fei had absolute confidence that Bui Yuan would never refuse him. The more He Fei thought about it, the more excited he became and hurriedly said, Where's the stuff? Ming Taoist slowly smiled and said, Don't be in a hurry. There are benefits and disadvantages naturally. This thing not only eats luck but also life expectancy. 3 months later, the person wearing it won't have many days to live. He Fei's breath hitched and his face showed pain. The bright Taoist smiled and said, Mr. He, do you still want this? Chapter 50, How long can I live at most? He Fei Yue bowed his head, and Ming Daoran was in no hurry, shaking his legs, picking up the grapes on the table and eating them one by one. How long will she live at most? He Fei Yue's voice rang out in the silent room. The bright Taoist smiled and held out a finger. A year? He Fei Yue was slow. The Akito smiled and waved his hand. 1 month. He Fei Yue said with some difficulty. Akito smiled. That's right, a month. He Fei Yue said heavily. Is there any other way to prolong life? No, there's no solution to this. The bright Taoist waved his hand, looking at He Fei Yue's visibly pained expression, and leaning closer to Mr. He, when you have her good luck. What kind of women can't be found? Why hang on to her alone? Women, not so much. He Fei Yue stood upright and said in a cold voice, Yuan is unique. Taoist Ming smiled and picked his teeth. But her luck, it's first class. Oh yeah, that Pei Jia is even better than her. He Fei Yue hurriedly pursued. What if this is worn on Pei Jia's body? Ming Taoist waved his hand repeatedly. No, Pei Jia, this person is very evil. I got a little ghost last time. Just close to him, it was hit by a golden light to ashes. Mr. He, it's not easy for me to raise a family. Such a treasure I've been refining for more than 30 years. In case of being destroyed, my heart aches to death. He Fei Yue took a deep breath. It has to be placed on Yuan? Ming Daoran hurriedly nodded his head affirmatively, stood up close to him and said in a flattering tone, Isn't it said that one day's absence is like 3 autumns? This month you will accompany her every day. Accompany her to pick the stars and watch the moon. Indulge in dashing for 30 days, counting up to 30 springs and autumns. Think about it like this is also enough as not. He Fei Yue was still a bit intolerant, and Taoist Ming naturally sought his looseness and followed up with her fortune, you'll have smooth sailing in the future, and you don't even need to put the district he in your eyes. You'll make a business empire that's even more powerful than the Pei family. By then no one will ever look down on you again. They'll even wag their tails in front of you, just begging for a little piece of the leftovers. He Fei Yue, isn't this kind of life what you've been dreaming of? You can still move your mother's grave, honorably, into the He family, so that she can return to being a decent wife of He Tian, instead of a scorned dowager wife. Enough! He Fei Yue shouted out violently. Ming Taoist felt that the fire is almost ready. Cold snort, turned around and was about to walk towards the door. As he walked, since Mr. He is not willing to give up, then the poor Taoist does not have the need to continue to stay. Mr. He, there is a chance to see you again. Only, at that time, whether that thing has been bought by someone else or not, I can't guarantee it. The Akito walked with extra determination, and his hand had just touched the doorknob when the expected sound came from behind him. Wait! Taoist Ming turned to look at He Fei Yue, his eyes showing sarcasm. What? Mr. He has changed his mind? Not pretending to be affectionate anymore? He Fei Yue didn't take his cynicism seriously, but reached out. Bring it! Ming Daoran put a smile back on his face and walked over to He Fei Yue. That's the right thing to do, Mr. He. The old doesn't go and the new doesn't come. He Fei Yue looked at him with an expressionless face, and Taoist Ming didn't hesitate, but with a serious face, he pulled out a black ceramic jar from his cloth bag. Above, printed with black characters on a yellow background, talisman paper. Ming Taoist carefully unveiled. His hand reached in and took out a jade pendant wrapped in yellow talisman all over the body. This jade pendant looked exceptionally clear emerald green, or the shape of a bat. Taoist Ming carefully placed the bat in his hand and solemnly instructed. This talisman must be uncovered by her, okay? You can't open it without authorization. He Fei Yue nodded gravely and Ming Daoran took his finger and poked a finger right through and pressed it on the bat's eye. He Fei Yue looked at him uncertainly and Ming Daoran said in a cold voice, This is making the bat recognize the first person it sees as its master. He Fei Yue nodded in understanding. Suddenly the tightly closed bat eyes snapped open. A flash of fishy red flashed in his eyes. He Fei Yue was startled by it. His hands couldn't help but shake a few times. It was only a matter of moments before the bat closed its eyes again and returned to its original form. Taoist Ming smiled. That's fine. Poor Taoist here congratulates General He in advance for getting what he wants in the future. The corners of He Fei Yue's mouth rose slightly, very satisfied with Taoist Ming's words. The bright wayfarer slowly reached out his hand and rubbed his 2 fingers together. He Fei Yue looked at him with understanding and pulled out a card from his pocket and placed it in his hand. Ming Daoran took it with a smile on his face. It's still Mr. He who is generous. In the future we should contact each other often. He Fei Yue smiled. That's for sure. Mr. He, then I'll leave first. Don't worry, I'll be staying here lately, but I've taken on a few small businesses, so if something comes up, you can come find me at night. He Fei Yue nodded in understanding, and Ming Daoran nodded slightly as he strutted outside. When he was almost out of the doorway, He He heard He Feiyu behind him. I don't want another woman here. If you want to play, you can go outside. Not here. The bright Taoist bristled disdainfully, his attitude still respectful. Yes. It wasn't until the door closed that Taoist Ming waved the duster in his hand and bared it coldly, disdain overflowing. As the door closed, the living room once again returned to silence. He Feiyu looked at the things in his hands. His eyes were uncertain. Once he thought, his time with Pei Yuan would soon be gone. He could no longer hold back and pulled out his cell phone to dial the phone. Hey, Yuan, when are you coming back? Chapter 51, when will you come back? I have a poisonous thing for you. Hey, Yuan, when are you coming back? What's wrong? I miss you so much. Yuan, I want to see you right now. Didn't you say you wanted to go on a trip last time? Why don't we go out for a round? I'll accompany you wherever you want to go. He Feiyua's voice was so sincere that Pei Yuan's hand flipping through the information stopped and asked curiously, didn't you say that you belong to the critical period now? As long as you make achievements, your father will officially give you his? He Feiyua laughed softly. It's okay, I think you're the most important thing now. Yuan, maybe I should have listened to you a long time ago and started my own business. You said that with my talent sooner or later I would be able to build a he that belongs to me. But I've always been blinded by hatred. But now I've figured it out. Yuan, all my happy times have been with you, and now I just want you to be happy. Pei Yuan's body leaned back slightly. Leaning back on the soft chair, the amusement in her eyes flickered. She didn't believe He Feiyu's words. Instead she thought that there must be some other conspiracies unfolding that she didn't know about. Yeah, I'll go back tonight. Whatever the plot was, she was going to find out. 1,000 days of being a thief is fine, but 1,000 days of preventing a thief is not worth it. Hanging up the phone, she called Pei Jia directly. Where's Xiao He? Pei Jia looked at Sun Fei He, who was sitting on the sofa, eating a cake with a happy look on her face, and smiled as she stood up and pressed her cell phone to her ear. Hey! With his mouth stuffed with a bulge, his speech was inevitably a little muffled. Pei Yuan froze for a moment and suddenly laughed out softly. She didn't know why, but her heart that had been apprehensive just now had now become much calmer. Xiao He, what are you eating? Cake. Black. Yum. Black? Chocolate? Yes. Yummy. Pei Yuan could hear that she really likes to eat. Softly, you let Jia go to the front street road to buy. Their cake is the best. Although the front is small, but every time it is limited. Only sell 20 a day. Sun Fei's eyes rubbed bright, turned her head to look at Pei Jia. Pei Jia smiled and walked out of the office, commanded a few words to the secretary outside, and Qianning immediately stood out and raised his hand. I'll go buy it for the boss's wife. I know where it is. Pekka nodded indifferently. Qianning immediately happy with the bag and went out. Do not know thought she was going to get money. To say why Qianning was so happy, it was because she now admired Sun Feiha and couldn't wait to be a secretary for Sun Feiha now. The day Sun Feiha gave her the marriage talisman, she met her true destiny, and the two of them were very compatible, like they were born to be together. So as soon as she heard about Sun Feiha, she couldn't wait to substitute her body for her. Sitting in her office, Sun Feihe stretched comfortably. It turns out that when you're upset, you eat something sweet and your mood really gets a lot better. The office door opened. Sun Feiha turned her head to look at Pei Yuan who had entered, the coziness on her face steeply closing. She observed Pei Yuan's face with a serious expression. There's a change in your destiny. You'll die horizontally. Pei Yuan's hand paused as she closed the door. How many days do I have left to live? Sun Feiha shook her head. It's not clear for now. Your destiny is hidden at times. Give me your hand. Pei Yuan reached out without hesitation. Sun Feihua took a drop of blood for the blade with one hand and drew a talisman with her fingertips. The blood suddenly suspended in the air. A moment later, Sun Feiha frowned and said, someone will give you something recently. Don't open it and bring it back to me. Pei Yuan nodded solemnly. Pei Jia's eyes suddenly became incomparably sharp, and he said in a cold voice, is there any other way? Sun Feiha thought for a moment. Her hand naturally reached into his pocket and pulled out Little Yellow. You take him. Xiao Huang realized that Sun Feiha was talking about himself, and immediately stood up, patting his chest as if to indicate, leave it to me no problem. Pei Yuan was shocked to the point of losing his breath when he saw such an amazing scene. She never knew that on her own brother there was such a divine object. Sun Feiha's fingers lightly tapped on Little Yellow until the yellow talisman emitted a shiny shimmering light before stopping. Little Yellow rubbed against her hand with attachment. Sun Feiha smiled softly. This aura is enough for you to cope with all the accidents. Little Yellow nodded her head obediently and ended up lying on Pei Yuan's body as if it was a decoration on her clothes. Pei Yuan looked like a female general about to go to war. Then I'll go back first. Pei Jia looked at her back and sighed softly. Others don't know. Pei Jia is very clear about Pei Yuan's feelings for He Feiyue. The reason why He Fei Yue can be so smooth, but our Pei Yuan in the back of the silent support. A lot of things even He Fei Yue do not know. Pei Yuan is not allowed to say, for fear of hurting his self-esteem. Sun Feiha thought he was worried about Pei Yuan and patted his hand. Don't worry, I'm here. Pei Jia smiled faintly and shook her. This was something He Fei Yue would not hide from Yi Tian, and this was also his chance to claim credit. So he left the villa and went straight to the He family. Just as he entered the door, he saw his stepmother, kneeling in front of Yi Tian with a bruise on her nose, wagging her tail and begging for mercy. He Fei Yue's eyebrow raised lightly, and he smiled gently at his stepmother. The stepmother's face suddenly changed drastically, pointing at He Fei Yue and shouting, "Hubby, this is all He Fei Yue's doing. It really wasn't me. I just muttered to my brother, but I didn't finish," and he wouldn't have said anything outwardly. Her words were more like sophistry in He Tian's ears, lifting his foot and kicking her in the chest, directly kicking her a meter away and hitting the opposite couch before stopping. He Fei Yue pushed his eyes up, stepped forward with a serious face, and whispered, "Dad, I need to tell you something." He Tian looked at him suspiciously and stood up for a moment. Go to the study." Turning to her wailing stepmother, she scolded, "Shut up, now get back inside and don't let me see you." Without waiting for her to respond, he lifted his foot and headed upstairs. When he sat down, he looked up at He Fei Yue, who was standing across from him, and said quietly, "Ah, you won't blame me, will you?" He Fei Yue hurriedly shook his head and said sincerely, "Although she is at fault, this kind of punishment is enough. After all, it hasn't been easy for her for so many years." He Tian gratefully picked up the teacup on the table and gently took a sip. "Good, worthy of being my son, with a bosom." He Fei Yue smiled lightly and digressed. "Dad, what do you see here?" Chapter 52, Where are the evil ghosts? He Fei Yue placed the bat on the table, and He Tian curiously stretched his head to look at it, and his hand was about to touch it when He Fei Yue blocked it. He Fei Yue was serious. "Dad, you mustn't touch it. This thing eats life." He Tian's body jerked back, as far away as he could get, looking at He Fei Yue with a face full of anger. He Fei Yue explained faintly, "Dad, don't worry, it's temporarily fine to have the talisman paper attached. Taoist Ming said that the person who unravels the talisman paper and then carries it on his body will die naturally 4 months later. Is it really that godly?" He Fei Yue nodded his head affirmatively. Although Taoist Ming is greedy for money, her skills are indeed real. This thing not only sucks the lifespan of the wearer, but even those who come into contact with her. He Tian's eyes snapped wide open in surprise. "You're going to give this to Pei Yuan?" He Fei Yue nodded affirmatively. "Yes, this must be worn close to the body for 3 months to be effective." Good. Sure is my good son. As long as Pei Yuan bring it back to Pei's old mansion to live more often. That Pei family is not just a room full of short-lived ghosts. Ha ha ha, when I swallow his industry, who will dare to look down on me in the future? The more He Tian thought about it, the happier he was, and suddenly thought of something and looked at He Fei Yue. "Then you, Bui Yuan and him were husband and wife, and He Fei Yue naturally had a lot of contact with her." He Fei Yue was serious. "It's okay, Dad. I'm willing to dedicate everything for he." His words were loud and clear, causing He Tian to be somewhat moved in a rare moment. He looked at his honest son and thought for a moment. "I'll arrange for you to travel more often and meet as little as you can." He Fei Yue looked at He Tian with a touched expression. The childish admiration in his eyes made He Tian care for him in a rare way. He asked, "Do you really give up Pei Yuan?" He Fei Yue didn't know if this was He Tian's test or genuine concern. He decisively said, "I can't give it up, but I can for his sake. Dad, my dream since I was a child is that I want he to become a leading company, and for that, I'm willing to dedicate everything." He Tian stood up and patted his shoulder. "I've wronged you. Don't worry, I'll find you another good one, with looks, talent, and ability that doesn't lose to Pei Yuan." He Fei Yue shook his head somewhat painfully. "I don't want to think about this for now. Dad, you also know that I genuinely like Yuan, but I also remember your teachings that a man should put his career first." He Tian looked at his pained expression, turned around and opened the half-manhai safe, thought for a moment, drew out a piece of paper and put it in his hand. Beckoning to him, He Fei Yue hurriedly went forward, and when he saw what was on it, his pupils shrank, but his face was tinged with trepidation as he said, "Dad, what are you doing?" "I didn't mean it." For He Fei Yue's refusal and panic, let He Tian put down the last trace of hesitation. Tone solemn, "You are my own son. I give you. You take this equity transfer. You sign. Above 20% of the shares is yours." He Fei Yue still wanted to push back. He Tian made a statement, and finally he could only sign helplessly and leave with the transfer of equity. As he descended the stairs, he saw the next door open a crack, and He Fei Yue turned his head to meet the owner of his eyes, who smiled softly and waved the paper in his hand. A few large letters on it were purposely exposed for the sake of a better view, until the owner of the eyes couldn't stand it and closed the door of the room with a bang, and then he walked slowly down the stairs. Looking at the gilded home, he secretly vowed that this was just the beginning, and that only by squeezing the entire He clan in his hands could he afford to sacrifice Yuan. He Fei returned to his and Yuan small home and lay down on the side where Pei Yuan often slept. A hint of pain flashed in his eyes, and the moment he closed his eyes, a tear slid down the corner of his eye. After sending Pei Yuan away, Pei Jia brought Sun Feiha to the box that Zhao Long had reserved. At this time, he no longer had the elite's charisma of the last time. His clothes were wrinkled, and the beard that sprang up made him look extraordinarily disheveled. Zhao Long's eyes lit up when he saw Sun Feiha. Sun Feiha looked at Qianyan who was floating behind Zhao Long. It seems like you're about to disappear? It shouldn't be. Don't you still have a year left? Qianyan's soul unsteadily floated closer and whispered. I don't know where the evil spirits came from. They wanted to swallow me, and after I resisted, I became like this now. Evil spirits? Where are the evil spirits? Qianyan thought for a moment and told her the location. Sun Feiha nodded her head understandingly. I'll avenge you. Have a safe trip. Qianyan nodded with a faint smile, only for her gaze to look at Zhao Long reluctantly. Zhao Long sat across from Sun Feiha, listening to her with uncertain eyes, and only after a long time did he dumbly say, Qianyan is really here? Sun Feiha nodded honestly. Zhao Long's heart seemed to be clutched by something hard. He didn't dare to think that Qianyan was beside him while he couldn't see. What did such a scene mean? Sun Feiha looked at his eyes that were slowly turning red and tilted his head. Are you going to cry? Zhao Long lowered his head with some embarrassment. You're having too many mood swings. Qianyan will be agitated along with you. Her soul was about to fall apart. If she cries for a while longer she won't have a future. Zhao Long hurriedly raised his hand to cover his eyes, his voice calmly saying, I'm not crying. Qianyan, who was crouching on his knee, had long been sobbing uncontrollably, and Sun Feiha rubbed his ears. He can't see you even if you cry, so why don't I help him? Qianyan hurriedly shook her head and covered her face. Don't. I'm too ugly. I'm afraid of scaring him. Sun Feiha nodded her head understandingly. I understand. Women. They always want to look beautiful in front of the people they like. Zhao Long looked up as he steadied himself and asked, Can I really see her? Sun Feiha nodded indifferently. Zhao Long was dry and hoarse. Can you help me? Chapter 53, The Different Paths of Humanity and Ghosts. Sun Feiha looked at Qianyan who shook her head vigorously. But Qianyan is unwilling, jumping off a building to die. It's inevitable that her looks are worse. I'll describe her appearance to you. Blood and flesh. Full of broken flesh will still fall down from time to time. Eyes are not in the sockets. Basically can't see the five senses. The head is flat. Limbs are twisted. Kneecaps are protruding out. Like this. Do you still want to see her? Zhao Long's body couldn't restrain a slight tremor. He wasn't afraid. He was heartbroken. Heartbroken that Qianyan had jumped to her death in a place he didn't know. How painful it must be to fall like this. When he thought, the girl he put in his heart, suffered so much, he couldn't wait to kill himself. So when he heard Sun Feiha's inquiry, he nodded without hesitation. Sun Feiha shrugged her shoulders at Qianyan. Look, this is what he asked for. You're willing to take 10 lifetimes in exchange for his good luck. So what's the fear of letting him take a look? It's just the right thing to scare him to death, and the two of you will still be able to be companions on the way to the Yellow Springs. In response to Sun Feiha's sneer, except for Pei Jia, who laughed, the other two had pained expressions on their faces. Sun Feiha set up the talisman paper and vermilion sand, and with a smooth gesture, drew a talismanic seal and held it between her two fingers. Do you really want to see it? Don't blame me if you die of fright. Zhao Long sat up straight and nodded heavily. Sun Feiha lowly recited the spell and the talisman paper was thrown into the air. The fireless and self-combusting talisman paper billowed with smoke. Zhao Long slightly squinted his eyes, and when he opened them again, there were still the two of them in front of him, Sun Feiha and Pei Jia. Zhao Long hurriedly asked, Where's Qianyan? How come I didn't see her? Sun Feiha raised her finger and pointed to the ceiling. She's afraid you'll dislike it. It's up there. Zhao Long hurriedly looked up, and his pupils suddenly tightened in the next second. Qianyan awkwardly dropped down and stood in front of Zhao Long. Am I too ugly? The tears that Zhao Long had held back several times could no longer be suppressed. His hands trembled as he wanted to touch Qianyan's face, but he was afraid of hurting her, so he could only touch it vainly. His throat trembling. Does it hurt? Qianyan nodded and shook her head again. It doesn't hurt. It hurt a little at the moment of falling down, but then it didn't hurt anymore. He. Hearing the silly girl's laughter again made Zhao Long both heartbroken and nostalgic. The girl who used to be the most afraid of pain. What kind of thing could give her the courage to take a leap of faith? It must have been a bump in the road that couldn't be crossed. Zhao Long gazed at her with an attached gaze, not knowing what he should say. Sun Fei has still quite admired Zhao Long for being so affectionate towards a bloodied person, and in a rare moment of kindness, he reminded, "This talisman is only for 5 minutes, so if you have something to say it quickly." Zhao Long turned his head to her. "I can buy them, can you give me a few more?" Sun Fei blinked. "My talisman paper is very expensive." Zhao Long was atmospheric, "No matter how much money, I'll give it. Is $10,000 okay?" Qian Yan said anxiously. No, don't waste money. Money has to be saved." When Zhao Long heard her say that, he suddenly scoffed to himself in a low voice. "Everything I have now is just a tool to get your attention. And I thought that when I was famous enough to become a famous entrepreneur, you would come to see me. I thought about it. You came back to pray for my forgiveness. Come get back together with me. I thought about it all. Even if you were carrying someone else's child, I'd accept it. But the only thing I didn't think about was this scenario. Yan, without you, no amount of money means anything to me." Qian Yan sobbed. "No, you have to live a good life. When I'm gone, your business, your money is your bottom line. No matter where I am, as long as I think of you, living well where I can't see, I'm happy." The two of them were at odds with each other. Sun Fei pulled out her ears. Okay, talking about me being like a villain. The talisman paper doesn't cost any money, okay? Sun Fei sharply dabbed on the vermilion sand, running the magic technique. Spiritual energy gathered in the tip of the brush, and quickly drew a talisman on Qian Yan's body. Fatally, 5 hours at most. More than that won't work. Her soul body can't take it. Zhao Long knew that Sun Fei had tried her best and nodded, looking at Qian Yan with red eyes. Sun Fei scared. Good people do what they do. After saying that he drew a talisman with one hand, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in the box and surrounded Qian Yan. Zhao Long anxiously wanted to rush in, but unfortunately the wind blocked him out. He looked eagerly at Sun Fei and then at Pei Jia, who calmly said, "Don't be anxious, Xiao he won't mess around." Zhao Long could only force himself to calm down, and as the wind slowly dispersed, Qian Yan, who was still a broken limb put together a moment ago, had already regained her original innocence and brightness. Zhao Long looked at her with a surprised look on his face. Qian Yan looked at the palm that had once again regained its integrity and gratefully turned to Sun Fei. "Thank you." Sun Fei waved her hand disinterestedly. "Just go. I don't want to eat dog food." The two looked at each other. They knew that 5 hours later would be when they would actually part ways. Zhao Long had never felt so rushed for time before. Holding Qian Yan in his stride as he headed out the door, Sun Fei suddenly shouted as if she remembered something. "You can't intermingle. Humans and ghosts are different. You." The unfinished words were blocked by Pei Jia say. Sun Fei he was uncertain. Pei Jia helplessly shook his head. "Don't yell so loud. They know in their hearts. Female ghosts who have sucked the essence are punished more severely, and the King of Hell doesn't care if both parties are voluntary." Chapter 54. Now, come on, I have a meeting later. Sun Fei followed him away, and Secretary Li, who was waiting downstairs, saw the two and immediately opened the car door. "Mr. Pei, I just received an invitation to the auction from Germany's. Do you need to attend? Do you have the list?" Secretary Li shook his head. "There is no list this time. They said that the venue's grand finale can judge life and death and increase fortune. The specifics are not yet known. It has been kept very mysterious. The venue is the first to invite you and the royals. If Pei Jia had been invited, the venue screening list would have been one level higher, but unfortunately Pei Jia rarely participated in auctions." Sure enough, Pei Jia looked at Sun Fei with disinterest. "Do you want to go and take a look?" Sun Fei nodded with genuine interest. "Good. I also want to see what it is that's so amazing." Secretary Li's mind was instantly made up. The car made its way along, the roadside being a constant regression of greenery. "Pull over and stop the car," Sun Fei suddenly voiced out. Secretary Li subconsciously turned the steering wheel right, pulled over, and turned on the double blinkers. "Ms. Sun, what's wrong? This elevator is going to collapse." Secretary Sun was alarmed. "It can't be. This was renovated only a year ago." Sun Fei didn't answer, her gaze turning to Pei Jia. Pega's mind turned steeply and raised the visor. "This is where I am. If you don't break your fate, your car will be crushed underneath." The whole back seat flattened. Pei Jia's face was heavy. Anyone who heard that the way they died was like this would not be in a good mood. Sun Fei comforted him. "It's fine. I'm here." A few people got out of the car and watched the cascade of vehicles continue up the road. Pei Jia ordered in a cold voice. "Secretary Li, call the government. This section of the elevated is closed for a period of time." Secretary Li nodded in response. "Wait." Pega turned her head to look at her. "What's wrong?" Sun Fei didn't answer. but looked at Secretary Lee and the bodyguard. In this life you are living on a tight budget, working your asses off to get to work, but with a wife who loves you very much and a cute kid. Would you want to die? If you die horizontally now, in your next life the king of Hades will assign you the destiny of a rich second generation. Which one do you choose? Definitely not dead. It's okay to die a death. The two replied in unison. Secretary Lee looked to the bodyguard. The bodyguard's face was a little red, and he pursed his lips. Sun Feiho looked toward the traffic. Then let him choose for himself. How do I choose? Sun Feiho's eyes weaved in and out of traffic and suddenly saw a license plate. Can you help me find the owner's phone number for this license plate? Pega's gaze followed her finger. Can. Give me 2 minutes. When the caller reported the owner's cell phone number, Secretary Lee immediately dialed it. Hello? Hello? Is this Mr. Zhu? Yes. What do you want? Oh, we're a quiz sweepstakes program where you get $10,000 for answering, true or false. Then you ask, if you now, you'll be a rich kid in your next life. Will you? Ha ha, there is such a good thing. Of course I'm willing. Now this day I really have had enough. Every day busy like a dog, but also cannot earn a few money to support the family. Easy to say, do too difficult. But what about your wife and son when you die? You say this, even if I don't now. When I die when I'm 50 or 60 years old, my wife is already old, and it's not easy to find a twilight love. If I now, maybe she can still find a good family. Besides, a woman marrying anyone is not marrying. If she didn't want a dowry, I wouldn't have married her at all. What about your son? My parents will definitely bring him up. What's more, I'll be a rich second generation in my next life. Will I have less sons? Okay, I've answered what I should have answered. When will the money be given to me? The money can be transferred immediately. And I ask again, is this a genuine answer? It really couldn't be more true. Secretary Lee hung up the phone and transferred the money sharply. The conversation between the two was clearly heard by everyone. Sun Feiha glanced at the car going up the elevated road and turned around. Let's go. Secretary Lee hurriedly pursued. Just like that? Sun Feiha said in a light tone. Don't worry. This time, other than him, everyone else is unharmed. Secretary Lee turned his head to Pei Jia. Mr. Pei, is there still a need to notify the government? No need. Go. Secretary Lee started the car to go around. And 10 minutes later, his cell phone jumped to an urgent notification. The bodyguard glanced at his cell phone and exclaimed. The bridge collapsed and a car was crushed underneath. The two people in the back seat looked pale, and the bodyguard's gaze looked at Sun Feiho with admiration. This kind of unforeseen skill is not for everyone. The bodyguard hesitated for a moment and asked curiously, will he really be a rich kid in his next life? Sun Feiho nodded. Secretary Lee interjected. It's so unfair. His wife, son, and parents all fell into grief for him, but he was so good that he went off to live in style in his next life. It's so disgusting. It can't be helped. It's fate. So there's no way to change it? Why should a man who isn't responsible for anything be allowed to have a good life? Sun Feiha looked at his expression of righteous indignation and said, there's no way to change it. From his personal point of view, it's not too much to want to have a good life. It's just selfish. It's not a big mistake. Secretary Lee still muttered in a reluctant whisper. Don't worry. The government will give compensation. Pei Jia voiced out. Soundproof panels rise. Chapter 55. Don't. Pei Jia looked at her and asked, where is my next? Sun Feiha shook her head. I don't know. It's all random. If I had predicted it ahead of time, I wouldn't have even let you go out today. So wherever you go, take me with you. How long will this last? Sun Feiho, soon. I'll speed up getting rid of evil spirits and saving up merit. No, that's not what I meant. I was just wondering how much longer we have together. Sun Feiho looked at him curiously. Without explaining, Pei Jia digressed and said, will that person be successful in his next life? Sun Feiha shook his head. I don't know. Everyone's destiny is with their own choices, constantly changing. If he's motivated and hardworking, it will be. If he's good and lazy, the family fortune will soon be lost. Pei Jia lifted her hand and lowered his head to give a peck. Our child will definitely work hard to get ahead. Sun Feiho's face suddenly burst into red. The topic was progressing a bit fast. Pei Jia looked at her shy expression and smiled lowly. The sexy magnetic voice made Sun Feiho's ears itch, and she covered her ears to hide her ears, her eyes looking out the window. He Feiyue watched the night fall, and in a rare moment, he put on a casual outfit and smiled as he arrived at the place he had agreed with Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan was already there when he arrived, and the soft light sprinkled on her face with an unspeakable serenity. He Feiyue leaned against the window and smiled at her. Yuan, you're so beautiful. Pei Yuan laughed and gave him a sidelong glance and said, you're the one with the sweet mouth. He Feiyue reached out and tried to caress her face, and Pei Yuan subconsciously shrank back. He Fei Yue froze, and Pei Yuan laughed and said, "You haven't even washed your hands. Don't touch me." He Fei Yue favored her with a glance and sat down across from her. Pei Yuan pushed the wrapped box on the table and said to him, "A gift for you." He Fei Yue smiled and opened it. Inside was a straw wreath, but it was a bit dried up from too much time. Pei Yuan looked at him and said, "You won't mind, will you? I made this with my own hands." He Fei Yue hurriedly shook his head. "How could I? I treasure all your things extraordinarily." Only then did Pei Yuan nod in satisfaction. He Fei Yue reached out and shook her hand. Yuan, these days you're not at home. I feel so meaningless. I miss you so much." Pei Yuan smiled sweetly and said, "I miss you too." As if he thought of something, He Fei Yue pulled out the bat sealed by the yellow talisman from his pocket, placed it on the table and said to Pei Yuan, Yuan, what do you see here?" Pei Yuan's eyes flashed slightly as she asked curiously, "What is it?" He Fei Yue said as if offering a treasure. "This is a bat. The meaning of sending blessings. This is a lot of people I begged. Specifically for you. They said that this yellow talisman must be unwrapped by the owner of the bat. Otherwise the blessings will be sent to the wrong person." Pei Yuan laughed lightly at He Fei Yue until he was a bit uncomfortable. Then she asked slowly and quietly, "Really?" He Fei Yue nodded affirmatively. Pei Yuan looked at him and said, "Why don't you keep it for yourself? You and I are husband and wife. Either one of us can have this blessing." He Fei Yue, "No. This is my gift to you. You must wear it. Obey. I've also heard that you must wear it for 3 months. Don't take it off for a single day. Okay?" Pei Yuan nodded with a flat gaze, took it and put it in his pocket and said, "So spiritual? Then I'll go back and take a shower before I bring it." He Fei Yue had the intention to ask her to bring it now, but Pei Yuan had already digressed. But seeing Pei Yuan put it in her pocket, her heart was relieved. He was sure that Pei Yuan would wear it. He Fei Yue thought so, his eyes looking at Bui Yuan with attachment. Pei Yuan smiled and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" He Fei Yue smiled and said, Yuan, where do you want to go? Or what do you want to do? I'll do anything with you." Pei Yuan said with a deep smile, "Why do you say that? It's as if I have some incurable disease." "Don't talk nonsense. You will live a long life." He Fei Yue's face turned pale as he interrupted Pei Yuan's words. At this moment, his expression didn't look like a forgery. Pei Yuan couldn't understand his thoughts for a moment, trying every possible way to put her to death, and now he couldn't hear her say death. Pei Yuan instantly felt mushy, picked up her bag and stood up. The intense affection on her face could no longer be feigned. There's still something going on in my company. I'm leaving first." He Fei Yue stood up after a moment and said, "Didn't we say we were going back tonight?" Pei Yuan said apologetically, "I'm sorry, let's do it tomorrow. I'll definitely go back tomorrow. You know, I'm always so busy." He Fei Yue shook his head helplessly and said, "Alright then, I'll accompany you to work overtime." Pei Yuan shook her head and said, "No need. I can do it myself." After saying that, regardless of his reaction, he hurried away. He Fei Yue looked at her back and sighed helplessly. Pei Yuan hurriedly got into the car and prepared to drive home when Xiao Huang got off her and said, "Sister, take it out." Pei Yuan obediently dug into her pockets, not knowing if it was her illusion. Since this thing had gotten on her body, her entire body felt especially cold. Pei Yuan placed the bat next to it, and without saying a word, Little Yellow directly rolled it up and said, "It's suppressed by me now. Let's go back." When the two arrived home, Sun Feiha was sitting on the sofa, talking to Zhou Miaoyan about something, and the two looked better than mother and daughter. It was only when Pei Yuan entered that Sun Feiha turned her head to look at her bag. Pei Yuan hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Xiao Huang rolled it up. I didn't dismantle it." Zhou Miaoyan looked at the things on the table and asked anxiously, "What now?" Without Little Yellow's breath covering her, Pei Yuan couldn't help but shiver and rubbed her arms. "It's so cold." Pei Jiao looked at Sun Feiha and said, "Xiao Hua, what is this?" Sun Feiha said in a light tone, "A gadget that sucks people's qi while swallowing their lifespans. It's not up to par." The bat on the table jumped violently as if it had understood Sun Feiha's words. Sun Feiha raised her hand and pressed it against it, sneering, "Am I wrong?" The bat on the table didn't move a muscle. Sun Feiha continued, "After wearing it for 3 months, the person is basically ruined, and will die of incense after living for a month at most." Pei Yuan's face changed and she said in a heavy tone, "He Fei Yue instructed me to wear it for 3 months and not take it off for a single day." Sun Feiha nodded her head understandingly and said, "In that case, then you can wear it." Chapter 56 Effective and Deadly. Zhou Miaoyan whispered, "Isn't this life-sucking? It can't be worn." Sun Feiha nodded and shook her head as she said, "Suck it. I just don't know who I'll end up sucking on." The crowd looked at her curiously. Sun Feiha didn't explain more, but sharply unlocked the seal. and the next second the entire living room was extraordinarily cold, especially Pei Yuan, and the entire person had begun to shiver. Sun Fei's finger quickly clicked on the bat's eyes and urged her spiritual power, only to see the bat tremble violently, and suddenly a drop of blood floated out of its body. Sun Fei lifted the blood up and said to Pei Yuan, "Give me a drop of blood." Without saying a word, Pei Yuan directly took a fruit knife and cut a slit in his finger, and when the blood was about to fall on the ground, it suddenly floated in the air, and finally slowly fused and condensed, turning into a tiny drop. Sun Fei hooked a finger at the blood and finally pressed it into the bat's eye. The blood was quickly absorbed, and Sun Fei tossed the bat into Pei Yuan's hand. Pei Yuan subconsciously caught it and looked at it, meeting the bat's blood-red eyes, and in the next second the bat closed its eyes. Sun Fei said indifferently, "Alright, now that you're the master of the bat, report He Feiyue's birthday to me." Pei Yuan thought for a moment. She really hadn't memorized He Feiyue's 8 characters on purpose. She did know the birthday. Zhou Miayan, who was beside him, immediately reported it fluently. Sun Fei had dabbed some vermilion sand and quickly slid her fingers over the yellow talisman, finally pressing He Feiyue's blood onto it, and the talisman paper suddenly burst into flames. Sun Fei smiled and said, "It's done. You just need to carry this jade pendant. He will be sucking in his chi and lifespan non-stop. I've added a speed to him. 1 month at most. Guaranteed dust to dust, earth to earth." Zhou Miaoyan gritted her teeth and said, "Good, that's how it should be. Yuan, you can't be soft-hearted, understand?" Zhou Miaoyan looked at her worriedly. Pei Yuan snorted, shook her head and said, "No, I've been learning since I was a child to pay back grudges with grudges. Well, since the matter is over, I've decided to spend more time with him in the next few days. One night husband and wife. After all, see less of each other in the future." Pei Yuan spoke in a cloudy manner, but in the eyes of the crowd, it was more like she was there to watch the fun. Sun Fei raised her hand and called out to her, quickly drawing a piece of talisman paper and handing it to Pei Yuan. "Put it in the He family. With the nourishment of this family, I think your luck will be better." Pei Yuan laughed as she took over and said, "Xiao He, you're really a roundworm in your sister's stomach." When Pei Yuan called him, He Feiyue was cooking and preparing to send her a midnight snack, and when he heard that she was coming back, He Feiyue sped up his cooking. When Pei Yuan came back, the table was already set with steak, red wine. Looking romantic, He Feiyue gentlemanly pulled open the stool for her to sit down, while he himself sat on the opposite side and said with a smile, Yuan, these are all the food you love to eat. I haven't cooked for so long. My handiwork is a bit rusty." If Pei Yuan would have been touched before, now he only feels ironic, jumping out of the circle of feelings. Now look at him, really more and more hypocritical. He Feiyue asked as if he didn't mean it, "By the way, did you bring the gift I sent you? You mean this?" Pei Yuan tugged a bit of her clothes away, revealing the verdant object inside. He Feiyue's eyes flashed with a hint of laughter, catching and glancing sadly at Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan pretended not to notice, put down her bag and said, "I'm going to wash my hands." He Feiyue followed attentively, thoughtfully turning on the faucet. As he tried to roll Pei Yuan's sleeves, he suddenly winced. Pei Yuan looked at him and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "It's suddenly a little cold." Pei Yuan knew that it was the bat that had taken effect, and raised her hand to touch his forehead, saying caringly, "Are you sick?" He Feiyue clutched her hand and said, "No, don't worry." Pei Yuan withdrew her hand and said in a somewhat strange tone, "Ah, you. Speaking of which, I also feel cold today. It's obviously a hot day and I don't feel hot at all. Do you think it's strange?" Pei Yuan looked at him with a smile on her face, her burning gaze causing He Feiyue to avert his eyes somewhat sheepishly. He lowered his head to take a towel to wipe her hands, and on his lips he replied seemingly casually, "Really? Maybe it's the weather. This is quite good. Look at the summer, everyone else is sweating. You walk around like you're carrying an air conditioner. How nice." Pei Yuan let out a light laugh and said, "You're right." He Feiyue gently breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Pei Yuan would ask anything else, and directly held her hand and sat down at the dinner table. The two chatted about the past, and Pei Yuan casually said, "Why don't we go to your house tomorrow?" "What's wrong? Haven't you always disliked the Yi family?" "It's not for your sake. Because of that money, He Tian didn't give you a hard time." "Right. Tomorrow I'll go and explain to him in person. But the project is almost done. Then you'll have more confidence in the He family." He Feiyue pretended to be generous and said, "It doesn't matter. We are husband and wife as one. This project was negotiated by you. It's only right that you keep it." "Well then, I'll keep it." He Feiyue was dumbfounded. If he had said this in the past, Pei Yuan would have been heartbroken and then quietly given him more favors. Pei Yuan looked at him and couldn't help but sneer in her heart, but on her face, she said, "I'm just kidding with you. Look at how scared you are. He Feiyue stabilized his mind. His face was full of apologies. I'm sorry Yuan. It's all my fault for being useless. Don't worry. When I get hold of he's, I'll put the whole company under your name. You know, I just want to be with you. Well, I believe you. In the end he will be mine. This sentence was said in a meaningful way. Only at this time, He Feiyue's mind was not here. So naturally he could not hear it. Pei Yuan used her stomach discomfort to dodge He Feiyue's advances. And the two of them lay on the bed in extraordinarily different moods. One leisurely but especially disgusted with the person next to her. And one filled with guilt, thinking about how to treat her better tomorrow. When Tian watched He Feiyue enter the door with Pei Yuan, he froze slightly, then stood up with a big smile and said, "Look who's here. I told you how I heard magpies in the morning. It turns out that there's an honored guest entering the door." From Tian's attitude, it was not difficult to see the status of the two families. Pei Yuan sat down with her usual posture, smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Tian, during which she unintentionally showed her bat and saw the flicker of viciousness in Tian's eyes. She confirmed that both father and son had a part to play in this matter. Since this was the case, then she would not be polite. Pei Yuan stood up and excused herself by saying that she didn't sleep well last night, and now she wanted to go to He Feiyue's room to rest for a while. Tian naturally didn't stop her, and Pei Yuan interrupted He Feiyue, who wanted to accompany her, and asked him to stay and continue chatting. Pei Yuan went into the bedroom and placed the talisman paper on the inside of the closet, which was the least likely place to be cleaned or discovered. After getting it done, she pretended to take a phone call and hurriedly left. Looking at her flaming back, Tian sneered and said, "Take a look. It's definitely trouble." He Feiyue nodded his head and said, "I didn't expect that thing to be that effective." After saying that, the two fathers and sons smiled at each other. Chapter 57, Want to pick a turd picker or a barefoot farmer? Tonight the partners are treating, and Pei Jia took son Fei Ho with him. When the two of them entered, the box was already filled with people, and the two most center seats were empty. Many of them came with female companions. This was purposely arranged by Secretary Li for fear that it would be uncomfortable for Sun Fei Ho if it was all men. The gazes of her female companions all gathered on Sun Fei Ho. They were curious as to what kind of village girl could take down the high and cold Pei Jia. They intend to see one that is not as good looking, or as well mannered as they are, as a way to increase their sense of superiority. Unfortunately, the person who pushed the door in disappointed them. A bright and colorful face, light sweeping moth eyebrows like containing spring, skin as warm jade, soft light if greasy, dainty. The female companions secretly hate in their hearts, and have to admit that the piece of appearance they lost completely, but they quickly perked up again. She must have seduced Pei Jia by her looks, her talent and culture, and she must want nothing. The crowd revitalized, just waiting to embarrass Sun Fei He in a moment. "Hello Ms. Sun, my name is Yuan. You are a beautiful girl." And Yuan greeted her with a calm demeanor, and as soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly covered up and said, "Sorry, I forgot that you used to live in the countryside and hadn't gone to college yet. You won't blame me." And Yuan was confident that she couldn't find a loophole in her words, and the upturned corners of her mouth carried a hint of smugness. Sun Fei Hua looked at her innocently. "What are you talking about, Tai? Why are you Tai?" And Yuan was instantly furious, glaring at Sun Fei Hua with eyes full of anger. "How do you talk? I'm not flirting. Oh, I just heard you say Harry you're sick, and call yourself a dog. I thought you were crazy. Don't curse yourself next time. Besides, you're not the one who's flirting. I did have the pleasure of having a nice body at Onfan's party, with a wide enough waist and a nice enough ass," Sun Fei Hua said with a smile. At that moment the snickers in the box suddenly rang out, and Yuan was furious and at her wit's end. She could only divert the conflict. "You're so uneducated. I'm just complimenting you on your good looks. You're not so mean, so you can speak Chinese. Good Chinese people have to learn foreign devils. Gu. Sorry, our village all like to call the yellow-haired foreigners foreign devils. Hey, look at your yellow hair. It's quite similar to the foreign devils." And Yuan stomped her foot vigorously a few times and pointed at her hair. "This color of mine is called milk tea golden brown. Country people just haven't seen the world, and I'm afraid you haven't even dyed your hair. You don't even know where the barbershop entrance faces." Sun Fei Hua nodded fervently. "I really don't know this barbershop of yours. Can you tell me where it is?" And Yuan gave her a disdainful look and pulled out a business card from her bag, insinuating, "Take it. This business card is not. Whoever wants it, this is the admission ticket." Sun Fei Hua surveyed the business card in her hand and laughed lightly. "So it's under the In group. Quite good." Pei Jia narrowed her eyes slightly, her tone indifferent. "The In family's life is too comfortable." The voice was clearly flat and unruffled, but it made people feel even more terrifying than seeing him thunderously furious. Only then did Yuan realize that Pei Jia was standing next to her. The blood on her face faded and she stuttered. Mr. Pei, I don't mean this. She couldn't say that when she came, and Fin had instructed her in 1,000 ways that she had to give Sun Feihe a downward spiral. Sun Feihe waved the business card in her hand and said with a smile, "Don't be angry. This place is quite good. If you want, I can open a bigger barbershop for you. I'll get you barbers from all over the world. No one will doubt Pei Jia's words. He has the strength to do it." Sun Feihe said with a light smile, "No need. I like this one. Accompany me tomorrow." Finished winking at him, Pei Jia immediately understood that this place was afraid that there was something unclean. Otherwise Sun Feihe would not be so happy. Pei Jia led her over in Yuan and sat on the empty seat in the very center. Anjuan cowered honestly, not daring to speak again. Pei Jia took the initiative to pull out the stool, thoughtfully helping her set the tableware, and in between conversations with others, his afterglow would note which dish she had taken an extra bite of. Such a thoughtful gesture. It was a shock, but there are always some self-righteous people who are not willing to miss, just like that, the opportunity to show their face in front of Pei Jia. The woman next to her raised her glass and said to Sun Feihe, "Ms. Sun, I've heard about your deeds, and I think you're too difficult. I don't know how to express it. I'll toast you with this glass of wine." Sun Feihe, "I don't know how to drink." The woman smiled and said, "It's okay. I don't think you know. It's called red wine. You don't get drunk with a light sip. Besides, Mr. Pei has so much business. As his future wife, how can you not know how to drink?" Pei Jia chopsticks a dish and put it into Sun Feihe's plate. His tone light, "I'm looking for a wife, not an escort." The woman's face stiffened, dryly smiled and said, "Miss Sun, look how good Mr. Pei treats you. We are envious when we look at you. But Miss Sun, I heard that people in the countryside get married early. I don't know if you have a favorite boy in the countryside?" At these words, everyone else's ears perked up. Sun Feihe raised her eyes to look at her. "What? You want to find a countryman? I can introduce you to one. Do you want to pick a manure picker or a barefoot farmer?" The woman's brow furrowed. "Ms. Sun, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Why tease me?" Putting down her chopsticks, Sun Feihe said indifferently, "Since you said teasing, do you want me to tell your fortune?" Chapter 58, I want to become an evil spirit. Don't be in a hurry to say no. You're not his original, are you? The later is the later. You count as a stepmother now. The woman's face was full of annoyance. It was a past she didn't want to bring up. After all, a mistress turned right is not a good thing to brag about. You're pregnant because your ex-wife left you a son and you're in a hurry now. You're pregnant but you didn't say so. You want to know if it's a boy or a girl in your belly. The woman nodded hurriedly. "You know?" Sun Feihe pulled out the QR code on his cell phone. 20,000. The woman transferred money decisively. A woman's uterine position occupies the right. It must be a girl. Not just this one, but all the ones below. Reluctantly, the woman pressed. "Are you serious?" "I never lie." The woman's husband cheerfully said. "It's okay, girls are good. I like girls." Sun Feihe tilted her head to look at him. "Do you like other people's daughters too?" The smile on the man's face stiffened. "Ms. Sun, you can't be joking." Sun Feihe nodded honestly. "Indeed it's not yours. Your bull ting me. You've wronged me." The woman stood up with a loud retort. And one also spoke up at this time. "Sun Feihe, it's better to tear down a temple than a marriage. Don't make up your mind here. The village's set of rules don't work well here." Sun Feihe's eyes faintly swept her a glance and turned her head to the woman. "A month and a half ago, you attended a class reunion. Not bad." The man immediately picked up. "But she went home that night and didn't stay out. My babysitter can testify to that." Sun Feihe shook her head affirmatively. "You're wrong. She didn't go back. She met her first love at the table. Her classmates had the intention of arranging for the two of them to sit together and drink a little bit of wine. Plus, everyone was up in arms to make the two of them drink a cup of wine. The two drank a little drunk. One shot, hanging out until dawn. In the morning cannot even get up. She went home and bought out the nanny. And you often travel. The two do not know how to eat. Secretly a number of times. The nanny are for her to cover. So the baby in the stomach is not your child." The man raised his foot and kicked at the woman's body, cursing viciously. Is it true? Said, not waiting for the woman to respond, directly dialed the phone, sternly threatened a few times before the nanny told the truth. The man couldn't hold it down any longer, pulling the woman's hair, standing up and apologizing to Pei Jia. "Mr. Pei, I have some personal matters to take care of. Next time I'll find you alone to make amends." The woman covered her hair and pleaded as the man, unmoved, pulled her out the door, leaving the people in the box staring at each other. And one suddenly spoke out. "Sun Feihe, why are you such a vicious person? How can you say that there is a little life in her stomach? If you say it like that, the child in her stomach will definitely not be able to keep it. Sun Feiha looked at her with a strange gaze. You mean, her husband deserves to be a cuckold? Everyone in the box looked at Anjuan in a wrong way, and Wan bit her lip and shook her head. I don't mean that. I just think the child is innocent. Sun Feihua looked at her with a smile. Oh, carrot, oh. Anjuan had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second. Since you're so generous, I don't suppose you mind that your husband has 2 illegitimate sons and 1 illegitimate daughter, do you? Anjuan jerked her head around to look at the man beside her. The man avoided her sight. Anjuan's heart sank, and her carefully done nails, one by one, left marks on the man's face. You coward! You dare to find a woman behind my back? If it weren't for my last name, you would have this day. This banquet was considered completely unnecessary to continue. The crowd had eaten a mouthful of melon, and now they all couldn't wait to find someone to share it with. Pei Jia took the lead and left with Sun Feihe. Downstairs, Secretary Li froze as she watched the party end early. Stick your head out and look quietly. Laundry. Nice guy. The house is playing hot. Pei Jia ordered. Go to Xin Xian. Secretary Li immediately gave up the hilarity and started the car. Pei Jia looked at Sun Feihua and explained. Zhao Long is waiting for us somewhere. Sun Feiha looked at the time. It was indeed almost time. When the two arrived, Zhao Long was already waiting at the door with a hidden Xianyan. Sun Feiha looked at Xianyan and nodded. It's still in your heart. Xianyan's face wore the satisfaction of being with her beloved. Her face was scarlet and her eyes were full of spring. She happily held up her hand to Sun Feiha. Look, this is the ring he gave me. The wedding ring. Sun Feiha and Pei Jia simultaneously looked at the two with lightly raised eyebrows. Zhao Long held Xianyan's hand and smiled like a spring breeze. It's true. We got married. Even though it's a wedding for just the two of us, it's enough for us. Xianyan looked at him with a smiling face as Zhao Long turned to Sun Feiha. We agreed. She goes to reincarnation and I do serious good deeds in the world. Work hard to accumulate virtue, and there will always be a life where we will meet again. Sun Feihua nodded indifferently. She wouldn't tell the two that they were only meant for this life. Sun Feiha didn't have any nonsense and directly raised her hand to draw the talisman in place. Xianyan looked at Zhao Long, the attachment in her eyes getting heavier and heavier. If I don't reincarnate into an evil spirit at all, will I be able to stay here forever? Sun Feiha tilted her head to look at her. Evil ghosts are captured, but they have to be in hell, suffer the pain of etching the bones for 100 years, and if they can't get through it, their souls will fly away. Xianyan looked at Sun Feiha with hope. Wouldn't it be fine if you didn't arrest me? She'd been a ghost for so long that, except for Sun Feiha, the rest were all tricksters who solicited for money. Sun Feiha looked at her with a pale expression. Aren't you curious as to why you can make a deal with the judge to take 10 lives in exchange for 1? Xianyan froze for a moment and shook her head. At that time, she only wanted to hurry back to Zhao Long's side. She didn't even think about anything else. Sun Feiha said in a light tone, there is merit in you. It should be that in a certain life there was a great benefactor in your family who died innocently and horizontally, and the merit was transferred to you. Xianyan was stunned. Sun Fei, he said softly, no matter what it is, there is no such thing as getting it for no reason. Your request was also pampered by someone in your past life. Otherwise you would have been sent straight into the well of reincarnation. If you become a stern ghost, the person who shares your merit will also suffer. Everything has a cause and effect. Xianyan didn't realize that there was all this in between. She couldn't drag others down because of her selfishness. Zhao Long stroked her hair and comforted. It's okay, you go. Everything today is enough for me to miss for a lifetime. Silly girl, you have to believe that we will always meet again. Xianyan choked and looked at him, clutching his hand tightly. Me too. I don't regret everything I've done. What I regret most is leaving you so early. Zhao Long now just wanted to memorize all her sounds and looks deep in his heart. Chapter 59, The Soul of Life. Don't. He shook his head. I don't blame you. It's too many bad people. Don't worry. I won't let him go. No, don't get back at him. I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Okay, I promise. I'll promise anything you say. Xianyan smiled like a flower and spent her last moments looking again at the love of her life in front of her. As the rune was completed, a ghostly man burrowed out of the ground. Miss Lotus. This is my friend. You take her to reincarnation. The ghost messenger obediently took out a white streamer and gently waved it, and Xianyan flew towards the streamer uncontrollably. Zhao Long subconsciously tried to clench the hand that left, but unfortunately it flopped, and he stood in a daze. Before the white streamer was about to close, he leapt up violently trying to follow it in. The ghost messenger said in a loud voice, No, you're a living soul. I can't take it. The ghost messenger retrieved the white streamer, bowed slightly to Sun Feiha, and turned around to disappear. Zhao Long could no longer support himself and slumped to the ground, his hands clenching tightly. the ring that had fallen from Qian Yan's finger. Pei Jia patted Zhao Long's shoulder. Zhao Long raised his eyes scarlet and looked at him. Mr. Pei, after 1 year, I'm willing to transfer the industries under my name to you. Can you help me? Or just please don't interfere. Pei Jia's narrow eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing a hint of indescribable danger. His voice cold. Who is it? He. 10. Sun Feihe looked curiously at Pei Jia, who explained faintly to her. He Feiyue's father, the chairman of He's. Sun Feihua nodded disinterestedly. Pei Jia played with her hand and looked at Zhao Long with pale eyes. I don't want your industry. If it's He Tian, not only will I not stop it, I'm happy to see it happen. Zhao Long asked with a serious face. Really? Pei Jia nodded his head nonchalantly. Naturally. Zhao Long limbered up slowly from the ground and bowed slightly to Sun Feihe. Miss Sun, goodbye. Sun Feihe nodded, seeing Zhao Long leave as if he were a walking corpse. With Zhao Long's addition, the He family was already in jeopardy. In just 1 week, not only did the business lose a lot of money, but now the funds are completely broken and the whole company can't run. He Tian was unsure and asked He Feiyue to find Zhao Long to have a chat, but unfortunately he was rejected directly by Zhao Long, and even increased his strength, in a manner that he was going to die with him. His father and son are puzzled, can only find Pei Yuan, want to let her as a middleman to mediate. Pei Yuan shook his head and said there was nothing he could do. He Tian said unhappily, how dare he not give you face? Is he not afraid that Pei Jia will trip him up? Pei Yuan said, he only said that he has a life and death grudge against you and will not rest until he dies. Dad, think about where you have offended him. He Tian thought about it for a while. How could he not remember? Exasperated kicked the sofa. Recently is really evil. Business either cannot be done, or done but will lose money, and now also ran into Zhao Long this crazy. Pei Yuan stood up with a fake smile and said, Dad, I'll leave first if there's nothing else. He Tian implicitly glanced at He Feiyue, who hurriedly stood up and said, Yuan, to be honest there's something we'd like to ask for your help. Pei Yuan knew that things were getting to the point and sat down with a light smile and said, you tell me. He Feiyue cleared his throat and said, I'm in a bit of trouble right now. Can you lend me a few $100 million to run it? And when it slows down, I'll return it to you. Not that I don't want to help. It's really that I am now. All the funds are invested in other projects, a moment to take out so much. So, I'll go and ask the finance. How much running money? I'll give you as much as I can. Pei Yuan left in a hurry. He Tian looked at her back and said slowly, didn't you say life sucking? How come you're still so energized? The bright wayfarer said he wouldn't feel anything for 3 months. Does the Ming Taoist stuff work or not? I think she's having a good time, but our family is having a lot of bad luck. Dad, don't be in a hurry. It's called thick and thin. When Yuan is gone, everything she has will be ours. Hopefully, you go find Zhao Long again. Just say that we can join the two families for this investment. I don't believe that as long as the benefits are attractive enough, he can't be swayed. Hearing He Tian's words, He Feiyue had some difficulty in speaking. He Tian frowned and said in a cold voice, what are you thinking? He Feiyue thought for a moment or said honestly, Dad, I'm not up to going out these days. Why? Maybe it's because I've been with Yuan all day and have been affected by her bad luck. I always run into something when I go out, and this morning I even fell down the stairs, but luckily I'm fine. He Tian wouldn't really joke with his life. Patting his pants and standing up, he said, I'll go then. He Feiyue stood up full of apologies and watched He Tian leave. Hey, Ming Taoist, does this bat of yours have any side effects? Why have I been so unlucky lately? Impossible. Taoist Ming categorically denied. This is a treasure that I've carefully practiced for 30 years. There's absolutely no way it can go wrong. Then explain to me why I've been so unlucky lately? To wear its crown must first bear its weight. You want Pei Yuan's good fortune. Then you need to have a strong body. All this is a test. Just get through these 3 months. Ming Taoist would not admit his failure. And this was the first time he had used this thing. How effective it would have to be after He Feiyue had tried it. Ming Doran's explanation was quite reasonable. He Feiyue didn't pursue further, but hung up the phone with hatred. Suddenly he yawned violently. His eyes were suddenly sleepy and couldn't open. He only had time to fall on the bed, and in the next second, he passed out of sight. The gusts of white air rising from the body drifted away. Chapter 60, Believe in Science? Sitting in his office, Zhao Long listened to the receptionist say that He Tian was visiting with a gloomy face. Let him in. Zhao Long returned grimly. As long as Zhao Long was willing to meet with him, He Tian was certain that he could convince him. After all, what businessman doesn't like money? With a smile on his face, He Tian pushed open the door to his office and was immediately startled by the dimness inside. The lights in the room weren't even turned on, and only the sunlight poured in from where Zhao Long was sitting. He Tian organized himself and said with a smile, Mr. Zhao, long time no see, because Zhao Long sat backlit. He Tian couldn't see the hatred in his eyes and even went up with a smile on his face. Zhao Long looked at the person who was getting closer and closer. A knife was already tightly gripped in his hand. He was trembling and wanted to immediately chop He Tian to death here, but his reason told him that he couldn't be so impulsive. Zhao Long took a deep breath, slowly lowered the knife in his hand, and said in a cold voice to He Tian, "Please sit down." He Tian was very dissatisfied with this condescending attitude of his, who didn't hold him in high regard since he had tied the knot with Pei, but he also knew that this was not the time to fight. "Mr. Zhao, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? If there's any place where we didn't do the right thing, old brother will make amends with you." "Brother and sister? Mr. He, I don't dare to talk about friendship with you. You're more than enough to be my father. We're two brothers. Wouldn't He Fei Yue have to call me father?" "You." He Tian stood up in exasperation. Zhao Long let out a light laugh and said, "Don't be angry, Mr. He. I'm just joking with you." He Tian knew that this was a step handed by the other party, and he obediently sat down. Only his face was not worried. Zhao Long stood up without caring. At this time he genius realized that Zhao Long had lost a lot of weight. To say that the bones are as thin as firewood is modest. Now it looks like a skeleton holding up the clothes to walk. How to look at it all feel eerie. "Mr. He, let me introduce my wife to you." "Wife? You're married? How come I didn't hear about it?" "Oh, she was afraid of trouble, and it was just the two of us at that wedding." Speaking of Qianyan, Zhao Long's words finally took on a hint of warmth. Although He Tian was a bit puzzled, he still smiled and said, "Congratulations. I wonder where sister-in-law is. I'll personally congratulate her." "In person? You really want to congratulate me personally?" Zhao Long's ghostly tone made He Tian extraordinarily uncomfortable. Zhao Long walked to the cabinet next to him and opened the door, and He Tian's pupils shrank violently. It was the first time he had seen anyone with a spirit tablet in their office, and there was incense in the small tripod. Zhao Long picked up 3 joss sticks with a calm demeanor, lit them, and turned to He Tian. "Didn't Mr. He say that he wanted to personally congratulate him? Why don't you come over?" Gloom and darkness intersected Zhao Long's face, and with his dry and thin body, there were people who believed it when they said it was a dry corpse coming back to life. He Tian's heart thumped, but years of business experience still let him stand up with strong support and said with a regretful face, "This is the younger sibling? AI. Really heaven jealous of the red face. A good pair of lovers was broken up. Old brother sorry." Zhao Long looked at him as he moved closer and said quietly, "Why don't you ask what happened?" "What happened? Oh, it's nothing. It's just that there's an old thing bullying her. And this girl of mine is so proud that she jumped off a building when she couldn't stand it." "Damn. Which old thing did it?" "Zhao old brother. If you find him count me in. I'll definitely teach him a good lesson. I despise such social scum the most." As He Tian spoke with righteous indignation, Zhao Long suddenly burst out laughing. "Social scum? Ha ha ha, you're right. He is social scum." Seeing that he was genuinely happy, He Tian continued, "Such a person deserves death by 1,000 cuts." "Really? You really think he deserves death by 1,000 cuts?" "That's for sure. And get in the frying pan and cut off his tools of the trade so he can't be humane for the rest of his life." He Tian's words obviously made Zhao Long very happy as he nodded his head repeatedly and said, "Yes, you're right. We should indeed cut it off." He Tian took the opportunity to say, "If old brother Zhao needs help, I can introduce a few people to you. Don't worry, the technique is absolutely sharp. As long as the money is in place." Zhao Long stared at him for a while and said quietly, "Yes, please leave a phone number for me." Mr. He Tian certainly didn't disagree, and immediately wrote the phone. Zhao Long looked at the number in his hand and said meaningfully, "Thank you Mr. He, by your good advice. When I get my revenge, I will definitely treat you to dinner." He Tian smiled and patted his shoulder, secretly laughing in his heart, the young man is still tender. He himself will send the handle to my hands. When I get hold of it, I want you to look good. The two men were at the opposite end of the spectrum, but that didn't stop them from smiling at each other. He Tian's proposal, Zhao Long said he would think about it, and when He Tian left, he called Pei Jia directly to make sure that it was a game before hanging up the phone. Since it's a field game, might as well make it more real for him. The He family's progress was smooth, and Sun Feiha followed the address Qianyan said, ready to clean up the evil spirits and save more merit. This was a newly built apartment, and Sun Feihua had wandered up and down a few times without seeing the slightest trace of the evil spirit at all. And just when she thought she was going to return empty-handed, a uniformed police officer met her face to face. "Sir, do you want to tell your fortune? I see that you are carrying water in your middle house, and that you are going to commit a lustful crime lately." Fan Shenhua just wanted to get angry. Looking at the not-so-young girl in front of him, he held back and said, "Don't be so superstitious. We have to believe in science. Were you sleepwalking last night?" Fan Shinbua immediately looked at her with a serious face and said, "How do you know?" Sun Feiha shook her head. "Of course it's calculated. You seem alright at night, obviously sleeping at home, but when you wake up in the morning you're on the street." Fan Shinbua's face was a bit heavy, and his fingers touched the gun behind him. Sun Feiha faintly said, "Don't be impulsive. I'm not spying on you. This way, if you casually ask me something, I can answer you immediately." The policeman looked at her and after a moment's thought hesitantly said, "What's my wife's name?" Chapter 61 Ghostbusters Rush for Performance. Sun Feiha looked at him with a crooked head and said, "You don't have a wife at all. You have someone you like, but unfortunately they don't like you. You asked her out twice and gave her a rejection." Only then did Fan Shinbua look squarely at Sun Feiha. This matter was only known to him. "What do you want?" Sun Feiha shrugged her shoulders and said, "Don't want to do anything? I just want to tell you that you're being haunted by an evil spirit, or a horny one. Last night he wanted to use your body to take a girl off the street to enjoy. But unfortunately it was bad luck that the road was full of big old men yesterday. Impossible. I'm a police officer, and a man of great integrity. It's impossible for a ghost to get close to me." Sun Feiha stroked her chin and said, "You used to be really adequate, but not anymore." She spoke honestly, but Fan Shinbua's face instantly turned red, and he looked at Sun Feiha with some anger. "You're a girl. What nonsense." Sun Feiha Meng forced to look at him. "You worked overtime for several days in a row, and now you have a slight cold. Of course your health has declined. I'm not bull asterisk 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 ting ah." Fan Shinbua instantly realized that he had overthought things and didn't know how to explain. Standing awkwardly in place, Sun Feiha said carelessly, "Let's go. Take me to your house." Fan Shinbua opened the door of the house half-heartedly, and Sun Feiha sniffed hard. A foul odor. She fanned the air in disgust. Fan Shinbua was struck by her expression and immediately said, "I clean carefully every day. Personal hygiene is absolutely fine." As if she didn't hear him, Sun Feiha went straight to a pendulum, the mouth of which was a bit thin, and Sun Feiha ordered at him, "Bring me a pair of chopsticks." Although Fan Shinbua didn't know what she wanted to do, he still obediently took a pair of chopsticks out. It wasn't until Sun Feiha clipped a black rag out of the pendulum that he became instantly serious. With his experience in handling cases, the black color on this piece of cloth should be the color of blood after it coagulates. Some Taoist priests like to engage in these underhanded ways. Sun Feiha waved at him in disgust and said, "Come over here. This isn't human blood. It's a plant called Yui Zhu. Did someone come to your house some time ago?" Fan Shinbua froze for a moment and said, "Only Zhu Xiaoxiao has been here. One day on the road he came across Zhu Xiaoxiao being harassed by hooligans, and he took a shot at intimidating them. Zhu Xiaoxiao said that there was nothing he could do to repay him and had to help him clean up, so he couldn't resist and let the other person in. Now that I think about it, being molested in the middle of the day, on the main street, it always felt weird somewhere. Is Zhu Xiaoxiao the object of your affection? You didn't like her before, but recently the more you look at her, the more you like her, so you started to pursue her? Did she put this there?" Although it was a question, Fan Shinbua already had an answer in his heart. "That's right, she should have some kind of token on her. As long as this thing stays here, you'll be dead set on liking her. It seems like you should be from a good family." Fan Shinbua gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. Sun Feiha beckoned and said, "Don't go. Stay here. If I counted well, the evil ghost didn't succeed yesterday, and I'm sure I'll still have to borrow your body today. By the way, when are you going to sleep?" The policeman said truthfully, "Usually a half-hour nap at noon." Sun Feiha looked at the time on the wall and said, "Now then, go to sleep." The policeman paused and said, "But I'm not sleepy now nah." Sun Feiha's eyes were cold. "You're stuck." Then with a wave of his hand, the policeman directly fell to the ground. She didn't have time to wait here until the evening, and she was also taking advantage of the fact that Pei Jia was in a meeting right now. Otherwise where would she have the time? She stomped the ground hard a few times and two ghostbusters floated out slowly. "Are you guys done for the month?" The two ghosts glanced at each other and honestly said, "Not yet. It's not that we don't try our best, it's that the evil ghosts are too resourceful and hide in the east, so we can't find them at all. You two wait here. I'll deliver your performance." The two ghosts immediately thanked in surprise. "Thank you, Ms. Lotus." Sun Feiha slowly sat down on the sofa and skimmed her mouth in disgust. It wasn't as soft as the ones at home, and it didn't feel good in her hands. As time passed, Sun Feiha looked up at the doorway, and a wisp of black smoke came in along the doorway before condensing into a human form. He took a glance at Sun Feiha and gave a lordly laugh. This kid is really powerful. Yesterday he knew that Moncler outlet store he didn't enjoy it. Today he actually brought a girl back. Ha ha ha. The evil ghost glanced at Sun Feiha greedily and went straight to Fan Shinbua. Suddenly a light blocked the evil spirit's path and he turned his head to look at the owner of the light source. Sun Feiha said with a faint look, "Don't go in. I'll have to beat you out later. It's weirdly troublesome. Brat, how do you want to die? The evil ghost looked at Sun Feiha with a sinister gaze and laughed disdainfully. The dense black mist on his body ran towards Sun Feiha, directly wrapping her up. Little girl, it's not good to have too big a mouth. Since you're looking for death, I'll be impolite. After saying that, a pair of giant claws seemed to appear in the black mist, heading straight for Sun Feiha's neck. Sun Feiha snorted. Her body's aura was not hidden. Her fingers pointed in the air. The evil ghost screamed miserably and immediately tried to escape through the wall. The two ghosts took the opportunity to unfurl the white streamers, and the huge white streamers covered the sky, and the evil spirits rushed twice without breaking through. He immediately knelt on the ground. Master, I'm sorry, I have eyes to recognize and Tai. We too have no grievances. Please let me go. You have an odor that smells very familiar to me. Who is your owner? Ming Taoist. I only know his name is Ming Taoist. Not only me, he also raised a lot of ghosts. Which family he sees, he will choose one and put it in, haunting other people's homes. He is pretending to collect ghosts to do the practice, to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. It seems that he raked in a lot of ill-gotten gains. A lot. I can take you there. He's got a lot of gold stashed away. I know where it is. Sun Feiha said faintly, but you almost swallowed my friend last time. The evil ghost fought back carefully. He had eaten so many ghosts that he really didn't know which one it was. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I can apologize to him. Sun Feiha nodded and said, yes, then go to hell and apologize. The evil ghostess head was even lower, and said in a small voice, hell, I can't go. Once I go in, I am sure to be eclipsed by the bone whip, and lashed to the soul to fly away. No, you still do evil? Then I wasn't forced to do anything? Besides, I'm just helping to play God. It's not considered evil. Trying to cheat me? Let me do the math. There are quite a few girls who have died at your hands in the past 3 years, and not only did you take their chaste blood, but you also abused them to death. Master, you've wronged me. I didn't want them to die. Who made them all so delicate? Sun Feiha looked at his sophomoric face. Her eyes sank and she slowly stood up and said, it's good to admit it. You guys take it away. Ghostbusters are happy to go up to the front. This end of the month's performance is considered to have fallen. The evil spirit looked at Sun Feiha with a vicious face. I apologized. Why are you still refusing to let me go? Since you're letting me die, you don't want to be good either. Chapter 62, The Ghostbusters Tonic. Since you're letting me die, you don't want to be good either. He stood up violently and raised his head to the sky. The black mist on his body condensed into a chain with a sharp hook at the top. He raised his hand and swung the whip precisely in front of Sun Feiha. Sun Feiha frowned lightly and said easily, I didn't expect you to have some Taoist skills. You actually practiced a soul weapon. It's just that your soul weapon is flashy but not real. After saying this, his hand slightly exerted strength, and the whip, which had been majestic just now, seemed to be crushed directly like a cookie, and floated away in the air. Seeing this, the ghost messenger happily made a strong suck, and sighed in his heart, it is still following Miss Lotus to have meat to eat. And not to mention that the performance has been settled. There are also supplements to eat. The evil ghost, on the other hand, spat out a mouthful of blood and said incredulously, impossible. How can you guys eat a soul weapon? That's mine. What, you're in mine? Don't you know that this soul weapon of yours is a tonic for them? Seeing this, the evil ghost wanted to repeat the same trick. Sun Feiha was a little impatient, lightly lifting her fingertips, pointing at him, and the evil ghost was directly fixed in place. The Ghostbusters came forward and cuffed him. Sun Feiha wrote a letter quickly and instructed the Ghostbuster to give it to the judge, who assured him of its delivery and disappeared. Fan Shenhua had actually woken up a long time ago and kept his eyes closed until Sun Feiha lifted her foot and kicked him. Then he opened his eyes. It's over? Sure. It's easy. You're from the Metaphysical Society? No. What did you just write? I see you wrote a letter. Little suggestions for the judge, such as finding more male ghosts with special hobbies and locking them up together. The bone-eroding whip can now be improved by adorning it with a few lightning spikes to beat up the ghosts and a fireworks show, which can be so practical for such horny ghosts. And advise the judge? Of course. Sun Feiha finished picking up the rag and said to the police, let's go. Let's go meet that Zhu Xiao Xiao. Fan Shenhua looked at Sun Feiha's departing back and hurriedly followed behind, his gaze constantly sizing up Sun Feiha. Sun Feiha said with her eyes forward, look again and I'll gouge out your eyes. The policeman was not intimidated by her cold voice. Instead he laughed out softly. You won't. You're a good person. Don't you people of monasticism talk about some kind of cause and effect? Sun Feiha looked at him askance without saying another word. Fan Shenhua smiled and asked, can I leave you my phone number? We can contact each other often in the future. Sun Feiha reported the phone number out. If you can't catch any criminals, you might as well find me to try. but I only catch people who are big and evil. Don't look for me for small things like stealing chickens and dogs. Fan Shenhua laughed out loud and said, you can count this? Sun Feihua smiled faintly without saying another word. At this time Zhu Xiaoxiao is pushing the bicycle out of the door. See Fan Shenhua over, with a shy smile in her eyes, but her face is very impatient. Said, I have said let you do not pester me. Even if you like me again, I will not agree to you. The gap between the two of us is too big. I do not want to say that I will climb up the ladder and say that I am greedy for money. Zhu Xiaoxiao's loud voice managed to make the surrounding neighbors come out and immediately nodded appreciatively when they heard her words. Fan Shenhua's heart couldn't help but start beating violently the second he saw her. Even if his reason told him it was all fake, his heartbeat couldn't be fooled. He looked to Sun Feihua for help. Sun Feihua's fingers gently pointed at him, and the next second the whole person seemed to be pressed into an ice pool, sober to the point of not being able to be sober anymore. Zhu Xiaoxiao had been waiting for his answer, and when she saw that he didn't explain as eagerly as last time, her fingers subconsciously touched the nape of her neck, pinching a piece of verdant jade pendant. He said in Fan Shenhua's direction, if you're fine, go away. Want me, Zhu Xiaoxiao, to marry you, unless you kneel on the ground and beg me. Zhu Xiaoxiao also felt that the time was almost right. As long as he knelt down, he pretended to be in a difficult situation, and then agreed smoothly. It shows off her skills and also lets people know that she didn't marry because of money. Fan Shenhua frowned at her and said, men have gold under their knees, kneeling to heaven and earth to kneel to their parents. Which has the reason to kneel to you? Zhu Xiaoxiao looked at him with wide-eyed incredulity. Fan Shenhua grimaced as he took out the black cloth and said to her, is this something you put in my house? I can't look at you. You actually used an evil technique to control me. Zhu Xiaoxiao, you're disgusting. Fan Shenhua's words caused the crowd to be shocked and hurriedly look at Zhu Xiaoxiao. Zhu Xiaoxiao didn't expect things to be exposed so quickly, but she still held herself together and refused to admit it. What are you talking about? How could I use that kind of dirty tricks? Fan Shenhua threw the black cloth directly on her, and Zhu Xiaoxiao ducked back in fear. What are you hiding? You used to be no different from a man in my eyes. Ever since you hid this in my house, my heart beats every time I see you. I thought I had met my true love, and now it seems it's all you're doing. Zhu Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip vigorously and said, you're talking nonsense. I'm not, he said, about to push his way out of the crowd and head for the door. But it is human nature to watch the fun. Zhu Xiaoxiao wanted to go out, but the road was blocked tightly by everyone. What's that on your neck? Zhu Xiaoxiao subconsciously clutched the jade around her neck. Fan Shenhua directly snatched it and respectfully placed it in front of Sun Feihua and said, Master, please also help me break the spell. Sun Feihua took it and looked at it, and Zhu Xiaoxiao then looked at Sun Feihua, looking at her youthful appearance, and breathed a sigh of relief. Taoist Ming had said that it was impossible to crack it unless one's cultivation was higher than his. Zhu Xiaoxiao settled down quite a bit inside and said with some aggression, how can you be like this? You can't deliberately play God and humiliate me here just because I don't bend over for money. Let me tell you, I, Zhu Xiaoxiao, am poor, but I am poor in spirit. Fan Shenhua gave her an annoyed look and said in a cold voice, don't worry, I can't even look at you. You. Zhu Xiaoxiao looked at him in exasperation, then looked at Sun Feihua indignantly and said, did you urge him on? Not learning at a young age, seducing people and showing off everywhere. Chapter 63 Causation. Sun Feihua's eyes steeply narrowed and said faintly, woe to you. You have to be careful. I see you have a cross eyebrow and a wide nose, and your green silk lingers. You're going to be unlucky. Zhu Xiaoxiao stared into her dark eyes and winced. Exasperated. He said, how can you curse me like that? Your heart is so poisonous. Just the truth. Zhu Xiaoxiao pushed the bike away and was about to go up and hit her. The bike fell to the ground in response, and the moment Zhu Xiaoxiao stepped over it, she directly tripped and fell to the ground. The handlebar of the car slammed straight into her face, and instantly blood flowed out. Zhu Xiaoxiao cried out, covering her face and trying to stand up. In the rush of his feet, his ankle was pinned by the hub, and a hard yank was all that was heard, and his ankle had turned 90 degrees. The crowd was horrified and dodged back. No one dared to approach Zhu Xiaoxiao. Sun Feihua laughed softly and went forward. I've said that trouble comes out of the mouth. There's nothing special about me. It's just that I'm particularly good at talking. Zhu Xiaoxiao was sweating profusely and bloodless as she looked at her, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. It's good to know that you're afraid. Since you chose to use evil magic to control others, you'll have to bear the karma as well. Zhu Xiaoxiao knew that Sun Feihua was not bluffing her and immediately shouted at the top of her voice. I'm not taking it on. Taoist Ming said I don't need to care about anything. Just bring it with me. What kind of karma? I don't understand. I don't know. He's the one who lied to me. You don't know? Whether you know it or not. Since you used it, the cause of this thing is you, and the effect naturally has to be borne by you. What would be the consequences? I just left this thing at his house. I didn't mean to hurt him. This thing is particularly attractive to evil spirits. You are giving bodies to evil spirits. That evil spirits have their hands stained with countless lives. Xu Xiaoxiao was really scared at this time. She grabbed Sun Feiha's corner and said pleadingly, I don't know. Didn't they say that those who don't know are not guilty? Then I am innocent. I don't want to bear any karma. Sun Feiha gently pushed aside her hand, looked at the crowd and said, you can't do harm to others. There is a law in the world. Even if it doesn't retaliate on you now, it will retaliate on your offspring. Remember, at this time, Sun Feiha was extraordinarily tall, so that people couldn't help but worship. Sun Feiha dipped into the vermilion sand and started waving it on the talisman paper, then threw the jade pendant into the air. The talisman paper flew into the air without wind and wrapped the jade pendant tightly. The jade pendant trembled in the flesh and suddenly let out a scream as the crowd covered their ears. The jade pendant split into pieces in the air and turned into ashes. Xu Xiaoxiao, who was originally sitting on the ground, convulsed and collapsed, foaming at the corners of her mouth as if she had a seizure, and she looked pleadingly at Sun Feiha. Sun Feiha turned to look at Fan Shenbua and pulled out her cell phone. Transfer the money. Fan Shenbua made a sharp transfer. Sun Feiha looked at the numbers on her cell phone with satisfaction. His eyes went to the little beggar hiding next to him. Kid, come here. Sun Feiha waved at him. The little beggar did not advance but retreated, shrinking his neck and did not dare to speak. But it was the person next to him who eagerly pushed him. Go! The master shouted at you. The little beggar stumbled and stood in front of Sun Feiha, trembling and said, I haven't done anything bad. Sun Feiha smiled and squatted down, saying meaningfully, don't be afraid. You have a long life. At first glance it's a life of great wealth and prosperity. The little beggar looked at Sun Feiha with a shocked face. Why are you helping me? Helping you is also helping myself. Go away first. This is no place to talk. The moment the jade pendant shattered, the heart of the Ming Daorun who was doing the practice throbbed violently, and he curled up on the ground in a good way. Master, what happened to you? The people around him shouted in panic. It must be that the ghost is so powerful that the master can't stop it. What's to be done about this? Should we call an ambulance? Can a doctor treat ghost wounds? Just as the crowd was talking, Taoist Ming gasped for air and slowly sat up cursing under his breath. Damn the Metaphysical Society. They must be the ones who ruined my good deed. When it came to the Metaphysical Society, the Akito hated it with a passion. He outwardly said that he was going up to the mountain to dive into cultivation, but in fact, he was forced to do so by the president of the Metaphysical Society, the three-mountain Taoist master, who had stayed on the mountain for 30 whole years, the time when he was most deserving of greatness, even though the disciples under his name came down to the mountain in a secretive manner. Humph, you guys can't trap me now. That old thing San Shan is already cold. Xuanxue Society. You'll just wait for my revenge. Taoist Ming silently calculated how to counterattack in his heart. Master. The people around him interrupted his thoughts. Taoist Ming slowly stood up and said with a heavy face, just now I fought a battle with the evil ghosts and was almost injured. But fortunately, the evil ghosts in my home have now been put to death. One of them frowned and asked, then how are you going to restore the chi you mentioned? Yes, Master. My family's luck has been eaten by evil spirits. What now? When it comes to luck, everyone is a little anxious. Taoist Ming bowed his head in contemplation, and after a few moments said with a quiet sigh, since you are asking so sincerely, then I will do the good deed to the end and return the disappearing chi luck to you. The surrounding people hurriedly flung themselves to their knees and said excitedly, thank you, Master. Taoist Ming gently waved his hand in a worldly manner. When he performed the spell again and informed the people that their fortunes had been returned, they were extraordinarily sensible and transferred a large sum of money in a sharp manner, and sent the Ming Taoist away with 1,000 thanks. The Ming Taoist walked to the fork in the road, pulled a porcelain vase out of his pocket, lit a section of incense and threw it inside. Soon a dark shadow was seen, slowly drifting out of the home it had just been in, and burrowing into the porcelain vase, which the Ming Taoist hurriedly corked and returned to his pocket, before heading out in satisfaction. Chapter 64, Carjacking? I'll give you hell. Sun Feiho stood by the side of the road waiting for a cab with the little beggar. Yan Fengting said with some haste, I'm so dirty now, no car will want to take us. Sun Feiha said calmly, there's no hurry. There will be. Yan Fengting could only follow her as she waited for the bus. In the distance a cab slowly came to a stop. Window lowered. Ride? Sun Feiha opened the car door and let Yan Fengting go in first. An old woman, holding a child, squeezed through, and Yan Fengting fell to the ground. Bah! Little beggar still want to ride in the car nah. Should roll where to go, begging for that little money, rather than buy some food more real. Yan Fengting seemed to have gotten used to it, as he carelessly patted the dust on his body and slowly stood up. Sun Fei's brows were cold. Can't beggars ride in a car? The old lady laughed disdainfully. A good car is dirty. Beggars have to have a beggar's appearance. If you ask me, these beggars should be euthanized, so as not to affect the city's appearance. He's still just a kid with infinite possibilities for the future. Aren't you going too far in saying that? The driver couldn't hear it anymore and opened his mouth. The old lady rolled her eyes. A beggar's child is still a beggar, which is like my good grandson, who is destined to be a human being in the future. Sun Fei sneered and spoke. You don't have to care about his future, but your grandson's future. I can help you look at it and tell a fortune? I'm very accurate at fortune telling. The old lady rolled her eyes. Soliciting and cheating. Cheating to my head. Little girl, not even a single hair is white. But you can't cheat people like this. You have 2 sons and a daughter. But when your daughter was young, you sold her for $50,000. The old lady looked around sheepishly. You can't say that. Buying and selling children is a crime. Sun Fei said calmly. Then do you think my math is accurate? It's okay, but what you just said, I don't recognize. You know in your heart if it's accurate or not. You grandson, with your fat head, sharp eyebrows and thin lips, and selfishness. The treacherous door is wired. Delicious and lazy. Observe one to know the whole picture. I advise you to save up some pension money. When he grows up, he will drive you out of the house, and you are therefore wandering on the streets. Worse than even a beggar. The old lady waved her hand in annoyance. Blah blah blah. My grandson wouldn't do that. Get lost. What the hell? It's a waste of time to talk to you guys. You want to see a ghost? Then I'll be merciful and let you see it once. Sun Fei sharply took out a piece of talisman paper and vermilion sand from his pocket. The old lady paused and snorted, making it look like the real thing, playing God. Sun Fei gave her a faint look, fingers sliding. The fluent movements made the old lady's heart grow fuzzy. She swallowed dryly a few times and stammered, Don't fool around here. I'm not afraid. Instead of answering, Sun Fei picked up the yellow talisman and held it between her 2 fingers, her eyes staring at the old lady and her mouth chanting. The old lady always felt a gust of cloudy wind blowing at her back, making her uncomfortable. She stumbled after her. What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What incantation is being recited? After reciting the incantation, Sun Fei threw the yellow talisman in her hand into the air, and the old woman immediately dodged it, holding the child in her arms, shivering. Let you not? You undo the spell just now for me. You're not looking at ghosts? No look. No look. Sun Fei put down the talisman paper in her hand regretfully and handed it to the old lady. $200. Without saying a word, the old lady shivered and pulled out $100, stuffed it into Sun Fei's arms, and ran out without stopping while holding the child. Yan Fingting looked at the backs of his grandchildren and whispered, Are you telling the truth? I never lie. The 2 of them got in the car, and the driver occasionally looked through the rearview mirror, observing Sun Fei. Sun Fei looked up to meet his eyes. Something wrong? Ahem. Could you please read my fortune? Counting what? Look, this is my son. I want to ask him if he can go to college. Sun Fei looked at him and said, Yes, but you can't point fingers. How can you call it dictating? I'm his own father. There's no way I'm harming him. I'm just giving him advice. You have a narrow perception, a strong personality. You often lose your temper at home. You count your child bad outside. You think it's deserved if he does well in the exams, and when he does poorly, you beat him with a stick, and all the good things you say for him are pushing him into the abyss step by step. The driver's face sank, and he said in a cold voice, I don't want you to forget it. You're simply making things up. No parent would harm their own child. Who am I working so hard, getting up early and working late for? Who is it for when I can't afford to eat or drink? I'm doing it all for him. You're putting him in chains. Has your son been fidgeting a lot lately, talking to himself, having a nice sudden outburst and tearing up his homework? How do you know? He got major depression. He went to college. He volunteered for programming. And you thought it would be better to study Chinese medicine. And the older you got, the more popular you became. And on the last day of enrollment, you quietly changed your volunteer. That's right. I recently observed for a long time. Or Chinese medicine is popular. 70 or 80 years old are not worried about no place to work. Programming, that's what? I do not understand, but certainly will soon be eliminated by the society. Our old ancestors left something, is the most classic, but you lost your son because of it. He couldn't stand your control and left home and never came back in his life. He dares. The driver shouted out. If he dares to leave, I'll break his legs, and since I can give birth to him, I can beat him to death. Sun Fei didn't speak again, leaving only the driver's chatter of anger and complaints. Arriving at the downstairs of Pei's company, Yan Fingting quickly got out of the car, looked at the car that sped away, and muttered, he can really talk. Will he change? Sun Feiho shook his head. No, it will intensify, therefore changing the course of his son's future in advance. His son enrolled in the farthest school on the map, changed his password. His attempt to change it quietly didn't work. His son left overnight, and has been without his control ever since, working hard and then living happily ever after. Yan Fingting breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Feiha patted his shoulder. Let's go. Sun Feiha ignored the surprise of the people around him and directly brought him into Pei Jia's office. Chapter 65, I'm not a ghost. The lavishly decorated office was out of place with Yan Fingting's image at this time. Pei Jia sat behind his office chair and looked at the two people who came in, his sword brows lightly raised. Sun Feiha smiled and said, You're done with the meeting? You find someone to buy him some clothes. Pei Jia didn't say anything and directly ordered his secretary to go buy it. Yan Fingting approached Pei Jia Dao and carefully said, Brother Jia, long time no see. A childish voice but with the composure of an adult. Pei Jia looked at him strangely. You know me? It's me Jia. I'm Yan Fingting. Tangzi. Pei Jia immediately stood up from her seat and said in a cold voice, What are you babbling about? Isn't Tingzi out of the country? Yan Fingting's eyes reddened. I am out of the country, but I do not know why. I woke up in this little beggar's body. I've been to Yan's house, but I was kicked out. They said I was still abroad and hadn't come back, but I'm obviously here. Jia, you have to believe me. I'm not a liar. And don't be afraid. I have proof. When I was 7 years old, you and Mingju stole candy and ended up putting all the candy papers in my pocket, causing me to get beaten up. Pei Jia had already believed most of it in his heart at this point, and only the three of them knew about this matter. Sun Feiha interjected. I can prove that his soul and face don't match. I suspect that someone switched their souls. Pei Jia's mind turned steeply. Then who is in Tingzi's body now? Sun Feiha shook her head and said, I'll have to meet you before I can answer you on this one. Go, now. Pei Jia led the two of them out with great strides. Before going, he definitely had to clean up Yan Fingting, and when he appeared refreshed, Pei Jia slightly paused. Yan Fingting also said with a serious face, This child looks like me when I was a child. It can't be some illegitimate child of my father, right? Sun Feiha shook her head. No, there is no blood relationship between you. Are you sure? Quite sure. Sun Feiha said firmly. Yan Fingting also did not pursue. Pega rang the doorbell with the two men in tow. The butler-like man opened the door and saw Pei Jia and immediately said with a smile, Mr. Pei is here. Please come in. Our master happens to be at home as well. Pei Jia nodded slightly and entered the living room. Yan Fu had long heard the commotion. Even though Pei Jia was his junior, he still stood to greet him. Pei Jia, it's been a long time since you've been here. Have a seat. I've got some good tea here. Try some. This is Miss Sun. Right. Old Sun's life is really good. This girl is really good looking. If it is not snatched away by you early. In any case, I have to come to the door to do a cheeky. Yan Fu's attitude was kind and gentle. Even at children he didn't recognize, he kindly nodded slightly. This kid looked so much like Tengiz when he was a kid. Ha ha ha. Pei Jia opened the door and asked, When will Tingzi return? Speaking of this, Yan Fu's expression stiffened for a moment. Sighing, he said, Pei Jia, you and Tangzi grew up together, so I won't hide it from you. Something happened to Tangzi. You come with me. Pei Jia solemnly followed him upstairs, with Sun Feiha and Yan Fingting following behind in a sensible manner. Yan Fu glanced at them, and Pei Jia said, It's fine. They won't talk nonsense. Yan Fu was silent for a moment and turned to continue walking up the hill, pushing open one of the rooms. It was covered with all sorts of medical instruments, and the sound of a heartbeat meter dripping indicated that the owner of the body was still alive. There was a man sitting in the room, and when he saw Yan Fu come in, he hurriedly said, Dad, I'm reading with Big Brother. The doctor said that the family talking to him more often will help with the recovery. Yan Fu gratifyingly patted his shoulder. Good boy. Have a heart. Yan Fengwen nodded slightly at Pei Jia. Brother Jia. Yan Fingting rolled his eyes silently, and with a roll of his eyes, he spoke in a childish tone. Brother, what kind of book do you read? Can you show it to me? I haven't seen a book yet. Embarrassment surfaced on Yan Fengwen's face, and the book in his hand hid behind him. Brother, you're not cheating here, are you? Yan Fu also looked at him with some curiosity. Yan Fengwen thought for a moment before slowly taking the book out. Why is the sister in this book wearing so little? Is it too hot? Yan Fingting had already laughed out of his heart in a bad way, but he still spoke out to inquire. Only Yan Fengwen's face instantly reddened to his neck as he stuttered in defense. Dad, Big Brother used to like books like this the most. So, you fart. Who likes books like this? You like it. I see you have a lot of books like that hidden inside the inside of your closet. What's wrong with you? What are you doing going through my closet? I'm afraid you'll learn from the bad, Yan Fengwen replied subconsciously, half-heartedly. His gaze shifted to the huffing and puffing boy. Big brother? Yan Fengting collected the anger in his face and said dryly. Brother, I'm younger than you. Why are you calling me big brother? Yan Fengwen's eyes flickered, casting his eyes towards Yan Fu, whose mind was not here at this time, his gaze sadly looking at the person on the bed. Seeing that several people had something to say, Yan Fengwen wisely exited the room, only to keep his gaze fixed on Yan Fengting as he left. Yan Fengting muttered in a low voice, pretending, actually reading little yellow books to me. If I really die, the person who will be happiest is him. Sun Feiha shook her head disapprovingly. It's not him. What he just said is true. He sincerely wants you to wake up. Yan Fengting looked at Sun Feiha in surprise, his big eyes blinking vigorously. Sun Feiha nodded affirmatively. Yan Fengting instantly stopped talking. Had I misunderstood him all these years? Chapter 66, Papa Chile. Yan Fu sadly looked at his son lying on the bed, his tone heavy. Tingzi, in order to fight with A1, the company made a mess. When this child is honest, cover up and do not allow me to know. You say where there is an impermeable wall. I do feel a little disappointed in Tingzi. I intended to let him go abroad for a while to think about what he did wrong. If I knew something would happen, I would never have let him go out. Page ya, uncle. What is it exactly? I don't know exactly. I heard from the bouncer that he was drunk at the bar at night, and when he went back he was fine, and when I saw him during the day he hadn't gotten up, and when the bouncer pushed the door in, he was like this. I've been to all the specialists at home and abroad, and I can't find any cause. I'm just told that he's asleep. He's not asleep. It's that his soul isn't in this body anymore. Sun Feiha suddenly spoke out. Yan Fu turned his head to look at her. Pei Jia took her shoulders and said seriously, Xiao, he is very knowledgeable in this area. I think you must have heard about Xinyu's matter. You don't have to worry about Xiao He's ability. Yan Fu shook his head slightly. I'm not going to lie. I've looked for the people from the Metaphysical Society, and they can't see anything wrong. Sun Feiha said calmly. I can. If you trust me, I can help you take a look. Yan Fu didn't say anything, but slightly dodged a path. Now whatever hope he had, he wanted to hold on to it. Sun Feiha approached and pointed her finger on his forehead, her fingertip glowing with a glistening shimmer. Eyes slightly closed. A moment later, opened and said, he came out of the bar that night with a girl. Only the girl left halfway. Yan Fu's eyes suddenly widened. Indeed, but I didn't pursue it because I didn't think it was a big deal. Sun Feiha took one of Yan Fengting's hands and rolled his sleeve to the bottom. A tattoo appeared. Yan Fu frowned. When was this tattooed? How come I don't know? Yan Fengting was surprised and whispered. Don't say you don't know. I don't even know. Sun Feiha shook her head. This is not a tattoo. It's a life rune, betting his life to convert his soul. That's why I say, his soul is no longer in his body. If he can't awaken within a year, he'll fall into a permanent slumber. What then? Ms. Sun, can you get his soul back? Don't worry about his soul. I've found it. Ha? Where is it? Yan Fu's gaze eagerly looked into the void. Yan Fengting took a deep breath and stepped forward. Dad, I'm here. Yan Fu rubbed his eyes vigorously, and the listed veteran stumbled for the first time. You are Tingzi? Yan Fengting nodded his head repeatedly. I am, Dad. I woke up in the body of the little beggar. If you don't believe me, I can tell you something that only our father and son know. When I was 5 years old, you took me to inspect the construction site and forgot me on the way out. You remembered the next day. I slept with a workmate all night. He thought I was someone's unwanted child and had to make me call him father. You felt ashamed of the incident. You warned me not to tell anyone. That's right. There is this thing. Yan Fu didn't have the slightest doubt at this point. Then the person bought you a bag of chili fries, and you really called out to his father, and you were still dead set on going home with me. Yeah, I thought you didn't even like me back then. You wouldn't even let me have a chili bar. Tenko, Dad, you finally recognized me. I went back to the house before, but I was kicked out by the neighborhood security. I couldn't even see your face. The father and son hugged each other, and it was extraordinarily touching to watch. Dad, you got snot in my hair. I just washed it. Brat. Yan Fu slapped his head without any good humor. Yan Fu wiped his tears and looked at Sun Feiha, respectfully saying, Miss Sun, what now? First I have to find out who the person who fought for his life is before I can change him back. People's destinies are very complicated. I don't dare to mess around until I find the exact person. In case I change the wrong person, I still have to look for a needle in a haystack. Right. Can't mess around. Although this little beggar is a bit skinny, but young, in case it goes into some old man's body, I won't be miserable. Dad. Otherwise it's fine if you don't change it. Look at my looks. I'm destined to be a member of our family. And I'm still young. I'm going to elementary school now. I'm going to be a child prodigy. So you can just say that I'm your illegitimate son. Listening to Yan Fingting talking more and more out of tune, Yan Fu skillfully raised his hand and slapped on the back of his head, gritting his teeth. You don't care about your old man's death, ah? If your mom comes back and finds out later that you're such a big illegitimate child, she's sure to run away in minutes. Goo, take it easy. By the way, where's my mom? She didn't come home when I had such a big accident? I didn't tell her. She's running all over the world now. I heard she's going to some deep forest again, shooting some bird. I said I'd get it for her. She said I was bragging, that there's only one found in the whole world for now. Yan Fingting nodded and patted his arm as if to comfort him. Dad, don't be sad. This is my mom's hobby. Yan Fu also realized at this time that he had said too much, awkwardly coughed lightly and looked at Sun Feiha. I will find out as soon as possible. Since life for life, it must be a life and death feud. You can investigate in a southwesterly direction. Southwest? I do have a commercial building under construction. Okay, I'll look into it. Things could only be put on hold for the time being. They would come back when Yan Fu had the results, and Yan Fingting stayed in the Yan family for the time being. When the few people settled and opened the door to go out, they saw Yan Fengwen standing in the living room with a few cups of fruit juice, enthusiastically handing each person a cup. He handed it to Yan Fingting's heel and said with a smile, "This is mango juice. It's delicious." Yan Fingting pinched his waist and huffed, "I don't eat mangoes. You stupid ass." Yan Fengwen suddenly laughed, bending down and lifting him above his head, spinning him around in place. Yan Fingting was so scared that he wowed. "Yan Fengwen, put me down. You're crazy. I'm your brother. Let go of me." "Ah." Yan Fu laughed beside him. Pei Jia and the two of them took their leave straight away. After leaving the door, Sun Feiha asked, "Yan Fengwen is an adopted child?" "Yes, Tengzi is an only child. When he was young he looked at us, all of us had siblings, and always yelled that he was lonely. So his parents went to the orphanage and adopted Yan Fengwen. When they were kids the two were very close. Arwen was his little follower. I don't know why they suddenly broke up in high school. When Arwen was mentioned, Tengenko blew up." Pei Jia said and turned her gaze to Sun Feihua. Sun Feiha's almond eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled. Can't say. Pei Jia did not pursue the matter. After all, it was their privacy. At that moment the cell phone rang. "Sis, okay, I'll immediately instruct Secretary Li to go ahead and sit down." Seeing that he hung up the phone, Sun Feiha said in a blessed manner, "Something happened to the He family?" Chapter 67, He family accident? Something happened to the He family? Well, something big happened, but it's too dirty for me to tell you about it. This side of the well-informed. Lying at home He Fei still know nothing. Pei Yuan came out of the bathroom and sat on the stool next to the bed. Yuan, cough. What's wrong with you? He Fei opened his mouth breathlessly to ask. Pei Yuan lightly laughed and said, "Nothing. How is your body? Should I send you to the hospital?" He Fei braced his body and half leaned on the bed. The corner of his mouth barely raised a gentle smile and said, "No, I just have a small cold. I'll be fine soon." "A small cold?" Pei Yuan shook her head slightly and said, "It doesn't look like it to me." Are you really not going to the hospital?" He Fei waved his hand and said apologetically, "I'm sorry Yuan, I can't get up to cook for you." Pei Yuan waved her hand unconcernedly and said, "It's fine. It's just as well I go out to eat. Then I'll leave first." He Fei watched her walk away with a smirk on his face until the door closed and he immediately chilled his face and picked up his cell phone. "Hey, Daoist Ming, are you making fun of me? Why am I getting weaker and weaker every day, while Pei Yuan is alive and well? It shouldn't be. Are you sure she still has it on? She hasn't taken it off all day?" "I'm sure. I keep an eye on it every day. It's been almost a month. How come nothing good has happened to me at all? But the company is always in trouble. Tell you what, let's meet." He Fei was not talking, but directly hung up the phone, raised his hand and fiercely smashed the bed. He could only hope for Ming Daorun now. Jingle bells. The cell phone on the bed jumped up violently, and He Fei's heart pounded heavily. He always felt that this call was not good. "Hey, He Fei, you come quickly. Your father he had an accident." The stepmom on the other end of the line no longer had her old condescending tone, now filled with bemusement. He Fei asked in a cold voice, "What happened?" The stepmother was a little difficult to speak, and finally, under the repeated urging of He Fei, she whispered, "Your father was forced to be, and the lifeblood is gone. Oops, you come quickly." For a second, He Fei thought he had misheard, and he stumbled after him. "What did you say?" At this time, the stepmother was extraordinarily impatient, shouting loudly at the top of her voice, "Your father, He Tian, was forced to be by a man, and his lifeblood is gone. Do you hear me clearly?" Unsurprisingly, the entire hospital walkway went silent as the crowd looked at their stepmother in surprise, who covered her face in embarrassment and hung up the phone and ran straight out of the hospital. The He family was not silent, and with such a voice, within half an hour, the story had spread all over the city. No matter what time of the day, tabloid reporters are the best at drilling, and in order to get a handful of photos, it was a painstaking effort, coupled with Zhao Long's push and pull. He Tian's miserable appearance was thus reported in a big way. When He Feiyu arrived at the hospital, anyone with a cell phone saw the news. Looking at He Tian, who was lying on the hospital bed with no blood, he was happy and terrified. In He Tian's absence, he was the master of He. But there were many big projects that supported the company that really couldn't be taken down without He Tian. The police also arrived soon after and went over the details. Last night He Tian went to socialize. On the way back the car tires were pierced by nails. The driver got out of the car the moment he was knocked out. The drunken He Tian was taken away. The first crime scene has been found. After the blood on the ground and the scene can be seen, not only people, but also cattle hoofprints, said the police officer, a little difficult to say. He Feiyu also had a gloomy face. He gritted his teeth and said, "You mean they, cow, my father?" The policeman said seriously, "It should be true." He Feiyu Woods kicked hard toward the wall, and the policeman patted him on the shoulder understandingly, exhorting, "Don't worry, we'll do our best to track down the real culprit." At this point there was nothing the police could do to comfort him except say so. "Ah, you, what's wrong with Dad?" Pei Yuan rushed in, holding the latest newspaper in her hand, placing the clearest photo on the very outside. The impact of the photo was still great to He Feiyu. Looking at the tragic situation of He Tian, he violently shouted out, emotionally tearing the newspaper until it turned into shredded paper chipping. Pei Yuan stood next to him with his arms wrapped around his chest, watching him go crazy with a hint of pleasure in his eyes. In a light tone, he said to the policeman, "Any leads on the murderer?" The policeman shook his head gravely. "No, it was handled cleanly," which could indicate that this person is well thought out and has excellent counter-surveillance skills. "So it's hard? You could say that." "Yes, I know, please, just do your best. We understand if you can't catch them." It was the first time the police had ever met a victim's family that was so generous and sympathetic to them, and they stood dumbfounded. Pei Yuan didn't care about him, but looked at He Feiyu, his tone soft and comforting. "Ah, you, don't be sad." The newspaper tore it up. "It's all over the cell phone now." He Feiyu reddened his eyes and said incredulously, "A cell phone?" Pei Yuan nodded her head affirmatively and said in a seemingly innocent manner, "Everyone was talking about it on my way here. Asterisk 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 asterisk." He Feiyu raised his hand and punched the ground vigorously to vent his anger. Pei Yuan quietly rolled her eyes, and the police officer next to her snapped his eyes open, looking at her incredulously. Pei Yuan held out a finger in front of his lips. The policeman nodded knowingly and hurried away. Being praised by everyone as a talented and heavenly couple, it all seems to be fake now, and it's true that there are a lot of stories in the mansion. After event, He Feiyu leaned against the wall disheveledly. He was not angry for He Tian, but he could foresee that he was going to be finished, completely finished. Pei Yuan squatted beside him and whispered, "Ah, you, what are you going to do about the company? Do you need me to do anything?" He Feiyu suddenly looked up at Bui Yuan. "Yeah, as long as Pei Yuan is willing to make a move, everything is not a problem." Chapter 68, The Talisman Really Works. Yuan, I have to trouble you this time. Silly, we're husband and wife. Your business is my business. Don't worry, I'll help you keep He. Yuan, thank goodness I still have you. A family doesn't talk about two families, only you. If I want to intervene, I have to make a name for myself. When others say that I covet your company, then I'll be wrong to death. Who dares? Don't worry, with He Tian down, I'm now the head of He, and I'm fully entrusted with your help. Pei Yuan looked at He Feiyu with satisfaction, heartbreakingly helped him up, and said in a gentle voice, "Look at you, your face is white, you're still sick. This way I'll also open a ward for you, so that the doctor can give you a full body checkup. It's just that after Dad wakes up, you'll be convenient to take care of him as well, and the company's affairs will be left to me. When you're better, I'll give you back a better He's." He Feiyu was moved to look at Pei Yuan. His arms tightened violently and held her tightly in his arms. Pei Yuan, lying in his arms full of impatience, gently pushed him a bit, pouted, "Do not make a fuss. How many people watching it? You rest here. I'll go first. Now he's surely messed up into a pot of porridge." After saying that, he turned around and left without a care in the world, and a trace of guilt flashed in He Feiyu's eyes. With Pei Yuan in the center, he's immediately running. Pei Yuan did not sit in the office but found a random place, surrounded by her secretarial team borrowed from Pei Jia's company. With these people, It was as if his crowd had found their backbone and reported back in an organized manner. He Feiyue waited until Pei Yuan had left, and also braced himself and went out the door. They were busy outside. Mrs. Pei and Zhou Miaoyan were not idle, calling Pei's father who was traveling to hurry back. This is not Pei, dad just landed. Was dragged by two people to the Sun family. When two men meet, they can't help but talk about work. Old Pei, I haven't congratulated you yet. I heard that your cooperation with the British royal family was reached. Small business. Pei's dad didn't say much, but smiled and asked, I heard that your cooperation with the Ming family wasn't very smooth. Do you want me to be a middleman? Sun Hao waved his hand and said, no, he still has some concerns. I want to go to him once more. If it doesn't work, I'll think of another way. Pei's father said carelessly, good. If you need anything, just ask. We'll be family soon. Sun Hao squarely said, old Pei, I ugly words before. Although our Sun family is not as good as you, but I married my daughter. Not to take advantage of. My daughter is my daughter. Business is business. Business is business. If business doesn't work, it's because I'm not capable. It has nothing to do with my daughter. Pei's dad smiled and nodded after hearing this. What he was most satisfied with was this character of Sun Hao, doing things in one piece. Zhou Miaoyan discussed with Wu Rongrong and prepared to hold the engagement banquet and Sun Feiha's recognition banquet together in the capital's superstar hotel, Jia Yuan. The last time a banquet was held in it, it was a meeting of the chiefs of the nations. Don't worry, I've asked them to clear out 3 halls and open up the center. There's definitely enough space. Isn't this too much? Wu Rongrong asked hesitantly. Zhou Miaoyan waved her hand carelessly. What is this? Look, I prepared the wedding banquet. Old Lady Sun said. Xiao He is still young. Not at the legal age. It's a bit early to talk about marriage. Let them settle down first. Other things, later. Zhou Miaoyan knew that they misunderstood and smiled. Old lady, don't worry. It's not for the two of them to get married now. The earliest they can wait until the next year before Xiaohua can get a license. So I want to take advantage of this time to build a Chinese-style venue. Cover 1? Yes. The design drawings are out. Take a look. I think their wedding banquet must be unique. Those hotels in the capital. I'm not satisfied. Wu Rongrong looked at the site covering 100 acres and uttered in surprise. This is to build a city? The effect is carved beams in ancient buildings standing shoulder to shoulder. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a movie and television city. What? You also feel small? Zhou Miaoyan empathized. But the other places are too late for the time being, although it's a bit of a pity, but that's it. You also know that Jie isn't too young, and I'm anxious about this. Wu Rongrong, this is already very good. Better than I thought. In this case, the construction of the outside belongs to you, and the setup of the inner field belongs to me. No, we will soon be a family. No need for this politeness. I specially invited the craftsmen who repaired the Forbidden City to be the supervisors. You don't have to worry about it. It's great that Xiaohou met a mother-in-law like you. Zhou Miaoyan smiled and said, it's me who has to be grateful to Xiao He. Look at my face. Isn't it much better looking than before? Not a single one of the fine lines is gone. Wu Rongrong carefully observed a circle, and hurriedly asked, really? Your face looks so smooth. There are people who believe that you and Pei Yuan are siblings. What kind of program did you do? I'm going to do it too. When it comes to beauty programs, Wu Rongrong is extraordinarily energetic. Zhou Miaoyan patted her hand and said with a smile, I have to thank Xiao He. The talisman she drew really works. I got up in one night and my face was a lot whiter. The smile on Wu Rongrong's face paused for a second, and there was inevitably some discomfort in her heart. She is the real mother. It makes no sense to give good things only to Zhou Miaoyan, not to her son Qingyue, who was sitting quietly next to her. Her eyes flickered slightly. Auntie Zhou, if I may say that you and your sister really have a mother-daughter bond, otherwise it would be impossible to get along so well. I'm really happy for my sister that she's met you. With his mouth speaking, his afterglow stared closely at Wu Rongrong, only to see Wu Rongrong's face sink, and the smile at the corner of Sun Qingyue's mouth became even more real. Chapter 69, Catching Ghosts to Make Money. That made Zhou Miaoyan happy. She did like Sun Feiha. Haven't seen you for a while. Is Haru's mouth smeared with honey? Which is not. Just being honest. My sister is doing well, so mom doesn't have to worry about her. I'm happy when mom is happy, said reliantly rubbing Wu Rongrong's shoulder. Wu Rongrong's cold heart warmed slightly. You child. You're just filial. Zhou Miaoyan picked up. I really envy you. You have 2 daughters. Qingyue isn't too young. Do you have any ideas lately? Sun Qingyue shook her head slightly. I don't want to marry. I want to stay with mom and dad. Mom, you won't mind me, right? How come? If you don't marry for the rest of your life, mom will support you for the rest of your life. Sun Qingyue shook her shoulders and said in a petulant voice, Mom, How can I let you support me for the rest of my life? How can I say that I'm also a high school graduate from Tsingtao? I'll work hard and make money to support you. Yeah, Haruyu still graduated from Aoto. And to put it in perspective, she's still Jiajia's little sister. Wu Rongrong was so moved that her eyes turned slightly red, and she said in a loud voice, "Good, then Mom will wait." Sun Qingyue turned her head to look at Zhou Miaoyan and carefully said, "Auntie Zhou, I have an ungrateful request. If you find it troublesome, you can refuse me." Zhou Miaoyan asked curiously, "Tell me, I want to intern at Pays." Just as Sun Qingyue said it, Wu Rongrong immediately retorted, "No, why don't you go to your own company and help your dad and your brother?" Sun Qingyue smiled and said, "Mom, I don't go. Who doesn't know me in the company now? At that time everyone is holding me up. I don't want to be so hypocritical. I want to work out the real thing. Looking at the whole capital, only Pays is the top. Besides, who doesn't know? Jia is famous for his iron face. I heard that the person who resigned from Pays, wherever he goes, everyone is scrambling for him. Mom, I also want to try the feeling of being scrambled for and valued." Sun Qingyue said with reason. Wu Rongrong was still hesitating. Sun Hao had already smiled and said, "Good, no thanks to my Sun Hao's daughter. She has backbone. Old Pei, you won't refuse." Pei dad smiled and said, "It's good to have ambition. I've made the decision. Tomorrow you'll go to Pei's to work." "Uncle, really? That's great, but can you place me with Secretary Li?" "Why? Hey, I said, you guys don't laugh at me. I've met Dad's secretary Han, so I want to see what's the difference between the two secretaries." "Dad, you can't be mad at me. I just want to see the difference." Sun Qingyue ran to Sun Hao and sat on his arm and pampered him. Sun Hao laughed out loud. Pei's father also spoke up. "No problem. You'll report tomorrow." Sun Qingyue was like a little girl who had gotten candy, jumping up in surprise and realizing with hindsight that everyone was there. The white face turned red, and under the teasing eyes of the crowd, she shyly ran upstairs. Zhou Miaoyan looked at her back and lamented, Wrong, these two girls in your family are good. Which is like Yuan, a tomboy." Sun Qingyue stood at the entrance of the stairs and heard Wu Rongrong's compliments to her before she turned around and went back to her room. "Hey, is this Master Ming? I heard that you have an item in your hand that can make the other person love me to death. Money is not a problem, as long as this works for you." Hearing the affirmative answer, Sun Qingyue hung up the phone with satisfaction. "So what if you're engaged? It's the real marriage that counts." Sun Feiho doesn't know what's going on at home yet. At this moment, she was talking to Nan Xiaoyu. "Koho, I need your help. I'll give you an address and I'll wait here." Sun Feiho didn't hesitate and took Pei Jia with her, and when she arrived, she asked Pei Jia to wait for her in the car. When she arrived, there was already an old man and a young man standing outside the door, wearing the clothes of a Taoist priest and holding a white whisk in their hands. The flowery white beard looked extraordinarily immortal. Looking at the casually dressed Sun Feiha, he averted his eyes without any dust. Sun Feiha's afterglow faintly swept over the two men and went straight up to knock on the door. The door was opened by a nanny, who curiously stuck her head out and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Sun Feiha faintly, "It was Xiaoyu who called me to come, so just say that Sun Feiha is here." The nanny nodded her head repeatedly and whispered for Sun Feiha to wait a moment while she went in to inform. The little Taoist priest standing in the doorway asked curiously, "What are you here for, girl?" "Catch ghosts and make money." Sun Feiha's blunt words made the young Taoist froze for a moment, but it was the older Taoist next to him who grunted coldly. Sun Feiha twisted her head to look at him, but he turned his body slightly as if he disdained Sun Feiha's company. Sun Feiha retracted his eyes without caring, and then the door opened. From inside, a middle-aged man with an anxious face came out. He directly skipped Sun Feiha and respectfully said to the old Taoist priest, "Master, I'm really sorry to keep you waiting. Please come in, please come in." The old Taoist priest straightened his back and condescendingly swept past Sun Feiha to go inside. The middle-aged man respectfully led the way in front, and Sun Feiha followed behind unconcernedly. Sun Feiha stood still and watched carefully, but it was the old Taoist priest who had been walking in front of him who turned to look at Sun Feiha and said disdainfully, "What? Afraid?" Chapter 70, Male Ghost? Female Ghost. Sun Feiha blinked her almond eyes. The old Taoist priest had a pained look on his face. "A little girl's family can't go around soliciting. Our reputation has been tarnished by opportunistic people like you. I hope that you can change your ways in the future, and be a decent person." The corner of Sun Feiha's mouth hooked up into a smile. "I also think that it's better not to flaunt it. How can you talk? My master is called a real person everywhere he goes. How can you insult him like that? Quickly apologize." The young Taoist waited for Sun Feiha in dissatisfaction. "I'm not going to apologize to a liar." The old Taoist priest blushed and looked at Sun Feiha, but it was the male host next to him. looking at Sun Feiha's chesty appearance of eyeballs, smiled and rounded off the scene. Everyone calm down and calm down. See the real thing under the hand. But also please move. At this time he no longer ignored Sun Feiha, but smiled and invited her in. The old Taoist snorted coldly and flung down his wide sleeves. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't get scared and cry later. After saying that, without waiting for Sun Feiha to react, he took a step and went in. Sun Feihua walked in with his pockets indifferently inserted. At this moment, Nan Xiaoyu's eyes were red and she was sitting in front of a girl. Seeing Sun Feiha coming in, she hurriedly stood up, took her hand, and choked. Xiao He, you must help my cousin. Sun Feiha nodded slightly, and Meng Yu on the sofa, pale and sickly, half lying. Nan Xiaoyu whispered the story. Since last month, Meng Yu's life has been on the line several times, either being hit by a car or falling into a sewer. Anyway, how unlucky is how unlucky. Slowly the bad luck spread to the whole family. In the middle of the night there will often be a woman's cries, sobbing, and even the kitchen pots and pans suspended in the air. It looks like someone is cooking. This matter of the whole family is not light. Has invited a number of Taoist priests. Some real skills scared less. No real skills randomly waving a pass. Take the money to go away. The result was either a broken leg or a lot of blood before you even walked out the door. Nan Xiaoyu also heard that Meng Yu was seriously ill, so she came to take a look, and after hearing Meng Yu's description, she felt that she had to ask Sun Feiha for this matter, which led to today's scene. Xiao Yu, is this the master you swore to call out? Meng's mother frowned with a hokey expression. Nan Xiaoyu eagerly explained. Auntie, Xiao He is really great. Well, you guys can play when your cousin gets better. Meng's mother never looked at the two men again. Meng Yu said breathlessly, Mom, she's the master who helped Xinyu. Really? For the first time, Sun Feiha felt that she should go dye her hair gray or put a facial aging charm on herself. The scene of Xinyu, they had all seen it with their own eyes, but how could they not expect that it would be the little girl in front of them? Meng's mother was a little hesitant. The old Taoist frowned and flung his sleeve. Since you don't believe in the poor Taoist, it's just not meant to be, and I don't have to save you since it's not meant to be. Meng's father, who followed him in, hurriedly reached out to stop him. Real people, don't be angry. They are women who don't know what they are doing, but please real people to show off their skills. The money is all good. With that, he waved his hand, and the man standing in front of the door opened the box in his hand, which was filled with money. The old Taoist monk's footsteps out the door paused for a moment, and behind him was the disciple who hurriedly said, Master, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. And the disciple implores the master to save the life of a person. Only then did the old Taoist monk sigh quietly. That's just it. Say let me be kind-hearted. I can't see others suffer. In that case, everyone please watch. As his gaze swept ghostly across, he ended up pausing slightly for a second on Sun Feiha's body. Sun Feihua met him with a flat face, and the corner of the old Taoist priest's mouth lifted into a malicious smile. The little Taoist priest hurriedly put down the basket on his back and laid out the contents. Peachwood sword, Bagua array, soul-fixing money, a small tripod that looks like it has a long history. The little Taoist priest drew out 3 incense and lit it, then stepped back and stood next to it. The old Taoist priest picked up his mahogany sword and swept it over the misty smoke, and the lights in the room suddenly flickered, and everyone looked at the old Taoist priest with burning eyes. The old Taoist snorted coldly, drew a piece of talisman paper from his sleeve, mumbled a few words. The talisman paper circled around the incense a few times. The old Taoist casually raised his hand. The talisman paper unexpectedly burned itself without fire. The people around them burst out in shock, thinking that they had finally invited the real thing this time. The old Taoist priest's gaze looked at the crowd in triumph, and finally landed on Sun Feiha's body. Sun Feihua looked unchanged as she watched him play God. The more calm Sun Feiha was, the more unconvinced the old Taoist was, and he swung even harder, pointing his wooden sword to the corner and scolding sternly. Still not showing up. Do you think that if you hide here, the poor Taoist won't be able to see you? Everyone dodged to the side in fear, and Sun Feihua looked behind the old Taoist priest with a furtive gaze. In her line of sight, the female ghost was now standing behind the old Taoist priest, looking at him disdainfully, her green and purple dry fingers tugging at the old Taoist priest's hair. With a wave of his hand, he directly knocked the old Taoist priest's hat to the ground. Everyone froze for a moment, and the old Taoist priest jerked around to look behind him, unable to stop his heart from stuttering. Meng's father shivered. Real person. What is going on here? The old Taoist monk stabilized his mind and coughed lightly. It's okay, don't make a fuss. A male ghost only. Just now was poor Taoist scared. Hand flailing this just knocked off the hat. The people next to him were relieved and watched with anticipation as the old Taoist priest continued. The old Taoist picked up the bagua array on the table and threw it back. He took out a corked porcelain bottle from his pocket. By the looks of it, the bottle had some history. He carefully placed the bottle in the middle of the array and opened the cork. Sun Feiha's gaze suddenly became meaningful. The porcelain vase was not other than a little ghost. He showed his teeth at the old Taoist priest. Looked like he had a lot of resentment, and was eager to eat his appearance. Now trapped by the 8 trigrams formation, every time he lunged out, he would be blocked back. The old Taoist took the opportunity to pick up the soul-fixing copper coin on the table and said to the crowd, "Now the ghost has been trapped by me. This copper coin is called the soul-fixing copper coin. Everyone watch." As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, the old Taoist priest waved his hand and scattered the copper coins as if they had really smashed on the body of the ghost and were fixed in the void. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched this divine scene, and the old Taoist priest gloated. "Now I'm going to collect it." The old Taoist carefully drew out a piece of talisman paper from his pocket and said with emotion, "This is the ghost lowering talisman that I used 3 years of my life to draw. Hey, the fate has arrived, and I can't keep it," said Face with a heartbreaking wave out, only to see the yellow talisman in the high place to fix, slowly getting shorter and shorter, and finally sealed the bottle mouth. Only then did the old Taoist monk recork it with a wooden stopper and said with a smile, "This is the transformation bottle. No matter what kind of ghost goes in, it can't come out." Chapter 71, Female Ghosts. Old hair. The corners of Sun Feiha's mouth pursed lightly. She could see more clearly than the others. This was all a self-directed play by the old Taoist priest. The talisman paper didn't work at all, but rather, this porcelain vase had an oddity, which was able to raise ghosts as well as collect ghosts. This ghost looked like it wasn't the first time he had performed out like this, being trapped and unable to enter the wheel of reincarnation, and not being allowed to be free. It would be strange if he didn't get angry. The old Taoist priest should be glad that this bottle trapped that little brat. Otherwise, Sun Feihua pinched her fingers and shook her head slightly. This old Taoist priest's karma was on the little brat. Sun Feiha's movements naturally couldn't escape the eyes of the old Taoist priest. He smiled and said, "Little Taoist friend, what are you shaking your head for?" Now this sound of little Taoist friend was tantamount to nakedly satirizing Sun Feiha. Sun Feihua said with a relaxed posture, "Are you done scratching?" The old Taoist monk held his beard and proudly shook the porcelain vase in his hand. "Of course." Sun Feiha slowly went up. "What do you think of this male ghost's Taoism?" The old Taoist priest did not speak, but stood tall and proud with his hands behind his back. The little Taoist priest next to him immediately said, "Aren't you talking nonsense? This male ghost is just a useless embroidered pillow, only pretending to be a god to mortals. My master will naturally come to hand." Sun Feiha suddenly laughed out softly. The young Taoist frowned in displeasure. "What are you laughing at?" Sun Feiha didn't answer, but looked up at the female ghost lying on the roof. "What are you waiting for? He doesn't even know if you're a man or a woman. Are you really an embroidered pillow?" At this time, the female ghost's body was turned around. Her head was hanging low to fall, and she did not look at the old Taoist priest when she heard Sun Feiha's words. Instead, like a centipede, it climbed down the wall quickly, leaving blood-red marks wherever it went, almost crawling to Sun Feihua's feet. Sun Feihua said with lowered eyes in disgust, "Stay away from me. I'm in white." The female ghost looked at her in a gloomy and lordly manner. "Little girl, I advise you to mind your own business. You're making me lose face like this." "Ping well, you're just toast, aren't you?" A frown creased her brow when she finished speaking, and Ing Ying's fingertips poked at her forehead. With this light touch, the female ghost suddenly covered her face and wailed out. Her face bubbled up with gusts of hot air, looking like boiling water, and carrying a gust of putrid stench. The ceiling of the house, with the cries of the female ghost, suddenly burst, and all the people were frightened and screamed, looking for a place to hide. Sun Feiha raised her hand and pulled out her ears, interrupting with dissatisfaction. "Shut up!" The female ghost backed away in fear and finally covered her mouth, and the lights in the room stopped bursting. Nan Xiaoyu approached Meng Yu and said excitedly, "Cousin, I told you that Xiaohe is very powerful. Don't worry, she will definitely let you get rid of your illness." Sun Feiha inserted her pockets and sat on the single sofa, legs folded, body slightly leaning back. A lazy look coldly said, "Tell me, why are you pestering her?" The female ghost stammered and couldn't speak. Sun Feiha supported her forehead with one hand. Her posture was idle. "If you don't say it, I can only supersede you into the road." The female ghost looked at her hesitantly. "If I tell you, where are you sending me?" Sun Feiha sneered. "That depends on what you've done." Saying this, her eyes searched around, finally picking up a cleaning chicken feather duster and tapping it on the ground. The female ghost shivered and gave a clean account. "It's all because of Meng Yu's mouth. The Meng family is preparing to develop a new electric building, and the female ghost's grave is underneath. The female ghost has no one to offer it to, and has been floating around. When she returned one day, she happened to meet the construction site, the rituals before the start of the work, and the female ghost thought she could have a feast. I didn't expect Mengyu to keep interrupting the ceremony by complaining about the sun 1 minute and saying it's all a fake lie the next. Originally, I didn't want to get into it with her, but who would have thought that when the ceremony ended, Mengyu's high heels tripped over a dirt pit and directly toppled the tributes on the table to the ground. The female ghost waited for nothing, so naturally she relied on Mengyu's body. Plus Mengyu's 8 characters were weak, so since she couldn't eat the tribute, she could only suck her anger. Sun Feiha nodded the chicken feather duster in her hand. Is that all? The female ghost thought for a moment. Their family's 8 characters are all pretty weak, so it's a waste not to suck. Sun Feiho, harmed anyone yet? The female ghost shook her head repeatedly. No, they are all alive and well. Just a bit unlucky. Sun Feiha swept her up and down. You're eating your brains out. For the critique of body shape, every woman cares. Even if she has become a ghost, don't you talk nonsense. My body shape is called well-proportioned. Understand? Plump and beautiful. Sun Feiha skimmed her lips, turned her head to the old Taoist priest, and pointed at the female ghost. Do you want to talk to her? The old Taoist monk coughed lightly and said with a straight face, Little girl, don't you dare to make a pretense here. The ghost has obviously been collected by me. Didn't you bring that ghost? The old Taoist immediately straightened his face and said sternly, Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. I never tell lies. You go and release that brat. As soon as her words fell, the porcelain vase that stayed quietly in the old Taoist priest's hand suddenly broke free from his hand and floated in the air. The old Taoist was so furious that he tried to go up and grab it back. The porcelain vase flew even higher, and the old Taoist failed to catch it with several jumps. The old Taoist gasped. What do you want? Sun Feiha slightly shook her head. Don't want anything, I just want to prove that I, for one, never lie. The old Taoist priest's eyes became gloomy and ghastly. Sun Feiha didn't care to take out a piece of talisman paper from his pocket and threw it into the air as if it was unintentional. The yellow talisman immediately burned, and the people around him let out a low cry. The Meng family looked at her with even more fervor. As the yellow talisman burned out, smoke filled the room, and everyone's vision immediately became different. Looking at the female ghost squatting in the corner, bloodied, and immediately screamed out loud. Even the little Taoist was no exception, shivering and standing behind the others. The female ghost fawned and handed the bottle to Sun Feiha. Sun Feiha took it in her hand and opened the stopper, and a vaguely small ghost floated out of it slowly, and the ghost subconsciously lunged forward, wanting to tear at the person in front of her. Sun Feiha's eyes were cold, her fingers tapped, and the little brat was immediately immobilized. Turning to Sun Feiha, let go of me. Who are you? Where is that weedy old Taoist priest? Sun Feiha's chin lifted lightly. There it is. The little ghost turned to look at the old Taoist priest with eyes wide open and shouted, Old thing, give me back my life. Chapter 72, In my next life, I want to be a rich kid. Shivering, the old Taoist priest pulled something out of his sleeve and sprinkled it on the little kid, who immediately looked as if he was being burned by a blazing fire, his soul unstable as if he was about to dissipate. Sun Feiha scared impatiently. How useless. Reaching out, he gave a slight nod, stabilizing his about-to-be floating body, even solidifying it a bit. Seeing this, the old Taoist priest chided. How can you aid and abet? Sun Feiha raised her eyebrows lightly and smiled innocently. He is not unprovided for. He should have entered reincarnation a long time ago, but it is a pity that he was locked up in this bottle by you, dissipating his fortune for you to drive him, and now that he has come back with a vengeance. It's also the cycle of karma. 2 tears of blood were left in the little ghost's eyes, and he kowtowed heavily to Sun Feiha, then lunged at the old Taoist priest with a face full of viciousness. The old Taoist priest was so scared that he panicked and ran towards the door, and the young Taoist priest, shivering and not daring to follow him out, surreptitiously took off the hat he was wearing on his head and casually threw it on the ground. Meng's mother stuttered and whispered, Master, please take her away? Mummy hid behind the couch and reached out to point at the female ghost. It's fine to send her away, but you have to make sure that you burn enough plutonium for her by 12 o'clock tonight. Mengyu must sincerely apologize to her, and starting tomorrow, you have to do a public service once a year for 10 years. Meng's mother was busy nodding. Yes, we all agree. Sun Feiha scanned the crowd until everyone nodded sincerely. Then she waved at the female ghost. Dabbing a bit of vermilion, he drew a charm directly on her body. Sucking popularity is against heaven and harmony. This place is almost sucked into a lair by you. It is natural that you will not be able to go down there without suffering a little bit of flesh and blood, but they have promised to burn a sufficient amount of medieval coins for you, and you can take it to bribe the ghost messengers, but it can be a lot easier. and it is considered to be their reparation for your sins. The female ghost nodded hesitantly. You promise I'll still be human in my next life? Sun Feiha nodded. Can I choose then? I'm not afraid of skin and flesh suffering. I want to be reincarnated in a rich family. Preferably my parents should be good looking, and they should also love me. They can't emphasize sons over daughters, and I have to be good looking, and you can arrange a good marriage for me, and I'll be. The female ghosts were getting more and more. Sun Fei was brows furrowed, and with a gentle wave of her hand she directly sealed her mouth, and a hole with bubbling in she appeared on the ground. Sun Feiha directly kicked the female ghost down, and as the black hole disappeared, she lightly clapped her hands and said to the crowd, "There!" Because the time of the talisman paper is limited, so the back of the scene everyone did not see, and now only heard Sun Feihe said good, and immediately jumped in place with excitement. Meng's father respectfully pulled out a card from his pocket. "Master, there's $1 million in here, please smile." Sun Feihe took it without caring. Meng's father breathed a sigh of relief and looked at her kindly. "I heard Xiao Yu say that you are the daughter that Sun Hao found back. I trust a big. You call me Uncle Meng on the line. I'm an old friend of your father. Our two companies also have a lot of business dealings." Sun Feiha smiled and shouted, "Uncle Meng." Meng mother hurriedly stepped forward, took the Park Chui bracelet on her hand and set it into Sun Feiha's wrist. Just now it was Auntie who spoke wrongly. "Auntie apologizes to you. This bracelet is not a good thing, but it's also worth a few bucks. It's considered to be my atonement. When Meng Yu is well, I'll take her with me and personally go to Sun's house to say thank you." Sun Feihua nodded her head with a good smile. Meng's mother turned to Meng's father and said, "Last time, did Sun Hao look for you to talk about some kind of cooperation? You numbly let the secretary contact. This business I see can be done." Meng's father was stunned for a moment before he reacted and nodded repeatedly. Sun Feiha smiled and said, "In that case, I'll tell Uncle's fortune for free as a return gift from this niece of mine. Uncle Meng, pay attention to your protection in the next 3 days. Stay away from the patient and try not to eat out." "Why?" Nan Xiaoyu asked curiously. "For 3 days there will be evil winds entering the body, and if you are struck, the fever will last off and on for a week, and pneumonia will develop." Meng's mother immediately promised, "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him for the next 3 days." Meng's father also nodded repeatedly. Sun Feiha drew a talisman and handed it to Mengyu before she left. "In a moment, you burn it yourself. Don't throw the dust away. Tomorrow morning pick some dewdrops, boil water and drink it. The yin qi on your body will naturally dissipate. Eat more nutritious ones to make up for it later." Mengyu took it like a treasure and repeatedly promised that she would definitely not talk nonsense in the future. Because Nan Xiaoyu was going to stay for a while, she sent Sun Feiha to the car before going back. "Dad, Meng's contract is delayed. The following movements can't run." Sun Mingju said with a heavy face. "Meng Tai, that kid, a thief. Do not see the rabbit. I'll go to him once more. Really cannot. And then add another investment of 500 million. Sun Hao sighed slightly. Meng was also facing a transformation now. E-commerce is a new field, and besides pay, only Meng Tai has that strength. The father and son had just finished speaking when the phone rang. "Hey, Sun Hao, this is Meng Tai." The loud voice on the phone managed to make both men prick up their ears. "Ha, old Meng. I was looking for you. Let's brother and sister don't talk about falsehoods. The matter of cooperation. You let the secretary prepare the contract. Tomorrow we will sign. Ha ha ha. Sun Hao, I really envy you. You have such a powerful daughter." "My daughter? It's your daughter. Our family Xiaoya recently recruited some unclean things. Your daughter a hand to solve it. Old son, we can often contact in the future. About a time, our two families to eat a meal together." Sun Hao agreed in a daze and didn't even react when he hung up the phone. Sun Mingjue swallowed dryly and froze. "Xiao he gave the solution?" Sun Hao stood up violently and laughed. "Indeed, she is my good daughter. This is how you plan to reward my sister." "Dad, after all the credit she's gotten?" "Sun Hao, anything. Let's book a restaurant at night. We'll all go out for a meal as a family, and I'll fulfill whatever Xiao he wants at that time." Sun Mingjue asked for the reward for his sister, before turning to the phone. Chapter 73, Planting Seedlings? Fortune-telling and ghost-catching. When Sun Qingyue heard that the whole family was going to have dinner together in the evening, she heard the housekeeper say that Sun Feiha was not at home, and immediately ran upstairs with excitement, changed into the latest dress, and shouted for the makeup artist to come to her door. She walked into the top floor of the Jiayuan Hotel with Wu Rongrong on her arm in all her glory. It's an all-glass dome design with an unobstructed view of the starry sky outside, and in keeping with the aesthetically pleasing dreamy setting, light and shadow have been put in place, and there's a daily drone show that's beautiful to behold. Sun Qingyue playfully said to Wu Rongrong, "Mom, I'm still relying on Dad's blessing. I haven't even been here before." What happy event did Dad encounter today? Wu Rongrong shook her head. I don't know. Your father didn't say. Let's go in first. There were security personnel inside the door of the top floor. There were only 5 boxes here. Sun Mingjue was still looking for Pei Jiakai to insert himself into the queue, or else he could only be on those floors below. Wu Rongrong showed the room verification code in her cell phone that she changed at any time, and the security then let her go. Sun Qingyue joked. Mom, do you see that security guard handsome? I heard that the security here not only requires hands, but also has hard requirements for looks and height, and they are $100,000 a month. Wu Rongrong said disapprovingly. What are you looking at them for? You can't be confused. If you want to marry such a class, I disagree with you 10,000 times. Sun Qingyue said with some sadness, but after all, I'm not your biological child. Others call me Miss Sun on their mouths, but actually in their hearts they are laughing at me. Who said that? You'll always be my daughter. I'll help you with your life's work. You can't make a mistake for me. Mom, you're so good to me, but don't you go through all this trouble for me for nothing. I'm not like my sister who's biological. How can others give 3 points of face? If I were to go on a blind date with someone else, they'd be laughing their asses off. The joke is that I'm a fake Miss Sun, and when the time comes, I'm afraid Mom will be embarrassed with me, and I don't want that. Wu Rongrong painfully took her in her arms and softly said, No, if it's such a family, we still won't marry. You believe in Mom's vision. Sun Qingyue looked at Wu Rongrong with Han adoration in both eyes and said petulantly, Mom, I really wish I was your own daughter. My sister and I are different in this one point. Even if she goes on a blind date, no one else would dare to do anything about it? If I were like my sister and engaged to Pei Jia, surely no one would dare to laugh at me. Wu Rongrong laughed and patted her hand. Don't talk nonsense. Your sister and Pei Jia are destined by heaven. Sun Qingyue nodded her head obediently. I know. My sister broke Pei Jia's spell. I'm just worried. My sister didn't go to college. I'm afraid that the two of them don't have much in common, and now just about any woman can come within 3 steps of him. By then my sister won't have an advantage, and with just that one skill of hers, I'm afraid that she'll end up being disliked by Pei Jia. When Sun Qingyue didn't say anything, Wu Rongrong didn't think of this, and now that she reminded her, Wu Rongrong's heart began to mutter. After the freshness of the two people subsides, can Xiao He and Pei Jia talk together? Can they talk about farming and planting rice seedlings, fortune-telling and catching ghosts? Seeing Wu Rongrong in deep thought, Sun Qingyue's eyes flashed with complacency. Alright, Mom, I'm just saying it off the top of my head. Let's go eat. Wu Rongrong looked at her favorably, pushing open the door of the box and seeing Sun Feihe sitting inside. Sun Qingyue's smile suddenly stiffened on her face. Sister, what are you doing here? Sun Feihe slightly narrowed her almond eyes and said in a flirtatious tone. What? You didn't know I would come? Didn't you say the whole family would eat together? Sun Qingyue said as if she was a little embarrassed. Sister, I just casually asked. You don't need to question me like that. If you don't like it, then I'll leave first. Excuse me. Owing slightly, Sun Qingyue turned around and was about to leave. Wu Rongrong hurriedly stopped her, and Sun Qingyue lay on her shoulder, looking a little sad. Wu Rongrong gently patted her back and frowned at Sun Feihe. Xiao He, when did you speak so harshly? She's your sister. You have to respect her. Sun Feihe asked suspiciously. Did I say anything excessive? I was just joking with my sister. Can I even joke? Wu Rongrong's reproach was stuck in her throat, and thinking back, Sun Feihe didn't say anything excessive. It was Sun Qingyue who reacted a bit more. Sun Qingyue also realized this problem and apologized. Sister, I'm sorry, it's because I reacted too much. Ever since you came back, I've watched my parents and brother surround you, so it's a little hard to bear. Sister, can you sympathize with me? Sun Feihe shrugged her shoulders indifferently. No problem. After all, you were the one who accompanied them for all those years I was away. Even if it was to raise an animal. Bio. All have feelings, let alone a person. A trace of annoyance flashed in Sun Qingyue's eyes. As she looked at the slightly raised corners of Sun Feihe's mouth, she always felt that it was a taunt to her. And even though she couldn't wait to pounce on her right now and tear the other party's face apart, she had to hold back, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit off. Sun Mingjue stood up and rounded off the conversation. Have a seat. Thanks to Xiaoyi's blessing today, we're in for a treat. Sun Qingyue asked curiously. Why? Sun Hao gave a loud laugh and told the story, his eyes carrying pride. Wu Rongrong happily complimented her several times, and Sun Feihe nodded with a light smile, looking polite and decent. Wu Rongrong always felt uncomfortable in her heart. If Sun Qingyue, at this time, she must have hugged her arm and started to pamper her. Hey, in the end, it was raised outside and not close to her. Luckily she has Qingyue. Sun Feihe's hand with the menu paused slightly, Sun Mingjue smiled and came closer. Xiao He, what do you want to eat? Brother will help you order. Chapter 74, Qingyue's substitute marriage? Before Sun Feiha could say anything, Sun Qingyue pouted. Brother, why don't you ask me? It's true that you only hear the newcomers laugh and don't see the old ones cry. Sun Mingjue let out a loud laugh. Nonsense. What kind of analogy is this? Thanks to you being a college student. Well, brother can't see me as a college student now. Can he? Mom, make up your mind for me. Saying that, he jumped into Wu Rongrong's arms and pampered himself. Wu Rongrong smiled and stopped the two from bickering. Sun Mingjue shook his head helplessly and turned his head to Sun Feiha. Xiao He, don't mind her. What do you want to eat? I'll order for you. Sun Feiha closed the menu and faintly said, anything, I'm not picky. Sun Qingyue said thoughtfully, brother, if you ask like this, sister must not know what to eat? You have to tell her what's in the menu. Oops, you boys are just careless. Sister, listen to me introduce you. This Hong Luk is actually an 8-headed abalone, which is rich in nutrients and has an elastic texture. The Sea Emperor gathering braised shark's fin, which contains shark's fin, sea cucumber, scallop columns and abalone. These ingredients are not only flown in the morning, but the grams in them are all carefully matched. The more Sun Qingyue spoke, the more complacent she became, with a sense of superiority. Carefully introducing, Sun Feiha's body slightly leaned back, the corners of her mouth with a faint smile, her eyes containing encouragement. Sun Qingyue couldn't speak at once, her voice getting smaller and smaller. What's wrong? Why doesn't sister introduce anymore? Is she tired? It's still sister who's sweet and introduces clearly. Much better than our village matron's speech. Sun Hao asked with interest. How do all the damsels in your village introduce the menu? Ha ha, is no better than an old hen crowing. Sun Hao laughed along with him. Sun Qingyue could no longer hang on to her smile and sat on the side in silence, clutching the corners of his coat tightly. Plates of beautiful ornaments were placed on the stage and a managerial-looking man came in with a bottle of red wine. Ms. Sun, this is what Mr. Pei asked me to send. Have a nice evening. Sun Mingju did not see the field to receive. Surprised out, Romani, this vintage of wine cannot be rare, when the price of the auction has been in the million or more. Jia, this is bleeding. He. Xiaohua, thanks to you, otherwise we cannot drink such a good wine. After Sun Mingjue finished speaking, Sun Hao's craving had already come up and asked the manager to send it over after he sobered up. Sun Qingyue had hatred in her eyes and said with her mouth, it seems that my sister has a really good relationship with the Pei family. In the morning, Auntie Zhou was still praising you for knowing how to do things, and gave her some kind of beauty talisman, but she made Mom envious. As soon as she mentioned what happened in the morning, Wu Rongrong was inevitably a little upset. Xiao He, why didn't you tell Mom that you have any beauty talisman? If I had known that you had one, I would have used it a long time ago. I'm not doing so well with this skin lately. Mom, you didn't ask. I'll draw you one if you like. That was too much for Wu Rongrong to pick up. Shouldn't it be Sun Feiha who took the initiative to draw one for her? He had to make himself ask for it. Wu Rongrong's heart seemed to be blocked with a stone. Seeing this, Sun Qingyue smiled and said, although Mom is already naturally beautiful, I think it's not bad to have a beauty charm. What do you say, sister? Her step was handed at the right time. Wu Rongrong gave her an appreciative look, and Sun Qingyue pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Sun Feiha wiped her hands, took out a yellow talisman and immediately drew one. Wu Rongrong took it in a hurry and carefully put it in her bag. Do you want it? Sun Qingyue didn't expect Sun Feiha to ask herself, but no woman could resist the temptation to become beautiful and nodded instantly. Sun Feiho handed her one. Smiling, he said, this rune can make one beautiful, but one has to have a good heart, or else it's not beauty but disfigurement. Wu Rongrong nodded unconcernedly. She had never thought of harming anyone. With those words, Sun Feiha brought back the eyes cast on Sun Qingyue. The meal was, on the whole, satisfactory to all. When the family returned home and lay in bed, Wu Rongrong had been pondering Sun Qingyue's words in her heart. She pushed Sun Hao next to her and whispered, hubby, do you think Xiao He and Pei Jia can last long? Sun Hao looked at her curiously. Why do you ask? Wu Rongrong spoke Sun Qingyue's words over again. After all, Sun Hao had been in the shopping mall for a long time, and immediately heard that something was wrong. What does she mean by that? Want to marry in place of Xiao He? As soon as Wu Rongrong saw this look on his face, she immediately stood up. Why are you talking so loudly to me? I'm your wife, not your subordinate. Sun Hao helplessly held his forehead and apologized. Wrong. I don't mean that. I just think it's wrong for Qingyu to say that. What's wrong with that? She's grown up under our noses. What kind of bad intentions could she have? She's just worried about Xiao He. Don't you dare to use the company set at home, even if Qingyue is unintentional. No one has been able to get close to Pei Jia for so many years. The fact that Shouty cracked the situation as soon as she arrived proves that the two are destined for each other. So let's stay out of it. But what if the two don't get along well after marriage? Then, wrong. You think I'm incompetent, don't you? You can only rely on your daughter's marriage and climb the relationship? Sun Hao sank his face. Wu Rongrong immediately shook her head and jumped into his arms. Hubby, why would you think that? You are the best in my heart. The eternal hero. Sun Hao took her shoulders and softened his tone. Since we don't intend to marry, but simply marry our daughters, then don't think about it so much. If Xiaohou doesn't get along well with Pei Jia, then get a divorce. My Sun Hao's daughters, I can still afford to raise them. Wu Rongrong nodded approvingly. Hubby, you're right. It's me who thinks too much. I'll change in the future. The delicate admission of fault made Sun Hao instantly soften his heart, and his heart was moved with intent. Rolled over and pinned her to him. What's the matter? You're gentle. Chapter 75. Don't you love me? Why don't you give me your lifespan? He Fei Yue dragged his weak body to the villa. Daoist Ming had already waited there early, and the moment he saw He Fei Yue, his surprise couldn't be concealed at all. He stared at He Fei Yue for a long time, poured out 6 more coins to carefully divine, and sighed in the middle of the day. He Fei Yue was looking at him in his heart, and when he heard him sigh, he couldn't sit still. Eagerly, he asked, "What's going on? Tell me." Without haste, the Ming Daoist said, "Mr. He, you don't have long to live." What? He Fei Yue stood up from the sofa in surprise, pointing at him and questioning, "Didn't you say it was Pei Yuan who was going to die? How come it's me now?" The bright Daoist frowned and said, "Yeah, there shouldn't be a mistake." He Fei Yue was so anxious that he seemed like an ant on a hot pan, questioning loudly, "What now? Am I really going to die? Isn't this your thing? You must have a way, right?" "This," said Ming Dao Man with some hesitation. "I have money. As long as you help me, I can give you lots and lots of money," He Fei Yue said eagerly. A smile appeared on Daoist Ming's face as he waved his hand at He Fei Yue and said, "Mr. He, don't be in a hurry. There's still room for things to turn around." He Fei Yue then breathed a sigh of relief, and Daoist Ming continued, "As long as someone is willing to make a sacrifice, naturally her lifespan can be transferred onto you." "Sacrifice? Right. All you have to do is give me her birthdate and then lure her into my spell," He Fei Yue said decisively. "Is Bui Yuan okay?" The bright Daoist stroked his beard and said with a smile, "I thought you were going to say He Tian." "Humph. That old thing is already old and won't live much longer," He Fei Yue said disdainfully. Daoist Ming teased, "You didn't have this attitude the last time you mentioned Pei Yuan." He Fei Yue's expression lurched and he impatiently stood up and said, "Get ready. When can you set it up?" "Tomorrow. I'm going to get ready." "Okay, I'll call Pei Yuan here on time. And this time you have to promise that it will be foolproof. You have to realize that if I'm gone, so is your money." Daoist Ming nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, there will be no accidents this time." He Fei Yue was relieved to pick up his cell phone and asked Pei Yuan to meet him here. Originally he wanted to find an excuse, but he didn't expect Pei Yuan to agree very dryly, so he hung up the phone in the same way. Pei Yuan did not hesitate and immediately told the two Pei Jia about the situation. Sun Fei has said with a relaxed smile, "It's just as well. He's even found a venue. Save yourself the trouble." Without delay, at the appointed time, the trio set off straight away. Looking at the familiar villa in front of her, Pei Yuan said with emotion, "Our first date was here, and I didn't expect it to end here too. Everything is fixed. Don't be sad." The corners of Pei Yuan's mouth lifted into a faint smile as she took the lead and stepped inside. He Fei Yue sat on the sofa and stood up eagerly when he saw Pei Yuan come in. Yuan, you're here." Pei Yuan changed her previous warm smile and was extraordinarily cold at this time. He Fei Yue didn't take it seriously, thinking she was tired, and smiled as he tried to get her to sit on the couch. Pei Yuan looked at the people behind her. He Fei Yu then followed. The moment he saw Pei Jia and Sun Fei He Fei Yu not only wasn't afraid, but also had an excited smile on his face. If the lifespans of all three were transferred to him alone, wouldn't he be the equivalent of immortality? "You're happy?" Sun Fei Hu tilted her head to look at him, then looked upstairs and said in a light tone, "Won't the people upstairs come down?" He Fei Yu sheepishly glanced upstairs, coughed lightly, and denied, "What are you talking about? There's no one else here. Just us." "Yes?" Sun Fei Hu stepped forward indifferently, kicking over the sofa and coffee table, revealing the blood-soaked spell on the floor. He Fei Yu's pupils snapped into a lock as he wondered how Sun Fei Ha had found out. Sun Fei Ha stepped on the sofa and said in an indifferent tone, "That's what you're aiming for. This spell is good. Once it's activated, Pei Yuan's lifespan will be transferred on you." He Fei Yu didn't dare to look at Bui Yuan and stammered in defense, "Don't be ridiculous. I don't know what's going on here either. I'm innocent." "Innocent?" Sun Feiha sneered. Her fingertips gathered spiritual energy, and with a wave of her hand, the glass upstairs exploded. Only a scream was heard, and a bloodied man ran down in a heap. Ming Daoran cursed furiously. This breath, dead girl, all the good things I did before were all because of you, weren't they? What did you say? Is it a little ghost that doesn't sleep in the middle of the night? Or a jade pendant that hooks people's hearts? Or an evil spirit that possesses them? Sun Feiha said with an idle gesture. If you say these, it is indeed me. There's a reason for the injustice. Since you're here, don't blame me for coming down hard. Mr. He, if you don't want the life expectancy of these people, He Feiyue looked deeply at Pei Yuan, walked behind Taoist Ming, and said in a cold voice, I want them all. Good. Taoist Ming looked at the trio grimly. He Feiyue turned to Pei Yuan with a complicated face and said, Yuan, don't blame me. I was forced to do this. I'm dying. Don't you love me? How about giving me your lifespan? Pei Yuan, you want my life? He Feiyue, I can't help it. It's better for you to die than for me to die. Bah! What kind of dog are you? How is your life as valuable as my sister's life? You scum! You shall not die. Xiao Huang angrily pinched his waist and stood on Pei Yuan's shoulder and cursed away. Taoist Ming's eyes snapped wide open and he said in a surprised tone, There's actually a spirit here. Well, this is indeed a good day. It's my lucky day. Chapter 76, Father and Son off the line. Ming Daoran salivated and looked at Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang rolled his eyes at him and cursed. Don't turn your old dry-skinned face on me. Smile like you've eaten. Talk stinks. Today is not your lucky day. It's your time to die. Sister Xiaohua, will send you to hell. Xiao Huang scolded painfully. The Ming Taoist instead became happier and happier, and suddenly laughed out loud. That's good. Your spirit is greatly opened. You're a rare treasure in the world. When I tame you, no one in the world will ever be my match again. Not even if that old thing San Shan comes back to life. As Taoist Ming talked to himself like he was having a seizure, Xiao Huang turned to Sun Feiha and said, Sister Xiaohua, get him. Sun Feiha nodded and said to Taoist Ming, What are your last words? Ming Daoran disdainfully glanced at Sun Feiha and mocked. I should be asking you this. Dead girl, when you get to the ground, don't tell the wrong person. The one who wants you dead is He Feiyue, and I'm getting paid to do the job. As soon as the words left his mouth, he violently yanked something out of his sleeve and threw it directly at the trio, while he himself reached out and grabbed Xiao Huang. Sun Feiha snorted coldly, stepped forward, grabbed the thing that lunged at him, and lifted his foot to kick on the waist of Taoist Ming, who was directly kicked off. The thing in her hand kept struggling, and Sun Feiha looked at the thing covered in black gas. Her fingers quickly drew a talisman on it, then threw it towards Taoist Ming. Ming Daoran did not think, even wanted to taunt a few words, only to see that thing opened its bloody mouth, directly tearing off Ming Doran's arm. Blood burst. Ming Daoran covered his arm and chided, ********, and do not stop. I'm your master. Without the slightest pause, the thing leapt up again ready to deliver a new blow to Ming Daoran, who ducked short and dodged it, clearly unable to see its teeth but clearly able to hear the closing sound of its teeth biting the air. Ming Doran's face turned white as he pulled out the rune from his pocket, dipped it in his own blood and threw it at the black shadow. Looking at the rune steadily sticking to the black shadow's head, Ming Daoran was just about to let out a sigh of relief, when a second later the black shadow attacked again. Ming Daoran panicked and pulled out the bottles and cans on his body and smashed them towards the black shadow, while he himself turned around and ran towards the door. Sun Feiha tried to block him when a bright light suddenly flashed out from Ming Doran's body. The blinding light made her eyes slam shut, and when she opened them again, the Akito had disappeared. The black shadow lost things. Its eyes were scarlet as it pounced on Pei Jia. It could smell the tantalizing scent of Pei Jia's body. It followed its instincts. Sun Feiha's brows turned cold as she blocked Pei Jia's body. Damn! You dare to touch him? With a quick flip of his hands, an overwhelming rune appeared steeply, directly wrapping it in. With their feet stamping, two ghosts drilled out from the ground, and when they saw Sun Feiha, their faces were delighted. Ms. Hua, delivering performance to our brother and sister again? Sun Feiha pointed at the constantly bouncing yellow sphere. The thing inside was ferocious and trying to break free of the rune's trapping. The Ghostbuster skillfully waved the white streamer, and the yellow ball was directly sucked in. The ghost messenger smiled and said, Good soul. This can cover most of the month's performance. Thank you, Ms. Lotus. Sun Feiha waved her hand carelessly. Ghost messenger, Miss Lotus. At the last meeting of the Master Judge, he even made a point of praising you, saying that you've done a lot of good things on Earth, and that the performance level of the Hellmouth has improved quite a bit. Sun Feiha skimmed her mouth and muttered in a low voice, Again, you're giving me a bewitching soup. It's just that you're afraid that I'll quit. Ha! Despite the words, the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed from rising. After the ghost messenger left, the entire villa fell silent. In addition to Xiao Huang watched the whole process, the rest of the people can only hear Sun Feiha talking, but do not know what happened. Just like that, He Feiyue had already knelt down on the ground in fear, crying out and pleading, please, please let me go. I didn't mean to do it, I just want to live. Yuan, please intercede for me. Pei Yuan kicked the person who was prostrate at her feet, her tone thin like an ice line. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. He Feiyue reddened his eyes and said innocently, I didn't want to, it was Taoist Ming who tempted me. I didn't volunteer. Pei Yuan looked at the person in front of her and snorted, questioning in a cold tone, not voluntarily? The company's chandelier wasn't given to me voluntarily by you? The green plants were not voluntarily placed by you? You didn't put the curse in the office? Or, this bat wasn't voluntarily given to me either? Pei Yuan said every piece. He Feiyue's face will be a layer of white. Until she finished, has been bloodless. He was trembling on the ground, fingers clenched bone white. Pei Yuan squatted down and lifted his chin, his sharp and icy gaze looking straight at him and asked, from the very beginning, you've been counting on me, counting on the Pei family, right? He Feiyue looked into her serious eyes and sheepishly averted them. Do you love me falsely? He Feiyue shook his head repeatedly and argued, no, I was really in love with you afterward. Pei Yuan slowly stood up, wiped away the tear tracks at the corner of her eyes, and said faintly, that's good. I'm not such a failure. He Feiyue wanted to say something else, but in the next second it was as if the strength in his body was instantly drained. The mouth opened and closed but could not make a sound. The veins on the corners of the forehead rippled. The eyes were about to pop out of their sockets in the next second. Their vigor was lost, and they fell to the ground without a sound. Meanwhile, lying in the hospital, He Tian, trembling, lost his breath before the doctor had a chance to diagnose him. Pei Yuan took the bat down and said to Sun Feiha, this should be considered a real good luck bat now. I'll give it to you. Sun Feiha looked at the bat in front of her and asked suspiciously, you don't want it? With it you'll have smooth sailing in the future. Just carrying it on your body is good enough luck. Pei Yuan shook her head without any reluctance and said, I don't need it. I believe that people will win, and my own luck isn't bad, so give this to someone who needs it. There are a lot of people who are just a little bit short of luck. Sun Feiha nodded appreciatively and said, good, in that case, I can spread it out. Pei Yuan nodded affirmatively. Sun Feiha's fingertips clicked fiercely against the jade pendant, and the jade pendant was instantly split into pieces, shattering into dust that floated in the air. Sun Feiha mouthed the spell, and the starry dust was suddenly swept up into the sky by a hurricane, and finally disappeared. Don't worry, these fortunes will only fall on those with good intentions. Chapter 77, Shattered Bodies? Pei Jia looked at the body on the ground and directly called the police while they were here. The police arrived quickly and, seeing such a gruesome scene, expected to see a broken body. I didn't realize that only He Feiyue was lying on the ground without a scratch. After the doctor's appraisal, He Feiyue belongs to the natural death. The three people's suspicion is also completely lifted. He's the main person is not in. Although Etian still has a son in M country, but distant water cannot quench the thirst of the near. He's a lot of orders are divided by the crowd. He's also facing closure. At this time, Pei Yuan not only disregarded the past, but also helped her late husband stabilize he, and the internet is full of information about how the two used to be in love. Many people were very sorry and even complained to the heavens for breaking up a couple of lovers just like that. With the mercy of the public, Pei's reputation in the capital jumped up, recognized and loved by everyone, and business got better. Pei Yuan just smiled faintly when she saw the spontaneous fan support group formed by the public. Zhou Miaoyan asked her if she wanted to press it, and Pei Yuan refused. Someone had to remind her of this stupid past. Taking advantage of this wind, she and Pei Jia vigorously pushed forward their charitable endeavors, and she now had he completely under control. Soon, he's going to change his name. Upon hearing the news of He Tian's death, Zhao Long came to find Sun Feiha the next day, and Zhao Long talked to Sun Feiha in a low voice for a long time before turning away. Sun Xingyue stood at the stairway looking at the two, her eyes uncertain. It didn't take long for Zhao Long to announce that he would donate all of his private property to charity. Sun Feiha looked up and saw Sun Xingyue standing at the stairway without stopping. Sister, do you dislike me? Sun Xingyue asked in a light tone. Do you like me? Don't open your mouth. No one who lies to me has a good ending. The flat tone of the warning voice made Sun Xingyue shut her mouth. Sun Feihua snorted, bumped her off, and continued on. What's so great about you? You're uneducated, vulgar, and you like to pretend to be a god. You can stay in the Sun family only by that little bit of pathetic blood, and I'm not like that. Even though I'm not related by blood, Mom, Dad, and my brother couldn't give me away. Sun Feiha lazily leaned against the wall and said carelessly, "What does that mean?" "It means they like me more. Sun Fei Ho, just you wait. Sooner or later everything you have now is mine." Sun Feiha stared at her features and said with a smile, "Tell a fortune? Your destiny has changed." Oh, the light smile, the careless tone of voice, and the eyes that seemed to look into her life. It was all breaking her down. She would have preferred Sun Feihua to have a big fight with her instead of accepting everything so calmly. Losing is not a losing proposition. Sun Qingyue braced herself and said, "Mom and Dad didn't tell you, right? They took the initiative to look for Uncle Pei for my sake and arranged for me to enter Pei's and work under Secretary Li. And they also guaranteed that they would arrange for me to enter Sun's when I have experience. You see, apart from blood, I have the education to hold a position. Think about it, why don't they arrange for you to enter the company? You don't even have the qualifications to enter the company. Even if you were given a position, you wouldn't be able to do a good job. But I'm different. The knowledge I have in my head, that's my backbone." The more Sun Qingyue spoke, the more confident she became, her high chin revealing her mind. "That's it? Then you do a good job. It's the first time I've seen a wage earner so high profile. How to say, I'm also your future boss's wife. Next time you see me, remember to bow." Sun Feihua turned around and left after saying that, leaving behind Sun Qingyue who was crumbling in place. "Ah, what are you so proud of? Just because it's yours now doesn't mean it'll always be yours. Sun Feiha, we'll see." Sun Qingyue gritted her teeth and stared at Sun Feiha's back until her cell phone rang, and only then did she quickly walk outside as if she remembered something. Sun Feihua closed the door to her room and flopped right down on the bed. A black hole appeared on the ground at some point. "Good disciple. What's wrong? You don't seem to be in a good mood." The judge's lazy voice came out. "Master, am I really stupid? Who said that? I'm going to get him killed. My disciple is the best. You've forgotten that you're fast and good at learning spells. The number one prodigy in the 9 heavens can't even compare to you. Then why do you think my parental fate is so shallow? Hey, how good is this? Without the ties of affection, you can only concentrate when you cultivate. You are not unseen. So many people can't part with their affection, and finally can't cultivate into immortality. You say what a pity. Yes? Fine. A few days in the mortal world. You want to deceive your master, don't you? You can't do it with me? You still want someone else? Oof. Every time it comes to this, the judge always plays tricks. As usual, Sun Feihua snorted out a laugh. The judge said in a relaxed tone, "That's more or less the same. With the master, the top of other people, millions of parents. You can go ahead and get into trouble. If I can't handle it, there's still that old man Yama. If he dares not care about you, I'll take advantage of his sleep to draw a wangbang on his face." Sun Feiha suddenly thought of the scene she had seen before and burst out laughing. The usually majestic king of hell, with a face of wangbang, has been hard at work judging cases for a week. The judge was relieved to hear Sun Feihua laugh out loud. "Apprentice, I'm leaving. I heard that in a few days it'll be your engagement banquet. Wait, master will get you something good." Saying that, he didn't wait for Sun Feiha to react and directly closed the channel. Sun Feihua had an unbroken smile in her eyes and felt warm in her heart. Even though the hell is busy, the judge still keeps an eye on her every now and then. Sure enough, the next morning, when Sun Feiha went downstairs, Sun Qingyue and Wu Rongrong were sitting in the living room waiting. Seeing Sun Feiha coming down, Wu Rongrong smiled and said, "Xiaoha, today is your sister's first day to work at Pei's. You need to take care of her more. Let her go with you in a while." Sun Feiha smiled faintly at the two. "Whatever." Sun Qingyue's face revealed an expression of surprise, and Wu Rongrong laughed. "I told you that little Lotus wouldn't bother with you about this little thing. Okay, Mom, I know my sister is the most generous and lovely person, so don't talk about me." Wu Rongrong nodded her forehead helplessly. The mother's show of kindness and filial piety made Sun Feiho's eyes hurt to watch. So much for out of sight, out of mind. She sat down at the table, ready for breakfast. Chapter 78 Greedy. "I heard Wu Rongrong say, then you guys go now. It's not good to be late on the first day." Sun Qingyue nodded her head repeatedly. Sun Feiha picked up the buns on the table and said indifferently, "You guys have eaten? I'm still hungry." Wu Rongrong's smile froze on her face. She was only focused on Sun Qingyue, completely forgetting about the fact that Sun Feiha hadn't eaten yet. She somewhat guiltily traced and added, "I'm sorry Xiaohua. Mom gave forget. You eat slowly." Sun Qingyue took her arm and said, "Mom, my sister won't blame you." With smugness in his eyes, he looked at Sun Feiha. Sun Feiha instantly lost her appetite for eating, holding the bun and lazily leaning back on the seat. "What's wrong?" Pei Jia, who was walking towards the house from the outside, directly crossed over the two men and walked up to Sun Feihe. "The family has gotten used to it, And every morning Pei Jia comes to pick up. Wu Rongrong said enthusiastically. Pei Jia, have you had breakfast yet? Why don't you have some here? Pei Jia didn't answer, but scanned the table and spoke faintly. Why aren't there any wontons? Donuts? Wu Rongrong replied after a pause. What kind of person eats wontons in the morning? It's easy to get fat. And donuts are even deep-fried. Not good for the skin. Sun Feiha pouted at Pei Jia and slowly stood up. But I like to eat. Wu Rongrong was astonished. Sun Feiha looked at the tabletop and continued. These are what you and Sun Qingyue like to eat, right? Wu Rongrong's gaze went to the dining table, and the guilt in her heart increased. Her eyes reddened a bit and she clenched her lips not knowing what to say. Sun Feiha looked at her with a smile. Don't cry. Mom, it's all trivial. Pei Jia took her shoulders, said in a low intimate voice, let's go. My mom heard that you like to eat wontons, long ago prepared for you. This morning's airborne lobster, all made into wontons. Not fat but also tasty. Chilean first flight sent to Chelsea. Didn't you say yesterday that you like to eat it? Sun Feiha blinked in surprise. Really? Of course. I remember everything you say. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. My cravings are coming out. Pei Jia laughed lowly and took her by the shoulders, striding outside, leaving Wu Rongrong standing awkwardly in place. At this time Sun Qingyue did not have time to coax her, and hurriedly followed behind the two. Secretary Li opened the car door and waited until the two were seated before closing the door. Ms. Sun Qingyue, I've been informed that since you've been placed under me, I'll be calling you by your name except during off-duty hours, and I hope that you'll cooperate with me positively to get the job done. Sun Qingyue nodded gravely. Secretary Li got into the car, and Sun Qingyue took a deep breath before opening the passenger side and sitting in. This was the closest she had ever been to Pei Jia, so close that when she turned her head, she could see his face. Try this. Why is this so ugly? Who wrapped it? Ahem. It's me. Ugly yes, but it doesn't taste bad at all. Sun Feiha looked at his somewhat nervous expression and let out a light laugh, chewing vigorously for a few moments and sticking out her thumb. Yummy. Pei Jia looked at her favorably. I'll do better next time. Sister, how can you let Mr. Pei do such a thing? If the partners know about it, they will definitely laugh at him. The pulsating and warm atmosphere was directly interrupted by Sun Qingyue's voice. Secretary Li's hair stood up in fear, and he hurriedly scolded. Sun Qingyue, shut up. Sun Qingyue looked at Secretary Li in surprise, having spoken softly to her just a moment ago. Such a discrepancy made her aggravated. Why should I shut up? Can I even talk? We are not outsiders. No, as secretary, I'm giving you your first order right now, and that's to shut up. And when I'm not asking you, you're expected to remain silent. On what grounds? I'm here to work, not to be bullied. I'm just telling the truth. Secretary Li didn't expect Sun Qingyue to react so strongly, and for a moment his heart screamed. Sun Feiha swallowed the food in her mouth and said slowly, first, don't call me sister when you're at work, please call me by my name. Secondly, the two of us are the things that you and I are willing to do. You are not qualified to issue a question. As Pei Jia's fiancé, I have the right to let him cook and eat for me, even if the two of us wash each other's feet. It has nothing to do with you. You. Sun Qingyue twisted her head and glared at Sun Feiha with a nod of anger. What are you staring at? Sun Feiha moved closer to Pei Jia and told him off brightly. Married. Husband. I don't like this woman in your car. Kick her off. Sun Feiha. Don't go too far. Sun Qingyue shouted out. Stop the car. Pei Jia's tone was icy. Secretary Li decisively stepped aside. A bad feeling welled up in Sun Qingyue. Get off. Pei Jia. How could you do this to me? We grew up together anyways. Pei Jia's slender legs were folded, and his voice was as cold as ice. First, call me Mr. Pei during work hours. Second, you're my employee. I have the right to let you off the bus. Third, don't talk about anything else while you're at work. Remember that you're a first-time offender, and if there's a second time, you'll resign and go home. Sun Qingyue bit her lips tightly and looked at Pei Jia pitifully, but unfortunately he was unmoved. She turned her attention back to Secretary Li. Secretary Li's jaw tightened and he looked ahead, pretending to know nothing. In my heart, I've already started to curse. Damn, what are you looking at me for? Chasing men is chasing men. Why do you want to work under me? On the first day of work to give me the whole flower work. I do not know how many landmines waiting for me in the future. I don't know how many landmines are waiting for me. Sun Qingyue could only get out of the car with hatred. Without hesitation, Secretary Li took a foot off the gas and scampered away. Sun Qingyue looked at the empty road, and then looked at the hateful heights on her feet. She regretted more than once that she had known that she would have worn flat shoes. No cabs were allowed here, and she had to walk out of the villa area to get a cab. Sun Feiha in the car, looking at Sun Qingyue who was walking slowly, A bad smile appeared on her face. Pei Jia pinched her little face favorably. If you don't like it, I'll fire her. Sun Feiha shook her head and said, no, I haven't had enough fun yet. I'm going to let her serve me today. You're okay with that? Pei Jia shook her head slightly, with an expression that she could do anything as long as you were happy. Secretary Li, you're okay to make arrangements, right? No, it was intended that this week are not to arrange things for her. The intention is to wear her temperament. Hearing Secretary Li's answer, Sun Feiha settled down. Chapter 79. Don't go to work. Go squat in front of the hotel. By the time Sun Qingyue arrived at the office, the delicate makeup on her face was already mottled, the hateful sky high was gray, and her clothes were wrinkled, which still had the polish of the morning. The perfect appearance she had planned to make was ruined by Sun Feiha just like that. Sun Qingyue took a deep breath. She couldn't be defeated by Sun Feiha like this. Hello everyone, my name is Sun Qingyue, son of the Sun Group. The crowd in the quiet office looked up at her. One of them asked curiously, what is your relationship with Sun? Sun Qingyue blushed slightly with some embarrassment. Mr. Sun is my father, and Mr. Sun Mingjue is my brother. A cold jerk went up around them. This is Missy coming to pay to gild the lily. Sun Qingyue's face was wearing a warm smile, and her heart was smug. Admin came over and pointed to the empty table in the corner and said, just sit down. Sun Qingyue instantly frowned unhappily. This location was the farthest from Pei Jia's office. Why? I don't want to sit here. The air, the environment, I want to sit over there. Administration looked at the position she pointed to and shook his head. No, the positions are all ordered according to ability and role. You can sit here for the time being. Secretary Li had personally explained that she must be kept far away from Mr. Pei's office. Sun Qingyue glared at her. A small clerk actually dared to contradict her. Do you know, I am Chairman Pei, personally invited. If you do not give me, arrange a satisfactory position, be careful I will sue you. Executive nodded slightly. As you wish. She can work in the company for so many years, relying on ability, not nepotism, and besides, Mr. Pei hates false publicity. Plus, Secretary Li himself explained that she wasn't a cutie. One guess and you know it. Missy isn't here to work, she's here to seduce. Before Sun Qingyue could complain, she saw Sun Feiha waving at her. Hey, that new one, come over here. Sun Qingyue looked around to make sure she was calling out to her again, and forced herself to hold back her anger, reluctantly going forward. Go and buy me a cake. It needs to be from Maymin Street. Hurry up. They have a limited number of them and they don't take reservations yet. If you go late, they'll be gone. Sun Feiha ordered as a matter of course. Me, I'll go. A quiet Channing raised his hand to show he was willing to run an errand. Sun Feiha waved her hand. No need for you. Just let her go. Who am I to go? I'm here to work, not to be a slave. I'm not going. Sun Qingyue frowned and retorted. Hey, that's just right. Ms. Sun. This document. You translate it. I'll go buy it. Qian Ning couldn't wait to stuff the document in his hand into her arms. Hey, Channing, it was you last time. It's my turn, isn't it? My turn. I haven't been there once. A few people from the secretarial department scrambled at once, looking at Sun Qingyue dumbfounded. Of course Sun Qingyue didn't understand their minds. Buy a cake is a rare time to relax. Sun Feiha never asked how long you go, as long as the cake before work to bring on the line, which is not equal to a paid day off. Pei Jia also turned a blind eye to this situation. Moreover, the salary of everyone in the secretarial department went up this month. I heard from Channing that it was Sun Feiha who felt that it was too hard for them to work overtime often and stay up all night. It's better to buy food and give it away than to just give a lump sum and eat whatever you want. This sentence can be regarded as the heart of the hit workers. That night snacks are no longer delicious. It is better to realize directly. Pei Jia decisively increased his salary, and the snack was not cancelled. With the precedent of the secretarial department, the other departments were eager to. Sun Fei will walk a little stroll. In case of kindness, the benefit is theirs. At this moment, Sun Qingyue felt that they were all sick, scrambling to be errands for others. The last male colleague was granted the right to go out. Sun Feiho waved at him. The male co-worker immediately stepped forward. Tell a fortune? Calculate. The male colleague nodded his head excitedly. Ms. Sun, can you help me calculate when my wife will get pregnant? Hey, I'm not too young. I want a child. The male co-worker said as he transferred the money sharply. $200. Sun Feiha looked at him with a serious face. Don't buy a cake. Grant you a day's vacation and go squat in front of Shangping wine shop. Wu Jun's face instantly stiffened on his face. Why? You'll see when you go. Wu Jun immediately felt his head turn green and turned away in anger. Sun Qingyue's brows furrowed. Sun Feiha. Even if his wife cheated on him, You wouldn't let him catch the adulterer, would you? Sun Feiha turned her head to look at her. Why can't you go catch an adulterer for cheating? Besides, I said his wife cheated on him? Then what did you send him to squat in front of the hotel for? Sun Qingyue, why is your mind full of these male thieves and prostitutes? You wouldn't be unaware of the fact that hotels have the function of eating in addition to sleeping, would you? Sun Qingyue's face exploded red. Sun Feiha, don't go too far, opening your mouth with filthy words. Is this what you learned in the countryside? Said the man who turned his gaze to the crowd. You don't know, do you? But Sun Feiha used to grow up in the countryside and never even went to college. Sun Qingyue covered her mouth and laughed lightly, a smug look in her eyes. She expected the crowd to laugh along with her, but she didn't expect the usual look on everyone's face. Channing kindly solved the confusion. We all know, Xiaoyi told us on the first day. Besides, what's so rare about going to college or not? There are thousands of college students. Who can be more powerful than Xiaoyi? Exactly. If I could have her skill, I'd be willing to suffer in the countryside for 30 years. I want to. Sun Qingyue looked at the crowd in annoyance and muttered, a bunch of licking dogs. Without waiting for the crowd to respond, he turned and sat down at the empty desk. Qian Ning looked at Sun Feiha curiously. Xiaoyi, quickly tell me, what happened to Wu Jun? Chapter 80, True or False Qianjin? Sun Feiho did not care. Nothing, his wife is pregnant. Want to set a seat. Surprise him at night. When he went out, he met a drunkard. The drunkard pestered her, causing her to fall. The ambulance was not in time. The baby fell off. Not only that, because the fetus was not born, cannot be counted as life, the court ruled that the man molestation, only detained for a few days, compensation for some irrelevant money, and Wu Jun to hire a lawyer, for this to run around, but still cannot get a reasonable sentence. Ah, why? For such egregious behavior, do you only get an irrelevant punishment? It's really unconscionable that such a person is not sentenced to death. The child is innocent. The adults are also innocent. The scum is alive and well. Poor Wu Jun has been chanting about the child for a long time, but with Xiaoyi's reminder, it should be fine. If you ask me, I'll have to have Wu Jun treat Xiaoyi to a big meal. The people around them were glad that Wu Jun had dodged a bullet, and Sun Qingyue rolled her eyes in disdain. Looking at the dust on it, he said to the person next to him, it's too dirty here. Can you wipe it for me? This limited edition bag of mine is hard to clean when it's dirty. The dainty voice made it hard for the male co-worker to refuse, and he immediately stood up with a smile and sold himself to help her wipe the table. Sun Qingyue's face was wearing a grateful smile, but her heart was disdainful. With a new co-worker, it was inevitable that the others would be a little curious and gather around. Are those real diamonds on your bag? It's so shiny. Really? It's not that expensive. $1 million or so. Ha! So expensive. You're the missus of Sun, and you still go to work. If it were me, I'd be traveling around the world. It's no fun to play all the time. I'm tired of going all over the world. Now I want to experience the life of a normal person. Wow. So envious of you. Not only are you rich, but you have such a handsome brother. I've seen Mr. Little Sun. He's very handsome. Thanks. I'll tell my big brother that there's a little beauty who's his fangirl. Such an amiable attitude was a far cry from the aggressiveness of a moment ago. The female co-worker curiously whispered, Ms. Sun, do you have some kind of conflict with our boss's wife? Everyone's ears perked up at these words. Sun Qingyue's eyes flickered slightly, then said, it's nothing. Since you guys know that she's from the countryside, you naturally know that she's a child of our Sun family, right? Of course they knew about such hoity-toity gossip. There is nothing wrong with her coming to look for her relatives. After all, she is innocent, but for the child who came out of nowhere, my mom's heart is inevitably a little uncomfortable. My grandmother gave her $10 million. She is good. I do not know what tactic she used, and directly climbed up to page Ya. Sun Qingyue's plausible words instantly caused the crowd to brainstorm a big scene. Sun Feiha is an illegitimate child. His grandmother gave money to try to get rid of it. Who knows that Sun Feiha wants more? Directly climbed up to page Ya. As for how to climb up, it is certainly not a serious means. Everyone thought of Sun Feiha's ability to pinch and count, and immediately thought on the dark side. What are you all gathered here for? Secretary Li's voice rang out, and the crowd that had gathered around dispersed. Secretary Li placed the pile of documents in his hands on the table. Look at all of these, and give me an analysis report in 3 days. 3 days? Secretary Li, are you kidding? I can't even finish reading it. Sun Qingyue, it's office hours now. No one will give you a joke. If you can't finish reading it, you can read it overtime. Sun Qingyue bit her lip and said pitifully, but working overtime will make my skin bad. I have to get enough sleep. Secretary Li was unmoved. If you can't finish, I'll have to dissuade you. Well, It's just overtime, isn't it? Don't scare me. Watching Secretary Li leave, Sun Qingyue then sank her face, unhappily flipping through the information. Sun Qingyue. Sun Feiha carried the Cheerios and looked at her as she ate. Sun Qingyue's brows furrowed. What for? Oh, don't do anything, go get me a glass of juice. I'm thirsty. Don't you have hands? Get it yourself. Sister, it's not that I'm saying, you have to behave at work. You can't oppress others because of your own selfish desires. Sun Feiha looked at her with a crooked head. Who did I squeeze? Didn't I squeeze you alone? You what you? You have 10 minutes. I'm not going. Fine, then I'll tell my fiancé to fire you. Sun Qingyue was furious. What gives you the right to do that? You have no right. Then I'll teach you a lesson. In the company, ask less for credentials. And if I don't see the juice in 10 minutes, I'll make you look good. In the eyes of the crowd, Sun Feiha was a living, breathing evil female match at this point. Abuse of the real Sun family's daughter. Sun Feiha's footsteps as she turned to leave paused, turning her head to look at Sun Qingyue and said, since as the adopted daughter of the Sun family, Mom and Dad have already been merciful by not kicking you out, it's not too much to ask for you to serve me. The true $1,000, is it? Are you cultured people, who instead of being gracious, are gracious? The silent office immediately murmured. What? She's an adopted daughter? What the hell? Just now she said she was Ms. Sun, but it turns out she's the fake. She's got thick skin, being fake herself and insinuating about others. Genuine machine. There was a bit too much melon this morning for the crowd to eat. Sun Qingyue didn't expect that her vest, so quickly, had been stripped off. His face was red with shame, but he still stood firm and refused to admit defeat. Sun Feiha instantly felt bored and turned around to go back to the office. Sun Qingyue couldn't resist the probing eyes of the people around her and went straight to the restroom. Hey, Master Ming, did you get that thing yet? I need it now. Okay, you'll get it tonight. Good. Sun Qingyue agreed without hesitation, then thought of the table full of documents and hesitated. Can you deliver it to my door? I can add money? The bright Taoist was stunned for a moment. This kind of thing was usually when people came to him, or the first one to ask him to deliver the goods. Another $100,000? $100,000? Why don't you go grab it? That's too much. I'm not like the others. Ms. Sun, I'll make the trip myself. It's worth the money. Sun Qingyue gritted her teeth and could only agree. She was already over her allowance for the month, and looking at her empty account made her want to slam her phone on the floor. Miss Sun's family, if people knew that there was not a single dime in her account, wouldn't she be laughed out of the house? She forced herself to hold back her anger and dialed the phone. Hey, brother, I've got my eye on a bag. Will you buy it for me? Really? Thank you, big brother. You're so nice to me. Chapter 81, is peacocking a good word? Sun Mingjue smiled faintly as he listened to the pampered voice on his cell phone. Sun Hao asked, who is it? Laughing so happily? Qingyue said she had her eye on a bag and asked me to buy it for her. Sun Hao didn't pursue it any further. It was just a bag. For some reason, Wu Rongrong's words suddenly flashed through his mind. He continued, make a transfer to Koho as well. Of course Sun Mingjue agreed. Sun Hao, I heard from Secretary Han that recently there was a girl at the entrance of the company who kept saying she was looking for you and waited for a day at the company yesterday. The smirk on Sun Mingjue's face stuttered. Yang Ku, my last girlfriend. Sun Hao looked serious. The one who's going to take your picture? Yeah, blocked the underground garage 2 days ago. Said he wanted to get back together with me, gave me a no. What? What's she trying to pull again? Sun Mingjue stood up and looked out the window. His tone was light, shouldn't be. It's just simply looking for me to get back together. It might be a sudden discovery of how good I am. For his son's emotional problems, Sun Hao didn't want to say much. He believed that Sun Mingjue knew the difference. Sun Mingjue was right. After losing him, Yang Ke realized that she had actually liked him a long time ago. She returns to her dilapidated rental house with a hot water heater that runs hot and cold, no tasty meals, and no maid. She had to work part-time and pay hospital bills at the same time, and it all weighed on her. She hadn't seen her brother in the hospital for a long time. All she wanted now was for everything to go back to the way it was. She'd made a deal with her brother to be brother and sister from now on, and she'd pay for his treatment as she always did, but he had to make sure that he didn't spill the beans in front of Sun Mingjue. Arranged everything. She confidently came to find Sun Mingjue. She thought that as long as she cried a little cry, Suda Sun Mingjue will be like before, shushing her. But Sun Mingjue's cold and icy attitude was beyond what she had envisioned. And now she could only stalk her, hoping that Sun Mingjue would one day come around. Sun Qingyue looked at the message that the money had arrived and was busy transferring it to Ming Daoren. That's when he recovered and came out of the bathroom. Lunchtime arrived. Pei Jia looked at the time, took Sun Feihe's shoulder and smiled. Let's go. there's a surprise downstairs. When Sun Feiha arrived downstairs, there were a lot of people standing in front of the building. Seeing the two, everyone immediately dodged out of the way. In front of me was something covered by a gray hood. Pega took her hand and lifted it together. Wow, luxury cars. This is too good to look at. Or the rosy red one. It's flamboyant and atmospheric. Sun Feihua looked at the car in front of him. Affluent model. Or scissor stereo doors. Like it? A low murmur of ears. Sun Feiha nodded decisively. Love it, but I don't know how to drive. I'll teach you. Peijia gentlemanly opened the passenger side and waited for Sun Feiha to sit firmly before starting the car to leave. Secretary Li looked on in fascination, lifting his elbow to poke the bodyguard. So many years. I still saw Pei for the first time. So high profile. This has a fiancé is not the same. The iceberg also learned to peacock open screen. The bodyguard looked at him in surprise. What are you looking at me like that for? The bodyguard honestly said. We have a saying in the old country, peacock open screen. Look shiny. Buttocks are exposed. You just meant not pay always. Well, Secretary Li covered his mouth in exasperation. Sigma, degree winky face. Instead of a romantic lunch, the two who drove out had a foursome. Because just after arriving at the hotel, they met the two brothers, Yan Fingtang and Yan Fengwen, who had also come for dinner. It looked like the two were at odds. Yan Fingtang had his arms wrapped around his chest, his brows furrowed and his mouth opened and closed. He looked angry. On the contrary, Yan Fengwen was half squatting with a faint smile and a doting face. Seeing the two of them, Yan Fingtang immediately ran over backwards. Brother Jia, sister-in-law, you guys are coming to dinner too? Just in time. Together. Without waiting for Pei Jia to retort, he turned to Yan Fengwen and said, You go, I'll just follow Brother Jia. Yan Fengwen stood still without saying anything, but his expression was very reluctant. Sun Feiha's eyes darted between the two of them and smiled. Let's go. Together. Pei Jia blushed a little. The romantic lunch was ruined just like this. Yan Fingting was oblivious, still smilingly standing next to Sun Feiha, counting which meals here are delicious. Yan Fengwen's lips were pursed and he didn't look very happy. Sun Feiha's eyes rolled and she smiled. Who do you come to eat with? Of course it's a girlfriend. What's the point of eating with a guy? Yan Fengwen's face became even more unsightly. If Pei Jia couldn't react at this time, it wouldn't be him. The normally calm and collected face took on the slightest hint of surprise. Sun Feihua squeezed his hand and Pei Jia sighed helplessly, letting her watch the show. When he arrived at the box and just sat down, Yan Fengwen asked seriously, Ms. Sun, his body, when will he be able to change over? Did you find anyone? Yan Fengwen slowly shook his head, but he knew something. Their commercial building had an accident before. The migrant worker fell from a high place, because of the untimely medical treatment, half paralyzed, although the insurance paid out some, but Yan Fu gave another sum of money, enough for their family to be well off. You suspect that the money didn't reach the migrant workers? Pekka asked. Yan Fengwen nodded repeatedly, and strangely enough, that family has disappeared. The private investigator told me that someone once snuck into the other's house in the middle of the night and beat up the family, and claimed to be Yan's man. You could have checked his ID information when he joined. Yan Fengwen continued to shake his head. It's all fake. Fake? Yeah, they're older and they have to support their families, so they'll buy fake IDs. And as you know, migrant workers won't be vetted as strictly for entry into the workforce. There's no way to be strict about this kind of thing. They don't have 5 insurance policies. No job is the same as no food. There are parents on top and children underneath. Should they be allowed to starve to death? This is where it gets tough. Finding them is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 82, Who is the murderer? Yan Fengwen sighed and said, It doesn't matter. Take your time to look into it. You can always find it. Thankfully, Ms. Sun helped us get our brother back. Brother, let's toast Ms. Sun. You, hey. By now Yan Fingting had stuffed his mouth with food and his plate was piled high with seafood shells. Seeing Yan Fengwen, covering the bowl, he exclaimed, This is what Jia invited me to eat. I can eat it if I want to. Whoever said that children can't eat too much seafood is a quack. Yan Fengwen held his forehead and cried, Brother, it's your intestines that are too weak. Eating too much will make you uncomfortable. I'm only uncomfortable if I don't eat it. And I'm going to, he said, taking a big vicious bite. Yan Fengwen habitually picked up the towel and helped him wipe off the grease on his hands. Yan Fingting was very obedient, reaching out when he was told to, and lifting his neck when he was told to. Sun Feiha looked smiling, and Pei Jia pinched her smiling face, signaling her to hurry up and eat. Having eaten and drunk enough, Yan Fingting half lay on the stool and burped happily. Jia, do you think I should tell Mingju? Will it scare him? No, he's not as fragile as you think. Really? Ha ha ha, then I'm going to go look for him this afternoon. The thought of his astonished expression makes me happy. with a bad smile on his face. Yan Fengting jumped off the stool and was about to leave. Yan Fengwen followed closely behind. Wait! The two stopped in their tracks and looked at Sun Feihe. Sun Feihe looked at Yan Fengwen. Tell a fortune? Yan Fengwen was stunned for a moment and nodded. Count on it. You're getting peachy. Yan Fengwen subconsciously looked at the person next to him. What are you looking at me for? Yan Fengting asked with a huff. Only then did Yan Fengwen withdraw his gaze. It was your friend from the orphanage who lied about being cheated on and homeless. You took her in. She broke into your room late at night and took some pictures, so you had to marry her. Actually, she's unmarried and wants to find a home for her son. Yan Fengting was so angry that he was about to jump up. What? On what grounds should I let Wen be the receiver? Damn it, I'll beat the out of her. And you, if you take in anyone who is not clean, I will expel you from the Yan family. The tiny man, pinched and wide-eyed, looked exasperated. Yan Fengwen pursed her lips and smiled lightly, transferring a sum of money to Sun Feihe and leading Yan Fengting outside. Hey, did you hear me? Don't you dare not answer me? Okay, I know, I won't take her in. It's not just her. Arwen, you're too young to know that people's hearts are dangerous. Sun Feihe watched in fascination as an arm wrapped around her waist. Happy, gladly, the two men headed out the door between jokes. Miss Sun, someone behind her called out to her. Turn around. Fan Shenbua had already run to the front, panting. Ms. Sun, I finally found you. Your phone is off? Sun Feihe pulled out her cell phone, which had already blacked out, and apologized. The phone is dead. Fan Shenbua shook his head. Ms. Sun, can I ask you to do me a favor? You say. Fan Shenbua looked at Pei Jia. Sun Feihe smiled lightly and said, this is my fiancé, Pei Jia. You can just say whatever you want. He won't talk nonsense. The three went back to the box. Fan Shenbua said in a deep voice. Ms. Sun, can you help me count a murder? Fan Shenbua's master is going to retire, but he has an unfinished wish. That is, 13 years ago, a family of 3 in the village of Shihe was extinguished in the unsolved case, when his master was responsible for this case. But the scene of the crime, the house door locks closed. A trace of outsiders have not left. If not the neighbors to see them, a week did not go out. Reported to the police, otherwise no one knows. Come on, show me the crime scene. Fan Shenbua immediately stood up and led the way. When the 3 arrived, there was an old detective standing in the doorway. Master, what brings you here? Fan Shenbua said to him. Come and see, the old detective said tersely. Fan Shenbua pointed at Sun Feihe and said, Master, this is the high person I was talking about. Don't worry, she can definitely help you find the murderer. The old detective didn't believe this at all, but didn't spoil the fun, just nodded unconcernedly. Sun Feihe didn't care and lifted her feet to go inside. Just before going in, she looked at Pei Jia. Pegasus nodded slightly as he revealed the small yellow in his pocket. Sun Feihe barked. Stay behind me. Pekka smiled and nodded. The house here was deserted because of a murder, and the yard was overgrown with weeds. Sun Feihe turned around in the room and pointed to the ground. Here lies the male owner. The old detective looked at her in surprise. Here lies the mistress. Here's a child, and there's a long bloodstain behind the child, which must have been caused by the mistress trying to push the child out. Shenbua, how can you show the bureau's files to just anyone? The old criminal police officer looked at Fan Shenbua angrily. Fan Shenbua shook his head repeatedly. Master, without your approval, I can't get the file out. This is all calculated by the higher power himself. The old detective hesitantly looked at Sun Feihe. Sun Feihe stood in place and spoke faintly. The male owner was stabbed in the back. The female owner was slashed in the neck. The doors and windows of the house were tightly closed, and there were no other murder weapons or fingerprints except for a knife. I can tell you that there is no need to think about it. The murderer has been put to death. One life for another. The old detective was confused. Who is the murderer? Chapter 83, Ghostbusters earn extra money. Mistress. The old detective's eyes fell to the ground. Nonsense, right? How do you know? The door suddenly slammed shut and the crowd was startled. The room was darkened, and a gusty wind gusted through it. Fan Shenbua stuttered. Ms. Sun, is there a ghost? Sun Feihe glanced at him faintly and nodded slightly. Looking across the room, he said in a cold voice, since you're already dead, why don't you enter hell? The ghost on the other side of the room drifted. I don't want to go to reincarnation. I want to be resurrected. I haven't got my money yet. I want to live a rich life. Dead is dead. How can there be any resurrection? I'm afraid your flesh has turned to mud. Why did I die when I had it all planned out? My plan was seamless. Sun Feihe said disdainfully, as long as it's a plan, there's no such thing as a seamless one. And you're so bad at math that you can't even calculate the angles well enough to die. The ghost approached fiercely, and Sun Feihe raised her hand to push it away. Get out of here. The stench from your body is killing me. Fan Shenhua shrank his neck and asked in a low voice. Ms. Sun, who are you talking to? Sun Feiho pointed in the direction of the ghost. Murderer! Fan Shenhua rubbed his eyes vigorously a few times and muttered. Why can't I see? You want to see it? That's a whole other price. Money is good. Fan Shenhua patted his chest. Even though I was scared, curiosity got the better of me. Sun Feihua decisively pulled out a yellow talisman from his pocket and clamped it onto his fingertips, his lips moving slightly. The yellow talisman immediately spontaneously combusted into ashes, and smoke drifted past the eyes of the crowd. In the next second, Fan Shenhua's scream was about to break through his throat, or the old criminal police officer covered his mouth. Before their eyes floated a man on his feet, his face white, his pupils glazed, blood still gurgling from the bloody holes in his body. Sun Feiha said calmly, you love to gamble, lose a lot of money, so you owe a large amount of money to others. That group of people you cannot afford to mess with. You were afraid of being beaten, but all the relatives know about your vices, refused to lend money to you. You asked online netizens how you can get rich overnight. Pay back the bill. Someone told you to buy an accident insurance will be solved, so you bought accident insurance for the whole family. That night, you closed the door to your room, put your son to bed, and took the opportunity to get your wife drunk, intending to fake a home invasion and your wife's murder. Didn't you? The ghost muttered. How do you know? But that stinking actually woke up. I even got down on my knees and begged her, but she actually refused to die for me, so I have no choice but to strike hard. She was stabbed and didn't die, and she woke my son up. She was screaming at my son to run away. Did she think I would kill my own son? I didn't want to. I just wanted to kill her, take the insurance money and live a good life with my son. It's all because of that damned woman, and my son is no good for getting in her way, begging me to let her go. If I let her go, who will let me go? So I simply did not do anything, just kill my son too. Anyway, I can still give birth. When I have money, more women are willing. Fan Shenhua was not afraid at this time, and angrily scolded. You are a. The ghost snapped in defense. I'm not. I'm just trying to pay my debt and clean up my act to live a good life with my son. What's wrong with me? With a heavy face, the old detective asked. What happened then? The ghost was stunned for a moment, then said, my son is dead, and I thought that since it's all over, I might as well play it big since I'm rich and famous. So you get yourself killed? Fan Shenhua really didn't understand the point of doing this. Sun Feiha lifted his foot towards the wall and solved the puzzle for him. This place used to hold a bookcase. He stuck the handle of the knife in the middle of the bookcase and then turned his back to the knife. He calculated the height and angle. Although the knife was inserted into his body, as long as it was saved in time, it was not life-threatening at all. Wasn't there a cell phone clutched in his hand when his body was found at that time? The old detective nodded. Indeed there is. We calculated based on the time of death, and realized that he clearly had the opportunity to call for help, but he didn't do so. As to why he gave up, we have never been able to figure it out? Sun Feiha shook his head and said, it's not that he didn't want to. His son's toy was thrown on the floor. He didn't clean it up, and when he slammed his eyes towards the knife with his eyes closed, his foot slipped, and the blade plunged into his heart from behind. Didn't even use the chance to call for help. That's why when we surveyed the scene, we saw the knife sticking out of his back and subconsciously assumed that he had also been murdered. The old detective added the last word in a whisper. You're heartless. You're not human. The ghost was very agitated. I just want a chance to change my ways. Why not? You change your ways and use your wife's life for it? She bore you children and ran the household. Why should she take a life? The ghost spoke vehemently. By virtue of her marrying me, she is a member of our family, and I have the final say in her life and death. Besides, when I am rich, I will burn many yuan bao for her, so that she can live comfortably underground, which is better than suffering with me up there. Fan Shenhua was so angry that he spun in place, wanting to find a stick and beat him severely. Sun Feiha said in a light tone, the stick can't hit him. Fan Shenhua said in exasperation, damn, it's really cheap for him. Ms. Sun, I'll pay for it. You teach him a good lesson for me. Really? Fan Shenhua nodded heavily. Sun Feiha smiled and answered, fingertips pinching, lips chanting. A few moments, the underground drilled out two ghosts, seeing Sun Feiha, simply ecstatic, smiling and greeted, Miss Lotus. Sun Feiha looked at the cloth bags around their waists and smiled. Promoted? The ghostly messenger touched the cloth bag around his waist in embarrassment. It's all thanks to Missy's help. Sun Feiha pointed at the ghost. Take it away. It harmed 2 lives. The frying pan burns hot for me. Got it? No problem. Guaranteed to burn hot and fry him golden on both sides. Sun Feiha nodded with satisfaction and pointed at Fan Shenhua. Give you the opportunity to earn extra money. He is going to pay for it, and teach this person a good lesson. The Ghostbuster's eyes all lit up as he approached Fan Shinwo with a smile on his face. Fan Shinwo looked at the white face, the dark eyes that could not see a trace of white pupils, and was so scared that he took a step back. Don't be afraid. Young man, teach him whatever lesson you want. I have a list here. The penal code is different and so is the price, he said, pulling a book out of his pocket with the prices at a glance. Fan Shinwo scanned and chose 2 at random. The Ghostbuster nodded in satisfaction. We'll do as we're told. Do you need personal supervision? Fan Shinwo asked in a small voice. How can I supervise it? It can't be to get me killed. You're kidding. Totem. No. 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 You guys watch it. Okay, tonight at 11 p.m., you burn the dollar bill by rushing to the southeast and yelling differential 2. And we'll get it. Fan Shinwo nodded repeatedly. Only then did the Ghostbusters leave. Satisfied. Seeing the light restored in the house, Fan Shinwo was relieved and wordlessly gave Sun Feiha a thumbs up. Even the Ghostbusters spoke to her with great respect, so one could imagine how capable she was. Sun Feiha took out the QR code and he painfully scanned over it. The old detective sighed deeply. The heart is not enough to swallow the elephant. In the end it's a waste. Thank you, little girl. If I hadn't heard it with my own ears, I wouldn't have thought of it even if I had thought about it. Sun Feiha waved her hand carelessly. You have merit on you. I'm helping you as well as myself. You can contact me at any time if you need to, but thievery is even. Fan Shinwo nodded heavily. Only then did Sun Feiha lead Page Ya outside. Chapter 84, Taking Life. Just in time to rub shoulders with a middle-aged man. The man's hands holding a gossip compass. The black arrows on it suddenly lost direction like spinning around. The middle-aged man hesitated. It shouldn't be. There are evil spirits in this place. Why did they suddenly disappear? Ijong, in order to find out the truth, quickly stepped forward, saw Fan Shinwo 2 people, smiled and asked, Little brother, do you know where this neighborhood there has been a murder? Fan Shinwo asked curiously. What are you going to do? Izzy smiled kindly. I had a premonition that there was an evil spirit in the neighborhood, so I came to collect it on purpose. Fan Shinwo looked at his attire, with the words Metaphysical Society embroidered on the corner of his coat, and was instantly enlightened. Politely, he said, So you're a master of the Metaphysical Society. Disrespectful. There were evil spirits here, but they've been collected? Collected? Have you seen the man's appearance? Is it someone from our Metaphysical Society? No, Miss Sun is not from your Metaphysical Society. She just left. Didn't you see her? Izzy suddenly thought of the girl he had just brushed against, whose gaze seemed to have swept over the compass in his hand. Izzy turned and ran up fast. He wanted to probe his opponent. Unfortunately, he couldn't move as fast as the car, and could only see the butt of the car. He carefully noted down the license plate number, which led him to ride a small yellow bike on the side of the road towards the Metaphysical Society. Master Ming, please hurry up. I still have work to finish. Sun Qingyue looked at the slow-witted Taoist Ming in front of her. Her heart was very anxious. It was already past 9 in the evening, and she was still reading the information bitterly. Ming Daoran looked at her in surprise. Aren't you the Sun family's first lady? You still have to work overtime. Work requires it. Sun Qingyue didn't say much. Ming Daoran had the sense not to pursue the question. He just needed to be sure that the person in front of him was Sun Feiha's sister. He carefully pulled a dark red ring out of his pocket. Sun Qingyue reached out to bring it over, and the bright Taoist reached out to block it. Watch out. See this? Sun Qingyue looked over at his hand and there was a small pin on the side of the ring. If you stick this pin in the other person's body, you can get his affection. That's it? It's as simple as that. This needle will automatically retract once it touches a man's blood, but it has a side effect. What is it? It requires you to take a year of your life in exchange. A year of your life in exchange for a year of adoration. Sun Qingyue shook her head repeatedly. She wanted to marry Page Ya, but to make her a short-lived ghost, she was 100 times unwilling. Sun Qingyue said eagerly, Master, is there any other way? 1 day of life expectancy. I don't even want to lose it. Taoist Ming's face was in a difficult position. Sun Qingyue felt that there was room for things to be turned around, and said in a loud voice, Master Ming, I have money. As long as you help me solve this matter, I can give you a lot of money. Taoist Ming sighed and said quietly, Since this is the case, I'll send Buddha to the west. Don't wear this ring for now. Just find someone to put it on and take a year's life expectancy first, and then let someone else wear it a bit after a year. If I let the other person have 10 days in a row, wouldn't that be the same as taking 10 years of life? No, it can only be taken for 1 year. So much trouble. Well, I'll figure it out when the time comes. Sun Qingyue transferred the bill sharply. Before leaving, suddenly remembered something, said in a deep voice, There is a woman in my house. She can pinch and count. Will she be found out? Of course the bright Taoist knew who she was talking about and said confidently, "No, she'll never find out." Looking at Taoist Ming's chesty appearance, Sun Qingyue turned around and left. She had already thought about it. Since Sun Feiha couldn't find out, let her be the short-lived ghost. Sun Qingyue felt it was too late and drove straight home. Taoist Ming stood in the shadows and saw her leave. He was sure that Sun Feiha couldn't find it. It was made with his heart's blood, and he looked at his white hair and hated it. When she arrived home, the living room light was on. Wu Rongrong had been waiting for quite a while, and when she saw Sun Qingyue coming back, she rushed forward. "Qingyue, why are you back so late? Where did you go to play? Didn't even tell me. Do you want mom to worry to death?" Sun Qingyue pouted and pouted as she sat on her arm, grunting. "Mom, the first day of work is so tiring. Secretary Li is really ironic, arranging so much work for me. My hands are sore." Wu Rongrong hurriedly squeezed her wrist and complained, "This Secretary Li is really something. Why doesn't he accommodate? Doesn't he know that it's dangerous for a girl to come home too late?" Sun Qingyue sighed slightly and said, "I don't blame Secretary Li. He is also very difficult. Who let my sister not like me? Oops, what am I talking about this for?" Sun Qingyue seemed to have just realized that she had said the wrong thing and felt like covering her mouth with a face of shame. Seeing this reaction from her, Wu Rongrong pursued, "Tell me, what's wrong today?" "Mom, don't ask. It's all my fault. There are things I can't say them as if I'm badmouthing someone behind their back. Haru you, if you still recognize me as your mother, tell me everything." Sun Qingyue pretended to be embarrassed. Her eyes reddened. "Mom, I don't want you to get angry. I'm just saying, don't take it seriously, okay? Today I was running from home to the company. My sister did not let me take the car. And when I arrived at the company, my sister not only said in public that I was the adopted daughter of the Sun family, but also let me." Wu Rongrong asked eagerly, "What do I let you do?" "She asked me to serve her and go out to buy her a cake. Luckily a co-worker was nice enough to stand in for me. I didn't want to take it up with her, but then she said she was thirsty and asked me to go get her juice." Bang! Wu Rongrong slapped the table fiercely. "It's too much. How can she treat you like this? How can you say that you are also her sister? It's even if she doesn't help you, how can she give you a hard time?" Sun Qingyue heartbreakingly hugged Wu Rongrong's hand, blew on it, and said in a loud voice, "It's okay mom, my sister is still young. I will give in to her. Don't be angry. If I knew that you would be angry, I wouldn't have said anything." Wu Rongrong sighed and painfully gathered her in her arms. "Qingyue, it's really aggravating for you." Sun Qingyue shook her head slightly. "It's not aggravating. I'm already very happy to be able to continue being mom's daughter." Wu Rongrong instantly felt warmth in her heart and sadness for her. What a silly daughter. Chapter 85, Getting a Lifespan. Sun Qingyue straightened up slightly, looked around and asked with a smile, "Where's my sister? I'm looking for her for something?" Wu Rongrong's tone, obviously a little impatient, who knows where to go wild. "Not staying home so late." Sun Qingyue smiled and helped her smooth her back. "Mom, don't be angry. My sister just came back from the countryside, and when she arrives in the big city, it's understandable to have more fun. I'll talk to her properly. Still, you're sweet." When the mother was kind and the son was filial, Sun Feiha came in stepping on the moonlight, nodded slightly at the two of them, greeted them, and was about to go upstairs. Wu Rongrong got angry when she saw this faint look on her face and stood up expansively, scolding, "Not coming home so late. Where have you been?" Sun Feihua looked at her curiously. "Eating with Page Ya." All of Wu Rongrong's accusations were held in her throat. She didn't dare to say that Page Ya was wrong. Seeing this, Sun Qingyue immediately stood up and rounded off the situation. "Sister, Mom is worried about you and has been waiting in the living room." Sun Feiha smiled and said, "Thanks Mom then, don't wait for me next time." Wu Rongrong couldn't take her anger out, so she could only find another reason. "Come here, little lotus. I want to talk to you about something." With a slight pause in her steps, Sun Feihua reversed her direction and sat across from the two. "Mom, say it." Wu Rongrong took a deep breath and adjusted her state. "You were at the company today. How can you say that your sister is an adopted daughter?" Sun Feiha blinked with an innocent expression. "Isn't sister? Or is it actually that my sister has your blood in her body, just like me?" Sun Feiha looked at Wu Rongrong with pure eyes. Wu Rongrong opened her mouth to retort, but she couldn't find a suitable reason. "Even if what you're saying is the truth, you can't say it in public. It embarrasses your sister. You know? Ha? Why is sister embarrassed? Can't you tell the truth in a big city?" "I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't know there was such a rule." "Who says you can't tell the truth? You have to tell the truth to be a human being, and you can't afford to be a hypocritical character?" "Mom, I'm a little confused when you say that. Is this to make me tell the truth? or not, equals. Wu Rongrong also felt that there was something wrong with her speech and immediately dropped the topic. Why did you let your sister run to the company? Wu Rongrong felt that this was a topic that Sun Feiha was surely unable to argue with. Sun Feiha replied with a serious face. I didn't let her off. It was Page Ya who let her off. Pekka let her off. Won't you speak for her? You're sisters. You need to help each other. Sun Feiha looked at her with a crooked head and said with a smile, Mom, I think you're right, but I have a question that I want to ask you. You say it. Wu Rongrong straightened her back and waited for Sun Feiha to ask a question. My dad made you a breakfast. His new female secretary disagreed and told my dad to concentrate on his work from now on and not to cook for you. He dares. Which female secretary did you say it was? When did your father change his secretary? Well, I'm going to tear that vixen apart. Wu Rongrong was so emotional that she couldn't wait for the scene to come to a big tear of the living. Sun Feiha waved her hand and said, No, my father doesn't have a female secretary. Wu Rongrong was confused. Then what kind of question are you asking? Sun Feiha shrugged her shoulders and with her chin slightly raised, she pointed at Sun Qingyue and said, But that's what Sun Qingyue said, telling Page Ya to focus on her work and not to cook for me. Wu Rongrong looked at Sun Qingyue with a shocked face and hesitantly said, Qingyue, why are you saying this? Xiao He is your sister. The better Page Ya treats her, the happier we should be as relatives. Sun Qingyue bit her lip vigorously and said with an innocent face, Mom, I didn't think that much at that time. I'm Mr. Pei's secretary. I definitely had his interests in mind. Wu Rongrong nodded her head as if she understood. And this argument passed. The corner of Sun Feiha's mouth hooked into a mocking smile, turning his head to look at Wu Rongrong. Mom, is there anything else? In her next words, Wu Rongrong didn't know whether to speak or not. She realized she couldn't talk her way out of the daughter in front of her. Seeing her hesitation, Sun Feiha stood up and said, Mom, since you're fine with it, I'll go upstairs first. I'm quite tired today. Wu Rongrong gave a dispensable nod. Sun Qingyue fiercely stood up and said, Sister, don't go yet. Sun Feiho stood still and looked at her. Sun Qingyue pulled out the ring that Aikido man had given her from her bag. The dark red color is reflected in the glazed ceiling, but it looks especially glorious. Sister, this is the ring I bought to make amends to you. I didn't squeeze the juice for you today. It was my fault. Please forgive me. Sun Feiha looked at Wu Rongrong, who had a heartbroken face next to her, and sneered in her heart. Unconcerned, he waved his hand and said, It's fine. Sun Qingyue blocked her way, lifted the ring in her hand, and said with a smile, Sister, this ring is something I managed to get with great difficulty. You wear it even if you forgive me, okay? Sun Feiha was still about to refuse when she heard Wu Rongrong impatiently say, Your sister gave it to you, so you put it on. What's the point of being deliberately difficult? Sun Feiha gave her a faint look and reached out to take it. Sun Qingyue smiled and said, Let me help you put it on. Said not waiting for Sun Feiha to refuse, directly brought on the index finger. Sun Qingyue counted silently in her heart. Even though the Taoist had said to only wear it for a little while, she felt that 10 seconds was safer. When the time came, she said with some regret, This ring seems to be a bit too big. Sister, I'll go and change the size of the ring for you and bring it back to you. Sun Feiha looked at her and said, I don't like this. Just transfer the money directly. Said not waiting for Sun Qingyue to react, directly opened the QR code. The smile on Sun Qingyue's face instantly stiffened. Sun Feiha opened her innocent eyes. Since it's an apology, the gift must be something I like, right? It just so happens that I don't like gifts. I like money. You don't want to cheat, do you? Or ring in equal to ring in equal to. Sun Qingyue bit down hard on her back teeth before she slowly took out her cell phone and swept it over. Sun Feiha said in a somewhat disgusted tone, although it's a bit less. Make do. Sun Qingyue was exasperated and threw herself backwards, wishing to beat her up right now. This is all the money she has. Seeing that the matter was settled, Sun Feiha smiled at Wu Rongrong and said, Mom, I'm going up. Wu Rongrong nodded dryly. It wasn't until Sun Feiha disappeared into the stairway that Wu Rongrong sighed with some annoyance. Qingyue, why do you think Xiao He is just not close to me? Am I not good to her? Wu Rongrong didn't expect Sun Qingyue to answer and went back to the bedroom on her own. Sun Qingyue was left alone, grimacing. Chapter 86, The Beauty Charms Are Effective. In the shadowy basement, Ming Daoran suddenly took a deep breath, and his flowery white hair slowly began to turn black. Sun Feiha always felt that there was something strange about that ring, and couldn't tell where it was wrong, so he could only put it aside for the time being. If she forced herself to stay, Wu Rongrong wouldn't know what to say. Pei Jiao reassures her in the video that the soldiers are coming and going with the flow. Sun Feihua thought it made sense. Pei Jia told her to take a good rest. In 2 days it will be their engagement banquet. Pei Jia's tone with a little bit of impatience. With a smile on her face, Sun Feiha hung up the phone shyly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Before dawn today, Sun Feihua was shouted out of bed. Old Mrs. Sun came back from the field on purpose. Makeup artists and styling, branding and design are all fish out of water, looking more like servants than the house. Even where the 3 pieces of the house are tied together, it's a little cramped. Sun Feihua closed her eyes and let them swing. Several makeup artists looked at each other in disbelief. They never knew someone could have such good skin, not to mention the flaws. No matter what kind of makeup was applied to her, it didn't feel as beautiful as she was in her own right. Old Lady Sun looked at the several people and asked curiously, "Why aren't you painting yet?" The makeup artist sighed. "Miss Sun's face is too perfect. We don't dare to paint it. We don't have the confidence to make her look better." Old Mrs. Sun laughed out loud and proud after hearing this. A makeup artist with quick hands immediately stood behind Sun Feiha and put her hand on her hair. "You can't move your face, so you'll have to find a fix in your hair." Others grabbed Sun Feiho's hand, ready to give her the perfect manicure. There were a few people left who could only complain that they were too slow to get started. Wu Rongrong walked in right at this moment and looked hesitantly at Sun Feiha, but she had her eyes closed at the moment and didn't even notice Wu Rongrong's arrival. Old Lady Sun turned her head to look at her. "What's wrong?" Wu Rongrong honestly said. "Mom, since Xiao he can't use that many makeup artists here, why don't we let them help Qingyue?" Old Lady Sun frowned. "What's wrong again? Didn't she call for 2 makeup artists to come to her door?" Wu Rongrong said awkwardly. "But the best ones are all here in Xiaohua. And, Mom, there's something wrong with Qingyue's face. And as you know, those 2 makeup artists, they're not up to the task." Old Lady Sun unhappily bristled. "That's just as well. Stay at home if you have face problems. Today is the day that Xiaodi officially shows up and gets engaged to Pei Jia. It doesn't matter if Qingyu goes or not." Wu Rongrong, "That won't do. If we don't bring Qingyue, her group of friends won't know how to laugh at her in the future. If that little thing is a joke on her, it's okay for that friend to be cut off because of it." Wu Rongrong didn't dare to rebel against Elder Lady Sun and could only turn her gaze to Sun Feiha. Sun Feiha didn't even open her eyes and said lightly, "Grandma, I can't use so many people. The rest of you go to Sun Qingyue's place to help." Old Lady Sun didn't want to reject Sun Feiha's request, so she nodded helplessly. Wu Rong left with the rest of the group as if they had been honored. Old Lady Sun was not elegant at all and directly rolled her eyes. "You're a confused mom. You used to look smart. Now you're just a sizable cutie." Sun Feiha said with a faint smile. "There's no big problem. She's just too emotionally attached." Old Lady Sun slowly sighed and did not continue. The fact that Sun Feiha was so bland was the biggest problem. But unfortunately Wu Rongrong hadn't realized that she had already pushed Sun Feiha very far away. Sun Qingyue over here was losing her temper. "Aren't you professional makeup artists? Quickly paint me. I want my original look back." At this point she was covered in black spots. Her eyes were swollen, and her usual double eyelids were propped up as single eyelids. From a distance it doesn't look much different than a chimpanzee's face. The makeup artist who walked in, if she didn't have a bit of professionalism on her side, would have just yelled out, "Asterisk, that side is too beautiful, and this side is too ugly to paint. How many layers of foundation do you have to put on?" This story goes back to yesterday. Yesterday morning when she woke up, she was still thinking that she had already gotten Sun Feiho's life expectancy. So the next thing was how to zap Pei Jia. For this she is very confident. How she is also Pei Jia's secretary. Just tie it up. It's not a difficult task. Just as she was about to wash up, she saw herself in the mirror and gasped out in shock. The people outside heard it and rushed in as well. Seeing her like this, Wu Rongrong was so scared that she almost fainted. And Sun Mingjue and Sun Hao were on their hands and knees supporting her. Only Sun Feihua smiled faintly and leaned against the door of the room. Eyes swept lightly over the runes on the bed. If she wasn't mistaken, that was a beauty charm she had drawn. And then she looked at Sun Qingyue's face, and it was clear. It must be that she's up to something harmful. Sun Mingjue hurriedly ordered the driver to take her to the hospital. The doctor didn't check anything and she had to return home. "I didn't go out all day yesterday, and I even asked Secretary Li for a vacation." Wu Rongrong stepped forward to comfort her. "It's okay Qingyue, it'll be fine soon. Your sister can't use that many makeup artists, so I brought them here. It's my sister's good day, and she won't be angry if you bring them here, will she?" Sun Qingyue was biting her sausage lips, and her previous pathetic demeanor now looked extra spicy. Wu Rongrong twisted her head and replied, "It's fine. Xiaoyi's face doesn't need that many makeup artists." A trace of annoyance flashed through Sun Qingyue's eyes, and her voice stiffened as she said, "Thank you Mom." Wu Rongrong hurriedly moved out of the way. The makeup artist hesitantly stepped forward and carefully observed Sun Qingyue's face, and the more she looked, the tighter her brows wrinkled. Just when Sun Qingyue was about to get mad, they barely started. Wu Rongrong let out a sigh of relief and sat on the sofa. At this moment, the housekeeper came up and said, "Madam, the Pei family sent something over. What's the delivery?" Chapter 87, In Person. Wu Rongrong followed the line of sight. The butler was followed by several bodyguards, and in the center stood the staff wearing suits and white gloves, staff carrying a code box in his hand, but also himself and the box with handcuffs, handcuffed together. "It seems to be a valuable thing," Wu Rongrong curiously said. "Open it up and show me." The staff member smiled and said, "I'm sorry." Mr. Pei explained that it must be opened by Ms. Sun Feiha personally. Wu Rongrong's curiosity became even heavier and she immediately stood up and led the crowd towards Sun Feiha's room. Sun Qingyue followed unwillingly. She wanted to see what goodies the Pei family had sent. A large number of people went into Sun Feiha's room. Sun Feiha slightly opened her eyes, and the attendant immediately stepped forward, carefully placed the case on the table, unlocked the handcuffs, pressed the code, and respectfully said, "Miss Sun, please." Sun Feihua opened the box curiously. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes when he saw the contents of the box. The surrounding people all stretched their necks to see. The old lady's son saw the most clearly, immediately surprised out. "This is the .cui head flag." Wu Rongrong looked at the emerald green glistening headdress and asked curiously, "Mom, is this precious?" Old lady's son glanced at her and said, "More than precious. This kind of .cui used to be only for the royal family. The public is not allowed to touch, even if the country can't find a piece. Such a complete and exquisite .cui headdress. There is only one in the country, although it is not as good as this one, but it is also worth more than $80 million. Then wouldn't this one start at $1 billion? Old lady Sun shook her head and said, "Such an exquisite point CUI, even if the offer is $3 billion, I'm willing to buy it, but unfortunately I've only heard that this is being collected by a rich man in a certain country, and I didn't expect it to be in Pei Jia's hands." The service personnel smiled and said, "The old lady is very knowledgeable. This thing has always been our bank, the top priority for protection. Miss Sun, please rest assured that we will have bodyguards throughout to protect your safety." Sun Qingyue's heart was full of resentment, but on her face, she still had to wear a smile and said, "Brother Jia really thinks highly of her sister. Such an expensive thing, she's willing to give you a day to wear it. The implication is that you will only be given 1 day to wear it, and it will be taken away at the end of the party." The attendant turned her head to look at the person who had spoken and was unguardedly startled to see her face. Oh. Sun Qingyue chortled in embarrassment. "What kind of expression is that? Do I look ugly?" The attendant tried to nod, but restrained himself, stiffening his neck and looking at Sun Feiho to wash his eyes. Smiling broadly, he said, "Ms. Sun, this is the transfer contract. As long as you sign it, this thing belongs to you." Wu Rongrong and old lady Sun nodded their heads in satisfaction. From this item, one could see Pei Jia's intentions. Wu Rongrong smiled and said, "Sign it. In the future, when you get married, it'll be the same for anyone." Sun Feiha took the pen and signed her name sharply. The attendant smiled as he stood by and collected the contract. "Then I'll take my leave. These bodyguards will stay, and when the party is over, I'll come and check the items and put them in the vault again." Waiting for the people to leave, elder lady Sun looked at them with love. Wu Rongrong smiled and said, "No wonder Sister Zhou said that the clothes I prepared would not work. All the clothes she prepared for little Lotus were all on the Chinese side, so she knew that already." Old lady Sun nodded her head repeatedly. "Their family is so devoted to Xiaohe, we can rest assured." Wu Rongrong laughed and clapped her hands. "That's great. Or let's all wear Chinese style today. Look like a family." Wu Rongrong said she would do it, and immediately called the high fashion store and asked them to send some Chinese style clothes over. The party cannot be clashing, but also to meet the personal temperament. A moment of high fashion stores are busy. It turned out that Sun Qingyue had followed the advice of her makeup artist to draw a smoky makeup, put a black veil on her head to cover half of her face, and add thick lips to make it as mysterious as possible. As a result, Wu Rongrong said to wear Chinese style, wearing a tight cheongsam. Sun Qingyue was less like a young lady and more like a dancer. Old lady Sun frowned straight away as she watched, and Wu Rongrong also disapproved. "Qingyue, why did you get this hairstyle? Go change it." Sun Qingyue crossed her shoulders and sobbed, "But Mum, my face is too ugly now. I can't go out at all without covering it a bit, and I can't not go to my sister's good day." Wu Rongrong had the intention to let her recuperate at home, but looking at her pitiful appearance, she could only nod helplessly. The father and son who had gone to the company early in the morning to take care of things entered the door, and were attracted by Sun Feiha, who had just come downstairs, attracting all the attention. The light blue cheongsam is as fresh as a lotus flower in the morning. The cheongsam clung to her body, emphasizing her perfect curves. What should be a gentle and virtuous temperament? coupled with her own ethereality, seemed like an ancient painting, full of poetry and romance, and like a heavenly fairy, ready to tread the wind for two, especially as she came down the stairs with light feet and an emerald tiara on her head. Pure gold is used as the base, and then the back of the kingfisher, with its bright blue feathers, is carefully inlaid into the base, resulting in a perfect pattern. The steps in her ears swayed gently, and Sun Feihe's eyes were clear and bright, as if she could see through people's hearts, so that people couldn't help but be fascinated by her. Sun Hao exclaimed in a loud voice, "Worthy of being my daughter, like me." Sun Mingjue laughed and shook his head. "I'm the eldest brother. You should act like me." Wu Rongrong said unhappily, "I should say like me." Old Lady Sun smiled and said, "Alright, don't brag about each other. It's almost time. You two hurry up and change into your clothes. You need to set off." Sun Hao and Sun Mingjue hurriedly went upstairs to change their clothes, directly ignoring Sun Xingyue who was standing next to them. Sun Xingyue hated her teeth. "One day, I'll make you people pay." Sun Fei's eyes faintly swept over her and waited until the two fathers and sons came down. The whole family then set off. By this time the Garland Hotel had been so crowded with celebrities that people could be seen a kilometer away under martial law. To get into the banquet, you have to go through at least 3 tests. The driver slowed down, and the security guard saw the license plate number and waved it right through to another lane. Wu Rongrong felt dignified and looked at Sun Feihe with a smiling face. Sun Feihe smiled faintly and returned the sight. When they arrived at the banquet, the Pei family's butler would already be standing at the door, welcoming a few people and seeing them brought into the private room to rest. Sun Xingyue couldn't sit still. She had seen enough of Sun Feihe's face. She said hello and went out. Wu Rongrong shook her head and said, "This child." There was no lack of pampering and indulgence in his tone. Old Lady Sun closed her eyes slightly and said, "She's already older. There are some things you should keep out of." Wu Rongrong didn't say anything, just nodded her head. The door opened. Pei Jia came in wearing a high-fashion navy blue suit, and the crowd had the good sense to find a reason to leave and give the two of them space. Chapter 88, "So it's you." Sun Feihe looked at the man in front of him, the proper suit framing his shoulders even more broadly. The collar was stiff and complemented his neckline, emphasizing his elegance. Each button is carefully matched and shines. "Good looking," Sun Feihe exclaimed heartily. Pei Jia took her hand and placed a gentle kiss on her lips. "Thanks for the compliment." Pei Jia looked at her outfit with a look of amazement in her eyes. "I knew that this would be the most appropriate for you to wear." Sun Feihe touched the hair accessory on her head and said with some disdain, "It's nice to look at, but it's just a bit heavy." Pei Jia laughed out softly. Everyone else hated to carry it and not take it off. She was good. She still thought it was too heavy. "Then it will be hard on you for a bit. Someone will come to change you in the middle. My mom prepared several sets of gowns for you, so you'll be able to take them off by then." Sun Feihe could only nod helplessly. While the two were talking, Nan Xiaoyu stretched her head and opened the door. Surprised to see Sun Feihe, she pushed open the door. "Wow, you're too good looking." Nan Zhu and Xinyu followed behind. Pei Jia could only leave first when he saw this. Nan Xiaoyu stuck her tongue out in embarrassment and said, "I'm so sorry to have disturbed you two from making out." Nan Zhu poked her helplessly, signaling her to shut up. Xinyu went up a little embarrassed and said, "Xiao He, you're so pretty." Sun Feihe nodded with a light smile. Xinyu looked for a topic to speak. "Do you know where Sun Xingyue went?" Sun Feihe shook her head slightly. Xinyu instantly became interested. She went to look for the infant guys. "I just walked over there and heard them say your name." Gnashing their teeth, Nan Xiaoyu frowned and said, "How can Infan have the nerve to go out? Last time she put on a big show. Could there be more this time?" Nan Zhu looked at her sister without any good humor. After all, her family still had some unfinished business with the Yin family. Xinyu urged, "Be careful. I see that Infan is coming on strong this time, and she's brought a man with her that I haven't even seen before." Nan Xiaoyu said unconcernedly, "Whatever, I'm sure Xiao He can handle it." As the three spoke, the MC outside began to speak before they went outside. After all, such banquets are large-scale business, marriage venues, and as part of the family, they must contribute. Sun Feihe waited quietly in the room until the butler came up to invite her. Then she slowly stood up. The spotlight hit her, and the noisy banquet hall fell silent. Sun Hao stood on the high platform, looking at her proudly, and said in a deep voice, "This is my Sun family's long-lost daughter, and by the mercy of the heavens, she has finally been sent back, and we are grateful for that, and believe that our family will get better and better." Sun Mingjue stood at the top of the stairs, holding her hand as he made his way to the raised platform. Sun Feihe walked to the microphone and said in a light tone, "Sun Feihe." The brief words left the crowd unresponsive. Yes, Nan Xiaoyu was the first to applaud. Applause. "In addition to this matter, there is another big event that we are announcing together with the Pei family. At this time, the Pei family's crowd also went up to the stage, and Zhou Miaoyan was even more direct in expressing her feelings of affection, and decisively stood by Sun Feihe's side. The two exchanged engagement rings in the presence of the crowd. Pei Jia kissed the person in front of him, his magnetic voice low with joy. From now on, you're mine. Sun Feihe looked at the ring on her hand. You're mine too. Wait, Pei Jia can't be engaged to this white-eyed wolf. The warm atmosphere was interrupted by Anfan's loud shouting, and Fin took a few steps onto the high platform and looked at Pei Jia. Pei Jia, I want you to be happy, even if the person you marry isn't me. It definitely can't be her. Anfan points to Sun Feather. Sun Feihe said in a light tone, why can't it be me? Because you're a white wolf and you're not clean. Anfan's words caused everyone in the room to gasp. Pega ordered a used one? Zhou Miaoyan frowned and said, Anfan, be careful what you say. Otherwise, I'll sue you for slander. Anfan bit her lips tightly, her eyes reddening. Auntie Zhou, don't you know what kind of person I am? I would never make something out of nothing. Zhou Miaoyan waved her hand dismissively. But don't cry at me. I'm not familiar with you. Anfan took a step back a little hurt, looking at the crowd's reaction, and said sternly to Sun Feihe, do you dare to confront me? Seeing this, Sun Qingyue interjected, Anfan, forget it. My sister's matter. Let her pass. Sun Qingyue's remark seemed to characterize the matter. Everyone's gazes were off, and Wu Rongrong looked at her with a displeased expression. Qingyue, what are you babbling about? Sun Qingyue said with some difficulty. Mom, I'll explain to you when we go back. Ah, get out of here. You're everywhere. Usually don't care about you. Not that I'm afraid of you, but I think you're just a jumping clown. Now, at this time, it's my engagement party. Whoever wants to give me a hard time will have to weigh it up. Sun Feihe raised her foot and directly kicked Sun Qingyue to the side, her tone gloomy, and Fin gritted her teeth and said, okay, since you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin, don't blame me. Come out. And Fin's words just fell. Walked out a young man, cowering and stretching his head. Saw Sun Feihe. Immediately excitedly said, Small Lotus, you can really let brother good to find. You are now evening the good family. A leap into 1,000 gold. You cannot forget me. Ah, you forget the night we two. He. Sun Feihe's eyes narrowed steeply. This person was no other than the cousin who almost raped the original body, Sun Tao. The amber-like pupils carried a slight chill, and his tone was as cold as ice. So it's you. Chapter 89, Real Mom? Immediately, Anfan shouted out. You heard her. She admitted it. Anfan was ecstatic. Wu Rongrong looked at Sun Feihe with a surprised gaze, her tone hesitant. Xiao He, you really know him? Then you. Shut up. Old Mrs. Sun scolded sternly. Do you know what you're saying? Xiao He is your own daughter. Now not unanimous. You are suspicious first. I think your brain should be taken out and washed properly. Wu Rongrong was chastised to the point of being unable to get off the stage. Her face reddened, but there was no way to refute it. Can only take it out on Sun Tao. Who are you? Sun Tao dangled. Me? I'm Xiaoyi's cousin and her love brother. Pei Ji is cold. Sharp gaze sharpened as if she wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Sun Tao shrank his neck in fear and said with a stiff upper lip, what are you looking at? If you look again, Xiaoyi's first time will be mine too. Pei Ji's cold face was about to go forward. Sun Feihe took his hand and said, leave it to me. The original's revenge can now be avenged directly. Sun Feihe took a step forward and walked up to Sun Tao, with a disdainful smile at the corner of her mouth. Then tell me where the first time you rolled in bed was? Sister, how did you say this? What rolling sheets? It's hard to hear. Sun Qingyue whimpered out. Sun Feihe's eyes looked at her faintly, a glance that carried a bone-chilling chill, as if it would take her life in the next second. Shut your dog's mouth, or else, I don't mind letting you, for the rest of your life, not be able to say a word. Sun Qingyue bit her lips tightly and didn't dare to interrupt again. Sun Tao thought for a moment and said, of course it's at home. You secretly left the door open for me. Since it's the truth, what's the need to think? Even if what you say is true, then let me ask you, is the rest of the family home? Of course I'm home. Where do I go at night if I'm not? Since you're at home, doesn't anyone notice? My mom found out and called you a little whore. Remember? That reminds me. What else did your mom say? The only way a person can look back on something that really happened is without thinking about it. Sun Tao really blurted out, calling you a whore, and beating you with a stick. You couldn't take it, so you ran away, and then ran out of the house. I wanted to take advantage of you, but I didn't even get it. My mom is just not good enough to make things happen. Sun Feihe, didn't you just say we rolled in bed? Why are you running out of the house now? Sun Tao knew he had misspoken and his eyes darted. Sun Feihe sneered. Don't think about it. I'll say for you what you came here for this time. Your father, my cheap uncle, is now seriously ill. And this year's grain alone your family? No grain. The family can't make ends meet. Anfan found you guys. You bragged to her about sleeping with me. And she overpaid you to come here, right? Sun Tao. I'll tell you a fortune for free. Do you want to hear it? Her title of God's counting has been heard all over the village. Sun Tao nodded hesitantly. You can't go back. Why? You love to gamble. Once you robbed a man in front of a hotel because you were short of money, causing a man to fall unconscious. You took the money and left. It was freezing. The man froze to death straight away. And because of the heavy snowfall, it covered up your traces. So the police never found you. Don't panic. I haven't finished yet. Last month you came back from playing cards. In the middle of the night you met an old lady, stealing steel bars from the construction site. You got horny and used this as blackmail, wanting to have a fight with her. But unfortunately the old lady couldn't look at you. You got infuriated. And you kicked her directly into the river. She didn't know how to use water. And drowned to death. As soon as Sun Feiha's words fell, Sun Tao's face turned white and he directly pushed away Anfan next to him and leapt to the stage. Ready to escape. Anfan was pushed off the high platform by him and fell on his ass. But Sun Tao's reaction verified that what Sun Feiha said was true. The security on stage was no slouch, and pinned him straight to the ground. Sun Feiha stood on the high platform, looking at him with a dustless eye. Sun Tao begged, Xiao He, please let me go. I didn't mean to kill anyone. Sun Feiha picked up the microphone, her cool voice echoing in the venue. You will die. There is no place for you on earth, nor in hell. You will be sent to the 16th floor, the mountain of knives, the frying pan, the whip is light. You will endure infinite torment until your soul is scattered for eternity. Cold, mysterious, low, it gave the crowd at the banquet, uncontrollably, goosebumps all over their bodies. With the light pouring from back to front, she looked more like a heavenly god at this point, with words to believe in for no apparent reason. What she said was true. The crowd's adoring gaze made Sun Xingyue very stifled. She approached Wu Rongrong in a compassionate tone and whispered, Mom, isn't that too poisonous of a statement from my sister? Even though he did something wrong, it's not so bad that he won't be given the chance to change his ways for the rest of his life. Wu Rongrong patted her hand and said, Xiao He did the right thing this time. If it were me, I would have pinched him to death right now. Sun Xingyue could only shut up when she saw that Wu Rongrong didn't even agree with her words. Zhou Miayan stepped forward to hold Sun Feiha's hand and said to the stage, Xiao He is the daughter-in-law I've decided to be my daughter-in-law. And whoever gets on her bad side is getting on my bad side. A flat gaze swept over the crowd. And Ming Huai. Others say that the father's debt is tasted by the son, but I see that for Yuan family. It's quite good for the son's debt to be paid by the father. And Ming Huai was shocked and wanted to open his mouth to defend himself. Their in-family's industry has already been struck by Pei Jia, and he really didn't know about it when Infan pulled this stunt today. Zhou Miayan didn't look at him, but said to the security, ask the in-family to go out. Doing business do pay attention to and gas. Zhou Miayan rarely so snappy. It was only when the people from the in-family left that the banquet slowly began to liven up. Zhou Miayan smiled and said, Xiao He, don't worry, no matter what, Auntie believes in you. She didn't think a person's eyes could lie. Sun Feihua was moved to look at her. Even though it was so chaotic just now, she had always stood firmly by her side. Pei Yuan, Xiao He, my sister-in-law. I don't recognize anyone but you. Pei Jia took her by the shoulders and solemnly said, my wife can only be you, and only you. Sun Feiha had never been so warm as she was at this moment, and her eyes were even a little moist. Wu Rongrong looked at her, heart twisted, lifting her feet to go forward. She is a real mom. Elder Lady Sun looked at her with a sharp gaze, and Wu Rongrong could only stop her feet in aggravation. My lord, congratulations to Miss Sun and young Master Pei on their new engagement. Chapter 90, The New Joy of Engagement. My lord, congratulations to Miss Sun and young Master Pei on their new engagement. At the entrance to the banquet hall, a man dressed in Chinese style shouted his congratulations. Pei Jia's pupils shrunk slightly. If he was right, this was the Ghostbuster, right? As the man enters, behind him are people who can't be seen at a glance. Like in the old days of marriage, 8 carried sedan chairs, heavy red caissons of sunken wood, tied with big red bow ties. A few people in maid's attire were holding trays with neatly yards of gold, which were very bright in the light of the lamp. The ghost messenger stood in front and yelled, my master gave Miss Sun a gift of 300,000 taels of gold, a box of superb jadeite, 10 pairs of superb red Hutian jade jewelry, 20 bracelets of superb red Hutian jade, and superb sheep's fat white jade. It was not until the banquet hall was filled to overflowing and the guests were all crowded together that it was barely set. The ghost messenger smiled and arched his hand at Sun Feihe. Miss He, the gift has been delivered. The master asked me to bring you a message that these things can be used as you like. If you don't like to smash them, it's not bad to listen to the sound of them. I'll take my leave. The momentum of the sound shook everyone to their core. Even if you're rich, you can't be so spoiled. Pei Jia was not the only one who recognized the Ghostbuster. There was also Zhao Long who stood by and watched the ceremony. Seeing that the Ghostbuster was about to leave, Zhao Long hurriedly chased after him. Old Lady Pei looked at the jadeite jades among them and lamented. The value of these things is incalculable. Some of them are extinct. I didn't expect that they are actually available here. Old Lady Sun, look at this waterhead. I've only seen it in the interior of the Forbidden City. Sishi's one is not as good as this one. Sun Feiha shook her head helplessly and whispered, Master, really will get me into trouble. Pei Jia, who was the closest, swept his gaze furtively. The more the two old ladies said, the redder Sun Qingyue's eyes became. Why should all the good things be Sun Feiha's? She said in a cold voice, Sister, these things, you hurry to return them. I see that the person who just came, I have not seen him in the capital. Could it be that he is someone you know in the countryside? No one would be that generous for no reason. I'm afraid there's a fraud. Sun Feiha looked at her with a faint gaze. That's not for you to worry about. You'd better worry about your own face. It's disgustingly ugly. You. Sun Qingyue clutched the corner of her coat with white fingers. Sun Feihua asked the housekeeper to put these things away in a flat tone. She didn't care, but the others had to pay attention. And Pei's father transferred another batch of security in, contacting the bank to come and count the stuff and insure it into storage. At the banquet, Sun Feiha and Pei Jia opened the show, and the Nan family, the Xin family, the Meng family, the Yan family, and the Zhao family all flocked around, chatting and striking up conversations with Sun Feiha, completely eliminating the need for Wu Rongrong to lead the way. One of them was vaguely centered on Sun Feiho. Sun Qingyue took advantage of the opportunity to put on eye candy and said, Mom, look at the younger sister. Just betrothal with Pei Jia. There are so many people flattering her. Really good. In the future, don't even need to mom you lead her out. It's not possible to say that someday, we still have to rely on her. Wu Rongrong's face, which had been smiling, sank. There was nothing wrong with Sun Qingyue's words, but it just sounded very uncomfortable to her. Sun Qingyue, Mom, did I say something wrong? I'm sorry. Wu Rongrong smiled and patted her hand. No, come on. Mom will take you to meet someone else. Turning around, he walked in the opposite direction of Sun Feiho. The engagement party didn't end until nightfall. The crowd was treated to a great show and shocked by the gift list that followed, especially knowing that it took the bank personnel 3 full days of organizing to get these things booked into the safe. Everyone is privately searching to find out who that lord is. Unfortunately, there is no news at all, and the person being sought is talking to Sun Feiho through the black hole. How about it? Master gave you a good gift. Right. These things are enough. You don't need to worry about anything in this life to eat and drink. That's too much. Do you know how late the bank officers were busy? I hear they're still counting it now. What's there to count? It's all worthless stuff. Lose it and I'll give it back. There's plenty in the coffers. You don't think it's worth much. This thing, in the mortal world, is a good thing. Don't give it away next time. I don't even need it. The judge responded vaguely, which closed the passage. The party was over, and Sun Feiho could be said to have become famous in one count. No, the criminal police came to the door early in the morning. Sun Feiha had just come downstairs, and the few people waiting in the living room immediately stood up straight. Fan Chenbo was among them, and he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Ms. Sun, these are my colleagues. We have a case that needs your help. Don't worry, the money won't be less than a hit. Sun Feiha lifted her foot and walked out. Let's go. Let's talk as we walk. Wu Rongrong had the intention to stop it, but she couldn't say anything. Sun Qingyue seemingly unintentional to break the silence. Mom, do you want to talk to my sister? So that she is still honestly at home in the future to get married. Before it was her interest. A small fight does not matter. And now the criminal police are looking for the door. In the future cannot be when the cause of engagement it. Wu Rongrong hesitantly said. If we can really find the murderer, we will have done a good deed. Of course I don't object to my sister doing a good deed. It's just that it worked this time. What about the next time? She's certainly fine in our house. But when she goes to Pei's house, Sun Qingyue looked around and whispered. The hands of the criminal police are all murder cases. My sister greets these men all day long, and often sees ghosts to see the dead. Which family can stand it? In other words, if Big Brother took a wife like that, would you want it? Wu Rongrong's face sank. No, absolutely not. How bad luck. A moment later, Wu Rongrong hesitated again. But that's your sister's hobby, so it's not good for me to interfere too much. Sun Qingyue nodded approvingly and said, to be honest, I also hope that my sister can do something. What she wants to do. Hey, if she doesn't marry Pei Jia it's good. Free and easy. How good. Wu Rongrong's eating motion slowed down. Pondering, Sun Qingyue smiled and stood up. Mom, I'm going to work. Today our company is going to talk about mergers and acquisitions. I have to go and help out. You know, I'm in the Ivy League college, and I graduated with a similar selection. Wu Rongrong smiled and nodded, telling her to slow down. Sun Qingyue walked out of the house with a smile on her face. Wu Rongrong put down the bowl in her hand and wanted to call Sun Feiha. With a twist of his hand, he dialed the phone. Chapter 91, A Fatal Case. Hey, hubby, the CID guys came today to ask for Xiao's help. Ha 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 ha. Is worthy of being my daughter? Just great. Awesome your ass. Think about it in case you succeed and come back every day in the future. Can the Pei family be willing to do that? If you don't want to do it, then forget it. My daughter can do whatever she wants. Wu Rongrong's eyes twinkled as she said approvingly. Hubby, I think so too. But it's quite a shame to miss out on such a good son-in-law as Pei Jia. What do you mean? I think Qingyue and Pei Jia are a good match. Education. Experience. Nothing is bad. Sun Hao only felt anger rising. Shut up, Wu Rongrong. Next time you say something like that, the two of us will separate. In all these years, Sun Hao had never been so snappy. Wu Rongrong immediately felt that her heart hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. The tears in her eyes coalesced quickly and slid down in large drops. Wu Rongrong, do you think you're being fair to Xiaohe? They're only engaged, and you're going to cut her corners and shove Qingyue over there? Think about it. If in the beginning, I had gotten engaged to you and married your sister, what would you have done? Wu Rongrong shook her head wordlessly. She didn't want to. She would hate all of them. Sun Hao said in a serious tone. Wu Rongrong, I'll only tell you this once. Pei Jia, even if he separates from Xiaohe, unless Qingyue breaks off relations with us, disengages from the household, and is a stranger in the future, don't want to marry Pei Jia. The phone hung up abruptly, and Wu Rongrong didn't even have time to say anything in her defense. She was aggrieved and sad. She thought she was just saying it casually and didn't expect Sun Hao's reaction to be so big. Just as Wu Rongrong was still aggrieved, the phone rang again. Mom, Mingju, do you know how excessive your father was just now? Sun Mingjue interrupted her complaint and said in a cold voice. Mom, Pei Jia is Xiaohe's, unless Xiaohe doesn't want it. Otherwise, whoever wants to snatch it from Xiaohe, don't blame me for being merciless. The phone hung up again. Wu Rongrong's 100 grievances had no one to talk to, so she could only stagger back to her room and cry alone. Sun Feiha, over here, doesn't know that at home, another big drama has been staged. Even if she knew, she didn't care. Pei Jia is not a toy. Whoever wants to take it. Pega drove the car and took her behind the criminal police. Sun Feiha laughed and said, I told you to go to the company and you had to follow. It's not like the cemetery is a good place. Pei Jia shook her with one hand. No, I want to follow you. Following you is much more interesting than sitting in a cold office. Sun Feiha smiled faintly and said, What should I do? I seem to have taught you badly. A business elite turned into a fortune-telling enthusiast. Lightly pecking the white small hand smiled and said, That's good. I'll learn all your skills. In the future we both rely on this to become rich. This can be compared to fight with the intercompany battle of wits. Come to the money fast. I say which one goes bankrupt. Ha 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 ha. You think you're a god ruler? Possessing the magic power to make a pope with a single word. Crisp laughter echoed in the car, and Pei Jia looked at her smiling face, the favor in his eyes about to overflow. When they reached the cemetery, the two men got out of the car. There were already two men standing at the entrance, one in a criminal police uniform, and one in a dark gray dress with the words Metaphysical Society embroidered on the corner. Fan Shinbo twisted his head to look at Sun Feiha and yelled at the man with an unhappy face. Gui Juanli, what do you mean? I've said I'm looking for someone. You, Gui Juanli said with his hands around his chest. To each his own. You find your own, I'll find mine, and we'll see what happens underhand. This is the vice president of the Metaphysical Society. He is capable of a lot. The two of them were bickering, and when Izzy saw Sun Feiho coming out of the car, her eyes lit up and she smiled as she stepped forward. Little friend, last time we had a meeting, do you still remember? Sun Feiha looked at him with a faint gaze and shook her head slightly. Izzy pulled the compass out of his bag. Sun Feiha suddenly remembered something and smiled. Hello, my name is Izzy. Just call me Uncle Izzy, and you're here, too. Sun Feiha shook her head and said, I don't know, get it together. Izzy smiled kindly. Fan Shinbo looked at Izzy somewhat defensively and led Sun Feiha to the front. Izzy smiled helplessly and followed. Wei Juanli snorted coldly and followed suit. The captain, seeing that the people were all together, did not talk nonsense, and directly told the general situation of the matter. 2 years ago, there was a murder here, a disappearance to be exact. A widow came to visit her late husband's grave and then disappeared because there was no surveillance at the graveyard and the widow could only be seen coming to offer incense as if she were normal. There is only a video of coming in, not going out, and a big living person just disappeared into thin air. Another girl went missing this year. It's been 7 days. Nothing out of the ordinary at the cemetery. Search dogs, drones used, just no luck. The captain turned to the two men. I hope the master can help us find it, Izzy said with a serious face. I'll do my best. Sun Feiha looked indifferent. Try it. The captain had no idea what to do in his heart, but he had used every method and could only try the nebulous metaphysics. Sun Feiha opened her hand to Pei Jia. Let's go. Pei Jia smiled and interlocked her fingers. Wei Juanli said disdainfully. Doing the right thing. Talking about love like what? Fan Shenhua immediately looked like an old mother hen protecting her pups. I want you to care. This little thing. Miss Sun is not at all concerned. Ha! Fan Shenhua. Can you die if you don't brag a little? Bragging or not? You'll find out later. Humph. The two looked at each other and separated left and right. Sun Feiha looked at the silent cemetery and said to Fan Shenhua, is there a picture of that girl? Fan Shenhua opened his cell phone. The girl inside had a clean face and was quiet and refined. She's not dead. Fan Shenhua asked excitedly. Then where is she? Sun Feiha shook her head. I don't know, but I'll know once I ask. Ask? Who? Fan Shenhua stuttered a bit in his speech. Ask anyone here. Of course. Fan Shenhua didn't understand what she was talking about, and Pei Jia reminded her. The garden keeper. Fan Shenhua slapped his head and said with a smile. I thought you were going to call out the ghosts to ask again. Fan Shen fluctuates as soon as the garden keeper was directly shouted over. Chapter 92, Digging a Grave? Sun Feihua looked straight into his face and said, when was the last time you saw that girl? The garden keeper said impatiently. I've told you. I didn't see it, and on such a hot day. I usually stay in my post and rest. I don't come out at all. Sun Feiha shook her head slightly. No, you saw it. The garden keeper, you're full of. I'm not. You didn't just see it because you were drunk and lonely and you molested her and had to give her $500. She didn't want to, so you kept tugging with her. You tore her sleeve. She took the opportunity to run away. You stumbled and didn't catch up. Am I right? I only ripped it a little bit, and the person was fine when she left, so I had nothing to do with it. The garden keeper retorted loudly. Fan Shen was surprised wide-eyed. A long time before he said, not right From the monitoring, that day he did not go out of the guard post booth. Sun Fei Ho, the guard post booth is more than just the front door. He secretly opened a small door for himself so that he can sneak out to drink and play cards when he's at work. Fan Shenhua kicked him in exasperation. Damn it, why didn't you say anything when I asked? The garden keeper curled up and said, you came up and said that the girl was missing and might have been killed, and I didn't dare to say anything, in case I did and you couldn't find the murderer and took the blame on me, then wouldn't I have died unjustly? Fan Shenhua was so angry that he wanted to kick a few more times, when he saw the captain walk over quickly and chided. Fan Shenhua, what are you doing again? Captain, this guy lied. He's obviously seen that girl, and he got horny and ripped her clothes. The captain was instantly serious. Are you serious? Of course, they can both testify. The captain looked at the man curled up on the ground and commanded the officers, take him away. Fan Shenhua pointed at Sun Feiha and said, this was all calculated by Ms. Sun, and she even said that the girl didn't die. The captain said seriously, really? Sun Feiha nodded slightly. I can only guarantee that she lives. The implication is that everyone understands what can happen to a girl who disappears for a few days. Please. Sun Feiha waved her hand. Since the living are done asking, let's ask the dead. At least find out where the widow from 2 years ago went. The captain looked at her curiously, and Fan Shenhua was a bit excited. Ask. The money is all good. Sun Feiha raised her feet and walked forward, and Fan Shenhua tugged the captain to follow. Walking to a position and standing, he pulled out the vermilion sand and looked at Pei Jia with some heartache. The vermilion sand that grandma gave me is almost used up. Pei Jia laughed softly. I'll buy you more. You don't understand. The very best vermilion. You can't just buy it if you want to. Don't worry. I can. Pei Jia assured with conviction. And only then did Sun Feihe take out the yellow paper and drew quickly. The talisman was formed. The leaves shook. And the rune ignited itself. A few little ghosts came out of the ground and floated slowly to her. Sun Feiha turned to Fan Shenhua and said, bring out the photos. Fan Shenhua immediately opened his cell phone and showed it to the void. Sun Feiha said to a few ghosts, have you seen this girl? A couple of ghosts came forward, took a closer look, and one of them said, I've seen it. I've seen it. When? That was days before she ran crying past my grave in that direction. Ghost pointed to the path ahead to the right. Sun Feihua held Pei Jia and stepped to follow. The captain was confused, and Fan Shenhua explained in a low voice. she's talking to a ghost. Go, quickly follow. Walking to the end of the road, the ghost pointed ahead and said, I've seen her walk right up to here. Thanks. You're welcome. You're welcome. Sun Feiha stood still, observing the terrain, following the watching ghosts, surrounding the few people in the center. Sun Feihor, have you seen anyone else here in the last few days? Seen it. Lots of it. I mean someone I see often. There's a man who shows up at the cemetery a lot, but not to worship anyone. The little ghosts pondered, and suddenly a timid voice rang out. I've seen it before, but he always comes quietly at night, stealing the tributes, not to mention that he kicked me in the grave last time, but it pisses me off. Sun Feiha immediately pursued. What does he look like? Kid, just what normal people look like, but I can help you find him for a small fee. No problem. The little ghost turned and ran away, and a few moments later, came over with a small dog on a lead and said proudly, this dog of mine has a great nose, and I can definitely help you find it. Sun Feiha crouched down, stroked the puppy's head and said, it's so cute. That's a must. It's my dog. Let's go. It's not too late. Sun Feiha stood up and said to the two Fan Shenbua, follow them. They're taking me to someone. Fan Shenbua nodded excitedly. Sun Feihua led a few people around the graveyard, and instead of going through the gate, there was a dog hole half a man high. Pega looked at the hole in some silence. He took a step back, his body jerking upward, his hands braced, and he tumbled over the wall, landing firmly on the ground. Fan Shenbua, who just got out of the dog hole, was a bit silent. The captain let out a hearty laugh before he followed the two who had already walked away. The kid led them down the remote path, and a row of small, low dirt slopes appeared in front of them. Fan Shenbua, this is also a graveyard. People who couldn't afford to buy a cemetery would bury their family members in this neighborhood, and slowly a small cemetery was formed. A few people walked up to one of the third rows. The kid said, this is it. Sun Feiha nodded. Okay, what's your name? He'll burn you for the payment. Fan Shenbua is very skillful at this, patting his chest to ensure that he will burn a sufficient amount of yuan. The kid happily left his name and led the dog back. Fan Shenbua looked curiously at the small grave and said, what are we doing here? Sun Feiha said faintly, dig in. Digging a grave? Fan Shenbua uttered in surprise. This is a bad thing. It's so unethical. Chapter 93, Digging a Grave. Sun Feiha rolled her eyes at him breathlessly. Pei Jia stepped forward and kicked down the stone monument, revealing a passageway opening. The two men looked at each other in disbelief, and Fan Shenbua bent down to enter first. It's not what one would expect from a place like this, dug up artificially, a one-bedroom house. At a glance, it's filled with stolen tributes and reeks of bachelorhood. Sun Feihua walked in with a normal face. The captain and Fan Shenbua also searched carefully, but found nothing out of the ordinary. The two men looked at each other and the captain said, is this the wrong place? Pei Jia shook her head slightly. No. Pei Jia walked towards the stove, on which were stacked several bowls and pairs of chopsticks. Fan Shenbua asked curiously, this is nothing, right? Even if you're a homeless person, there's nothing wrong with eating a few extra dishes once in a while. The bowl is not a problem, but the chopsticks are. Look, the chopsticks are still wet on top, proving that he used two pairs of chopsticks. You are looking at the clutter in this house. Why did he use two pairs of chopsticks? Is one pair of chopsticks a communal chopsticks? Ha ha, are you kidding? He's so poor he lives in a graveyard. How can he use communal chopsticks? Fan Shenbua's smile froze on his face before it ended. Yeah, how can someone so poor suddenly wash two pairs of chopsticks? The captain also realized something was wrong. Sun Feiha had already stood by the bed. This bed of his was not a wooden bed. More precisely, it was a Kong that he had built himself with bricks. Sun Feiha pointed to the Kong and said, lift this off. Fan Shenbua didn't hesitate and immediately went up and got everything down. When the bedpan was lifted, a naked girl came into view. The girl's eyes were closed tightly, her mouth thickly taped shut, and she looked drowsy. The three men subconsciously turned and closed their eyes, but with just one glance, it was clear from the bruises all over the girl's body what kind of damage she had suffered. Fan Shenbua gritted his teeth. Sun Feiha carried the girl out and wrapped her in a quilt before the three of them turned around. Sun Feiha said calmly, he should have taken sleeping pills and is now sleeping over. But, would you guys look at what else is in the cave? The trio looked into the narrow hole of the bed, beneath which was a full set of white bones. Fan Shenbua and the captain looked at each other and said in unison, that widow. The captain immediately called and paged the officers to come over. Sun Feiha looked at the white bones and sighed quietly. Since you're already dead, you might as well go to reincarnation. His destiny is too hard. You can't do anything about it. It's a waste of time. The captain, knowing that Sun Feiha must be talking to the ghost again, curiously stretched his neck to look around. Fan Shenbua's eyes turned. and he coughed lightly to Sun Feiha. Miss Sun, the captain wants to ask the female ghost in person. Can you make it easy? Sun Feiha turned her head to look at him. Fan Shenbo pinched the captain hard, and the captain nodded dully. She was familiar with this sort of thing and burned a rune so quickly that the crowd's eyes were suddenly different. Next to the white bones crouched a naked female ghost. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Fan Shenbo did not expect to see this scene. The female ghost cried. You think I don't want to? I was naked when I died, and there's no one to burn me, so where am I going to get clothes to wear? Captain, so how did you die? Can you tell us about it? I came to burn my husband's paper that day, as usual, and came late that day. The cemetery was deserted, and there was only one keeper of the garden, whom I knew to be an old lecher, but he was all talk and flowers, and for real he dared not. After I burned the paper, a man came up to me with his stomach covered. He said he was so hungry he hadn't eaten in days. Could he have some tribute to eat? I saw that he was quite poor, so I gave him a bun, and the two of us just sat there and chatted for a while. Who knew that he was still related to me? The more the two of us talked, the more he said that in order to thank me, he wanted to give me the family scrap. Picked up a lot of nearby construction sites. I excused a few words. He insisted, and I followed him. Just drilled out of the dog hole. He knocked me out straight away. When I woke up, I was hidden here. At night he came back to sleep with me. Don't look at him skinny, tossing and turning. It's unbearable. Fan Shenbo impatiently interrupted. We don't care about these peach color news. Just tell us how you died. The female ghost huffed and grumbled. And you're too quick-tempered. I'll get to that in a minute. I'm a decent person. He slept with me, and I couldn't obey him, so I lied to him and said I had $1 million of demolition money in my card, so I could take it out and give it to him and marry him. I didn't expect him to really believe it, and took me to withdraw the money. I wanted to go to the counter. He was afraid of being found out, and pulled me hard. All over the city, ATMs, scattered withdrawals. I only withdrew $200,000 to him, said the card limit. Money back. I coaxed him to drink a lot of wine. While he was drunk, I intend to run. Who knows that he was pretending to be drunk? Directly gave me a knife. Hey, if I had known that I would die, I wouldn't have taken him to get the money. It's not a good idea to keep the money for my son. Fan Shenbo looked at the female ghost speechlessly. Sun Feiha asked curiously, since they're all dead and you can't do anything about him, why don't you just go to reincarnation? That won't do. This son of a, he took my money and bought a suite in a small county and made a good living. The reason he's up to his old tricks this time is because he's short of a wife. And he's planning to take this little girl and ship her back to the small county to be his daughter-in-law. I absolutely can't let him have his wish. When he gets older and his body's fire drops, I'll get him killed. And do you know where this man is going now? I know. He's gone to get a car. I heard him on the phone. He's going to buy a coffin first, put the little girl in it, and then he's going to transport her in a van, without anyone knowing. Damn it, if I let him escape, I won't be surnamed Fan. Fan Shenbo gritted his teeth and said. Sun Feiha looked at the time and said, let's go. He should be back soon. Fan Shenbo and the others immediately nodded, and the captain carried the girl out of the graveyard and restored the tombstone to its original state. Chapter 94, The Graveyard as a Household. The arriving officers happened to see the scene before they could ask. Just then I heard the captain methodically order, you two, take this girl to the hospital for a checkup. The rest of you back off. Climb a tree if you can. Find a place to hide if you can't. Then the crowd dispersed in all directions, and Sun Feiha stood still with Page Ya, quickly drawing 2 talismans and sticking them on her body. Fan Shenbo turned his head to try to talk to Sun Feiha, and immediately couldn't find anyone else, so shocked that he almost shouted out. Just then, I heard Sun Feiha's voice ring out, you guys hide, don't worry about us. The captain also had his first eye-opening experience, and was tempted to ask for a few, but now that time was short. He would have to wait until it was over and ask again. By the time the crowd had hidden themselves, the only thing in the silent cemetery was the incessant chirping of the robin. It wasn't long before a man in rags, holding a urea bag, looking like he was picking up garbage, but with his eyes darting around. He circled the graveyard 3 times to make sure there was no one around, and only then did he step forward. Just as he moved away from the monolith, he felt himself being kicked in the face. He immediately stood up. Who's there? Silence all around. The man was just about to crouch down, when he saw a brick, flying out of thin air, rushing straight over his head. He wanted to dodge, but his body had no way to move. Solid bricks, one after the other, smashed into his head, blood erupting. Alright, if we keep fighting we're going to die. Only when she heard Sun Feiha stop, the female ghost unwillingly put down the brick in her hand and let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that I would never be able to touch the physical object or get out of this bad breath. N. Now that your heart's desire is fulfilled, go and reincarnate. On the night of the crescent moon, the Ghostbusters will come to collect the ghosts. Remember to sign up. The female ghost nodded repeatedly before floating away. I'll go home first. I've heard that my grandchildren have been born. I'll go and join in the fun. Sun Fei Ho watched her drift away. The hidden crowd also came out. The scene just now they saw clearly, beyond their knowledge, and felt incomparably reasonable. Who else would have thought that a man would dig a grave for a home? When the man woke up, he was already in the police station. He still wanted to argue, but the white bones and the girl's fingerprints made it impossible for him to refute. All he could do was bow his head and plead guilty, tell the truth, and try to win leniency. Fan Shinbo was still a little saddened when he came out of the interrogation room. He was a bitter man to say the least, having lost his father at a young age and his mother's poor health, but had always kept him on a tight leash, and no matter what he did, his mother had a set of guidelines. At the slightest difference, his mother would always scold him, sometimes starving him for days or kicking him out of the house. The first time he stole a tribute to eat at the cemetery was on New Year's Eve one year, simply because he hadn't bothered to wash his socks in the shower. His mother broke his arm in a fit of madness and kicked him out. He had nowhere else to go, and that's when the idea arose, to give himself a home. He has no money, he can't afford a house, and no matter where he goes, he's either chased away or chased by the city police. He overhears a graveyard outside, and he decides to dig himself a home. When he said he would do it, he came to dig as soon as it was dark, and it took him most of the year to dig it out. With a home and a lack of furniture, he just went to steal from people in the neighborhood and scrape together a living. He steals tributes at night and goes out to sell them during the day, but he is also a human being and has normal biological needs. He couldn't afford to go to places where he wanted money, and the ones he didn't want couldn't see him. So when he first started, he only dared to pick older women, old enough to be embarrassed to say it out loud, and even if he did, no one would believe him, so it never went unnoticed. And then he began to be unsatisfied and set his sights on someone slightly younger. It didn't go well at first. A lot of people didn't want to talk to him at all or were very wary. Only the widow, who offered to give him something to eat, so he developed evil thoughts. Later, he really planned to spend the rest of his life with her and wanted to have children with her. The widow had drunk him. He knew it, and he had stored up the temptation. If the widow was willing to stay after he pretended to be drunk, then he was willing to give all the money to the widow for safekeeping. After all, in a normal family, it was the woman who was in charge of the money. Speaking of this, he was very emotional, but women are all liars. All bad people. They look soft, but in fact, their hearts are more vicious than anyone else. People say that a one-night married couple has 100 days of grace. But what about her? She only thinks of leaving me. Why? Why? What's wrong with me? Fan Shinbo said this with a somewhat complicated tone. The disciple next to Izzy curiously asked, his mom didn't look for him? Fan Shinbo shook his head. It's true that his mother didn't look for him, thinking that when he realized his mistake, he would come back. The protege's eyes dropped out. Isn't that a little bit of his ing brain? Izzy coughed heavily and the apprentice shut up. After Sun Feiha had done this and was ready to leave, she heard Yi Zhong shout, Miss Sun, please stay. Something? Yi Zhong smiled kindly. I wonder if Miss Sun is interested in joining our metaphysical society. Sun Feiha decisively shook her head. Not interested. She was free and easy on her own and didn't want to somehow carry the rest. Her goal has always been clear. To do good deeds, save merit, break and correct Pei Jia's destiny, and go up to the 9 heavens to become an immortal official. Izzy still wanted to persuade her, but seeing that she was resolute, she immediately smiled and said, forget it then, but there are academic exchanges between countries. I wonder if you're interested in participating? Countries? When? 3 months from now. I'll send you an invitation then? Could be. First things first, I'm just a spectator. Izzy nodded with a smile and watched Sun Feiho leave. The disciple behind him was a bit upset and said, Master, why are you so good at talking? What we are doing is a good thing that benefits the country and the people. But she is pushing it back. Izzy shook her head. You don't understand. She's more capable than even the president. Believe it or not. Impossible. The old president said during his lifetime that the president was one of the most talented in history. How can he be compared to a little girl? Izzy looked at his determined face and sighed. The occult society, if it continues, will only produce a bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. Izzy felt at once that there was a great deal of work to be done. When the two of them returned to the company, Sun Qingyue's neck was waiting to grow. It's been several days. She hasn't even been close to a meter of Pei Jia. Seeing Pei Jia come in, she immediately stood up with a smile on her face and said, Mr. Pei is good. Pei Jia nodded slightly. but it was Sun Feihe who looked like she was boneless, leaning against Pei Jia's body, at least in Sun Qingyue's eyes. That's not all. She covered her stomach and pouted. I'm so hungry. Pei Jia wrapped her tighter and smiled. There's food in the office. I've already asked Secretary Li to prepare it. Really? Then get going. I can't wait. Sun Feihe accelerated her pace, and Pei Jia naturally followed at a quick pace. Sun Feihe suddenly turned around and said, You wear sunglasses and a mask to work? What? It's not convenient to see people with your little black face. Sun Xingyue bit her lip and stood still, the hatred in her eyes on the verge of tearing Sun Feihe apart. Not wanting to stop there, she turned and went to the bathroom. Hey, big brother, us siblings plus Pei Jia, let's have dinner tonight. Since Xiaohe came back, we haven't had dinner together yet. What's wrong? You're not even happy to invite your own sister to dinner? Humph. Well, I forgive you. You invite your sister. I'm afraid she won't go if I say so. Geez, big brother, just you yell at her. Okay, see you tonight. Sun Xingyue hung up the phone with a smile on her face. Her face was determined to win. If the mountain doesn't come to me, then I'll go to the mountain. Soon Sun Mingjue made an appointment and asked her to bring Pei Jia, all in the same generation, to have a meal together. Sun Mingjue thought for a moment and called Yan Fengwen up again. In fact, he was quite optimistic about Yan Fengwen, gentle and courteous, a gentleman, and had never heard of him having any scandals over the years. So if he could be paired with Qingyue, Qingyue should have a very happy life in the future. Chapter 95. When the two Yan brothers arrived at the box, the others had already arrived. Yan Fengting pushed the door and laughed. Our capital city iron triangle finally. He, Qingyue, why are you here too? Sun Qingyue looked at the child in front of her and asked suspiciously. Little friend, do you recognize me? Yan Fengting just wanted to open his mouth, but was immediately covered by Yan Fengwen behind him, and smiled. I don't know you, only that I saw you from afar once at Miss Sun's engagement banquet. Sun Qingyue smiled and said, So that's how it is. Little friend, you have to call me Sister O. Yan Fengting nodded sullenly. Sun Qingyue looked at his face and claimed with a smile. He looks like Brother Tingzi when he was a child. Or else Uncle Yan loves his wife as much as he does, and I'm going to mess up my thoughts. Yan Fengting, I feel like it too. Ha ha ha, what a cute little friend. What's your name? Sister Qingyue is also very good looking, and coincidentally, my name is also Tengzi. Can I sit against Xiang Xian's sister? Sure, then I'll call you Teng's brother. No need. Ms. Sun Qingyue, call him by his first name, Dog Egg. Yan Fengwen interjected with a serious face. Put. The tea in Sun Mingjue's mouth spewed right out. Yan Fengting glared angrily, and Yan Fengwen looked bland. Sun Qingyue understood. The relationship between these two brothers is not good at first glance, but think about it, where there is true affection between the gentry, but they are all rivals. Only the child in front of them is still small. There is nothing wrong with early defense. And she didn't believe that this child didn't have any relationship with Yan Fu. Just rely on this 70% resemblance of the face. It's impossible to say that it's an illegitimate child. Humph. What love his wife is his life. But it's all a trick to deceive people. Sun Xingyue thought she had guessed the truth. But this occasion was not for watching the Yan brothers fight. She had more important things to do. Sun Qingyue smiled and said, Alright. One. Are you still angry with the child? Come on, little friend. Sit next to your sister. What do you want to eat? My sister will give you a pinch. Yan Fengting smiled and sat next to her, and Yan Fengwen's mouth pursed. In a rare moment of composure, sat far away from him. Sun Mingjue smiled and let the crowd order, and when the meal arrived and the red wine was poured, Sun Mingjue took the lead in raising his glass. We are all of the same generation. I hope that in the future we will watch over each other and our friendship will last forever. Yan Fengting excitedly raised his glass. He loved to get together. Sun Feihe clinked glasses with Pei Jia with a smile, and Pei Jia leaned close to her ear and whispered, I hope we have a long life. Sun Feihe looked at him with an angry smile. The two bowed their heads and whispered. Sun Mingjue watched with relief. His greatest wish now was for his sister to be happy, and since this sister had found happiness, he would set up another pair. He laughed and said, Qingyue, what are you looking at the two Xiaohe's doing? Don't be envious. You're not too young, or else my brother can help you find one? Sun Qingyue withdrew her sight. Spoiled, brother, you know I'm thin-skinned, and you still deliberately say such things in public. Sun Mingju laughed out loud and said to Yan Fengwen, this sister of mine just loves to be pampered, but it's only cute for a girl to be pampered. Don't you think one? Yan Fengwen's afterglow was still watching the death-defying Yan Fengtung, not realizing Sun Mingjue's words. He just nodded slightly. Brother Mingjue is right. Sun Mingjue's heart was delighted. One. What kind of person do you like? Yan Fengwen said smoothly. love to be pampered. This was tailor-made for Sun Xingyue. Sun Mingjue's heart was delighted as he followed his gaze. The moment felt steady. In that direction, besides Sun Xingyue, there was only one Yin Fengting who was a child. Who is Yin Fengwen looking at? No doubt. Sun Mingjue said meaningfully, in the future, we need to get together more often. Xingyue has also grown up, and now there is no one to ask out. One. You help me to ask her out more often in the future to meet people. It's not good to be stuffy at home. Yin Fengwen nodded. Okay, brother Mingju. Sun Xingyue's heart thumped. She could hear Sun Mingjue's meaning. She definitely couldn't see Yin Fengwen, a foster son only. He didn't believe that Yin Fu would give his company to a foster son. Her marrying him would be considered as a low marriage. This would never work. Sun Xingyue hurriedly interrupted. Big brother, what are you talking about? It makes people weirdly embarrassed. Today is to celebrate sister's betrothal to brother Jia. Come, sister. Sister toasts you. Sun Xingyue stood up and walked over to Sun Feiha, who took the juice and gave it a slight sip. Sun Xingyue turned to look at Pei Jia. Her tone softened quite a bit as she smiled and said, although this sister of mine is from the countryside and doesn't have much culture, but since she's betrothed to you, you have to treat her well. After saying that, he lowered his glass and lightly touched it with Pei Jia's. At that very moment, her hand dropped unintentionally, and the tip of the ring gently poked into Pei Jia's hand. Watch the needle point really come back together. Only then did she put on a genuine smile and turn back to her position. She didn't know when the effect would kick in, but she was full of anticipation. Pei Jia only felt a slight pain in the back of his hand. He looked over faintly. Nothing. He always felt a little cold in his body, and Sun Feiha looked at him curiously. What's wrong? Pei Jia smiled faintly and shook her head slightly. Oops. Sun Xingyue whimpered out as she accidentally spilled some of her wineglass. Just this low cry managed to attract Pei Jia's attention. The moment he saw Sun Xingyue, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and his blood surged as if he had seen Sun Feiha. It made him want to get closer, but he knew it was wrong. He loved Sun Feiha. How could he suddenly become Sun Xingyue? Chapter 96, Short-Lived Ghosts. Sharp thinking made his gaze darken. Something must have gone wrong with the sting just now. Pei Jia closed her eyes slightly, trying to restrain the urge. The little yellow in his pocket slowly crept out, down the corner of his shirt, and into the cuff. It seemed to smell something that gave it some familiarity, and it took its time looking for it. Sun Xingyue saw Pei Jia's eyes looking at her, and that moment of astonishment and fondness was captured by her. It wasn't clear why he had closed his eyes again, but she knew. Success! Sun Xingyue was not in a hurry at once. The most difficult thing for people to repress is two things. One is sneezing, and the other is love. The more repressed the more raging. When the time came, Sun Feiha's face must look very good. Pei Jia tried to suppress his emotions and look at the meal on the table, but his gaze would not be free to look at Sun Xingyue. Pei Jia stood up steeply, his voice low, and said to the crowd, I'll leave with Xiaohe first. Sun Feiha also saw that something was wrong with him and followed him out of the box. Only the moment he went out, Pei Jia turned back to look at Sun Xingyue. That lingering look made her uncomfortable. She looked steeply at Sun Xingyue, who arrogantly raised her wineglass and raised an eyebrow at her. The two of them sat in the car, and Pei Jia gave a complete recap of what had just happened. You said your heart would beat faster when you saw Sun Xingyue? Sun Fei's face sank. Little Yellow came out of his sleeve and said, Sister, I smell a bad dowser, but it's very, very small. Sun Feihui gazed at him, converging his spiritual energy into his fingertips and pointing at the back of his hand. A moment later a frown creased his brow. Well, you have a bug inside you that doesn't belong to you, but strangely enough, this bug actually has my scent on it. Pekka said seriously, can you take it out? Not for a while, it's like he knows I can get it out, so he's running on and on. Pei Jia took a deep breath and said, it must be Sun Xingyue's trick, let's go ask her. Sunfeho, you're not. Pei Jia smiled lowly, I'll restrain myself, trust me. Sun Feiha grunted coldly, it seems that I am too good-tempered. As soon as the words fell, her small hand waved, the runes flew up, and she wrote down Sun Xingyue's birthdate quickly. Her eyes searched the main road, and when she saw the beggar who was rummaging through the garbage, the runes immediately rushed towards the beggar, and didn't get into the skin. It is? Doesn't she like to? I'll let her it up. Sun Feiha held his hand and said, go back. The two did not move back to the box. The crowd was surprised, but did not ask detailed questions. Sun Xingyue was instead full of surprise, whispering softly, Brother Jia, why are you back again? Oh, sister only sees men and can't see me as a sister? Sun Feiha smiled and approached, patting Sun Xingyue's shoulder in a rare moment. The fingertip shimmer flickered. What are you babbling about, sister? You and Jia are one. It's not the same who you ask. Sit down. Sun Qingyue looked at Pei Jia with a gentle gaze, just waiting for him to give a response. But unfortunately, his eyelids were always lowered. Sun Mingjue looked at her curiously and said, Qingyue, talk to one more. Speaking of which, you're still a year younger than one. Sun Qingyue was not in the mood to deal with Yin Fengwen right now, and since Pei Jia had been taken down by her tone was inevitably cold and hard. Big brother, what are you thinking? Yin Fengwen is an adopted son. How can he be worthy of me? There was silence in the box. The others were full of surprise, but it was Yin Fengwen who always said mildly, Miss Sun Qingyue is right. I really don't deserve you. Sun Qingyue was also stunned by her own words. She wanted to shut up, but at this point her mouth wouldn't stop. It's good to know that you can neither turn into the Yin family's own son nor inherit the family business. A waste. I forbid you to talk about him like that. Yin Fengting stood up abruptly, his eyes narrowing slightly, his aura on display. Kid, what's it to you? If I say you're cute, you're cute. Don't eat this or that. Just starve to death. You bastard. And you're defending your adopted son. Damn. I haven't said anything about you yet. Taking off your sunglasses and scaring the little man out of his overnight meal. What are you staring at? And then look at your pig mouth. You are still picking and choosing. If Awan has his eye on you, I will expel him from the Yin family. Get a pig and still kill it to eat it. Get you home. Scare the hell out of me. Yin Fengting couldn't get enough of his words and directly picked up the bowl of soup and splashed it on Sun Qingyue's body. Leaping upwards, he slammed his head straight into Sun Qingyue's body. Sun Qingyue stumbled and almost fell. Sun Qingyue, do you know what you're saying? Sun Mingjue chided in exasperation. What are you fierce for? Isn't it just that your own sister is back? Since Sun Fei he came back, you guys are giving money and a family property. Like a dog to please you guys, only a month to give more than 100,000 living expenses. You put my sister? Sun Mingjue's eyes were filled with sadness and shock. Then who do you think is worthy of you? Sun Fei has said with a faint smile. Of course it's Pei Jia. Every aspect is sharp. If you didn't suddenly halfway kill not to come, he would have been mine already. And the one who is engaged to him is also me. But engagement counts for something. Marriage counts. You're going to rob me? Country bumpkin. What do you think? He was mine in the first place. Pekka, tell her who you love. You love me. You were only playing with her before, right? Pei Jia didn't even look at her and said in a cold voice, since she's crazy, send her to a mental hospital. Sun Qingyue was shocked and said, impossible. You should love me. Have you seen this ring? It was customized by a high person I specially asked. As long as it is stained with a little bit of your blood, you will love me. How can it fail? Suddenly thinking of something, he pointed at Sun Feiha and snapped. It's you, isn't it? You're the one who messed up. Sun Feiha looked at her coldly. It's me. And you're wrong. It's not about taking blood. It's about injecting the worms in the ring into his body. You should need a medium for this one. What's your medium? Sun Qingyue laughed out loud and said, it's your life. Do you remember that you brought it once? Do you know that the first time you bring it, you need to pay a year of your life? Ha ha ha, every year I take it once. You will soon become a short-lived ghost. Pei Jia's lowered pupils plummeted. Chapter 97. Whose fault is it? Sun Mingjue looked at Sun Feiha in alarm and quickly walked over to Sun Qingyue. Say, how do you give back your life? Not coming back yet. Besides, I can't wait for her to die right now. Right in front of me. The more Sun Qingyue said, the more painful it was, and she burst out laughing, as if she was insane. Mingju, your sister is crazy. Yan Fengtang whispered. Sun Mingjue turned his head to look at Sun Feiha. It wasn't until Sun Feiha nodded slightly that he was willing to believe that what Sun Qingyue said was true. A trace of deep pain flashed in his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, she is not my sister. Her name is Sun Qingyue, and she is a child of the Sun clan's collateral lineage from now on. And since my sister has come back, she should go back to her own home. You shut up. You can't. Sun Qingyue yelled. Then you try. Sun Mingjue couldn't help but pull her towards the door. Turning to the crowd, he said, sorry, next time we get together. Silence returned to the box at once. What's going on here? Has she been possessed? Yan Fengting muttered in a low voice. Sun Feiha took a sip of juice and said, no, just amplifying her desires, plus the true word charm. So she's telling the truth? As in fake. Yan Fengting patted his chest and said, I used to like her quite a bit. I didn't realize she was so crazy in her heart. Brother Jia, you can't marry her. There will definitely be no peace in the family house in the future. Pei Jia didn't say anything, but just gave him a cold frown. Yan Fengting jumped off the stool. I'll go home first. My dad used to want to set me up with her. This can't be done. This kind of wife is killing me. It was only then that Yin Fengwen revealed a faint smile, following closely behind. Yes, for something this big, I should tell Dad. Only 2 people were left in the box at once. Pei Jia imprisoned her waist with one hand and placed her directly on her lap, resting his jaw on her shoulder as he murmured, "What's with the lifespan? It's a small thing, but if we hadn't found out, would you have really fallen in love with her? Marry her?" "No," Pei Jia answered decisively. "I know myself too well. What I didn't like before, I won't like in the future. If there's a change, something must have gone wrong. I'll take it one of 2 ways. Either I'll get rid of her or I won't see her. And I can't see anyone I don't want to see." Sun Feiha rewardingly touched his cheek. "Not bad. But don't worry, when I find Taoist Ming, I'll take care of it for you. Can I help you?" Sun Feiha shook her head and said, "There's no good for you guys to encounter him. And you'll also implicate innocence. So it's better for me to look for him personally." Pei Jia nodded slightly and digressed. "When will her true speech talisman expire?" 24 hours. Your family, then, must be buzzing right now. The 2 of them glanced at each other. Sun Feiha raised her eyebrows slightly, and Pei Jia indulged. "Go, take you to see the fun. You're not worried about meeting her and losing control of your emotions?" "I'm confident I can control myself." Again, Pega looked at her, eyes full of trust. "I'm sure you can stop me." 2 good guesses. When Sun Mingjue dragged Sun Qingyue back home, the family was there, and seeing Sun Mingjue's so rude actions, Wu Rongrong immediately stepped forward. "You child, how can you be a brother? Can't you see that Qingyue would be dragged by you?" Sun Mingjue shook her off and said to Sun Hao, "Dad, send Sun Qingyue back tomorrow. Since her sister is back, it's time for her to return to her own home." Sun Hao frowned. "Why? No way." Wu Rongrong loudly retorted. "Qingyue is my daughter. I brought her up from a young age." Sun Mingjue looked at Wu Rongrong angrily. Sun Qingyue disdainfully grunted coldly at him. "Did you hear that? Wu Rongrong can't leave me at all." Sun Qingyue's words managed to silence everyone. "Haruai, what are you calling me? Wu Rongrong? What? Name up is shouting. Shouting your mom every day. I'm sick to my stomach. The money you used to get for shouting, now it's good. No hair. You have to pay for hiring a smile seller. What are you crying cry? Before Sun Feiha that girl did not find back when you cry every day? I still have to endure the nausea to coax you. Now she came back. I have not seen you treat her as a treasure, but I casually a few words. You coldly rebuked at her. You can be really hypocritical." Wu Rongrong was so struck that she couldn't stand steadily, holding onto the sofa before she could barely stand. "Is that what you think in your heart? Of course. Don't tell me that you haven't moved your heart to let Pei Jia marry me?" "Humph. I casually say a few words. Let you give your own daughter's fiancé to me. You mom is quite good at diaphragm. Luckily you are not my real mom. Otherwise, Sun Hao looked dumbfounded and said to Sun Mingjue, "What's going on?" Sun Mingjue directly repeated what Sun Qingyue had said in the box. Old lady Sun snapped. "Taking life expectancy?" Sun Qingyue smiled and said, "Right. You took her for 10 years. I took her for 1 year. Ha ha ha, she'll be a short-lived ghost soon. But I have to thank someone." Wu Rongrong immediately had a bad feeling. "Next, I have to thank Wu Rongrong. The girl didn't want to wear it. It was Wu Rongrong who wanted her to wear it. Ha ha ha, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly." Wu Rongrong, "No, I don't know. If I did I wouldn't have let her wear it." Sun Hao looked at her with disappointed eyes, and Wu Rongrong's tears slid down her cheeks. Sun Hao said in a cold voice, "Butler, send Sun Qingyue back and get a lawyer to come over tomorrow to detach from our Sun family." "No, I haven't married Pei Jia yet. I can't leave. This is my home. I don't want to go back to that poor place." "A poor place? That's the home you grew up in for 8 years. You were supposed to live in that home," Sun Mingjue said with a serious face. The butler immediately stepped forward at the sight. Sun Qingyue broke free and said, "I haven't taken my things yet. I endured humiliation and pampered myself to get what I got. That's mine." Old lady Sun frowned and said, "She's not allowed to take it away. Since she came empty-handed, it's only natural that she goes back." Sun Qingyue still wanted to struggle, but couldn't resist the butler's grip, and shoved directly into the car, riding away. When the 2 of them arrived, Sun Feiho only saw the back of the car. Chapter 98, Worthy of a Mother? Pei Jia was a bit surprised. "This time your mom is quite dry. Sun Feiho, it's not necessarily her. It's probably my dad. But it's an opportunity. You want to move out?" Sun Feiha nodded lightly. "More and more people will be looking for me in the future, and it's always inconvenient to sit here." For this, Pei Jia was naturally very agreeable. Previously, he felt that Wu Rongrong was a kind elder, but now he realized that it turned out to be a confused one. "What are you feeling right now?" Pei Jia thought for a moment and said, "Seeing her, the behavior is not under my conscious control, but my heart is beating violently again." telling me that I am fond of her, even though I know it's fake. The racing heartbeat at that moment can't fool anyone. Sun Feiha pouted with some dissatisfaction, and Pei Jia laughed softly, but when I can't see her, I'm back to normal, and my consciousness and my heart tell me that I still love you the most. Sun Feihua nodded with reluctant satisfaction. When the two entered the living room, Wu Rongrong swooped forward and hugged Sun Feiha tightly. Xiaohua, Mom didn't do it on purpose. I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Mom will change in the future. Sun Feiha raised her hand and patted her back. Don't cry. The others looked guilty. Sun Feiha gently pushed away Wu Rongrong on top of her and said to the crowd, "It's fine. I'm still young. It's not a big deal." The more she said, the more guilty the others felt. Sun Feiha looked at Sun Hao and said, "Dad, I want to move out." "No, I don't agree." Wu Rongrong refused with red and swollen eyes. Sun Feihua's eyes looked at her lightly, without sorrow or joy, more like looking at an insignificant person. Sun Hao knew that she had made up her mind, and nodded helplessly. "Okay, but you have to come back often." Sun Mingjue hurriedly said, "The villa area next door. I bought a suite. You go there to live. There is everything there. I'll send you the building number and password." Sun Feiha nodded faintly. "Good. See you then." Sun Feihua waved to the crowd with a sweet smile as if she had just arrived. Didn't even mention going upstairs to clean up. The crowd watched her back as she left. Wu Rongrong sobbed. "Hubby, why doesn't she stay at all? I'm her real mom. I gave birth to her in October." Old Lady Sun stood up and headed upstairs, saying in a deep voice, neglecting her and berating her for the sake of her adopted daughter, not only supporting her adopted daughter in stealing her fiancé, but also taking advantage of her filial piety and robbing her of a year's life expectancy. "Do you dare to have such a mom? Once she came, she used 10 years of her life to save me, avoided disaster for the company, blocked the robbery for Hao Zi, helped Ming Ju to avoid disaster. The company's contract that was difficult to negotiate was resolved by her by mistake. This kind of daughter, Wu Rongrong, do you think you deserve it?" Old Lady Sun stood at the entrance of the stairs, towering over her, her gaze like a torch. The sting made Wu Rongrong shrink her neck, not daring to speak again. Feeling tired, Sun Hao stood up and silently walked upstairs. "Honey, it's late. Go to bed early. I'll sleep in the guest room today. Hubby, I'll go apologize to Xiaohua tomorrow. Don't be like this." Sun Hao walked upstairs without turning a deaf ear. Sun Mingjue turned and walked out the door. "Mingju, you're leaving too?" Sun Mingjue turned around and said helplessly, "I'm not leaving. I'm going to see what else Xiaohe needs." The large living room was so quiet you could hear your own heart beating. Wu Rongrong had never felt so helpless. It's not like she's killing and setting fires. Why is everyone doing this to her? Walking out of the villa, Sun Feihua was at ease. "You seem happy?" "Of course I'm happy. Finally I don't have to watch their motherly, spicy drama. But I reckon she'll come to me tomorrow. In that case, why don't I take you out of the country for a bit?" "Where to?" "You remember the invitation to the auction in Germany's?" "Sun Feiha, it's the one that says the grand finale of the venue can judge life and death and increase fortune." Pei Jia nodded slightly. "Good. Then we'll leave tomorrow." Pei Jia sent Sun Feihe to the villa and watched her come in. The gentle and loving smile on his face was suddenly withdrawn, leaving only sharp indifference. "Wei Shu, I'll give you an address. Gather all the beggars over there. Send them to Sun Qingyue's door, until Sun Qingyue goes out. And what happens after that, videotape it to me." He hung up the phone, which started the car to go home. Sun Feiha returned home and didn't stay idle, complaining to her own master. "Old man, what's wrong with you? My life expectancy is 1 year less and you don't even know?" "Ha, when was it less? Let's see. I'll be damned. What's with your lifespan on Mindfair? Who is Ming Dafa? I do know one called Ming Duoman. Damn, dare to steal your lifespan. Wait, master will go and avenge you right now." Exasperated, the judge picked up his pen and dotted it over the 3 words Mindefa. "Sleeping Ming Daoran, rapidly aging. Say he 80, rows of wood will be rotten are believed." That's not all. The judge himself went to the 18th layer of hell, found the 100 evil spirits and gave him an errand. At dawn, the private airplane was already waiting. Pei Jia greeted Pei Yuan and flew directly away with Sun Feiha. Wu Rongrong pounced straight away, huffing and puffing. Sun Qingyue is even deeper in the water. Her home is cramped for space. Her childhood room has been converted into a den, and she has to sleep on the living room couch when she returns. At first light, she planned to go back to Wu Rongrong and beg for mercy. Just went out. The door of the neighborhood is full of beggars. She just wanted to open her mouth to scold. At the sight of one of them, her heart raced and her face flushed as if she had seen the lover of her dreams. She pounced on her raw. The little beggar dodged left and right, but unfortunately, she was still hugged by Sun Qingyue. She puckered her red lips and kissed the beggar's face again and again, not minding in the least. This was an ordinary residential building, not a villa area. People came and went, and of course her movements were seen by others. Many people have turned on their cell phones to videotape, and there are those who are on live streaming. Chapter 99, Listening to the Heart. Beauty versus Beggars. The headline was so powerful that it gathered over 10,000 people in an instant. Sun Qingyue's mouth shouted, "I like you. I really do." Normally tender arms, they clung to the beggar without letting go. The beggar raised his hands above his head in fear and said, "I didn't touch her. I didn't." The people around them burst out laughing and the live broadcast was hilarious. To the beggar the whole won't. "Beggar, is she thinking of the bottle I picked up this morning? No good. This is a beauty trick. Are you upstairs trying to laugh me to death and inherit my stinky feet? By what right do beggars have Missy and I'm still alone?" Sun Qingyue simply couldn't control her hands and feet and couldn't help but stick together. Sun's mother went downstairs to throw out the garbage, and when she saw this, she directly broke her hand, fiercely flung her 2 slaps, and pulled her up the stairs. Sun Qingyue reluctantly struggled. "Save me, you save me, I'm willing to wave with you, don't go." Sun mother exasperatedly pinched her hand hard, dragged her upstairs, opened the door and kicked her in, scolding, "No wonder the Sun family wants to send you back, so you're all such a disgrace out there. It's not good to like anyone, but to like a beggar. Stinking." Sun's father drew out his belt and viciously whipped her, cursing under his breath. "Looking for you to ask for money and not giving it, now it's good. Empty-handed." Returned by others, pouting downstairs, begging for pleasure to beggars. "You can be really disgusting." After this beating, Sun Qingyue calmed a lot. The thought that they just hugged and kissed the beggar, suddenly nauseated, lying on the sink, began to vomit. Seeing her like this, Sun's mother's face sank. His father, "You don't think this whore is pregnant, do you?" Sun's father looked also like, secretly cursed, such a disgraceful adopted daughter. "If I were Sun Hao, I wouldn't dare to want actually pregnant with the beggar's sinful seed." Sun Qingyue just wanted to throw up in pain right now, but seeing that the two were talking harder and harder, she could only wave her hands at them and deny it. Sun's mother gritted her teeth and said, "If she's like this, everyone downstairs can see it, and if we keep her here, our son's reputation won't be good, so how can he find a wife in the future? So what do you mean? Drive her away? She hasn't come back once in all these years anyway, with or without her." Sun's father thought it made sense. Last time his small store encountered some difficulties, he wanted her to contribute some money to help. Who knew that Sun Qingyue bluntly shouted that he was a poor relative, a vampire, and scolded him in front of a lot of people. Thinking about it makes me angry. The two looked at each other and directly dragged her out of the house. No matter how much Sun Qingyue knocked on the door, the two did not open it. At this time, Sun Qingyue didn't dare to go down either. She found herself, as soon as she saw the beggar, unable to resist moving her hand without seeing it. Nothing at all. And all she could do was huddle in the safe passage and wait for the people below to disperse. She had thought it all out. As long as she approached Wu Rongrong to apologize and admit her mistake, even if she didn't go back to Sun's house, staying in a hotel would be fine. And Wu Rongrong had money anyway, but she had more important things on her mind right now. "Hey, Ming Daoran, didn't you say that this ring works? It's not effective at all. Rather I saw a beggar and hated it. Ms. Sun, I didn't look for your trouble, but you looked for me instead. You've already been found out by Sun Feiha, causing me, ahem. I won't let you guys go." Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Sun Qingyue was about to go crazy. It seemed that she still had to find Sun Feiha. This side of the Sun Feiha is very comfortable. The plane can not only watch movies, watch shows, and massage, beauty various activities. Until the plane landed, the sky just slightly dark. Pei Jia had already arranged everything, and the two of them directly entered Pei's manor. The 300-acre estate was brightly lit and just waiting for its owner. The day of the auction arrived quickly. Famous families in the country have been preparing for this day for a long time. It's a way to show the strength of the company, and the Sun family is certainly no exception. They were relieved when they saw a radiant, unaffected Sun Feiho at the venue. Seeing several people, Sun Feiho walked over with a smile, juice in her hand without the slightest bit of discomfort. "Mom, Dad, Big Brother, you're here. Where's Grandma? Your grandmother is old and won't be coming this time." Sun Feiha nodded with a faint smile. "Are you still adapting here?" Wu Rongrong asked in a small voice, her gaze looking at Sun Hao. Seeing Sun Hao reveal a smile, she let go of her heart. It couldn't be helped. Since that night, Sun Hao hadn't returned to his room for several days. Old Lady Sun frowned all day long, and Sun Mingjue had a sullen face. She had never felt so depressed at home before. He was now incredibly nostalgic for the time when there was no Sun Fei Ho in the house. She sighed softly inwardly at the thought. Sun Fei's eyes looked at her slyly and said softly, "There's no need to be nostalgic. You'll be able to go back to the old days in no time." Wu Rongrong didn't hear what she was saying and subconsciously asked after her, "Xiao He, what did you just say?" Sun Feiha didn't answer, only shaking her head slightly. Nan Xiaoyu ran from a distance with Yan Fengtang and tugged on Sun Feiha's coat. "Xiao Hua, help me hear what's in that woman's mind?" Sun Feihua followed her hand. Yan Fengwen was chatting with a blonde girl, with an obvious smile on his gentle face, and the girl even reached out to pat on his body, which Yan Fengwen didn't dodge in any way. Wu Rongrong smiled and said, "How can Xiao Hua hear? What's on people's mind?" Nan Xiaoyu nodded her head with great certainty. "She can." Wu Rongrong's face suddenly turned white and she looked at Sun Feiha in disbelief. Sun Feihua smiled lightly and tilted her head to look at her, and even raised her glass with a smile, signaling to her. Chapter 100, The Soul is Gone. 2. Wu Rongrong bit her lips tightly and choked a little. "Then I was, before. What are you worried about? You're saying that those raised outside are just not close? Are you saying that I'm just not as sweet, uneducated, and rude as Sun Qingyue? Or did you just say in your heart that you'd rather I never showed up and disturbed your family's peace?" With every word Sun Fei has said, the darker the faces of Sun Hao's father and son became, while Wu Rongrong was already so ashamed that she had no place to go. "Xiao Hua. Mom didn't mean it. Listen to my explanation." Sun Feiha waved her hand and said, "No need. It's meaningless to say more. We all know each other well. Each of us will be well in the future, if you ask me to help." Clearly marked price. After saying that, he nodded slightly at a few people, turned around, and walked away. Nan Xiaoyu hung her head down like a child in trouble. Sun Feiha smiled and said, "What's wrong? Been frosted? Did I say the wrong thing?" "No. Sooner or later. But Mingju really thinks of you as a sister." Sun Feihua sighed and said, "I know, but on one side is his own mother and on the other side is his sister who just came back. I don't want him to be caught in the middle and have a hard time, so it's better to cut it off." Yan Fengting raised his small hand and hesitantly said, "Then you won't be angry if I look for Mingju to play with me in the future, right?" Sun Feiha shook her head. "Of course not. That's your freedom. So can you hear what's going on in that woman's mind? Why are you listening?" Yan Fengting said as if consoling himself, "I'm afraid that Awen will be cheated. That woman, her demeanor is frivolous. What if he's cheated? He's already pitiful for an orphan. He can't add insult to injury." A hint of laughter flashed under Sun Feiha's eyes. "Can't help you. I don't speak English." "Ha!" Nan Xiaoyu and Yan Fengting spoke in unison. Sun Feiha laughed and covered her mouth. "Is this hard to believe? It's not like I've ever learned a foreign language." Nan Xiaoyu had a soulful look on her face. "I thought you were omnipotent." Yan Fengtang also nodded repeatedly. Pei Jia came from the distance and wrapped her arm around her waist, smiling and asking, "What are you guys talking about?" The two of them seemed surprised. Nan Xiaoyu interjected and asked, "Do you know she doesn't understand English?" Pei Jia nodded her head as usual. "What's the problem?" He had this usual look about him, but it looked like they were making a fuss. Petka came and the two had the good sense to separate. Pei Jia wrapped his arms around her and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to meet a few people." Sun Feiho follows his force towards Germany's top financial circles. Pega brought her a translator headset. A few blonde foreigners raised their glasses to Pei Jia. Their female companion smiled and greeted Sun Feihe, and although there was a bit of a language barrier, they were able to have a good conversation. They had also known about Pei Jia's female companion, and hearing that Sun Feihe knew the mystical arts of the East, they had hoped that Sun Feihe would help her with her calculations. Sun Feihe didn't count everyone, but looked to one of the leaders. Leonie locked eyes with her and said in surprise, "It seems I have the honor." Sun Feiho turned to her and said, "You're sad." Leonie paused for a moment and smiled. "You're looking at it the wrong way. I'm having fun." Sun Feiho shook her head. "But your heart is crying. Something is wrong with your son, right?" The smile on Leonie's face tightened. An air gone wrong was no small matter. She led Sun Feiho to a secluded spot. "Did you really figure this out?" No one knew about her son's accident. "The reason why I came to the auction this time was for that item in the finale." Sun Feiha nodded her head and said, "I've done the math correctly." Leonie asked eagerly, "Do you have an idea?" "I don't know. I'll have to meet your son to find out." Leonie gave her a deep look and said, "You'll keep our secret, won't you?" Sun Feiha nodded solemnly. "One moment." Leonie walked quickly toward her husband and whispered something. Her husband's eyes went to Sun Feiho, and the two of them talked with Pei Jia for a while longer. The four left in a hurry. The top businessmen of the two countries left like that for no reason, making everyone's heart stutter. The organizers are also anxious in their hearts. This is a large fame and fortune. Without the top sitting in the town, The following people are much less passionate. The organizers thought about it for a while and decided to postpone the auction for 2 hours. Sun Mingjue watched Sun Feiha follow Pei Jia away and was a little worried. Sun Hao smiled and said, with Pei Jia around, "It's fine." Wu Rongrong wanted to say something, but saw Sun Mingjue straight away don't face, chatting with someone else. Kurt, she also lost the mood to talk. The four reached the top floor of the private hospital, where a man who looked 5 times like Leonie lay. Tears came to Leonie's eyes the moment she saw him. Fur wrapped his arms around her waist, his eyes reddening a little. Quill went on an adventure with a friend last week and came back weaker by the day and passed right out yesterday. Sun Feiha stepped forward and tapped her fingertips on his forehead. A few moments later, with a serious look, he said, "His soul isn't in his body either." 2. Filer asked in surprise. Pei Jia's face was serious as he explained. Yen Fu's son, just like Quill, but he fell unconscious a bit quicker. Sun Feiha ripped off his clothes. Quill had many tattoos on his body, but Sun Feiha still found it, the one that looked exactly like Yen Fengteng. Fur looked at them with a serious face and immediately pursued the question. Pekka told the situation. Too many coincidences together, and it wouldn't be a coincidence. Both men thought better of it, and their gazes went cold. Leonie inquired anxiously, "Will he ever wake up?" Chapter 101, Half of a Soul. "I'll try." Sun Feiha pulled one off his wrist and looked at the bracelet that had been worn for a short time. Taking out yellow paper, he dipped it in vermilion sand and quickly drew. The fluidity of the movement made the two foreigners stand in awe. In the silence of the hospital room, Sun Feiha pinched her hands and tied the bracelet to the yellow talisman. Drinking coldly, he said, "Underworld walks the path of the sun and pursues it for thousands of miles. Spirit, come." The light yellow amulet wrapped around the bracelet quickly flew out the window. Leonie gasped out in shock, not even believing it as she leaned over the window to look. Fur bowed respectfully and deeply to her. Sun Feiha said calmly, wait until he brings his soul." Pei Jia asked, "Why is it that his soul can be found but Tang Zi's can't?" "I don't know, but I can feel Quill's soul floating around out there. It hasn't been replaced." Pekka nodded slowly. As the minutes ticked by, Mr. and Mrs. Filer couldn't help but pray. Sun Feiha looked at them and whispered, "Asking me to do something and looking for God? Humph. Looking down on who? What God? It's all fake." Pekka laughed softly and gave her a look. Sun Feiha wasn't really angry. She was just casually complaining. Eyes steeped to the window. The yellow talisman had already flown back, landing steadily in Sun Feiha's hand. Sun Feiha frowned. Pei Jia asked, "What's wrong?" Sun Feiha hesitantly said, "Only 2/3 of his soul is left, and the other third was snatched away. So what now? Half is half. Just put it back and let the person wake up. What will be the aftermath? I don't know. I'll just have to wait until he wakes up." Pei Jia told the situation truthfully, and the couple unanimously decided that the person woke up and everything was fine. Sun Feiha directly pinched open his mouth and stuffed the yellow talisman in. The two filers slowly approached and watched as the yellow amulet suddenly melted and disappeared like a sci-fi movie. Before the two men could make a sound with a low cry, Quill on the bed opened his eyes. Sun Feiha lowered his head to meet his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Blink." Quill blinked subconsciously. Leonie uttered in surprise, "Quill, you're finally awake?" Quill held his gaze on Sunfeather as if he didn't recognize her. "Mother?" A statement that managed to blacken the faces of the two men in the room. Pei Jia wrapped his arm around Sun Feiha's waist and said in a cold voice, "This is my fiancée. She's even younger than you." Filer murmured, "That's your mom." Leonie tried to step forward, and Quill visibly resisted her touch, her body shrinking back a bit. Quill cast a pleading look at Sunfeather. Sun Feiha coughed lightly, pretending not to see. Filer sighed and asked, "What's going on here? When will he be back to normal?" Sun Feiha shook her head. "I don't know. I have to find his soul. This way I'll draw a talisman for you. You have someone take it out to look for it. If you come across the scent of his soul, the talisman will burn, and the closer you get the more it burns. And when that happens, you'll come back to me." Filer took the rune with 1,000 thanks and hurriedly ordered his men to find it. Leonie held her hand and choked out, "I really don't know how to thank you." "Sunfeho, if you want to be thankful, why don't you do more charity?" The couple nodded in unison and promised to work hard for charity. The people from the auction also chased after them, requesting the two to go back and continue with the auction. Filer looked at his son in the hospital bed and nodded. As the heir to the family, there were already speculations when he didn't show up this time, so if he was brought there now, it was just the right time to dispel other people's suspicions. Filer looked to Sunfeho and inquired, "Is he allowed to go out?" Sunfeho nodded. "Your son is physically strong. Of course he can." Since she said it was possible, the couple was very convinced and quickly ordered someone to change his clothes. Quill looked over at Sunfeho with some alarm. Pei Jia looked grim. And Sun Feihua laughed softly and patted her hand on her waist, turning to Quill and stating over and over again that she wasn't his mother. Leonie was. I don't know if Quill understands. When a few people walked out of the room, Quill followed behind Sun Feihua, following suit, wanting to be a loyal personal guard. Fortunately, instead of calling Sun Feihua's mom, he is affectionately called Ho. Despite Pei Jia's repeated statements that it was okay to address her as Ms. Sun, Quill turned a deaf ear and was stubborn as hell. Fur patted Pekka helplessly, hoping that he would forgive his son's irrationality and asking him to be more generous. Sun Feihua also tells him not to talk to a tiny cutie, counting on it and promising that he wouldn't talk to Quill alone. Pei Jia was then barely satisfied and took the lead, leading Sun Feihua to walk in front. Behind him, Filer gave his son a thumbs up. If Quill could snatch up Sun Feihua, not only would he not have a problem with it, he would be happy to see it happen. When the 5 people rejoined the auction house, the organizer was relieved, fearing that there would be another change, and immediately stated that the auction would begin. Pekka and Fur, along with a couple of royals, were seated at the front of the room. Sun Hao dipped into Pei Jia's favor and sat in the second row with the Yan, Meng, and Nan families. Wu Rongrong looked at Quill, glancing at Sun Feihua from time to time, and her heart thumped. She leaned close to Sun Hao and whispered, "Hubby, look at that Quill of the Furl family." Sun Hao followed her gaze. Quill didn't listen to the auction introduction on the stage. Instead, he was staring at Sun Feihua without stopping his eyes. The heart is filled with worry. In his heart, Pei Jia was the most suitable for Sun Feihua. Wu Rongrong was thinking the complete opposite of him. Her voice was a little excited. "Hubby, Furl is famous for doing military industry. If we hook up with them, won't it be a good idea?" Wu Rongrong's face reddened with excitement. Sun Hao frowned at her. Their family is notoriously difficult to deal with. Other than Pei Jia, have you ever seen him give anyone a good face? Why should he bother with us? Wu Rongrong's chin rose slightly and pointed at Sun Feihua. Since he likes Xiuhua, why not make things easier for us? Sun Hao chided in a low voice. "Shut up." "No." Wu Rongrong saw that he was resolute, and said with some discouragement, "What do you want to do to get rid of your anger? I also know that this is not right, but you are always ignoring me. It makes me anxious. The more I have no words, the more I make you angry. Forget it, let it be. I'm pissed off at you." Wu Rongrong huffed and puffed and turned her face away, concentrating on the stage. Sun Hao sighed slightly and stopped talking. Chapter 102, Mysterious Art. The auction was also well prepared, but it took out one national treasure after another to be auctioned. Sun Feihua asked curiously, "Why do they keep taking our stuff out for auction? What about their own stuff? They only have some broken brass and iron. How can they compare to our national treasures, which are all gorgeous?" Most of the national treasures were auctioned back by national collectors, and Pei Jia bought quite a few, and as long as Sun Feihua's gaze lingered for a second longer, he didn't hesitate to raise his card. Among them, Quill also took a lot of shots and offered them to Sun Feihua like a treasure, saying that when it was over, he could give them to her, but was rejected by Sun Feihua. Quill was visibly a little disappointed, like a poor puppy. Nan Xiaoyu stretched her neck to watch with great interest, biting her ear with Yanfengting. "Look, how prosperous Xiaoyi's peach blossom luck is." Yanfengting was just about to open his mouth when he heard Yin Fengwen whisper, "Quiet." Then he sat up straight, directly blocking Nan Xiaoyu, and he had no more interest in talking. Nan Xiaoyu looked at Yin Fengwen strangely. Why did it suddenly feel like he was slightly hostile to himself? Secretary Zhao raised her elbow and gently touched her, which made her look back at the stage. After rounds of auctions, it was finally time for the grand finale. They were as ornate and extravagant as ever, with a full face of jewels set on the outside of the brocade box, which shone brightly in the light. Sun Feihua lazily leaned against Pei Jia's body. The hammer knockers blow this up to be extraordinarily magical, as if by possessing it, they can live forever, increase their fortune, and avoid calamities. He spoke excitedly, but it was obvious that the Orientals on stage were not so appreciative, and even a little disinterested. The biggest customers for this stuff are bound to be Orientals. How can they react like this? But the hammer knocker thought through his head, but he would never think that the problem was with Sun Feihua. As the box unfolded, the true nature of its contents was revealed. A bright yellow stone with a black worm in the center looks like amber, but it's not, because the bugs are alive. It is well known that natural amber must take tens or even hundreds of millions of years to form. You can imagine the preciousness of it. Swimming insects, Sun Feihua whispers out. Pega leaned close to her ear and said, "What's that?" Sun Feihua, should not exist in your mortal world. Bugs, wandering bugs, they have a natural intuition to avoid disasters. In the cultivation world will be refined into a magic weapon to drive away disasters and avoid disasters with. But it's dying. The residual aura in the amber is not enough anymore. Pekka said, "You want it? I'll shoot it to you." Sun Fei has said indifferently. Whatever. I don't need it. You can give it to your family and use it as an alarm. $50 million. Someone behind him started to offer. $60 million. $90 million. The sound is superimposed. The price quickly rose to $380 million and never moved again. Secretary Lee raised his card and said, $400 million. Quill immediately raised his card. $500 million. Behind the people sucked a mouthful of cold air. Which people had so much at a time? Originally some of the intention of the people. Can only regret to give up. High-end game. They can't afford to play. 600 million. 700 million. 30. 50. As soon as Petka's words were out of his mouth, the hammered man was so excited he didn't know what to do with himself, and turned his expectant gaze to Quill. Fur shook his head slightly, and Quill could only give up. Let's congratulate Mr. Pei from the East for winning the grand finale item this time. Secretary Lee got up to do the handover. The auction was over, and the following was the time for everyone to network and deal with business issues. Nan Xiaoyu asked curiously, Xiao He, is that thing that magical? Not really. Wandering insects will avoid danger and calamity, but they will not live forever. Nan Xiaoyu was instantly disinterested. That's it? Might as well get a fortune teller from Little Lotus before you leave the house. It's only 20,000 for her to read a fortune. It's cheap. Pei Jiao was of course the center of a lot of people's socializing, and Sun Fei Hua took the initiative to move out of the way and stand in the corner. Zhao Long came over with a glass of wine. Sun Fei Hua looked at him and said, if you keep losing weight, you're going to die. Let's die. There's no point in living. That won't do. If you die, who will do the merit for Qian Yan? Mentioning Qian Yan, Zhao Long's dead gaze took on some brightness. He asked in a low voice, did Qian Yan cast off? Sun Fei Hua glanced at him and said, it's better if you don't know. You name it, I can afford it. Then I can say, she follows you around. The yin and yang cannot be adjusted. More or less sucked a little bit of your yang energy. Doing hard labor in hell. Zhao Long was instantly anxious and felt, put it on my head. I'll die and do it for her. Sun Fei Hua instantly laughed. This can't be replaced. Don't worry. I've already greeted. The Naiha Bridge is recently to be rebuilt. I heard that painting it. From 9 to 5. It's not tired at all. Only then did Zhao Long slightly lower his heart. That's why you have to live a few more years. To save up merit for her. And also to be reincarnated earlier. So can you tell me where she was reincarnated? I can adopt. Sun Fei Hua raised her eyebrows at him. You want to cheat? She is destined to suffer. Zhao Long said disapprovingly. Going to someone else's house to suffer is better than coming to our house. I'll let her do the laundry and cooking and cleaning. And I won't pay her for her work. It's hard enough. Stop. 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 I can't break the rules. This can't be explicit. Zhao Long was about to say something when he suddenly reacted. If you can't say it explicitly, then you can say it implicitly. Sun Fei Hua made a shushing motion, and Zhao Long understood and immediately nodded his head. Pei Jiao was not idle, and found Yen Fu, who was responding to the entertainment, and told about Quill's matter. Yen Fu's eyes were cold, and his heart was in the right place. Leonie now holds Sun Fei Hua in high esteem and is eager to introduce Sun Fei Hua to her friends around her. Little did she know, of course, how much the move would surprise her. Seeing Sun Fei Hua standing in the corner, she immediately beckoned. Hua! Every move of the richest lady naturally becomes a highlight for others, especially when the subject is an oriental. She was oblivious to the scowling around her and stepped forward with a calm demeanor. There are many businessmen of Chinese descent who also come here, and they have a natural sense of superiority over those in the country, especially when it was known that Pei Jia's fiancé was in front of her. They looked at Sun Fei Hua with critical eyes, avoiding her face, and would whisper that her ass wasn't perky enough, her muscles weren't developed enough, and her body was too white and not healthy enough. Leonie took her hand and introduced her to the crowd. This is my benefactor, Ms. Sun Fei Hua, who knows the mysterious Eastern divine arts. Really? I'll have to try it then. Yes, but first things first, $200,000 a trigram. The moment Sun Fei Hua's words left her mouth, the people around her looked at her in surprise. I'll do it. Chapter 103, Love Haunts. I'll do it. Natasha spoke confidently. Leonie introduced in a small voice. Natasha, 10 consecutive movie queen, not only that, but also the world's most influential actress, ranked in the top 3, her name under the business, the brand, as long as the new product, sold out. Sun Fei Hua got a general idea of her situation. Smiling faintly, he said, what do you want to count? I'd like to know when I'm going to overstay my welcome? Ha ha ha. The people around them burst out laughing. Natasha stopped doing TV and movies a long time ago, but she was always as famous as ever. Sun Fei Hua's face was pale. I observed your face. Your bones and contours are all good. Your career line is high and your wealth line is also good. But you have been in contact with a certain activity since the previous year. And this activity will be blown up in 4 years. And you, for that matter, will be completely over the top. Natasha's face clouded over. Sunfaho, do I need to go into more detail? Natasha shook her head back and forth. No thanks. Your math was spot on. But I hope you have the work ethic to not give away your personal privacy, right? Of course. I never talk nonsense. So please pay for the divination. Natasha sharply wrote a check and handed it to Sun Fei-ho and turned to leave in a hasty manner. Leonie's eyes widened in curiosity. And not just her. But a lot of people wanted to know what was going on that made Natasha so scared. Sun Fei-ho shook her head slightly. But this incident also proved that she was very accurate. And for a while many people were clamoring to have their fortunes told. Sun Fei-ho stated that there are 4 spots left and the count is over. At once the small circle of noble women became a small auction. In the end, 4 people were awarded the right to tell fortunes. Wu Rongrong, who was standing in the distance with nothing to do, wanted to go up and was afraid that Sun Fei-ho would reject her. But seeing her so like a fish out of water now, she hated Sun Xingyue so much in her heart. Why do all the major celebrities like to bring their wives to the event? And the lady social is also very much in the works. Pei Jia then inexplicably took a lot of big orders, making him cry. Even some politicians have graciously invited the couple to come and hang out more often. It shows how accurate Sun Fei-ho's math is. When the banquet was over, Pei Jia took out the amber from Secretary Li's hands. And as for the brocade box, let him do as he pleased. Secretary Li took away beautifully. The color of these gems are very good. Resale is also a revenue. This is the reason why he has been dead set on following Pei Jia dry for so many years. Don't even think about poaching him no matter what astronomical price is offered. A slender hand held the clear amber and held it up to the light, confirming that the worm inside was dying. Sun Fei-ho choked with one hand and kicked the ground as hard as she could. A moment later, the judge's sleepy voice rang out. Stinky girl, what time is it now that you don't know? Do you want to sleepy me? Sun Fei-ho didn't have the slightest embarrassed feeling, straightened up and said, throw this into the river of forgetfulness. Turn around and bring it to me. Swimming bugs? Where did you get that? Mistakenly saw. This amber preserved some aura. I see him before. Should be in the extreme cold place frozen up. Now do not know why. To people found. Left the frozen. Naturally woke up. Okay, I'll have someone watch it. But it takes aura to raise it. And it doesn't hurt you? Speaking of this, Sun Fei has said smugly, underestimate me. You don't know how many good things I've done. This amount of aura can still be consumed. Okay, then I won't worry about it. By the way, Ming Dafa was tossed by me. It looks like he won't live for long. Will you go and collect it or will I karma him by hand? I'll go. I've got to see that old thing. The two men finished their discussion and closed the passage. Pei Jia asked with feigned curiosity. How is it that the amber disappeared when you threw it away with your hand? Sun Fei-ho, oh, don't worry. I'll send it back soon. Pei Jia didn't pursue the question any further. Pei Jia opened her cell phone and said, I'll show you something good. Sun Fei-ho looked over curiously. And Sun Xingyue appeared in the cell phone screen. She pounced on the beggar like a hungry tiger, kissing and rubbing, but recently it was on the domestic hot search, more than once, because no matter how much she dodged, she always came across beggars at all times. There are even people who have the live code, directly bought clothes, to the beggar to change, but also take him to take a bath and haircut. A new look. Sun Xingyue saw the refreshed beggar and rushed up again. Netizens call out, believe in love again. What kind of beautiful love is this? Even if you don't have enough clothes to feed yourself, our love still reigns supreme. Love brain is scary. When I saw her, I instantly felt that I was nothing. At least I knew that to find a date, I had to be able to afford instant noodles. Upstairs, marry me. I'll take care of your noodles. You're too good to be true. Sun Fei-ho laughed evilly. She must be devastated right now. You didn't react when you saw this? Pega, yes. So I didn't look. Do you want to give me a reward? What do you want? Well, rolling. Raging kisses drowned her. Hot breath. Very heavy force. Itching to swallow her up. Sun Fei-ho craned her neck to take it. Strong arms clamped around her waist and slowly backed away as the two fell smoothly onto the bed. The broad form enveloped her as if she were a feeding lion. And the aggression was evident. I know. The heartbeat is real now. Slender hands jumped restlessly over the skin. Sun Fei-ho felt like a high fever was all that was left. The room was like a big steamer, making her feel blazing hot. Raising her neck and trying to let some wind in through the gap in her collar. Then a low chuckle rang in his ears. Hot. It won't be hot anytime soon. The buttons that were falling apart everywhere hit the furniture, and she felt a little chill on her skin. The next second, warm breath nudged at the skin. Chapter 104, Something's Gone Wrong. He's run away. Jingle bells. The sudden ringing of her cell phone snapped her mind out of its chaos. Looking at his half-dressed self, he lifted his foot and kicked the man on top of him away. The icy, reserved man was kicked out of bed for the first time. Sun Feiha hurriedly wrapped the quilt tightly and picked up the phone. Hey, Leonie. What's up? Okay, I'll be right there. Pei Jia helplessly held his forehead and said, What's wrong? Sun Feiha glared at him in an ungraceful manner before she muffled. Something happened to Natasha. Pei Jia straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes and lazily leaned against the cabinet, watching Sun Feiha's hands scramble. Snow-white skin, well-defined collarbones, half-fallen shoulder straps, and white legs. Sun Feiha now cares about the top and can't care about the bottom. Look, the clothes are torn into rags. Fine, blame me. I'll put it on for you. Sun Feiha opened her outstretched hand and glared at him with an exasperated look. Where's the hand going? Turn around. I want to change my clothes. Pei Jia obediently turned around, listening to the sizzling sounds behind her, and suddenly laughed out softly. Sun Feiha was just about to ask him what he was laughing at when Pei Jia's cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, how's he doing? Good. Have the doctor give him a full checkup. I'll be there soon, Pei Jia said with a serious face. Secretary Li had an accident, and when he was found, he was already knocked out. Sun Feiho, then let's split up. No, I'll take you to Leonie's first, and when you're finished, we'll go see Secretary Li, who has a long wait for his checkup. Okay, time is short. Let's go. The sports car sped all the way to the designated address. Police lights were flashing all around and a cordon had been drawn. Sun Feiha just wanted to go in, but gave the police officers stopped outside, or Leonie came out and brought the two inside. Sun Feiho, what's the situation? Natasha came to me at night wanting your contact information. We talked for a while. She was still fine when she left, and it wasn't long before I got a distress call from her, and the call hung up before I had a chance to ask any more questions. I called the police straight away and when I got here it was like this. Leonie pointed to the ground. Sun Feiha's eyes were steeply cold. Natasha was lying in the middle of a huge rune formation, leaving two big words around her waiting for you. Pekka exchanged glances with both of her. This is a declaration of war against Sun Feiho. Sun Feiha's eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled faintly. Looks like someone doesn't know how to die. Leonie looked at her and said, What now? The doctor said she's just asleep and there's nothing physically wrong with her. The officer came over. He was a fan of Natasha's. Seeing the beauty lying on the ground like this, he asked anxiously, I heard Mrs. Leonie say that you have a way to wake her up. Please help her. He didn't need to tell him. Sun Feiha would. She stepped forward and scrutinized the runes. A glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes, signaled the crowd to exit, leaving Pei Jia alone. For the first time, Sun Feiha pulled out a copper coin. Noticing Pei Jia's curious eyes, he smiled and said, The 5 Emperors' money, which takes refuge from evil, is also a powerful weapon for ghost hunting and tracking. Taking out a piece of yellow paper, the 5 Emperors' money was placed on it, and each side was printed on the front and back, and his fingers were dipped in vermilion sand, and he drew a talisman quickly. When the rune was completed, he suddenly rose up in the air and rushed to print the rune on the ground. The runes around Natasha suddenly formed a barrier that the yellow rune ignored and slammed straight into. In an instant, the barrier shattered and turned into star points that waved. The man on the other side of the city violently spat out a mouthful of blood. It's me who underestimated her. I can't believe she broke it. Sun Feiha took the opportunity to throw the 5 Emperors' money out, and Starlight caught it as much as she could, using his finger as a pen. Spiritual energy, visible to the naked eye, formed in the air, a milky white rune that burned brightly. The white rune immediately broke through the door, and Sun Feiha quickly caught up, followed by Pei Jia. Before Leonie could open her mouth, the two were gone. Small murmurs rang through the room. Sun Feiha followed Rune, walking through shadowy paths and crossing strips of road, finally settling on an ordinary residential house. Without hesitation, Sun Feiha stepped forward and settled on the doorway of a room. Raise your hand and knock on the door. The door was silent, and Pei Jia directly raised his foot and kicked it open. The room was already empty, with only the teacup sitting on the table, still steaming. Pei Jia looked at the wide-open window and said, Run away. Sun Feiha's nose twitched, and there was a faint, cool fragrance in the room, cruising around the room, which was very simple. A polished wooden chest stood out. Walking up to the box, the wooden box was sealed with runes, and with a wave of Sun Feiha's small hand, the runes immediately cracked. When it was lifted, it contained a thick layer of photographs of famous people from various countries. Underneath the photo, there were neatly arranged bottles, but most of them were empty. Sun Feiha's gaze snapped to a halt. The other half of Quill's soul is here, Pei Jia said with some regret. It's a pity we didn't catch him. Sun Feiha smiled and said, It's okay, you wait, he said, searching the house. Pei Jia coldly said, it seems that this person has a strong sense of anti-detection and his home is very clean. Eventually finding a hair in the sewer opening, he handed it to Sun Fei Ho. Sun Fei Ho lit a rune and threw her hair into it. A gout of black smoke instantly rose from his hair, which pointed north. Sun Fei Ho packed up the smoke and said, follow the smoke and you'll find him. Pei Jia felt it was too late and led her outside, but when the two men followed the smoke to the airfield, they knew it was bad, and saw the smoke swirling around as if it had lost its way. Sun Fei has said, he took a plane and left. There was an indescribable disappointment in her tone. Pei Jia smiled and comforted, it's okay, I think he'll come back for you. Let's hope. Idly, we'll go ahead and get Quill fixed up. Natasha had awakened by the time the two turned around. Chapter 105 open. Ha ha ha. Natasha saw the two and thanked them with gratitude and explained the situation. She came out of Leonie's house to find a man lying in front of her house. She wanted to see if the other man needed his help, but the man stood up, gibbered at her, raised something in his hand and jabbed it at her, and proceeded to get a little lightheaded. She realized something was wrong and immediately called for help, but unfortunately lost consciousness before she could finish her sentence. Waking up to see Leonie and the police surrounding her. Hearing the follow-up of what Leonie said, she was also afraid afterward. This time it was her carelessness to go out without a bodyguard. Sun Feiha nodded lightly and said, don't worry, it's already fine. That person also fled the country, and for the time being, he doesn't know where he went. Natasha had a pang of pity. It would have been nice to catch that, and she took out her check, ready to pay. Sun Feiha raised her hand to stop her and said, no need, this time you're also unprovoked. Sun Feiha decisively refused to collect the money, leaving the gratitude in her heart with nowhere to release it, and she repeatedly assured, if she needs to publicize the shooting of advertisements, she can do it for free. Sun Feiha turned her head to Pei Jia, who smiled and said, their company does have a new product, and is still deliberating on promoting ambassadors, and if Natasha is willing to do so, that's even better. Pega said a staff member would interface with her. Sun Feiha turned her head to Leonie and said, I found it. Leonie instantly understood and stood up excitedly. Go, let's go now. Seeing a few people leave, Natasha says she will go to China to find Sun Feiha. Quill was arguing loudly like an irrational child when Leonie took the two home, reprimanding these people for restricting his freedom. He saw Sun Feiha come in. The light in his eyes shone brightly as he took 3 steps forward, stretching out his arms and seeing that he was about to carry Sun Feiha in his arms. Pei Jia's eyes were cold as he took a big step forward and blocked Sun Feiha's body. Quill stopped stiffly, disgusted. I don't hug men. Ha, what a coincidence. I don't like being hugged by men either. The two sparked at each other and looked away at the same time. Leonie excitedly turned to Furl. My dear. Hor found the other half of Quill's soul. Filer immediately got up, his eyes looking at her expectantly, and Sun Feiha nodded slightly, hooked a finger at Quill. Quill smiled and stepped forward, half crouching. Sunfeather cupped his jaw expressionlessly and Quill was forced to open his mouth. Sun Feiha unplugged the bottle and poured the contents in, igniting a rune in the process. The smoke slowly burrowed into Quill's nostrils. Quill closed both eyes and went straight to sleep. Sun Feiha, don't be nervous, you'll recover when you wake up. You'll see. Sun Feiha ripped open his collar. The tattoo was slowly disappearing and finally disappeared. The two of them then put their hearts down and bowed to Sun Feiha in unison. And Filer even gave a check for $10 million in a big way. Sun Feiha didn't have any burden next. She wasn't short of money right now, but it was enough to build a few more schools and hire more teachers in, well, some mountainous areas. Leonie said she would inject money into Pei's charity fund and build a branch here. For making merit, Sun Feiha was very happy. Pega said she was going to take her leave, but seeing as Quill was still awake, Furl could only plead with the two to stay. There was no choice but for the two to stay and wait for Quill to wake up tomorrow. Filer was overjoyed and immediately ordered the servants to clean up the room, in order to protect their privacy and comfort. It was stated that no one would be entering the 3rd floor this night. Leonie even mysteriously slipped something to Sun Feiha before going down. Pega reached up curiously to look into her hand. Sun Feiha's face turned a little red and she hid back in a hasty manner. But unfortunately, Pei Jia was tall and had long arms, and reached out and yanked it out. There was a rare silence between the two as they looked at what was in front of them. Sun Feiha was shy, and Pei Jia looked deep into the thin fabric. Sun Feiha coughed lightly and said, this foreigner is just open. Ahaha dash. Ahem. Go to bed early. Pei Jia gave her a deep look and pushed her into the room, casually throwing her things in the corner. Sun Feiha's gaze looked over, and Pei Jia laughed lightly. If you like it, I can buy you so many that you won't be able to wear them all. No need. Sun Feiha decisively refused, her head shaking like a rattle. looking at her evasive expression. Pei Jia bent closer and whispered, "You really don't like it? Who would like that? But I like what to do now." The low, sexy, magnetic voice made Sun Feihua shiver gently. "You're perverted. You're not allowed to like it either." Oh, asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk, Q. Pei Jia looked at her large almond eyes full of panic. The more she looked at her, the more adorable she became. Large, ironclad hands imprisoned her waist and lifted her upward. "You think they're going to kiss again? Heck, that would be a mistake." In Sun Fei's panicked expression, it finally landed on Pei Jia's neck. Riding the piss neck? Sun Fei's face burst into red and she struggled to get down. Pei Jia had never laughed so openly before, her clear voice filling the room. Sun Feihua pulled her hair in exasperation. After teasing her enough, he sent her down with a firm kiss, which was all it took to put her on the bed and turn out the door. Sun Feihua pouted with some anger and embarrassment, and finally rolled onto the bed, wrapped tightly in the covers. Chapter 106, Bitcha Girl with Scummy Guy. When the maid came to shout in the morning, Sun Feihua had already packed up, looked at the closet full of sexy clothes, and finally chose a conservative casual dress. Quill was already seated at the table, and at this point he was less goofy than he had been yesterday, and more warm and elegant as an elite should be. He nodded slightly at Sun Feihua. Mr. and Mrs. Filer, seeing that he had regained his usual geniality, were relieved. Pei Jia put down the black coffee in her hand and stood up to wait for her to come down at the stairway. The gentleman pulled back his stool and helped her set up her meal. After a simple breakfast, Leonie pleaded, "Whore, could you take another look at Quill to make sure he's intact?" Sun Feihua nodded. Of course. Sun Feihua slowly approached, and while Quill wore a kind smile on his face, his hand clenched slightly. He looked calm, but he was well aware of everything that happened yesterday, and the feeling of his heart racing at that time was something he hadn't forgotten now, and was even more drastic. But the culmination of his childhood had prevented him from doing the act of preying on someone else's wife, and he was afraid of scaring the little cutie in front of him, so he could only pretend that he didn't remember everything from yesterday. They were completely relieved when Sun Feihua reassured them that everything was restored to its original state and said that such soul binding could only be done once for one person. "Sun Featherho, if you don't mind, can you tell us what you did that day?" Quill gathered his thoughts and thought back. That day he was out exploring, as usual, with some like-minded friends, and it wasn't their first trip, so everything went smoothly and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Only while climbing the cliffs, a man handed him a drink with a brand he hadn't seen before. The man said it was a new product and wanted him to try it, and if he could, he wanted him to inject capital. Since it was brought by a friend, he didn't think much of it and opened it to take a sip, but he assured him that he definitely didn't drink more than he should have. Sun Feihua asked if he knew the man's contact information. It was at this point that Quill reacted to the fact that the man hadn't actually asked for his contact information. Filer frowned. "I hope you can keep this lesson in mind." Quill called a friend, who actually couldn't think of anyone to bring himself. Sun Feihua and Pei Jia knew with a slight glance at each other that the clue was broken. Since they couldn't ask anything, the two of them got up to leave. The Leonie couple thanked the two men profusely and sent them away. Pei Jia started the car and left, opening his hand until Sun Feihua was holding it with his 10 fingers before speaking faintly. "He likes you." Sun Feihua nodded. "You know?" Sun Feihua laughed and said. His heart was about to jump out of his chest when I got close to him. Pei Jia stepped on the brakes, his eyes burning, his tone domineering. "You can only like me." Sun Feihua nodded with a smile and said, "I know, let's go see Secretary Li. If we don't go, plus, he thought you, the boss, didn't want him." Pei Jia looked deeply at her and said, "If Secretary Li has nothing to do, let's go back to our country." I'm not comfortable with that. This isn't my territory after all, and Quill has the advantage over me. Sun Feihua turned her head to look at him and asked curiously, "You're not confident?" Pei Jia laughed softly. "Is it hard to understand? From love comes terror." Sun Feihua squeezed his hand tightly in a comforting manner. When the two arrived at the hospital, Secretary Li had already woken up, and when he saw Pei Jia, he immediately complained, "Mr. Pei, I almost couldn't see you. You don't know how scary it was yesterday. The brocade box was taken." "Boxes? The brocade box that contains the wandering insects?" Sun Feihua pursued. Secretary Li didn't know what swam. Honestly said, "Yesterday's auction of the brocade box, the stone inside Pei took away. I thought of withholding the gems on the brocade box. I didn't expect to just go out and get hammered." "You mean someone had a target on their back and grabbed the brocade box?" As soon as Sun Feihua's words fell, Pei Jia exchanged glances with her. "Swimming bugs? That person should be coming for the swimming bugs. Secretary Li does not know what swimmers. He is still in the heartache of the lost box. 5 billion. That box at least accounted for 100 million. Right. Pega stood up and said, "What did the doctor say?" "The doctor said it's fine. You can leave the hospital anytime." "Well then, back home." "Good." "Ha?" Secretary Lee uttered in surprise. "Didn't he say he came for a break? He's been serving these two for the past few days. He hasn't had time to have fun himself, and he hasn't even bought his girlfriend's gift yet." But looking at Pei Jia's brows furrowed with indifference, he knew it was hopeless. And besides, Pei Jia hates when people delay. Secretary Lee cried in his heart. Sun Feiha looked at his look like he was mourning, and laughed out softly. "Give you 3 hours? Can you buy them all?" "Yes," Secretary Lee replied in a loud voice, joyfully getting out of bed and getting dressed. Pei Jia shook her head helplessly. "You've spoiled them all." Sun Feiha bumped him and said, "It's not like you're in a hurry. What's wrong with giving him some time?" As if she remembered something, Sun Feiha shouted at Secretary Lee, "You buy more branded perfume." Pei Jia reimbursement. Secretary Lee reached out and asked, "Ms. Sun, do you want one too?" "No. Send it to the rest of the company. You count about how many people. This is considered a prize." Secretary Lee was surprised and stared wide-eyed. The whole company, not to say 2,000. Sitting in the office. 1,000 people must be there. This time the counter emptied. Sun Feihua tilted her head to look at him. "Having trouble?" "No. Promise to get the job done." Secretary Lee skipped off to nowhere. Pei Jia sighed. "I spent so much money to hire them. There's no need to do these extra things. I'm happy." Pekka nodded her forehead indulgently. This time to go back. The plane, in addition to Pei Jia and Sun Feihe, the 2 Yan family brothers, the Nan family sisters, Sun Mingju, Zhao Long, as well as hard to rub up Xingyu, extraordinarily lively. Looking at a wall of family photos, Nan Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed in shock. A family portrait is not rare. What is rare is that it's put together with countless diamonds, jewels. This looks like my Auntie Zhou's handiwork, but it's really rich. If you take one of these, an ordinary family will have nothing to worry about for the rest of their lives. Xinyu nodded her head and said, "Look how big this jewelry is. It also looks good when made into a tiara." Nam Ju, on the other hand, moved closer to Sun Feiho and thanked him with a smile. Last time, after Sun Feiha's reminder, she really found the evidence that Yin Zhaozhao and her boyfriend were together. In secret. "I heard that now Yin Zhaozhao is pregnant and is forcing her boyfriend to marry her, and the two of them are already in the process of talking about marriage." Sun Feiha nodded her head and said, "It's quite good. A girl paired with a scummy guy. Don't worry, your future career will be very good." Nanju burst out laughing. "I thought you were going to say I'd get a good marriage later." Sun Feiha shook her head. "Some people value relationships. Some people value career more. You are the career type. It's better to find a suitable one who is willing to be a house husband." "You really think I'm fit for a career?" "Sure." Nanju looked at her and suddenly smiled. "Xiao He, thank you. Honestly, I've been a little disheartened lately. My mom keeps urging me to get married and have children as if it's a subject that must be accomplished in life, not caring if I want to or not. Plus people around me started to persuade me to focus on my family, and the slogan of equality between men and women, which has been shouted for so many years, is it really equal by now? The pressure from all sides made me a bit breathless, but after listening to you, I have instant confidence that a woman doesn't have to be at home to teach her children, and I'll find one who's willing to stay at home to watch them in the future." Sun Feiha nodded repeatedly. "Do you need me to give you an in-law charm?" Namju immediately nodded. Chapter 107, Hormones, who will help me distribute them? Xinyu also quietly rubbed over and whispered, "I want it too. Money is not a problem." Nan Xiaoyu said bluntly. "You?" Her meaning was clear. Xinyu had been ruled to never be able to get pregnant again. Xinyu was unconvinced. "What? Can't I find a dink? If I can't, I'll adopt. The premise is that I have to find a man with a good heart. Can't you not have a man?" Xinyu rolled her eyes with no grace at all. "Then who will help me distribute my hormones?" "You?" Nan Xiaoyu was so scared that she waved her hands. "I'm straight and upright." Xinyu hummed lightly and looked at Sun Feiha with a smile on her face. Sun Feiha didn't refuse and sharply gave them one each. Yan Fingting stuck his head out and said, "Did I?" Yan Fengwan immediately said, "You're still young. You don't need it." Xinyu laughed out loud and said, "Little friend, your hair hasn't even grown yet. This won't work for you. Why don't you let Xiao He give you a grow taller and taller charm?" Except for speaking politely and gently to Sun Feiha, talking to other people, Xinyu was still the same as before, imposing, making people angry to hear. Yan Fingting stood up decisively and pointed at Xinyu. "How do you know I'm gross? Loose." Yan Fengwan grabbed him by the waist and directly hugged him off the spot. Xinyu looked like a victorious rooster, tilting her chin high. Pei Jia helplessly held his forehead. Inexplicably began to miss the scene in the past when everyone was afraid of him. At least there was silence in the room. Not like now. Noisy and noisy. Sun Mingju laughed and patted his arm and said, "Not used to it? Ha ha ha. My sister is the friend-inviting physique. There will be many days of quarrels in the future." Pei Jia gave him a cold look and chided. "Step aside." Sun Mingjue held a glass of wine and found Zhao Long, and the two of them drank and chatted. The plane had just landed, and a few people hadn't even stepped out of the airport when oncoming reporters rushed towards Sun Mingjue. The security around him immediately gathered around. "Mr. Little Sun, I heard that Ms. Sun was detained for affecting the cityscape. What do you think?" Sun Mingjue subconsciously looked at Sun Feihe behind him. Sun Feihe winked at him. Sun Mingjue immediately reacted to who the reporter was talking about. He said in a deep voice, "I only have one sister, named Sun Feihe. Sun Qingyue is just a collateral of the Sun clan. You can ask her parents about anything specific, but I believe in the laws of the country and law enforcement officers." But Sun Qingyue claimed to be the first miss of the Sun group, and as far as I know, she had been living in the Sun family before. Sun Mingjue looked at the crowd, his voice solemn. "As you all know, my sister was lost as a child. My mother was in pain. So Sun Qingyue's parents took the initiative to request that Sun Qingyue be fostered in my home. But now that my sister is back, Sun Qingyue naturally needs to return to her own home as well." What Mr. Little Sun means is that Sun Qingyue has nothing to do with your Sun group. Of course, I think you've all seen the lawyer's letter from some time ago, which solemnly states that we disassociate ourselves from Sun Qingyue. The reporter couldn't hear what he wanted to hear. His eyes turned and said, "Is this not too heartless of you? Is it that the biological daughter comes back and the adopted daughter doesn't want it? Or is it that Ms. Sun couldn't tolerate Sun Qingyue and kicked her out?" This statement made the reporters around them. Their ears perked up. Sun Mingjue seriously said, "Not really. Instead it was Sun Qingyue who felt that my sister had taken advantage of her, and made things difficult for her in every way. My sister even took the initiative to move out in order to avoid her. But unfortunately, she still wouldn't let up, and we couldn't do anything about it." From Sun Mingjue's mouth, Sun Feihe is a little pathetic, squeezed by her adopted daughter to the point where she can't even live in her own home. The reporter muttered, "Sure is a skinless thing." Security quickly escorted several people into their respective cars. Nan Xiaoyu couldn't wait to open her cell phone. The word explosion on the hot search list was particularly conspicuous. Tap on it and a coded photo pops up. Although coded, but you can see the fire in it. The face is Sun Qingyue's face, but the pitch black spots let her momentarily some trance. Surprised, Sun Qingyue plastic surgery failed? Why is her face so ugly? Nanju shook her head. "I don't know. I don't think there's any plastic surgery. I see that the facial features are still the same. Did the tanning fail?" The two couldn't think of anything else to do, so they could only skim over the matter. The news tells it like it is, with a video below. The beggar called the police. He said Sun Qingyue harassed him, and originally the police didn't believe him, which has a big girl harassing a beggar. But the second you see Sun Qingyue walking nicely on the road and see the beggar, it's closer than the sight of gold. In the words of a netizen, it was as if he saw Ultraman's laser eyes. Through the traffic, despite the danger, he darted, jumped on top of the beggar, and pinned him hard to the ground, kissing and touching, hard tugging the beggar's hand into the clothes. The beggar pitifully looked at the police. Sun Qingyue, as if she couldn't see anyone else, began to take off her own clothes. Even though the police tried to stop her, she insisted on taking off her pants and sitting on the beggar's ass. Writhing, the police looked jaw-dropped, and it was only when the beggar called for help that they finally separated the two men. The beggar was so scared that he shrank behind the policeman, pointing at Sun Qingyue and accusing, "Quickly arrest this female rascal." The police had no choice but to handcuff Sun Qingyue. The scene was caught on camera, and someone else trailed off to the police station. Without the interference of the beggar, Sun Qingyue quickly regained her senses, put on her clothes with her hands and feet, and threatened the police that she was the big miss of Sun Group, and if she didn't let her go, she would let the other party look at her. At this moment, how could she still have a little bit of the appearance of a big lady? There were people who would believe it if they said she was a punk. Such an arrogant attitude instantly made the netizens explode. Immediately began to pick up Sun Qingyue's past, the relationship with the Sun Group, or all kinds of speculation. Who her umbrella is. That's why there was the scene just now. Wu Rongrong had never felt so humiliated, especially how she had once praised Sun Qingyue for her filial piety and elegance and decency, and how embarrassed she was now. There was also the turmoil in the company's shares caused by Sun Qingyue. She now hated to strangle Sun Qingyue now. What to do? "Honey, should we send another lawyer's letter?" Sun Hao shook his head, and Sun Mingjue said seriously, "If we send it now, the netizens will only think that we're abandoning the car and being heartless. Let them vilify us like that if we don't send it?" Sun Hao sighed and said, "It's a mistake to send or not to send now. Wait for it. When things calm down, we'll do it together then. Now everyone don't go out and flaunt. Who dares to go out? Shame on you." Wu Rongrong pouted and complained. Chapter 108, Success? Failure? Failure? The plane had just landed, and Shen's mother had called and mocked her, and said that she had thrown away rubble as treasure and treasures as stones, and now she was picked up by the Pei family. Old Lady Sun got up and went upstairs and said, "It's just right to cultivate your life at home, so that you don't have to live more and more to go back. There's still some singing left in this play." Wu Rongrong, Mom, why do you say that? Old Lady Sun smiled coldly and said, "People's Sun Fu, a good girl, was raised by you for more than 10 years, turned into a shrew. We live here. Security is complete. But what about Sun Fu? Naturally, there are few people who come to the door to greet him. Do you think he can tolerate it? What do you mean? He's still trying to put the blame on us? What? You think it's wrong?" Wu Rongrong justified, "Of course it is not right. That is his own daughter. Sun Xingyue, such behavior is caused by his genes. What has it got to do with me? Shao he in the countryside for so many years, but also did not become a gangster. Ah. Old Lady Sun, I remember last month you said that Sun Xingyue was most like you. Why have you changed now?" Wu Rongrong's face flushed red with embarrassment. Her eyes reddened. She bit her lips tightly and stopped talking. Old Lady Sun didn't spoil her, and with a cold snort, she went straight upstairs. Sun Hao and Sun Mingju did not have the heart to coax her. Got up and went to the company. This time must stabilize the people. Fortunately most of them do export. Otherwise it is really bad enough. Zhou Miayan was a little worried about Sun Feiha. Took the initiative to call and ask, "Do you need Pei's help?" Sun Feiha directly refused. Zhou Miayan then put down her heart, and muttered and complained. Pei Yuan ran to which mountainous area. Personally sent supplies to go. Sun Feiha heard Xian no elegant meaning. Said that this time Pei Yuan's sister will be smooth. Zhou Miayan then hung up the phone. Then came the PayPal arrival message on my cell phone. Looking at a string of zeros with an accompanying sentence. To baby Shu Ho, red heart. Sun Feihua laughed out softly. "What are you looking at?" Pekka moved closer and took her by the waist. Sun Feiho showed him the cell phone ground. Pei Jia smiled and said, "Flower. Most of my grandfather's estate is in my mom's hands. She's very rich." Sun Feiha pinched his face and said, "You're so nonchalant." Pega let her pull, even indulging in moving closer to facilitate her movements. "You're my wife, her daughter-in-law. What's wrong with spending some of her money?" Sun Feiha couldn't say anything to him. Stood up and said, "Are you done with it?" "Finished with it. I still have things to do." Pei Jia instantly realized that there was still the Ming Daoren who hadn't been dealt with, and that the bug in his body couldn't be allowed to remain. From the judge, Sun Feihua got the 8 characters of Ming Daoren, calculated his location, and took Pei Jia there. Cluttered food market with an old house behind it. Instead of going upwards, Sun Feihua went into the basement, which was littered with torn threads and covered with undried clothes, some of which were still dripping. Sun Feihua recognized one, and Pei Jia lifted her foot and kicked open the old wooden door. The house smelled like an old man, and Ming Doran's hair was white as he lay on the bed, and if not for the fact that his eyes were still moving, she would have thought that the other person was already dead. When Taoist Ming saw Sun Feiha, he calmly said, "You're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Waiting for me? Waiting for me to send you away?" The Ming Taoist man sat up with strong support, his fingers trembling. "It's me who is not as skilled as others. I admit it. You're not a good thing either. You actually raise evil ghosts for 100 lifetimes. Your retribution is bigger than mine. By then, I'm afraid that your soul won't even be in the hell yet. You'll be scattered by the thunder." Pei Jia looked at Sun Feihe, and in the next second immediately thought that this should be her master's handiwork. Worried hearts. That's when they let go. Sure enough, when Sun Feiha heard it, she wasn't in a hurry at all, and even leaned against the wall with an idle gesture, gossiping with the Ming Daoist. "I'm happy to. You don't have to worry about me. It's you. You're going to die soon. Why don't I teach you how to become an evil ghost for 100 lifetimes, even if you die in body, but the Ghostbusters won't be able to do anything about you." The Ming Daoran was obviously a bit moved and hesitantly said, "You'll really teach me?" Sun Feiha nodded. "Of course. I never lie. What do you want?" "I want to know how the bugs came out of Pekka's body." The bright Taoist was stunned and surprised. "Didn't you say it failed?" After a few moments, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I told you it wouldn't fail. Sun Xinghua, that stupid bastard, was fooled by you guys." "Ha ha ha, I'm stupid too. I actually didn't ask for proof." Akito laughed and dialed Sun Xinghua's number as if no one else was there. "Hey, why are you still calling me?" "On the phone." Sun Xinghua was in a very grumpy mood. Ming Daoran leisurely said, "Let me tell you, the ring succeeded. Pei Jia was trapped." "Ha ha ha, You were fooled by the two of them, but if you had been close to him or hugged him at that time, the situation would have been different now. Mrs. Pei. This Mrs. Pei can be called murderous. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Why did you tell me? Sun Xingyue's collapsing screams disappeared abruptly. Ming Daoran hung up the phone and looked at Pei Jia with a relieved gaze. Sun Feiha smiled faintly and said, "How about it? Exchange?" Ming Taoist replied, "All my life I have been pursuing the immortality left behind in the ancient books." Ancient books? Sun Feiha asked curiously. Yes, the ancient book that my master left me. It clearly states that as long as one cultivates true qi, one can benefit from longevity and prolong one's life. Have you been reading too many novels? When Sun Feiha came to this world, she had brushed up on quite a few cultivation novels. Ming Taoist snorted. How can those be compared with the ancient books? I got this body of skills by studying the ancient books, but unfortunately, how can I not touch the trick of the true qi? But it does not matter. Ha ha ha, I can change my body. As long as I change fast, I have always existed. The Ming Daoran smiled arrogantly. In fact, all of his words just now were meant to distract the two, and he quietly took out the fruit knife from under his pillow, clenching the blade in his palm, and blood flowed out at once, drop by drop, drop by drop. Sun Feihua's face turned serious and told Pei Jia to walk away. The Aikido smiled sardonically. It's too late. The clean ground suddenly revealed a huge rune formation. Ha ha ha, I wanted to use your body, but I now realize that Pei Jia's body is more suitable for me. Don't worry, I'll be him from now on. As long as you're obedient, I can still marry you. The Ming Doran's braggadocio triumphant voice rang out. Pei Jia felt that his limbs were out of control, and he walked to the center of the rune formation without his control. There was no wind in the room, and he felt drowsy with consciousness. A worm, visible to the naked eye, wriggled under the skin, crawled across his cheek and rushed to his brain. Chapter 109, Eternal Torture. Sun Feiha's eyes suddenly glazed over and her voice was as cold as an ice line. I wanted to let you die comfortably, but you made your own death. So don't blame me. Using his hand as a blade, blood gushed out, and his body's spiritual energy soared, and the runes that had been running at high speed came to a hard stop. Impossible. Simply impossible. Taoist Ming was still shouting. He had only seen such movements in ancient books, and he couldn't believe that a girl child had actually reached heights that were unattainable in his lifetime. This is psychic power? Sun Feiha, yeah, since I want to see it, I might as well let you see it. Sun Feihua slapped his pocket. The 5 elements flag that had been prepared earlier leapt out, palm-sized flag, with Sun Feihua's chanting, nailed on the 2 of Jin Hua's 2. The runes are dark. The bugs in Pega's face also stopped in their tracks. Fingertips were close, and the beads of her blood seemed to have a fatal attraction to the bugs. The bugs are starting to get restless and want to break out of their skin. The bright Taoist began chanting spells in an attempt to pacify it. Sun Feihua sneered and squeezed her fingers hard. More blood and even a glistening light. The bugs couldn't hold back any longer and burrowed right through. Right at the moment it came out, Sun Feiha directly pinched it. Lying on the bed, Ming Doran's body suddenly froze, with only his unwilling eyes staring into the sky above. Sun Feihua looked at his cooling corpse and snorted coldly. With a wave of one hand, the soul that was just about to float upward was yanked downward to her. Taoist Ming looked at her. Sun Feiha, I did wrong you in life, but I paid the price. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? As long as you are willing to teach me, I am willing to stay by your side and help you with everything. Sun Feiha rolled her eyes disdainfully. Think beautifully. I don't want you to be so ugly. Well, as long as you teach me, I can go far away and never bother you. Sun Feiha still shook her head. No, the thought of you making a mess in some corner of the world makes my heart uncomfortable. Ming Daoran gasped. Then I'll find a deep forest and never come out for the rest of my life. That's fine. Sun Feiha laughed softly and looked at him. Then what's the point of you living? It's better to live forever in deep mountains and old forests than to just die. Taoist Ming's eyes became sinister. Sun Feiha said with a smiling face, seeing as you're about to go down and suffer, I can tell you that your world's aura is scarce. There's no way to cause it to enter your body unless your spiritual vein is just starting to be through. Which obviously, you're not. Well, with that out of the way, you can die in peace. I'm already dead. You can't kill me. My merits and demerits will have to wait for the King of Hades to judge. Sun Feiha said disdainfully. Don't worry. You won't die so easily. With a wave of his hand, the Ming Doran's neck was immediately snapped with chains. What is this thing? Ming Daoran shouted in panic and tried to untie it down. But unfortunately, he was now a new soul and didn't have the slightest bit of mana. Sun Feiha explained in a light tone. This is a good thing. Specially prepared for you. With it you can go down and enjoy yourself. Soul chains? Right. The The person locked by it must have done countless evils in his life. With it, the door of the 18th floor is open for you. Do you think the 18th floor of hell is so easy to get into? You really can't get in without some connections. I'm not going to the 18th floor. I'm not going. Humph. It's not up to you to decide whether to go or not. 30 years ago, before you retired to the mountains and forests, you passed by a village, took the girl at the entrance of the village, abused her to death, and threw her tattered body in front of her house, leaving her family in pain, and you even detained her soul as a food ration for the evil spirits. 27 years ago, a woman went to your temple to seek a child. You saw her beauty, not only charmed Jay, and even gave her to other people. This music, she did not obey. You threatened her that she would tell her family. She could only let you drive, and finally could not bear to hang herself. You not only do not know how to repent, but also to turn her body into corpse oil and sell it to other people. Same year, the evil deeds of the Ming Taoists were countless, and when Sun Feiho counted them all down, the black hole in the ground came without a call, and raging rays of light came barreling in with flashes of thunder and lightning. Ming Daoran immediately felt as if his soul was going to be torn apart. When he thought he was going to be torn apart, his soul body seemed to be being healed. This was the horror of the 18th floor, to be born and tortured for all eternity. Taoist Ming tried to escape, but unfortunately, the black hole would not let him go and directly sucked him in. Help me. I'm not going. The black hole suddenly disappeared. Sun Feiha went up and patted Pei Jia's shoulder and said, "All right." Pei Jia turned over to her with scarlet eyes and a fierce gaze. Sun Feiha was not afraid, and even came a little closer, asking worriedly, "What's wrong with you? The bugs have disappeared. You should be fine." Pei Jia's gaze was dark and deep as he took her hand and strutted outside. The multi-million-dollar luxury car was driven out of its true colors, with speed unmatched by anyone, overtaking cars and overtaking cars along the way. Zzzzz. The car stopped abruptly, and Sun Fei's body moved forward uncontrollably. Pega unbuckled her seatbelt and wrapped one arm around her waist, going up like a pin child. Sun Feiha, degree. Enter the code and the door should open. Skimming over the couch, the home elevator, pressing light on the 3rd floor. Pekka. What? Do you want? Get rid of it. You take it easy. You tell me what's wrong. The slender hand touched the rolling object. You. Sun Feiho stammered and his speech was incomplete. The raspy, low voice sounded extra sexy in the silent room. Good girl. I've held back as long as I can. Breath came in hot rolls, lips were crushed hard, and the buttons of his coat fell apart. Lips and teeth were roughly pried open and tongues stirred. The bony fingers played the notes, making Sun Feiha's already tingling body even more limp. The notes followed the luscious undulations, bouncing against the white skin texture, high with hard pressure, low with gentle friction. Wet, light pecks exploded against his skin, his swan neck high and his breath a little sharp. No. Your purple protective light shield is activated by me. Lose. Yuan Yang again. You. Dark and hoarse to the extreme. Hidden with a trembling voice, it's okay, we'll be together every day from now on. It hurts. No. You're hurting me. Sorry. Good boy. Well. It hurts. Arms bubbled with bruises, imprisoning her body like a branding iron, and broad palms, clutching her wrists, lifted them above her head. The bed canopy overhead swayed, soothing kisses, slurping water. The shaking face and the dripping beads of sweat made everything so real, and Sun Feiho bit her lips tightly, trying not to make a sound. The shame, the urgency, the apprehension, made her body burn and tighten, and all she could do was close her eyes tightly, cover her ears, and pretend it was a dream. But she forgets that she never dreams. Pei Jia huffed coldly, could feel her fear, but there was no turning back now, so he could only try to let his emotions infect her and appease her apprehension. Chapter 110, A Scene of Spicy Eyes. Sun Feiha had never felt like time was so long, and she didn't know how long it had been. When she woke up again, she had just opened her eyes and hadn't reacted to where she was. Pei Jia then came over and gave her a deep and lingering kiss, making her already limp body even softer. Sun Feiha looked at him with a dumbfounded look on her face, and the favor in Pei Jia's eyes was about to overflow as he gently stroked her cheek and said, "I'll treat you very, very well, I promise." Sun Feiha nodded dully and slowly sat up, the soreness in her lower back making her draw a cold breath. Pei Jia hurriedly reached out to help her. "What's wrong?" Naked body, broad shoulders, bulging muscles, defined waistline. Yesterday's memories came back, and Sun Feiha snapped her head down to look at her body, screamed, lifted the covers and got in. "You get out." Pei Jia was helpless and found it very cute, stifling a laugh. "Okay, I'll go out." Sun Feiho was smothered under the covers when she heard the rustling of dressing, the metallic sound of belts clashing, and the slamming of doors. Only then did she slowly get out from under the covers, her round almond eyes just emerging to lean against Pika, who was approaching with her head bowed. It's like if you blink, your eyelashes are touching. Sun Feiha was about to drill back in again. Pei Jia never liked to run away from problems. He clutched the slender arm and wrapped her whole and held her in his arms. Sun Feiha struggled slightly, not knowing where she touched, and there was another backward huff and, "You don't like me?" Sun Feiha bit her lip and stammered. "It's okay." Pei Jia was instantly exasperated. "Liking is liking. Disliking is disliking. No, it's still okay. Have you forgotten that we're already engaged?" "I didn't forget. Being engaged means getting married. And when we get married we're definitely going to sleep together. But we're not married now. It's wrong to sleep together." Sun Feiha had a point. Pei Jia looked at her seriously and asked, "Did you like it yesterday?" Sun Feiha opened her innocent almond eyes, blinking and blinking vigorously in an attempt to evade the question. "Your reaction told me you liked it. And it's true that you were uncomfortable up front. But then, wasn't it you who clung to me? I feel a little awkward not holding you and locking eyes with you. So did you coil my waist? You jerked up and I reacted subconsciously. Then you even kissed me. Courtesy. Ah ha ha dash." Pei Jia was completely speechless, her brows furrowed. "You mean you don't like it?" The strong voice carried a hint of a hurt tone, as if as long as she said she didn't like it, this matter would never happen again. Sun Feiha wanted to nod her head, but when she saw that his gaze was deep and indistinguishable, her nodding motion paused, and she shook her head decisively. "It's okay." Pei Jia fiercely exhaled a breath. Although the evaluation was okay, but it was better than not liking it. After all, it was the first time, and the next time would definitely be better. Pei Jia soothed himself, forcing himself to ignore Sun Fei's attempt to nod her head. Knowing that she needed time to organize her thoughts, Pega said that she would go downstairs and help her prepare breakfast, and this time she really left. Sun Feiha rolled on the bed several times and summarized 4 words. Male color is a mistake, but it was already true. She could only accept it. The big deal was that in this world, she stayed with him until he died. Just as she was rambling, she heard a lazy voice ring out. "Apprentice brother, what's wrong with you? Your soul fluctuates too much. I was too busy yesterday. Otherwise I would have come to see you then." "So, did you come?" Sun Feiha immediately asked. If the judge had come then. Immediately, his mind flashed back to the two rolling around. The grooved, firm backs, the beads of sweat rolling down, the pouting, the seduction. Oh, greater than over equal to mouth less than over equal to, oh, doesn't that make it a hot sight to see? No, didn't I tell you? There's a lot going on. So tell me, what did you do yesterday? Sun Feihua bit her lips tightly. A little hard to speak. Can't say? Since you won't say, I'm going to have to read your law book. Don't look. Sun Feihua stopped it with a loud voice. The law book was made by Yama when she was a child, in order to supervise her mischievous use. Whatever she had done, it would show clearly on it, even if she had stolen and plucked a mandrake. As she slowly grew up, the law books went unread, but what should be recorded was still automatically recorded. Then say it. The judge's voice was a little stern. Sun Feihua stifled her voice. I took Pei Ji as Yuan Yang. What? The judge directly broke his voice. Where's that brat? I'm going to kill him. What son of the heavenly Tao? The heavenly Tao is so capable of giving birth. Let him give birth to another one. Don't. Master. This matter isn't his fault alone. I'm also responsible. What's wrong with you? There's nothing wrong with you at all. You're so innocent. It must be the wild boys that have taught you wrong. Damn it. The judge was now full of fire with nowhere to spread it, and he couldn't be angry at his disciple, so he could only unilaterally close the channel and, by the looks of it, go find someone to fight. Sun Feihua wanted to persuade a few words, but unfortunately, the judge had already left, so he could only lie on the bed with regret. With this interruption from the judge, Sun Feihua was able to think about it quite a bit. Anyway, as a preparatory heavenly Tao, Pei Jia would still have to experience the 3,000 worlds, and by that time, she would have long forgotten all about her, and she would be able to go to the 9 heavens as an immortal officer without any mental burden. Doing a good job of psychological construction, Sun Feihua was much more frank. Freshened up and finished, casually took the clothes, put them on and went downstairs. At this time Pei Jia has already made breakfast. Don't expect him to make any big meal. 2 bowls of vegetarian noodles. Sun Feihua looked around and asked, where is this? A house for the 2 of us after we get married. Although we'll be living with our parents. If one day you don't want to, we can move here. Don't worry, the land is all yours. Behind it is a fruit forest, a garden. This is the preliminary structure. If you don't like it, you can always pull it out. After dinner, I'll show you around. Mine? It's in your name. It's considered your premarital property. You're so generous. This piece of land. I'll turn around and have enough to spend for the rest of my life. Pei Jia looked at her favorably. Silly girl, sacrificing near and far. As long as you're by my side, everything I have is yours. I'm willing to work for you for the rest of my life. Sun Feihua shook violently and looked at Pei Jia in surprise. This was the start of some kind of sweet talk hell mode, and it was so earthy for a village girl like her to say it. With this look on her face, she was so angry that Pei Jia clenched her teeth and closed the cell phone page again with hatred. What love story canon? Are all fake? Not to say that dirt to the extreme is the trend. Why is Sun Feihua reacting like this? Both of them stopped talking and instead ate the noodles in front of them in silence. Chapter 111. Are you a living soul? After eating, the two tacitly did not bring up what had just happened, reviewing what had happened yesterday with Ming Daoran. Just in case, Sun Feihua had to exert her spiritual power and probed his body. Pega asked. What's wrong? Sun Feihua was surprised. How did my spirit vein grow so much? Seeing Pei Jia confused, Sun Feihua explained. It's the vein that stores spiritual energy. The wider the vein, the faster the speed of drawing the talisman and the better the effect. After all, when masters compete, a hair's breadth is a matter of life and death. Sun Feihua pondered for half a day before finally fixing her gaze on Pei Jia's body and murmured, I took your yuan yang. The two stared stupidly at each other and moved away again in silence. Sun Feihua had a guilty feeling of taking advantage of someone and disliking them. If she had known it would be like this, she wouldn't have said okay just now. She would have said great. Pei Jia's heart was finally a little bit more comfortable, although he didn't perform well. The effect of widening his spiritual veins was good. Not bad. Oh, oh. The two of them were looking at each other with what they called implied affection. And only when they were sure that Pei Jia's body had no more after effects did the two of them get up and head for the backyard. Suddenly a news story popped up on my cell phone. An elderly widow was found dead in the basement, and the government called on his children to care more about the elderly, and urged the community to visit more often and do their job. The backyard was even bigger than expected, with flowers swaying in the wind and the breeze bringing gusts of flowers. Nice. Sun Feihua praised and turned her head to the side. It smells so good. What is this smell? It smells so much more stable to my soul. I smell it too. Wouldn't it be better if I sucked him dry? I saw it. It's that guy. What's wrong? Pei Jia's words fell. He then felt a strong wind, lashing towards him. Breath caught in his throat as yellow snapped out of his pocket and blocked him. Faintly glowing white. The little boy yelped as if he had been burned. Sun Feihua's eyes narrowed slightly as she reached out and pinched the back of its neck, saying in a cold voice, Who are you going to suck dry? You can see me? The little boy looked at Sun Feihua in surprise. The female ghost behind her scolded. Silly, she could have caught you. Sun Feihua flung him away with one hand and blocked Pei Jia's body. The female ghost hurriedly stepped forward and half-blocked the boy sideways. I'm sorry, we have eyes to see. We'll leave right away. Sun Feihua, you're a living soul? Why are you hanging out with a ghost? What does a living soul mean? I'm dead. Sun Feihua shook her head affirmatively. I won't be wrong. What's your name? Where is your home? My name is Xia Yao. My dad's name is Xia Wei, and my family lives in the commissar's compound. Sun Feihua repeated her words to Pei Jia. Pei Jia thought for a moment and took out his cell phone. As far as I know, Xia Standing Committee's daughter. She was discharged from the hospital and went home some time ago. What? Didn't I have a heart attack? Pekka faces the two men with the news page in her hand. Medical miracle, heart disease heals itself. Xia Ya was born with a piece of her heart valve missing, and she has been well cared for since she was a child. But 3 months ago she was suddenly taken ill and resuscitated. So when she woke up, she thought she was dead. Have you been home to see it? Sun Feihua asked. Going home? I can go home and see? Of course you can. When you die you will be stranded on Earth for 7 days. Your subconscious will take you home and say goodbye to your family. They can see me? Sun Featherho shook her head. No, but you can simply hug, or touch them, and it won't hurt them physically. Xia Ya shook her head and said, I never went back. I couldn't get out. I could only wander around this neighborhood, and then I met this little friend. Sun Feihua's gaze looked around as she raised her hand and tapped on Xia Yao's forehead, and a transparent thread appeared. One end was attached to Xia Yao's waist, and one end was not far away. Xia Yao was surprised. Why is there a thread on me? Sun Feihua led Pei Jia to lift her feet and walk over. Stopping at a place, Pega picked up the stick on the ground and pulled the dirt off of it, finally hitting a hard object before stopping. Sun Feihua reached down and brought it up, a clay pot sealed with a yellow charm. Sun Feihua's nose twitched, sniffed lightly, and said in disgust, black dog blood, donkey hoof hair, and some human blood. Underneath the yellow talisman were densely written small characters asking, Xia Yao, See if this is your birth date. Xia Yao came over and nodded her head repeatedly. It's not my birthday. It looks a bit familiar. Sun Feiha pondered for a moment and said, this should be in your body. That person's birth date. The blood on this is also hers. And what's sealed in the jar is your soul. Xia Yao cursed angrily. Who is so unethical to take over my body and restrict the freedom of my soul? Exasperated, she wanted to slam the altar on the ground, but unfortunately she couldn't even touch the real thing, so she could only beg Sun Feiha to help her break it. Sun Feiha shook her head and said, the altar won't break until the formation is broken, and it will also startle the other party. What then? Since I'm not dead, I must go back into my body. This matter is not so simple. This spell, you must get your hair, blood, birth date. You can't have one without the other, and this matter must be known only to those close to you. Xia Yao immediately shook her head and said, no way. My family loves me, and I rarely make friends. I only have one. What? What have you remembered? Sun Feiha looked at her thoughtful expression and asked after her. Xia Yao's tone was hesitant. I remember on the day of the onset, she gave me a bracelet. At that time, the bracelet was a bit sharp and cut my finger, but the wound was very small, so I didn't take it seriously. And after I went home I had an onset. Who's that guy? Our maid's Aunt Wu's daughter. Aunt Wu is an old man in our family. His daughter Wu Chui and I sort of grew up together. We're very close. So if it's her, it's not at all uncommon for her to get these things. I don't think it's going to be her though. She's been the one who's needed blood transfusions for several of my previous episodes of illness. And to say she's my benefactor is an understatement. You still have the same blood type? Yeah, type A blood. Not unusual at all. Sun Feiha turned her head to Pei Jia and said, help me ask if Wu Chui, Xia Yao's maid, passed away? Pei Jia nodded and immediately dialed the phone. Chapter 112 Who died? Sun Feiha carried the clay pot and said to Xia Yao, let's go. Go back to the villa first. Xia Yao followed a few steps behind. Suddenly remembering something, she looked at the little ghost behind her and said to Sun Feiha, can you help him? His bones are buried here. No one to offer them to, and nowhere to reincarnate. No place to reincarnate? Sun Feiha looked at him. A horizontal death? The little boy immediately nodded his head and honestly said, I was trafficked. I remember my home. The traffickers probably thought I was too noisy and threw me directly into the river. My body followed the river, until it came to this neighborhood, and it was buried here. Do you want to see your parents again? Or do you want to go to the next life right away? I miss mommy and daddy. Sun Feiha nodded slightly and directly dialed Fan Xinbu's phone. Fan Xinbu came quickly, followed by the forensic and criminal police teams, with the little boy pointing the way. Several people soon found a young white bone that looked like it had been there for a long time. Sun Feiha repeats the little boy's words, what his name is, what his parents' names are, and where he lives. With such clear clues, the other side was quickly found. Fan Xinbu looked at the information on the phone and lamented. His parents, 12 years ago, when the child was lost, they organized their own child-seeking team and helped many people to find their children. But theirs has never been found, and they firmly believe that the child is still alive. The parents used to be considered minor entrepreneurs in the area, but now the two families have sold their family assets, and their 12-year search for their son has left them penniless, relying on donations from the public to continue their search. It made the headlines because of that. So many people know about them. Fan Xinbu said with some redness in his eyes. He admired such people, but also felt that they were very poor, obviously good people. Why do they have to go through so much suffering? The final result is still life and death. It's only 20 kilometers away. The little boy's mother came quickly. Last week his father received a call from a man who claimed that he too had been trafficked and looked a bit like the little boy. A blood test by the local police was all that was needed. But his father was so anxious that he ran over there himself. And his mother is homesick with the flu. The little boy looked at his mother, who was running with staggering steps, and he shook his head back and forth. Sister, that's not my mommy. Why do you say that? The little boy recalled. My mother was especially beautiful. She would wear the brightest dresses. Her hair was beautifully permed and she smelled good, but with her short, florid hair and dusty clothes, this must not be my mother. Sun Feiha glanced at him and solemnly said, You're taking a closer look. The women had knelt in front of the white bones, weeping so angrily that they were about to faint. The little boy came closer, as if startled, and sat on his butt, big tears sliding down his cheeks. His voice choked. It's my mommy. She's my mom. The little boy cried and pounced on her, trying to hug her tightly. But unfortunately he could only embrace the air. He leaned helplessly and mournfully against his mother's back and murmured, Mom, I'm here. Look at me. Xia Yao was already sobbing uncontrollably. Sun Feiha sighed lightly, squatted in front of the woman and said, I'm fine with fortune telling and seeing ghosts. $200. The women were by this time too far gone in a great frenzy of stupor to know what she was saying again. Face ashen. Fan Shenbo was a little anxious. He was afraid that Sun Fei had turned around and left, took out a wet tissue and vigorously wiped the woman's face. The woman then reacted somewhat and froze. Looking at Fan Shenbo pointed at Sun Fei and said, "This is a true master. It can let you see your son. Quickly give her $200. The woman transferred the money in a wooden manner and stared blankly at Sun Fei Ho. Sun Fei gave a wink to Fan Shenbo. Fan Shenbo immediately set up the women to stand in a remote area. Sun Fei faintly said, "Your son is here. When you see him in a while, don't get excited." The woman's eyes regained some of their sparkle and she nodded repeatedly. Sun Fei pulled out yellow paper and quickly drew the runes, burning smoke as the runes were thrown up high, surrounding her. When the smoke cleared, her son was looking at her with teary eyes and muttering, "Mommy, mommy, bow." The woman cried out piteously, stepping forward and hugging him tightly. "Mommy, I miss you so much. Baby, mommy's baby." Emotionally, all she could do was repeat it over and over, her palms shaking as she groped nervously over the boy's body. Sun Fei turned away, leaving space for the two, and just said faintly, "Only 5 minutes. Make it short." Xiao floated beside Sun Fei and choked. "It's too overwhelming. I'm so sad right now." Sun Fei didn't say anything, just looked on faintly. Pei Jia could sense that she was not in a good mood at this time, and wrapped his arm around her shoulders in silent companionship. Sun Fei obediently leaned on his shoulder. At this time the phone rang. Pei Jia listened to the other party's reply, hung up the phone, said to Sun Fei, "Wu Chui passed away, just the day after Xiao's illness. Overdose of sleeping pills. The scene left a suicide note. Do not want to. Xiao is too lonely down there." "Ha!" Xiao's mouth opened wide in surprise, and her eyes, which were already red from crying, recoalesced with tears. How can she be so stupid? She's too stupid. Auntie Wu is the only daughter she has. What can I do? I owe my life to their family. Xiao hastily spun in place. Sun Fei faintly said, "If I'm not wrong, the one in your body right now is Wu Chui." Xiao twisted her head to look at Sun Fei and muttered, "Impossible. She knows your home. She knows your personality. She knows even your little habits. And it's her playing you that's the least of your problems." Xiao clenched her lips, refusing to believe or disbelieve that Wu Chui was such a bad person. At this time Pei Jia said, "I asked about the birth date just now. It was a girl named Wu Chui, who has now passed away. Also passed away. Same name Wu Chui. Same 8 characters. So many coincidences together, all pointing to one person." Xiao squatted on the ground, as if she had received a major blow, extraordinarily depressed. Chapter 113, Who? Time 2. The woman looked into the void with a panicked face, rolled and crawled to Sun Fei's front, flung herself on her knees and said, "My little treasure is missing. Will you let him come out again? I have money. I can give it all to you." Sun Fei shook her head and said, 5 minutes is already the limit. His soul has no one to offer it to for years. Another 5 minutes and he will not be able to reincarnate." Although the woman's heart was grieved, she still shook her head repeatedly. "No, I'm gone. Gone. Let him reincarnate." At this time, the little boy also floated to the women's heels, his eyes clearly much happier despite his reluctance, and he said with some regret, "Unfortunately, I didn't see my dad. I want to ride the big horse again. He used to always like to put me on his neck to let me see higher and farther." Sun Fei touched the top of his head and said, "There are always regrets in life. Don't worry. In the next life you will have both parents. Be happy in your knees and be healthy for a lifetime." Sun Fei's words were heard not only by the little boy but also by the women. A pleased smile appeared on his face, and he nodded repeatedly. "That's good. That's good." But the tears had stopped flowing. Fan Shenbo's side also began to collect the team, and the woman followed the car to the funeral home, smiling and waving at a few people as the door closed. Even with the sadness spilling out of her eyes, a smile remained at the corners of her mouth, and she knew her little treasure must be watching. After Sun Fei overtook him, she took Xiao back to the villa. Xiao crouched on the ground without moving. Sun Fei took a sip of hot water and asked, "What about squatting mushrooms? What do you want to do? Do you still want your body? If not, I must go back." Xiao spoke firmly. Since this was the case, Sun Fei brought the pottery jars and Xiao and followed Pei Jia back to the city. Regardless, the first order of business was to meet Xiao's father, Xia Wei. This matter also depends on Pei Jia. After all, the secretary of the standing committee, not to seek and see. Don't benchmark reality Fiction. Pega contacted the government side directly. The government hopes that the pharmaceutical company under his name, with drugs that have been developed and worked well, will lower prices. But this medicine is their pay's investment of more than $10 billion. After 5 years to research success, has not been promised. Pei Jia intends to use this as an opportunity to ask to talk to Xia Wei face to face. The government side did not agree immediately, but only after discussing with Xia Wei. Knowing that this matter cannot be rushed, it can only be put on hold for the time being. But good news came from Yan Fu, who found the migrant worker's family and brought the man back to the capital. When the two of them, Sun Feiha, arrived at the hospital, Yan Fingting jumped up in excitement. Xiao He, Jia, you guys are finally here. What's the situation? Pega asked. He was the only one in the house when we found him. Didn't look too good. Was briefly treated locally and is now undergoing first aid. Ms. Sun, do you think he can survive this time? Yan Fengwen looked at her with an expectant gaze and Sun Feiha nodded. There's a scare. It was only then that a few members of the Yin family put their hearts down. The emergency lights went out and all stood up, gazing expectantly at the man in the hospital bed. The doctor removed his mask and said, the resuscitation was timely. It was the wound that wasn't properly cared for, and the ulceration caused a high fever convulsion. An hour later the person woke up, transferring the patient to an upscale ward. The Yin family stood guard inside. An hour later, the person in the bed literally woke up, looked at the unfamiliar place, and asked in a dry voice, where is this? Yan Fengwen helped him up and took a sip of warm water. His voice soft, this is a hospital. You fainted at home with a high fever. The middle-aged man, as if remembering, said gratefully, thank you, it's really troublesome, but I don't have any money for the time being, lol, The anxious middle-aged man looked a bit pathetic. His hands were nowhere to be placed, and there was a slight tremor. Yan Fengwen smiled gently, it's okay, don't worry about getting well. My name is Yan Fengwen. The middle-aged man said curtly, my name is Niu Jianming. My name is Yan Fu. Yan Fu? Yan Fu. Niu Jianming was no longer in a hurry and looked at Yan Fu angrily. You are the president of Yan Group? Yan Fu just nodded his head. Niu Jianming climbed to get out of bed, reaching out to hit someone, his face red, his mouth yelling, it's you. You're the one who harmed me. Your Yan family is not a person. It is. Yan Fengwen held him up and told him not to get excited. Niu Jianming lost his kindness from earlier and pushed him away and snapped. Don't you Yan family fake kindness? You rich people are just hypocrites. Fake benevolence and righteousness. Yan Fingting drummed his little face and said, you are nonsense. Our Yan family has love and justice. Although you fell and hurt yourself, but we helped you to report the insurance. But also the company funded a large sum of money to compensate you. You take the money and then do not recognize the person. You're the one who is hypocritical. Niu Jianming loudly retorted. You fart. I didn't take the money. I didn't. You have. I have proof. Yan Fu placed the information he had prepared long ago in front of him, and it did have his signature on it. Niu Jianming stared in disbelief. Humph. Can't say the words. Took our money and smeared us. You're the hypocrite. You're smearing all the migrant workers. Niu Jianming shivered and shook his head, muttering, I didn't take any money. I really didn't. Then tell me, did you sign this? Yes, it was me, but I didn't see the money. Yan Fu asked with a serious face. You really didn't see it? Niu Jianming nodded repeatedly. Then why did you sign it? The foreman made me sign it and said that if I signed it I would get the insurance payout. But it didn't. You guys lied. The insurance doesn't work. I'm not covered for this. Nonsense. Who told you? The insurance paid out $1,200,000. Take a look at the insurance policy. This can't be. The foreman clearly told me that the insurance wouldn't cover it. Yan Fu probably knew who was messing around. Immediately called the police. According to Niu Jianming's account, the police went straight to the construction site. Did the foreman say anything else? Yan Fingting pursued. Niu Jianming recalled, at that time he said no compensation. I was reluctant. My son to go to the site to make trouble. The foreman said the strong dragon cannot suppress the snake. We are just an ordinary family. Simply cannot fight you. And then what? My son didn't believe me. And that night someone came to the house and made a mess. Did some vandalism, and threatened us with a knife and killed my whole family if we didn't move out. So, Yan Fengwen, so your whole family left overnight. Right. We don't even dare to go back to our hometown to hide at my mother-in-law's place. Chapter 114, Soul Exchange. Where's your son? Niu Jianming heard his son. Suddenly red eyes, I don't know. One day he told me before he left the door. There is a way to get back at you guys, but also to live a life of glory. That was after that day. I never saw him again, and now my wife is looking for him all over the world, and I can only be at home waiting for news. In her heart, Sun Feiha probably knew that the one who swapped souls with Yan Fingting was Niu Jianming's son, and she didn't know why it didn't work. Sun Feiha asked, can you tell me your son's birth date? I can calculate where he is? Niu Jianming hesitantly looked at Sun Feiha. Yin Fengting immediately flaunted. This is a true master. You know about the Metaphysical Society, right? The Metaphysical Society is not even as powerful as her. You're absolutely right to tell her. Taking the dead horse as a living horse, Niu Jianming reported his son's birth date. Sun Feiha pinched her fingers and said under the gaze of the crowd, your son is still alive. Not far from here. If it's convenient, you can give me a drop of your blood. Niu Jianming decisively bit his finger and dripped it on Sun Feiha's yellow talisman. The yellow talisman shimmered and flickered, and after a few moments it was windless. Sun Feiha followed it outside, and Pei Jia and Yan Fengwen immediately followed. The yellow runes changed directions from time to time. Looking at the familiar road, Yan Fengwen could not hide his surprise. This was the road to their Yan family. Just turning the corner at the last fork, the yellow rune ended up stopping at a private house. Yan Fengwen anxiously kicked open the door. The house was silent, and there was a youth lying on the bed, just like Yan Fengtung, with his eyes tightly closed. Only his breath was weak. He was skinny and bony, and he didn't look well cared for. Sun Feiho turned her head to look at the clearing. Ms. Ho, he's not dead yet? What are you doing here? Passing by. By the way, one body, two souls. Recently the Forgetful River has been pumping out water and cleaning up silt, and there's not enough manpower. Sun Feiha instantly laughed and waved her hand. Let's go. He won't die today, and he hasn't finished his young life. Knowing that he couldn't take the other party away today, the Ghostbusters bowed their hands and retreated in a sensible manner. Pei Jia asked in a low voice, the Ghostbusters came to pick up the people? Don't worry, can't take him. Sun Feiho looked around and saw an unopened bottle of glucose. Directly pried it open, pinched his mouth and poured it in. Turning to Yan Fengwen, he said, let's go. It's not too late to go to the hospital. With his brother at stake, Yan Fengwen decisively carried him on his back. Striding out, Niu Jianming, who talked to Yan Fu at the hospital, hates himself for trusting people too easily, for letting others manipulate him without seeking proof, and now he only hopes that his son will come back. When he saw his son on Yan Fengwen's back, he was so scared that he couldn't speak for fear of hearing bad news. Luckily, the doctor said it was no big deal and that some nutritional shots would be fine. Only then did Niu Jianming let go of his heart and stuttered. When will he wake up? Sun Feiha explained. There are now two souls in this body that are at odds with each other, so we can only wait until each one returns to its place. Two souls? Yes. I now know why Yan Fengting's soul swap failed. Why? Yan Fengting asked curiously. There are no two leaves in the world that are the same, and likewise, there are no souls that are the same. Coincidentally, the soul fitness of the little beggar and his son is the highest. When the change was made, the little beggar must have been nearby, and the two souls were sucked together. And although this chance is only 1 in a billion, the three of you happened to encounter it. Yan Fu looked at the people in the ward and said to Sun Feiha, Xiao He, can you change back now? Sun Feiha nodded. Yes. Yan Fengting was a bit reluctant to let go of this child's body, muttering, it still feels good to be a child. Yan Fengwen looked at him and said, okay, in that case, I'll throw away all the wine in the cellar. Dad, send him to school, starting in elementary school, and the home teacher needs to be prepared. Yan Fengting immediately shouted, no, I don't want to go to school. Change now. The corners of Yan Fengwen's mouth curled up slightly into a smile, and then flattened out in the next second, as if it had never appeared. Since we're switching back, Yan Fengting's body should be brought over as well. Sun Feiha drew a huge runic formation on the ground and placed 3 more 5 Emperor's chambers, telling them to place people in order to lie down on it, with their heads resting on the 5 Emperor's chambers. After the crowd got out of the way, Sun Feiha pinched his hands and the 5-element flag in his pocket flew over and out, nailing the 3 bits of wood, fire, and earth. The 9 observations move smoothly, the origin wanders, the yin and yang Tao is born, and the yuan spirit coalesces. Change. The runes on the ground suddenly came to life, slowly writhing, and the 5 elements flag above his head, waving without wind, carried a rhythm, and a moment later the runes stood still. Sweat from Yan Fengwen's forehead slid down his temples, his eyes looking at the person on the ground with one wrong eye, until the other man's eyelids fluttered slightly, and he came forward excitedly. Meet the open eyes. Suddenly he felt his throat rolling, his voice dry and his eyes burning. What are you doing? I haven't seen you for half an hour at most. Is it a couple years now? Before Yan Fengting's broken thoughts could end, he was confined by Yan Fengwen's neck and held tightly. Welcome back, brother. Yan Fengwen's voice trembled. Yan Fengting was a bit uncomfortable and clutched the corner of his coat. What are you doing? As for being so touched, it's not like I've been away for a long time. A long time. Yan Fengwen cut in. For me, a long time. The corner of Yan Fengting's mouth hooked up, and his tone was tinged with dislike. Get up. Don't think that I won't bother with you. You didn't trip me up in the company. We are arch rivals. What's it like to hold tight? It won't be. I'll listen to you for everything from now on. Ha? Well, that wouldn't be necessary. There are times when you have a point. Yan Fingting felt that the current Yan Fengwen was a bit strange, causing his heartbeat to become unsteady, and he decisively pushed away. Turning to Yan Fu, he said, "Old man, don't you even come to hug me? Is it because I'm not as cute as when I was a child?" Yan Fu turned his back and wiped the corners of his eyes, coughing lightly. "Shut up. Be serious." "Yeah, I remember last night. You were stealing kisses from me while I was sleeping, chanting about missing me, if my mom was in." Cough cough. Yan Fu coughed vigorously and looked at him with fierce eyes. Only then did Yan Fingtung reluctantly shut up. Yan Fingting's twittering woke up the other two. The little beggar was so scared that he shrank in the corner, but Niu Jianming's son was very excited to see Niu Jianming's heart palpitating. "Dad, I almost couldn't see you." Niu Jianming looked at him with tears in his eyes and clutched his hand tightly, his voice choking. Chapter 115 Anti-Smile. The two fathers and sons hugged and cried, emotions slowing down a bit. Sun Feihua asked, "Can you tell us what exactly happened?" Niu Huai looked at her a little wary, and when he turned his head and saw the Yan family's father and son, he had a fierce look in his eyes. "You guys, it's all your fault. I'll kill you all." Niu Jianming hugged him around the waist and shouted, "Wrong, son, we hate the wrong person," and said the thing out loud. Only then did Niu Huai's emotions collect a little, and he muttered, "So, everything was the contractor's doing. If what you guys are saying is true, it should be. I've already called the police. Everything will be clear when they catch him." Niu Huai coldly grunted in disbelief. "Who knows? This could all be another one of your tricks. Who made our poor people's lives worthless?" Niu Jianming slapped him in exasperation and pointed at Sun Feihua. "Quickly kowtow to your benefactor. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't be awake right now." Niu Huai looked skeptically at Sun Feihua. Sun Feihua waved her hand and said, "There's no need to kowtow. You just need to say what you know." Niu Huai's lips were tightly closed, obviously not wanting to say anything. Niu Jianming was exasperated. "Huai Zi, you don't even listen to my words now, do you?" Seeing that his forehead was so angry that his veins were bulging, Niu Huai softened his expression and said, "Dad, don't be angry. I'll say it, okay? It started a few months ago when they were kicked out of the capital." Niu Huai, the more he thought the more angry. "It is intended to send this matter on the internet exposure. How the video cannot be sent out?" He asked customer service. Customer service let him add a person's contact information. After he added it, the guy said that rich people aren't afraid of that at all, that they'll buy mercenaries and end up turning things upside down, and that their family could potentially be exposed online. The man also sent him the consequences of the net explosion to see. Niu Huai was immediately afraid. He is an ordinary person, cannot accept the overwhelming abuse. Niu Huai was going to forget about it, but the guy dragged him into a group called Get What You Want. There were a lot of people in there, a lot of people who got what they wanted, and he was so impressed that he took out a loan to line up a spot. And then what? Then one night a man came to me and took me to a private room and gave me a glass of water and I fell asleep. I was groggy all day. I wanted to open my eyes and go home, but I couldn't move at all. Did you see what the man looked like? Pega asked. Niu Huai shook his head. He wore a helmet with mystical symbols all over it, and was tall and looked strong. Just like that? Yan Fingting uttered in surprise. He gave you water and you dared to drink it? Niu Huai said angrily. Of course you don't understand how hard it is for us poor people. My father is paralyzed and my mother's health is failing. I have to support two on my own. So as long as there is a 1 in a million chance that I can get back at your family, I'm all for it. Besides, he only said that he would be fine after a nap. Yan Fingting pinched his waist and said, "Are you a 3-year-old child? Do you believe everything people say? What if it's karma waste? Do you still have a life?" Yan Fingting's grumpy voice managed to overwhelm Niu Huai's aura. He knew he was in the wrong. He really didn't think about it at the time. He was already in a dead end and only thought about revenge. "Where's your cell phone?" Pei Jia asked in a cold voice. "They took it away." The crowd knew the trail was broken. Yan Fu waved his hand and said seriously, "Since it's fine, you guys stay here at ease. All expenses go to the Yan family." But Niu Huai, although the law can't sanction you for this kind of divine soul theory, I hope you'll be careful with your words and behavior in the future. It's not every time that you're so lucky. Niu Huai's face flushed red as he nodded noisily. Niu Jianming repeatedly assured, "It won't happen. He won't dare to do it again." "Yan Fu, how much money the contractor took? I will make him spit it out, and in addition will compensate you at my discretion." Niu Jianming nodded his head gratefully and hard-pressed Niu Huai to kowtow to the Yan family to make amends. His trepidation. Yan Fu understands, they are both fathers. Once it comes to their own children, It is not something that can be solved by a sentence of sorry. Without Sun Feiha's help, a life for a life was something he could do, but now that he saw Yan Fingtang alive and well, the anger in his heart dissipated. Directly poked and prodded. Don't worry, I won't retaliate against him. Let's wait for the law to give us an answer on this matter. Yan Fu led the crowd away. Yan Fingtang leaned closer to him and said, Dad, he's quite poor too. You can't keep your word. Brat. Yan Fu slapped his head in exasperation. In your heart, is your old man someone who doesn't count on his words? Why not? You forgot. Shut up. When will you ever get over being vindictive and talkative? Humph. Now you're starting to dislike me. In the morning you treated me as a treasure, but now I'm just grass. I know. You just love a good boy like one. Yan Fu only felt a headache as he left in big strides. I'm going to the office. Yan Fingting, Kong hands. Dad. Don't go. Pei Jia held his forehead and said, Shut up. The icy voice line successfully interrupted Yan Fingting's juggling, and fearfully hid behind Yan Fengwan, but he knew how much Pei Jia hated noise. Pei Jia held Sun Feiha and said, We're leaving first, contact us if anything happens. Instantly only 2 people left in the original place. Yan Fingting aggrieved Baba said, How are not mentioned? For me to celebrate the celebration of things. This matter how dangerous I'll celebrate you. Come on. I'm all set. Yan Fingting looked at him in disbelief, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise high. Chapter 116, Laying Hands on Her. The two of them, Sun Feiha, sat in the car, looking out at the two of them, and Auntie laughed. Pekka looked at her indulgently. What's there to see here? What do you know? Kicking everything is what keeps me nutritionally balanced. Pei Jia didn't really understand this kind of internet terminology, so he could only shake his head helplessly and start the car. Sun Feihua doesn't know it yet. There's something waiting for her at home. It started a few days ago at the coffee shop that Wu Rongrong frequented. Just as she got off the bus, she saw Sun Xingyue squatting on the side of the road, her eyes reddening as she looked at her. Wu Rongrong was already angry. When she saw her, she naturally went up and scolded. What bad luck! I can see you everywhere I go. What's the matter? Haven't you harmed us enough? Sun Xingyue raised her hand to clutch the corner of her coat and sobbed. Mom, I didn't want to, but I couldn't control myself. Cut the crap. You think you're 3 years old and can't control yourself? Sun Xingyue hugged her leg and cried. Mom, I don't want to discredit you. None of this is of my own volition. It's my sister who messed up. She put something in me. I always speak without meaning to. Wu Rongrong sneered. Then what you're saying now is also a lie. No mom. I don't have much time to be awake. You have to be careful of your sister. She's really evil. She doesn't like me. That's why I'm like this. Mom, do you think your sister likes you? Wu Rongrong was unable to speak at once. How could Sun Feiho like her? Sun Xingyue saw her face hesitate and knew that she must have listened, and her tears flowed even harder. Mom, I'm willing to let my sister do this to me, who let me take advantage of her happy life for more than 10 years, but if she does this to you, I'm definitely not willing. Wu Rongrong hesitantly asked, what did she do to you? Sun Xingyue whispered, I don't know. It's just that day, my sister tapped me on the shoulder and I started babbling, cursing you like crazy. Mom, do you think I'm that rude? Wu Rongrong subconsciously shook her head. She had aspired to raise Sun Xingyue as a lady since she was a child, and Sun Xingyue had not failed her expectations and had been gentle and humble. Wu Rongrong's balance at this moment was skewed quite a bit towards Sun Xingyue. Are you serious? Sun Xingyue firmly said. If you don't believe me, I can confront my sister. All I ask is that you don't misunderstand me anymore. Wu Rongrong's bones turned white and she didn't speak again. Sun Xingyue felt that the fire was almost ready, and it would be a bit too much to say more. Decisively, he took a step back and said, Mom, I'm going to go now. You can find me when you believe me. I think I'm going to be unconscious soon. I need to find a place to hide. I can't discredit you anymore. Sun Xingyue finished speaking and ran away sharply. Wu Rongrong stared blankly at her back, disappearing into the street, and was not in the mood for coffee, asking the driver to go straight home. She wanted to talk to Sun Hao, but as soon as she mentioned Sun Xingyue, Sun Hao interrupted in a stern voice, and Wu Rongrong felt particularly isolated, tossing and turning all night. The next day, she almost fell down the stairs, and she instantly thought of what Sun Xingyue had said. Could it be that Sun Feiho had gone down on her? The more I thought about it, the more I panicked, and I felt quite eerie in the living room. She called the others to hurry back. Another urged Sun Mingjue to come and find Sun Feiha to make a trip home before the scene in front of her. Pei Jia sent Sun Feihe home, and found Sun Mingju standing at the door. Big brother, why didn't you call me when you came? Sun Mingjue had some difficulty speaking, looking into her clarified eyes. Sun Feiha's complexion slightly paused. Wu Rongrong wants to see me. But but it's okay if you don't go. Sun Mingjue immediately picked up. He wouldn't have come if Wu Rongrong hadn't given him a headache from crying. Sun Feihe shrugged her shoulders carelessly. Let's go. I'll see what she's up to. Sun Mingjue opened the passenger side and tried to let Sun Feihe sit in, only to see Sun Feihe turn around and sit in the Pei Jia car. He simply squeezed in as well. Brother Jia, where did you guys just go? Sun Mingjue asked curiously. Went to see Tenko. He's recovered. He'll probably call you later to show off. At the mention of the hilarious Yanfengteng, Sun Mingjue's mouth was tinged with a smile. Looking at the two in front of him, Sun Mingjue's eyes rolled and he said as if he had no intention of saying, Xiao He, you weren't home last night? Where did you go? Sun Feihe's face reddened a bit, and her eyes looked at Pei Jia sheepishly. What else didn't Sun Mingjue understand? He wasn't someone who hadn't been through anything. He gritted his teeth and said, Jia, brother, you didn't sleep at home last night, either, did you? Pei Jia coughed lightly and said in a light tone, What? You have an opinion. My sister is still young. She's not of marriageable age yet. Aren't you being a bit too beastly? An icy voice, a reserved face, but the words that came out of his mouth, not so much. 8 months and 10 days to go, to be exact, before we can get a license. And she's an adult now, and we're consensual, so it's reasonable and legal. Sun Mingjue, even if it's a day off, that's not good enough. In the future shout he will move back home or I'll move in here. Pei Jia looked at him through the rearview mirror with sharp eyebrows. What? Want me to expose you in front of Xiaohe? Sun Mingjue strained his neck. Me? What do I have? I'm a good citizen. The corner of Pei Jia's mouth hooked up into a mocking smile. A good citizen climbing the girls' dormitory in the middle of the night? Good citizen playing mind games? Waiting for the dormitory to close before taking a girl back to school? Good citizen. Go out with a good ID card? I remember that I was only a freshman at that time. Right? How old did you say that girl was? How old did you say that girl was? Of legal age? Sun Feihe's ears perked up. Listening to gossip was her favorite. She whispered. And then what? And then the beastly good citizen eats the other guy dry and graduates and gets dumped. Sun Feihe's eyes widened as she looked skeptically at Sun Mingju. Good looking, rich, and not promiscuous. Why did the other guy dump him? Did he? Sun Feihe's almond eyes blinked vigorously. Wow oh. Sun Mingjue instantly knew that she thought wrongly and immediately exclaimed. Don't think nonsense. Your brother I'm normal. It's her who dislikes me for being poor. You're still poor? Although the Sun family was not comparable to Pei Jia, it was also ranked in the circle of luxury families. Pei Jia sneered and said, Your brother has to pretend to be poor. Every party, everyone is driving a luxury car. He is good. Go out and take people on the subway. But all individuals, the heart must have a gap. Your brother did not see it at all. And finally was tapped into the wall chant. Ha ha ha. Sun Feihe gloated and laughed out loud. Big brother, you're too slow to react. Sun Mingjue unconvinced, who has not had a first love. Student love is the most simple. Who consider money how do I know she is so special? But where she said it, I must frankly tell her. Having been dismantled by Pei Jia, he couldn't even say the words he wanted the two to pay attention to, and could only sulk. Pei Jia looked at his depressed expression and raised an eyebrow at Sun Feihe with satisfaction. The gesture was reckless, showy, with a gangly air. Chapter 117, True Word Charm. When she arrived at Sun's house, Sun Feihe had a trance-like feeling that things were different. Pei Jia took her by the waist and headed for the living room. At this time, the Sun family was all here, and a most unexpected person was here. Sun Feihe was as usual. Sun Mingjue frowned and said impatiently, Why is Sun Qingyue here? Sun Hao had a stern face and sat on the sofa with his arms wrapped around his chest, but this time, instead of sitting close to Wu Rongrong, he sat alone in a corner. Seeing the two Sun Feihe, old lady Sun smiled and ordered the housekeeper to bring the cupcakes, beckoning them to sit beside her. Xiao He, Grandma specially hired a pastry chef abroad. Try it, do you like it? At the old madam's kindness, Sun Feihe nodded with a smile, promising that she would try it. Sun Qingyue pinched herself as hard as she could, holding back her inner humiliation, and flopped to her knees. Nodding to Sun Feihe, he kowtowed, his voice choking, Xiao He, I'm wrong, I beg you to save me and undo the charm on me, okay? After saying that, he slumped to the ground and cried extraordinarily helplessly. As Wu Rongrong looked at her in this state, a trace of heartache flashed under her eyes, and she whispered, Xiao He, why don't you help her take a look? Sun Qingyue knew that as long as she cried miserably, Wu Rongrong would not turn a blind eye. Then she sincerely thumped and touched the ground with her head. Xiao He, I deserve to die for my sins, please help me. Sun Feihe's eyelids lowered as she looked at the cupcake in her hand. What's your crime? Tell me. Sun Qingyue looked at the crowd with embarrassment and opened her mouth to say, I shouldn't have looked for crooked ways and tried to control Pei Jia to make him like me. I shouldn't have been the older sister and had to steal from you. I should never, ever have coveted mom and dad's affection and tried to replace you. Just before the crowd could react from their surprise, Sun Xingyue raised her hand sharply and gave herself 2 slaps quickly and precisely. The force was so great that the sound was extraordinarily crisp. Turning his body again, he kowtowed to the Sun family. Mom and Dad, I grew up living here. I never thought that my sister would come back. And when she came back, I was genuinely rejoicing. But with all of your attention on her, I felt uncomfortable with the fallout. So I thought the wrong thing. I'm sorry, please forgive me. The soft young girl sincerely apologized. And those who didn't know better thought everyone else was a bully. Except for Wu Rongrong. Of course, no one else was impressed. Sun Fei was sneered disdainfully. This art of speech of yours is just extraordinary? Put the most disgusting things in the front to say, and later say something insignificant to gain sympathy. This gesture of yours, I really can't learn it. Pei Jia's cold gaze sharpened as she looked at the crowd, but her fingers gently squeezed her hand. You don't need to learn. If you want to hear it, there are tons of people who want to tell you. Sun Feihua laughed and glared at him, the two of them flirting like no one else was watching, making Sun Xingyue embarrassed and angry. She could only turn her sad eyes to Wu Rongrong. Wu Rongrong carefully said, Xiao He, what do you say? Sun Xingyue hurriedly said, please unlock my charm. I don't want to be like on the street. Every time I hate to kill myself. I promise, I will stay far away in the future. Sun Feihua leaned back with a lazy posture. Firstly, as long as you are strong-willed, you simply won't do anything on the street, unless you are that kind of person. Secondly, as long as you don't see him, you're a normal person. You've had plenty of time to kill yourself, but you haven't. Why? Because you don't want to die. So don't scare me with death. Third, if you really wanted to get away from it, you could leave now instead of crying about it here. Sun Feiha's tone was light and with a disdainful mockery, letting Sun Xingyue know that she did not intend to let herself go at all. Sun Xingyue raised her head fiercely, accusing, are you really so poisonous? Want me to die? You're the one who said you hated to kill yourself. Not me. You're a strange one. And it's the first time I've ever seen someone tell so many people to listen to something that's going to kill them. What? Trying to morally kidnap me? Sun Xingyue pointed at Sun Feihua with eyes full of annoyance. Since you're so unforgiving, don't blame me for covering for you. Sun Xingyue turned to look at Sun Hao and said tearfully, Dad, I didn't want to ruin your father-daughter relationship, so I've been holding back and not saying anything. But you've seen how ruthless my sister is. That day when I was in the box, my sister tapped me on the shoulder and I started babbling. First cursing Yin Fengwen and then my big brother. And then I came back and cursed my mom. I didn't want to, but it was like I was being manipulated. Big brother, think back carefully. Was I normal that day? Even if I was a cutie, it wouldn't have been so blatantly cursing. And you should know all about what kind of person I usually am. Sun Xingyue's words pulled everyone's thoughts back to that day. Thinking about it this way, Sun Xingyue did look like she was crazy that day, since this had already been said to her by Sun Xingyue. But still, Wu Rongrong felt extraordinarily uncomfortable in her heart, especially since she almost fell down the stairs. Sun Mingjue looked at Sun Feihua, wanting to ask but somewhat hesitant. It's me. Sun Feihua spoke faintly. Wu Rongrong frowned and asked, why are you like this? Sun Feihua, because she covets Pei Jia and puts worms into his body to try and control him. I'm not without a temper. So how could I possibly let her make a fool of me? So, what she said that day was all controlled by you? Wu Rongrong looked at her with stern eyes. Sun Feihua said indifferently, whether you believe it or not, I just put a truth charm on her to make her say what's in her heart. Seeing Sun Feihua admit it, Sun Xingyue's heart was delighted. Her face was poignant and helpless. Sister, since you've done all the things, why don't you admit that it was you who controlled me? What truth talisman? You are seeing that we don't understand. Just saying a random word to fool around. It's impossible to say. What puppet talisman? Manipulation talisman you used for me. Sun Xingyue turned around and knelt on the ground, crouching on Wu Rongrong's knee as large teardrops slid down. Mom, you know, I love you the most, and since you raised me as a child, you should know exactly what kind of nature I have. But since my sister came back, my face has been disfigured, and now my behavior is out of my control, and people call me but I have 100 mouths, and I can't explain it. Am I going to tell others that it was my sister who controlled me with an evil spell? How will you let others look at the Sun family? Even if you expel me from the Sun family, but my heart tells me that the honor of the Sun family is above all else. Wu Rongrong heartbreakingly shed tears with her, and said to Sun Feihua, you untie her. A woman's family, you let her make a fool of herself outside. How can you say anything? Chapter 118, Fake and Fraudulent? Sun Feihua tilted her head curiously and looked at her. Faintly said, "Why is it impossible to say? I think it's very reasonable. Have you ever thought that if she succeeds in controlling Pei Jia, and they become a pair, where does that put me? I have a problem protecting my rights?" Wu Rongrong bit her lip, her eyes twinkling. But isn't Pei Jia fine? Since she's already learned her lesson, why don't we just forget about it? Count on Mom to beg you. You beg me and I have to say yes? Who are you? To put it nicely, I'm Mom. But to put it badly, we don't know each other well. Wu Rongrong choked on her words and her face turned red, her fingers trembling as she pointed at Sun Feihua. Unable to speak, one could only turn to Sun Hao with a look of help. Sun Hao didn't look at her, but nodded his head. Xiao He is right. Whoever uses this method and tosses me around, I will rip her head off. Wu Rongrong shouted with an angry grunt. Sun Hao, what? You're not convinced? In that case, why don't you put this whatever rune on me? I think it's okay. It just so happens, the old sister's daughter recently divorced. People beautiful and tall not to mention. The level of culture is not low. Open their own company. Not too bad to mess up. Old Mrs. Sun picked up the conversation. No way. I don't agree. If anyone touches you, I'll kill her. Then I'll kill you. And we'll both die. Wu Rongrong stood up sternly and shouted at Sun Hao. Old Lady Sun sneered. This needle can't feel the pain without stabbing itself. And it's quite impressive to stand by and make snide remarks. Wu Rongrong sat down somewhat deflated, and Sun Qingyue looked at her nervously with a pleading gaze. Wu Rongrong couldn't bear to see her like this. Whispered, "We're not the same as Xiahou. I've been married to Sun Hao for how many years? Xiahou and Pei Jia have only been together for how long? Besides, Qingyue is a person, not a kitten or a puppy. Her body she makes the decision. Only she can't be forced to do it. Looks like the Wu family or your Sun family is ready to take on Pei." Pei Jia slowly stood up, tugging at the corner of his slightly wrinkled coat, his tone light. Wu Rongrong immediately changed her face and said in a softer tone, "How can you say that? We are all family from now on." "A family? That's something I didn't see. And also, aren't you overlooking something?" "What? This matter of Sun Qingyue counting on me. I'm seeing Xiaoyi's face and not taking it into account. Since you think that since nothing happened to me, all is well. I'm telling you, then you're thinking wrong." Wu Rongrong's face turned pale. And it was only then that she realized that the person in front of her was not only her son-in-law, but also Pei's real power holder. Wu Rongrong nervously explained. "No, that's not what I meant." "Ha, you mean there's something wrong with my understanding?" Wu Rongrong didn't dare to speak again and could only try to shake her head. "Mr. Sun, since you're ready to be a rival with my Pei, I think you're ready." When Sun Hao didn't say anything, Wu Rongrong shouted, "No, we don't want to be opponents with you." Pei Jia looked at her with a cold brow. "Then you mean the Wu family is ready? It seems that Wu Changsheng really did give birth to a good daughter with guts. In that case, the Wu family should be able to withstand it." Wu Rongrong wanted to say something else. Pei Jia stopped looking at her and instead lowered his head and gently held Sun Feihua and said, "Let's go. It's too pointless here." "Yes." Sun Feihua stood up, nodded slightly to Sun Hao and Old Lady Sun, and followed Pei Jia outside. Wu Rongrong stumbled a few steps and tried to catch up, but unfortunately she couldn't keep up with the two. She leaned against the door bar with her face ashen. The Wu family counted as only a third-class family in the capital, and if it wasn't for Sun Hao's insistence on marrying her, she wouldn't have been able to reach her current heights at all. The Wu family simply couldn't withstand Pei's blows. Sun Qingyue cried and lay on top of her. "Mom, what to do? How can Pei Jia be so cruel? And her sister doesn't help you speak. Get out." Wu Rongrong slapped her fiercely. "Morning Star, it's all because of you. If anything really happens to my family, I won't let you off the hook. In the future, don't cry in front of me less. Isn't it just to see that my ears are soft? It's all fake." "Fake?" Old Lady Sun stood up and said to Sun Hao. "Look, she understands everything in her heart. She's just pretending to be confused. She knows that you'll take care of the aftermath for her. Look at it now. Once the retaliation is at her parents' place. Such a panic. Has it ever been for you?" Sun Hao's heart throbbed and ached. He used to persuade himself to think less, as long as the family is harmonious. But now he can't afford not to think more. Only then did Wu Rongrong react as if she had reacted, hugging his arm and crying helplessly. "Hubby, what should we do? Our family can't hold out. You must help my dad." Sun Hao gave her a fixed look, suddenly feeling that the person in front of him was somewhat unfamiliar. Breaking his fingers one by one, he said indifferently, "I'm sorry, I can't help. I can't bury the Sun family for the sake of the Wu family." "What Wu family?" "Sun family. We are all family." Sun Hao pointed at Sun Mingjue and said, If you tell Mingjue that you don't care about his future, then I can help you out. Of course Wu Rongrong couldn't say such words. Stomping the ground fiercely, she turned her head and ran outside. I'll beg Koho, I'll apologize to her. Sun Hao didn't stop her, but stood in the doorway and watched her run away, as if talking to himself or asking a question. Do you think I've spoiled your mom? I remember that in the past, she used to be very clear about right and wrong. Nonetheless, a lone voice, but what about now? Or does she have a deep mother-daughter love for Sun Qingyue, so deep that she can ignore right and wrong? Sun Mingjue didn't answer, because he knew that Sun Hao already had an answer in his heart, and he didn't want to judge his parents more than he had to. This was a home he didn't want to stay in much longer and went straight away. He decides to move in with Sun Feiho to supervise the two of them and escape the annoyances at home. Unfortunately, how could he not expect that Sun Feihe was not at home, but had let a soul in the house? He unlocked the combination lock and sat down on the couch, when he saw on the coffee table, a jar, out of place in the home's decor. Sun Mingjue raised his hand and touched it. Antique? It doesn't look like one. For proof, he filmed it and sent it to his friend, who ended up sending a string of voices. What are you sending me a plain old broken altar for? Have you been cheated? Tell me, how much did you pay for it? Sun Mingjue, it didn't cost anything. My sister put it here. I thought it was an antique. Okay, it's fine. Sun Mingjue had privately decided that Sun Feiha must have been fooled into buying a jar as an antique. He raised his hand and flicked the jar. Who is your master? Dare to lie to my sister. She's not one to be messed with. Of course the jar wouldn't give him an answer. Sun Mingjue got up and casually, on the first floor, found a room to stay in. Xiaoyao floated in front of him with a puff of air. She must ask Sun Feiha when she sees him. What is the relationship between the person in front of her and her? If the relationship is not close, she will make him look good. She is now one with the jar. Hitting the jar is hitting her. Chapter 119, Climbing Through Windows. This side of Wu Rongrong of course did not see Sun Feiha. Pei's door is no longer open for her. The doorman only replied with an ice-cold sentence. Mrs. Pei said she would not see guests today. Wu Rongrong was now anxious. She knew that Sun Feiha must be here, but the doorman wouldn't open the door, so she could only stare. Just as she was returning home, lost in thought, her cell phone rang. Looking at the ever-jumping phone, she shivered and answered. Hello, Wu Rongrong, what the hell are you up to? When did I tell you that I'm going to be a rival to the Pei family? Do you know that all of my production lines are now indefinitely shut down? Do you know what that means? If I don't move within a week, I'm going to file for bankruptcy. Bankruptcy. The person on the phone shouted at the top of his lungs, itching to jump out and tear her apart. And Wu Rongrong could only cry helplessly. Wu Rongrong, I don't care. Let Sun Hao go and intercede for me. He's been friends with the Pei family for how many years? You let him go. Wu Rongrong cried and shook her head. No, if I offend the Pei family, what about my Mingju? What do you mean? Do you mean to give up your mother's family? Well, in that case, I'll consider you dead, without you as a daughter. The phone suddenly hung up, and Wu Rongrong felt as if a section of her heart had been broken as well, causing her pain. She muttered, it's my fault, I shouldn't have minded my own business. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. The Yin family has fallen from the top stream, and this time the Wu family is following in his footsteps, and although both have angered the Pei family, those who know the inside story know, they messed with Sun Feiho. Pei Jia did not hide the matter of the Sun family and directly told Zhou Miaoyan. Zhou Miaoyan was so angry that she wanted to question Sun Qingyue, but was stopped by Pei Jia. Sun Qingyue has nowhere to go now. She's penniless, and there's no point in taking revenge on her. Zhou Miaoyan opened her mouth to say something, but considering Sun Feiha, she stiffly held her tongue. Pei Jia comforted her. Don't worry, I already have an idea in my mind. Zhou Miaoyan knew that her own son was doing something, absolutely no mistakes, and also temporarily recognized it. At this time the housekeeper came to report. Wu Rongrong came. She looked at Sun Feiha, who said indifferently, I don't know her well, so do as you please. Only then did Zhou Miaoyan reveal a hint of a smile. Turning to the housekeeper with a stern face, she said, let her go, and don't even come back in the future. She was also afraid that Sun Feihio's heart is difficult. After all, it is her own mother. Not to say, but also to the adopted daughter of the infamous street. But at this point she had no better words of comfort. She could only pull out her cell phone and silently transfer a sum of money. Hearing the crisp sound of Alipay reporting zero, Sun Feihe said helplessly that she now has more money than she can spend. Zhou Miaoyan immediately disapproved. Where there is money that cannot be spent, immediately open the internal software. This was an app that the high luxury store had opened especially for them, in which they could shop to their heart's content. But Sun Feiha was clearly not interested. Zhou Miaoyan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly went upstairs and came down again, holding a brocade box in her hand and handing it to Sun Feiha as if offering a treasure. Sun Fei was eyes steeply bright, this time not only yellow paper, but also white, purple, black and gold-lined talisman paper. This is the very best of talisman paper. The difficulty of making it is particularly high. This really exceeded her expectations. Zhou Miaoyan looked at her obviously happy expression and took out a box from her sleeve. Looking flat. Open it and see if you like it? Sun Feihua, now filled with anticipation, carefully opened it. Golden sand. Like it? I love it so much. Thank you, Auntie Cho. The effect of gold sand is better than that of runes drawn with vermilion sand. You like it just fine, feel free to use it. When you run out. Mom, not Auntie, there's more here. With bright almond eyes, he looked at her curiously. Zhou Miaoyan mysteriously said, money can make the devil push the mill. Ha ha ha, money in place, there is nothing that cannot be gotten. Having said that, this is something that only a connoisseur can get out, and once this is out, basically no one wants to sell it. It was evident that Zhou Miaoyan had searched very hard. When Pei Jia came out of the study, he saw the two leaning affectionately together, muttering. He stood on the steps and watched for a moment before coming down slowly. Looking at the things on the table, a look of realization flashed in his eyes and he said to Sun Feiha, Xiao He, I'll take you to see the room. Zhou Miaoyan was pleasantly surprised. Xiao He, sleep here at night? Pei Jia nodded slightly. Zhou Miaoyan clapped her hands together and murmured, sleeping here is good. Adapting to the adaptation in advance. Butler, has Xiao He's room been packed? Packed up, ma'am. The backyard, the biggest one on the second floor. It's got everything in it. Zhou Miaoyan nodded her head in satisfaction and told the two to hurry to the backyard to rest, and then remembered something like that, tugged Pei Jia and said, you can't bully people. The human girl is still small. Pei Jia raised his sword brows lightly, coughed lightly, and nodded with a serious face. Seeing him in this serious manner, Zhou Miaoyan was a little worried again. This kid, he's not really doing nothing, is he? The two of them didn't know Zhou Miaoyan's complicated mind. Pei Jia sent her back to her room in a disciplined manner before turning to leave. Zhou Miaoyan, who was sitting in the living room, was angry and wanted to laugh when she heard the maid's reply. What a silly boy, his brains are in business. Hey, when will she get a grandchild? Sun Feihua washed up and lay on the bed. Just as she was about to sleep, there were a few knocks on the window and she rose curiously. Outside the window Pika was close to the edge, and the moment it opened he jumped right in. You are? Sleep. He said it with a straight face. Rightfully so. Picking up Sun Feiha with one arm, he lay down on the bed close to her. Looking at the dumbfounded Sun Feiha, he laughed softly and said, didn't I say that in the future, we'll be together day and night? If we don't sleep together, how can we be considered together night and day? Sun Feiha blinked and said, I'm not used to sleeping with others. It's just as well. I'm not used to it either. Just sleep on it. Now both of us need to adapt to it in advance. Pei Jia's cold thin lips, but the words he uttered carried an obvious smirk. Well, go to sleep. Good boy. He held the person in his arms tighter and said in a cold voice, turn off the lights. The lights in the room should turn off. Chapter 120, Izzy takes a job. Seeing his rules, Sun Feiha adjusted her sleeping position and slowly closed her eyes to sleep. Time passes by. Pei Jia opened his eyes in frustration, his deep eyes staring at Sun Feiha, skin firmly pressed against each other. The sheer softness of his chest made him take a deep breath, and the delicate skin under his palms made him rub it lovingly. Suddenly Sun Feihua's legs moved to frame his waist. Pei Jia fiercely inhaled a breath. His dark eyes became bottomless, and his heart couldn't control the violent beating. Before he could do anything, he saw Sun Feihua's brows furrow and she closed her eyes and muttered, your heart is too noisy. Pei Jia was just about to say something when he saw Sun Feihua's hand wave, and in the next second, he only felt a darkness in front of his eyes, and he immediately fainted. Slowly the heartbeat in his ears tended to calm down, before Sun Feiha was satisfied and slept again. The habit of his biological clock woke Pega up on time. Usually he was going to work out at this time. At this point he didn't even want to leave the bed, looking at the dimly lit room with the white arm across his chest, turning his head to look at Sun Feiha who was still sleeping. Her small mouth was slightly open, her breathing shallow, and he raised his hand to rub her small face. Sun Feihua's brow furrowed slightly as she slowly opened one eye and said in a muffled voice, good morning. Arms went through her waist, keeping the two of them close together. The awkward situation in the morning made Sun Feihua instantly wake up and stiffen her body. Pei Jia moved closer to her earlobe, his warm breath spraying. Okay? Sun Feihua just wanted to shake her head before Pei Jia pressed her head. The shake of the head was forced into a nod. Pei Jia's sharp brows were incredibly soft as he pecked her neck lightly. I know. The male lion enveloped her. The room, dimly lit, slowly brightened until the light from outside could no longer be obscured. And only then did it stop. Beads of sweat crystallized, a slight gasp of breath, and on her snow-white collarbone was a single bite mark. What are you doing? You can't keep your word and change it twice in one go. A light peck of a kiss soothed. I was wrong. I'll listen to you next time. What next time? There isn't one. I want to get up. The moment Sun Feihua pushed away the person on top of him and lifted the covers to get out of bed, flopped to his knees, legs too weak to stand. She twisted her head and glared at Pei Jia in exasperation. Pei Jia knew he was in the wrong and rubbed his nose in embarrassment, immediately getting up and carrying her to wash up. It wasn't until she got into the checkroom that she pushed it out. Although he regretted not being able to see the view, it was easy to see his good mood with this insatiable and energized look. Zhou Miaoyan was already waiting in the living room at this time, and saw the two of them walking slowly over. How they looked like a good match. Seeing Pei Jia's satisfied smile, there was some doubt in his heart. Did you sneak in at night? Sun Feihua's footsteps paused slightly. I don't think so. Maybe I'm overthinking it. AI. Really no good. It's not like I'm sleeping with her. Why do I look so glowing? Zhou Miaoyan didn't realize that she had missed the truth just like that. Greeting Sun Feihua to breakfast. The table was full of her favorite food. Zhou Miaoyan joyfully sat across from her and talked about the recent gossip. Xiaohua, have you heard? Something happened to the Yin family's barbershop? What is it? A lot of people go to her place to get their hair done and sleepwalk that night, and there are those who run out onto the main road naked. Luckily it's all upscale neighborhoods, or else they'd really run out there. And that wouldn't be embarrassing. And then what? Zhou Miaoyan covered her mouth and laughed. Then the Yin family blew up. One or two can say that it is someone else's body that has a problem, but more than one person. He can't afford to pocket it, and now dumping the pot to Infun, saying that this barber store transferred to Infun. It's not related to their Yin family, but it's also understandable. The Yin family can't withstand another blow. Zhou Miaoyan approached her and whispered, Xiao He, do you think there are any ghosts? Yes. Sun Feihua nodded affirmatively. Really? Zhou Miaoyan didn't feel scared. Instead she was very excited. Sun Feihua honestly said, the last time I saw Anjuan, her newly made hair carried a ghostly aura. Will you go? Sun Feihua shook her head. Not sure. I'm quite happy to see her being tossed around. Sun Feihua never hides his likes and dislikes. Zhou Miaoyan likes this about her. She has seen too many flamboyant people. The straightforward Sun Feihua is more to her liking. Zhou Miaoyan nodded approvingly. I'm also quite happy. Let her toss it. But I heard that she invited people from the Metaphysical Society. Also not. At this moment, Sun Feihua's cell phone vibrated, and Zhou Miaoyan told her to answer the phone first. Looking at the name bouncing on the screen, Sun Feihua turned on the speakerphone. Hello, is this Ms. Sun? Ms. Sun, this is Izzy. I've taken a job and invite you to view it. When one met a peer, a Taoist nerd like Izzy, it was natural to want to exchange ideas, and it was best to convince her to take the initiative to join the Metaphysical Society. Time, place, 10 o'clock, Anne's barber shop, waiting for you. At this moment, Zhou Miaoyan's eyes were blinking and blinking, and they were full of eagerness to try. Auntie, you want to go? Sun Feihua looked at her. Zhou Miaoyan hurriedly nodded her head. Pei Jia said helplessly, Mom, don't go. It's fine for you to grow flowers at home. It's boring to stay at home, and it never hurts to see more. Don't you think, Shu Ho? Sun Feihua said indifferently, come along if you want to go. Zhou Miaoyan immediately stood up and ran upstairs. Wait for me for a while. I'll change my clothes. Pei Jia shook her head slightly as she looked at her running and jumping figure. I don't think it will be long before she likes you more than me. No, a mother's favorite is still her own child. Pei Jia was afraid that she would think of Wu Rongrong and assured her, you're my favorite. I promise. Sun Feihua looked at him seriously. She knew that at this point Pei Jia's assurance was true. A slight nod. Pei Jia smiled and stroked her head. Hurry up and eat. Let's go together afterward. The trio arrived on time, and Izzy stood in the doorway, followed by Gorka, with Anfan standing beside her. Chapter 121, What the hell? As soon as Pei Jia showed up, Anfan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in her heart and stepped forward. Pei Jia, did you come because you were worried about me? Pei Jia's brows were cold as he turned around and held Sun Feihi's hand. Anfan didn't get an answer from his beloved, and saw him showing love, and hated to get Sun Feihua killed. Gritting his teeth, he said, what are you doing here? You are not welcome in our Yin family. Sun Feihua turned her feet around and twisted her head to leave. Don't. Ms. Sun was invited by me, and since Ms. N doesn't welcome her, you won't get this order from the Metaphysical Society. Anfan's heart thumped. If the Metaphysical Society didn't care about her, those who did the hair people could tear her alive. She immediately stepped forward and pulled Izzy, pleading, Master Izzy, You can't just leave me alone. Ijong violently shook off her hand and said, pulling and tugging, what's decent? You apologize to Miss Sun. The situation was forced to be strong. She could only smother her head and go forward, bowing to Sun Feiha and apologizing. I'm sorry, Miss Sun. It's all my fault. Please forgive me. A short, hard-hitting statement about what it's like to endure humiliation. Although Ijong was not satisfied, he still smiled and said to Sun Feiha, Ms. Sun, inside please. Sun Fei was skipped in fin and entered the barbershop. Barbershop red and gold color scheme. All show high grade. Should be lively barbershop, this time extraordinarily quiet. It could be called eerie. The compass in Izzy's hand flew around. He pinched his finger with one hand. His lips wriggled. And finally the black pointer settled on one spot. Izzy's face was stoic, and he scattered a large amount of grass and ash. Then he pulled out a yellow talisman and lit it, then waved it at the needle-pointing direction. Another white rice was pulled out and thrown over at the same time. A sudden sharp scream rang out in the room. Immediately, footprint after footprint appeared on the grass and ash, looking very panicked. Seeing this, Izzy took out an earth charm and threw it in her path of necessity, and the female ghost did step in. The runes glowed at first, and wails rang out. The talisman slowly shrinks. The light closes, and the sound dies down. Zhou Miaoyan was wide-eyed and respectfully said to Ijong, indeed, a master of the metaphysical society. Awesome. Izzy humbly waved her hand and said to Sun Feiha, how about it? Ms. Sun, not only Izzy, but Gao Jia's gaze, too, was always aware of Sun Feiha's expression. Sun Feiha nodded faintly. Not bad. The two simple words were soothing to the hearts of the master and disciple. Sun Feiha gazed around and said, do you think it's settled? Naturally, Izzy said with great confidence. If I told you that even if you captured this female ghost, the sleepwalker would still sleepwalk, would you not believe me? Izzy shook her head slightly and said, indeed, when I overpower her, everything will naturally return to its original state. Sun Feiha nodded slightly and looked at Zhou Miaoyan. Auntie, are you afraid of ghosts? Zhou Miaoyan was very excited and wanted to shake her head, but suddenly thought of something and hesitated. It won't be the blood-stabbing clattering kind, will it? No, it's pretty clean. Fear not. Look, Zhou Miaoyan threw her voice. The smoke from the rune's spontaneous combustion changed the view before the eyes of those around them. The hall that was so beautiful and eye-catching a moment ago now looks rusty. Ah! Anfen cried out at once. This is not a barbershop. You'd think it was a ghost town if you didn't know. Izzy was also bloomy. He didn't expect there to be so much more. The suddenly drifting souls, as if they had smelled something delicious, swarmed towards Pei Jia. Little Yellow immediately burrowed out of his pocket and plopped down on Pei Jia's clothes, swaying and forming a protective shield that held Pei Jia firmly in place. Zhou Miaoyan looked tsk and was very satisfied in her heart. This look is the handiwork of Sun Feiha. Get lost, whoever comes near him again. I'm going to be impolite. Sun Feiha's tone was shallow and casual. The ghosts laughed lordly, and their souls changed. Some of their heads falling off, others removing their arms and legs, and others sticking out their long tongues with blood pouring from their bodies. Zhou Miaoyan and Infan closed their eyes in fear and trembled. The ghosts laughed in triumph at the sight of them, bullying forward. Some even lay on the light shield, trying to inhale a bit of Pei Jia's breath. Sun Feiha's fingers tapped slightly, and the calm light snapped and brightened, forming a sharp thorn. The soul lying on top of it was skewered like a barbecue and then thrown heavily. All of a sudden a piece of Pei Jia's side was empty. Izzy's eyes steeply lit up and looked at Sun Feiha with great rarity. You, who are you? That's out of the question. What are you doing gathered here if you're not going to hell to reincarnate? We don't know. We were here in the blink of an eye. We tried to get out, but we could never get away from here. The ghost next to her picked up. We didn't hurt anyone. We just sucked in a little bit of anger. The evil ones were all done by Sister Yuan. Who is Sister Yuan? Gao Jia asked curiously. The ghost pointed to the talisman on the ground and said, Sister Yuan was captured by you guys. Izzy asked. Did she tell you how to undo the sleepwalking? The ghosts shook their heads back and forth. No, but Sister Yuan said that even if she disappeared, without her methods, these sleepwalkers would never be able to be relieved for the rest of their lives. Really? The ghosts nodded in unison. Izzy turned her head to look at Sun Feiha. Sun Feiha smiled and said, let her out. How can she be relieved of her sleepwalking syndrome? No, it's so hard to catch. What if it runs away? And Fun immediately retorted, Master Yi, all of this nonsense is a lie. It must be Sun Feiha who teamed up with them to trick you, all to get back at me. Anfen looked at Izzy with a determined gaze. Ijong shook his head. I believe that Miss Sun is not such a person. Saying that, he personally tore open the earth charm, regardless of Anfun's obstruction. A puff of smoke drifted out slowly, finally forming the back of a slender figure in a cheongsam. The owner of the back was very bad-tempered. Bad old man. I didn't even say a few words. Come up here and give me a beating, showing off how many weapons you have. Is that it? I'm such a big beauty, such a flowery face, you can't even lay your hands on me. You deserve to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. Nguyen turned her back on the crowd and cursed. Gao Jia chided. What are you babbling about? If you have the ability to turn around and fight me, be smart and untie the sleepwalking for everyone. Or don't blame me for being merciless. Fine. The little Yakuza has dared to yell at me, so I'm not going to solve it. What can you do? Gao Jia was so exasperated that he threw a talisman from his sleeve. Sister Nguyen was truly afraid of this, and between dodges, her true face was exposed. Chapter 122 Ghosts. Ah, ghost ah. Anfan's sharp voice scared the ghosts. Zhou Miaoyan was so scared that she shrunk behind Sun Feiha. Sun Feiha pulled out the 5 emperor's money and put it in her hand. With this there's nothing to be afraid of. Zhou Miaoyan immediately clenched tightly. Sister Ruan's features were so carbonized that she couldn't see. She must have been burned by a fiery fire before she was born. Her skin and flesh melted, so it was no wonder that Anfan shouted. Gwen stopped hiding at this point and approached Anfan with her disfigured face, who yelled and ducked around, finally cowering behind Izzy. What are you shouting for? Haven't you seen people disfigured? And you're so ugly. You dare to call me ugly? The fuming voice, accompanied by the repeated black smoke that emerged, rushed towards Anfan. Yizhong raised the duster in his hand, waved his hand to disperse it, and drank coldly. Don't pretend to be a god here. Quickly solve the sleepwalking. I'll send you to reincarnation. What has it got to do with me? I just stimulate their inner desire. Don't look at this, they behave glamorously. In fact, inwardly they all very much dislike their own men. If it is not for the sake of the rich and noble life, who would like to be entrusted to the pot-bellied? Bad old man. They are eager for love. Want to find pleasure. I just help them a hand. People have propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame, and since they have chosen to do so, they have to go on with their heads, and you shouldn't interfere too much. Why? Why do you men get to have a mistress? A mistress, and we women have to stay from one to the other? It's a bad habit. Women need to be liberated too. They need to be rained on. I'm just Tai. Back then countless men fell under my skirt. My feet they wanted to hold and lick, just like a dog. I'm just letting my sisters free their nature. It's my one and only skill. You guys can't even unravel it without me. Sun Feiha scat impatiently. It's not as esoteric as you say. Sleepwalking disease is just you tearing apart your own soul body and putting it on them. If you unravel it's not that hard. Just fry you up and make a pot of soup. Gather people together and drink it. Sister Ruan was obviously a bit alarmed, and after a moment to stabilize her mind, she said, Don't scare me. You can't do it. Why? Takaya asked. Sister Ruan rolled her eyes at him. We're ghosts. We're not food in the young world. Your oil won't fry me at all. It has to be oil from hell to do it. Cao Jiao was inquisitive. How is the oil in hell different from ours? The oil of hell is refined over millions of years and the souls of countless evil spirits. It can cauterize any soul. And if you don't know this, what kind of Taoist priest are you? What a generation. Say it like you're old. Humph. You weren't even an egg when I was strutting my stuff. You. Gao Jiao was furious. Sun Feiha looked at her with a crooked head and said, Will you take your soul back yourself? Or will I fry you? As he raised his hand, a smoking hot shadow gradually revealed itself. The room became blazing hot, and except for Pei Jia and Zhou Miaoyan, everyone else's foreheads were sweating and their bodies were trembling. At this point Izzy was also trembling, but not with fear, but with excitement. He couldn't wait to kowtow to Sun Feiha and recognize her as his master. The ghosts in the room shrank into a ball, and Nguyen fell back against the wall. How can you summon a frying pan? Is it strange? I'm just asking you. 2 choices. Which one do you choose? 1. I choose 1. I'll call my soul back myself. Sun Feiha gently waved her hand and the shadows dispersed. Sister Ruan reached out towards the void and countless gray threads slowly converged. Master, it's done. Sister Ruan respectfully said to Sun Feiha. Sun Feiha looked at her and said, Where is your body? Let me fix it together for you. How do you know? Sun Feiha looked at her without understanding. Is that hard? Without answering, Sister Ruan turned to Izzy and said, Did you gain anything other than sensing me? Izzy shook her head and said matter-of-factly, No. Sister Nguyen shrugged. See, I'm already disappointed in these moralistic people. They don't even have the sense to save me. Izzy looked to Sun Featherho. Sun Feiha explained, Just now the other ghosts uttered that they couldn't go. So I observed the surroundings. There is indeed something odd here. Someone made a 6-corpse formation to recruit ghosts and raise their souls. Similar to captivity. only in and out. Sister Yuan was instantly agitated. It's the 6 corpses formation. Please save me, master. As soon as the words left her mouth, she flung herself on her knees. Sister Yuan was originally a famous prostitute in the Republic of China with countless admirers. Later, when war broke out, many people took the opportunity to try to take her for themselves. She defected to her best friend, not realizing that her best friend had long been jealous of her and threw acid in her face during the night, causing her to be disfigured. And that's not all. She pressed her head hard into a blazing fire and scorched it to death. Throw her body into the beggar's nest, recognizing the abuse, and finally by a deceased no opinion found her identity. Would have liked to bury her, but listen to the wandering Taoist priest's slanderous words, cutting her body into 6 pieces and burying them in different places. Her body was incomplete and the hell could not make her register. She could only return to the Yang world and was immediately trapped until now. Hasn't anyone found you in all these years? Sister Yuan rolled her eyes and said, of course I found out. They can't overtake me at all. Even if you guys bring me back, I'll still end up back here. Sun Feha nodded. Indeed. We must find her body and break the 6 corpse formation before we can. Sun Feha looked around and said, if my guess is good, although this place is in the downtown area, but it has changed hands a few times, and no matter what kind of business it does, it's all yellowed out. Zhou Miayan nodded her head and said, indeed, this store is evil as hell, and in broad daylight, not a single ray of sunlight comes in, so when we remodeled this plot of land, we bypassed this house. We always felt it was unlucky. Infan bit her lips tightly. What the Pei family didn't want, but the Yin family, fought with others to get it. Izzy looked to Anfan and said, was there nothing different when you remodeled this house? Anfan nodded after a moment's hesitation. Does it count if workers are always getting hurt somehow? Of course it counts. Gao Jiao looked at Sister Yuan disapprovingly. The workers have no grudges against you, so why are you making things difficult for them? Humph. They're filthy, and they're here at night looking at Little Yellow and defiling my eyes. Cao Jia blushed and couldn't say anything to retort. Yi Zhong arched his hand at Sun Feiha. Ms. Sun, please also make a move. Sun Feiha didn't answer with a straight face, but just looked normal. Take a look. Instead of walking towards the basement, Nguyen led the crowd towards the top floor. Chapter 123, what's the point of fooling around? The topmost floor and the most lavishly decorated. To say it's a 5-star single room would be an understatement. Nguyen pointed to the 4 walls, the tops, and the corners and said, just these 6. Anfan shook her head and said, impossible. It was all torn down and rebuilt in the first place. If there were bodies, the police would have been here already. Sister Yuan rolled her eyes and said, they can't even knock down the wall. How can they tear it down and rebuild it? It's just a way to fool you, cutie. Just put a layer of latex paint on it. Anfan tightened her lips and stopped talking. Izzy stepped forward, not noticing anything out of the ordinary, and after a moment's thought, pulled the aged mortar and pestle from his pocket and nailed it hard against the wall. It was logical that there must be marks on the wall, but unfortunately there wasn't any in the slightest, as if the action just now didn't exist. Izzy didn't believe in evil, set up the altar, lit red candles, and kept waving the mahogany sword in her hand, scattering countless runes, but unfortunately the wall remained unmoved. It was only at this point that Izzy died, knowing he couldn't do it, and decisively put away his things. Miss Sun, I'm very expensive. Sun Feihua winked at Anfan. Anfan knew that this was something that no one else should be able to do except for Sun Feihua. Gritting his teeth, he said, $1 million. $3 million. Why don't you go to? Well, $3 million. This house, this lot, he, the Yin family, had spent nearly $100 million. It would be a shame to give it up like this. Sun Feiho opens the collection code, and Fan huffed and puffed as she transferred the money, muttering, so greedy for money. Why don't you go into live broadcasting? There are cuties on the internet. More. A flash of light flashed through Sun Feiha's mind and she looked at Pei Jia. Why didn't I think of that? Wouldn't it be quicker to save up merit on the live stream? Pei Jia smiled indulgently and said, I didn't think of that either. So I'll go back and check it out tonight. Sun Feiha nodded repeatedly. Now that something was up, she moved much faster. No longer in the lazy stance she'd been in a moment ago. With a serious face, he pulled out the box containing the gold sand and said, You're so lucky. I just got something good. Otherwise it would be a bit of a pain in the ass to break this spell formation of yours. Izzy craned her neck to look as well, and when she saw it, delight flashed in her eyes. This gold sand he only heard in the old president's handwritten notes, or the first time to see. I heard that a sand against 10,000 gold. He asked himself not to have this financial strength. Sun Feiha obviously noticed his expression and immediately brought a smile on her face, her tone slightly showing off. This is what my Auntie Zhou gave me. Awesome. Right. Izzy gave a direct, Decisive thumbs up with a surface of action. Being able to make the vice president of the Metaphysics Society admire her. Zhou Miaoyan immediately straightened her back. Sun Feiha dipped some and made a rune in the air. And as she did, golden runes slowly appeared. Sun Feihua coldly shouted, "Earth and heaven are born together. Sweep away filth and evil. Refine the 9 paths. Return the form to its true nature. Go!" With solemn and heavy runes, it rushed around and expanded rapidly. The walls cracked. Gusts of black gas were instantly visible. And the roof creaked. Sun Feiha led Pei Jia with one hand and Zhou Miaoyan with the other and took a step back. The next second, something fell from the roof and hit the others. And Fun was exasperated as she took off her body. And when she got a good look at it, she suddenly cried out. And in the next second her white eyes rolled up. And she fainted straight away. The eyeballs in her hand slowly rolled away. Sister Nguyen painfully went up to pick it up and said, "What nice eyes. Really can't appreciate them." Cao Jia dryly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "This floor of black objects. Really can't see where it looks good." Sun Feihua raised his chin at him and said, "Go strip the wall." Cao Jia subconsciously turned around and waited to get his things out before reacting to why he was so obedient. Sun Feihua didn't know his mental activities and commanded him to put his body together in full. By now the bones on the ground had become extraordinarily brittle. Nguyen kept chanting, "Be careful, don't crush it," waiting for the body to complete. Takayoshi tries to move out of position. The bones in his hand became as heavy as 1,000 gold. He couldn't move them at all. He looked up in surprise. What's going on? How did it suddenly become heavy? Sun Feihui, the 6 corpse array is to prevent someone from taking her body away. Now that the corpses are all there, the 6 corpse array is truly revealed. Look at your hands. Gao Jiao looked down and saw that his hand had become extraordinarily black, and he couldn't wipe it off no matter how hard he tried. He looked at Sun Feiha and said, "Miss Sun, you have to save me. I haven't married my daughter-in-law yet." A little black hand. This, which good man dares to marry his daughter to me? Izzy lifted his foot and kicked him in the ass. Is this the time to talk about it? Sun Feiha said indifferently, "It's good that it's solved, but we're still missing a soul." What soul? Gao Jiao looked at the souls poking around in the doorway, and he figured that the last thing this place needed was souls. With the 6 corpse formation, the main thing is that one person must truly adore the deceased and be willing to do everything for her. Sun Feiha smiled faintly. Still not coming out? If you don't come out, I'm going to do it. Sister Nguyen also looked at her in confusion. In the next second, the body that had become sunken slowly floated out of a soul that was about to dissipate. Sister Yuan raised her eyebrows horizontally. "You are the one who split me into 6 pieces. And you are not dead? Why are you lying on my body?" The man looked at her with eyes full of love and said, "I love you, Yuan. I was also tricked by someone who said that as long as I grow your soul and then kill myself, the two of us can be a happy ghost couple. Carefree." I didn't realize that he was actually doing it to raise evil souls. Bah! Who wants to be a couple with you? Don't flatter yourself. Why can't you just love me? I'm not lacking in anything except a little ugly. Family, wealth. Sister Yuan rolled her eyes and said, "Ugliness is the original sin. When I think of waking up in the morning and seeing your ugly face as soon as I open my eyes, I can't wait to kill myself on the spot." Gao Jia felt that Sister Yuan was really rigid. The other party was the one who cut her. Not only did she not have the slightest bit of fear, but she could also say it with such a straight face, and she gave a thumbs up in her heart. The man seemed hurt, but then smiled happily. "It's okay, Yuan. You don't love me, but our souls are together. I'm willing to be attached to your flesh like this for the rest of my life. Master, destroy him for me. He's too disgusting." Sister Yuan nonchalantly pointed at the man and said to Sun Feiha. Sun Feiha nodded slightly and let the crowd go out, leaving only her and Sister Yuan in. The others retreated to the door, and Gorka pressed close to the door of the room, trying to listen for any movement, but unfortunately there was nothing. Infant stood behind Pei Jia's eyes flickered and spoke in a small voice. "Pei Jia, do you really want to marry her?" Pega was unmoved, only looking at the door. Infant bit her lips tightly and stood in front of him. "Don't you think she's bad luck? Dealing with ghosts or corpses all day long. What Pei needs is a wise assistant who can help you, not pretend to be a god." Pei Jia's brows were gloomy and his face was cold. "Shut up and get lost." And Fin's face reddened. "Pei Jia, I've liked you for so many years. Are you really indifferent?" "Right." And feeling very bored, the cold words made Anfin clench her hands. "Zhou Miaoyan, shout he is the daughter-in-law I have decided. Not some cat or dog that can be changed whenever I want. But she's uneducated. And she's no help to Pekka." Zhou Miaoyan disapproved. "A big man needs a woman to help. It is better to go to planting. And shout he has no culture. How? You don't know it. This trip to Germany. She brought us pays next year. The whole company's economy 30% of the order. Do you know what this means?" Anfan's face went pale. She lowered her head and stopped talking. Chapter 124, There are many perverts. The sound of a latch opening sounded and the door opened in response. The first thing to come out was not Sun Feiha, but black thick smoke. The crowd took a step back, and Gao Jia immediately opened the doors and windows. The smoke drifted out before the crowd could see what was going on in the house. The box was already sort of completely finished, with black particles all over it. Except for Sun Feihua, who stood unblemished. The black skeleton on the ground had returned to its original white color. Sister Yuan, who was standing on the side, no longer had a scorched face, but had regained her usual brightness, and although her face was pale, it was hard to hide her stunning beauty. Soft D eyebrow, goose egg face, cherry lips, a slight smile, 100 winks. Gao Jia's face instantly turned red like a monkey's butt. Sister Yuan covered her lips and smiled gently, bending over to Sun Feiha. Thank you, Master. I can finally go to reincarnation. After saying that, without waiting for the crowd's reaction, he joyfully disappeared. That will do? Gao Jia asked as she opened her mouth. Sun Feiha nodded and looked at Pei Jia. Is everything alright? What could he be up to? We're all out here. Gao Jia interjected. Pei Jia's eyebrows steeped in coldness as she looked at him with a sharp gaze. Turning his head to Sun Feiha, he smiled gently and shook his head lightly. Yizhong stepped forward and said, Ms. Sun, I don't know what kind of talisman you just drew. Could you teach me? I can pay for it. What charm do you want to learn? Sun Feihua asked frankly. Yizhong didn't expect her to be so good at talking, and immediately said excitedly, the rune that lets the crowd see ghosts is much better than the tears of an old bull. Right. I also think that it's really hard to find a 20-year-old bull, and let it shed tears, and every time you use it, you cherish it extraordinarily. Gao Jia concurred. Sun Feiha nodded her head and said, it's okay, but I'm just afraid that you won't be able to learn it. I can. Izzy pulled out her cell phone and smiled at Sun Feiho. I'll record it and go back and practice slowly. Since he sincerely wanted to learn, Sun Feiha didn't hide anything, took the white paper and quickly drew one. Runes are heavy to drink in with a single stroke, and when they break, they are wasted. That's it? Gao Jia finished picking up a pen and was about to mimic drawing it. When I first started to write, the brush was suddenly extra heavy, and each stroke was so difficult that my entire arm began to tremble. Suddenly the quill broke. Gao Jia stared blankly, incredulously saying, it shouldn't be. I've always drawn talismans quite smoothly. Sun Feiha shook her head and said, your current runes, I look at them all as if they've been modified. Although they're good to draw, the effect is very poor. This is the most primitive rune I have. Those without talent can't draw it. Unbelievingly, Izzy took out her paper and began to draw. He's a little better than Gaoja, and got a little over halfway through the drawing before his pen broke. At this point the crowd knew how difficult this was. Don't look at Sun Feiha drawing easily. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Gao Jia muttered. It seems that only the chairman can barely draw it. Yizhong also nodded. Miss Sun, I wonder if you are interested in meeting with our president. He is much more powerful than me. You can spar. Sun Feiha didn't care about any president. Shaking her head, not interested. The teaching fee, I won't charge. I just hope you can benefit the people. Izzy arched his hand and assured. This is my life's mission. That's good. You've overtaken the other ghosts. We'll go first. Izzy had every intention of asking her to stay, but couldn't find a reason to do so she could only watch her leave with her people. Anfan chased her to the door, her tone sincere. I hope you guys are happy. Sun Feihua waved her hand carelessly. Anfan muttered. That's the kind of attitude that makes it annoying. It wasn't until she left that Zhou Miaoyan started panting heavily. That was really exciting just now. Xiao Hua. Is that Sister Yuan telling the truth? Is there really someone so heartless as to cut her into 6 pieces just to keep her soul? Sun Feiha nodded. It's not unusual. There are still people who believe in head swapping, chopping off their own wife's head and replacing it with the head of the person they like, just to make their wives turn into their beloved ones. Why go to all that trouble? Just get a facelift. No, don't guess what's in the pervert's mind. He thinks that wouldn't be perfect. He wants real features, not artificially created ones. Zhou Miaoyan shivered violently and rubbed her wrong arm. What a pervert! Sun Feiha agreed. There are actually quite a lot of perverts. When the barber store was over, the 3 of them parted ways. Pei Jia took Sun Feihe to work, and Zhou Miaoyan made a date with her sisters for afternoon tea. She's got an idea of what she's going to say, and it's going to be exciting. On their way back, the 2 of them passed by Sun Feiha's favorite pastry store. Pei Jia got out of the car to buy it, and Sun Feiha stood at the door waiting. Missy, can you add AV? Sun Feihua looked at the shy boy and shook his head. I don't have AV, the boy said unhappily. If you don't want to add it, you don't have to cheat. The boy turned and ran away. Don't run. You'll get hurt, Sun Feiha kindly reminded. The boy rolled his eyes at her. And the next second the trio clamped down on clear glass that suddenly appeared. And the boy slammed straight into it. Glass shattered. Blood dripped. And cries for help mingled. Guys, guess what I saw? An amazing scene where the girl told a deadbeat not to run, saying he'd get hurt. And lo and behold, now he's really hurt. The camera pans to the scene of the rush to make a phone call to help stop the boy's bleeding. Let's go. Let's go interview the little girl. Hello, my name is Fatty. Is it convenient to interview you? Sun Feiha looked at the cell phone that disliked in front of her eyes and pushed a little further away with a slight frown. What kind of plants are these? Is it for me to watch them as a hyena? Asterisk. Is this plastic surgery or does it really look this good? When the camera was close just now, there was not a single pore. Miss, where are you from? Are you dating? I'm yellow hair. Just love beautiful women. Yellow hairs get out of the way. Missy is mine. Ghostly fire boy. Back in action. Come on Missy. Live room instantly lively. Fat boy excited. He has been on the air for more than a month. Every day cannot break through the 2 digits. This is the first time 3 digits it. In order to seize this opportunity, Fat boy lightly cough. Missy, just now I heard you say he would be hurt. How did you know? Chapter 125, pouring out your family's money. Sun Feiha tilted her head to look at him and said in a light tone. It counts. I'm going to die. 2 poke me. Missy, please come out. I'd give my family's money for you. +1. I'll take my whole family with me to wander and raise you. Why is she tilting her head? Does she have a crush on me? Shy. Looking at the rapidly increasing number of people, Fatty hurriedly asked, is that how you counted? Telling fortunes? I'm super accurate. Counting, super loud, say yes to her right now. Right now. Fatty, I'll give you a carnival. Now say yes to her right away. Brush carnival instantly fills the screen. Fatty's palms were sweating with excitement. So many rockets. He couldn't believe how much money would be in his hands. Mainly because popularity was hard to come by. Count. I count in laws. Pay the bill. 5,000 at a time. Fatty didn't expect it to be so expensive. But looking at the number of people on the screen that kept spiking, he gritted his teeth and swept $5,000 over. Your real name is Lu Mingyue. You're 25 years old. You have a girlfriend now and plan to get married. But the girl thinks you're poor so you're dragging it out until now. The girl is pregnant. And for the sake of the baby, you're going to sell your old family home to her as a dowry. Fatty was dumbfounded by Sun Feiha's words. He hadn't told anyone about these things except for a few good buddies. But don't be in a hurry to sell your house. Your family will soon be demolished. You will become a rich second generation. And by the way, don't marry the girl. The child is not yours. Your bull ting me. Fatty's face instantly grimaced as he angrily rebuked Sun Feiha. My girlfriend is the best person under the sky. She accompanies me in my suffering. She's not that kind of person. That is, even though I'm eating Missy's face, I can't talk nonsense. The old man up there. Yura reveals your true thoughts. Where is it? Where is it? Not that there is a great beauty. Why is it dark? Fatty got into a fight with Missy, and the cell phone is probably covering it. Don't argue. Eat your melon quietly. Don't be in a hurry. If my math is good, you go to number 35 Mingbin Road now. 318 on the 3rd floor of the hotel. Your girlfriend is there. At this time, Pei Jia had already finished his purchase, wrapped his arm around Sun Feiha's waist, and headed out. What do I see? Extremely handsome man. It's true that all beautiful women are handsome. My eyes are well nourished today. Fatty, focus the camera on the 2. Such a beautiful image. I want to see it. Please get married in the same place. I'll move the civil office. The screen was so full of text that Fatty could no longer see it and stood in a daze. A moment later, he held up his cell phone with a forced smile and said, brothers, I've tested you. The young lady just now is a liar. You can't say that. You haven't even gone to see it. How do you know my Missy is a liar? Ha. I'm all for it. Go see. If it's fake, sue the lady for the money. Shocking my aunt's great aunt's second aunt's milk. A bunch of dog lickers. People just talk off the top of their heads. My milk says she wants to see it. I've already told you it's all fake. But she still insists. Fatty, can you fulfill her wish? Guys, are we really going to see it? Looking at the screen full of yes, Fatty gritted his teeth hard and said decisively, okay, now I'll go. Because of this matter, the individual live room directly broke through 1,000 people, all waiting to eat melon live. Pei Jia looked out the window and asked with a smile, what's wrong? Oh, took over a little business, did a fortune for him, and now he's grieving. Pei Jia lightly laughed and stroked her head. starting the car and heading back to the office. When she arrived at the office, Sun Feiha immediately took out her cell phone and prepared for her live broadcasting career. But before doing so, she had to examine the market. If you don't want to say that the first live page that pops up, Sun Qingyue was dancing enthusiastically. Her 10 years of ballet skills were shown to the best of her ability. With a small white skirt, tight socks, and her face had already regained its former whiteness, Pei Jia moved closer, saw her cell phone page, and was surprised. She recovered? Sun Feiha shook her head and said, "Impossible. It should be the beauty face that is turned on." As he spoke, the rockets on the page brushed non-stop, and the number of live streamers had already turned into 10,000 plus. Sun Qingyue bowed gracefully in acknowledgement. Sun Feihui, netizens really do have bad memories. They were hacking her earlier, but now they're starting to praise her again. Pei Jia nodded approvingly. Once the heat of the matter had passed, everyone would do what they were supposed to do. Apart from being dark, Sun Qingyue's facial features had no problems and were considered beautiful. Together with what she was wearing at the moment, her temperament drew up quite a bit. Sun Qingyue covered her mouth. Tone of surprise, "Oh my god. I did not see wrong. Actually 15,000 people. Thank you for your attention. If there is a young lady, want to learn ballet, you can private message me. Oh, I planted a grass. Is it my fault? Isn't this The Beggar's Bride? It's a crazy world. Anyone with a little traffic can be a Netflix star." Missy, was the thing you did with the beggar, was it staged? I'm sure you're willing to be detained for the sake of being popular. Sun Qingyue obviously saw these comments. It was a little difficult to speak. Period. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. What kind of person am I? You guys will know if you look at it for a long time. I can't say too much about the rest. The repercussions are too great. Just let me be that victim. I smell a family gossip. You expand on this. We'll just listen. We won't tell anyone. I'm very tight-lipped. Believe me. Trust me +1. Sun Qingyue shook her head with some difficulty and said, "There are some things that would hurt too many people to say. So since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll just say a little bit. Speak up. Speak up. Do you guys know about the Metaphysical Society? Some people she will be a little bit. That's why I'm like that. Normal people, who will not be in public. So, I want to commit suicide several times. But, I think I've not returned the favor of parents. I can only hold on to go on. I was kicked out of my home in defense of that person. After all, they were family. I can understand that, and I'm grateful for that. If it weren't for my adoptive parents giving me a rich life, I wouldn't have learned ballet, and certainly wouldn't have had the chance to become friends with you guys. I think I got it. Guesses +1. Isn't that the real millennial who was retrieved from the countryside? I heard my uncle's second mother's third aunt's daughter's girlfriend's best friend's brother's husband say, there's something about real gold. Netizen, you've got a great network. I told you not to talk about it. I'm a person who doesn't have much heart. It's easy to talk too much when I'm talking. You guys can be really bad. You'll just set me up. Don't discuss it. Give me a face. I just want to live in peace now. You're too honest. Why don't you sue her for doing this to you? Ha ha ha. Upstairs netizen. You're killing me with laughter. How can the police handle this? I can't see it. I can't touch it. Should we let her get away with it? She's committing a crime. I beg you all. Don't say it. Their family raised me. It's already a heavenly favor. No matter what. I don't want to count it. I'm not a big lady anymore. I can't afford to mess with those people. The live screen suddenly went black, showing the live feed leaving for a moment. The live stream exploded. The Sun family must have reported it. They don't want her to tell the truth. You guys, think about it. Don't poor people like us have human rights? Sun Feiha looked at Pei Jia and said, you reported it? Chapter 126, Love of Freedom? Moral Abduction. Sun Feiha looked at Pei Jia and said, you reported it? Pei Jia let out a light laugh and said, you think I'm that boring? I rather think this is a scene for her. Sun Feiha stroked her chin and said, it's possible. She's the best at this. Pei Jia wrapped his arms around her and said, if you want to do this, why don't I find someone to bring you along? Becoming a famous anchor requires some preparation in addition to luck. Sun Feihui thought for a moment and said, yes. Pei Jia immediately called Secretary Li and asked him to arrange for the company's head anchor to come over. Make way for a conference room. Not long after, an ordinary-looking girl walked in. Knowing that the person in front of her was the future boss's wife, smiled and took the lead in greeting. Hello boss's wife. My name is Ming Chi Hui. Sun Feihui, call me Xiaohua. Please sit down. I heard that Sister Xiaohua wants to do live broadcasting. I don't know what type you want to do. Take me for example. I'm a life anchor, popularizing all kinds of knowledge and life hacks. I tell fortunes. Ha, can you expand on that? Sun Feiha looked at her and said, do you read fortunes? I'm super accurate at fortune telling. Ming Chi Hui hesitated for a moment and spoke. How? 5,000 per trigram. Count anything. Ming Chi Hui felt that the boss's wife was ripping her off, but she had no proof. The thoughts kept jumping around, but the behavior was honest, sharply transferring $5,000, saying, count it as a career. Sister Xiaohua, what do you think will happen to me in the future? Since she spent the money, she should get her money's worth. Isn't her career pinched in Sun Feiho's hands? As long as she says a word about flying high, with Mr. Pei's degree of favoring his wife, he would definitely push her mainly in the future. Sun Feiha shook her head and said, I advise you to count the marriages. Why? Because you'll have a scandal next month and your career will be ruined. Sun Feiha said it so sincerely that Ming Chi Hui couldn't help but stutter in her heart even if she decided it was fake. Can you tell me more about it? Your screen name is Ming Chi Hui, but your real name is actually Chi Hui, a single parent, and your father has a history of domestic abuse and is incarcerated. Ming Chi Hui said with an ugly face, all these things, I have written them truthfully in the file. It would be meaningless to say them. Sun Feihua continued, you're the one who called the police. Ming Chi Hui's fingers turned white. Don't be nervous, I won't tell anyone. So you longed for someone who could give you security, and then you found your husband, because he saved you heroically. You got into a fight with a peddler on the street. He helped you fight back and drove you home. You thought it was just a normal encounter, but later on, you guys ran into each other one after another. Am I right? Ming Chi Hui nodded her head repeatedly. I've never met a person like him, courteous and gentlemanly, and most importantly, he's exceptionally emotionally stable. No matter what I do wrong, he's never in a hurry. He'll also comfort me and take care of the aftermath for me. Ming Chi Hui looked very happy with a smile in the corner of her eyes when she talked about him. Sun Feho, you didn't suspect he was prepared. I have nothing. I'm not as educated as he is. My family isn't as rich as he is, and I can't really imagine what he wants in me. Did you donate blood before and then the hospital called you and you didn't go? Ming Chi Hui frowned. I'm in charge of my body. Not wanting to donate blood isn't a big deal. Sun Feho, it's really not a big deal for you. But people who are short of blood are in a hurry, because your blood type is panda blood. And then the hospital contacted you a few more times and you didn't show up. And he happens to have a loved one who needs blood transfusions all year round. So, Ming Chi Hui shook her head. No way. He's never asked me to donate blood in all the time we've been together. Because it's not time yet. His mom has acute leukemia, and she bleeds out from accidental bumps, or injuries, so she's got a lot of spares saved up at the hospital. And think back to whether or not the ing lips are perennially purple and pale. Ming Chi Hui's face changed slightly. Sun Feho, you've been sleeping well at night lately. Sleeping through the night. Ming Chi Hui nodded. Because your husband put sleeping pills in your water and took some pictures of you, which will be in the public eye next month, and you've been discredited and depressed because of it. Although the company helped you out, you couldn't face the public's strange gazes, plus the fact that your husband repeatedly said he could support you, and your mother-in-law, with her Buddha's mouth and snake's heart, repeatedly said she treated you as her own daughter. You thought long and hard, and chose to quit your job and become a housewife. And it didn't take long for his mother to get sick, and the blood that was saved wasn't anywhere near as fresh as yours. And at first your husband would have expressed his heartfelt concern and told you that it was just an accident and that there wasn't going to be a next time. But he didn't tell you the ing truth, and then the whole family would have gotten used to it. If you don't want to, they'll say you've changed, that you're ungrateful, and you'll be forced to just agree over and over again. Whereas your mother-in-law, because she has you as a human blood bank, has no qualms about doing things, what dangers to do, claiming that people only live once, and that they have to live their lives in vain. Ming Chi Hui stood up violently and cursed. She's a death wish. What's the point of pulling me? Sun Feihua leaned back in her chair. Because she loves freedom by nature. Why didn't I get a divorce? According to my character, I'd rather be broken than live in such a shabby way. You got married and had a child soon afterward, and your child was very cute, and you didn't want him to be like you, a single parent, and grow up being talked about, so you put up with it all for the sake of your child. Ming Chi Hui kicked the stool in exasperation and turned to inquire. So what do I do now? I don't want to have such a miserable life. Sun Feiha, now the photos your husband has taken. First you have to find the photos and destroy them before talking about anything else. And your mother-in-law has already prepared to have a trip to see the world in the name of taking you to see the world, to provide material for the video. In fact, but in order to create a persona, taking advantage of your heat, they open a small number, so that even if you are silent in the future, they can still be active on the internet to make money. Oh look, make money, to blood both. Damn, this is treating my mother as a mother. Ming Chi Hui rolled up her sleeves and was about to go out. Chapter 127, Love Cheater? Sun Feiha called out to her. What are you going to do? Ming Chihui gritted her teeth and said, of course it's to beat them up and get the photos back. Sun Feiha slightly shook his head. The loss is not worth the gain. After they call the police, you are the one who has no reason. Now once it is revealed that you assaulted the old man, your career will be ruined without waiting for him to make a move, and the photos won't be able to be taken. After all, you don't have any evidence to prove that he drugged you and took the photos. What about me? Ming Chihui was in a hurry. Let's fudge it for now. Get the photos and record them at the same time as evidence, and send him to jail to do time. Ming Chihui was exasperated. But what about my mother-in-law? If I don't beat her up, I won't be able to smooth out this breath in my heart. No need to fight. She's going rock climbing. She should have left by now. Something's going to happen to her and the spare blood is going to run out this time. That can't be right. It's my birthday tomorrow and she said this morning that she was going to surprise me. Sun Feiha slightly raised her chin. Make the call. Ming Chihui called through in disbelief. Hello, Mom, where are you? Something happened to Auntie Wang? Want you to accompany her on a trip? Then I'll accompany you. Well then, take care of yourself. Ming Chihui hung up the phone with a gloomy face, turned to Sun Feiha and bowed to Sun Feiha and said, Sister Xiaohe, thank you. Sun Feiha smiled. Do you want to give me any advice now that you understand the type of live broadcast I'm going to do? Ming Chihui shook her head back and forth. Sister Xiaohe, you don't need an opinion. You only need to show your hand twice, and I can envision what your live room will explode into. It's just that the live room says everything. You mustn't care. You can ask the administrator to kick him out or ban him. The internet is still very hostile, especially for a good-looking girl like you. Also, since it's a fortune-telling, it's best to have a limit on the number of times you can do it. What goes around comes around. Pei Jia pushed the door in at this time, her voice clear and cold. How is it? Ming Chihui said what he had just said again, taught some live broadcasting skills, and left with a sense of humor. Pei Jia smiled dotingly. Looks like you're going to be famous soon. Sun Feiha shook her head. I don't want to be famous. I just want to help people more and save up merit. Aren't you afraid that Sun Qingyue's fans will surround you? And there are all kinds of people online. Sun Feiho answered with action, going straight to the air, using her real name. Just off the air, she put her phone on the table and waited for someone to come in. Wow, beautiful. What kind of anchor is Missy? A face anchor or a talent anchor? I'm nothing. Fortune teller. Can you tell any kind of fortune? Is it the kind that touches little hands? No touching. Connecting the dots counts. 5,000 a time. Hell man, what do you count? It's okay, you call me your husband. I can't spend this 5,000 in vain. No, that would kill you. Die on you? No, die at home. I see that your seal is black. I'm afraid there is a bloodbath. You can save your life by telling a fortune today. Yo, what do I see? This is the young lady just now. Young lady, have you seen the video of Fatty's rape arrest? I saw the recommendation to come in. Missy, you're really here. You're so divine. I've heard that there are magicians here. I've come to see what's going on. It turns out to be such a good-looking goddess. Bah, what goddess? It's obviously a goddess. I'm not the goddess. The goddess is in the 9 heavens. Ha ha ha, Missy is so funny. Did you really do the math? Fatty? Miss, do you want to see the scene? I'll recommend it to you. A link appeared in the private message and Sun Feiha clicked on it. Fatty's face appears in the shot. Guys, I'm already at the door of the room. Watch this. Ahem. Hello, your takeout has arrived. Snap. The door to the room opened, only to see that the smile on Fatty's face suddenly disappeared, and his face was extremely ugly. Fatty, why are you here? Damn it, get out of my way. I want to see who the adulterer is. Fatty, don't be impulsive. Let me explain. Explain your mom's ass. Damn, dare to cuckold me. Shaking cell phones, blurry footage, women's shrieks, and the sound of fists exchanging blows brought the broadcast room to a boil in an instant. Fighting? A real fight? Holy, is this real or scripted? It must be scripted. Believe this or believe I'm Qin Shi Huang. It doesn't look like Fatty is faking. Call the police. We'll know when the police come. If it's a fake, take them all away. Watching the fun is never too big. The enthusiastic viewers of the live broadcast immediately called the police, and the police came out quickly, and directly separated the two people. Looking at Fatty's swollen eyes and bleeding mouth made the incident even more real, and by now the number of people on the air was 10,000 plus. All three were taken to the police station, and since Fatty didn't turn off his cell phone but put it in his pocket, everyone listened to the whole thing, and it wasn't bad at all with Sun Feiha's calculations. This can't be blamed on me. I'm so good looking. Comrade policeman, do you think he's worthy of me? If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have the money to pay the rent, I definitely wouldn't be with him. And now that it's so hard, there's a chance that I can become a man of honor. I can't give it up just like that. Then you could have broken up with me instead of lying to me. Break up with you. My clothes, bags, rent, who's going to pay for me? The content of the big fight between the two fat boys at the police station broke out, and the incident was instantly on the hot seat. Realistic love. God's calculating liar? Chapter 128, Quilt God? Feet don't touch the ground. Sun Feiha watched the entire program without making any comments. It was all expected. Missy, what happens if Fatty doesn't find out? What won't happen? He'll marry the girl. The demolition money will be taken by the girl and squandered. He'll work to earn money to support the child. And when he's middle-aged, the child's real father will come to recognize him back. Holy, this is too bad. If you don't say the most poisonous woman's heart, especially the one who looks honest. There are so many brainless people on the internet. This one looks scripted. A bunch of cuties. I'll testify that it's true. My grandmother told me in a dream. Ha 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 ha. Miss, can you do the math for me? Yes. Transfer connection. There are 3 spots left today. Is credit okay? No way. Small business. You're trading without capital. Open your mouth. Everyone testifies. I'll tell my fortune. If not allowed, I'll call the police immediately. I'm with you. Big brother, you're still open. My grandma says she wants to see it. Why are you everywhere? Your grandma had a dream in front of her, and now she says she wants to see it. Are you watching the live broadcast from your grave? What do you care? Let my milk talk to you tonight. Wow. Exciting. Little brother is on live tonight. I want to see his grandmother. Want to see +1. The screen was still flying and the connection had been made. A middle-aged man appeared in the video, with a tiger's eye and a cross eye, looking very fierce. Missy has hit a tough spot. My big brother in society. The representative of ruthlessness. Counting what? Do you figure what's been bothering me lately? The man's gruff voice was clearly tinged with disdain. Sun Feiha didn't mind, slowly sizing up the man's features and speaking in a light tone. Think again about how you can get your money back. The man's brow furrowed in surprise as he asked, does that really count? This money was won by your private gambling. The other party delayed to pay the money and played disappearing. You can't find him now. Sun Feiha picked up the cup on the table and slowly took a sip. Yes, that's it. Do I still get this money? It can't be. Because he's dead. Anchor is really poisonous. He kills a man with his mouth open. Even though I'm eating your face, it's not nice to curse her like that. You're so good at talking. I'll send you to Japan. This young lady must be famous when she goes to Japan. I like to see it. He. Yo, you got that? Hey, I get it. Ignoring the verbal text on the screen, Sun Feiho looked at the man and continued. He's right next to you. The man looked around and said coldly, nonsense. I have nothing here. So let me describe his looks. A head shorter than you, square face, small eyes, big nose, buck teeth. The man stared fearfully at his cell phone screen. Did you really see that? Sun Feiha nodded. He's next to you right now. And he's also looking at his cell phone screen. Do you feel a little cold on the right side of your face because he's on your right side? The man, his face white with panic, ran into the bedroom, clutching his cell phone, and got under the covers in one fluid motion. Ha ha, the quilt god will protect everyone. Big brother is like me. I get under the covers when I'm scared too. Big brother looks like he's got a lot of virility. Don't be afraid. Let's go with him. The man's voice trembled. Now what? Now he's nestled in your arms. Get away. Get away. The man's hand kept waving as if banishing something. I'm sorry. I can't believe I'm brainstorming a B game at such a horrible time. I kind of want to see what's going on. Want to see +1. A scene where I guard you even if I turn into a spirit. Even if that scares the out of you. Ha ha ha. Upstairs. You shoot 1. Master. You have to save me. Relax. He didn't mean to hurt you. He just wants you to do him a favor. I can burn paper for him. Sun Feiha shook his head. He doesn't want paper money. He wants you to help him call the police because no one has found his body until now. The man shivered and picked up his spare cell phone. Just about to dial. Hesitating. What if I call the police and they don't believe me? Sun Feiho, that's easy. Let him take you to the body. The man swallowed hard. How do I bring it? Sun Feiho didn't speak in reply, but looked at the male ghost next to her and asked. Name. Birthday. Tell me. Ryujian. June 5, 1978. Sun Feiho quickly drew on the runes. The whole thing looks like the real thing. What if it flips over? If she's so good looking, I'm willing to turn the car over. I believe in Missy's strength. Miss, hit me in the face. The runes were drawn. Sun Feiha clasped her hands together. Her lips wriggled. And a moment later the runes flew up and disappeared. Asterisk, what do I see? I come to reveal, there must be someone behind pulling the strings. Pieces of West for only 0.99. You can buy the experience pack. That's not a rare trick. Missy, you've got to keep up with the times. Just as the pop-up screen swiped, in the man's shot, the yellow amulet from earlier suddenly appeared. In the next second, a figure slowly revealed itself beside the man. This one had a head like a purple eggplant, wet hair, no visible injuries on his body, and most crucially, the same look as Sun Fei's previous description. The screen full of pop-ups went silent, then frantically swiped the screen. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is there something wrong with my eyes? His head is purple? It's still the purple of bruises. It's horrible. Is it fake? Is it some new kind of headgear? I've searched and there's no equivalent. It's too real. The whites of his eyes are so big. Grandma, come and protect me. Sister, if it's convenient, can you lend me our grandmother? The man shouted, subconsciously clutching his cell phone as he felt it more than anyone else, because the Lu Jian beside him wasn't breathing and his feet weren't touching the ground. Chapter 129, What Goes Around Comes Around. The man shivered. Lu Jian, I don't want the money. Please go. It's not like I caused you harm. If you want to claim your life, don't come to me. Lu Jian said. Bing, I'll pay you back the money. Really? Will you help me call the police? I don't want my corpse to go unnoticed until I die. Sun Fei has said. You are also considered to have indirectly killed him. Helping him will help you offset your sins. The man retorted. Nothing to do with me. Sun Fei faintly said. There is a connection. The three of you made a game, tempted him to gamble, ignoring the fact that he still had a sick son, and made him lose all his money, thus taking a loan, and the person in charge of those small loans is you. This can't be blamed on me. If he wasn't greedy, I couldn't have fooled him. The man muttered back. Sun Fei he is now in debt. Do not dare to go home. Sleep in the bridge hole. Was beaten by the beggar. Lost his mind between. Accidentally fell into the drain. The drain? That's small. Could he have fallen in? Sun Fei smiled faintly and said. It's just such a coincidence that he's stuck right in the middle and can't get out. Suffocating alive. Lu Jian nodded his head repeatedly. Indeed. Bing. I know that this is all a setup by you guys. I don't blame you. If it wasn't for my greed, none of this would have happened. All I want now is for my corpse to go home. Lu Jian still couldn't help but shed tears of blood when he talked about what had happened to him. Bing's face was white with fear. He directly knelt on the ground and thumped his head at Lu Jian, just wanting him to leave. Scamming and cheating, conscience-less, buns of human blood, are they good? If it wouldn't have been you, he wouldn't have died. And the most pitiful thing is his son. Is it fun to bully an honest man? I really cried to death, and in death he resented only himself. Call the police and have them arrest you all. Roger that. I'm on my way. Fan Shenhua's reply caused the screen to boil over, and now everyone was itching to dismantle Bing. Fan Shenhua's effort to go to the toilet, open a certain sound, and a prompt popped up directly. It's possible to recognize. He clicked incuriously and Sun Fei's face appeared in front of the screen. He immediately came to life and rocketed with fury all the way to the second spot on the list. There was no way. He didn't care how many gifts he swiped. Even a big brother swiped more. He could only resign himself to being the second. He listened to the whole thing with shiny eyes. The Bureau just gave an order the day before yesterday to vigorously regulate the black forces. How many people have lost their families because of these people? These small loans are a real abomination, but they are like rats. A little wind and run extra fast. Now that there was a hint of a clue, he definitely couldn't let it go. Lifted up his pants, and ran outside. Chief, I have a lead, and I've now found a ringleader named Bing. The chief frowned. Where? Fan Shenhua picked up his cell phone and disliked it in front of his eyes. My sister Xiao he found it. The director looked at it and said coldly. Nonsense. This is a serious matter. We have to talk about facts and evidence. Fan Shenhua was unconvinced. What my little lotus sister said is the evidence. Second uncle. Are you not believing me? It's fine if you don't believe me, but you must believe my sister little lotus. The director looked around and whispered. How many times have I told you to call me director here? Fan Shenhua, okay, Mr. Director. I'll apply to go out to the police. I don't agree. You went to college too. Don't be so superstitious. When Fan Shenhua saw that he was unmoved, he rolled his eyes and dragged the captain outside in. The director said in a cold voice, Fan Shenhua, be careful, I'll give you disciplinary action. Fan Shenhua quickly went over the matter and handed the captain his cell phone to look at again. He knew that the director valued the captain, who was a veteran and was down to earth and rigorous, and as long as he helped to speak, the director would surely agree. As soon as the captain saw Sun Fei's face, he subconsciously pulled out his cell phone, found the live streaming room, and clicked follow. Immediately recharge. The first time to engage in some inexperience, or Fan Shenhua help him get good. Even brush a few sports cars, only to be able to stop. The chief frowned at him. He couldn't believe that his favorite student was so superstitious, or that he had his eye on someone else's little girl. After the captain finished his operation, he turned to the director with a serious face and said, "Director, I can guarantee with my personality that everything Miss Sun said is bound to be true. Are you sure?" "Sure. I'm willing to take all the blame if things go wrong." Fan Shenhua took the opportunity to say, "I am also willing. I strongly support Sister Xiaohua, too. Director, you let us two go. Anyway, now these small loans are hiding tightly. Since there are clues, we must not miss." The director looked at the two with uncertain eyes, and finally said in a deep voice, "Just the two of you go." "No problem." Fan Shenhua jumped up happily and tugged the captain to go out, twisting his head to the director. "You just wait to celebrate for the two of us." The two moved quickly and sped all the way to Bing's house. At this moment, when Bing saw the two, it was as if he had seen his relatives, and finally he wasn't facing Lu Jian's ghost alone. Without saying a word, Fan Shenhua directly handcuffed him. "You are suspected of engaging in the illegal practice of petty lending, and I am asking you to come into the police station to assist in the investigation." Bing was busy nodding his head. "It's me. Not only did I break the law Xiao Dai, but I also LUO loan. Really, I have evidence. Take me away, please." Seeing how cooperative he was, Fan Shenhua tugged him and pushed him into the police car. Turning to look at Lu Jian, even in the daytime, he couldn't help but shiver at the sight of such a scene. Just now it was still across the screen. Now it's so close. It was like the front camera of an apple, so clear and unobtrusive that even the bulging veins of his forehead, bruised and purple, were visible. The captain was much more composed than he was and opened the back door. "Let's take you with us. You show the way." Ryukin nodded and dug in honestly, hands resting on his knees in a disciplined manner. But Bing, who was sitting with him, was going crazy. He clutched his cell phone tightly and shouted at Sun Feiha, "Master, please save me. I don't want to sit with him. Sun Feiho, this is your calamity. He's just the epitome of millions of victims, and you look at what you've done." For the first time, Bing was so resentful that he was in such good shape that he couldn't pass out even if he wanted to. "Master, leave him alone. I'm willing to pay for you to make him more refreshed. I could, too, open a magnifying glass to his eyes and give him a good look." Wow, this scene did too real. Police uniforms were to get, and number. I can't help but to popularize it. It's illegal to put a number on it. Clothes can be bought on the go, but with a number it's a different story. I really admire people nowadays. So ignorant. In that case, I'll call the police for you. "No thanks." The screen said everything, but then it was overshadowed by a screen full of rockets and sports cars. Chapter 130. Turn around and you'll get your neck snapped right away. Who's that? Got money to burn? Swiping money for a gang of crooks? You're kidding. My sister Lotus is the best. That's just being ignorant, saying that I don't know how powerful my sister Xiaohua's skills are. The Metaphysical Society is a younger brother to her. Nan Xiaoyu and Yan Fengtong, who were holding the cell phone, hated to press the phone to smoke. Yan Fengtong even called to buy a water army and swipe Sister Xiaohua is the best on the full screen. Because of this action he dissuaded a lot of people, but also attracted a lot of people, and some who insisted on watching the whole thing. The screen on the phone, the car that kept running, finally stopped. Remote suburbia. A little further out is farmland. And there's a bridge here. The rounded arch of the bridge, airtight in all directions, sheltered from the wind and rain, and not yet stifling, is a favorite summer destination for many vagabonds. Lu Jian led the way in front, with the two Fan Shenhua following behind. Bing was dead set against it, and it was only when the captain pinched his neck that he gave in. With his shaking cell phone, it was easy to see how scared he was. "If it were me, I'd piss myself." "Comrades, do you know why?" "I know. I'm scared less. I'm +1, 2, because he walks off the ground and floats the whole time. I've put it into the recognition software to make sure there are no special effects. Is my software behind? Or is the world changing too fast?" Holding Grandma's statue tightly, "I'm not going to lie to you all. I watched the broadcast on my knees in front of Buddha. Buddha, college students can't be superstitious. They have to believe in science. Science can't explain it. Give me a hug from Buddha's leg." Ryukin pointed to the drain at the end of the bridge and said, "I'm right here." Fan Shenhua squatted down, took a closer look around, compared it with his hand, and skeptically said, "Are you sure? This is too small." Ryujian nodded. "This is it." Fan Shenhua took Bing's cell phone and said, "Sister Xiao He, is this the place?" Sun Feiha nodded her head and said, "Call for firefighting. You two can't smash it." Fan Shenhua did not hesitate and immediately called the fire department. Acting, You've just been exposed. You know each other. I'm a little confused now. True or false? With my 25 IQ it seems like it should be true. Upstairs brother. You'd better hide your 25 pocket IQ. You don't understand. Great minds think alike. Don't believe the rumors. Don't spread the rumors. Sit back and wait for the fire. Big brother. What is your cell phone number? Don't ever stop working. I'll charge you some money. Make sure you broadcast a full course for me. Bing wasn't even interested in looking at the screen right now, because Lu Jian had already drifted to him. Bing, I owe you money. Is it okay to pay back the principal? You can give it back if you don't. That can't be. Owe money not to pay back. I conscience. Wait for my body fished out. There is a card on my body. I will tell you the password. Still missing a few hundred enough for your principal. No, I don't want it. Keep it for your son. He's still young. Mentioning his son, Lu Jian honestly smiled and said, I have insurance. It's good to die. My son won't have to worry about treatment and schooling in the future. Bing, I still have to thank you for that. Let me kill myself. I definitely can't make up my mind. Better to die than to live. But passing away accidentally is doing a good thing, although it's very painful to die, and I would love for someone to save me. Bing raised his hand and slapped himself violently. I am not a human being. I am sorry for you. Lu Jian was so scared that he took a step back and waved his hands in succession, his face full of fear. He had been honest all his life, never getting into verbal altercations, and it would be more accurate to say that he was kind, rather than cowardly. Even after being indirectly killed by the man in front of him, he was still terrified by Bing's admission of wrongdoing. The crowd had to believe it, too, until firefighters smashed open the drain and brought out Liu Jian's body. Watching wet people, blindfolded with white cloths, being taken to the ambulance, the people on the air had to believe that it was all true. 2. Master, I'd like to tell a fortune. I want to. I was here first. I count first. Master, I've always believed in you. You must do the math for me. Master, are you from the Metaphysical Society? Why aren't you certified? I'm no one's person. I am who I am. I don't need to be certified. That's the way it is. The way I fantasize about growing up is just like the master. Master, we're destined to be together. The screen was still being swiped, and the screen full of gifts covered Sun Feihe's face. At that moment the link was quietly connected. Hey master, much offense just now. I'm the man to beat. Just now you said that I have a black seal. Can you tell me more about it? Sun Feihe looked at the arrival information and faintly said, now go out and don't talk. Wu Jiedong immediately stood up and headed for the door without saying a word. Jai, where are you going? Subconsciously, Wu Jiedong was about to turn his head to answer. Sun Feihe said in a cold voice, don't look back. Head out. The voice was serious and carried a command that could not be disobeyed. Wu Jiedong obediently opened the door of the room quickly and went downstairs in 3 or 2 steps. Sitting on a chair on the curb, he asked curiously, Master, what just happened? Sun Feihe, nothing, except that just now it was a ghost covering your eyes, and the person who called out to you wasn't your grandmother, but a ghost. No way. My grandma's voice. There's no way I could mishear it. This child. What the master says is what he says. He has to be stubborn. That's right. Don't mind him. Master, give me the numbers. I want to know the lottery numbers. Life is too hard. I want to try to get rich overnight. If you say so, then I'll take it too. The screen was instantly crooked, and the number of people in the live broadcast room at this time was already 10,000 plus, and more of them were attracted by the tycoon bully list. I'll see what's going on. This young lady looks familiar. When you say that, it looks a little familiar to me too. Be careful what you say upstairs. This is a master. A real master. You must be respectful. Instantly the following were filled with coppers, and those who had just come in were caught up in the live link now. Wu Jiedong anxiously asked, Master, she is not my grandmother. Where is my grandmother? At home. Is your grandmother in the habit of taking naps? Yes, a nap every day at noon. Look at the time. Only then did Wu Jiedong notice the time on his cell phone, and was surprised. It's the time when my grandmother is sleeping. There's no way she'd get up and yell at me. Wu Jiedong immediately felt his scalp go numb and looked around in fear. Sun Feihe said faintly, don't look. She didn't follow. Master, what would have happened if he had turned back just now? Wu Jiedong also wanted to know and eyed Sun Feihe. Sun Feihe explained, turning around will get your neck broken immediately. Oh. Chapter 131, Headless Ghosts. Wu Jiedong was so frightened that he covered his neck and said dryly, then wasn't I just, almost dead? Sun Feihe nodded. She wants to be reincarnated, but she's a headless ghost, and now she must find a head. Then why find me? Why am I so unlucky? She could have gone to my mentor. Old colorful than one. Deserved to die. Sun Feihe shook her head. You brought her home. Wu Zedong pointed at himself incredulously. Ni? Yeah. Did you go out to the bar and drink last night? Yeah. A friend yelled at me to go. Sun Faho, eh? You get drunk and lie on the ground at a four-way intersection, raging against all the people you don't like. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? I'm not comfortable with cursing, and I'm not cursing her. Sun Feiha took a sip of tea and said slowly, you didn't scold her, but kicked over her rice bowl. She hasn't eaten incense for a long time, just this once a year, and you kicked over it. If anyone kicks over my bowl, I'll break him in half. Upstairs confirmed. Foodie no doubt. This is very understandable, right? I haven't eaten for a year. It's hard to get a bowl of rice. I haven't even eaten it yet. And then it's smashed. Not to mention the ghosts. It's just me. I'm also going to be angry. Agreed. Wringing your neck is light. College students studying abroad. But I know it well. I hate to go back to my country now. Instantly perform a show. What is the meaning of the locusts crossing the border? Same +1. I'm going to transform into a gluttony. Wu Zedong thought for half a day. Did not think of what he did in the end. At that time, indeed has drunk unconsciousness. His friend fell out of love, and he got yelled at by his supervisor during the day and fined $200. The more the two men drank, the more they drank, one cursing the woman and the other the supervisor. Feeling painfully happy at the time. Master, I really can't remember. Sun Feihua smiled and said, someone at the crossroads poured medicine dregs. The intention was to let passers-by take away their illnesses. The man prayed devoutly. No matter what gods or ghosts, as long as he could be of some help, he was willing to do the exchange. The headless ghost heard and answered the prayer, and the man, though he could not be said to be cured, was indeed much better in his sickness, and at night, when it should have been time for the headless ghost to enjoy his feast, you stiffly kicked all the dregs of the medicine into the sewer, so that he was left with a basket full of water. Wu Zedong muttered, I didn't mean it. What's done is done, and it's not something you can just gloss over by saying you didn't know. I hate people like you who say they don't know anything and don't mean it. Empathizing with the company boing boing monster who likes to verbalize that she knows nothing and is the most innocent anyway. I've had it happen to me. I can't wait to strangle her. It's obviously her fault. Wooing twice, and I'm the one who took the blame. Sisters, sympathize with you for a second. Wu Zedong looked ashamed and a bit scared. What now? Can I still go home? My grandmother is still at home. She's not going to hurt your grandmother. There's a right to be wronged. She'll only come after you. I didn't realize ghosts were so principled. It's kinda cute when you think about it like that. What's wrong with you upstairs? How can you say this is cute? What's wrong? She's so principled. How many living people can do that? This statement has to be pondered. Wu Zedong looked anxious and said, Master, please show me the way. Sun Feiha said, her greatest wish now is to be reincarnated. In that case, you go buy a wordless tablet, incense, and yellow paper. Okay, I'll be right there. Master, will this make the headless ghost go away? Is this to overtake her? Sun Feiha nodded. There are many ghosts. They have no one to offer them to, and the wild smoke and incense can't take their turn. So they wander the world, seeking opportunities where they can enter reincarnation. He buys these things, sincerely kneels at the crossroads to repent and admit his wrongdoing, writes the headless ghost's name on a tablet, lights incense, and with offerings, the headless ghost can naturally enter the wheel of reincarnation. How do you know the other guy forgave him? A cigarette that floats straight up, as if inhaled, means the other person has forgiven him. Wu Zedong followed Sun Feihua's command and bought everything. Master, shall I kneel now? As soon as Wu Zedong's words fell, his legs became so weak that he directly knelt on the ground. Sun Feiha shook her head and said, if you don't go home at night, she will come out to look for you. At 8 o'clock on the dot. You kneel here on time. Piously confessing your mistakes, she will hear you. And when she enters the wheel of reincarnation, you will be safe. Wu Zedong nodded repeatedly and sat directly on the street tooth, looking at his cell phone and said, I'll just sit here and wait for it to get dark. Sun Feiha said, if you have any questions, you can private message me. Wu Zedong nodded his head repeatedly and religiously swiped a few sports cars as a sign of sincerity before going offline. That's why you should never yawn outside. Gaining knowledge. I think I need to buy this for my home. Upstairs. It's better not to. What if some ghost wants to take advantage and stay at your house? No way. I think ghosts have principles. Follow-up. Wu Zedong knelt at the intersection at 7:50. According to Sun Feiha's instructions, sincerely apologized. The smoke really straight up. Wu Zedong should be requested by the public. Opened a live broadcast. Saw this amazing scene. Backhandedly concerned about Sun Feiha. Sun Feiha ignored the pop-ups and looked at the time. It was almost time for Pei Jia to get off work. Off duty. The screen suddenly went black. What's going on? Where's the maestro? If I heard correctly, she said off duty? Is the master playing me? This class can add a bit. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly I have the feeling of a little sister next door. How fat is it? She's so cute. I'm a fan from today onwards. Is it over? Peijia's voice suddenly came out from the cell phone. The cool, magnetic voice instantly caused the live broadcast to explode. It's so good. It's like Rip Comic Man. I love it. My ears are blessed today. I heard it before my girlfriends. I'm a lucky girl. At the risk of asking, can I sleep between the two of you at night? It's quite presumptuous, unlike you. I'd sleep under the bed. That said, the master is not going to turn off the live bar? Ha 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 ha. She doesn't think pressing the lock screen is turning off the live feed, does she? This is too cute. Chapter 132. Sun Fei Ho, wasn't list one you? Of course. Haven't you heard about what the anchor woman had to say with the list one? Sun Fei Ho looked at him curiously. I thought you didn't understand live broadcasting? I don't know anything about it, but since you like it, I'm definitely going to have to brush up on my knowledge. Next time don't brush it off. I'm just trying to help someone out of a disaster. I don't need a gift. Alright, these are not worth your worries. Why don't you think about what to eat? You wanted to eat Guangzhou's morning tea in the morning, and the chef has already arrived. So why don't you go and eat now? What kind of family is this? You wanted to eat in the morning and the chef is here now? Brother, don't you remember me? I'm your long-lost sister. Well, in that case, I am the master's bloodless brother. Pei Jia looked at her cell phone and inquired. The live stream isn't off? Turn it off. Sun Feiha unlocked it and saw the live page, and decisively clicked end. How do you know I left it on? Tenko messaged me, and he pitched you the promotion. Sun Feiha nodded, but I didn't meet any fans of Sun Xingyue. Pei Jia took her by the shoulders and said as he walked, normal. The internet is so big, you'll always come across it. Unbeknownst to the two, Sun Xingyue also sneaked into Sun Feiha's live room and looked at the screen full of gifts. She hated her teeth. Seeing that Sun Feiha had casually said a few words and gotten so many people's esteem, she instantly smashed a cup. She felt that Sun Feiha was doing it on purpose, having already run her into the dust in reality, and now chasing her online to show off her one-trick pony. Gritting her teeth, she said, Sun Feiha, this time I'm going to make you lose. Hello, is this Ms. Yang? I'm Sun Mingjue's sister. Sun Qingyue. Ms. Yang, I think there's some misunderstanding in the matter between you and my big brother. Why don't we meet and have a chat? The two of them, Sun Feiha, knew nothing about Sun Qingyue's movements. Before dinner, it was decided to make a trip back to the house, as the government side gave a reply, and Xavier made an appointment for this evening. Sun Feihua is going to take Xiaya with him. Just as the door opened, Pei Jia backhanded her against the wall, his strong fingertips lifting her chin. The voice was low. I want to kiss you now. Sun Feiha's round almond eyes widened, and just as she was about to shake her head, she was confined by Pei Jia. I could see that the lips were about to stick together. Ahem! A heavy cough rang out. Pei Jia turned her head to look, her brows cold. Why are you here? That's right, this nuisance. Why did he cough at a crucial time? That scene just now was so eye-catching. I really want to weld the two of you together. Xia Yao floated in the air. Sun Mingjue frowned. If not here, I don't know you so. Jia brother, you still my calm and indifferent hair little? No, now you can off. If you're going to say that, all the more reason I can't leave. I'm going to stay here and watch. Sun Feihua laughed as she watched the two fight. Why have you come back? Xiao He? Sun Mingjue asked. Sun Feihua pointed to the jar and said, take something. Xiao Hua, did you buy this jar? I asked my friend. It's not worth much. Who said it's not worth $1,000? Now that this young lady is in there, it's worth $1,000. Xia Yao circled around Sun Mingju and loudly retorted. Sun Feiha smiled slightly, the corner of her mouth hooked up. Big brother, when you say that, some people don't agree. Sun Mingjue, who doesn't agree? Worthless is worthless. You don't want to be cheated, okay? Xia Yao was so furious that she bared her teeth and couldn't wait to go up and bite him. She turned to Sun Feiha and said, Xiao He, tell him that I'll bite him to death sooner or later. Sun Feihua retold it truthfully. Sun Mingjue reacted even in his sluggishness. He looked around and whispered, there's a ghost here? It's still a female ghost. Sun Mingjue clutched his clothes. She's not going to peek at me in the shower, is she? Nuts. Who would peek at your bath? Who do you think you are? Xia Yao collapsed and shouted. She would never allow someone to insult her character. Sun Feiha laughed out loud and shook her head. She said she didn't watch it. Sun Mingjue didn't know whether to really believe it or not, and could only pretend to believe it. Sun Feiha took the jar and said, I'm taking her away. When are you leaving? Sun Mingjue reclined on the sofa, looking at Pei Jia with meaning. I'm not leaving. I'll stay here with you. to save you from being scared at night, and also lest some people, who don't know what they're talking about, you have to go home and stay tonight, got it? Sun Feiha nodded indifferently, which was what she meant anyway. She felt that if she stayed in Pei's house any longer, it would be hard for her to escape the poison tonight, and she was still used to sleeping alone. Pei Jia's eyes steeply darkened, his sharp gaze looking at Sun Mingjue. I see you've been a bit idle lately. Sun's performance saturated? Sun Mingju faked a smile. Brother Jia, if it's convenient for you, you can fund some projects. My father is too busy alone. My task now is to keep an eye on the meat in the house. Don't let any coyote take it. It's not up to you to decide whether or not to take the grips. Sun Mingjue stalked his neck, bracing himself to meet Pei Jia's eyes, only for his aura to gradually be suppressed to a low level. Sun Feiha interrupted the two's wide-eyed stare and picked up the jar to explain to Sun Mingjue, we'll be back later in the evening. Sun Mingjue immediately stood up and followed behind the two. I have nothing to do, so I'll go with you guys. You guys don't mind, do you? Sun Mingjue made up his mind and followed the two. Sun Feiha certainly did not disagree and said that she wanted to go to Pei's house for dinner before going out. Sun Mingjue smiled and said, I haven't been to dinner in a while either. Auntie Zhou must have missed me. Pei Jia shook her head helplessly and led the two to the house. Just arrived home. Saw the haggard-looking woman sitting in the living room. Zhou Miaoyan was sitting with her. When she saw Sun Feiha came in, the woman's eyes were red and swollen as she stood up, choking. Miss Sun, please save my son. Zhou Miaoyan patted her back comfortingly. Don't cry. If you can help, Xiao He will definitely help you. Why don't you tell little Lotus what happened? Xueping nodded repeatedly and told the story. Chapter 133, Suicide? No way. Her son Jian Bangchun secretly talked to a girlfriend. The girl's family is not good, or an orphan, and pregnant. She wants Jian Bangchun to marry her. Xueping's brows were a bit impatient as she spoke. That girl is just greedy. She already knew about our family's situation and wanted to blackmail him. Really? And my son said, every time they are together, they will do measures. It is impossible to get pregnant, and I don't see the baby in her belly? Want my son to be the catch. My son did not want to get married so early. I stepped in and gave her $10 million. She accepted it at that time, said well, she stayed away from my son from now on. Now it's good. I don't know when she died. Now, Sun Feiha, now become a ghost and haunt your son? Xueping nodded repeatedly. Some time ago, my son was blue and black under his eyes. I didn't take it seriously and asked the nanny to stew supplements for him. Then he started babbling, calling out girls' names and talking into the air as if there was someone beside him. From what you said, your son is indeed haunted by a ghost. I'll have to meet him to find out exactly what's going on. Xueping immediately got up, her tone anxious. Then let's leave now? Pei Jia faintly said. No, she hasn't eaten yet. Zhou Miaoyan also picked up. Things have happened. There is no rush. Our family Showa doesn't eat enough. How do we have the strength to help? Even if Xueping was in a hurry, she didn't dare to refute the words of the two men, so she could only laugh dryly and sit on the sofa again. Sun Mingjue was nonchalant and sat directly on the dining table, saying to Zhou Miaoyan, Aunt Zhou, I've missed your family's meals. Zhou Miaoyan cheerfully said, if you like it, come often. Today all Guangzhou dishes. These two chefs, in the local very famous. You also taste. Sun Mingjue nodded his head obediently, watching a plate of exquisite meals served up. Zhou Miaoyan gave a bowl of soup to Sun Feiha and said with a smile, this is called old fire pretty soup, especially warm and nourishing to the body. There are also medicinal herbs in it, and it was stewed for several hours. Sun Feiha took it and took a small sip, nodding approvingly. Zhou Miaoyan smiled with her eyebrows arched, and introduced white-cut chicken, roasted suckling pig in open hearth, crispy roast goose. Watching Sun Feiha eat, she was happier than eating herself. Xueping waited anxiously, and it was hard for her to wait for Sun Feiha to put down her chopsticks and rinse her mouth. She immediately stood up and did not hide her urgency. Sun Feiha didn't make her wait much longer, letting Sun Mingjue hold the jar and walk out. When several people arrived at Jane's house, Xueping led the crowd up to the second floor, pushing the door in. Jane Bunkin was sitting on the couch with her hand on the back of the chair, looking as if she had someone sitting in her arms as they talked. Seeing Xueping come in, he smiled and said, Mom, Menghan finally agreed to my proposal. You help me prepare a grand wedding. I want to marry her. Xueping glanced at his side in fear and nodded slightly. Only her body was honest and took a step back to stand beside Sun Feiha. Master, help me see if there is really a ghost around him? Sun Feiha nodded her head and said, indeed, long hair, big eyes, and good-looking features. Xueping nodded excitedly. That's her, my son's ex-girlfriend. Master, take her in. Sun Feiha didn't say anything, but stepped forward. In her line of sight, The girl looked at her with eyes full of hatred. Are you here to steal June from me too? Sun Feiha shook her head and turned to point at Page Ya. See, this is mine. Meng Han's emotions stabilized a bit and said grimly, mind your own business. We're happy now, and soon we're going to get married. Dream Han said with some tears of joy, large tears slipping down. He won't live long. As if she had expected it, Meng Han looked at Jian Bangchun with affection. That's even better. We'll be able to hang out together day and night. I no longer have to be afraid of him. His words don't count. Tell me how he doesn't keep his word. I'll learn from you. Meng Han glanced at her and then at Page Ya. Since you asked, I'll tell you. Men are all no good anyway. Meng Han and Jian Bangchun met because of a misunderstanding. Meng Han grew up in an orphanage. Now she came out to work to save some money, ready to donate supplies to the orphanage. On the road she felt a lightness in her pocket, and instantly realized that someone was stealing her phone. She turned around to grab the person behind her. The man is unsurprisingly Jane Bangchun. She insists that the other person is a thief. Jane Bangchun repeatedly explains that she does not believe, and finally the police come and confirm that she misunderstood. She apologized to Jane Bangchun. In the afternoon, she went to work at a coffee shop and met again, and she took the initiative to buy Jane Bangchun coffee. Jian Bangchun did not refuse, and speaking of the morning, Jian Bangchun immediately said that he happened to want to donate a batch of supplies, but unfortunately could not find the door. I was really stupid at that time. He was so rich and wanted to donate. How could he not find a way out? It was just a trick to deceive me. Dream Han lamented. And then what? He was willing to believe me and to donate. I thought he was a good man. And of course he didn't hide his family history. And for the first time I changed my mind about rich people. And it turned out that not all businessmen rich people are cold-blooded. And then the more we talked, the more we got to know each other. He would share with me good music, good food, even though it was a fancy restaurant that I would never have in my life. But this heart of his, it touched me and I felt like he treated me as an equal. I took him to a bistro and he didn't have a rack. And then we confirmed our relationship. Since I was a lover, I had no reservations about him. And so that no one would say that I was looking at his money, I worked hard, saved hard, and bought all those useless face-saving things just to make myself look worthy of him. He didn't let me down either, defending me when his friends looked down on me, arguing with his friends. And at that time, I couldn't wait to pour my heart out to him. And I vowed to be single-minded and good to him for the rest of my life. I love him so much that I want to marry him, but he doesn't seem to want to. But then he acts like he really likes my body. And every time we're together, he's very happy. But whenever I mentioned marriage to him, he always had a lot of reasons. And then he said that he would get married when he had a child. But every time we did measures, it was just not possible. So I zapped every tool in the book just begging for a baby. And then I did get pregnant. And I was so happy. I told him. But he wasn't as happy as he thought he would be. He even seemed angry. He called me cheap, said I was a red herring, and said the baby wasn't his. I cried and explained to him, but he didn't believe me, pushed me away and left. No matter how much I begged, he was really so desperate. My heart broke at that time. I couldn't lose him. Sunfaho, so you killed yourself? Chapter 134, a lustful ghost to plague people? Don't even think about it in this life. Sunfaho, so you killed yourself? Monahan shook her head. No. I went to him a few times and he avoided me. It was his mom who approached me and offered me a sum of money to leave. I didn't want it, but because of my pregnancy I was sacked from my job and had no source of income. I had to accept it for the sake of my child, and I did leave, alone, to give birth to a child of the two of us, and wouldn't you know it, our child is really well behaved, and looks just like him. I immediately realized that the child's looks were proof of my innocence, and I called him, hoping that he would see me and that I would follow him to a paternity test. But unfortunately he refused. At that time the epidemic was severe. I was sick. The hospital was overcrowded. I didn't dare to carry my child to the hospital. I didn't dare to tell anyone. I could only bear it alone. My life was that bitter. The child was infected as well. And then it was gone. I called him to tell him and he didn't feel sad. He said it was a good death anyway, that he shouldn't have been in the world in the first place. And I couldn't believe that was coming from a father. At one point I wanted to die and was afraid of the pain. Then I searched for ways to kill myself, and one day a page popped up on my cell phone and I clicked on it, and the customer service said they could meet all my requirements. I had only one request, and that was to marry Jian Bangchun. The customer service said it was okay. I paid the money, and soon a courier came to my door and gave me something with instructions. I followed his instructions and took a bottle of sleeping pills with the token in my hand, and when I woke up, I was right next to Jian Bangchun. He's the only one in the whole house who can see me. And it's like he's forgotten about breaking up with me, and he's sweet and gentle and small with me, and I feel so happy right now, and when I get married to him, we'll be a ghost couple? Sun Feiha raised her hand and said, if he dies because of you, you will turn into an evil spirit, and at that time I won't hesitate to take you in or let you go up in smoke. But I have a few questions I hope you'll answer for me. You say, you believe customer service when they say they can help you? Yeah, I was just holding out the expectation that it wouldn't matter if it was a scam. The token he gave you, was it a red cord? How do you know? It's just a red string. After he dies, you plan to be a ghost couple with him. Won't you get tired of looking at the same face every day? Monahan's lips opened and closed for a moment before hesitantly saying, I don't think so. I love him. Sun Feiha shook her head. Since you're already dead, your 7 emotions and 6 desires will gradually disappear. Are you sure you're in love now? If it's not love, then what is it? Monahan asked rhetorically. It's obsession. The obsession of being born in love. Monahan froze in place. Sun Feiha said, I'll send you to reincarnation. Those who don't cherish life will suffer some pain after death. But as long as you are sincere in reforming, you will have a good life. Just keep your eyes peeled in your next life. Don't ever be cheated by a man. Menghan shook her head. No, he hasn't been punished yet. Who will pay for my son's life? Sun Feiha pondered for a moment and said, how about this? I'll let him take you as his wife. Set up a clothing monument for you. You'll have someone to offer it to as a way to compensate for your birth pains. And log your son into the genealogy so that he'll have a place to return to and reincarnate as well. Menghan clenched her lips and shook her head. Girl, I believe you, but I don't believe them. So what do you want? How about this? If they do what you say, step by step, I'm willing to go to reincarnation and leave him alone on this. Sun Feiha nodded. Yes. After the discussion between one person and one ghost, Sun Feiha turned to Shui Ping and said, you heard everything I said just now. Shui Ping nodded her head and shook it again. Master, my son can't marry a ghost and log his dead child into the genealogy. Isn't this just causing bad luck? Master, why don't you just beat her to ashes? I have the money. Sun Feiha didn't answer, but instead tapped Jian Bangchun's wrist. A red cord slowly revealed itself on a wrist that had been empty a moment ago. Shui Ping covered her mouth in surprise. This is? Sun Feihui explained. 1,000 miles of marriage. This is called a threat of marriage. It used to be to verify love. As long as one party is not sincere, the red rope will break. Now it has been improved. As long as the person who is tied up, the one who is not sincere, will also become sincere. Isn't that the love compulsion in the novel? Sun Mingjue interjected. Pretty much. This thing is tethered to the destiny, and if you want to untie it, the person who tied it on must do it voluntarily, or else you'll easily lose your lifespan. Shui Ping said eagerly, you can't open it either. Sun Feiha said, I can open it, as long as you don't worry about losing your lifespan. Shui Ping immediately shook her head. No, life expectancy can't be a joke, not even 1 day less. So yeah, she'll have to unravel it voluntarily. Which do you want over life or marriage? Shui Ping was a bit angry and helpless. Gritting her teeth, life is more important. Sun Feiha shrugged and said, it's good to know. Start doing it now. It'll be done in a day. Right, and I'll supersede her at that time. Shui Ping nodded helplessly and sent a few people away, until he walked a bit further away. Sun Mingjue whispered, Xiao He, will she do what you say? Sun Feiha shook her head. No, she'll get into big trouble. Why? And I remember before, you used to go straight to the overdrive. Why did you have to wait this time? Sun Feiha looked at him. Because Menghan is innocent. I think she deserves a fair treatment. A person who committed suicide and sucked in yang qi, the soul whip at least 3 times. The pain of a huge crack in the soul is not something you can imagine. As long as Jian Bangchun is willing to offer her, marry her, and give her a place to return to, she only needs to take a beating, and it won't delay her from being reincarnated again. Seeing the seriousness of her words, Sun Mingjue also realized that the soul whip was terrifying. Jian Bangchun is really sinful. He can't control his lower body. He doesn't go looking for those who want money. He has to mess with some uninitiated girls. Sun Feiha laughed softly in an uncertain manner. In the future, he won't be able to provoke anyone else anymore. Sun Mingjue wanted to ask again, but Sun Feiha stopped talking anyways, so he could only stop. Not to mention him, even Xia Yao was very curious, scratching his head and wondering why. Chapter 135, what? Crazy? A few people arrived early at the private room that they had agreed with Xia Wei. Xia Yao rarely didn't float in the air, but peacefully lay on the window, looking at the passing cars outside. Suddenly seeing something, he exclaimed excitedly, my dad's car. She ran to the door again and waited blearily for Xia Wei to come in. Luckily, Xia Wei didn't make her wait too long, but Xia Wei was followed by an unexpected person. Wu Chui, who was topping Xia Yao's face, followed behind. Xia Yao looked at her face and had a momentary trance. Xia Wei laughed and took the initiative to shake Pei Jia's hand. Mr. Pei, as soon as I heard that you wanted to see me, but I immediately put off all the invitations. Pei Jia lightly smiled and shook his hand, her aura unconcealed. Thank you, Commissioner. Please sit down. Xia Wei smiled and pushed back until Pei Jia sat down. Pointing to Wu Chui beside her, she said, Mr. Xie, let me introduce to you. This is my daughter Xia Yao. Yao Yao. This is Mr. Pei Jia Pei. Didn't you say that he is your idol? Wu Chui nodded her head in small increments somewhat shyly, her voice like a fly calling. Mr. Pei. Hello. Xia Wei laughed. My daughter. Everything is good. Is easy to be shy, but please Pei General Manager forgive me. I have only this one daughter in my life. She insisted on following. I cannot argue with her. The words were said apologetically, but the favor under his eyes was not hidden at all. Sun Feihe looked at Xie Yao next to her, who was already in tears at this time. Pei Jia introduced Sun Feihe and Sun Mingju. Xia Wei smiled and nodded. His posture lowered. When the meal came up, Xia Wei didn't exchange too many pleasantries, but talked about the drug. Wu Chui sat next to him obediently, taking small bites of rice. Very showy. Xia Yao exclaimed. Really like. What I love to eat. What I don't love to eat she does perfectly. Or avoids. If I wasn't me, I really couldn't see a trace of disguise. You see she wipes her mouth in all the same positions as I do. And I like to cross my little thumbs, too. Sun Feihe directly interrupted her and said to Wu Chui. Miss Xie, when you wipe your mouth, do you also like to cross your thumbs? Wu Chui paused for a moment to cover her mouth and laugh softly. Yes, a bad habit I picked up as a child. Sun Feihe nodded. It's kinda nice that you only warped on one side instead of both sides like others. Really? I've never noticed it then. I'd say it's my dad's fault. When he was a kid he liked to sit on my left side, and when I bucked, he squeezed my hand, and now, well, it's made it so that I'm only bucking on one side. Saying this, Wu Chui looked at Xia Wei and shook his arm in a petulant manner. Dad look, people are laughing at me. Xia Great smiled and touched her head. Miss Sun is just asking. If you ask me, it's only cute if you cross one side. I used to say, if you lose it someday, I'll be able to recognize it by looking at your eating movements. Wu Chui looked at him with a red face. The scene of a loving father and filial son was too much for Xie Yao to bear, and she went through the wall and ran straight away. Sun Fei was sat calmly and ate her meal. Medical miracle that news. Sun Mingjue also swiped it. He smiled and said, Ms. Xie, I heard that your heart valve healed itself. I saw the news. I'm really admiring and happy for you. I didn't think I'd be so lucky. Maybe God thought my mom and dad worked too hard so he gave me a miracle. I feel like I'm taking advantage of my mom and dad. Xia Wei, don't say that. I rather think that it's your kindness of heart that has touched heaven and earth. Wu Chui was moved to look at Xia Wei. Sun Mingjue interjected. In that case, I watched a TV series a few years ago, and there was a saying in it that as long as you pray with devotion, there will always be a soft-hearted God to fulfill your wishes. It must have been your whole family praying in unison that moved God. The corner of Sun Feihe's mouth hooked up a smile, and sighed in her heart, if God is so good at moving, the world is going to be in chaos. It didn't take long for Xie Yao herself to float back, as if she was self-mutilating, sitting close to Xia Wei, right between Xia Wei and Pei Jia's speech. Wu Chui picked up her juice and said to Sun Mingjue, Brother Sun, you won't mind if I call you that, right? Of course not. That's good. I toast to you. I've long heard that you were young and talented. Sun's company is now flourishing. Without your credit, I especially envy you. Unlike me, in addition to eating and drinking nothing, in the future, I hope that we have more contact. You guide me. Sun Mingjue humbly said. Miss Xie is too kind. I still have a lot of shortcomings. Wu Chui pouted and delicately said, I call you big brother, you call me Miss Xie. This is too much of a separation. If you don't mind, call me Yao Yao. Okay, Yo-Yo. More friends, more roads. Xia Wei is a member of the standing committee. Of course Sun Mingjue will not refuse without a second glance. Wu Chui put down his cup, not knowing if it was on purpose, or if he wasn't paying attention, and directly swept past Sun Feihe. Picking up his cup, he raised it to Pei Jia and said, Brother Jia, Brother Sun didn't refuse, so I don't think you'd be so insensitive. Pei Jia said with a cold face, there is a tough wife in the family. It's good to address her appropriately. I'm used to people calling me Mr. Pei. Wu Chui's face stiffened, then resumed her smile as she turned her head to look at Sun Feihe and said, Ms. Sun, are you really that fierce? It can't be that Brother Jia lied to me. Wu Chui covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her eyes full of disbelief. Are you? People have told you to call Mr. Pei, and you still call Jia, the man who puts on my face and hooks up with my sisters. Disgusting. Xia Yao pinched her waist and her hand was about to poke Wu Chui in the face. Sun Fei was suddenly wanted to laugh. And she did so, the corners of her mouth lifting. Wu Chui said somewhat innocently, "Ms. Sun, what are you laughing at? Was it something I said that was wrong?" Sun Fei shook her head and said, "Nothing." Suddenly thought of a funny thing. Wu Chui pouted and looked at Pei Jia. "Brother Jia, look at how kind Miss Sun is. How could she be so mean as you say? Doesn't your conscience hurt if you lie to me like this? You're my idol. That time when you used the principle of leverage in the United States and shorted stocks, it was really a national shock. My friends can't believe that the one who did this and succeeded would be a Chinese. They all adore you and at one point wanted to invite you to our school to give a speech, but unfortunately you were too busy." The reserved person picked up the dishes on the table and placed them on Sun Fei's plate, urging her to eat carefully. At Wu Chui's words, he only nodded slightly and never made any other movements. "You re a good man, Xia Ho. Why didn't I realize Wu Chui was so disgusting before? Ha! I can't wait to rip her face off." Xia Yao huffed and complained. Wu Chui also felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and tugged at Xia Weidao's sleeve helplessly. Although Xia Wei was heartbroken, he couldn't do anything about Pei Jia, and could only comfortingly pat the back of her hand. Wu Chui pouted slightly and could only hold back for the time being. Chapter 136, The Body Disappeared? Xavier brought the conversation back up. Wu Chui awkwardly picked up her wine glass, and Sun Fei gave a wink to Sun Mingjue next to her. Although Sun Mingjue was unsure, he knew that Sun Fei wouldn't do anything for no reason. He smiled and spoke to Wu Chui. Sun Fei smiled and said, "Big brother, just now Miss Xie toasted you. Won't you toast one back?" "Oops, that's my fault. Miss Xie, I'll toast you one and make 2 reparations as my atonement." Sun Mingjue picked up his wine glass and smiled at Wu Chui. "Big brother, you're too far away. I don't think it's sincere. Why don't you walk over to Ms. Xie?" Questionable words. Affirmative tone. Wu Chui waved her hand repeatedly and said there was no need. Sun Mingjue paused slightly for a moment, and decisively got up and walked over to Wu Chui. Wu Chui's small face was red as she stood up. Sun Mingjue was just about to say something when his wrist suddenly went limp and his wineglass tilted. Wu Chui's white dress was instantly stained. Sun Mingjue panicked and took a tissue ready to wipe her. Wu Chui also reached out anxiously, and the two of them touched hands together in a frenzy. The juice on the table spilled as well. Sun Mingjue apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Miss Xie. I didn't mean to." Wu Chui whispered. "It's fine, brother Sun. I'll just go wash up. Tell you what, I'll pay for the dry cleaning of this dress, and I'll pay you for another one. Take your pick." Wu Chui waved her hand repeatedly and stood up to go to the restroom. Sun Mingjue looked at Xie Wei with a shameful expression on his face. "Commissioner Xie, I'm really sorry." Xie Wei waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. It's a small matter. You didn't do it on purpose. Watch the door close." Sun Fei turned to Sun Mingjue and said, "Big brother, I think it would be better if you go wait at the door now, and when Miss Xie comes back, you take her to buy a dress." No matter how stupid Sun Mingjue was, he knew that Sun Fei was deliberately trying to sidetrack him. Looking at Pei Jia's light and self-effacing demeanor, he knew that these two had discussed this, and sighed in resignation. Taking Wu Chui's bag and honestly guarding the door, Pei Jia said coldly, "Commissioner Xie, I've recently come across something very rare. Why don't you take a look at it as well?" Xie Wei immediately waved his hand and said seriously, "Mr. Pei, I'm a very upright person. I can't learn those twists and turns. I just want to serve the people seriously. There are some mistakes that I can't make." Pei Jia shook her head. "You're overthinking it. I only have one request. Don't shout later." Xavier nodded. Pei Jia looked at Sun Feihua. Sun Feihua clutched a yellow talisman and waved it at his side, and the talisman suddenly burned. Xia Wei subconsciously stood up, but the fire didn't have an ounce of heat, and even carried cold air. "Dad!" The unmistakably familiar voice rang in his ears. Before he could turn his head, he was hugged. He habitually patted Xia Yao's shoulder. "What's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell Daddy. Daddy will help you out." Xia Yao shook her head. Her voice choked with sobs as she couldn't say anything. Xavier turned his head and froze. Xia Yao was not dressed as Dao just now, but in a nightgown with cold skin. Your eyes downward. Xia Yao's feet were shoeless, not to mention that she was still levitating on the road. Xia Wei couldn't react for a moment. Sun Fei said coldly, "He can only see you for 5 minutes. Long story short." Only then did Xia Yao stabilize her emotions and said in a loud voice, "Dad, I'm the real Xia Yao. The one just now is a fake. It's Auntie Wu's daughter, Wu Chui. She took over my body, and I have nowhere to go now. Dad, you have to believe me." "No way. That's my yo-yo. Who the hell do you think you are?" Xia Wei turned his head to Pei Jia. "Mr. Pei, it's no fun to play God like this. Everything else is fine. Only you can't make fun of my daughter. Xiaoyao anxiously tugged at his clothes. Dad, what I said is true. Xiaowei violently shook off her hand and said in a cold voice. Nonsense. Do you think I would even recognize my own daughter yet? Xiaoyao, Dad. Wu Chui went and grew up with me. She knows all my habits. It's easy for her to imitate and impersonate me. Impossible. Even if you make up a story, you have to make it a little more realistic. Soul can be changed? Simply heavenly fantasy. I see that today Pei is not sincere to talk about business. You guys deliberately expend my daughter. Suddenly thinking of something, Xia Wei was about to go out angrily. If anything happens to my daughter, even if I have to spell out my career, I won't let you guys get away with it. Too bad the door wouldn't open. Xia Wei's head was sweating with anxiety. Xia Yao was also in a hurry. She couldn't think of anything that could prove that she was Xia Yao. Suddenly something occurred to her. Dad, let's dance. Xia Wei frowned and grunted coldly. Jump for what? I don't even know how. You will, Xia Yao said with certainty. Xia Wei was about to angrily rebuke, but he seemed to have thought of something as well. It was when Xia Yao was 5 years old and the kindergarten had a parent-child activity where the father had to take his daughter dancing. Xia Wei couldn't get past the point in his heart where he always felt that dancing was a girl's thing, so he refused. However, he was afraid that Xia Yao would be upset, so he secretly practiced at night while it was quiet, and was discovered by Xia Yao. The two of them then danced, late at night, the one and only dance that belonged to the two of them. Late at night, you practiced quietly, your toe hit the coffee table and swelled up for a long time, and you were too afraid of being embarrassed to tell anyone. Xia Wei looked at her with a straight face, his brows furrowed. No need, brother's son, you're too polite. It's just a piece of clothing, no need to pay for it. Xia Wei's words were interrupted by a voice from outside the door. In the next second, Xia Yao's legs began to slowly disappear. He felt a pain in his heart, as if he had lost some treasure, and subconsciously reached out to grab her. Yo, the voice was hammy. Dad, what's wrong? I'm here. Wu Chui pushed her way in despite Sun Mingjue's obstruction. Looking at Xia Wei's somewhat white complexion, he hurriedly went forward and said, Dad, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Xia Wei reflexively shook his head. It's fine, just a little tired. He didn't know why he was hiding it, but the subconscious had done so. Wu Chui was full of concern. Since you are not feeling well, why don't you go back earlier? Official business is not as important as your body. Xia Wei's heart warmed, and he felt a little guilty about the deception just now, but the words had already been said, so he could only continue to pretend. Pei Jia stood up smoothly and said, In that case, let's make another appointment next time. Xia Wei obediently excused himself. Chapter 137, My Jar, My Soul. Wu Chui said, Can I trouble Brother Jia to take us back? My dad is like this. I'm afraid he can't drive. Pei Jia slightly swept over Sun Mingjue. Sun Mingjue immediately stepped forward and said, Jia will have a meeting later. I have nothing to do. I'll give you guys a ride. Yao won't mind me, right? Wu Chui nodded her head with a normal face. Why yes. I couldn't ask for more. Sun Mingjue held Xia Wei's other side and led the way. Xia Yao sat disheveled and unimaginative on the ground. Sister Xiaohua, what should I do? It seems like my dad doesn't want me anymore. With the tail end quivering, Xia Yao howled in the next second. The sound shook Sun Fei Hei's ears. Well, don't cry, ugly. He is now just still some hesitation. Since he can become a member of the standing committee, the ability to recognize people to discriminate. Certainly not bad. Before is no suspicion, and now there is doubt in the heart. The following is waiting for him to contact you. Really? Xia Yao wiped her tears. Sun Fei Hua nodded affirmatively. Xia Yao was a little better for it. Xia Wei got into the car and began to close his eyes, looking very tired, but the heart had already made waves. The fact that he could dance was a secret between him and Xia Yao, who agreed not to tell anyone, and then no matter who asked. Xia Wei insisted that he could not dance, but the whole soul-swapping thing, he really couldn't accept that the person in his daughter's body wasn't his daughter, but the nanny's daughter? The sky is the limit. In order to prove that everything is someone else playing God, Xia Wei organized his emotions and said to Wu Chui, Yao is so big in the blink of an eye. Back then she was still pestering daddy for a dance. Wu Chui blinked her eyes and playfully said, Daddy remembered wrong. Right. You never know how to dance. I used to feel sorry for it. If you know how to do it, I will definitely pester you every day. At this moment, her expression was dainty and pretty as always, but Xia Wei's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. The phone vibrated at that moment. If you want to know the truth, come alone. Dad, your cell phone is ringing. Oh, work texts. Really? You're sick and they won't let you get some rest. Listening to Wu Chui's complaints, Xia Wei closed his eyes. Watching him rest, Wu Chui stared at Sun Mingjue, who was driving, her eyes flickering slightly as she said, "Brother Sun, is Brother Jia usually this high and mighty?" Sun Mingjue's tone was natural. "Yeah, he's been like this since he was a kid. He's not targeting you. He's targeting everyone. I've been with him for more than 10 years, and only then did he acquiesce to me calling him Jia, and the rest of the time, he treats me as if I'm farting, but the way I see it, he's not that high and mighty, he's just very gentle and considerate towards Ms. Sunday." Speaking of this, Sun Mingjue was very proud. "My sister is different. She's awesome, but she's so awesome that she can't talk about it. You'll understand if you're lucky enough to see it. And the legend of Ka, I don't know if you've heard of it, is that no woman can come within 3 steps of him?" "Ha? I don't really understand what happens when you get close," Wu Chui asked defenselessly, and the fake sleeping Xia Wei's fingers twitched. He told this matter to Xia Yao as a joke and said that it was all a gimmick made by businessmen. Xia Yao also taught him righteously that he should not talk about others behind their backs. Xia Wei never said it again. And the words just now, if it was really Yao Yao, she would never ask. Even if she had doubts, she would ask him quietly when everyone left. Because of her heart condition, Xia Yao is particularly emotionally sensitive, afraid of causing trouble for others, also afraid of saying the wrong thing and upsetting others, and hates talking behind her back. Before, these details didn't bother him, but now, the more he thought about it, the more he panicked, seeing that she really didn't know. Sun Mingjue explained, "Can't get close at all. Ha ha ha, it seems like there's a transparent cover. Women are directly bounced off, and then got annoyed. Pei Jia is always followed by bodyguards around him, and no one wants to get close to him within 3 steps. Wu Chui was astonished. "Is it really that powerful?" Sun Mingjue nodded affirmatively. "Then Ms. Sun, of course my sister could get close to him, when the two were only a step away from each other, close together, and the first time they met, Ka was going to marry her. So childish? I have no other meaning. Just heard that Ms. Sun is from the countryside. Countryside back. Pei family did not object?" Sun Mingjue looked like he didn't hear what she meant and smiled. "It's called destiny comes? You can't stop it." Then he said, "I don't think Uncle Xia is very comfortable. Let's let him rest." Wu Chui clenched her lips and didn't speak again. The car was silent. As Wu Chui inquired about the two Sun Fei Hos were also discussing it. Pei Jia said, "Wu Chui's target is me, although I don't know why, but with utilitarian eyes, I will never be wrong." Sun Fei Ha nodded her head repeatedly. "She doesn't like you. Her heartbeat didn't speed up when she talked to you. It's very calm. And she spoke like she had rehearsed it many times and was just waiting to see me/you say it." Pei Jia and Sun Fei was said in unison. Pei Jia would smile at the tacit understanding between the two. No one has ever been so in tune with him that they can even synchronize their thoughts. With that thought, he clutched the slender palm in front of him. Even though Pei Jia couldn't see it, Xia Yao still inserted herself in between the two, accusing Sun Fei He, "I'm having a hard time dying here, but you're good. You're kissing me here." Sun Fei Ha was helpless. "I didn't ching. Xia Yao nodded her head fervently. "Indeed not, just touching the little hand. Isn't it going to be a kiss next?" Sun Fei Ha shook her head and said, "Don't be ridiculous. You're here. There's absolutely no way we can kiss in front of you." Xia Yao pouted. "Just pretend I don't exist, won't you? Kiss, I'll close my eyes." Sun Fei Ha rolled her eyes and led Pei Jia out. Xia Yao stood still and shouted, "Jar, my soul. I was wrong. I'll never flirt with you guys again. Bala, forgive me, my generous and lovely little lotus sister." Only then did Sun Fei Hua turn around, lifting the jar and walking out. Xia Yao worriedly stood at the intersection. "When will my dad come looking for me?" Sun Fei Ho, soon. With Sun Fei Ha's words, Xia Yao was quite a bit more at ease. She now trusted Sun Fei Ho unconditionally. Chapter 138, Souls Building Connections. It wasn't long after the two of them returned to their residence that Sun Mingjue returned as well. "Sent back? Well, send it downstairs at home. I see that Commissioner Xia's face is very ugly. I guess he's very sick." "You re the one who's sick. My father is in perfect health." Asterisk. Xia Yao and Sun Mingju shouted out at the same time. Sun Fei Ha covered her stomach and laughed. The two of them instantly realized that this was Sun Fei He's prank. "Ko Ho, Sister Shu Ho, ha 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 ha, you two are pretty much in sync. Why are you always in sync?" Xia Yao covered her mouth and took a step back. "My innocence was almost lost." Sun Fei Ha laughed evilly. "But from my perspective, you guys are kissing." Xia Yao froze for a moment and said, "Really kissed?" Sun Fei Ho nodded her head fervently. With this bad look of hers, Pei Jia couldn't help but laugh lightly as he watched, and being glared at by Sun Fei Ha, he could only turn slightly sideways, squeezing the other party's waist, but his eyes were a color of indulgence. Xiaoyao's face flushed red and she glared fiercely at Sun Mingjue as if he was some kind of negative person. Sun Mingjue innocently raised his hands. I don't know anything. I'm innocent. Who would have thought that there would be a ghost here? And so close to me. I have reason to suspect that she wanted to take advantage of me. You fart. I didn't. Of course I didn't when you were talking about my dad. I was just reprimanding you. Your father? I am talking about Xia Wei. Hey, you, how do you look like Ms. Xia? Only then did Sun Mingjue realize that the person in front of him looked exactly like the Xiaoyao he had seen today. Bull ********. I'm Xiaoyao. That's an impostor. You mean you're dead and an impostor got plastic surgery to become you? That's too much. I don't see any signs of plastic surgery at all. I'm not dead. I'm a living soul. And a living soul is a soul that hasn't died. Sun Mingjue was curious. You're not in your body. Running out to sneak around or something. A smile flickered under his eyes. Xiaoyao huffed and puffed and put her hands around her chest. She felt that the Sun Mingju in front of her was just a big dumbass. She really didn't understand how he managed the company if he was so stupid. Sun Feihe said softly, alright, don't tease her. Xiaoyao also realized at this point that she was being exasperated, and that Sun Mingjue was clearly teasing her. You're a pain in the ass, she mumbled. Sun Mingjue coughed lightly and said, alright, I'm sorry Ms. Xie. I know what you mean. You're still alive, but your body is occupied by another soul. Xiaoyao gave a small nod. So what now? Can we get that spirit out? Sun Feihe shook her head. Not yet. Wu Chui is almost fused with her body now. She can only be switched back when she is weak. That's fine. I'll find someone to beat her up, and she'll naturally be weaker when she's injured. Sun Mingjue said it simply and roughly, and Xiaoyao covered her mouth like she was looking at some absolute bad guy. Sun Mingjue rubbed his nose, a little embarrassed for some reason, like someone who brought down a good student. Sun Feihe instead nodded and said, this method is good, but from what I can see now, the surface is sealed with Wu Chui's birthdate. Blood, but what's going on inside the jar? I don't know yet, so this matter can't be ventured yet. It's best to get any detailed clues from Wu Chui's mouth, as well as Xiaoyao herself carries a heart disease, but Wu Chui enters her into her body to actually get well. There must be something in it that we don't know the price. If there are some clues, there's a chance that when Xiaoyao returns to her body, it will be a healthy one. Sun Feihe had just finished speaking. Xiaoyao was so excited that she was about to jump up and down, only to cover her heart out of habit, and then realized that she was now a spirit and not afraid of a heart attack. He laughed out loud. If that's the case, I'll thank Wu Chui. Sun Mingjue was just about to say something when Xiaoyao suddenly disappeared. He looked at Sun Feihe in surprise. Human. No. Where's the soul? When the time comes, it naturally disappears. It's so unfair. She can see to look at me and I can't see her. In case I bumped time with her when I took a shower or went to the restroom and got a good look at her. I didn't know. Dream on. I'm not going to look at you. I'm a spirit. I don't even have to go to the bathroom or take a shower. Sun Feihe repeated her words. Isn't there any way I can see her? Sun Feihe stroked her chin. There is, but you have to pay a price. What? A drop of your blood, temporarily placed on Xiaoyao's body. You'll have a short-lived connection and can see each other. But to others, you might look like a neurotic, talking to yourself, without saying a word. Sun Mingjue poked a small wound in his hand and blood bubbled out. With a wave of Sun Feihe's small hand, blood flew up and soaked the yellow talisman. Sun Feihe folded it into a small triangle with her hands and placed it on Xiaoyao's body. The next second, Sun Mingjue saw the other party. That's much better. To feel safe. Shut up. I wouldn't look at you even if you were naked. The two inexplicably started arguing. Sun Feihe yawned and said, you two take your time arguing. I'm going back to sleep. Sun Mingjue looked at the time and said, it's indeed getting late. Jia, you should hurry up and leave as well. The intent to repel is undisguised. Pei Jia's eyelids were lowered and he gave him a faint look, wrapping his arm around Sun Feihe's waist and heading for the front door. Koho gave me a ride. Sun Mingjue wanted to follow him out, but Xiaoyao brushed in front of him. What do you want? I'll go and deliver it too. So that Xiaohua won't be scared alone. Xiaohua is not afraid. No need for you to follow. People's young couples in love. You also have the nerve to follow. People kiss me. You have the nerve to watch? It's good fun. I'll watch with wide eyes as long as they're both good fun. You're a shameless person. Delaying others to kowtow to CP is punishable by heavenly punishment. Humph. Let him be. I could never stand by and watch my sister be taken by a wolf. No going. You're not allowed. Chapter 139, Pei Jia's spy. Between the two entangled, Pei Jia had already pushed into the backseat of the car with Sun Feihe, and with the spaciousness, the two of them hugged each other tightly. You won't mind if I give your brother some trouble. Pei Jia's voice was low. let's just forget it. He's going to suffer quite a bit in the future. Don't you think he and Xia Yao make a great couple? Pei Jia's sword brows lifted. You mean the two of them? He immediately understood what Sun Feiha meant. Xia Wei is a notorious spoiled brat, and when Xia Yao had a heart attack, she was protected in every way. Sun Mingjue couldn't expect to do any good in his hands. The depression in his heart dissipated. Time is short and the task is heavy. Well, hot, eager, sweeping, and pulsing with warmth. Entangled, dancing together, murmuring, sinking. Buckle up. A knock on the window interrupted the fire. When Sun Feiha opened her eyes, she saw Sun Mingjue's entire face pressed against the car window, trying to look in. Unfortunately, the membrane cloth is too good to see anything. The more he did so, the more anxious he became, and the more frequently he tapped under his hand. Sun Feiha pushed away the person on top of her. It's time to go. My brother is coming to look for it. The reserved man's mouth was full of words, not befitting his status. Sun Feiho was almost about to burst out laughing. The last of her merits made her hold back. Merit +1. Pei Jia opened the car door with a black face. Sun Mingju reached out and pulled his own sister out, and said to Pei Jia with a fake smile, Brother Jia, take your time. Don't come over to the house to play if you're not doing anything. Pei Jia drove off with a black face. Sun Mingjue stood still, making sure the shadow of the car was out of sight, before he said to Sun Feiha at his side, Man, you just have to hang on to him. You know, if you're not in love with him, then he'll be more and more attracted to you. Sun Feiha's clear eyes stared at him. Sun Mingjue was a bit unable to teach, and suddenly regretted that he didn't have an older sister. Otherwise it would be good to teach Sun Feiha properly. Go back to bed. Anyway, for the next 5 days, 2 days with him, and the rest of the time you just say you're busy. Got it? Sun Feiha shook her head. No, we can't be separated for a moment. Separated for a long time. When I see Pei Jia again, I'm afraid that there is only a skeleton left. Sun Mingju covered his chest and said with hatred, You like him that much? Silly girl, you're easily deceived like that. You know? Sun Feiha tilted her head to look at him, her tone certain. No one can fool me. After that, regardless of his expression, he yawned and lazily went upstairs. Sun Mingju stood in place in exasperation, pointing at her and saying to Xia Yao, See, why there are so many negative people in the world is because there are too many stupid girls. These two people have been sticking together. It must be the man who gets tired of it first. It's all based on science. Xia Yao curiously said. Really? Sun Mingjue nodded with a sullen face. Then there's no need to ask. The two are together because of hormones emanating from them. But a man's hormone decline rate is 28% faster than a woman's. Do you know what that means? Xia Yao shook her head. It means, when he chases you, that's when the feelings are the strongest. Girls are slow to warm up, and by the time you think it's a hot love, he's already starting to fade. So many people feel that the other person doesn't cherish it once they get it, not because of anything else, but because of the hormones fading away. Xia Yao said angrily, This is too scummy. Men really aren't any good. Sun Mingjue nodded repeatedly. So I'm worried this stupid sister of mine is sticking with him every day. I'm worried first love always doesn't end well. Xia Yao nodded her head repeatedly to indicate that she had learned, then shook her head. You can't benchmark the two of them with this one. I'm telling you, the moment the two of them look at each other, pink bubbles start to pop up all around them. And with my many years of experience in knocking on CPs, it's absolutely right. Have you ever been in love? Xia Yao shook her head. Do you know how much my brother has talked? Xia Yao then shook her head. In short, it's always right to listen to my brother. Alright, you also hurry up and go to sleep. Even if you're a soul, you still need to take care of yourself. Xia Yaomeng was forced to be pushed up the stairs by him. Sun Mingjue didn't know that everything he said today would turn out to be a boomerang in time, and it would all be stuck on him. However, tonight was destined to be a difficult night. Late at night, Sun Feiha's cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the jumping numbers, it was an unrecognizable number. Hey, Ms. Sun, this is Xueping. Please come and help. Xueping's voice was extraordinarily hammy and scared. Rolling over in bed, he lazily asked, What now? My son is unconscious. His breathing is getting weaker and weaker. Ms. Sun, I beg you to come quickly. Well, wait. Sun Feiha slowly lifted up the quilt, at this time quietly lying on the bedside table. Xiao Huang rubbed up and sat up his body. The tiny body crossed the layers of obstacles. Splat, plopped down on Pekka's face. Wake up. Sister Xiaohua is out the door. Sleepy eyes opened steeply, and without the slightest suspicion he rose, calling and dressing quickly at the same time. Koho, are you ready to go out? Sun Feiha was surprised. How did you know? The remaining light faintly swept over Xiao Huang, who was standing quietly on the ground, and said with a smile, "This is called having a heart of gold." Sun Feiha wanted to say that he was poor-mouthed when she heard him say, "Wait for me to pick you up." The phone hung up. Xiao Huang crawled up Pei Jia's pants leg and said in a serious tone, "I'm following our agreement. If Sister Xiao He has any movement, I'll tell you. You can't break your word." When it comes to the matter of Xiao Huang's report, it has to start from a very early stage. At first, Sun Feiho utilized sense sharing and used Xiao Huang's mouth to chat with Pei Jia. Later on, Sun Feiho replenished the good spiritual power one after another enough that Xiao Huang did not have to use one time to recharge the spiritual power once again. It then began to have its own thoughts, and Pei Jia once inadvertently asked if it could sense Sun Feihua's state. Of course it can. Sun Feiha is its food and clothing. The body's spiritual power is not enough. It all depends on Sun Feiha. It nodded stupidly. Pei Jia's tone was cold as he made a deal with it, and it kept an eye on Sun Feiha's movements and told him, while he let Sun Feiha replenish its spiritual energy. At first Little Yellow didn't believe it, then it realized that what Pei Jia said was true. A casual comment would have made Sun Feiho give it a supplement. It is now Pei Jia's lapdog, and it fights wherever it is told. When Pei Jia sped to the villa in his car, Sun Feiha was already waiting on the side of the road. Chapter 140, Evil Ghosts Wreak Havoc on the Earth. Pei Jia looked around her and said with intent, "Where's that tightly guarded big brother of yours?" Sun Feiha bared her teeth and laughed out. "Say it like you two don't know each other. I didn't know he was that annoying. I used to just think he was extraordinarily vocal, but now he's extraordinarily annoying. Alright, he's worried about me too. Let's go." To Jane's house, Pei Jia helped her fasten her seatbelt, took out the small yellow in his pocket and said, "Before I went to bed, I saw it flashing a few times. Is it running low on spiritual energy?" Sun Feiha immediately collected her laughter and said with a serious face, "There should be an ungrateful ghost trying to get close to you." "Oh, I can't see this little thing being that useful," Sun Feiha said helplessly. "This is a good thing. A rune with a spirit. Hard to find for 10,000 people. Yeah, I don't think she's as good as you." Sun Feiha hurriedly covered Xiao Huang's body, lightly ranting, "Don't talk nonsense. He understands." As if comforting the other party, the fingertips flickered slightly, and Little Yellow's body, which was visible to the naked eye, lit up, and even stretched out comfortably. Sun Feiho put it back into Pei Jia's pocket. Pei Jia's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile, and Xiao Huang now couldn't wait to kneel down and sing his obedience to Pei Jia. The two soon arrived at Jane's house. Sun Fei had just got off the bus and looked at the silent Jane's house with a slight frown. "It looks like Manghan isn't generally upset. This Shui Ping can really give me a hard time." Sun Feiha went up and knocked on the door. No one answered inside, as if it was an empty house. Sun Feiha frowned. "Manghan, let me in or I'll be rude." A few moments later, the door opened on cue. Manghan was sitting on the sofa while Shui Ping was kneeling on the floor. Jian Bangchun, who should have been lying in bed asleep, lay on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, the thread on his wrist already as red as blood, and his figure was revealed, next to a few Taoist priests dressed as people, only peachwood swords, red candles scattered all over the place, a large area of blood and rice on the ground. It looks like it has experienced a vicious battle. Seeing Sun Feiha coming in, Shui Ping seemed to have seen a great treasure and prostrated herself, about to crawl over. "Humph, old thing, kneel down for me." Shui Ping suddenly couldn't move. Her face was distorted, and her mouth opened and closed, just couldn't make a sound. Sun Feiha calmly brought Pei Jia to sit across the table and said, "Is it convenient to tell me what happened?" Manghan said with a gloomy face, "This old thing actually dared to find someone to collect me, and couldn't collect me but actually advocated on his own to match me with an Yin marriage." Sun Feihua blinked hard. "Her soul is still here, and you're pairing her with a Yin marriage without even asking her?" Shui Ping shook his head with difficulty. "Humph, more than that, the man she found for me is still a man with a broken kinship, a wife and children, and a life of loneliness and widowhood." Sun Feihua couldn't help but gasp and laugh. "You've gone too far with this." Menghan gritted her teeth and said, "I had wanted to listen to you and let them off the hook, but unfortunately, people are good at being bullied, so if I don't give them some color, I won't be able to die in peace. Just a reminder, you're dead. Okay, let's hear what she has to say." With a wave of her small hand, Sun Feihua directly lifted Shui Ping's control. Dream Han's eyes sank violently, but there was nothing he could do. Sun Feihua crossed her legs and said, "Tell me about it. Didn't I tell you to come and supersede her tomorrow?" Shui Ping cried, "But I can't let my son marry a dead person. If he does, his reputation will be stigmatized in the future, and people will think that I'm taking him in a Yin marriage. I can only have this one son. In the future, our Jain family will have to rely on him. If we want to join forces, who would send their own daughter as a stepwife. It's not like we have a portal like this. An orphan with no one to care or ask questions. I have to plan for the rest of his life. Anyway, isn't she just craving for a man anyway? I'll match her with one. I'm all set to burn a lot of money for her. And then a house, a car, and servants, so even if she doesn't want to reincarnate, she'll still have a comfortable life down there. As she spoke, the darker the aura on Dream Han's body grew. In your opinion, I'm a lowly and Thai woman, pestering your son for a better life, isn't it? There are so many men in the world. Why are you only stalking him? It's not because of our family history. Don't worry, the man I found for you is not bad looking, and his hard life is not afraid of your grams. Shui Ping finished hiding behind Sun Feihua. Sun Feihua looked over at the Taoists curled up in a ball, looking at the open mouth of the bottle with the tattered runes on it, coldly smiling. You are planning to raise her and train her to become an evil spirit. The Taoist priest shook his head back and forth. No, we just want to overtake her. Sun Feihua pointed at the bottle and said, do you think I can't see it? This rune of yours is broken, but you can tell that it's a soul-nurturing talisman with some ink sand on it, which can make the ghosts addicted to sucking on it and then make it available for you to manipulate. The Taoist priests knew they had met a connoisseur and shut their mouths decisively. You're going against heaven's peace in this way, and sooner or later you'll get what's coming to you. You are talking nonsense. We are doing the people a favor, since they are already dead. What's wrong with us using them for waste? The corner of Sun Feiha's mouth hooked into a cold smile. In that case, if you guys can't beat the waste, then there's even less of a need for you to live. Fingers pinched. The porcelain bottles on the Taoist priest floated up at once, and suddenly the bottle caps opened in unison, and the ghosts inside floated out. They tried to rush at the Taoist priest, but the runes on the bottle prevented them from doing so. Sun Feihua's fingers closed together in the next second. The bottle shattered. No! The Taoist priest watched as the evil spirit enveloped them in a gaze of unparalleled panic. The closed door opened and the Taoist priests were busy running out, but they could not get rid of the evil spirits no matter what. Don't underestimate the vengefulness of ghosts. You'll have to put up with their pestering and harassment for the rest of your lives, but the rest of your lives will soon be over. The Taoist priests had no time to care about what Sun Feihua was talking about. The yellow talismans on their bodies were waving around for no money, and the peachwood swords in their hands, and the Zhongkuei mortar and pestle were constantly waving around in an attempt to block the encroachment of the evil spirits. Aren't you afraid that these evil spirits will continue to wreak havoc on the earth after they've gotten their revenge? Sun Feihua shook her head. No, their destinies are already connected to their keepers. At most 1 month, dust to dust, earth to earth. Chapter 141, A Pact with a Ghost. Consequences of not keeping it. Now it's your turn. Don't stop now. In an hour, Jane Bangchun will die. Dream Han sneered. He deserved to die. He always had to pay the price. Sun Feihua looked at her. With a life on your hands, you will be lashed 3 times by the soul-devouring whip. The taste of having your soul cracked. You must not want to try it. Fine. I'll pay for it. Master, just let her be whipped hard by some whip and give her a dozen strokes. Shui Ping interjected, her tone of voice one of unconcealed gloom. Monahan leapt up violently. I'll kill you. Shui Ping shivered and ducked behind Sun Feihua. Dream Han threw herself on the mercy of the enemy and said in a cold voice, are you trying to aid and abet the enemy? Are you also only going to defend these rich people? Sun Feihua shook her head. She has her sins. She doesn't need you to judge her. Monahan knew that the desire to get the mother and son killed couldn't be realistic right now. Turning around, with her soul as the axis, she clutched the red string in her hand, an invisible thread that connected the red string on her wrist to Jian Bangchuan's. Jian Bangchuan's face paled quite a bit with the naked eye, and his body trembled slightly, looking more like a dying struggle. Sun Feihua said lightly, his life is not yet finished. If you kill him now, the hell will arrange a better life for him in the next life in order to appease. While you will not only be beaten because of your involvement in human life, but you will also be reduced to the plant path for countless times and purify the earth for countless years. Is this what you want? As soon as Sun Feihua's words fell, Manghan's movements visibly paused and looked at Sun Feihua. Are you serious? But she already knew in her heart that what Sun Feihua said was true. Why? Why is there such an unfair law? And who on earth can redress the grievances of these bitter people? Sun Feihua slowly stood up and said, I do have an idea. Why don't you listen to it? Monahan looked over at her. Sun Feihua turned to look at Shui Ping. Do you want your son to live or die? Live. Must not die. Well then, since you have chosen to live, you don't need your son to marry her. You only need 3 years of your son's fortune to overtake her, and 3 years to keep your body for her. Are you willing? 3 years? That's too much. Use mine. I will. Sun Feihua shook her head. No, it has to be his. Shui Ping looked at Jian Bangchun, whose face was as white as a sheet of paper. and could only nod helplessly. 3 years of luck represents more than just financial luck, such as peach blossom luck and children's destiny, all of which will be much worse. Shui Ping nodded slightly. 3 years is 3 years, it's better than dying. Sun Feiha moved closer to Meng Han and said, 3 years of fortune overtakes you. 3 whips are not less, but it can make you suffer less. Meng Han was obviously dissatisfied, but when she heard Sun Feiha whisper a few words, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, followed by a delighted nod. Actively taking the initiative to go forward and take down the one-line hold on Jian Bangchuan's wrist, and handing his own into Sun Feiha's hands, Sun Feiha looked at her and said, do you remember what website you contacted the other person on? Hades' Wish. Yes, thank you. Are you ready? Uncertain. Monahan asked again. Will everything you say come true? Will. I never lie. Good. I believe you. After superseding Meng Han, Sun Feiha took Pei Jia and left first. After getting into the car, Pei Jia asked, what did you tell her that made her attitude so good? It's nothing. Jian Bangchun only has a maximum of 3 years of children's destiny. If he misses these 3 years, he won't have any offspring in his life. And the consequences of the one-line tie you guys surely don't know. What is it? In addition to Dream Han, no longer able to intercourse with others, or else light serious illness, serious violent death, is what you call immediate wind. The tight grip on the steering wheel paused slightly. Where did you read all this? Sun Feiha opened her cell phone. Look, Iron Teeth Ji Xiulan. Now look at it and think it's quite interesting. Pei Jia held her fingers together and said, if you have this time, why don't you take a look at me? What's there to see in you? Aren't we together every day? Raising his small hand to his lips he pecked, but now that I see you, I still miss you. Sentimental words that anyone else would have been shy and touched by. Sun Feiha raised her hand and touched his forehead. There's no fever. Why did you start talking nonsense? Or are you possessed? Pei Jia's prepared emotions were instantly interrupted as she gritted her teeth and said, it's getting dark. Go home and sleep. Sun Feiha sat quietly, seeing the car veering away from the direction of the villa and driving towards the place of the new house. Clenching the seatbelt in her hand, she looked at Pei Jia. I want to go home. Big brother will be anxious when he realizes I'm not here in the morning. Pei Jia sniffed, picked up the cell phone and pressed a few times, casually throwing it on the car. Well, now he's not in a hurry. Fully automated underground garage. Pei Jia let her down and the car automatically parked, until he lay down on the familiar bed, looked at the arm across his waist, and muttered, pure sleep today. Veggie, you know? The chest behind him vibrated slightly. Okay, sleep veggie. Only then did Sun Feiha slowly close her eyes. In the middle of the night, Jian Bangchun woke up and looked at Shui Ping, who was asleep on the side of his bed, and said, Mom, why are you here? Shui Ping heard the voice and excitedly held his hand. You finally woke up. Scared Mom to death. Do you still remember what happened before? Jian Bangchun frowned and thought for a moment. Wasn't I just drinking with someone else? Shui Ping knew that he had lost the memory of this period of time and hurriedly told him everything. Jian Bangchun didn't believe it, but there was a security camera at home, and after watching it, he had to believe it. Shui Ping said, you must keep your body for her for 3 years, do you know? Because before Sun Feiha left, she told her that since she made a pact with the ghost, there would be serious consequences if she didn't keep the rules. Jian Bangchun said disdainfully, what masters? They are all lies. Besides, she has already transcended. Even if I don't keep my body, what can I do? She came out and killed me? Humph. I know she's so troublesome. I definitely won't her. Shui Ping nodded her head with a face of approval and agreed, son, next time you look for a woman, you must keep your eyes peeled. Such impecunious women. You can't let them take advantage of you. They are so poor and sour. Where do they deserve to serve you? I do know a few. I'll introduce you to them. Jian Bangchun impatiently waved his hand. I don't want it. The ones you chose are too dull. I don't like that. Go away. You go away. I'm going to sleep. I'm dizzy now. As soon as he heard that he was dizzy, Shui Ping hurriedly walked outside, saying as she walked, it must be sleepy. You sleep first. Mom, let the chef set up now, and give you a nutritious meal tomorrow. You're still small. Eat more to grow strong. Jian Bangchun waved his hand without caring until Shui Ping went out, and he picked up the cell phone next to him and prepared to organize a field tomorrow night. Chapter 142, True or False Daughter. Although the two Pei Jia slept, but the things that should be done, one thing is not missing. Underworld wishes. The URL information was given to the technical department under the staff. The staff below began to crack on overtime. This mediocre website has multiple security shields attached to it, and the complexity of it is like pulling hair out of a ball and not having a clue at the moment. And this site isn't automatically searchable. It's more that Hades is watching you and sees that you do have that need and it comes up automatically. At first the tech department didn't even search for it, but finally confirmed over and over again that it was the name of the site, and used a little bit of tactics to search for it. Pagea's information department gathered the top network technicians. This website immediately provoked everyone's goodwill. No need to urge. Automatically work overtime. Like a master's duel. Cannot wait. Apprentice brother, your swim. You. Who is behind you? The judge's lazy voice suddenly turned high, as if he had seen some exciting image. Sun Feiha rubbed her eyes and yawned. Pagea, didn't you already know? Yeah, this brat. Taking advantage once doesn't work, and then a second time. I can't spare him. The third time to be exact. And, master, couldn't you have informed me in advance when you came? In case I see something I shouldn't. How embarrassing. What are you talking about? Have you forgotten how I used to take care of you? Scrubbing and feeding you. How you didn't mind me in the past. But now that you have him, you're actually asking me to inform you in advance. Master, you're wrong. The one who cooks and feeds me is Granny Meng. You're rather like a pig. You ate all my rice, causing Granny Meng to be afraid that I'd eat up, and forcefully dragging me around the Forgotten River. Master, do you know how big the Forgotten River is? My legs are walking thin. That can't be blamed on me. Old Meng's cooking is so delicious. Don't look at her bitter and astringent Mona soup. The food is really a masterpiece. Sun Feiha rolled over and lazily said, What are you doing here? Oh, as soon as I interrupted. I almost forgot. Your swimmers are out. Should I give them to you or should I keep them for you? Give it to me. After the business talk, the judge left with a grunt of exasperation. Pagea waited for the judge to leave before opening her eyes. Sun Feiha was half leaning on the bed, holding something in her hand. What is it? Sun Feiha handed it to him. Swimming worm, it's already out. I just renewed some spiritual energy for it. Take it. Pagea looked at the jewel-like bug in his hand and said, When it's lying down and not moving, it's kinda like a decoration. It doesn't move easily. Give her to Sister Yuan. She's always flying around. Pega nodded. Speaking of Pei Yuan, he is now very distressed. She wanted to take a break because of Hefei's matter, put down the company's things for a while, and prepared to go to the mountainous region to get in touch with the purest children and wash her heart. But she turned her head and was pestered by the teacher's assistant. Pei Yuan has to hand over school matters with the other side. Cannot avoid contact. Pei Yuan feel annoyed. A moment and cannot find someone to replace. Can only be forced to suppress the temperament, such as now. Baoyi, can you sit up straight? I can't. I feel quite comfortable, but I'm not comfortable. Pei Yuan frowned and shook her head on her shoulders. Baoyi regretfully straightened up and said, Yuan, I like your little temper too much. Please watch your language. I am the patron. Please call me Ms. Pei. We two are not that familiar. Baoyi covered his chest and pretended to be sad. Yuan, that's too sad. We've worked together for a month anyways. Aren't we still close acquaintances? Pei Yuan wrapped her arms around her chest. Not an acquaintance. Much less intimate. Baoyi's eyelashes flickered. You're right. We're not intimate yet. I'm looking forward to it. Lightly pleased, expectant, and certain in tone made Pei Yuan frown. Baoyi, the truth hurts a bit, but I'll tell you that you're not my type. Baoyi didn't get angry. Instead, his eyes stared straight at her, and in the bottom of his eyes was elation. Encouragement with a tweak. Pei Yuan really suspected that the person in front of him had a brain problem, or else a good Harvard-graduated high school student. Ran to this bird. Buses cannot reach the place, as a teaching assistant teacher. But what needs to be said still needs to be said. First of all, I'm 4 years older than you. Secondly, I like the gentle, poetic kind, and you're definitely not in my target demographic. And finally, for the time being, I have no plans to get remarried. Not even in the future. Pei Yuan's tone was solemn, speaking seriously, and Baoyi's eyes reflected. Really? That's just right. I don't want you to give birth to a child either. That's too painful. Why don't we adopt one? What's this all about? Pei Yuan felt that she was really old and couldn't keep up with the other party's thinking. How did she bring up children? Pei Yuan sighed, stood up and said, It seems today is not a day where you can, well, communicate. Baoyi, as if he knew Pei Yuan's bottom line, immediately squarely said, Why don't we target all the students and have a home visit? Now that the rate of attendance is less than 30%. Baoyi switched so quickly that Pei Yuan was a bit unable to keep up for a moment. But under the other party's burning gaze, he still picked up the conversation and began to continue the discussion. A hint of a smile flashed in Baoyi's eyes. Sun Feiha followed Pagea to work and just arrived at the company. Xiaowei was already waiting at the reception desk, his eyes green and black. It looked like he hadn't gotten a good night's rest. Seeing the two, Xiaowei immediately stood up. Pei Jia didn't explain much, and this wasn't the place to talk, so the three of them went to the conference room. Mr. Pei, I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. You said that if I wanted to know the truth, I would come to you. Now that I'm here, can you tell me? Xia Wei just sat down and couldn't wait to inquire. Also, that Xia Yao I saw that day, can you call her out for me to see her again? I want to ask her again. When he got back last night, he couldn't help but subconsciously observe. Wu Chui's movements and behavior were not the slightest bit different from usual, and she asked about her childhood. She was also able to talk about it, but a seed of suspicion had been planted in his heart, and how he looked at Xia Yao at home was twisted. Emotionally, he wants to love the daughter in front of him, and reason tells him that this daughter is a fake, so he simply took a leave of absence and came straight to Pei. He just wanted to seek a peace of mind. Chapter 143, Soul Definition. Pei Jia didn't say anything, but instead looked to Sun Feiha, who nodded slightly to call Sun Mingjue. Hey, big brother, is Xia Yao at your place? Sun Mingjue looked at Xia Yao, who was floating around the office, and nodded. How did you know? Today he has to go out to work. Xia Yao deadbeat must follow him out. He did not want to agree, but when Xia Yao cried, 2 lines of tears of blood, let him look at the hairs of the sweat, and immediately agreed to go down. No, Xia Yao was joyful and floated around all morning, even letting him drive her out for a ride. Although Sun Mingjue refused, he still couldn't resist her soft words and threats of blood and tears, and could only promise her that he would take her out to play when he was off work. Commissioner Xia is here at Pei Jia. If you're okay, bring her over here. Knowing that this was business, Sun Mingjue nodded his head decisively in agreement and hung up the phone, looking at the young girl who was crawling on the wall, trying to simulate Spider-Man, really without eyes. Xia Yao, how can I say you're a lady? Can you take care of your image? Xia Yao did not care to say, and no one saw what to be afraid of. My 20 years is too much rules. Can't laugh, cry, even speak loudly can't. It's not easy to liberate now. I'm happy, can't I? Sun Mingjue held his forehead. Am I not human? And you're crawling a bit too much, aren't you? I am fearless now. The tone was firm. Sun Mingjue leaned against the wall with a lazy posture and said in a light tone, in that case, I'll know what I'm talking about. Your white lace is showing. What white lace? You perverted, disgusting, voyeur. What's there to see with that little ass of yours? It's your own ugly crawling position, wearing a nightgown and pouting. I couldn't pretend I couldn't see it if I wanted to. You're obscene. Xia Yao looked like an innocent young girl who had been bullied, curled up and nestled on the sofa, her eyes accusing. Sun Mingjue said helplessly, all right, stop it. Your father is at Xiaoyi's place. As soon as Xia Wei was mentioned, Xia Yao immediately stood up and was about to leave. Sun Mingjue carried his bag and followed closely behind, and the people in the company speculated that what kind of absolute treasure was in the bag of little Mr. Sun, that he had to carry it everywhere he went. A man and a ghost met Sun Hao top to bottom. What are you doing here? Oh, Koho called me for something. That's fine. Then you hurry up. Xiao he's important. That's Ming Jua. Your grandmother's birthday is next Friday. I'm going to give her a big party to flush out the joy. You call out to Xiao He. Sun Mingjue was skeptical. Dad, don't you have her cell phone number? You're too embarrassed to notify her? Sun Hao's tiger eyes glared. What nonsense. I'm her father. What am I afraid of? Even though she doesn't have a good relationship with your mom, but your grandma really loves her. It's only natural for her to come to the banquet as a junior. Sun Mingjue still remained skeptical. Sun Hao coughed lightly and took out a card and said, here's some money. Take it to her and let her buy something she likes. Sun Mingjue took it, stating that he went to give it to Xiao He. Sun Hao watched the elevator door close and sighed softly. Xia Yao bumped Sun Mingjue and said, your father is afraid of Xiao He? It's not fear. It's more guilt, I guess. Hey, every family has a hard time. Xia Yao immediately shook her head. Not in my house. Sun Mingjue twisted his head to look at her. Then why are you here? Not in your own body? Are you tired of being a human and want to die? You're so annoying. Xia Yao twisted her head, huffing and puffing as she stopped looking at him. Sun Mingjue let out a light laugh. Xia Yao looked at the Pei's building that was sticking straight up into the sky and flirted. Look, this is the symbol of strength. The expression looked like it had pulled one back. With a smug grin on his face, Sun Mingjue raised an eyebrow lightly. You're right. Pei's too much stronger than us. That's an indisputable fact. Xia Yao. Xia Yao had the feeling of kicking cotton and grunted in anger as she went up. Sun Mingjue smiled and followed her. Xia Wei watched Sun Mingjue come in alone, the eagerness of his gaze looking back, resulting in nothing. He had a somewhat disappointed expression on his face. Xia Yao was excited to see him, and with a cry for dad on her lips she pounced on him. but unfortunately it went through her body. Xiaoyao looked at Sun Feihao with some aggression. Sun Feihao goated his shoulders and said, "No, you can only see it once. If you're a ghost that's going to be reincarnated, it's not a matter of defense." Xiao Wei looked at Sun Feihao and said, "Miss Sun, who are you talking to? Is it that Xiaoyao?" Sun Feihao nodded and pointed ahead. "She's right here." Xiao Wei still had some trouble believing it as he looked at the empty place. Knowing his son is like a father. The same, Xiaoyao also knows him very well. By looking at his expression, he knows that he doesn't trust Sun Feihao so much. All of a sudden, he huffed and pointed at Xiao Wei. "Bad daddy." Sun Mingjue bared her teeth and pulled the stool beside her and said, "All right, don't be angry. Sit here." Because of the even more exasperating Xiao Wei, Xiaoyao was now no longer angry with him and sat beside him obediently. Xiao Wei looked at him strangely. "Mr. Little Sun, you can also see." Sun Mingjue nodded. "Of course, need I describe it?" She's staring at you with slinky eyes, her hands clasping her chest, and her mouth puckered so high it could hang a bottle of sesame oil. After his description, Xiao Wei's mind immediately took on a figurative form, because Xiaoyao would be like this when she was angry, her ebony eyes looking at him as if saying, "Coax me quickly." Each time, Xiao Wei surrendered. The corner of Xiao Wei's mouth with a smile at the thought of this suddenly darkened again. Seeing this, Sun Mingjue said, "Xiao He, why don't you let Uncle Xie see for himself, just like I did?" Xiao Wei urgently said, "What kind? May I?" "Of course you can. All you have to do is give a drop of blood. My sister is awesome." Sun Feihao shook her head. "No, a drop of blood is not the main condition. Everyone's soul definition is balanced. If there is no 100% belief, the soul definition will exclude this unless it is forced, but then, it will be harmful to his body." Sun Feihao mercilessly poked and prodded. The fact that Xiao Wei didn't truly believe it, and Sun Mingjue had no choice. Sun Feihao looked at Xiao Wei and said, "Uncle Xie, why don't I tell your fortune?" These words spoke to Xiao Wei's heart. Whether true or false, once you try it, you will know. Chapter 144, Who is the true daughter? Xiao Wei nodded his head and smoothly said, "Then I won't excuse myself. Then I'll trouble you to help me calculate my career luck." Sun Feihao looked at his face and spoke. "If there is a Ziwei star in the career palace, that means that the career is extremely prosperous. Uncle Xia, you don't have it. Anyway, it's the career palace is hazy. It means that your career is not going well right now. You're experiencing difficulties." Xiao Wei's face didn't change as usual and gestured for her to continue. 10 in the dry palace. Your manifestation is a bit messy, and your trouble comes to your own leader, or your lead, who wants you to make it easy. At this moment, Xiao Wei's pupils shrunk slightly and his breathing slightly increased. Sun Fei has said right, his old leader is the person who brought him into the profession, has always been his guiding light, but unfortunately, even if the old leader is clean, but also cannot escape, the family has a bastard. The old leader's son is a mixed up, all over the womanizing, fighting and brawling. This time to see a brave young man legs broken, not to mention, he also did not allow people to seek medical treatment, and tied them up and hung them in mid-air. This led to untimely medical treatment and only amputation of the limb. A good young man just buried his future. When the police arrested him in accordance with the law, not only did he show no remorse, he even clamored and asked if the other party knew who he was. He even arrogantly said that he would make the other person lose his job. It's not like the old days, the age of data, everyone is online, and soon this paragraph was put on the internet. It had a bad impact. It's now being used as a focus case and the heat is on. This matter didn't reasonably have anything to do with him, but when he received a call from his old leader, he still froze for a moment. Despite the refusal, he didn't feel good about it, and even felt a little guilty. The old leader, because of his youthful drug seizures meritorious, and then old age, can only turn to the career, but his achievements no one does not praise. Very few people who do narcotics live to a ripe old age or come down from the business safely, so the fact that he came down is a great thing in everyone's eyes. The old leader's oldest son was likewise a hero in the fight against drugs, but unfortunately he was tortured to death by drug dealers at a young age and was found with twisted limbs and a grim face. You can imagine how hurt he was before he died. 2 sons, one already dead. The other of course is treated like a treasure by the family, in the mouth afraid of melting. So the nature was once domineering. The old leader had the intention to control, but looking at his tearful wife and elderly parents, he could not say anything. Now that the only son/grandson has been arrested, the family is in disarray. The wife cried, the parents were in tears, and the old leader had no choice but to call and ask him if he could make it easier. He refused, and after a long time, the old leader said, "You're right to refuse. If I were you, I would have refused too." But Xiao Wei, the old leader was silent for a long time before continuing. "I have failed too much in my life. I spent the first half of my life fighting to the death for the country, and I even killed my oldest son. I have saved countless families, but I couldn't save my own son. The boss was tortured to death for exposing his identity in order to save the lives of countless villagers. Could it be? Could it be that so many lives could not be exchanged for the life of my youngest son? Xia Wei was silent for a long time. The law does not tolerate mercy. The phone hung up with only a sigh, but he was very uncomfortable. He had a moment of confusion. What would he do if it was him? This matter had been bothering him for a long time, and now that Sun Feiha had said it, he had the feeling of being seen through. Pei Jia was not surprised by all this, and even took a sip of tea with an idle gesture. Sun Feiha continued, as you can see from your face, you're stubborn and have your own set of standards for acting. You don't have a good relationship with your superiors, and there's friction with your co-workers, so you belong to the pendulum swinging right now, and as long as it's not a big mistake, you try to force yourself to turn a blind eye to it. Xia Wei had to say that Sun Feiha had done the math right. Indeed, not being complicit was the bottom line he set for himself. Sun Feiha smiled lightly. Do we still have to count? No need. Ms. Sun, I trust you. After saying that, he did not hesitate to cut his hand and blood flowed out. Sun Feiha didn't bowl ***** either. Xia Wei saw the yellow talisman stop at the void. In the next second, Xia Yao's figure was slowly revealed. This was her current expression was not very happy. Puffed up, like he'd been wronged in some way. Looking at the familiar face, Xia Wei subconsciously coaxed. What's wrong? Who made my daughter angry? Humph. It's you. You don't believe Sister Xiaohua at all. And you don't believe that I'm your daughter. There's only that impostor in your heart, said the bucket of teardrops sliding down his cheeks. Xia Wei looked at her in pain, tugging at his sleeve to wipe her tears. Xia Yao grunted in anger and dodged, but Xia Wei was like he could prejudge, always able to accurately judge Xia Yao's steering, and after a few times, Xia Yao burst out laughing, smiling and laughing, her tearful eyes with a bright smile. Sun Mingjue stroked his chin and suddenly exited. Xia Yao, you're capable of normal tears too? Xia Yao's form froze as she remembered the incident of shedding blood and tears to scare Sun Mingjue in the morning. Sun Mingjue secretly ground his teeth, and Xia Yao, like a child who had done something wrong, craned her neck and hid behind Xia Wei. This Xia Wei's brain circuits were different from others, and he didn't pay attention to the words blood and tears, but instead spoke in a questioning tone. Mingju, I'm an old acquaintance of your father's as well, and it wouldn't be too much to ask to refer to myself as an uncle. Sun Mingjue nodded. Then I want to ask, why did you make my Yao Yao cry? She's still young and her health is not good. I hope you can let her go more. If there's anything wrong, you look for me and uncle will apologize to you for anything 1 inch. Sun Mingjue's eyes widened abruptly. He had seen what the highest level of pampering a daughter was like. Xia Yao looked like she felt a little guilty, and gave a small tug on her father's shirt. Dad, he didn't do anything either. It's my fault. The more she was like this, the more Xia Wei's heart ached, hating to pick her up and coax her like when she was a child, and could only look at Sun Mingjue with condemnation in his eyes. Sun Mingjue let out a soft laugh innocently. Xia Wei knew that it wasn't the right time to talk about this, and turned his head to look at Sun Feiha. Ms. Sun, can you tell me about what happened between Wu Chui and Yao Yao? Chapter 145. You're real. Xia Yao. Her soul is now bound to a jar. Wu Chui occupies her body. All the changes started from Xia Yao's last attack. Can you tell me more about what happened then? Xia Wei will never forget that day for the rest of his life. He was working overtime and told his wife that he would be back late today, and Xia Yao called to complain to him that his wife was making her eat those tasteless things again. As the two of them were talking, Xia Yao in the video started to turn pale and fell to the ground covering her chest. It was only then that he was able to call for emergency care so promptly, and when he arrived at the hospital, Xia Yao had already been pushed into the emergency room. Wu Chui and his wife have been waiting at the door of the emergency room. Both eyes are red, look like a big cry. When Xia Yao was in the ICU, Wu Chui didn't move an inch and even comforted them both, telling them both to go rest for a while she guarded the front door, because she wasn't her own nanny. Xia Wei didn't agree, and besides, he didn't feel comfortable with Xia Yao, so he guarded the door with Wu Chui. Wu Chui added that she had always envied Xia Yao for having such doting parents. Xia Wei comforted her not to think too much. In fact, Aunt Wu is also very concerned about her, a person who has worked hard to raise her and send her to school. It is not easy. Wu Chui nodded and said she would repay Aunt Wu. She said she would repay Auntie Wu? Xia Wei also realized that something was wrong at this time. Right. Why didn't she call out to her mother but Auntie Wu instead? Could it be that she was already certain at that time that she could take Xia Yao's place? That must be it. No. I'm going to go and tear off her facade right now. She's not even my daughter. Why should she take advantage of her? Sun Feiha raised her hand to hold him and said, Don't be too impulsive. In case Wu Chui comes to a fish out of water and jumps off the building on the spot to show you. Xia Yao will really have to go to reincarnation at that time. Only then did Xia Wei sit down angrily. What then? Why don't we go meet Auntie Wu? Sun Mingju as suggested. Auntie Wu has resigned. Wu Chui accompanied her in the hospital for a few days, and committed suicide when she went back, and left a letter stating that she was afraid that Xia Yao would be too lonely, and that she would go down to be with her first. And damn it. Of course, she still had a guilty conscience, since she has such a deep bond with Yao Yao, and regrets such a good girl, so wanting to actually think about death. A moment for Xia Yao glad to have such a confidant, but also for Wu Chui pity. Aunt Wu seems to have aged several years overnight, directly resigned and went home. Before leaving, I gave her a sum of money, plus she has a pension insurance, enough for her to live in peace in her old age. Sun Feiha frowned. Auntie Wu is gone. Xia Wei nodded. Very sure. I personally got on the highway from her. Sun Feihua asked. Her daughter just died. Your daughter lived, and she took your money and went back to her hometown without complaining or organizing for her? After Sun Feiha said this, Xia Wei also felt strange. He didn't believe any of such talk. At that time, he was immersed in the joy of his daughter's return to normal, but he had to take into account Auntie Wu's emotions. When he heard the news that Auntie Wu was going to resign, he did not hold back and agreed directly, but now it all seems so bizarre. Since Wu Chui wants to become Xia Yao, it's impossible that she won't pay any price. There must be something in between that we don't know. Do you know where Wu Chui is now? Xavier shook his head and called his wife. His wife even laughed and teased him when she heard him looking for Yao Yao. Yao Yao's health is better now, so you should give her some personal space too. Don't mind too much. Xia Wei didn't explain and continued to ask. The wife laughed. I don't know. She went out a while ago, but I installed locator software in her cell phone and it's in the bag, so I'll let you know when I check it out. The amplified phone call made Xia Yao, who was a soul body, very agitated, pointing at the phone and accusing. No wonder my mom knew where I used to go. Even when I wanted to steal milk tea, I just finished buying it in the front foot, and then she caught me in the back foot. So it turns out that she installed surveillance on me. Sun Ningjue patted her back comfortingly and said, Alright, when you return to your own body and want to drink milk tea, I'll treat you. Xia Yao was moved to look back. Xia Wei didn't move his body slightly and finally stood in the middle of their line of sight. A few moments later, Mrs. Xia sent a locator over. Xia Wei clicked on it. What's she doing here? The crowd fixed their eyes on Wu Chui just outside Pei's building. The green dot on the phone moves and finally stops at the cafe across the street. The others didn't know that Sun Feiha and Pei Jia exchanged glances. They agreed that Wu Chui was on guard to have a chance encounter with Pei Jia. As it is, Sun Feihua got up and went out, whispering something into the ear of Secretary Li outside the door. Secretary Li patted his chest and turned to leave. Xia Yao asked curiously, Xiao He, what did you let him go for? Going fishing? Of course. Fishing? Is there a river here? Where to fish? Sun Feiha didn't say anything, just smiled mysteriously. Secretary Li really lived up to her expectations. Carrying coffee and knocking on the door of the conference room, she said to Pei Jia with a straight face, Mr. Pei, I met Ms. Xia downstairs. She heard that Commissioner Xia was here, so she followed me up. Wu Chui smiled and revealed her head from behind Secretary Li, winking mischievously at Xia Wei. Dad, I unintentionally came here to buy some coffee. I met Secretary Li, and when I heard him say that you were here, I came up here. You won't be angry, right? Xia Wei subconsciously looked at Xia Yao and shook his head. It's fine. I'm looking for Mr. Pei to talk about official business. Buy the coffee and you go back. Wu Chui subconsciously glanced at Pei Jia, retracted her eyes and said, Dad, I'm sitting here and not talking. It won't delay you. Is it okay if I sit in? Xia Wei gave a seemingly helpless laugh and let her sit next to him. Chapter 146 The Purpose of the False Daughter. The atmosphere was somewhat frozen, and Wu Chui looked as if she didn't notice, her eyes simply looking at the crowd. Sun Ningjue broke the silence and said, Well, after talking about business all morning, there's something that I'm very curious about. I don't know if Uncle Xia can give me an answer or not. What is it? It's the miracle of Yo-Yo's heart condition healing itself. That's really high up in the news. And then I saw a tip that your nanny's daughter died along with it? So many conspiracy theories. I don't know if you've seen them? Xia Wei shook his head. I don't go online much. I really haven't paid attention to it. But Yao Yao definitely knows about it. Xia Wei threw the topic to Wu Chui, who blushed slightly, then naturally said, Everyone else is talking nonsense. I definitely haven't received any heart transplant type of surgery 1 inch. Sun Mingjue nodded. I don't think you're like that either. There's really all sorts of news on this internet, but I heard that you guys were all very close growing up. Wu Chui gazed at the ground and whispered, Yes, I treat her as my own sister. More than that, I heard that what Miss Xia has, Wu Chui has it, and it's not even close. Enjoying the treatment of a young lady in the Xia family, and the two of them are even more inseparable in school. How many people say that the two of them are just like Siamese twins? No matter what they do, they are all together. Yeah, I hadn't noticed. Wu Chui's voice faded noticeably. Sun Mingjue seemed like he didn't notice. His tone was natural. Yao Yao, I really admire you for having such a good heart. If it were me, I definitely couldn't do this, but Wu Chui must be the same. Otherwise she wouldn't have committed suicide. AI, what a pity. Yeah, it's a shame. I kinda miss her. Wu Chui whispered. At this moment, her mind was in turmoil. Her mind was filled with Xie Yao's previous behaviors that were good to her. Those memories that she had deliberately hidden. All of them now bubbled up. Sun Fei has stood up and approached her, lifting her hand to pat her shoulder and said, "It's sad to see how you look." Wu Chui's expression was stunned, and Sun Fei was fingertips lightly tapped between her eyebrows, softly saying, "If you have any worries, you can say them out." Wu Chui's gaze was dull. The words in her mouth were very smooth. "I feel a little guilty, and I also miss her a little. She is really good to me. Food, clothing, housing, no matter what she does, she can think of me. From childhood to adulthood, our joys, anger and sorrows are all shared to each other. She is the closest person to me now." "Then why are you guilty? Must have done something to apologize to her, right?" Sun Fei Hua followed her advice. Wu Chui looked like she was struggling a bit, but still continued. "I didn't want to harm her. I just wanted to try and see what it was like to be pampered. You know, I'm a cheap child. My mom gave birth to me after being forced. She didn't leave her home for me either. She couldn't survive in the village and took me with her. Otherwise she encountered the Xie family. She tried to throw me away or sell me on the road a few times. I'm not stupid. I know that. That's why I followed her closely. When I entered Xie's house, I realized what heaven means. Xia Yao who came down from upstairs. That's a fairy. I'm so grateful to her, and I really treat her as my own sister. But people will always become. I get good grades and no one cares. But one frown from her and the whole family panics in a big way. And the guy I like asked me to help him send a love letter to Xia Yao, and I hated it. Why should all the good stuff go to her, and I have to be flattened into the dust? And my mom, she doesn't care about my mood. Every day she tells me to suck up to Xia Yao, tells me to please her, tells me to put in a good word for her and raise my salary. I don't want to. I know how easy Xia's family's job is. Her salary is already considered high, and when I don't want to she beats and scolds me. Have you thought about resisting?" Sun Fei Hua asked. Wu Chui's expression became agitated and hideous. Of course I had to fight back. I originally wanted to get her killed before committing suicide, but I overheard. She was on the phone with someone. She seemed to have found a very powerful master. She wanted to replace my soul with Xia Yao's. I was scared at first. Then I was a little heartbroken and acquiesced to her behavior. I watched her collect Xia Yao's hair, dander, cornering her to inquire about her birth date. And she always told me to learn more from Xia Yao, and that she wished I could be like Xia Yao. I pretended that I didn't understand, still following her instructions, imitating Xia Yao every day, but I was smarter than her. I played games with Xia Yao, matching things from childhood to adulthood again to make sure everything was correct. Then she was finally going to succeed. She gave me a bracelet to give to Xia Yao. I did as I was told, and Xia Yao got really sick at night, and for a moment when I was taking care of her in the hospital, I really hoped she would get better. Sun Fei Ho, and then, one night, she sat at the foot of my bed and rambled a lot, telling me to thank her, to go and never forget her when I'm developed, that it was all for me, and then she poured a whole bottle of sleeping pills down my throat, and I didn't resist. Sun Mingjue, you're not afraid to die? Death? Of course I'm afraid, but I'm even more afraid of living so painfully. If I really die, it's considered my retribution. If I don't die, then I can only say that Xia Yao's fate is bad. Wu Chui said righteously. Xia Wei was so angry that he trembled, pointing at her and cursing. Our Xia family is not good to you? Wu Chui, it's just too good to resist wanting more. Even though I've replaced Xia Yao, I'll be filial to the Xia family's parents. Sun Feihai inquired. Where's Auntie Wu? Her? No one could have guessed where she was. She lives across the street from the sheiks, on the top floor of that building, where she can monitor everyone in real time. But she always told me to get close to Pei Jia. It's best to marry him. But unfortunately Pei Jia already has someone beside him. But that fiancée of his, she's from the countryside. I'm confident that I'm not bad in terms of my talent, my family lineage. I'm not bad in terms of nobility. I'm able to act out. And to the extent of the Xia's family's love for their daughters, it would only be good for Pei Jia and not bad for him. Do you have the contact information for that guru? Wu Chui shook her head. I didn't. Everything was arranged by my mom. Sun Feihua finished asking what she wanted to ask and looked at Xia Wei and Xia Yao. Xia Wei shook his head hatefully, stating that there was nothing to say to her. Xia Yao stepped forward and said, "You're not afraid that Xia Yao will come to take revenge on you?" "Not afraid." Wu Chui threw her voice. "I didn't do anything. I just followed the guidance of fate and didn't resist. This is all my mom's doing. If you claim your life, please find her." Xia Yao felt that the person in front of her was extraordinarily strange, and she took a step back. Sun Feihua withdrew her hand. Wu Chui looked like she was waking up from a dream, not remembering what she had just said at all, and looked at Sun Feihua and smiled. "Ms. Sun, what is it that you want?" Chapter 147, Does a Ghostbuster count as a ghost? Sun Feihua took a step back and said, "It's nothing." Wu Chui looked at the crowd in the room and smiled. "What are you all looking at me for, Dad?" Xia Wei took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions and said, "It's nothing, too much business." Got distracted for a moment. Wu Chui got up and approached him. "What's wrong? Do you have a fever? Show me." The anxious face didn't look fake, but now that Xia Wei was sick of her, he slightly sidestepped to avoid it. Wu Chui's men fell short, and she looked at Xia Wei with some disbelief. Xia Wei just realized that he overreacted, and will now have not found Aunt Wu. Hastily looking for complimentary, "You are too fragrant. My nose is not too comfortable. Afraid to sneeze on you." This explanation barely fits his persona of doting on his daughter. Wu Chui also sort of accepted this explanation and smiled. "What's wrong with that? You're my father. I definitely don't mind you." "That's no good. What a nice dress. It's a pity if it gets dirty. By the way, what are you planning to do with such a nice dress today?" Wu Chui turned around with a smile on her face and said, "Does it really look good? Brother Sun, you think it looks good too?" Sun Mingjue nodded slightly with a fake smile. Wu Chui looked at Pei Jia with a shy gaze and said, "Brother Jia? No, Mr. Pei. What do you think? Ugly." The cold and clear words made Wu Chui stiffen in place. Finally, he said dryly, "Mr. Pei really knows how to joke. Just the truth." At this point, Wu Chui could no longer laugh and stood awkwardly in place, looking at Xia Wei with tearful eyes. Xia Wei looked down at the contractual treaty, pretending not to see it all. Wu Chui felt that he lost an adult, and no one to give steps, can only force to salvage. "Well, I know that Pei is always joking, but next time to speak, can be euphemistic somehow, or else meet the emotional quotient is not high, girls. People are afraid that they will be angry. There are also words like this, do not speak to Ms. Sun, in case she takes it seriously can be not good." Sun Mingjue's brows immediately furrowed. This wasn't a disguised way of saying that Sun Feihua had low emotional intelligence. "No matter what she looks like, she is the most beautiful in my heart," Pei Jia replied in a light tone. Sun Mingjue's frown instantly loosened, and he looked at Pei Jia with an appreciative gaze. Wu Chui, what words cannot go, also feel and stay down is also meaningless. Get up to Xia Wei said, "Dad, you and Pei first talk about business. I'll go first. At noon do you want me to set a restaurant? How to say that is also a partner. At noon to eat a meal to celebrate." Xia Wei waved his hand and said, "No need. Such a trend is not to be." The words were very much in line with Xia Wei's persona, and Wu Chui nodded her head in a habitual manner, lifting her foot to leave. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he took his cell phone and said to Sun Mingjue, "Brother Sun, add AV." Sun Mingjue looked at Xia Yao next to him and pulled out his cell phone to add. Wu Chui turned to Pei Jia again and said, "Mr. Pei, we've met several times. For the sake of my father, adding AV is not too much." Instead of answering, Pei Jia pressed the lighted phone on the table. "Come in." In the next second, Secretary Li pushed the door and looked at the hand Wu Chui was holding. Immediately skillfully stepped forward, opened it and swept it, explaining, "Ms. Xie, you mustn't misunderstand, our Pei General never adds private numbers. If there is something, you can contact me. I hope you can understand." Wu Chui's face grimaced for a moment, then pressed down forcefully, trying to be calm. "Okay, understood." Wu Chui felt that she had lost enough face at this point. She pushed the door and left. Secretary Li glanced at Xia Wei and hurriedly followed her, looking like he was going to send her down. "What now?" Xia Wei asked, looking at her back. "There's definitely no result today, so you go back first. Just don't let Wu Chui find out." Hearing Sun Feiha's words, Xia Wei nodded his head and skillfully said to Xia Yao, "Let's go." Hong Yao Yao. Xia Yao, however, shook her head. "I'm not going back. I'm going to stay at Xiaoyi's house. I have to carry the jar with me everywhere I go now. It'll be easy for Wu Chui to find out." Xia Wei felt that she was right, and lamented that she had grown up, and asked a follow-up question. "Is there only Ms. Sun in the house, and no one else? Are the doors and windows safe?" "Safe, and Sun Mingjue too." Xia Wei's nodding stopped momentarily. "Why is he there too?" Sun Mingjue touched his nose and explained. My sister lives alone. I don't feel at ease, so I followed her to live there. Don't worry Uncle Xie. I live on the first floor. The girls all live on the second floor. Xia Wei looked at him skeptically, but there was not the slightest way out now, so he could only speak in a bold tone, implying a warning. Then you have to keep an eye on them. Sun Mingjue nodded his head repeatedly to ensure that. In his heart, he slandered, even if he was a beast, he wouldn't covet a ghost, right? Xia Wei didn't know what he was thinking, so he assumed that the two had reached a consensus, and that's when he left. You guys should go to work, I'll find out about this matter. Sun Feihua got up and headed out. Pei Jia subconsciously tried to follow, and Sun Feihua twisted her head to look at him. There you are. Aren't you afraid I'll be eaten? No. Yellow's here. Xiao Huang, who was honestly squatting in his pocket, immediately poked his head out and patted his chest. Don't worry, Sister Xiaohua. I have everything here. Pei Jia raised his hand and pressed him back into his pocket, and could only watch as Sun Feihua drifted away. Sun Mingjue approached curiously, his hand about to reach into his pocket, but Pei Jia slapped it away. Sun Mingjue rubbed his hands a few times and said, just taking a look. Not so petty. What kind of treasure is this? Did Xiao He give it to you? Little Yellow popped up and said, I'm the one sister Xiao He gave him. I'm his guardian talisman. A guardian charm? No wonder they say girls are outgoing. She's been back for so long and didn't even say anything about giving me a guardian charm. Sun Mingjue's mouth was full of vinegar, which managed to make the corners of Pei Jia's mouth curl up slightly. Sun Mingjue looked at the eye pain, grunted, picked up the jar and left. Sun Feihua arrived at the place Wu Chui said, observing a circle, flying and drawing a rune to ignite it. Smoke rumbled and drifted away, and in a moment the ghostly man came out of the ground. Miss Lotus. Sun Feihua pointed at Aunt Wu's door and said, go in and see what's wrong inside, and scare her on the way. The Ghostbusters understood and immediately floated in. Sun Feihua hadn't watched a third of the TV in her hand when she heard a scream from the house due to panic, followed by the door suddenly opening. A woman in a silk nightgown, with water dripping from the ends of her hair, ran out in a panic. As he ran, he called, Hook, there's a ghost in my house. Chapter 148, what have we found? Sun Feihua followed obediently. She was confident that Auntie Wu would seek refuge with that mysterious person. The Ghostbusters also followed out to report. Nothing out of the ordinary was found. Sun Feihua nodded her head and told him to leave first, while she herself followed Auntie Wu. Auntie Wu drove an inconspicuous little car, and Sun Feihua beckoned a cab on the side of the road, signaling the master to follow. Master looked at her expression with a look of understanding. Catching a mistress? I have experience in this. Don't worry, the other party will definitely not be able to find out, and also guaranteed not to lose it. Sun Feihua looked at him curiously. Master raised his chin and said, I hate this kind of woman who destroys families. It's everyone's responsibility to maintain social morality. Sun Feihua didn't explain, just nodded lightly. The master fell like an open box, heard Sun Feihua dizzy, and finally stopped at a residential building. Come on girl, I wish you all the best. Sun Feihua paid and went straight away. Following Auntie Wu to the third floor, he saw her enter one of the rooms. Sun Feihua stood in the doorway, suddenly felt some strange movement in the bag. In the German dusty bottle of cigarettes, the smoke suddenly began to float toward the room. Sun Feihua instantly realized that the culprits who fell into Yin Fengtang and Quill's coma were inside. She was a little sorry she hadn't brought Yellow, who climbed in to take a look, and all was clear. But it wasn't practical to call out to Xiao Huang right now, so she could only improvise a crude paper figure and use her 5 senses to manipulate the art. Watch as the paperman stumbles across the floor to the point where he is able to crawl through the cracks and into the door. The paperman's vision was a bit low, so he looked at everything very tall, and Sun Feihua blinked hard to adjust to the perspective, maneuvering the paperman to hide under the head of the couch and listen to the two men's conversation. Auntie Wu didn't even know that she was being followed, and ran in hastily, shouting to the man sitting on the coffee table drinking tea, Hook, Xia Yao has come to seek revenge on me. Really? This man called Hook not only didn't panic, instead, his face was a bit impatient. What nonsense! Her soul is chained by me in the middle of nowhere. There is no offering, no one to overtake. She will die soon. Even if she doesn't die, she won't be able to find her way back to her own home, you know? So, then the kettle in my house just now, inexplicably floating up and the light bulb flickering, isn't that a ghost? Hook's tone was certain. No way. It should be some ungrateful lone ghost. Don't be afraid. I'll give you some runes later. You can just stick them on the door. Only then did Auntie Wu manage to calm down. Well, this is the best. Xiao Chui has completely replaced Xia Yao now, but she can't get close to Pei Jia at all. Hook's tone was bland. There's no hurry. If Pei Jia was that good at getting close, he would have been eaten to the dregs long ago. If you knew it was such a hassle, why did you let Jade go? Humph, are you questioning me? If you hadn't begged me. If not, seeing as the two of us are from the same hometown, I definitely wouldn't have helped you. With your daughter's qualifications, she doesn't even deserve my hand. Hook said something hard to hear, but Aunt Wu acted as if she didn't understand and asked eagerly, so what now? Without Pei Jia's whatchamacallit, when will I be able to enter Mrs. Xia's body? Hasn't your daughter already taken over Xia Yao's body and you're living a life of fine clothes and food? And you're still not satisfied? You want to take over Mrs. Xia's body? Auntie Wu was a little disgruntled. Hook continued, as I said before, it's a coincidence that your daughter's 8 characters match Xia Yao's, and you don't have a trace of resemblance to Mrs. Xia, but I know you can do it. Hook, since you helped me once, can you help me again? We're old folks. I've helped you in the village before. Besides, how can I stand my daughter calling someone else's mom? Hook mockingly looked at her. Don't be so disgusting in front of me. You're craving for Mrs. Xia's good life, right? You envy others for having a good husband and a good family. You're nothing but an insatiable turtle dove. For his mockery, Aunt Wu did not have the slightest embarrassment, even smiled and said, I just have an older face. Once I become Mrs. Xia, I have a lot of time to maintain. I will have quite a lot of tricks, comparable to the reserved Mrs. Xia to let loose. At that time, Xia Wei naturally can't stay away from me. This time, my daughter, my husband, a perfect life. I have everything, even if you pay the price. You've released Wu Chui and pledged your destiny in the last 3 lives to suppress Xia Yao's soul. Humph, what price is that? It's not just 10 lifetimes. The glory of this one is enough for her to look back on for a long time. Besides, even if I don't mortgage it, who can guarantee that her next life won't be as hard as it is now? Hook shook his head. See, you can't either. In that case, might as well fight this life. No matter who you ask instead, no one will have a second choice. Just live for the moment. Hook's gloomy face brought on a smile. What I like the most is this ruthlessness of yours. Ruthless to others and even more ruthless to yourself. Aunt Wu smiled as she straddled him and said, is there anything else in Xia Yao's jar? You wouldn't have put anything of mine in there while I wasn't looking, would you? Auntie Wu slowly shifted her body and hooked up with some intent. No. Would there be someone who could break your jutsu seal then? Ha ha, you don't have to worry about this. It's sealed with an evil spirit. Whoever opens it, the first one will be used as a ration for the evil spirit. That's it? You don't underestimate this evil soul. It's not a human being. It's a beast. It was tortured by me 100 times before his body. When he had quite a deep resentment, he cracked his head in one fell swoop, and took his soul alive. And the rune flame had refined it for 3 years. And now it's just the time when the ferociousness is at its deepest. I'm relieved to hear you say that. By the way, the boss you mentioned before, is he back yet? Hook's expression was a little wary. What? What are you inquiring about him for? He's not as nice as I am. Why are you being so mean? I'm just curious. Who made him always godlike, constantly appearing in your mouth? But I've never seen him. You're lucky you don't see him. Don't look like he's smiling, but he's got a mean hand too. Well, let's not talk about him. Come on. Auntie Wu smiled and slowly bent down. She was very relaxed despite her age. Her style was still alive and her posture was enchanting. Soon, the Hook's mind was drawn to her. Sun Feihua controlled the paper man and slowly crawled out from under the sofa, only for the sudden underwear to nearly smash her underneath. Sun Feihua tried to control herself and not look at this spicy scene, bypassing the living room and following her intuition to a room filled with bottles and jars. Looking at the black gas that kept surging up, she knew it wasn't simple and that it was speckled with scents. The most dominant scent actually didn't come from Hook, but someone else, presumably the boss that Hook had just mentioned. Sun Fei's hand that pushed the door paused. It was so hard to find the small tail of the organization Underworld Wish. She was not willing to break it just like that. At the whim of his mind, the paper man followed the couch, climbed up, nudged at Hook's back, and then scattered his body in all directions, dissipating into the air. Hook only felt a pain in his back. When he looked up, there was nothing. Auntie Wu underneath him was still crying out delicately. He could only continue to bury his head in his hands. Chapter 149, Who Changes Souls? Sun Feihua told Pei Jia about inquiring the news, and in the meantime drew a portrait of Hook. Sun Feihua stared at his face and stared for a moment. Pei Jia took her by the waist and said, "What's wrong?" Sun Feihua slowly said, "I forgot to look just now. This person has a vicious heart. He has a blood debt on his hands, but I don't see any grievous souls, so there will be 2 possibilities. One is that the grievous souls are not willing to retaliate and willingly go to the reincarnation. And the second is that the grievous souls are there but they have been refined by him to become evil ghosts. Pega, I'm more partial to the second one. Sun Feiha nodded. Human instincts are to survive. But where there is a trace of resentment, if it is not the time limit has arrived, the king of hell forced to reincarnation, usually lagging, but there is no ghost visible. This grievous soul was found by him and collected. Sun Feiha took a picture and sent it to Fan Chenbua. Fan Chenbua? Sun Feiha, check this person. Where is his hometown? About 11 years ago. Were there any murders in the village, especially unsolved cases? Fan Chenbua, understood. With this matter settled, Xia Yao's matter should also be told to them. So when Xia Yao knew the whole thing, Sun Feihua gave her two choices. 1. Don't go back to her body for a while and see what other tricks they will play. Or 2. Go back to her body and pretend that she is Wu Chui and penetrate into the enemy's inner circle. Concerning Mrs. Xia's safety, Xia Yao of course chose the second one. Since Xia Yao had chosen to do so, without delay, Sun Feiha was ready to switch the two souls back at night. Today during the day Wu Chui's mental turmoil gave Sun Feihua inspiration. That night, through Xia Wei's mouth, he told Wu Chui that Pei Jia would be treating guests tonight, and Wu Chui definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Sure enough, as they expected, Wu Chui knew, softly and insisted on following. Xia Wei faced difficult, but the heart is very happy. It was about Xia Yao. He didn't want any mistakes to happen, and in order to make sure it was true, in the end, it was only after Mrs. Xia's persuasion that he reluctantly agreed to do so, and he repeatedly instructed Wu Chui not to say the wrong thing, especially mentioning Sun Feihua's origins. Wu Chui pouted and said unhappily, Dad, in the end who is your real daughter? Ah, I did not say in front of others. She is from the countryside. Who does not know about this matter? Ah, how can others say anything, but not me? Seeing that she was really angry, Xia Wei could only shake his head helplessly and smile indulgently. In his heart, he was filled with disdain. His yo-yo never talked about others behind their backs. Seeing the father and daughter bickering, Mrs. Xia told the two to hurry and pack up and get ready to go out. Wu Chui, full of joyful dress, white long dress set off her soft temperament. Lace sleeves look childish. Head is also just a simple high ponytail. Look and extra refreshing. Mrs. Xia touched her head with emotion and said, My daughter is so good looking. Wu Chui sprawled in her arms with a pout, and Xia Wei watched with alarm, his gaze fixed on her hand. I'm afraid she'll secretly yank her hair out of practice or something. Well, get going, time is a little tight. When Wu Chui heard this, she immediately followed him out the door anxiously. By the time the two arrived, the others had already arrived. Wu Chui entered and saw Pei Jia sitting in the center. Her legs had involuntarily moved closer. Sun Feihua gave a slight look. Sun Mingjue immediately smiled, half blocking Pei Jia in front of her, and said to Wu Chui, Miss Xie, you're dressed up so nicely today. I think there are people who would believe it if they said you're a freshman. There was no one who didn't like quite a good sound, and Wu Chui was not exempt. Moving her gaze away from Pei Jia, she smiled and said, Really? Big brother Sun wouldn't be doing this to make me happy. Sun Mingjue opened his cell phone, picked up the photo album and said to her, Look, I purposely searched for your last year's photos today. Your smile was sweeter at that time, like a silly girl, although your smile now has changed a bit, but it still looks good. Wu Chui's smile stiffened on her face. Brother Sun, are you kidding me? It was and still is me. How could it be any different? I think I'm overthinking it too. It's not like Ms. Xia has had plastic surgery. How could she change? Wu Chui did not want to continue this topic. Casually find a seat far away from Sun Mingjue. Sit down. Digressing from the topic, Morning also shouted me Yao Yao. Now shouted me Miss Xie. It seems that Sun Big Brother is going to be angry with me. If I have what do not do right, I apologize with your. Do not be angry with me. Sun Mingjue was even more frank than her. How could it be? I think calling you Yao Yao is too intimate. It doesn't matter that I'm a thick-skinned person. I'm afraid that in case you have a sweetheart, it wouldn't be right for me to call you that. How come? My parents are very strict in controlling me. I haven't considered personal issues before, but I will in the future. Wu Chui's gaze swept over Pei Jia with intent. Sun Mingjue was surprised. Really? Then it seems the gossip I heard is true. Wu Chui asked curiously. What gossip? Harm. I'm a person who just inquires blindly. I heard that there was a boy chasing after you in high school, even converted for you and got into a first-class university in China, but unfortunately, you didn't even care. It seems that you're being touched now. After listening to Sun Mingjue's words, Wu Chui's heart was incomparably bored, thinking that his mouth could be really broken, and that he loved to spread gossip even more than the village matron. That boy was the one she liked, and that guy not only didn't like her, he asked her to help deliver love letters to Xia Yao. It was something she never wanted to remember in her life. She didn't want to continue this topic, let out a light laugh and looked at Sun Mingjue and said, Brother Sun, why are you prying into my affairs everywhere? You're like this. I'm fine with it. I'm just afraid of people talking nonsense. Nonsense? Of course you like me. Why else would you be asking around about me? Sun Mingjue smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry. I definitely can't like you. Number 1. I'd better not say anything. I'm afraid Uncle Xia will get angry. Xia Wei waved his hand and said, Go ahead. I'm not that petty. The chopsticks under his hand were already holding the rice and putting it into the empty seat next to him. It seemed so to Wu Tuei, but in Xia Wei's sight, his precious daughter was sitting beside him, and when he saw a delicious dish, he naturally had to give her a little bit of it, even if she couldn't eat it. Seeing the shift in her attention, Sun Mingju coughed lightly, recapturing her gaze and said, Firstly, I can't stand Uncle Xia's old man like this. I can see that he can't wait to hold you in his hands. Speaking of which, a hint of pride flashed across Wu Chui's face. Xia Wei's fatherly love was blatant favoritism. Her favorite. Chapter 150, Raising a Kid to Change One's Fate. Secondly, I'm afraid people will laugh at me for being a soft touch. Wu Chui covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Sun, you can't be joking. With Sun's strength, how could anyone dare to question you like that? Sun Mingju waved his hand and said, More. So many narrow-minded people can't see others are happier than her, better than her family, always try to make bad gossip behind the back is light. I can hear. Speaking of which, Sun Mingju slightly closer, whispered, I can hear my friend said. A lot of people raise small ghosts to change their lives, and find masters to change their souls. You say evil or not. I recently did not dare to go out to eat with them. In case of a hit, how can I do? Sun Mingjue's gaze was fixed on Wu Chui as he spoke, only to see Wu Chui's face first sank, then her eyes shifted a bit in panic, her voice stuttering, No way. How can there be such an evil thing? Brother Sun, you're really overthinking it. But in my heart, I've already begun to mutter, does this website, meditation wishes, already suck? Did my mom tell me? The thought of that possibility made her panic so much that she couldn't help but blame her mom. With her mom's greedy nature, it wasn't like she couldn't do anything about pimping out wishes. Sun Feiha's movement of drinking water was slightly lurched. Pei Jiao raised her eyebrows slightly at her, and Sun Feiha shook her head to indicate that she was fine. Sun Mingjue also smiled and said, I also don't know the truth. You just listen as a fun. But this thing you can't touch. You're so simple. Suddenly Sun Mingjue slapped his hands together and looked at Wu Chui as if in a dream. I finally realize how you're different from last year. What is it? The things in your eyes have changed. In the past you looked carefree, but there was a light sadness in your eyes, and some openness to life. Now you have a lot more worldliness in your eyes, as if the person is still the same person. It's just that the soul in the body is not the same. There are times when I feel that you are smiling a fake smile, just like now. Sun Mingjue's words completely blackened Wu Chui's face. She stood up agitatedly and pointed at Sun Mingjue. Sun Mingjue, can you speak? Who's fake? You're the one who's fake. I'm Xia Yao, the real Xia Yao. Sun Mingjue raised his hand and patted her shoulder and said, Take it easy, take it easy. Look at you now. You're not ladylike at all. Wu Chui's face was suffocating red. She didn't see that Sun Mingju had put a yellow talisman on her back. Her emotions suddenly flared up. What are you? You dared to question me. I've said it all. I'm Xia Yao. I'm Xia Yao. I'm not Wu Chui. I'm not. She clutched her hair as if she were crazy and shouted at the top of her lungs. Sun Feihua clenched her hands together and swung at her. The yellow talisman on her back flickered faintly, and her eyes fluttered shut as she saw her fall to the ground. Xia Yao shouted, Sun Mingju, catch me. That's my body. What if I break it? Sun Mingjue's face, which was still disgusted, changed, and he held on firmly as his body made contact with the ground. The late Xia Wei immediately ran back, and Sun Mingjue had the good sense to spread his hands, lift the blanket of the open space, revealing the runes. 5 Emperor Money. 5 Elements flag quickly floated out, nailed to the wood, fire and earth 3 bits. There are 2 firmly fixed on the clay pot. In order to be safe, on top of it, added a with anti-Wu kindred hair of a charm. Don't ask where the hair came from. Ask is, when it's hot, steal it. The 9 observations move smoothly. The origin wanders, the yin and yang Tao is born, and the yuan spirit coalesces. Change. The runes on the ground suddenly came to life, slowly wriggling, the 5 elements flag above his head, waving without wind, carrying a rhythm. The thing inside the clay pot began to struggle violently, as if it wanted to break the runes out. But unfortunately, the suppression of the runes made it powerless. But the 3 lifetimes of destiny that suppressed Xia Yao's living soul, like it wanted to return to its owner's body, was finally suppressed by Sun Feiha as well. If the destiny returns, then Xia Yao will still get a heart attack, and in Sun Feihua's opinion, it all counts as compensation for Wu Chui's occupation of another person's body. A moment later the runes stood still, When Xia Yao opened her eyes again, her head was flush with two faces. What are you looking at? Am I a person or a spirit now? Look at your hands, Sun Mingjue reminded. If you can't, pinch yourself. Xia Yao foolishly did as she was told. Knowing that the familiar pain was coming, she jumped up in surprise. Xia Wei rubbed her hand painfully. Silly girl, he told you to pinch. So you pinched? Xia Yao just giggled. Or Sun Mingjue asked. Shao He, her heart condition? Xia Yao also turned her head to look at her. Sun Feihe smiled sweetly. Everything is normal. Xia Yao was really happy this time. From now on, she could jump when she wanted to. She could jump when she wanted to, and she no longer had to worry about having an accident. Thinking so, she excitedly jumped onto Sun Mingjue's back and laughed aloud. Sun Mingjue looked like he was infected by her, carrying her around all over the box. Where was the demeanor of a company heir? Although Xia Wei's eyes hurt from watching, he couldn't bear to interrupt when he saw Xia Yao's smiling face, and could only smile while gritting his teeth. Watching his face twist and turn in a grimace, Sun Feihe leaned against Pei Jia and snickered out. At this moment Wu Chui in the jar seemed to have realized something and shouted, Uncle Hooker, is that you? Quickly let me out. Where is this place? It's so dark. Wu Chui's words interrupted the joyful atmosphere in the box. Xia Yao got off Sun Mingjue's back and approached the jar. Wu Chui, it's me. Xia Yao 1 inch. Xia Yao, aren't you dead? Where are you now? It's you. It's you who took over my body, isn't it? You give it back to me. You shameless thief. You're a wicked one. You were the one who took over my body and tried to replace it. Now it's your turn to be put in a jar. Fair enough. No, I don't want to. Let me out. My mom and Uncle Hooker will definitely notice the anomaly. They'll come to rescue me. Xia Yao, don't be cocky. Wu Chui's voice was filled with panic. She was afraid of all this change. She broke down and cried out. It's not supposed to be like this. What went wrong? Didn't they say there was a secret weapon in the jar that no one could find? What the hell is going on here? Xia Yao said disdainfully. What kind of secret weapon is that of yours? It has long been seen through by my sister Little Lotus. Let me tell you, my sister Little Lotus is most famous for her skill in the circle. Do you know what it is? Does Wu Chui really know? She can't even squeeze into the real circle of luxury. When the inferior circles talk about Sun Feihe, most of them are jealous and thus belittle her, saying that she is uneducated, from the countryside, and that she used to pick manure and feed pigs and serve crops in the countryside. She naturally believed it when others talked about it as if they had seen it with their own eyes. If you don't know, then I'll be kind and tell you. Fortune telling and ghost catching. No, she's so young, how could she possibly discover my Uncle Hook's trap? Xia Yao, don't try to trick me. What am I lying to you for? No one will believe me if I tell the truth now. Humph, from now on you'll just stay here honestly. Wu Chui was definitely not a sitting duck. She knew that Xia Yao wasn't going to care about her. At this time, her mind was racing. ICU was burning. Suddenly opened her mouth. My mom, that's Auntie Wu. She still has a backhand. If you let me go, I can tell you. Xia Yao didn't care. No need. We already know. Isn't it just that Auntie Wu wants to use the same technique through you, to spiritually penetrate my mom? How did you know? Wu Chui shouted out in surprise. Xia Yao didn't pay any more attention to her. Sun Feihe took out the ink sand and drew a charm outside quickly, and Wu Chui's voice disappeared completely. Sun Feihe clapped her hands and said, find a random place to bury the bottom. Anywhere? Sun Mingjue asked. Watching Sun Feihe, he nodded. He lifted the jar and gave a wink to Xia Yao, who immediately followed him out. Chapter 151. Sun Mingjue is also damaged, buried directly next to the toilet, but also shouted to the manager, told him that this small piece of space do not move. The manager was confused to hear that. As long as they don't go out of business, toilets will usually just change the decor, not the place at all. But the manager still nodded, and only then was Sun Mingjue satisfied and left with Xia Yao. Xia Yao covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Without a nasty person, the meal was very comfortable. Sun Feihe explained her, be careful of Auntie Wu. As long as it does not reveal itself, there is no big problem. Fan Shenhua has already started checking Hook's background, so when the time comes to use another reason to arrest him, he can do so without spooking the snake, but also to solve the potential danger. Xia Yao reassured her that she and Sun Mingjue had discussed it all. In the future, she would often go to Sun Mingjue. If Aunt Wu asked, she would say that Pei Jia was not good to approach, but by approaching Sun Mingjue, she could contact Pei Jia in passing and plan for it. Auntie Wu couldn't help it even if she was in a hurry. Who didn't know that Pei Jia was known to be cold and unfeeling, and there were very few people who were recognized by him, and Sun Mingjue was one of them. The matter was quickly discussed by the four. Only Xia Wei's brows furrowed as he looked at Sun Mingjue and suddenly spoke. Mingjue, how old are you this year? Sun Mingjue froze for a moment and said, 28. Oh, then you're 6 or 7 years older than Yao Yao. And another year or two older. It's only right to call you uncle. Sun Mingjue's face darkened as he looked skeptically at the reflective decoration behind him. He's not that old. Xia Wei smiled and said to his daughter. In the future, speak politely to Mingju. He's also half your senior. Xia Yao didn't know why the topic jumped here, but she had always listened to Xia Wei and nodded her head obediently. I know Dad. I'll honor him as an elder in the future. These words made Xia Wei very comfortable. He could see that Xia Yao had not yet gotten the hang of it. Since she had promised, Xia Yao would do it. In her heart, Sun Mingju was even her elder. At this point, Sun Mingjue hadn't realized Xia Wei's good intentions, and when he found out, his back teeth were about to be clenched. Xia Wei defended him like a wolf, but Sun Qingyue's side was trying hard to persuade Yang Ku. Since Yang Ku had seen Sun Mingjue's ruthlessness, now she didn't even dare to ask Sun Mingju to give her favors. As long as she didn't trip her up, it would be good. When she opened the door and saw Sun Qingyue, she was still a bit surprised. She knew all about Sun Qingyue's affairs. To be precise, she paid extra attention to the Sun family's affairs. Sun Qingyue looked at her with a disgruntled face and said, not inviting me in? Yanko looked at the dirty home and shook his head. Go out and talk. As it happened, Sun Qingyue didn't want to go in either. The scene she saw through the doorway was enough to turn her stomach. She chose a slightly more secluded cafe and took off her sunglasses with a flourish. I heard you broke up with my big brother. If it were any other Sun family member, Yang Ku would still be able to maintain a minimum of respect, but a random in heat on the street dared to come and watch her laugh? Don't big brothers. As far as I know, Mingju doesn't recognize you as his sister now. Not only did he cut you off and kick you out of the house, I heard that Sun has banned you from the house. Otherwise said, it's the spitting between women that's the deadliest, always poking at each other's pain points. Yang Ku's words managed to make Sun Qingyue change her face. She gritted her teeth and said, you're no better than me in any way. And you call him Mingju? Are you disgusting? You're a knife that someone else placed by his side. We don't need you to meddle in our affairs. And if you're here to mock me, then you can go. Just as well. I don't want to talk to a that's going to come into heat at any moment. Sun Qingyue picked up the cup on the table and splashed it straight in her face. And Yangko didn't show any weakness and quickly retaliated. The iced coffee calmed both of them down. Sun Qingyue took the lead and sat down. Taking a paper towel and wiping the water stains on her face, she spoke faintly. Do you know how you were exposed? To be precise, when was your identity discovered by Sun Mingju? This question had bothered Yang Ku for a long time. She could tell if Sun Mingju was sincere or not. It's just that I don't know from what period of time Sun Mingju found out who she was. You know? Of course I know. Who is it? Sun Feiha. Sun Mingjue's own sister. How could it be her? Jan shook her head disbelievingly. She didn't cross paths with Sun Feiho. Sun Qingyue said with certainty. Surely you don't know what Sun Feiha does for a living? Janko looked at her curiously. Fortune-telling and ghost-catching. Jumping gods. Janko didn't believe this. Sun Qingyue said with certainty, don't you believe me? She solved a lot of psychic things in the circle. And later there were police officers looking for her, hoping that she could intervene to solve the case. If you still don't believe me, I can tell you a very real thing. Janko moved a little closer and looked at her. Sun Qingyue raised her hand and pointed at herself. You saw my news. I because offended Sun Feiha. She put a strange rune on me. As long as I see the little beggar I can't help myself, even though I hate to stomp my own hands and feet, but my behavior will still eagerly pounce on it. Yanko covered his mouth in surprise. Normally I act like nothing. This is Sun Feiha's way of humiliating me. She blames me for taking up more than 10 years of her favor, because I acted uncontrollably. The Sun family felt ashamed of me and that's why they said they wanted to cut off their relationship with me. I don't blame them but I can't let Sun Feiha off the hook like this. And what happened to you is deduced by Sun Feiha through Sun Mingjue's destiny. Yang Ku, are you willing to do that? Yang Ku shook his head fiercely, and said in a daze again, she's so capable. With a wave of her hand, can't she just let me die by myself? I don't have the confidence that I can fight her. A trace of annoyance and disdain flashed under Sun Qingyue's eyes, but her mouth said, don't give up so easily. We can join forces. Joint? Right. Don't you want to marry Sun Mingju? It's not like I want Sun Feiha to do anything. I just want to kick her out of the Sun family and not let her continue to wreak havoc on others. Yang Ku was a little heartbroken at the thought that she could marry Sun Mingju. Sun Qingyue continued to coax. You've been with Sun Mingju for so long. If you're in danger, he won't really abandon you. And when the time comes for you to take advantage of the opportunity to accomplish good things with him, I'll find some cyberdar and pretend to inadvertently go the wrong way. By then, the whole internet will know about your affair, and the Sun family will marry you for the sake of face. Yanku immediately shook her head. She wasn't really a stupid girl. She had gone through the poisonous beatings of society and naturally knew that most of the daughters-in-law who entered the door like this didn't have a good ending. The Sun family has lost an adult, and even if they marry me, they can't talk about treating me well, and when the time comes, my life and death will be pinched in the hands of the Sun family instead. Sun Xingyue was surprised that Yangku reacted so quickly, but she wouldn't give up on it. Chapter 152, The Eyes of a Murderer. She waved her hand and said, I know Sun Mingjue too well. He's a man with a heavy sense of responsibility. If he marries you, he'll naturally treat you as a family member. As long as you're gentle and submissive after the marriage. The Sun family are all very soft-hearted. Think about it, if you're even more ruthless, can you be more ruthless than Sun Feiha? Janko shook his head. Sun Qingyue continued, I can tell you how you can gain Wu Rongrong's favor. How you can gain Sun Hao's approval. And I can also tell you that the Sun family hates Sun Feiha the most is Wu Rongrong. And as long as you please her, Sun Feiha isn't a problem at all. Really? Of course. I've lived in the Sun family for so many years. I'm still very sure of this little thing. Yang Ku, now it's up to you whether you're willing to give up a fight or not. Yang Ku eyes fixed on the empty cup. At this time the cell phone rang. Looking at the reminder message, with a hardened heart, she nodded her head and said, okay, if you really let Sun Mingjue marry me, I'll also whisper good things about you in Wu Rongrong's ear, and get Sun Feiha to undo the talisman on you. Sun Xingyue knew in her heart that this was impossible. But her face still looked at Yang Ku with a piece of gratitude. In this way Yang Ku's heart was greatly settled. As long as she felt out what Sun Xingyue wanted, she was not afraid of falling into a trap. The two reached a consensus, and Yang Ku left first, waiting for Sun Xingyue's news notification at any time. Because of the busy Xiaoyao during the day, did not open the live broadcast, watched the night fall, washed up Sun Feiha, opened the live broadcast in passing. Once the show started it was packed and the pop-ups were all over the place. Good evening, Master. Worship the Master at night, and tomorrow will be a smooth day. Same worship. Master please give me strength. Master, please make me rich. I want to. The upstairs is too narrow-minded. Master, I am different. I want to pay taxes for the country, such as occasional income of 20%, or personal income tax of 20%. Please Master to fulfill. Treacherous, too treacherous. But some of the quickest of the quick have already got to line up on the connecting line. Sun Feiha clicked to connect. And on the opposite side of the screen was a woman with disheveled hair, who had some difficulty in speaking, with a very hesitant expression. Sun Feiha smiled faintly, her tone soothing, don't worry, speak boldly, whatever counts. The woman looked at Sun Feiha across from her, as if she had made up her mind, and opened her mouth. Master, I'm not a psychopath. What I'm saying is true. Sun Feiha nodded slightly. The gesture gave the woman encouragement, and she took a deep breath, which led her down the line. Woman named Gong Yin. She and her husband He Wei has always been very loving. The two started from nothing, from a small tile work, to now have more than 50 brothers under his command, is now considered a small fortune, but she recently found under the He Wei changed. Do not care about her not to mention. Even the son does not care, all day to say entertainment, but the project it did not receive. She was a bit skeptical and would ask questions, and at first He Wei still explained. Then it escalated to impatience, and would even argue. And then it escalated to hands-on, often beating her black and blue, but when he sobered up, He Wei would apologize, and would kneel down for her, write a pledge, and even ask her to forgive him for the sake of her son. Gong Yan step by step to back down, did not get He Wei's understanding, but instead is intensified, and now no longer go home. She quietly tracked a few times, although she did not find anything, but the woman's intuition told him, there's something wrong with He Wei. Master, do you trust my intuition? Before Sun Feihua could say anything, the pop-ups were already popping up. What I hate most about women is that they're paranoid. Checking cell phones, checking addresses, asking for locations, treating us men like prisoners. It's just that it's really annoying to have to tell her every day when you see someone and can't wait to go to the restroom a few times. I see you men are cheap skin. When you like, say on the lack of being tube feeling, do not like, tube you that is disgusting. Annoying? It's just that, deserves so many single dogs. If you say so, in the future, the court won't need evidence, but only rely on women's intuition. Sun Feiha nodded. I believe you. With her words, Gong Yan seemed to have found her backbone and spoke much more fluently. In the past 2 days He Wei was inexplicably better, not only resuming his former kindness, but even more attentive, and for a moment she thought she had touched the other woman. But yesterday I overheard He Wei's eyes. He looked at himself, not like looking at his wife, his lover, but more like looking at a dead person. A pig and sheep to be slaughtered. She felt Harry in her heart at that time, immediately shifted her gaze, no longer daring to meet his eyes. She told her parents about this discovery, but they didn't believe her, and even thought that she had too many good days and had nerve problems. And her friends also said that she was too sensitive, and that since Wei had changed for the better, the past would be over, and the two of them would live well in the future. But Gong Yan always felt a chill down her back, as if she would die at any moment. I'm not going to lie. I went to report it, but the police thought I was joking and taking up police resources, and told me to go to the hospital for a checkup or to see a psychiatrist. I know they thought I was a psychopath, but I wasn't. I'm a normal person. Gong Yan voiced her woes in one breath. What kind of look do you think that was? A pair of beady eyes. Those are the eyes of a murderer. So what do you want to count? I want to know if I'm guessing right, or if there really is something wrong with me. Sun Feiha shook her head and said, I can't say whether your guess is right or not, but you do have the sign of a short life, and the cause of death comes from someone close to you. So go back to your parents' house now, formally file for a divorce, and don't get entangled with him anymore. Gong Yan looked as if she had dropped a stone in her heart. Her face was relaxed and even had a little smile on her face. That's good. At least I proved that I'm not a psychopath. Thank you, master. I know what to do. After saying that, he simply hung up the connection. Looking at the face that suddenly disappeared, Sun Feiha had a bad premonition and immediately terminated the live broadcast and called Fan Shenhua. At this time, Fan Shenhua is now catching up on his sleep because he interrogated Bing for a night, listening to the phone ringing and connecting in a daze. Hey, Fan Shenhua. This is Sun Feiha. Help me look up a woman named Gong Yan. Her looks. I'm sending you WeChat. Fan Shenhua immediately sat up and said in a much clearer voice. Okay, I'll make a trip to the bureau now. Fan Shenhua sped all the way to the bureau, opened the computer software in a hurry, and entered Gong Yan. But the capital is so big. Called Gong Yan's woman not 100. 000. There are also 5,000. Compared to the photo did not call Gong Yan, but there was one named Gong Xiaoyan, exactly like the photo, only looking more childish. He told Sun Feiha, who looked at the time and said to Pei Jia, you go back to rest early. I'll call you before I come back. Pei Jia looked at the piles of papers and shook his head, saying that he had a lot of things to take care of and that he could wait for her here and tell her to be safe. Sun Feiha nodded her head and strutted out the door and asked Fan Shenhua to come pick her up. She didn't have to wait long before Fan Shenhua arrived. Just as he settled down in the passenger seat, Fan Shenhua handed over a piece of paper. This is her address. Okay, now get over there. Without the slightest hesitation, Fan Shenhua immediately went there. Chapter 153. Who are you shouting at? On the way, Fan Shenhua swept his afterglow over Sun Feiha several times. Sun Feiha said faintly, if you have something to say, say it. Fan Shenhua was not reserved and asked curiously, would Wei really kill her? At least they've lived for many years, and when I looked up the information, their son was 17. Sun Feiha nodded. I'm sure it's Wei. Gong Xiaoyan's eyebrow arches connected. There is indeed a death robberies. Then why didn't you say so then? I have a feeling she'll die faster if I tell her. Is a woman's intuition really that accurate? If what she says is true, the police officer who received her must not die of guilt. Some people are slow. Some people are sensitive. And some people do have stronger intuition than others, and can sense things that others can't. You, for example, can't perceive it. Fan Shenhua's lips were tightly closed and he didn't speak again, as he uncontrollably thought of his own black history. The dead memories are coming back to attack him. The car fell silent. When we arrived at the place, it was a commercial building with clear windows and technology. Ringing the doorbell at the address, the door was opened by a girl, wearing super short pants. Her pale thighs were straighter than straight, and the music in the house was blaring. Sticking his head out, he looked at the two men and said, who are you looking for? Fan Shenhua flashed his ID and said, isn't this Gong Xiaoyan's home? The girl shook her head. I don't know any Gong Xiaoyan. This house is rented by me, Uncle Police. I'm a good person, especially law-abiding. Fan Shenhua frowned slightly. Who is your landlord? I didn't care. I'll look for it. The girl turned and rummaged through the drawer for the grease-stained contract, looked at it and said, Wei, my landlord. Fan Shenhua smoothly asked, you've been in contact with Wei a few times. What do you think of him? The girl thought for a moment and said, we've only been in contact twice, but he's quite nice. How do you know he's nice when you've only met him twice? The girl grinned broadly and waved her hand. Harm, willing to reduce my rent. Of course you're a good person. Why did he give you a rent reduction? I say, Uncle Policeman, you must not have rented a house before. Landlords usually list their houses with agents. I was brought by an agent the first time, but to rent a house from an agent's hands, we have to pay a month's rent each to the agent. But this house I did fancy. I left a heart. quietly slipped He-Wei a note with my phone number. Then He-Wei contacted me. We both wanted to save money. We hit it off right away. And when he heard that I had just graduated, he even gave me $150 a month free. Fan Shenbo looked at her. That good? The girl nodded affirmatively. It's that good. You don't get many landlords that good these days. Fan Shenbo did not continue to ask, but inquired about He-Wei's phone number to leave. The girl propped herself up on the wall with one hand and raised an eyebrow at Fan Shenbo. Uncle Policeman, am I particularly law-abiding? Fan Shenbo looked serious. Not really. The noise during the day can't exceed 55 Hz. Obviously you've exceeded the standard seriously. The ground is vibrating. If the neighbors complain, the police have the right to come and stop or even warn you. Seeing that he was so insensitive, the girl huffed and puffed and said to Sun Feiha, Sister, you're really hungry. You can even eat such a man like Steel. It's really a waste of such a good-looking face. The door slammed shut. Fan Shenbo pointed at the door and grunted. What did she mean by that? What Steel? What hungry? Is it looking down on me? Sun Feiha nodded. If the understanding is correct, yes. Fan Shenbo still wanted to ring the doorbell, but was stopped by Sun Feiha raising her hand. Alright, it's important to find someone. Only then did Fan Shenbo give up and turned around to dial He-Wei's number. The phone was dialed several times with no answer. Fan Shenbo called a colleague to check He-Wei's location, got the exact location, and the two went over again. Arriving at He-Wei's company, the receptionist looks at the two men and informs them that He-Wei is in a meeting. Fan Shenbo turned his head to look at Sun Feiha. Now that no one has reported any accidents, he is not able to directly order He-Wei to cooperate. And even his investigation of He-Wei's location and the actions he is now looking for are against discipline. Sun Feiha looked at the closed conference room and turned to go out. Fan Shenbo shouted a few times behind him, and Sun Feiha continued to walk forward, not stopping until she was out of the gate. Sister Xiaohua, why did you leave? Aren't you going to yell for He-Wei to come out? Sun Feiha shook her head. If you call him out now, you are giving someone a handle. When he goes to complain, you can't justify it. Come on, let's go see the surveillance. Surveillance? I need to see his face. The entrances to the company's building are monitored, so it's easy to see. Fan Shenbo just need to light up the documents, claiming that Sun Feihe lost valuables in this neighborhood, called the police, and the management directly brought the two to the monitoring room. Effortlessly, Fan Shenbo maneuvered to put the progress bar, pulled to when He-Wei came. Looking at the clear face on the screen, Sun Feiha said, Not good. Gong Xiaoyan is dying. Why? How do you see it? Sun Feiha glanced at him. His traitorous gait is anti-black yet purple. He slowly has a human life on his hands. The line of kinship is diminished, indicating that one of his relatives is about to pass away. But his heavenly court is low and narrow but not concave, indicating that both of his parents are not in good health but are still alive. His children's palace is flat and short. His children's karma is not good but the children are still alive. What other close people do you think are going to pass away? Fan Shenbo immediately responded. His wife. Sun Feiha nodded. Now we need to find Gong Xiaoyan's location. Fan Shenbo thought for a moment and said, Leave it to me. Turning around, he dialed the phone. Hey, Captain. Ms. Sun found. Hanging up the phone, he said confidently, in less than 3 minutes, Gong Xiaoyan's exact address can appear. Sun Feiho, you're a cop too. Why can't you find out? Fan Shenbo coughed lightly and said, It's all my fault for not having a high status and not having the captain's authority. He could have used big data to find out where Gong Xiaoyan last appeared. Now it's all about intelligent facial localization. So as long as she's appeared, she's bound to find out. His words were followed by the sound of a text message. The two of them, Fan Shenbo, immediately went there. Comparison confirms that the door in front of you is He-Wei's house. Fan Shenbo directly knocked on the door, but the door is extraordinarily quiet. Sun Feiha frowned. Kick the door, now, or call for a locksmith. No, I'm sure Gong Xiaoyan is in there. 5 more minutes and she'll be dead. Based on the trust of Sun Feiha, Fan Shenbo's face was heavy, and he raised his foot to kick, but the door was too strong, and it didn't move a few times, except for a few more gray footprints. Fan Shenbo touched his face in some embarrassment and said, It's not my fault. The door is too sturdy. Sun Feiha rolled her eyes and pulled out a yellow talisman, immediately drawing it quickly, her lips quirking. In an instant, Fan Shenbo felt that the air around him was a few points colder, and he rubbed his arms and said, Sister Xiao He, what are you doing? Shouting for someone to open the door. Of course. Who are you yelling at? Chapter 154, to be annihilated or to be reincarnated. You choose one. Sun Feiho looked at his eyes that widened out of curiosity and didn't tell him. The ghost she had shouted at had plopped down on his back with a gluttonous look on his face, the birth liquid in his mouth dripping down his neck. Sun Feiha said in a cold voice, Stop sniffing and go open the door for me. No, I can't touch the real thing. Yes, you can. Just go in with this talisman and stick it on your body. Sun Feiha's words made its spirit soar and it immediately stepped forward. Really? Then wouldn't I be able to? Don't think too much. Sun Feiha directly interrupted its unrestrained thoughts and said, it can only be used for 1 minute. The ghost bristled. Then why am I helping you? I have nothing to gain. Ha, I'm not negotiating with you. Ashes or going down to reincarnation. Take your pick. You're too much of a bully. Is there any human rights left? First of all, you're a ghost. You don't need human rights. Then I'm going to go to King of Hell to judge me. Good. With how muddy your soul body is now, you haven't sucked in a lot of human energy. Going down to the frying pan is a sure thing. The ghost's eyes widened. Don't scare me. How do you know? You're not a judge. You don't have to worry about that. Since I can summon you, I naturally know your situation. Now you go open the door for me, and if you do a good deed, you will naturally be punished less. The ghost would be skeptical, but time was running out, and Sun Feihua was no longer going to say anything more to it. Instead, pulling out the rune, as if realizing something, Ghost hurriedly nodded. No, I'll go in now. After saying that, he went straight through the door, and immediately afterward the door opened on cue. The tip of Sun Feihua's nose twitched and she pushed open the bathroom door following the odor. Inside, Gong Xiaoyan was already as white as paper. The bathtub was full of red, and the blood raging out of her wrists was on the verge of stopping. Sun Feihua took a step forward. The yellow talisman sealed her wrist and her fingertips tapped her forehead, but unfortunately it was still a step too late. Watching her soul body float out, Gong Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment when she saw Sun Feihua. Master, why are you in my house? A moment later and as if reacting. Yes, I'm dead. Master, you can really see me? Sun Feihua nodded. If you know he wants to harm you, why don't you avoid it? Gong Xiaoyan smiled and shook her head. Even if I knew, I still harbored the mood of what if I had thought wrong. Master, in fact, you don't have to feel guilty. If I was afraid of death, I would have avoided it long ago when I noticed it, but I didn't. I don't feel guilty. Gong Xiaoyan was slightly stunned and smiled. That's right, we are nothing more than strangers. My life and death actually has little to do with you. I just love him too much. I want to tell him that even if I know he wants me to die, I will still continue to love him. Sun Feihawk, so did you tell him? Gong Xiaoyan shook her head slightly. She didn't really have a chance to speak. Just after hanging up the live link, He Wei came back, saying that he had forgotten a file, and Gong Xiaoyan stood up to help him find it. He Wei also said forget it, do not go to work, stay home with her. She was naturally very happy. He Wei told her to dress up and go out for the day together. Gong Xiaoyan was so happy she was going crazy. Even though He Wei's smiling eyes were so cold, she still felt happy. As she dresses up and puts on He Wei's favorite dress, He Wei thoughtfully poured her a glass of water, with a smile that she hadn't seen in a long time. She wanted to tell him how much she loved him, but He Wei looked like he was in a hurry and kept urging her to drink water. She drank it down without the slightest hesitation, thinking only to tell him her thoughts afterward, but unfortunately she never got the chance, and after drinking the water she was plunged into darkness. When she became vaguely conscious again, she was lying in the bathtub, her body chilled by the rush of blood, and soon she passed out again. She remembered what Sun Feihua had said about the death robberies, and it looked like they were right here. Sun Feihua told Fan Shenbo to notify the police to come over to investigate the scene. Gong Xiaoyan waved her hands and said, no need to call the police. I did it willingly. Sun Feihua raised her eyes to look at her. You volunteered. I respect your destiny, but his behavior is wrong. If this time by chance let him escape, his next girlfriend or wife, he also do not like it. The same old trick. When the time comes, I inadvertently killed a person. Such a sin. You help me to carry? Gong Xiaoyan's mind is not on, at this point, the next victim, but the fact that He Wei will have a next wife. Gong Xiaoyan broke down and cried out. I don't want him to have a next wife. He can't. He can have a girlfriend, but his wife has to say me. There's simply no one who loves him more than me. Sun Feihua looked as if she hadn't heard. The police came quickly, and Fan Shenbo briefly described the situation. A case that I thought would be easy to crack got stuck halfway through. Fan Shenbo claimed it was murder, but the house was clean, and nothing was found except in Gong Xiaoyan's stomach, where sleeping pills were found. Oddly enough, the cup where the sleeping pills were placed was not scrubbed, and there was no one else on it except Gong Xiaoyan's fingerprints, and the cup was placed right next to Gong Xiaoyan's body. More like she was determined to die and was afraid of the pain, so she first drank the sleeping pills and then slit her wrists. Gong Xiaoyan follows behind, nodding her head constantly as she tries to exonerate He Wei even though the police can't hear her. Fan Shenbo thought for a moment and said, He Wei came back in the middle. The police immediately summoned He Wei, and the two of them, Sun Feiha, followed him to the police station. He great cries of injustice. He went out of the house from the morning, went to the company for a meeting, until now, not even out of the door. A room of people can testify to him. Fan Shenbo did not believe it and summoned the staff, not realizing that what He Wei said was true. The case is at an impasse. Fan Shenbo believed that Sun Feiha would not lie. Sun Feiha whispered in his ear, and Fan Shenbo nodded slightly, calling out the police officer in charge of interrogation inside. Sun Feiha turned to Gong Xiaoyan by her side and said, "Do you want to say goodbye to him?" Gong Xiaoyan nodded her head busily. Sun Feiha pushed the door in. He Wei looked at Sun Feiha disdainfully and coldly grunted. "No one is going to hold on my head for something I haven't done. Not even you cops." Sun Feiha shook her head. "I'm not a police officer, but there's someone who wants to say goodbye to you, and entrusted me to go through the motions." "Who?" "Oh, your dead wife." Gong Xiaoyan. He Wei was not afraid after hearing this. Instead he laughed out loud and said, "She's already dead. How can she say goodbye to me?" The police also believe in the trick of pretending to be a ghost. Whether it's a pretender or not, you'll know it when you see it. Sun Feiha will be in the hands of the runes, flung into the air. The scene of fireless spontaneous combustion did not let He Wei surprised, but full of disdain. "Your kind of children's tricks. I'm tired of watching." Sun Feiha didn't explain, just looked at him faintly. The rune burned out, and through the smoke, He Wei's face changed. He looked at Gong Xiaoyan, who was standing next to him, and shouted, "You guys are breaking the law. This is some kind of hallucinogen, right? I've seen it all on TV. You guys can't scare me." Gong Xiaoyan waved her hands eagerly. "No, Wei, it's me. I'm Xiaoyan. It's really me." The urgency of the situation caused her tears to fall uncontrollably. This was before she realized at this point that she was already dead, and her tears were no longer clear drops of water, but bright red blood. Chapter 155. Who is the victim? He Wei took a step back in fear and chided, "Don't come near me. Get away from me." Gong Xiaoyan looked like she was hurt. "Why? I'm dead." "Even so, it's not okay to be near you? What did I do wrong? Why do you hate me so much? Why?" He Wei shook his head and said, "You're not right. It's me who's wrong. I should never have married you, but it was you who courted me, and it was you who took the initiative to propose, and it was you who came to my door and married me, and I ran the household at home and fought with you in my career. So what on earth displeased you? Are you really Gong Xiaoyan?" He Wei asked hesitantly. Gong Xiaoyan nodded. "I'm dead, but I want to say goodbye to yours. This master is a good person. She's willing to help me out." He Wei collapsed. "Since you're already dead, go reincarnate. What are you pestering me for? I want to vomit when I see you now. Why? You tell me what I'm doing wrong." "I love you," He Wei said with scarlet eyes. "You still have the nerve to ask me. You love me. Don't you mind the disgusting words? Do you think I didn't know when you and old Wu were officers in the field? You were purring louder than a cat in heat." Fan Shenbo's eyes were brighter than searchlights all of a sudden, and his ears perked up. Gong Xiaoyan shook her head repeatedly. "I was drunk. I didn't know. I thought that person was you. You fart. I watched you kiss him. He pinned you down. You didn't even fight back. And then you got pregnant. And I doubt that son was even mine. No. I went back that day and took my pills. My son is definitely yours. I would never carry someone else's child. Don't lie to me. I'm a man too." After one time, the second time, the third time, that's just par for the course. Who knows if you'll be fooling around in places I don't know about. If I'd known that you're such a wannabe woman, I'd never have married you back. How can you say that about me? You're the one who doesn't touch me. You're the one who always pushes me away. I'm a human being too. Are you going to look outside if I don't touch you? If I don't touch you, you drug me? Do you treat me like a human being? You treat me like a mating dog." He Wei furiously pointed at Gong Xiaoyan. Gong Xiaoyan shook her head. "No, I just want to help you have a child. I don't want you to be told that you are extinct. I don't want a child. I don't like children. How many times have I told you? The day is for two people. What do you care what other people say? Besides, with a woman like you, I wouldn't dare to have a child born from you. Then why did you marry me? Why didn't you divorce me? I would like to divorce it. You want to die. Either make hunger strike or beat the child. Whether he is biological or not. At least raised so many years. You like this? Let me how to divorce you." Gong Xiaoyan looked at him incredulously. "So, you've long since gotten tired of me. You've long since stopped loving me. You've long since wanted to get rid of me." He Wei nodded his head without hesitation. "There are 8 cuckolds on my head without 10. Why should I continue to love you? I'm not a criminal." Tired of hearing about these love affairs, Sun Feiha looked at He Wei and said, "If you hate her so much, why don't you notify her parents or just sue for divorce and get custody of the child?" He Wei shook his head painfully. Do you think I haven't thought about it? But she knew. She held a knife to the child's neck and told me to undo it, and I dared not listen to her? She's just a crazy person. He Wei spoke with gritted teeth and hatred. So you killed her. Sun Fei's tone was ghostly. Yes, I killed her, and if she doesn't die, then I'm the one who dies. The veins on He Wei's neck rippled. Gong Xiaoyan shook her head. I won't hurt you. He Wei looked at her with eyes full of hatred. You won't, but I will. I'm sick to my stomach when I see you, and sleeping with you has made me want to strangle you countless times before I get myself killed. When I said I was traveling last time, I actually wanted to find a deserted place to kill myself, but my parents are old, and if I'm going to die, they'll have no one to take care of them. They didn't do anything wrong. Why should they be punished like this? Since I can't die, I'll have to let you die. I have everything planned. I went to the office first and pretended to have a meeting, pretended to have a stomachache in the middle of it, slipped out, and went home through the back door of the office, which only has one surveillance camera, and it's still broken. Trick you into drinking a sleeping pill, put it in the bathtub, and then I'll go back unnoticed. It's all arranged so seamlessly that no one will notice. I'll be free from now on. Gong Xiaoyan had no fluctuations about her death, propping up her ghastly face to approach. Will you still get married? He Wei replied without hesitation. No, women are all disgusting things, none of them good. Hearing the answer she wanted to hear, Gong Xiaoyan dropped her heart and smiled eerily. That's good. I'm your only wife. He Wei felt crushed when he heard her to her voice. He pointed at Gong Xiaoyan and said to Sun Feihe, listen to what she's saying. Is it something a normal person would say? No, she's just a psychopath. He Wei curled up in the corner like a child, breaking down and yelling. Gong Xiaoyan tried to step forward, and He Wei waved violently. Since you're dead, get lost. I don't want to see you. I don't want to hear you. I don't want anything. Gong Xiaoyan did not expect him to resist himself so much, squatting not far away and crying. Big drops of blood and tears dripping on the ground. The temperature in the room plummeted as her soul drifted because she was unstable. Sun Feihe tilted her head to look at her and said, even now you're not going to tell him? Gong Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment and shook her head. Since things are already a done deal, I don't want to burden him any further. I'm leaving. Gong Xiaoyan finally glanced at He Wei and said with a certainty in her tone, the sun is yours. I'm afraid you'll be alone if I leave. That's when it disappeared. Sun Feihe left a sentence and went out. Although He Wei admitted the murder in person, there was no evidence, and the video was not enough to be used as a charge. So in the end, everyone had to let He Wei go. In fact, after listening to He Wei's words, most of the men sympathized with him very much, and also felt that he was very tolerant, holding back for more than 10 years at a time, and only bursting out now. He Wei returned home in a muddle. Looking at his home without Gong Xiaoyan, he felt that his breathing was smooth. Still, his feet weren't controlled enough to head for the bedroom. What Sun Feihe said flashed through his mind. Go home and look. Look in the bedroom cupboard. He will open Gong Xiaoyan's side of the bedside table, which he hasn't walked to in a long time. It's got a lot of little things in it. More of him. What he threw away that he didn't want, Gong Xiaoyan would pick up, wash it and put it in a drawer. Every time He Wei thought she was hypocritical and disgusting, open the drawer underneath and inside are some examination reports. The patient was identified as a severe sex addict. The patient was found to be severely depressed and suicidal, and was recommended to be hospitalized. He Wei suddenly felt a chill all over his body, and he subconsciously opened his cell phone to call a familiar friend. Oh, sex addiction is an uncontrollable feeling, not controlled by the center of the brain, and drugs don't do much. This has to do with childhood experiences, psychology, and body hormones. I would suggest that you take more care of the patient and give her what she needs, or else even if she is emotionally reluctant, she still acquiesces behaviorally. And people who are psychologically weak or have high morals are prone to depression and, in severe cases, suicidal tendencies. He Wei hung up in a trance. Large teardrops fell on the snow-white paper. Ah, poignancy, powerlessness, sadness, regret, a mixture of emotions. Chapter 156, I haven't received the money yet. It doesn't count as AP. As he rushes out of the house and stops Sun Feihe before she does. Looking at He Wei who came hurriedly, Fan Shenhua subconsciously blocked it. Who wants He Wei directly kneeled on the ground. Tearful to say Sun Feihe said, you have long known it, right? I want to see her again. Can I? Please. I want to meet her again. I want to ask clearly. What does it mean in the end? I want to ask her what this really means. Fan Shenhua's eyes are wide. Just now he hated it. Now how to look like regret. Sun Feihe shook her head and said, when you enter the hell, you can't come out without special circumstances. He Wei sat on the ground disheveled, both fists continuously hitting his head, shouting, I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. It's me who didn't care for her in time, didn't bring her for treatment, and would only blame and abuse her. Damn, it's me. It's me. Fan Shenhua curiously picked up the paper on the ground, saw the report on it, and saw Gong Xiaoyan's name again. For a moment I didn't know what to say. Sun Feihe faintly said, try to do good deeds, and tell her every year when she burns paper that these merits will save her from some chastisement. Sun Feihe got into the car, and Fan Shenhua looked out the window at the long kneeling Hiwei and shook his head sadly. It's impossible to say who was right or wrong about this couple, except to say that the creation of the world has been a blessing. Fan Shenhua curiously asked, Sister Xiaohua, did you just deliberately stall for time? How did you know he would come to you? Also, did you count the report? Sun Feihe shook her head and said, no. Before leaving, Gong Xiaoyan tried to hide the medical records or throw them away, but unfortunately, she is a new soul and can't touch the physical object, so I just scanned it. And what happens when she goes to hell? It's hard to say. She has tried to give up her life countless times before, and this time she doesn't have the will to live. It belongs to a big taboo in hell, the 3,000 reincarnation paths. It's not something you can be whatever you want to be in your next life. She should be punished accordingly in some way. Hey, if the two of them had communicated in time, none of this would have happened at all. But what if I'm a female and I can't talk about it? What if people think I'm a pervert again? Sun Feihe did not speak again. The things of the world do not have so much early to know. The character is different. Creating the direction of things is completely different. All the time, a lot of times the fate does not represent everything. Seeing that she wasn't interested, Fan Shenhua said something that interested her. She's got the Hook for the investigation coming up. Hook's real name is Gao Tong. His hometown is in Riverside Village, and a murder did happen 11 years ago. The deceased is an old fortune teller. The village people have red and white events, all like to find him to calculate. At that time Hook was also a fortune-telling enthusiast who spent all the money he earned on fortune-telling, just to change his fate against all odds. He just likes to follow the old fortune teller around, trying to learn a trick and set up a stall in town to make a living. Who knows that he tried to worship several times. People do not accept him, but also drove him out, because the old fortune teller in the village is still some prestige. So many people bully Hooks, and then Hooks disappeared. I heard that went out to work, says the old fortune teller. Death scenario. That year was the year of a rare downpour. It rained for almost 2 weeks, and country people don't even come out in the rain. They like to stay cooped up in their homes. Finally, one day, the rain finally stopped, and a number of people went to see the old fortune teller, and everyone knocked on the door, but half a day no one to open. There are bowled directly over the wall into the open courtyard door. By the time everyone poured into the house in a rush, there was only blood all over the room, and the fortune teller with half his head smashed in, rainy and muddy, and a lot of people in and out of the traces, coupled with the backwardness of the survey equipment at the time, has not been able to find the suspect. Things just stayed down. Sister Shu Ho, did the Hook do this thing? 8 or 9? Do you have a picture of the deceased? Yes. Fan Shenhua opened his cell phone to Sun Feihe, who scanned the dead man's face. Anything missing from the scene? Nothing valuable, but essential to have around the deceased. You're a god, Sister Xiaohua. He lost his book of Zhouyi divination, and I heard his nephew say that it was something he carried with him at all times and never left his body at all, but when he died it disappeared. Sun Feihe carefully recalled all the scenes she had seen that day at Hook's house, and finally, in the corner of her memory, she remembered that a book of Zhouyi divination had been placed on the altar table, although it was now covered with dust. But the book's jacket is badly worn and predictably old, not to mention the fact that people used to open and look through it. I've seen it at Hook's house. Fan Shenhua immediately said excitedly, this is the physical evidence. With this book we can arrest him. Just can't be sure if that book is the old fortune-telling one. Definitely. There is a kind of man who is so arrogant and cocky that for everything he does that he is proud of, he keeps the trophies, and even though he doesn't need them anymore, he will never throw them away. They are all witnesses to his glorious battle. With these words from Sun Feihe, Fan Shenhua immediately called the captain, reopened the case from 11 years ago, transferred it to their police station, and told Hook's current address. Fan Shenhua waited downstairs with Sun Feihe, waiting for his teammates to come. The others came quickly. It was already late at night, and everyone came quietly, so Hook had no defense, and was directly pressed on the bed, along with the girl next to him. The girl yelled, I haven't received my money yet. It doesn't count as pee singing. It doesn't count. Good lord. Now we can put him in the police station even if he doesn't admit it. With a lot of time to spare, the crowd presses the Hook and heads out. The Hook shouted, do you know who I am? I am God's messenger on earth, and I will have bad luck if you catch me. Fan Shenhua subconsciously looked at Sun Feihe, who was not far away, and when he saw her shaking her head, he immediately bottomed out. You're an ass. You're a stinker. The police come and go quickly. Sun Feiho took this time to walk into the utility room. With one hand choking, he shouted in a cold voice, Zhao Jianming. Suddenly a bottle jumped. Sun Feiha picked it up and opened the bottle cap directly, and a pale soul floated out slowly. His soul was fragmented and looked as if it was about to fall apart. You're Zhao Jianming. The old fortune teller glanced at Sun Feiha and ignored it, his eyes smoldering fiercely as he headed out, making his rounds through the house. His nose twitched as if he was sniffing something again. Stop sniffing. He's just been taken away. Because he's your murderer. Really? He's been caught? The heavens have eyes. This is finally going to fall into the net. I have some questions I want to ask you, and if you answer, I can connect you to his destiny. You really can? If he and Hook's destinies were connected, and she wouldn't dissipate until Hook was dead, and Hook's spells were ineffective against him, then he could torture his opponent to his heart's content. Waiting for Sun Fei was affirmative nod. The fortune teller was busy telling her to ask quickly. Have you seen anyone else here? Haven't seen it. Heard strange voices, but they're a bunch of psychopaths. Talking about reviving the Earth's aura. That's just bull asterisk. Any more? Yes. They're an organization called Underwish. What the leader's name is I don't know. They call him boss, and by the sound of his voice he's a middle-aged man. They tried to take control of the rich and powerful in the country, but sadly they were sabotaged by one man. For the time being, they can only hibernate. They have recently been busy with what is the altar of God, which can wash the soul and open the spiritual roots, which is not getting mesmerized reading novels. Their target person is called something like Pei Jia, saying that he has some kind of chi on him that can increase his success rate. Sun Feihawk, increase? That means it's failed.